Chapter 1:1. The apocalypse is upon us, and I still need to engage in afforestation? When some individuals would rather expend an astronomical sum of $70 billion on public relations than address the issue of nuclear wastewater, it becomes evident that the trajectory of events is predetermined. 57 days following the discharge of nuclear wastewater, it contaminated a significant portion of the Pacific Ocean, subsequently leading to a 3-year maritime tempest. Seemingly a retaliatory response from marine life, that on August 24, 2033, a decade after the nuclear wastewater was released, a meteor shower unleashed the H3O3 virus, sweeping across the globe. Thus commenced the Earth's counteroffensive, heralding the dawn of the apocalyptic era in the 5th year of the apocalypse, within the clandestine research facility of the Black Market at the Four Seas base. The dimly lit basement was devoid of any light. Occasionally, mutated crows fluttered through the toxic haze, their cries echoing. Upon the experimentation table lay a blood-soaked woman, her vacant eyes gazing through the window. At the moment she locked eyes with a crow, an electric shock coursed through her body that a hoarse voice emitted a piercing groan. Remnants of a once youthful tone, now transformed into a grating rasp after enduring nearly a month of inhumane torment. When will that money be transferred? At the sound of a familiar voice, the woman's expression shifted for the first time. Her lifeless gaze now brimmed with unending hatred, akin to a demon clawing its way from the depths of hell, fixating on the man before her. Her only remaining value lies in the crystal embedded in her heart. Once we extract it, the final payment will be deposited into your account. Lo how. The woman struggled to utter his name. May you meet a wretched fate. A resounding slap echoed, striking the nearly lifeless woman's face. The newcomer, clad in a white lab coat, wore a sinister expression. Qin Ning, possessing such formidable abilities, is quite the folly. Suya brandished a scalpel, plunging it mercilessly into the heart that had been exposed by machinery. She possessed an extraordinary healing ability, yet in the 30 days spent in the laboratory, her heart had been excised over 300 times. Qin Ning, do not blame me. It was I who saved you from the jaws of a zombie now. You owe me your life, and we shall be even from this point onward. Qin Ning, you fool, as you face death, allow me to reveal the truth. Your bullying and isolation in university were orchestrated solely by me, while you, like a naive child, considered me your only salvation. Suya mocked, pressing deeper, piercing her heart, and extracting the shimmering crystal with her bare hands. Qin Ning gasped, abruptly waking from her slumber, her sweat-drenched clothes clinging to her frail form. In her dewy eyes, resentment and bitterness mingled, the agony of her heart etched deeply, rendering her pale visage even more ghostly. Clutching the blanket, she gasped for breath. You worthless burden, get out here. Upon hearing that familiar voice again, she felt momentarily disoriented, scanning her surroundings. Upon seeing the date on the calendar, July 24th, 2033, realization struck her. Had she returned to a month before the apocalypse? At that moment, the voice belonged to her half-brother, Tang Yu, who is currently being ridiculed for not having a private pool, venting his frustration on her, resulting in 2 broken ribs. Consequently, during a hospital follow-up a month later, the zombie outbreak occurred, and she was rescued by Lo Hao, marking the tragic beginning of her ordeal. As she gathered her thoughts, the door to her room was forcefully kicked open. A hefty figure entered, brandishing a baseball bat, glaring menacingly at Qin Ning. Damn it, you burden. The Tang family provides for you, yet you return not a penny, leaving me without a private pool, unlike my fortunate sister. Tang Yu swung the bat towards Qin Ning's frail body. If he connected, she would undoubtedly suffer the same fate as in her previous life, with broken ribs. However, the current Qin Ning had survived 5 grueling years in the apocalypse and had dealt with far worse. She tossed her blanket aside, using it to blind Tang Yu momentarily before delivering a swift kick. Her grandmother's preference for male heirs, her father's infidelity leading to her mother's demise, and the burdens of household chores since the age of 4 had hardened her. Any minor deviation from their wishes resulted in physical punishment. Upon reaching adulthood, she was coerced into marrying a crippled man whose previous wife had died. Had she not excelled academically, securing a full scholarship to the Imperial Capital University along with a reward of 100,000, they would never have released her. When the apocalypse struck, She foolishly pursued the illusion of familial ties, risking her safety to save them, only to be betrayed as they pushed her down to secure a spot on the rescue convoy. Each incident remained vividly etched in her memory, impossible to forget. With renewed resolve, Qin Ning's actions grew fiercer as she grasped a nearby stool, striking Tang Yu with a heavy blow. Blood stained the blanket before she relinquished her grip, wary of the impending apocalypse and the potential for imprisonment. She donned her coat, stepping outside to retrieve a real estate agent's business card from the coffee table. Rather than allowing them to squander their mother's legacy, she resolved to sell the property and stockpile supplies for the impending apocalypse. She ventured into the yard, dialing a number. "Hello, is this Manager Wu?" Reeling in pain, Tang Yu struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with malice. "You worthless burden, die. Who are you to inflict harm upon her?" A vine erupted from the rose bushes in the yard, ensnaring the baseball bat with great force, while another vine wrapped around Tang Yu's legs, toppling him to the ground with a thud that echoed like a meteorite crash. Tang Yu, witnessing the vine seemingly come to life, was paralyzed with fear, urinating himself, his eyes wide with terror as he screamed, "The roses are possessed!" Before he could utter another word, a diminutive sprite, adorned with a flower crown and standing atop Lily of the Valley, appeared before him. "You grotesque buffoon!" She snapped her fingers, and Tang Yu fainted from fright. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Qian." The sprite turned towards the bewildered Qin Ning, offering a warm smile. Having long been accustomed to the bizarre realities of the apocalypse, Qin Ning regarded the sprite with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. "Who are you, and how do you know my childhood name?" Since her mother's passing, no one had called her by that name. This was not what she had envisioned. Encountering such a charming sprite should evoke surprise, yet the sprite's somber gaze sent shivers down her spine. "I am here to assist you." The onset of the apocalypse is a meticulously orchestrated plan by the Earth itself, provoked by humanity's reckless destruction. If mankind desires to avoid annihilation, the sole recourse is to repent to the Earth. Your rebirth signifies that you are the chosen one. Qin Ning paid little heed, resuming her interrupted phone call. "Manager Wu, I wish to sell the house. The sooner the better." Seeing her indifference, the sprite snapped her fingers, causing Qin Ning's heart to momentarily cease, collapsing to the ground. Just as she appeared on the brink of death, another snap restored her heartbeat. What in the world is happening? Chapter 2. With space at hand, what need is there to fear a lack of resources? The little sprite blinked her innocent eyes. "I have told you that I am here to assist you. You, being so astute, must understand the law of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, it merely transforms from one form to another. In simpler terms, as you receive the chance for rebirth from nature, you must expend your own energy in return." With a snap of her fingers, a banner appeared above her head, boldly proclaiming, "Green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver." She grasped Qin Ning's wrist, and a nearly imperceptible green thread manifested on her once smooth wrist, with a faint inscription of one. This represents the greening progress bar, as well as your life progress. You should be well aware that the discharge of nuclear wastewater from Country J has led to global pollution, frequent acid rain, volcanic eruptions, and various natural disasters, all contributing to the deteriorating state of Earth's environment. As the apocalypse approaches, the last vestiges of green will vanish, and it is your duty to plant vegetation in this desolation. Only when the progress bar reaches 100% will you truly come back to life, allowing humanity and the Earth to usher in a new era. Qin Ning gazed at the greening progress bar in her hand, her eyes simmering with indignation. She was not a savior. Why should she be burdened with such responsibilities? In this renewed life, her sole desire was vengeance and to live well. "I am called Gigi. From this moment forth, I shall be your steadfast partner in this endeavor." Ignoring Qin Ning's reluctance, she forcibly sealed their pact by holding her hand. However, a wave of dizziness washed over Qin Ning, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a warm and luminous space, lush with vegetation and the gentle sound of bubbling springs, a breathtaking sanctuary that astonished her. In her previous life, she had heard of spatial abilities, but never had she encountered a realm brimming with such vitality. The space was not vast, she could see its limits with the naked eye. As she advanced, she suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. What on earth is happening here? Remember, every seed you plant in the apocalypse opens up a square meter of space. As your greening progress increases, your abilities will also enhance. The hearing you possess now is a form of communication, enabling you to converse with flora and fauna. Observing the unexpected space she had acquired, Qin Ning's frown relaxed. She was at her nadir, but from now on, each day would be a step upward. This time, she would not allow anyone to harm her. Upon returning to her bedroom, Qin Ning powered on her computer and began outlining her purchasing plan on a blank document. The house left to her by her mother was in urgent need of sale, with a maximum potential of 3 million. Basic necessities were manageable, yet gasoline and firearms posed significant challenges. She would have to wait for the apocalypse to see if she could gather those supplies. Her slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and by the time she completed her preparations and saved the document, dusk had begun to settle. She turned to gaze out the window, where a crow perched atop a tree, cawing loudly to end that moment of eye contact. Qin Ning seemed to glimpse her own body lying on the operating table. At that moment, she must have been undergoing electric shocks, preparing to reopen her healing chest. Qin Ning, you fool. Do you think you are worthy to stand among us, the elite? Have you ever considered why Luo Hao is with you? It is merely due to your formidable healing powers. Qin Ning's hands involuntarily clenched, and with a loud bang, the door to her room was kicked open. Turning around, she was met with the slap of Tang Wan, her vampire-like father. Beast, how dare you strike your brother? Such disgrace is an affront to our family. This time, she would no longer yield, seizing his hand. Her voice dripped with cold disdain. Tang Wan, a bat with a chicken feather, who do you think you are? Her amber eyes, reminiscent of her mother's, bore into Tang Wan, instantly reminding him of her mother's gaze before her demise. The nightmares he faced nightly materialized before his eyes, his bravado waning as fear took hold, causing him to release Qin Ning's hand, unable to muster a retort. Tang Wan, I, Qin Xian, have cast a curse upon you for your abandonment of your parents. You best uphold your promises. Do not forget that Qin Ning is also your daughter. Yin Yin is dead. If you dare harm Yao Yao, I will haunt you as a ghost. Tang Wan, my son is the pride of the Tang family, and this wretched girl has gone too far. Wei Fong, his stepmother, interjected quickly. Teach this insolent girl a lesson. Our son cannot be bullied without consequence. Her words jolted Tang Wan from his nightmare. Qin Xian, that wretched woman, had been dead for over 20 years. It was her inability to bear a son that had led to his heartlessness. All of this was her own doing. What are you staring at? It's perfectly justified for me to beat my daughter. Now apologize to your brother. Qin Ning remained silent, fixing him with a gaze that could freeze the undead, stepping closer with deliberate intent. With a powerful swing, she struck him. You. What do you mean? Another blow landed, and as Wei Fong attempted to interject with insults, Qin Ning wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon both, ensuring fairness and transparency in her retribution. Tang Wan, reeling from the blows, crumpled to the floor. You've gone too far, Qin Ning. Get out of this house. You are not welcome here. His words sent Qin Ning into a fit of laughter. She dashed into the kitchen, seizing a knife, for if not now, when would she unleash her wrath? What do you intend to do? With a sharp reprimand, she swung the knife toward Tang Wan's precious asset. A wave of foul odor surged forth, and Qin Ning disdainfully discarded the knife. Useless wretch. Tang Wan, had your mother been a gentler soul, she should have done what I am about to do. You should count yourself fortunate this is a lawful society, otherwise I would not have missed my mark. You've lost your mind, you're insane. Qin Ning. Wei Fong screamed in the living room, but Qin Ning remained undeterred, turning her back on the chaos. Within 10 days, Qin Ning beheld the additional 3 million in her phone, satisfaction blooming within her. Casting a glance at the clock, she noted it was still early. Having worked in a supermarket before, she was well aware of where to procure affordable and quality goods. Thus, she promptly arranged for a truck and warehouse, setting off for the largest agricultural wholesale market in G City. As she entered the store, pulling out her prepared order, the proprietor was about to approach when Qin Ning, speaking with the rapidity of a presenter, declared, rice, black rice, glutinous rice, red beans, yellow beans, green beans, black beans, lentils, edamame, flour, rapeseed oil, olive oil, peanut oil, sugar, salt, soy sauce, and various other condiments, 500 of each. Please. The owner stared, jaw agape, at her rapid-fire delivery. Young lady, are you a host or a comedian? My small business cannot accommodate such an order. Her barrage of requests left the proprietor believing she was merely performing. Oh, you think I am jesting? In a flurry of activity, Qin Ning procured an impressive array of dried goods, purchasing 100 pounds each of mushrooms, black fungus, kelp, porcini, slippery jacks, chicken leg mushrooms, chicken chow mushrooms, bamboo fungus, and more from her employer's home. The owner of the store, filled with envy, eagerly led her to his own establishment. In the ensuing hours, Qin Ning acquired an assortment of dried fruits, snacks, mineral water, beverages, fresh vegetables, and freshly slaughtered meats. She made a point to buy several hundred fresh fish, recalling the little stream in her space, which would be ideal for them. As she prepared to return, she chanced upon a shop selling seeds, flowers, and saplings, almost forgetting her primary objective. Her very life depended on these seeds and saplings. Her generous spending at the market had already caught many eyes. Thus, with effortless ease, Qin Ning acquired a variety of garden seeds, including sunflowers, tulips, carnations, forget-me-nots, as well as grass seeds such as Kentucky, bluegrass, soybean grass, and creeping plants like periwinkle and magnolia. She also selected seeds for water plants, including water lilies and lotus flowers, alongside vegetable seeds like cabbage, potatoes, and leafy greens, in addition to various saplings. Once she resolved these matters, Qin Ning luxuriated in a hot bath at her rented villa in the suburbs. However, she did not allow herself to relax for long. She picked up her phone and began shopping online. With merely 3 days left until the apocalypse, Qin Ning decided to treat herself to a fine meal, as the arrival of the end times would mean no more dining on gourmet cuisine. Meanwhile, Wei Fong seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Where on earth has that wretched girl gone? She sold my house behind our backs, leaving me destitute, and at my age, am forced to hand out flyers in this mall." Her frustration boiled over as she cast a disdainful glance at her ineffectual husband, ready to strike him. "Don't slack off, I don't employ idle hands here." The boss reprimanded Wei Fong as he emerged, his demeanor shifting to a smile upon seeing a customer. That familiar voice sent a jolt through Wei Fong. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Qin Ning, and, in an instant, fury consumed her. She discarded the pamphlet she held and lunged at Qin Ning, shouting, "You shameless wretch! At last I've caught you. Return my house at once." Startled, Qin Ning narrowed her eyes at the disheveled couple, her expression laced with sarcasm. "Boss, there are a bunch of lunatics here, and they're ruining my appetite." The boss immediately grasped the situation. "Leave. This is your pay for today. Do not return." As Wei Fong saw Qin Ning attempting to enter, she lunged forward, clinging desperately to Qin Ning's legs. "You think you can escape?" she snarled, while Tang Wen rushed to assist Wei Fong, determined to prevent Qin Ning's flight. That moment, the sturdy beams above could no longer withstand the barrage of hailstones plummeting from the sky. With a resounding crash, the entire structure collapsed, but numerous vines caught the beams, offering a narrow escape for Qin Ning and the others. Pale and shaken, Qin Ning felt her limits being tested. Her ability to communicate with plants had reached its peak. Just as she attempted to rise and flee, an alto familiar stench of decay invaded her senses. Chapter 4. Is it fate or destiny? The exhilarating yet ominous voice confirmed her deepest fears. The emergence of zombies was imminent. A ghost. Wei Fong gasped, her face drained of color. Point 3 grotesque, decaying faces fixed their hungry gazes upon Qin Ning, their bloodied mouths gnashing hungrily at the sight of flesh. Was this the butterfly effect of her rebirth, bringing forth hail and hastening the apocalypse? The zombies wasted no time, charging at Qin Ning. Yet, she was no longer the timid girl of yore. Swiftly, she retrieved a blade from her space, prepared to defend herself. In a desperate bid for survival, Wei Fong shoved Qin Ning toward the oncoming zombies and retreated into an adjacent storage room, locking the door behind her. As Qin Ning attempted to steady herself, Tang Wen mercilessly yanked away her support, even going so far as to kick her knee. "Do not blame me for my ruthlessness today. Your demise serves as a lesson," he thought, retreating into the ruins, recalling the horror films had seen, believing that if he held his breath and remained silent, the zombies would overlook him. Indeed, Even if one were to start anew, the corrupt deeds would remain unchanged. As Qin Ning entered the space, she emerged from behind a zombie, swiftly severing its head with a single stroke. Yin cleanse the bloodstains with the spring water from space. It will not only purify the crystal core, but also lock in the energy within. Remember, the bodies of zombies serve as natural nourishment for seeds. Qin Ning understood this implicitly, directing her blade towards the zombie's vital points. In a quick motion, she extracted the crystal core from the creature's brain. Tang 1, witnessing Qin Ning's ruthless demeanor, slipped and collapsed to the ground in a state of panic. His heart raced with trepidation as he met Qin Ning's gaze, which was filled with fear. He swallowed hard, watching her approach with the blade in hand. This madwoman would surely not spare him. Desperately, he clutched a handful of ash, exclaiming, "Ning, I am your father, you cannot treat me this way." "Is that so? You are my father?" Qin Ning's blade advanced towards Tang when he raised the ash in a futile attempt to defend himself. But such a trivial gesture could not escape Qin Ning's keen eyes. In one swift motion, she severed his arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, a vivid red that appeared strikingly beautiful in Qin Ning's eyes from the storage room. A sudden scream erupted from Wei Fong, followed by the sounds of gnashing teeth. A smile crept onto Qin Ning's lips as she swiftly severed the lock on the door. Now a zombie, Wei Fong, upon catching the scent of Tang Wen's blood, lunged forward in a frenzy. "Save me, Qin Ning. I am your." Before he could finish, he was dragged into the dark room, followed by the sound of unsettling moans. The couple turned against each other. Such a fate was indeed quite a spectacle, was it not? Stepping out of the mall, she beheld the desolation outside. The tall buildings swayed precariously under the hail, while cars choked the streets, filled with those fleeing for their lives. The number of zombies was ever increasing. The current situation was far more perilous than in her previous life. With the Tang blade closely held to her side, a green reflection appeared in her pupils, mirroring the shape of leaves. "Qin Ning, kindly lead the way." The surrounding flora seemed to sense her voice, instantly guiding her forward. She dared not hesitate. Although the hail had ceased, it could return at any moment. Fortunately, her ability to communicate with nature shielded her, and wherever she tread, zombies were few. Pausing, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her space and drank it down, gazing at the sunset. The fiery clouds painted the horizon in breathtaking hues, mirroring the beauty of the apocalyptic era. As the sun set, the number of survivors dwindled. In the darkness, the sensitivity of zombies' hearing heightened, rendering even the slightest sound detectable. Relying solely on her own two legs, it would be a challenge to return by nightfall. It seemed she would need to procure a vehicle under the cover of darkness. "Help! Help!" A faint cry reached her ears, prompting Qin Ning to glance over. Beneath the rubble, a mother and daughter were trapped, the mother using her arms to shield her 3- or 4-year-old child. Yet, fate showed no mercy. Even if the child had survived the hail, she was on the brink of falling into the jaws of a zombie. Qin Ning watched as the zombie approached the pair. She chose not to intervene. Survival in this apocalypse was arduous enough for one, let alone for a defenseless child. "Yin, run." Qin Ning halted, recalling her mother's words about her elder sister, Yin, who had tragically drowned at just a month old due to their cruel grandmother. It was this lesson that made her mother overly protective of her. Drawing the Tang blade, she dashed forward, realizing she could never replace her sister, but since the name was now uttered, perhaps it signified her survival. Before her blade could descend, a bullet whizzed past her, striking the approaching zombie, the scent of gunpowder wafting through the air. Qin Ning immediately turned her gaze behind her. A man clad in a red floral shirt approached, his left hand adorned with a rosary and his right sporting a watch. "Be careful," he urged, swiftly wrapping an arm around Qin Ning's waist. Reacting instinctively, she kicked the zombie that had intended to ambush her, plunging her Tang blade into its skull. The man regarded her actions with a glimmer of admiration. As Qin Ning looked at him, the proximity allowed her to discern his features clearly. He was exceptionally handsome, at least in her opinion, yet his beauty exuded no warmth. Rather, it was intimidating. With sharp, attractive features and a striking red mole beneath his left eye, he radiated an alluring yet aloof aura. His half-long hair was tied back, and white gloves adorned his hands, adding an air of mystery to his tall, slender frame. Qin Ning averted her gaze, focusing on the mother beneath the rubble. Coldly, she stated, "You may leave, I will ensure her safety." In that moment, the mother felt an overwhelming sense of relief, her final breath escaping. "Mama! Mama!" cried the little girl, sobbing heart-wrenchingly, though this was not the time for tears. Qin Ning scooped the child into her arms, whispering, "Hush! Don't cry. Your mother will watch over you from the heavens." As she caressed the girl's head, her gaze turned shadowed and inscrutable. At this moment, she sought to comfort the child, while simultaneously easing her own heartache. In her past life, her mother had always lamented not being able to protect her sister. Now, she channeled that guilt into caring for this girl, finding solace in the emotional connection. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the temperature around her began to rise. The surrounding plants withered as Qin Ning realized the impending danger. "This is bad, we must leave." Chapter 5. Sheltering in a house, assisting in burial. What's happening? As night fell, the ominous clouds thickened, casting the city into darkness. Stray animals, hidden within the urban landscape, surged onto the streets, transforming the chaos into further turmoil. Vehicles fleeing the disaster swerved to avoid the erratic creatures, creating a cacophony of screeching tires and collisions. The oppressive air was pierced by raindrops that fell like daggers, striking the ground with a piercing sound. Ugh! The rain splattered against Qin Ning's arm, corrosive and searing, causing her flesh to bleed and become mangled. The scent of blood mingled with the rain, permeating the air. The zombies began to howl frantically, eager to feast on their delectable prey. Alas soon noticed the wound on Qin Ning's arm and furrowed his brow, shedding his jacket and draping it over her shoulders, then gently taking the child from her grasp. A thunderclap shattered the darkness, striking a power tower, plunging the entire city into true darkness. The sounds of cries and chaos echoed, overwhelming Qin Ning's senses. Li Su kicked open the nearest door, ushering everyone inside before locking it tight. In the dark, the fear of the unknown loomed large, especially in unfamiliar surroundings. He pushed the child to Qin Ning's side while drawing his gun, straining to listen. All clear. Qin Ning retrieved a flashlight from her space, illuminating the room with its glow. Her voice, hoarse and weary, revealed her exhaustion as the acidic rain began to blister her skin, leaving her feeling utterly drained against the doorframe. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies inside, Li Su instinctively shielded the others from the sight. He pulled out a portable flashlight from his pocket, lowering his voice, "Stay here." Cautiously, he ascended the stairs, the light illuminating the path ahead. She could hardly process the absence of survivors. Her head throbbed, and nausea threatened to overwhelm her. What was happening? "Elder sister, you're bleeding," the little girl exclaimed in terror, pointing at the blood seeping from Qin Ning's ear, tears streaming down her cheeks. This scene left Qin Ning, inexperienced with children, flustered. While comforting the child, she checked her ear in the mirror. What was going on? Gigi. The natural power within you reacts when nature is harmed, resulting in backlash. It is. Qin Ning rubbed her head, pondering the futility of her situation if this continued. Her demise would be exceedingly pitiable. She glanced at the two half-zombified corpses in the room, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Skillfully, she retrieved a shovel and other tools from her spatial storage. "If you lend me this house, I shall grant you a proper burial." Seeds were inserted into the bodies of the zombies, while she sprinkled the seeds with spring water from her space. Upon receiving this vital essence, the seeds began to flourish. As the seeds thrived, Qin Ning could distinctly sense a resurgence of power within her. The ringing in her ears gradually subsided. Outside, the wind howled violently, rain battered the land, and anguished cries filled the air, compelling her to cover her ears in an attempt to shield herself from the distressing sounds. The radio crackled with intermittent static, delivering a fragmented announcement. In recent days, our city has experienced frequent acid rain. Starting today, a new round of acid rain will be comprehensive across all districts. This morning, a black acid rain warning was issued, with expectations for the following. August 21st, 2043, Morning News Report. A sudden plume of acrid smoke wafted from the radio. Descending from the upper floor, Li Su encountered Qin Ning as she buried the corpses, an act both bizarre and rare. He said little, merely approaching her and offering a vial. "This is medicine for wounds inflicted by acid rain." Oddly enough, despite the previous years of acid rain caused by nuclear wastewater discharge and human pollution, the Environmental Protection Agency had effectively controlled it, and it had been quite some time since acid rain had fallen. Yet, this household possessed ointments specifically for acid rain and testing strips, despite lacking common cold and fever medications. He turned his gaze toward the rain and the wandering zombies outside, a scene of despair unfolding before him. He took out pH test strips, dipping them into the rainwater, which shifted from yellow to red. The acidity measured around 2, marking the most severe acid rain to date. No wonder there were countless casualties, yet he keenly observed that the zombies seemed unaffected by the acid rain. "Drink some water, little one," Qin Ning said, having just tended to her injuries. Her gaze fell upon a little girl in the corner, staring intently at her, and her heart softened. She picked up a cup and offered it to her. The little girl remained silent, reaching for the cup, but just as she was about to drink, Lucid rushed forward and knocked the cup to the ground. "Don't drink." His face displayed urgency mixed with a hint of reproach. "Do you mean?" Qin Ning was too weary to engage in further debate. She brandished a bottle of mineral water from behind her, shaking it in his direction. "Im not a fool." "Ah." A loud knocking reverberated at the door, the stench characteristic of zombies seeping through the cracks. The earlier commotion must have attracted the undead outside. She swiftly turned off her flashlight and moved to extinguish Liza's light as well. However, in a reflexive motion, Lucid turned to block her, seizing her hand. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and an aura of chill surrounded him. She was momentarily taken aback, her feet slipping on the wet floor, and with a thud, she fell against Lucid, causing his flashlight to fly from his grasp, flickering briefly. Before succumbing to darkness, Lucid furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but a soft yet calloused hand pressed against his lips, the faint scent of lily of the valley wafting into his nostrils. In the enveloping darkness, nothing was discernible except her amber eyes, which captivated his gaze. She placed her fingertip against her lips, silently urging him not to speak. Upon seeing him nod, she released her grip. The number of zombies outside was steadily increasing, attempting to force open the precarious door. With her tang-hung knife firmly in hand, her gaze was sharp and unwavering, fixated on the entrance. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, causing the zombies outside to turn and rush toward the source of the sound. "Help!" It was a girl's voice calling for aid. Liza's heart tightened as he pushed the person on him aside. "We must save her." Qin Ning rubbed her head, which had been bumped, rolling her eyes as she turned on her flashlight. "You can't save her." What kind of misguided altruism was this? In the face of an apocalypse, self-preservation was paramount. She rummaged through the refrigerator, astonished to discover its ample contents fresh vegetables, which were a rarity, along with plenty of dried goods and self-heating meals. Her gaze swept to one side, where she found boxes upon boxes of mineral water and instant noodles. Were they preparing to flee? No, that didn't seem right. The young couple in this house appeared to be quite resourceful. She didn't dwell on it further and took a bite of bread, glancing at the calendar on the wall, dated August 21st, 2033. This was 3 days before the onset of the apocalypse in her previous life, which had left her homeless and in dire straits. Lucid clenched his fists, witnessing the woman bitten by zombies, an expression of helplessness in his eyes. He turned his head and spotted Qin Ning eating bread. He put away his gun. "Lucid." "Qin Ning," she replied without raising her head, addressing the little girl. "Yin Yin, eat something." She pushed the bread forward, raising an eyebrow at Lucid, indicating he should sit down and eat as well. "Big sister, my name isn't Yin Yin. It's Huanqi." Huan means welcoming the new century, and 11 means joy on one's brow. What mattered was not the name. Huanqi was indeed delightful. "Then Huanqi, let's eat." "What's your name, big sister?" "My name is Qin." She gazed into Wang's eyes, and an impulse struck her. "Just call me Tantan, that will do." "Tantan, don't call me that." Qin Ning shivered at the unfamiliar man calling her Tantan. She glanced at the clock, speaking softly. "It's getting late, we should rest." She moved to pick up Huanqi for a nap. Huanqi grasped Qin Ning's hand and placed it in Liza's palm, her innocent smile radiating warmth. "No need," Daddy said. "Huanqi is a big kid, Mommy has to sleep with Daddy." She patted Qin Ning's hand and flashed a sweet smile at Lucid. "So, big brother and big sister can sleep together." She lifted her skirt and, with her little legs, began to climb. The two exchanged glances, an awkward tension enveloping the air. Lisu lowered his gaze to his hand as crows cawed outside, perching on the windowsill. He withdrew his hand first. Children don't understand. He stepped back a few paces, deliberately maintaining a comfortable distance for the girl. "I'll keep watch, you should rest." Qin Ning's demeanor returned to normal. Despite Li Zu's somewhat roguish appearance, his words and actions exuded a sense of fairness and integrity, prompting her to consider lowering her guard. Just as her taut nerves began to ease, her body exhibited immediate signs of distress. Dizziness set in, her vision blurred, and a wave of heat surged through her. Li Su detected something amiss with Qin Ning and stepped forward, but she held her knife before him. "Step back." She had witnessed too many instances where the weak were preyed upon in their illness. "Are you running a fever?" His tone was cool, yet his captivating gaze revealed a hint of concern. He set his gun on the windowsill, prioritizing the rescue of the hostage and, most importantly, earning her trust. "Li Su, police officer from Jingshi, badge number 00351. Your current condition requires treatment." A police officer? What nonsense! This was her first encounter with a long-haired policeman. What business did a Jingshi officer have in G City? Did he think her naive? Qin Ning tightened her grip on the knife. Before she could finish her sentence, darkness engulfed her, and she collapsed into a warm embrace. Li Su gazed down at Qin Ning in his arms, the familiar scent of lily of the valley washing over him, bringing an inexplicable sense of comfort. His heartbeat echoed in the stillness, thudding loudly. His ears flushed with warmth, and he forcibly averted his gaze, gently placing her on the sofa. He raised his hand to her forehead, which burned with fever, causing his heart to race. As he had suspected, her fever was severe. She needed antipyretics, or even if she survived, she risked becoming a fool. "It's so hot," she murmured, clutching Li Zu's hand tightly and pressing it against her cheek. "It's so hot. Mommy, Tanan, I feel so unwell." He gazed at Qin Ning's pale, yet aggrieved visage, memories flooding his mind. "Don't leave, Mom. Don't go." Qin Ning's grip tightened. He could distinctly sense the helplessness emanating from her. It was the first time he had felt such a profound shift in another's emotions. Qin Ning nestled against his hand, drawing warmth from his icy touch, her delicate lips conveying her dependency. "Don't go." "Qin Ning, have we met before? Why does your emotion stir mine?" Li Su closed his eyes, withdrawing his hand, moving to the window to inspect the bullets, 4 in total. It appeared he must make a swift return. "The knife shall serve as collateral for my loan to you," he declared, removing the stun gun from his left hand and placing it upon Qin Ning's. "Where is Brother Huahua going?" Huanqi inquired, her round eyes wide with curiosity as she stared at the departing Li Su. "Huahua." He paused, catching sight of Qin Ning, and lowered his voice. "Huanqi, brother's gonna fetch medicine for your sister. While I am away, will you protect her?" Huanqi glanced at the pale-faced Qin Ning on the sofa and nodded earnestly at Li Su. "Brother need not worry. Father has taught me how to care for mother." As dawn gently broke, the unconscious Qin Ning slowly opened her eyes, feeling parched and fatigued, so thirsty, so tired. "Elder sister Nian, you are awake." Little Huanqi rushed over, cradling a large cup of water, her steps light with joy. "Thank you, little Huanqi," Qin Ning responded, reaching for the water, only to have Huanqi command her, "No, elder sister Nian, this is for them to drink. Tap water is not for you, it will make you sick." Qin Ning glanced in the direction Huanqi pointed, where in the spot once occupied by the homeowner, beautiful sunflowers had bloomed. She hadn't anticipated that in just one night, the seeds she had carelessly scattered would transform into flowers. Those seeds she had casually picked were indeed sunflowers, symbols of welcoming new life and hope. She surveyed the room, finding no sign of Li Su. "Where is he?" "Are you referring to Brother Huahua? He went to find medicine for sister." She stared at the vanished Tang Hung Dao, anger at betrayal surging within her. Humanity indeed reveals itself in such ways they claim to be police. Yet they are no different. That it was her own complacency that had led to this. She must never let her guard down again. "Let's depart. If my brother returns and cannot find us, he will undoubtedly worry." Huanqi joyfully wriggles free from the grasp, holding on to Qin Ning with unwavering determination, insisting that her brother is still waiting for them. Last night, a multitude of monsters guarded the outside. They devour humans, yet her brother remains unafraid, for her sister requires medicine, and he has entrusted Huanshe with her care. Upon seeing Qin Ning unmoved, Huanshe's eyes brim with tears, her young age leaving her at a loss for words, leading her to resort to throwing a tantrum on the ground. Qin Ning, overwhelmed by the girl's cries, cannot comprehend why this child places such blind faith in Lucid. Could it be that, even at such a tender age, she recognizes the importance of appearances? She lifts Huanshe and prepares to leave, but Huanshe, in a panic, clutches Qin Ning's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, look, this is what brother gave you. Remember what Dad said about the sun bead bracelet he gifted to Mom long ago? It's something of great significance, too precious to let others touch." Her urgency transforms her speech into a torrent. She struggles to free her legs, leaps down, and rushes to the refrigerator. "Sister, look, brother didn't take anything with him." Upon seeing the untouched food inside, Qin Ning's resolve begins to waver. Could it be true that he went to fetch medicine for her? It is certainly plausible. Yesterday, he risked himself to save Huanshe, and now seeks to rescue a stranger, a police officer. He is inherently driven to serve the people, making it likely that he would seek out medicine for himself. Wouldn't it? The more she contemplates this, the heavier her guilt becomes. Could it be that she has wronged him? Qin Ning gazes out the window. The rain has ceased, and the sun peeks through. The street is in disarray, vehicles mangled, vegetation withered, and the soil scarred, with a few zombies still wandering nearby. It is now 8 in the morning in Kyoto. Since she fainted last night, he has been gone for at least 7 to 8 hours. Such a lengthy absence could mean he is in danger. Qin Ning knows that, regardless of the circumstances, she cannot abandon her last shred of integrity. He has encountered peril because of her. Therefore, she cannot forsake him. To do so would make her no better than Su Yalowin and her ilk. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Blood drips onto the floor, spreading like a stain, and in the next moment, a ravenous zombie lunges forward, and Lucid swiftly dodges. The medicine cabinet is toppled by the zombie, and in the chaos, Lucid draws his knife. As eerie sounds fill the air, the surrounding zombies converge, one after another, storming into the pharmacy and encircling Lucid. He glances at the lone bullet remaining, raising his gun to his temple. It seems the medicine will not be delivered. Chapter 7. The ground is not littered with zombies, but rather with glaring natural nutrients. A flying knife grazes Lucid's wrist, causing the gun to slip from his grasp. The sudden turn of events catches him off guard, and the zombies, upon catching the scent of Qin Ning, all turn in unison, in their bulging, gray-white eyes. Qin Ning sees an unmistakable greed, and from their gaping maws, blood drips, rising in steam upon the floor, the foul odor making her grimace. The zombies redirect their attention towards Qin Ning, their primal instincts igniting a frenzy. Isu's expression shifts from confusion to shock, and then to urgency and rage. Qin Ning, bewildered by the frenzied zombies, realizes now is not the time for contemplation. Using the fallen medicine cabinet as leverage, she leaps through the throng of zombies, tackling Lucid to the ground. Her long hair brushes against his face, the familiar scent and gaze stirring something deep within him, as if the most radiant oil tree flower were blooming in the desolate sea. Qin Ning, have we met? Lucid reaches out to push aside her stray hair, wanting to see her true visage. Before his hand can touch her, she slaps him, exclaiming, "Fool!" Qin Ning straddles Lucid, gripping his neck with a tone laced with relief and anger. "If you want to die, stay away from me." Had she arrived even a moment later, she would have borne the weight of another life lost. She has no desire to incur debts, especially emotional ones. Cough. Lucid's face flushes crimson. He raises his hand to pat Qin Ning's wrist, offering her the medicine from his pocket, his mouth slightly agape, as if to say he was searching for medicine. Upon seeing the medicine, Qin Ning cannot restrain herself. She releases her hold on his neck, snatches the medicine from his grasp, and tosses it into the creek. "Stop being so self-important. I have no need for your medicine." She opens the medicine cabinet in her space, pouring an entire drawer of cold medicine before Lucid. In a cold voice, she states, "See?" Her fingertips press firmly against the back of her hand, the deep imprint barely concealing the turmoil within her heart. She has lived a second life not to make friends. She wishes for unimportant people and matters to stay far from her. Isu rubs his neck, observing Qin Ning's emotional shifts. Though her demeanor is harsh and her voice icy, he can discern the genuine feelings behind her expressions. The fear and longing within her heart are magnified infinitely. He has never been a person of keen perception or emotional sensitivity. Perhaps he has always lacked emotion, habitually using indifference to shield himself from feelings. Yet, inexplicably, he can always see through her emotions. Why is that? He extends his hand, wishing to offer her his shoulder, sensing that she needs it. His arm encircles her shoulders, inviting her to lean against him. Her emotions seem to resonate with his own. Thankfully, crazy, she punches Li Su in the chest. If you're ill, take your medicine. Li Su refrains from speaking. They are merely strangers with a few encounters. Even if he feels the change in emotions, he ought to maintain his distance. He has overstepped. He surveys their surroundings. River, mountain, sky, and earth. This is truly another world. What is this? Qin Ning's gaze is fixed on the medicine drifting in the creek, her fists clenched. The inner turmoil driving her to grab candy from the shelf and pop it in her mouth. My space. Space? When Li Su's gaze turns toward her, she decisively withdraws her own, thinking to herself how verbose he is. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Hiding in this space is not a long-term solution. Fructose. He accidentally glimpses the candy box in her hand, his brows slightly furrowing. This fate. Qin Ning, do we know each other? The impulse within him drives him to boldly extend his hand. The intensity of his gaze is impossible for Qin Ning to ignore when she sees his outstretched hand. She swiftly kicks toward his kidney. Li Su sidesteps, catches her foot, pulls her back a step, and releases his grip. Qin Ning lands in a split on the ground. Shameless, Qin Ning chastises, rising from the ground, declaring, from now on, everything will go according to my plan. After saying this, she does not forget to kick Li Su on the foot. Ouch, that was ruthless. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning in Kyoto. Qin Ning gazes out the window, confirming her suspicions that the zombies are not so easily deterred. Li Su nudges her hand, signaling her to move inside. According to their agreed-upon plan, Qin Ning and Li Su will first plant the seeds, then use spring water to cleanse them, utilizing the collected zombie cores to stimulate the seeds' growth. At that point, Qin Ning could harness the power of the plants to trap the zombies, allowing Li Su to exit from the rear and retrieve his earlier vehicle, enabling their escape together. Yes, she gazes at the house filled with zombies. A tremor runs through her, instinctively gripping her clothing. Li Su, what are you truly thinking? They are mere strangers, brought together by circumstance. Is this all due to a sense of duty? She cannot fathom how Li Su endured the night. Now, with her memories from a past life, she is hesitant to take such risks. Is he a fool? As she looks at Li Su, her eyes reflect a mix of ambiguity, respect, and astonishment. It seems he can sense Qin Ning's discontent. Just as he reaches out, she raises her hand to ward him off. Cough! She produces a shovel, insisting that everything proceed according to plan. Be careful. Qin Ning does not respond, focusing solely on completing her tasks. Ding! Task 1 unlocked. Plant 5 seeds. Ding! Task 2 unlocked. Plant 10 seeds. Ding! Ding! Qin Ning's mind is in disarray, hands on her hips, wondering why there is no option to mute the incessant notifications. It's so annoying. Branches, your temperament is too unstable. Could it be that you have tendencies toward domestic violence? How terrifying. She silently silences the notifications, and her mind feels considerably lighter. Ding! Unlocking soon. Please assist. Qin Ning's amber eyes reflect green leaf patterns as the summoned branches emerge from the house, ensnaring the zombie's feet. She chuckles softly, drawing her tang blade, moving swiftly forward, dispatching one zombie after another effortlessly. However, she is not one to relish combat. She quickly breaks free from encirclement. Li Su opens the car door, performing a drift, urging her to enter. Hurry! Qin Ning races forward, grasping Li Su's hand, swiftly hopping into the passenger seat. With the door shut, she floors the accelerator. Phew! Finally out. Let's hurry to find Xiao Huanshe and then head to my home. The tension within Qin Ning eases as she slumps into her seat, closing her eyes to rest, the glaring sunlight streaming through the glass in her eyes. Li Su raises the sun visor. But just as Qin Ning prepares to relax, her brow furrows, and a flicker of panic crosses her gaze. Damn it. What kind of luck is this for us? Chapter 8. Is it not said that protagonists have a halo of luck? Why am I so unfortunate? Lucid still has not grasped the meaning of this phrase. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds obscured the sun. The rumbling noise erupted once more, as the sounds of explosions resonated along the main road, the source of which was a collision of vehicles as a horde of zombies materialized before their car, causing Lucid to furrow his brow. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle speeding past, as its tires crushed the zombies beneath. The windshield was splattered with a grotesque mixture of zombie flesh and blood, prompting him to decisively activate the windshield wipers. Just as he thought they had escaped the dire predicament, zombies plummeted from above. Landing squarely on the hood of the Lucid reacted swiftly, reversing the vehicle to shake off the zombie. It's coming. Qin Ning's voice was icy, yet tinged with an undercurrent of frustration and sorrow. She gripped her tang sword, poised for action. Who? Zero. With a leap from a towering building, Zero landed firmly in their path, clutching a severed zombie limb and gnawing on raw flesh. His white lab coat was stained with blood, and in that moment, he resembled a demon cloaked in an angel's garb. Unlike ordinary zombies, Zero moved with alarming swiftness, his joints far from the stiffness characteristic of initial-stage zombies. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, a stark contrast to the ashen gaze of typical zombies. Upon catching the scent of the natural power that drove zombies into a frenzy, Zero discarded the half-eaten zombie limb and twisted his neck, emitting a cacophony of bone-crunching sounds as he charged toward them. Run! Qin Ning sensed the murderous intent emanating from him, that if they did not hasten their escape, they would inevitably become Zero's next meal. Lucid also recognized the impending danger, flooring the accelerator and executing a drift to send the vehicle hurtling past the threat that a glance in the rearview mirror revealed Zero scrambling to his feet with astonishing speed, relentlessly pursuing them. Zero, the first infected by the H3O3 virus brought by a meteor from the heavens, possessed abilities far beyond that of ordinary zombies. They retained their professional skills from life and exhibited a sliver of intelligence. Capable of cannibalism, Zero could evolve into a zombie king through continuous consumption, commanding hordes of zombies. Aggressive, swift, and possessing keen hearing, Zero had an innate ability to dominate ordinary zombies and could temporarily command a handful to obey him through vocal signals. What a predicament to encounter Zero! Such a situation was exceedingly troublesome. Qin Ning had witnessed Zero's ferocity firsthand during the 5th month of the apocalypse, when she and her team were on a mission assigned by the base. On their return journey, they encountered Zero. Out of a 7-member team, only Qin Ning survived, relying on her unique ability to regenerate like a wildfire. With a sudden leap, Zero's massive hand came crashing down onto the car's engine. His neck muscles bulged as he prepared to overturn the vehicle. Get out! Zero hurled the car aside, and upon seeing the two escapees, he opened his mouth wide in excitement, unleashing a foul odor that was unbearable. Qin Ning sought to pull Lucid into her space for safety. Yet no matter how hard she concentrated, she could not access it. Even with Lucid's extensive combat experience, he felt an unsettling uncertainty in the face of Zero. Go first. Save one person. We cannot both perish here. Lucid tore the ID tag from around his neck and thrust it into Qin Ning's hands. Listen carefully. You take this, maintain your joy, and head to Kangport by the 15th. That if you encounter someone with a similar tag, follow her to District 10 of Kyoto. They will protect you. Drawing his knife, he initiated the attack. Zero raised his hand to strike Lucid, but he used Zero's momentum to push him away, switching the knife to his left hand and slicing downward to sever Zero's arm. Infuriated by the injury, Zero let out a roar and lunged at Lucid. Fool! Utilizing the power of vines, Qin Ning ensnared Zero's limbs and yanked Lucid back. What are you doing? I don't need this. She forcefully shoved the ID tag back into Lucid's possession. Listen, we owe each other nothing. Zero, now missing an arm, shrieked in rage. The zombies, responding to his command, surged forward. In a moment of confusion, one was seized by Zero, who bit down, crunching through bone and flesh. Lucid tightened his grip on Qin Ning's hand and pulled her away as they fled. The flesh on Zero's severed arm visibly regenerated, and as he fed, his golden eyes grew ever brighter. With a roar, Zero charged forward, wielding a scalpel, directly aiming for Qin Ning. Run! Li Su swiftly embraced Qin Ning and tossed her aside just as Zero's scalpel plunged into his back. Blood instantly soaking through his shirt, rendering it a crimson hue. Zero then flung Li Su aside, who crashed against a wrecked vehicle, coughing up blood. Li Su. Qin Ning attempted to utilize her unique ability, but the overuse of her power had caused her ears to ring incessantly, blood trickling from them, the pain causing her to whimper. She had a natural allure to Zero, who lunged at her with the bloodied scalpel. Qin Ning swung her knife to counter, but her weakened state rendered her ineffective, and Zero easily evaded her strike. Severe pain and ringing in her ears blurred her vision. Zero grasped her throat, lifting her as he intended to devour her whole, his foul mouth gaping wide, sharp teeth poised to sink in her neck. Let go! Each of Li Su's movements brought excruciating pain. At least 3 bones in his abdomen and back were fractured. Yet he had no time to dwell on his injuries. Struggling, he retrieved his gun from his waist, with only a single bullet remaining. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. The bullet flew toward Zero, striking him in the throat and splattering blood onto Qin Ning's pale face. Enraged, Zero cast Qin Ning aside and charged at Li Su with a furious howl. Woke up, Qin Ning felt as if her head might burst. Gradually sitting up and rubbing her throbbing temples, she realized she had entered the space. What was happening? Why couldn't she bring Li Su with her? Your natural power is unstable. Bringing someone in is a matter of chance. Now is not the time for such thoughts. If she was in the space, then where was Li Su? Where was Zero? Tian, it's a miracle you survived. Qin Ning's face bore a look of confusion. What do you mean by that? Gigi's voice carried a tone of relief. Someone has been cultivating for you, creating a dense natural power that saved your life. Understanding dawned on her, but then, did that mean Li Su faced Zero alone? The emotional pillar within her began to shake violently. No, she could not allow herself to owe this debt. She had to find Li Su. Qin Ning fell from the space and immediately locked eyes with the feasting zombies. Her presence attracted them, and the gluttonous creatures suddenly looked up, revealing their decayed, ghastly faces, blood-soaked jaws gnawing on a piece of flesh. Her heart sank at the sight of the crimson fabric, a sense of urgency surging within her. As they succumbed to the allure of a natural power, the zombies forsook the stale corpse, revealing their bloodied maws as they turned towards Qin Ning, their bodies stained and skeletal frames creaking as they lunged at her. Excited growls emanating from their throats. Clenching her knife tighter, the one solid stone in her heart began to crack, unleashing a chilling aura of murderous intent. Her crimson eyes betrayed her wrath as she raised her blade, striking down upon the approaching zombies' heads. The world around her faded into silence, save for the powerful voice within, resolute and commanding. Blood gushed forth as the severed head of a zombie toppled backward. Qin Ning's face splattered with gore, her gaze unwavering and fierce. The slaughter appeared effortless to her, as if she were playing whack-a-mole. The blood-soaked blade dripped onto the charred earth, creating a piercing sound, while the expressions of the zombies behind her grew increasingly grotesque and terrifying. Yet, Qin Ning remained unperturbed, her grip tightening on the knife, efficiently dispatching the remaining zombies. The slanting rays of the setting sun illuminated her face, her expression devoid of emotion, though her trembling hands revealed her true feelings. She gazed upon the ravaged corpse before her, a heart-wrenching sorrow unfurling within her. Other than her long-lost mother, she had never encountered anyone who fought so fiercely for her. A stranger, risking everything for her. Her grief could no longer be contained. Her nose tinged with bitterness, she pressed her hand against her heart, unwilling to feel this way. Why did it have to be like this? Why save her? Why allow her to experience warmth? Li Su, what must I do to repay you? Tears streamed down her cheeks. Qin Ning. A faint voice reached her ears, and she turned abruptly to see Li Su leaning against a fire hydrant. His shirt tattered, exposing the crimson stains and gaping wounds on his skin. Blood flowed freely from his injuries, his hands soaked in it, his pale face glistening with sweat and grime. His ponytail had come undone, blood-stained hair clinging to his face, his pale lips parted slightly, struggling to speak. "Alas." Her voice was imbued with delight as she rushed forward, pressing her hand against his wound, desperately attempting to staunch the bleeding. The sleeves of his white shirt were instantly stained crimson. Isu raised his hand to halt her movements, laboriously pulling the tag from around his neck and placing in her palm. "I'm truly sorry that I deceived you. I am not a police officer, but a member of District 10, tasked with a mission that I hope you can relay this message to my colleagues." Qin Ning disregarded his words. Retrieving a medical kit from her belongings, "I don't care who you are. Why should I assist you in your mission?" Her tone was icy, yet her hands trembled as she stitched, acutely aware of life ebbing away at her fingertips. This overwhelming sense of helplessness deepened her despair. Why must it be like this? Was she inherently unworthy of care? Was she destined to be a harbinger of misfortune, causing all who showed her kindness to depart? On the main road, a traffic accident had triggered a chain collision, compelling many motorists to abandon their vehicles and flee. The streets were crowded, each face reflecting terror and confusion, the cries echoing in Qin Ning's ears. She was deaf to the chaos around her, her sole focus on saving the life before her. Isu could sense the transformation within his body. His right hand began to stiffen. The exposed, delicate skin of Qin Ning's neck seemed to exert a fatal allure upon him, as he uncontrollably ran his tongue along his teeth, yearning to bite. Qin Ning's sorrowful emotions seeped into his heart, causing his vision to blur. The suppressed doubts surged forth, prompting him to lift his hand and brush aside her stray hair. "Qin Ning, have we met before?" The physical changes compelled him to struggle grotesquely. Aware that he was succumbing to zombification, with great effort, he suppressed his inner turmoil and pushed Qin Ning away, gripping the knife tightly and plunging it towards his heart. No. She dashed forward, covering his chest with her hand, blood flowing from her palm to the sunstone bracelet she held. Where the red flowed, green patterns emerged on the bracelet. Ding! The greening progress reached 2, successfully unlocking Task 10 and gaining access to the Gate of Life. A blue floral mark appeared on Qin Ning's forehead, and a butterfly with translucent blue wings emerged from it, scattering shimmering stardust over Li Su's heart. Patterns of life manifested behind her, while classical divine gate hovered above her, from which the blue spirit butterfly fluttered free. The golden orb, glistening brightly, rolled out from a corner, landing beside Li Su. Beneath the twilight, gentle rays illuminated the street as the blue spirit butterfly soared above the city, its dust bestowing hope for life. Li Su's body temperature began to rise, the signs of decay fading, and the bleeding ceased. Qin Ning was perplexed. She instinctively raised her hand to his nose, feeling his faint breath, a smile breaking through her impassive demeanor. The Gate of Life governs existence and demise, purifying humanity of the taint brought by nature's destruction, instilling hope for life. This lad possesses potential. He was bitten at 0 degrees. And after absorbing his strength, the Gate of Life will cleanse the impurities within him. Qin Ning's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she brushed aside the hair clinging to his cheek. "So hot. Is he feverish?" Rest assured, he has turned misfortune into fortune, gaining extraordinary abilities from his recent experience. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Kyoto, Qin Ning entered, the evening breeze carrying a delicate floral fragrance. In a vast field of sunflowers, a small figure dragged a toy shovel, her face smeared with mud, running towards her. "Mama, Tintin likes. Tintin, you're back." The child beamed, revealing a sweet smile. Regaining her composure, Qin Ning concealed her longing beneath a mask of curiosity. "Is this your doing?" "Yes." The child nodded obediently. "Seeds, plant, boom, grow. Beautiful." She swayed, and the sunflowers behind her seemed to sway in rhythm. "Mama said the sunflower father plants will save Mama Dada. So you are that person." A smile illuminated Qin Ning's face as she affectionately ruffled the child's hair, her eyes glimmering with warmth. "Let's go home." In the suburbs, where few resided and luxury villas dotted the landscape, safety was far superior to the city. "According to our supplies, we should manage at least a week. Once the city stabilizes, we can procure more food." How Ji's words rang true. Perhaps they would encounter something valuable. Emerging from the bathroom, Qin Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her body ablaze with heat. It was as if molten lava coursed through her veins, both hot and painful. How could I be feverish at such a time? She forced herself to endure the discomfort, reassured by the villa's isolation and the electric fence. Believing no one would intrude, supporting her head, she attempted to return to her room when a familiar voice pierced the air. How you? There's an electric fence. It seems this family is quite security conscious. If they possess such equipment, their food supply must be ample. That a woman with cascading waves of hair, clad in a tank top and a jacket, sauntered alongside a man with gold-rimmed glasses, with a flirtatious smile. She placed his hand on her chest, swaying her body enticingly. The man, clearly pleased, surveyed the villa, noting that among their trio of visits, this residence appeared the most well-equipped, accompanied by 5 robust companions, and with his extraordinary abilities and firearms. He felt invincible. He gestured for his subordinates to hand him a rock, weighing it in his hand before hurling it at the electric fence switch, causing smoke to billow with a loud crack. The door was kicked open by his minions. How you? There's a car. His subordinates pointed eagerly at the vehicle in the yard, greed glimmering in their eyes. Qin Ning leaned against the railing, her brow furrowed. How could it be them? Qin Ning. No, it should be Qin Biki. How dare you compete with me? Qin Biki, no wonder you caught the senior's attention. Looking so ostentatious, perhaps I should sample what you're like. Qin, gripping the railing tightly. Her knuckles whitened as the intolerable taunts echoed in her mind. Xia xiao xiao, zhou hao you. What a long time it has been. With a sharp crack, a corner of the railing crumbled beneath her grip. To remain in university, she had toiled to earn scholarships and money, all to convince Tang when to allow her to stay. Little did she know that after rejecting Zhou Haoyu's advances, he would retaliate against her with slander, violence, and near assault, forcing her to suspend her studies until they graduated. The door swung open, and Xia Xiao Xiao latched onto Zhou Haoyu's arm, swaying provocatively as she surveyed the room's decor. How you? Why is this villa so simply decorated? It doesn't resemble the home of the affluent. Years ago, they had visited Su Ya's home, adorned with luxury goods and artwork. This villa seemed ordinary, lacking even brand-name furniture. Could we have entered a house that hasn't been sold yet? Zhou Haoyu remained silent, his gaze scanning the room that he reached out to touch the table, which bore no dust, and noticed the simple furnishings. However, several potted hanging plants thrived on the shelves, indicating it was not an abandoned house. Moreover, numerous delivery boxes filled with food occupied a corner of the living room. Confident in his assumption, he ordered, "Stay here and find the food." He was utterly convinced that this household had stored ample supplies, possibly belonging to a reclusive influencer renting a villa for appearances. This stroke of luck would benefit them greatly. His subordinates sprang into action, rummaging through the second floor. When they attempted to pull open a door, it refused to budge. How you? The door is locked. Locked? Don't you know to kick it down? Need me to teach you? All right then. His subordinate summoned all his strength, kicking the door repeatedly. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 or 4 kicks, yet the door remained steadfast. Zhou Haoyu could no longer contain his frustration. Useless, as he stepped forward, a sharp blade whizzed towards his neck, narrowly missing him. Who? He glared at the bloodstained knife on the ground, his fury igniting. How you? Startled, Xia Xiao Xiao rushed to cling to his arm, trembling in fear. The atmosphere turned tense, everyone on high alert. If you have the guts, come out. Hiding in the shadows is cowardly. He drew his gun, pulling a subordinate in front of him as a shield. His cowardice and cunning were vividly apparent that a crisp insult rang out, and he pivoted toward the source. Yet, Qin Ning's knife struck from behind him. His extraordinary reflexes allowed him to grasp the nearest subordinate and thrust him towards Qin Ning. How you, my subordinate? The words died in his throat. Qin Ning swiftly withdrew her blade, bullets flying toward her. Fortunately, she evaded just in time. She aimed to seize Zhou Haoyu, but he was too vigilant, shoving Xia Xiao Xiao forward instead. Forced into a corner, Qin Ning had no choice but to take Xia Xiao Xiao hostage. Everyone get back! How you? Save me! Xia Xiao Xiao's voice trembled with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. Qin Ning. Oh, it is not correct. It is Qin Biki. You are still alive. After years apart, you have grown even more beautiful. The once tense nerves of Zhou Haoyu now relaxed. As he holstered his gun, adjusting his glasses, his gaze filled with avarice. scanning Qin Ning's form like a ravenous hyena. Upon noticing her unnatural flush, his tongue grazed his teeth, and lust magnified in his eyes. That repugnant expression forced Qin Ning to recall Zhou Haoyu's loathsome hands exploring her body. Had it not been for a benevolent soul alerting the authorities back then, she might have fallen victim to his desires. Having been reborn, should she encounter them again, she would ensure his hands were severed from him. It is Qin Biki. Release me at once. When Xia Xiao realized it was Qin Ning, she dismissed her entirely. Viewing her as a fool, timid as a mouse, the vibrancy of university life was owed to her. Had she not offended Suya, she would not be playing with people's lives for money, such a carefree existence. After graduation, she found herself missing Qin Ning. Qin Ning delivered a swift kick to Xia Xiao's vulnerable spot, eliciting a pained scream from her. In one swift motion, Qin Ning's blade sheared off a significant portion of Xia Xiao's hair. Silence, you fool! My hair! I will kill you! Qin Ning felt her internal temperature rising, her vision blurring that a swift resolution was imperative. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Xia Xiao, held at knife point, struggled fearlessly. Qin Biki, you are a wretched creature. Brimming with lewdness. How dare you think you can contend with me? You are but my dog, audaciously barking before me. I will make your life a living hell. Fool. Without remorse, she plunged her blade into Xia Xiao. Blood splattering across her face, trickling down her cheek. The chilling aura of murder left Zhou Haoyu stunned, utterly unprepared for Qin Ning's actions. You are oblivious to your impending doom. She discarded Xia Xiao like refuse, pointing her knife at Zhou Haoyu. Either you die, or you flee. She advanced relentlessly, the vines behind her extending menacingly, her eyes filled with murderous intent, causing Zhou Haoyu to display a flicker of panic. He raised his gun, but Qin Ning sought to intimidate him, aware that she was no match for him in her current state. Her blurred vision caused her to stumble, and it was this slip that Zhou Haoyu seized upon. Advancing swiftly to shoot her in the shoulder before kicking her to the ground. The vines lunged at him, but he, unfazed, produced a lighter, igniting a wooden stick to fend them off. Seize her. How dare a mere rabble threaten him? Zhou Haoyu kicked Qin Ning, crouching down to lift her chin with his gun. Despite the blood staining her fair complexion, her beauty remained undeniable. Qin Ning's allure was not akin to Xia Xiao's seductive charm. Hers was like a delicate lily of the valley blooming in a secluded valley, humble yet irresistibly captivating, leaving an indelible impression. The more he humiliated her, the more resolute she became. Despite her palpable fear, her amber eyes bore into him, igniting within him an inexplicable desire to dominate and toy with her, to make her submit. His restless hands roamed her face, finally pressing his foot onto her gunshot wound. Observing her furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips, his pleasure swelled within him. Qin Ning, you have slain my woman. You must pay the price. That a smug smile creased his lips as he used his dagger to unfasten the buttons of her shirt, exposing her alabaster skin, and greedily reached out. Release me. A bullet pierced Zhou Haoyu's palm, and all eyes turned towards the origin of the shot. Unbeknownst to them, a man had appeared behind them, clad in a shirt ill-fitting his frame. His face flushed, sweat-drenched hair clinging to his forehead, eyes gleaming with a golden hue, gripping his gun with white-knuckled intensity, emanating an aura of coldness. He was awakening his powers. Kill him. Zhou Haoyu, attempting to reach for his gun, realized it was long gone, and instead lunged at Li Su with a knife. Upon firing, Li Su discovered he had only a single bullet left. He discarded the gun, kicked aside a rushing thug, and scooped up the unconscious Qin Ning to escape. Pursue him! Just as they were about to close in, a sudden, intense pain coursed through their heads, forcing them to their knees, clutching their skulls in agony. Li Su shook his head, his body temperature rising, the strength in his hands waning, and he, along with Qin Ning, collapsed onto the ground. Her clothing lay open, revealing glaring scars on her abdomen. Brother, will we die here? No, brother will protect you. Brother, I will protect you too. I assent it. He brushed aside Qin Ning's stray hair, the figure from his memories merging with the one before him, that a pale smile graced his lips as he draped his shirt over her. I have finally found you. Thinking of escaping, Zhou Haoyu raised his knife, a mocking grin upon his face, A feverish individual still yearning to be the hero, he lunged forward, delivering a blade to Li Su's back, only to realize Zhou Haoyu's body was unusually resilient. Ignoring Li Su's counterattack, he brushed off the dust from his arm. "You shall perish. The grudge for the bullet must be avenged." His fist collided with Li Su, blood spilling from his mouth that he sought to resist, but under the fever's grip his fists felt like cotton. He kicked Li Su aside, reaching for the unconscious Qin Ning. "Damn woman!" His knife descended towards Qin Ning. "Release her!" Struggling to rise, Li Su painfully pushed Zhou Haoyu away, shielding Qin Ning beneath him. The blade plunged into Li Su, damaging his insides. Blood surged forth, splattering onto Qin Ning's face. The scalding liquid stung her, forcing her to groggily open her eyes as Li Su collapsed atop her. "Alas, Su. Li Su." Her voice, hoarse and urgent. "Someone dispose of the dead," Zhou Haoyu ordered, shaking his aching AR. An obedient thug seized Li Su, discarding him into the river. No. Qin Ning struggled to rise, but Zhou Haoyu's palm followed swiftly. "Qin Ning, this is the fate of those who oppose me. I suggest you do your utmost to please me." With that, he slapped her face again, relishing in her desperation, longing for her to beg, like a dog, to satisfy his desires. The temperature plummeted, the sun retreating behind clouds, the sky darkening as crystalline snowflakes fell, bringing a chill to the barren landscape. The snow thickened, covering the desolate roads, a fierce wind swirling with ice and snow, plunging the city into silence. Even the zombies vanished, leaving no sign of life in the dilapidated city. With a feeble breath, Qin Ning, burning with fever, was tossed into a corner, her pale, frail neck shackled with a dog collar, the other end tethered. Her vision blurred, sounds muffled. Only an ocean of sorrow and fury sustained her. She knew that if she could endure, everything would change. Zhou Haoyu approached with a meal, squatting before Qin Ning, lifting her chin, his rough fingers grazing her icy lips. "Qin Ning, if you are willing to lower your head and admit your faults, I shall treat you with tenderness." As he spoke, his hands traveled down her delicate form. Damn it! She wished fervently to be entirely oblivious to her surroundings. "Refusing to heed my warnings?" Zhou Haoyu slapped her, spilling the food onto the ground. "I shall see just how resilient your bones are." The snow fell heavier, the temperature plummeting further, the barren trees, rooftops, and ground becoming encased in thick ice. The snow piled 3 feet high, engulfing her from feet to head, gradually burying her beneath its weight. Huan Qi, clutching seeds in his hands, stood before Qin Ning, his eyes shimmering with golden light, his voice hoarse yet childlike. "Daddy said, Mommy is the treasure of the family, to be cherished and protected, never to be bullied." He buried the seeds in the snow that a voice crackled over the loudspeaker. "The final cold wave in our city is coming to an end. Temperatures will soon rise." September 1, 2043. Morning news. The next day, the clouds dispersed, the sun broke through, melting the snow, and a cluster of beautiful ball lily flowers bloomed in the corner. Huan Qi extended his small hand, and as he touched the flowers, they burst open, white petals revealing a pink heart within. "The sun is out." Huan Qi. Qin Ning opened her eyes. Upon seeing Huan Qi before her, confusion clouded her features. "How did you?" Before she could finish her question, Huan Qi suddenly turned pale, and in a rush, she grasped him tightly. Huan Qi. "Gigi, don't worry, she is just exhausted and asleep." Gigi touched Huan Qi, drawing him into a safe space. Qin Ning flexed her wrist and moved her body. Her wounds had healed. It was time to strike back. "Zhou Haoyu, your demise is nigh." Upon awakening, Zhou Haoyu intended to check on Qin Ning's condition. As he opened the door, a knife plunged into his shoulder. Zhou Haoyu attempted to withdraw the blade, but Qin Ning exerted all her strength, driving it deeper into him. Zhou Haoyu sought to wield his powers, but Qin Ning would not grant him the chance, pulling out another sword to pierce his heart. "Brother Haoyu." His underlings rushed forward, intent on slaying Qin Ning, but in that moment, she resembled a vengeful spirit from hell, offering no mercy. As the wind swept through, carrying the scent of blood, the spirit butterfly emerged from Qin Ning's forehead, absorbing the metallic tang in the air. "Li Su, wait for me." Chapter 12. Die zombies. She wiped the blood from her cheek, her gaze sweeping over the corpses behind her. With a snap of her fingers, the vines in the room extended, ensnaring them, while the spirit butterfly dissipated the stench of blood. Glancing at the time, she noted that less than 10 hours remained until the golden rescue window of 48 hours. Eli's situation was perilous. She had to locate him without delay. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had left countless people frostbitten, but the zombies that survived the storm would have successfully transitioned into their adult phase, their speed and reflexes greatly enhanced. This was the most dangerous time for humanity. Eli was gravely injured, yet she believed he was still alive. His powers were on the brink of evolving, and his mortal wounds would be mended. The government began issuing urgent notifications, planes overhead continuously broadcasting to those on the ground. Emergency notification. An unknown virus is sweeping the globe, with large-scale zombie attacks reported. Please ensure your safety and do not neglect any injuries. Stay indoors and do not venture outside. Supplies will be airdropped. Secure your doors and windows and await rescue. Qin Ning gazed at the planes flying overhead, her brows furrowed. In her past life, the nation had established 4 major bases within a month, led by the Sihai County Base in District 7, the Shanhua County Base in District 10, the Shihuan County Base in District 3, and the Rizhao County Base in District 9. However, the promised airdrop supplies were halted after 3 days due to a snowstorm lasting 3 months, which resulted in a drastic population decrease of 1/10. Many perished in the bitter cold. She lifted her gaze to the snow-covered road, where the vegetation had been corroded by acid rain. Her ability to communicate with nature was suppressed, rendering her powerless. She recalled Lucid telling her that he was from District 10 and had only passed through City G for a mission, since he intended to meet his companions at Kangport. And the river near the villa area led there. It was highly likely he would follow the waterway to reach Kang. Determined, she retrieved a vehicle from her spatial storage and sped towards Kangport. As the car roared to life, a foul stench filled the air, causing her to frown. She shut the car door and looked out, realizing that the zombies hidden beneath the snow, drawn by the scent of her natural power, were emerging from the ground, each one opening its gaping maw, their faces ashen, eyes bulging, fixated on Qin Ning. They charged towards her, and without hesitation, she floored the accelerator, crashing into the foremost zombie. The wheels crushed its flesh. Splattering crimson against the white snow, one zombie was flung into the air by another, landing heavily on her hood, jolting the C.A.R.A.S. She reversed. Another zombie clawed at her rear tires, while others punctured them with their claws. Damn, these creatures are surprisingly intelligent. If it weren't for the suppression of my abilities, I wouldn't be trapped by these little monsters. With no other option, she drew her Tang-Hung sword. This would be a hard-fought battle. Kicking open the car door, she sent the zombie clinging to it flying, leaping out of the vehicle. Her blade struck with precision, severing the heads of the zombies like they were mere playthings. Blood staining her clothes. The relentless wave of zombies, devoid of reason, continued to rush at her, one after another. With 5 hours remaining until the golden 48-hour mark, Qin Ning took a step back, using the car door to propel herself onto the roof. Damn, can these zombies reproduce infinitely? The more she killed, the more appeared, drawn to her scent. Her right hand trembled as it gripped the knife. If this continued, even her healing abilities would be exhausted. She glanced at her watch, realizing she could not afford to linger. Although Lucid possessed powers, the current environment was hostile to human survival. If his injuries were too severe to endure the awakening of his abilities, the situation would become even more dire. She had to hasten her search for him. Yet the zombies surrounding the car would not grant Qin Ning an opportunity to escape. They clamored to climb aboard. And if this persisted, she would be torn apart by this horde. Ji, do you have any means to conceal my natural power? This is going to get me killed. Ji replied, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Qin Ning, it seems I have no choice but to gamble. She tightened her grip on the zombie core, rotating the crystal within her body. The surrounding air began to shift. Coalescing in her palm as a surge of power erupted, sending the advancing zombies flying. The core unleashed its energy in an instant, amplifying her strength. But this power could only last for the duration of a single incense stick and would inflict severe harm on her body. As the fallen zombies rose, new ones surged forward, determined to devour Qin Ning alive. With 1 hour remaining until the golden 48-hour mark, she coughed up blood, retreating as she leaned on her knife for support. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, her right hand shook, unable to hold the weapon. Damn! She spat out blood, and the spirit butterfly flew from her forehead, weaving through the zombies' bodies, purifying the miasma to mitigate their assault. Finally, she had a moment's respite, leaning against the car and gasping for breath. This was truly troublesome. Tearing a strip of cloth, she bound the knife to her hand and recalled the car into her spatial storage. If I hide in there, will these creatures leave? GG. Not likely. The natural power you've released has attracted too many zombies. These mindless beings will not relent until they feast upon you. Great. It seems they've made me their target. Qin Ning wasted no time arguing. She took out a shovel and began digging pits one by one, planting seeds, relying on her communicative abilities. The zombies broke through the spirit butterfly's interference and charged at her. The vines ensnared the zombies, and Qin Ning flanked them from behind, delivering a decisive blow to one of their heads. Even with the aid of the vines, her strength waned, and the threat of the core's backlash took its toll, resulting in a clawing attack on her back. This only excited the zombies further. With 10 seconds remaining until the golden 48-hour mark, 10, 9, 8, Qin Ning coughed up blood as her knife was knocked from her hand. Leaving only 10 zombies in the vicinity, struggling to rise, she summoned a new Tang-hung sword from her spatial storage. She could not afford to fall here. She had far more important matters to attend to. Just 10 zombies. She wasn't afraid of them at all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a resounding thud, Qin Ning collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The zombies surged towards her, their excited roars echoing. Chapter 13. What is yours is yours. The sky darkened, and the temperature continued to plummet. Snowflakes gathered in the overcast sky, and as the wind blew, the snow began to fall gently, mixing with the blood on her garments. Bang! With a command. The advancing zombies exploded from within, their bodies torn asunder, scattering across the snow-laden ground. The snow was 3 feet deep. Stepping into it, one's calves would be submerged, and the howling winds ushered in a chilling air that caused breath to crystallize. Li Su removed his coat and draped it over Qin Ning, his eyes betraying his urgency. His panic caused him to stumble in the snow, yet he held her tightly, shielding her from harm. I'm sorry, I'm late. Gazing at her pale face, guilt prevented him from lifting his head. You foolish girl, I finally found you. Captain, a woman with a sharp bob cut approached, a medical kit in hand. Captain, you're injured. Let me handle this. She stepped forward to take Qin Ning from Li Xud, in no need that he would not relinquish her to anyone. Inside the vehicle, Li Su cranked up the heater, turning his face away while tightly gripping Qin Ning's hand. Qiwan peeled back the fabric of Qin Ning's clothing, revealing the horrific wounds on her back, her brow furrowing in concern. What kind of torment had she endured to sustain such ghastly injuries? But as she parted her lips, Li Su understood her intent. I will bear all the consequences. He handcuffed their wrists together. Qi Wan's eyes widened in astonishment. Since when had the captain become so irrational? She couldn't help but glance at Qin Ning. The girl was undeniably ethereal, yet the captain had encountered countless beautiful women. He had remained composed even when beautiful women offered themselves to him. Now, for one woman, he had become so reckless. She caught sight of the sunstone bracelet on Qin Ning's wrist, her shock deepening. The captain had even given away such a precious item. Was he truly prepared to break his vows? Her heart raced, but her hands remained steady. Outside, the snowstorm intensified, gradually obscuring visibility. The car's radio announced, "Our city will soon experience a new wave of cold air, with temperatures plummeting rapidly that it is expected to last for 3 months. Please take care to keep warm." September 2, 2x33. Cold sweat trickled from Li Su's palms. Though his eyes were shut tight, his expression remained devoid of emotion, yet his left hand clenched the sugar box. A telltale sign of his anxiety. It's okay. Qiwan packed away the medical kit, noticing the captain's hand crumpling the sugar box. It's all right, she murmured. He slowly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze revealing longing. Qiwan discreetly allowed them their privacy. Qin Ning's gaunt face suggested she had endured considerable hardship over the years. I'm sorry, I couldn't keep my promise. He raised his hand and gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair from her forehead. It's been a long time. You little fool. Qi Yuan gazed at the multitude of zombies sprawled across the ground, unable to suppress her admiration, giving a thumbs up. This girl was truly formidable, single-handedly fending off so many zombies. No wonder she had caught the captain's eye. She turned to glance at the two individuals in the vehicle before hastening forward to survey the nearby road that a glimmer caught her eye. And she cautiously drew the gun from her waist, stepping forward with care. Something crystalline, shining like a jewel, gleamed in the zombie's skull. What could this be? Using a nearby knife, she pried open the crystal core. Just as she was about to pick it up, her attention was diverted by seeds scattered in the snow. How could there be seeds here? Following the acid rain, the soil had been ravaged. It was impossible for plants to grow. Yet surprisingly, a few pine trees stood tall. How strange. Looking at the seed in her hand, she was puzzled and ultimately discarded it, the seed falling into the zombie's body. Absorbing the power emanating from the crystal core, ding, task 11 successfully unlocked, receiving primary purification fluid, capable of expelling impurities from the body and enhancing physical strength. Qin Ning slowly opened her eyes. Greeted by the sight of Li Su's concerned gaze, she found it hard to comprehend. Could someone she barely knew worry so much? You're awake. Li Su's eyes brightened with palpable excitement. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she averted her gaze and, upon raising her hand, realized her wrist was handcuffed to his. What was this? Li Su said nothing further, his expression shifting as he unlocked the cuffs. How do you feel? Much better. Qi Yuan, noticing Qin Ning had regained consciousness, quickly approached the vehicle. Behind her, amidst the swirling snow, lay a vast expanse of rapeseed flowers. At 8 o'clock in the evening in Kyoto, Li Su busied himself in the kitchen while Qin Ning was settled in bed to rest. In the living room, only Qi Yuan remained, tasked with entertaining Huanqi. She stared in shock at Huanqi, who was engrossed in playing with Lego, her eyes widening uncontrollably, even forgetting to snack on her favorite walnut-flavored sunflower seeds. It was uncanny. She couldn't help but shake her head, unable to shake the feeling. This child bore an astonishing resemblance to the captain, with those amber eyes that mirrored Qin Ning's perfectly when they claimed the child was adopted. Who could believe such nonsense? The captain had always been known for his ascetic lifestyle. Rumor had it he had never even watched a movie. Everyone speculated that he was either incapable or gay. But they had all misjudged him. The captain was far from innocent, and this child was already 3 or 4 years old. Wait, she and the captain had been assigned an undercover mission 3 years ago. Spending all that time together. When had this happened, he had concealed it well. She glared at the captain's retreating figure, realizing why he was so protective of Qin Ning. Goodness, it turned out she was the child's mother. A wicked smile crept on her lips as she leaned in mischievously. Huanqi, you really love Lego, don't you? Yes, Mommy likes it, and Daddy uses Lego to make Mommy happy. Huanqi gazed at Qi Yuan's lewd grin, unable to suppress her instinct to cover her eyes. EW. Creepy aunt. No, why did this child start crying at the drop of a hat? Sister Wanwan, will you play with me? Huanqi instantly displayed a triumphant smile. Then I want to play dress up with dolls. Qi Yuan felt as if she were facing a formidable opponent. No wonder she couldn't outplay the captain's child, regardless of size. Dinner's ready at the dining table. Qin Ning observed Qi Yuan's ghostly makeup, stifling her laughter. What on earth happened? It's all because of the captain's bad influence, Qi Yuan replied, forcing herself to correct her words. I S it for the doll, Huanqi. Fortunately, she managed to change her phrasing just in time, causing Qi Yuan to gulp down a glass of water. Cough, cough. Qin Ning shook her head at Qi Yuan, offering her a tissue. Take it slow. And thank you for today. Qi Yuan smiled. IT was the captain who saved you. By the way, Ning, do you like Lego? She pointed to the Lego toys behind her. Yes, I bought it specifically to stave off boredom during the apocalypse. The captain had been discovered by her, and she would not let him deceive her. Her discerning eyes never faltered. By the way, Ning, do you know what this is? Qi Yuan pushed the crystal core toward Qin Ning. Qin Ning regarded the crystal core in Qi Yuan's hand and replied nonchalantly, a crystal core. Zombies as reverse beings should not logically exist, yet the presence of the crystal core renders their existence justifiable. Zombies sustain their bodily functions through the energy contained within the crystal core, and the powers we acquire can be enhanced by absorbing the crystal's energy. Qi extended her hand, and green vines coiled around the crystal core. The absorption of power revitalized the crystal within her body, akin to a refreshing spring rain, invigorating her spirit. Ning, you truly know so much. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more. After all, having lived a second life, her knowledge had undoubtedly expanded. She popped a piece of meat into her mouth, and a sudden rush surged through her mind, her pupils dilating. The tender, juicy morsel was like rolling in the grasslands, perfectly showcasing the exquisite flavor of lamb. What a chef! For the first time in years, she savored such delectable fare. The special forces from District 10 were as adept in the kitchen as they were in combat. Truly the her.Alas, observing her delight, couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling like honey, captivating enough to draw one in. He silently pushed a glass of juice forward and offered her a tissue. She was still the same, eating with her mouth while crumbs fell from her chin. The curve of her lips was impossible to suppress. So skilled. How dare you hide this from my discerning eyes? District 10 isn't a monastery where marriages are forbidden. Why the need for secrecy? Cough. Captain, I want a tissue too? And juice. Li Su regarded her with a piercing gaze, causing Qi Wan's previously mischievous demeanor to instantly shift to one of submission. She wasn't worthy. She needed to fend for herself. After dinner, Qin Ning retrieved the primary purification fluid from her space and handed it to Li Su and Qi Wan. This can strengthen your physique. Just treat it as a beverage. Explaining would be too tedious. She picked up Huan Qi, saying, "Come, let's build a house together." Qi Wan examined the purification fluid in her hand. Her curiosity piqued, but she thought little of it. Seizing the moment, she nudged Li Su's arm, saying, "Captain, you needn't hide it anymore. I already know." Seeing Li Su remain silent, Qi Wan smiled knowingly, deciding to spare the captain some face. She understood men well enough. "It's getting late. I'm off to bed. I sleep like a log and hear nothing." She raised an eyebrow at Li Su before darting upstairs. "Captain, you must rise to the occasion. My hints have been ample." Li Su suddenly felt he had been too lenient with them, allowing their audacity to flourish. Just then, his shirt was tugged, and he looked down to see Huan Qi pulling at him. "Brother, come play with me." She led Li Su away in her room. Qi Wan contemplated the purification fluid, eventually deciding to drink it. Lying on the bed, she closed her eyes to rest. Before long, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her body heating up, as if impurities were being expelled from within her, leaving her feeling particularly uncomfortable. She struggled to rise, but her body felt as heavy as lead. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The morning sunlight streamed through the window at 6 o'clock, illuminating the bedding. Qin Ning opened the window, inhaling the damp air, realizing it had likely rained lightly the previous night. This was a rare moment of tranquility in the apocalypse. She was about to head downstairs for a cup of tea, savoring the remaining beauty of life when a piercing scream from Qi Wan shattered the calm. The door burst open, and an unpleasant stench wafted out as a grimy, sticky creature resembling a lion emerged. What on earth was going on? Qin Ning, unable to contain herself at the sight of Qi Wan's disheveled appearance, remarked, "You should wash up. It seems the impurities are quite potent." She covered her forehead, stifling a laugh, relieved she hadn't drunk it herself. Tea turned out the effects were quite explosive. Having been busy in the kitchen since early morning, Li Su, witnessing Qi Wan's dramatic reaction, felt embarrassed for District 10 and quietly retreated into the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Observing the lively scene in the house, Qin Ning felt for the first time that having company was far better than being alone. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing after all. She stepped into the yard, noting that the damaged electric fence had been repaired by Li Su. The snow had melted somewhat due to last night's rain, leaving the yard looking bare. It seemed it was time for her to roll up her sleeves and start beautifying the garden. The acid rain had caused her ability to communicate with nature to wane, so she needed to expedite the greening process. Without further ado, she opened her laptop and began planning. The yard needed to be divided into a vegetable patch. Although she had plenty of supplies in her space, she couldn't afford to become complacent. She also needed to carve out an orchard. Fresh fruit was far superior to dried goods, and a flower garden would add a touch of vibrancy. Perhaps she could plant a few money trees outside. Wealth was always welcome, regardless of the era. Branches, Dian, walking barefoot on the soil allows you to feel the natural energy more intensely, which benefits your ability to communicate with nature and the creatures of this world. All right, she examined her plans, picked up a hoe, and got to work. Stepping into the soil felt surprisingly pleasant, making the labor effortless. Here, she would plant cabbage, and in this row, potatoes. She needed to construct a trellis for cucumbers. Elisu prepared breakfast and observed Qin Ning laboring in the yard, silently removing his apron. She still enjoyed tending to flowers and plants just as she had before. Unfortunately, she likely didn't remember him anymore. What do you plan to plant in this empty space? Lisu asked, taking the hoe from Qin Ning and pointing to a corner of the yard. Flowers, I think, she replied, searching through a box of seeds. Let's plant roses. I love them. She was just about to start planting when Lisu abruptly took over, saying, You go rest and have breakfast. I will handle the planting. Qin Ning glanced at the fragrant Yoqiao in the room and conceded he was right. Silly girl, still the same as before, fond of roses. Meanwhile, an airplane from G-City took off amid the looming snowstorm. Broadcasting. Survivors who receive this message should proceed to Kangport by the 15th, where the ships will take everyone to the Sihai County base. Qin Ning leaned against the railing, recalling how she had once received this same message and followed the rescue team to the Sihai County base. Back when she was covered in injuries and nearly fell prey to zombies due to Tang One and the others that I in this life, she would never make the same mistakes again. Sister, I want to play too. The joyful Huanji tugged at Qin Ning, exclaiming, Sister, let us plant a cherry tree. Dad says Mom loves cherry cake the most. Qin Ning beamed. I love cherries too. What a coincidence. Chiwang, freshly bathed, looked at the busy family of three in the yard. Deciding she did not want to be a third wheel. Checking the time, she thought it best to prepare lunch. By the way, when are you all heading to Kangport? Li Su paused in his work. Having heard the earlier announcement, Qin Ning, will you be joining me to Kangport? Are you really going to Kang? Suddenly, a loud bang startled the three in the yard, prompting them to rush indoors. It's nothing. Nothing. Just the microwave exploding. Chiwang held a spatula, with bits of exploded eggs stuck to her hair and a soot-covered face. Qin Ning surveyed the chaotic kitchen, suppressing a gulp. Chiwang, you kitchen killer. Don't you dare come near my kitchen again. Chapter 15. He just can't bear to leave the plants in the yard thrived, nourished by the zombie bodies. Qin Ning watched the greenery progress to 3 on her wrist display. Feeling lighter and more adept at utilizing her abilities, with a flick of her fingers, the plants began to sway in rhythm. Such control had been beyond her grasp before. Captain, we've received word that Elder Chen wants us to head to Kangport with the 15th and rendezvous with the vice captain. Zhuang handed the message to Li Su, who had clearly been reluctant to part with Qin Ning and Huanji. However, according to the regulations of District 10, they could not have outsiders accompany them on missions. Li Su remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Ning in the yard, his brow furrowed in conflict, before nodding. Captain, perhaps we could let Qin Ning and Huanji visit the Sihai County base to greet the folks from District 7. When we return to the Shanghai County base, we could pick them up from Sihai County. It's safer for them to be with us. Agreed. Qin Ning examined the reward in the form of a swordsmanship manual and acknowledged its usefulness. As a novice, proper instruction might allow her to master the craft. Retrieving her Tang Hung knife from her storage, she prepared to step out for some practice against zombies while also nourishing the plants in the yard. After all, she must not neglect them. Where are we going? Li Su asked, flipping through the manual to practice. Are you coming? Now that she had grown closer to Li Su and the others, the previous distance had dissipated. Sure. 20 minutes later, their vehicle halted 3 kilometers from home on Wanjia Road. Qin Ning retrieved another Tang Hung knife from her storage and handed it to Li Exud in Ogons. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble. After tying her hair back, she opened the car door, and the previously aimless zombies on the road began to converge upon them, drawn by the scent of natural energy. Lisu's psychic energy expanded fully. He could only sense up to 100 meters, and once zombies entered his psychic domain, they would be locked on a dot if necessary. He could unleash a mental attack, causing them to explode from within. Qin Ning charged forward, wielding her Tang Hung knife, eager to assess her recent progress. Initially clumsy, she soon found her rhythm after dispatching a couple of zombies, mastering the techniques outlined in the manual. Li Su did not engage directly, instead controlling the zombies' speed. knowing he needed to prepare Qin Ning for survival. To his surprise, she was more formidable than he had anticipated. Gone was the crying, stubborn little girl from years ago. She had become self-sufficient. Throughout their journey, Qin Ning had transformed into a relentless zombie reaper, with not a single wandering zombie escaping her blade, while Lucid silently collected their cores. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qin Ning felt her powers waning, and as she caught a whiff of her own sweat, she grimaced. That's enough. We should get ready to head home. She fetched a shovel from her storage. The final step was to bury the bodies. Lucid stepped forward, placing the cores into her hand, and took the shovel to begin his work. True to the saying, teamwork makes the task lighter. Qin Ning approved of Lucid's efforts. She planted seeds while he buried the corpses. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the pristine snow, their figures leaving behind footprints and patches of green seedlings. Breathing life into the earth. Ding! Task 12 successfully unlocked. Obtain extraction pellets, which can dissolve zombie bodies into pellets for easy storage and enhance plant growth by 10. These pellets were excellent. There would be no need to store zombie bodies in her space for later nourishment of the plants. Big brother, what do you think those two are up to? They seem quite skilled at killing zombies and even have a vehicle. Keep an eye on them. Yes, big brother. The car radio crackled to life. Recently, the temperature in our city has dropped sharply due to a group of thieves has escaped, killing 6 individuals. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and avoid traveling alone. Morning News Report, September 14, 2x33. After dinner, Qin Ning brought down 2 large boxes from upstairs and placed them before them. I heard from Chiwang that you'll be heading to Kangport tomorrow for a rendezvous. So I prepared some supplies for you. This dreadful weather is expected to last for 2 more months, and the sun won't reappear until the end of November, so I've gathered some warm items. Chiwang, munching on potato chips, looked on curiously. Qin Ning, how did you know the cold would last until the end of November? She certainly couldn't reveal that she had experienced it in her past life. The radio, you probably didn't pay attention. That's impossible. With the acid rain, hail, and snow, aside from military communication equipment, all other devices are down. Right now, survivors receive messages via planes, and many devices won't be restored anytime soon. Goodness, you've got it all figured out. Better safe than sorry. She also pulled out 2 cores and placed them in her backpack. Though cultivating with cores was beneficial, one must be cautious not to weaken their foundation. Are you not going to Kangport? Lucid pushed the cherry cake toward her, his tone suggestive. Qin Ning cradled the cake, reclining on the sofa. She was familiar with the Sihai County base. Having spent her previous life there, so logically, she should go. However, until she gained sufficient strength, she had no intention of meeting old acquaintances. Moreover, entering the base meant navigating through a crowd, which brought its own complications. I'm not going. It's quite nice here. As Qin Ning reached for the cake that had fallen on her clothes, a hand swiftly intervened, wiping it clean with a tissue. Luc's gaze darkened. He couldn't change Qin Ning's mind, yet he felt uneasy leaving her behind while he ventured into danger. Chiwang noticed the captain's turmoil and decisively lifted Huangji into her arms. Huangji, let us go. Today, Annie Chiwang will help you sleep. As she left, she lightly nudged Lucid with her elbow, signaling him to think carefully. Qin Ning, have you been here all this time? How have you fared over the years? I'm sorry for not taking you with me back then and losing you. Yes, aside from school, I've never left G-City. That's so. Qin Ning picked up her milk cup, about to nod, but suddenly recalled an incident from her childhood. Never mind. Explaining it would be troublesome. Right? It's good to be familiar. His gaze fell. Not remembering was perhaps for the best. Those memories were not worth cherishing. As Qin Ning saw him stand to leave, she called out, "Good night, good night, good night. Nian Yin, may the rest of your days be smooth and peaceful." Chapter 16. At the brink of crisis, the plummeting temperatures posed greater challenges for those seeking supplies. And at this moment, a box of instant noodles reached unprecedented value. Zombies wandered sporadically in the snow. Boss, after trailing them for so many days, I got the scoop. There are just 3 adults and a little brat in that villa. Though it seems only 2 possess abilities, that place is quite peculiar. In this heavy snow, their yard is lush and green, making one suspect they're hiding some secret weapon. The man referred to as boss had a buzz cut and a long scar above his left eye. Clenching a cigarette, his face bore a fierce expression as the cold intensified. Their vehicle froze, making the prospect of venturing out for food nearly impossible. If this continued, they would perish not from zombies but from the bitter cold. Yet the Scar Man was right. That frail-looking woman was ruthless against zombies, and he felt a twinge of panic just watching her. Moreover, that man seemed capable of controlling the zombies. Boss, we need to make a decision. With a furrowed brow, the scarred man was visibly irritated, scowling at the weeping figure before him. He forcefully kicked the ragged woman in the corner, sending her sprawling to the ground, deeming her worthless. Advancing menacingly, he grasped a scrap of her clothing, tightening his grip around her throat, warning her not to further provoke his ire. The woman stifled her inner terror, suppressing her sobs. Perhaps we should consider collaboration. A voice unexpectedly resonated within the villa, causing the three individuals present to spring to their feet, their expressions alert. Who dares to speak? The scarred man conjured a fireball in his palm, hurling it recklessly around the villa's perimeter. Just when their focus wavered, a sudden, excruciating pain struck the scarred man's head, causing him to collapse on the ground. As another man approached, he found a knife pressed against his back, leaving him paralyzed with fear. What do you intend to do? The scar man bellowed, attempting to draw their attention while reaching for his own weapon. But his actions were swiftly thwarted by the unseen assailant. I have already stated my intention to cooperate. The villa's entrance swung open, revealing a man pushing a wheelchair. The occupant, exuding an air of intellect, bore eyes filled with sinister intent, betraying his true nature. Collaboration? Indeed, I believe you have noticed their presence as well. Above the city, an aircraft circled, broadcasting an announcement. Survivors of our city are urged to proceed to Kangport today, where the Navy of Zone 7 will escort you to the base in Seahai County. Survivors who hear this announcement should make their way to Kangport today. Having completed her sword practice, Qin Ning leaned against the doorframe, cradling a warm bowl of soy milk, gazing at the aircraft overhead. Li Su and his companions were set to depart for Kangport after lunch. Their brief time together had fostered a sense of reluctance at the thought of separation. After all, humans are inherently social creatures. What are you pondering? Li Su asked, draping his coat over Qin Ning's shoulders, the chill in the air growing more pronounced by the day, though thankfully the heating within the house remained intact. Oh, nothing much, Qin Ning replied, stretching lazily as she ambled toward the kitchen. What shall we have for lunch? A smile crept upon Li Su's lips as he observed the softness of Qin Ning's hair. Just as he reached out to touch it, a sudden voice interrupted. Is anyone there? The iron gate rattled with urgent knocks. In an effort to conserve energy, Qin Ning had unplugged the external electric grid. And with the foliage in the yard acting as sentinels, she had felt secure. Yet today was an anomaly, with someone daring to knock at her door. She retrieved a tang-hung knife from her space. Prepared to investigate, Li Su, more composed than Qin Ning, raised a hand to halt her, signaling for her to sheath the blade. He stepped outside, where a man and woman stood waiting. The man had a face marred by pockmarks, with shifty eyes and an expression of desperation. The woman trembled in his embrace, her skin bearing marks of past violence. Upon noticing Li Su, the man tugged the woman's clothing upward, pleading, "Please, help my wife. She is with child." The woman's gaze was dim, instinctively resting a hand on her belly, revealing the harrowing scars on her wrist. It was evident to anyone not devoid of sense what she had suffered. Qin Ning's demeanor darkened, her icy glare fixed upon them as she brandished her weapon with a nonchalant defiance. Leave. The man was taken aback, not expecting such a response from a woman, and stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Secretly squeezing the woman's arm, he elicited a gasp of pain from her. "Please, I beg you, my wife is truly in dire straits." "And so what?" Qin Ning retorted, standing on her toes to rest a hand on Li Su's shoulder. Lightly tapping his back, Li Su shared a knowing smile, unleashing his psychic domain, discreet vines ensnaring the man. The vines possessed properties of paralysis and control, causing the man's eyes to glaze over. "Now, tell me, who else is with you? What abilities do they possess?" "I have 6 individuals behind me, all of whom are ability users. Our leader wields fire abilities. I'm a variant of the Sparrow. .1 is exceptionally fast. Another a Mantis variant. One has acute hearing. And there is another, a fireball hurtled toward the man, igniting chaos. What the hell are you doing?" The vines recoiled at the touch of the supernatural flame. And the man snapped back to awareness. "Boss, I swear I know nothing." Enraged, the scarred man delivered a kick, cursing the man's ineptitude. His fireball crashed through the entrance, igniting the plants in the yard. Qin Ning's fury ignited in tandem. These were her treasures. She leaped forward, aiming her blade at the scarred man. Just as her weapon was about to connect, a figure suddenly appeared beside her, delivering a forceful kick to her side. Had Li Su not intervened in time, she would have been unable to evade it. Such speed! Qin Ning realized that their adversaries had never intended to leave them alive. The mantis variant, in conjunction with the sparrow variant, pressed ferociously toward her vital points. Li Su pulled Qin Ning back, his psychic domain locking onto their foes, rendering them as marionettes. Break. However, a mental assault from behind shattered Li Su's control, forcing him to retract his energy as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "You are also a psychic ability user," a figure emerged, pushing the elderly Yin forward. "Your opponent is me." The rivals' excitement surfaced upon seeing Li Su, eager to test their psychic prowess against this novice. "Be cautious. Their intent is malevolent." Li Su sensed a palpable hostility emanating from his adversary. The scarred man's fireball aimed at the flora in the yard, threatening to incinerate everything in its path, including her cherished sanctuary. Determined, Qin Ning lunged at the scarred man, her blade poised to strike. Just as she was about to make contact, Fei Mao executed a swift kick to her abdomen, brandishing his weapon toward her. "Watch out!" A vibrant green vine descended from the second-floor window, wrapping around Qin Ning's waist and pulling her to safety, narrowly avoiding Fei Mao's attack. Just as relief washed over them, a mantis blade severed the vine, and the man descended from above, claws sinking mercilessly into Qin Ning's shoulder, staining her pale attire with vivid crimson. "Qin Ning!" Li Su attempted to break free, but an overwhelming psychic force sealed off the only escape route. "Your opponent is me." The adversary regarded Li Su with predatory intent, fixating upon him like a hyena eyeing its prey. He had sensed Li Su's pure psychic energy since his first arrival, and now he sought to exploit it. The gluttonous hunger in his gaze was unmistakable. Li Su found himself ensnared within the rival's psychic domain, an energy starkly different from his own, yet imbued with a bloodthirsty stench. Echoes of wailing reverberated in his mind, and he clamped his hands over his ears in a futile attempt to shield himself. The more he struggled, the louder the lamentations grew, each cry more haunting than the last. Old Yan's eyes glimmered with admiration. His efforts over the past 10 days had not been in vain, having consumed the psychic energy of numerous individuals, their anguish far beyond what a mere novice could withstand. Qin Ning, incensed by the devastation of her garden, drew her Tang-hung knife, severing the claws that gripped her shoulder. "Get your filthy paws off me!" The man, having lost both feet, howled in agony as he plummeted from the sky, crashing into the snow below. Matsi, the scarred man, taken aback by Qin Ning's resilience, had grossly underestimated her. "I will take your life to avenge Matsi. Let us see who accompanies whom to the grave." Within Qin Ning, her energy surged, rapidly mending her shoulder wound. The scarred man, now visibly shaken, demanded, "What manner of creature are you?" Qin Ning smirked, leaping into action, her dual blades at the ready. Years of relentless training had honed her skills to perfection. The scarred man, a mere thug, faltered against her relentless onslaught, launching fireballs haphazardly in her direction, a useless wretch relying solely on abilities. Qin Ning's eyes glowed crimson as she closed in swiftly, kicking his knee to leverage his momentum. Then leaping to plunge her blades into his shoulders, blood splattering across her porcelain complexion. "Drip! Drip! Boss!" Fei Mao, startled, turned to flee, for he was a coward at heart. "You think you can simply walk away after ravaging my sanctuary?" Qin Ning withdrew her blades, blood spraying forth as she hurled one directly into Fei Mao's back. Just then, a mantis blade lunged toward her, bullets aimed at his vital points, forcing him to retreat. "Be careful," and Ning Chiwan occupied the highest vantage point, steadying her sniper rifle as vines encircled the mantis blade from behind. Understood. Qin Ning extracted her other blade, causing the scarred man to scream in agony, startling the snow from the trees, which fell upon Matsi's lifeless form. Silence. Qin Ning delivered a kick that sent the useless thug crashing to the ground. She wielded a knife, striking towards the mutated mantis. While Qi Wan employed vines to restrain its movements, Qin Ning pressured it, forcing it to retreat step by step, her body marred with multiple wounds. "What are you waiting for?" roared the mutated mantis. A gun was pressed against Qi Wan's temple. "Don't move. When did you appear behind me?" Qi Wan thought. After years of training, she should have sensed anyone approaching. Yet, this individual had silently materialized behind her. "Lower your weapon." The one-eyed figure coldly fixated on Qin Ning, warning that if he wished for her to live, she must comply. Qin Ning furrowed her brows, perplexed at how this person had managed to go undetected, even by her. Upon seeing Qin Ning lower her knife, the mutated mantis snarled. "Damn it, that was ruthless." That T lunged at Qin Ning with a blade, but she raised her hand, and a bullet whizzed past her face. "I told you not to move." In that moment, Qin Ning was caught in a dilemma. Unable to act, her wounds healing slowly while the mutated mantis displayed a twisted excitement. "Old Yin, can you consume her and gain her abilities?" The spiritual array's old Yin gazed intently, chuckling softly. "Let's find out. This girl is tender, perfect for brazing." It dawned on Qin Ning that old Yin was not a psychic-type ability user. He was a devourer, one who possessed no powers unless he consumed others, with only a minuscule chance of gaining their strength. His aura was thick with resentment, clearly having feasted upon many, rendering him more grotesque than a zombie. Li Su, danger. Just as Qin Ning intended to act, a putrid stench permeated the air. Zombies! The scent of blood from their earlier clash had drawn a horde of zombies nearby, numbering over 100. "Old Yin! Zombies!" The mutated mantis's face contorted in terror at the sight of such a multitude. Enveloped by desire, Old Yan's sole focus was on Li Su as he approached with a grin. Placing a hand on Li Su's shoulder, "Stop struggling. Become my ally." He opened his mouth, revealing shark-like teeth, a plume of black smoke billowing forth. "Damn it, lunatic!" With danger looming, he shouted at the one-eyed figure upstairs. "Aren't you leaving?" This outburst provided Qi Wan with a momentary distraction she needed. She seized the gun from his grasp and delivered a swift kick. Qin Ning, seizing the opportunity, plunged her knife into the abdomen of the mutated mantis. She released all the potted plant from her space, using the power of communication to seal the entrance, while a spiritual butterfly emerged from her forehead, siphoning the scent of blood from the air. "Li Su," she advanced with her blade, striking against the barrier, but a surge of black energy surged forth, forcing Qin Ning to retreat. "Give me your power." Old Yan's eyes widened, veins bursting with rage, his face flushed. How could this be? He was clearly in an advantageous position. Li Su snapped his fingers, and with a resounding bang, Old Yan's head exploded, black resentment erupting forth as the barrier shattered. Li Su quickly retreated, coughing up blood. "Li Su!" Qin Ning rushed forward. "Are you all right?" Just as she was about to heal his wounds, a figure emerged from the black smoke, declaring, "Then let us die together." A hand pressed a bomb, hurling it towards Qin Ning. "Watch out!" Li Su leaped to shield her. A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the entire area, while the zombies outside stirred restlessly. Chapter 18. The triad of gossips unite outside. The snow fell heavier, blanketing the ashes and seemingly concealing the yard's dilapidated state. Green vines ensnared all the zombies, leading them into pre-dug pits. While the captain and the others awakened, a mutated crow, drawn by the scent, landed on the second-floor windowsill, its deep green eyes fixed on Qin Ning. Glowing ominously, the door swung open, and upon spotting the crow, the intruder was startled, hastily stepping forward, only to trip over his own feet and crash to the ground, startling the crow into flight. "Who?" A blade grazed his hair, embedding itself in the wall. The commotion drew Qi Wan's attention downstairs, prompting her to drop what she was holding and rush upstairs. Ning, "It's a friend." Qi Wan dashed up to find Qin Ning in her pajamas. Her long hair tugged as she held a hand around Su Wen's neck, her foot pressing firmly on his. "Let go." Qi Wan smacked Su Wen on the head. "Why are you hitting me?" She attacked first. Su Wen protested, looking quite aggrieved. He had come to deliver medicine, but upon seeing the crow, he tripped, nearly getting stabbed as he scrambled to his feet, only to find himself caught by her grip. You think you have a right to complain? Chi-Wan draped her coat over Qin Ning, helping her to the bed while casting a scathing look at Su-Wan. Meanwhile, Qin Ning was still in a state of confusion. What was happening? The situation unfolded as follows. After receiving the news, they rushed over to deal with the zombies outside and handle everything with care. Realizing this, Qin Ning felt her previous actions might have been a bit excessive. She lifted her gaze to meet Su-Wan's reproachful eyes. Humph. Chi-Wan patted her shoulder. Don't mind him. He's just like that. Who are you calling like that? I haven't even left yet. Qin Ning chuckled. Speaking of which, Li Su's power as a devourer should not be underestimated. Facing him could lead to severe injury or, worse, a loss of consciousness, rendering one a living corpse. Concern marred Chi-Wan's expression as she recalled checking the captain's condition. While external wounds were manageable, internal injuries were a different matter without proper equipment, and with the heavy snowfall blocking the roads, they lacked optimal solutions for the time being. Recognizing Chi-Wan's expression, Qin Ning's heart sank. I have to go. She sprang from the bed, racing towards Li Su's room. Wait, Ning, your shoes. Qin Ning burst through the door, a gust of cold wind hitting her, making her instinctively pull her coat tighter. Why is the window open? Her brow furrowed as she approached to close it, noticing fallen petals on the windowsill. Rose petals. Peering outside, she saw the yard ravaged, save for a lone rose standing in the corner. There's still a survivor, she mused with a slight smile, shutting the window. The person on the bed lay pale and devoid of color, their long hair spread across the pillow, clutching a flower petal that must have drifted in earlier. Touching their hand revealed an alarming chill. Was this a teammate? Such carelessness. Qin Ning silently chastised, tucking their hand under the covers, then brushing her fingers against their forehead, as a surge of ability entered their body, confirming the severity of their injuries. Fortunately, a fragment of power within the crystal shielded their brain's nerves. Downstairs, a group of people surrounded a gleeful figure. Come, brother, have some candy. Oyi's face was painted with shock as he glanced at Chi-Wan behind him. Whispering, Chi-Wan, tell me honestly, is this girl the captain's? Don't try to deceive me. This is obviously a shrunken, transformed version of the captain. Look at those amber eyes. They're identical to the girl upstairs, though Mo believed it to be true. The reality was otherwise. Chi-Wan shrugged helplessly. Mo, let's ignore these strange uncles. I'll take you to play with Legos. Hey, who are you calling a strange uncle? I'm clearly the team's youngest member. Mo protested, running to the deputy captain's side, linking her arm with his. Deputy, you're so clever. Am I right? The man whose arm she clung to wore a look of disdain and shot her a glare, causing Mo to retract her hand and retreat to the opposite corner of the sofa. Qin Yin pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his arm where Mo had clung to. No, Captain, you're overreacting. Upon meeting Qin Yin's murderous gaze, he swallowed the last word. Stop causing trouble. We still don't know the captain's condition. Another individual on the sofa, cradling a sniper rifle, was polishing it with worry etched across his face. Don't worry, with a Ning around, the captain should recover soon. Qin Ning withdrew her hand, her lips pale and her body drenched in sweat. Having recently acquired her abilities, she had attempted to repair a human brain, a complex endeavor that drained her powers, leaving her utterly exhausted. Fortunately, with Li Su recovering, she felt a sense of relief, just as she stood. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed. Ning. As Li Su opened his eyes, Qin Ning fell into his embrace. He swiftly lifted her back onto the bed. Ning, can you hear me? Seeing her bewildered expression, he prepared to head downstairs to find Chi-Wan. Her hand grasped his wrist, softly saying, I'm fine. I just needed a moment to adjust. I'm all right now. By the way, your team members are looking for you. Qin Ning rose from the bed, adding, if they're the next time, I may not be able to save you, Captain. Su-Wan and Mo rushed forward, pushing the door open, only to witness Qin Ning descending from the captain's bed. They were left aghast, unable to close their mouths, and hastily retreated downstairs. What is going on with you two? How is the captain? Chi-Wan started to approach, but Su-Wan grabbed her hand, vigorously shaking his head. The expressions on their faces suggested they had discovered something shocking. Su-Wan pulled her into a corner. You won't believe it. Both Mo and I saw it. Qin Ning just got off the captain's bed. Mo nodded vigorously. Who doesn't know our captain isn't keen on women? This is the first time. A girl, a bed, pajamas. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, her gaze tinged with confusion as she fixed her eyes on the two individuals who had fled in disarray, looking at them as if they were simpletons. Indeed, there was a generational gap. She descended from her bed, intent on returning to her own room. Elisu observed her bare feet and let out a soft sigh. Crouching down to lift her foot, Qin Ning stared in astonishment at the man who was lowering his head to put shoes on her. It's cold. You must take care of yourself. Upon meeting Lisu's overly concerned gaze, Qin Ning abruptly turned her head, questioning the appropriateness of such behavior between mere friends. She bit her nails, her brows furrowed tightly. It was just like before. Whenever she felt anxious or conflicted, she resorted to nail-biting. How old was she now? He pried her fingers apart and shoved a green candy in her mouth. Change your clothes and come downstairs. With that, Lisu went downstairs to meet with his teammates, leaving Qin Ning alone. How did he know she liked lime-flavored candy? Chapter 19. My disinterest in men as dusk settled in, a blanket of white obscured the view, devoid of any other colors. In this apocalyptic world, anxiety gripped the hearts of many, and amidst the silence lay a palpable fear of the undead and a fervent desire for life. Isu cradled a cup of hot tea in his hands. His eyes filled with worry. 3 years ago, he had departed from District 10 to undertake a mission. That time, he had told Old Chun that he would fulfill this task satisfactorily, both for professional and personal reasons. Hoping that he would take care of his health. 3 years later, he should have flown directly back to Kyoto, but upon learning that the flight would pass through City G, he chose to linger, wishing to see the place where Tian had once lived. This decision ultimately delayed his return to Kyoto, where Old Chun had fallen gravely ill, and he was unable to be by his side to care for him. Is this what they call being unable to have both fish and bear's paw? What are you thinking about? Qin Yin asked, pulling a lighter from his pocket and placing it before him. This was given to me by Old Chun before he left. He said he has heeded your advice and quit smoking, and you should also follow his words and complete your mission well. Lisu ran his fingers over the lighter, gazing out the window, contemplating the road ahead. It seemed he could no longer remain in this limbo. Ultimately, a choice had to be made. Tian, I am so sorry. I have broken my promise once, and now I must do so again. I wonder if I should feel relieved that you have forgotten about your ungrateful elder brother. Qin Ning leaned against the sofa with a bag of potato chips, her eyes fixated on the two exceptionally handsome men by the windowsill. What were these two up to? Were they in a romantic liaison? Chi Wan, who happened to pass by, spat her milk back in her cup upon hearing this. Ning, tread carefully. That joke is far from amusing. She gestured toward her neck as if to suggest a throat-cutting motion, for heaven knows what happened to the last person who made such jokes. They ended up buried at the hillside by the vice-captain. All right then, it was just a joke. But speaking of which, it seems like your captain has been in a rather foul mood since earlier. Upon mentioning this, Chi Wan's expression soured slightly, likely due to Old Chen's condition. Qin Ning replied, that's too complicated to explain. Are you aware of the news regarding the largest drug lord in City D, known as the Polar Bear, being captured 22 years ago? At that time, she was only 4 years old, preoccupied with thoughts of survival at home. How could she have known about such events? The greatest contributors to capturing the polar bear were the captain's parents, who had acted as undercover agents. However, as they were escorting the polar bear to prison, he was rescued. After lying low for 5 years, they captured the 13-year-old captain, bringing him to Country M, where he endured 6 years of torment. On the day the captain's parents rescued him back to the country, they were killed by the polar bear's gunfire. The captain, newly rescued, was in a state of extreme breakdown, not uttering a single word, exuding an aura of gloom that deterred anyone from approaching him or listening to his inner thoughts. That it was not until Old Chun brought the captain back to District 10 and took care of him that he slowly began to recover and regain his normalcy. Thus, for the captain, Old Chun was the most vital figure in his life. The news brought by the vice-captain was that Old Chen's old illness had relapsed, and now, amidst the apocalypse, medical resources were scarce. Yet, the captain bore heavy responsibilities and could not remain by Old Chen's side to fulfill his filial duties. I never realized he had such a tragic past. How coincidental. What do you mean by coincidental? Qin Ning waved her hand dismissively, for reminiscing about sorrowful past events only brought more pain. In light of this, Perhaps it was best to let him have some solitude. Qin Ning curled up on the sofa with her plant encyclopedia, alternating between reading and munching on potato chips. The garden lay in ruins. She had to restore it as soon as possible. Huanqi scuttled over, snuggling into Qin Ning's embrace and tugging at her hand. "Stop reading, Sister Tian Tian. Come play Lego with me." Seeing Huanqi's pitiful little eyes, Qin Ning's heart softened. "All right." He approached with a cup in hand, cautiously probing for information. "Qin Ning, didn't you and the captain know each other before?" You and Huanqi look remarkably alike, especially those amber eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning couldn't help but cup Huanqi's small face, examining it from side to side. "You know, Huanqi, have your eyes always been amber?" She distinctly remembered Huanqi's eyes being dark brown during their first meeting. Could she have misremembered? Huanqi huffed, clutching her Legoed. "My eyes are exactly like Mommy's. Amber-colored, it's hereditary, passed down through the female line." The Huanqi's proud demeanor elicited hearty laughter from everyone present. "Indeed, indeed. My dear Huanqi, we truly are fated. Your sister also has amber eyes, similarly passed down through the female line." Huanqi, hearing the laughter directed at her, crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks, resembling a little Jerry mouse. When she saw their continued amusement, she angrily burrowed into Qin Ning's embrace. "Stop teasing me. I was wrong. I was wrong." Qin Ning, with Huanqi in her arms, pulled her down to the ground, letting her play Lego beside Uncle Kai. "This scar is from childhood. You remember?" Li Su's abrupt voice shifted the atmosphere into an awkward silence. The air was thick with gossip, as a group of young men feigned engagement in other activities while their eyes remained fixed on the unfolding scene. "Remember what?" Qin Ning asked, bewildered. What was going on with this person? Wasn't he just sulking a moment ago? Now he seemed to be fully revived, bursting with curiosity, realizing his previous behavior had been a tad inappropriate. Li Su awkwardly retracted his expression. "I was just curious." "Oh." Qin Ning furrowed her brows slightly. "So curious." Huh. "Truth be told, I don't quite remember either. Perhaps I was unfortunate enough to be stabbed once. I was told I almost didn't make it. I spent a whole month in the intensive care unit. If the hospital hadn't waived my fees, I might have died long ago. Thankfully, the hospital had shown benevolence. Otherwise, with Tang Wen's poor character, she would have certainly met her demise." "A hospital that doesn't charge fees? Which one is that?" He asked, her face a picture of bewilderment. Li Su's gaze flickered with a hint of melancholy. "You seem quite idle." That I was wrong." "Captain, I'm going to sleep." Qin Ning glanced between Li Su and Qin Ning, quietly setting down his tea. Tea seemed he had discovered the one who had captured his heart. Chapter 20. Farewell, Departure. After a month and a half of snowy days, the sun finally graced the sky, and the outdoor temperature rose significantly compared to the previous days. However, such pleasant weather would be a rarity in the months to come. Qin Ning tucked away her umbrella and stepped through the snow towards the house, only to find one foot stuck in the snow, unable to free itself no matter how hard she tried. This predicament left her quite flustered. In a moment of distraction, her weight shifted, and she toppled into the snow. "Ouch, it's so cold." She attempted to rise, but found herself immobilized, burdened by her heavy clothing. Who could understand her plight? She felt like a turtle flipped on its back, desperately wishing for someone to lend her a hand. "Ning, you big fool." Qi Wan couldn't contain herself any longer, bursting into laughter. She stepped forward to help Qin Ning up, but someone beat her to it. Li Su extended his hand, pulling Qin Ning up. "Are you all right?" Qin Ning brushed the snow off her clothes. "And I'm fine, just a little sore on my backside." She lifted her foot to walk, but it was too deeply embedded. As she forcefully lifted her foot, her balance faltered, and she was on the verge of another fall. Li Su grasped her hand, pulling her back into his embrace. "Don't move." His voice, magnetic and deep, resonated in her ear before she could react. Li Su lifted her foot and cradled her in his arms, carrying her back inside, leaving only her rain boot deeply ensconced in the snow. In the embrace, Qin Ning felt her entire body stiffen, a forced smile adorning her face. Her hands hung limply at her sides, appearing as though she were a lifeless figure cradled in Li Su's arms. Qi Wan, is she truly this rigid? Observed Qin Ning's demeanor, shaking her head with a look of regret. What a splendid scene. Yet alas, the protagonist fails to rise to the occasion. Stop talking nonsense, Chi-Wan exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Moyi's head. Don't hit my head. It will stunt my growth. Are you still growing? Suyu quietly interjected from behind. Su gently placed Qin Ning onto the sofa and poured her a cup of warm water, extending it to her. Are you certain you do not wish to go to the Sihai Jun base? He remained intent on persuading her, for in his heart, this place felt unsafe. Once they departed, it would be just Joy and her here. He couldn't bear to imagine what might happen should they encounter previous dangers again. Qin Ning cradled the cup in her hands, shaking her head resolutely. I want to go. You all are leaving today, right? I have something for you. She retrieved a storage box from her pocket and handed it to Li Su. You'll find this useful. She had ventured out earlier to assess the air quality. In just over 2 months since the apocalypse began, the foul, murky stench had become nearly unbearable. Su examined the box in his hands, revealing a pair of earrings, each adorned with a blue butterfly poised to take flight. What is this? I have temporarily sealed a spirit butterfly within, she explained. The air is growing increasingly polluted. While you remain by my side, you may not notice it, but once you leave, the stench will be inescapable. Moreover, when battling zombies, you won't hold the advantage. With this, your odds of survival will improve. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she whirled around. Oh, I forgot. This is an earring. Then I shall give this to Chi-Wan. She reached to reclaim the box, but Li Su withdrew his hand, placing the box in his pocket. It's unnecessary. Before departing, Chi-Wan turned back every few steps, ultimately approaching Qin Ning in an attempt to persuade her to join them at the Sihai Jun base with Joy. Yet, Qin Ning remained steadfast in her refusal. Although they spoke wisely, she was not ready to leave just yet. Joy timidly reached out to hold Qin Ning's hand, her voice tinged with reluctance. Sister, are we staying here? Joy's words sparked an epiphany in Qin Ning. Indeed, Li Su had made many valid points. This place was undeniably perilous. Coupled with her greenery, she could not remain in one location for too long. As her greening progress had stagnated since reaching for, then where do you wish to go, Joy? Let's go to Furong Town in City G. That is where Mom and Dad reunited. All right, then we shall go. After 3 days of snowfall, the blizzard resumed, blanketing the roads in 3 feet of snow. The vehicle was immobile, forcing them to retract it into their space. Qin Ning, carrying Joy, decided to trek on foot to find a temporary refuge until the snow ceased, after which they would continue their journey. Her affection for Joy compelled her to hold her tightly, reluctant to let her walk any further. You mustn't eat too much. You're getting heavy. Joy pouted. Humph, sister, there's a house up ahead. Upon spotting the service area in the distance, Qin Ning's eyes brimmed with tears of relief. Finally a place to rest. The entrance to the service area was tightly shut, and she initially presumed it to be deserted. Yet upon pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of several weary individuals scattered about, all fixing their exhausted gazes upon the two of them. In this post-apocalyptic world, Qin Ning understood the gravity of the situation. She wished to avoid conflict and guided Joy towards a corner. Just as she was about to sit, a voice suddenly piped up, Move, move, this is my spot. Qin Ning was about to retort but reconsidered. It was best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Little girl, come sit with me. She glanced toward the source of the voice, a man accompanied by a boy of similar age to Joy, who was attending to a sick woman. It appeared to be a family of 3. Qin Ning immediately recognized that the woman was gravely ill. Without timely intervention, she would surely perish within 3 days. This was not a suitable place for her. She could not afford to take risks. The man sighed silently, about to speak when suddenly someone burst through the door, drenched in blood, exclaiming, It's bad. The zombies are coming. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. All within the room stood up, retreating in fear. One bold individual approached the fallen man with a stick, prodding him. Hey, are you all right? The man remained silent, as if he had already succumbed. And oh worries, that he turned to leave. But the fallen man suddenly seized his leg, and upon turning back, the man sprang to his feet, lunging forward to bite him ferociously. The service area erupted into chaos, a frenzy of panic as everyone scattered. The 2 individuals who had transformed into zombies surged forward, biting indiscriminately amidst the cacophony of screams. More and more people succumbed to the affliction, attacking the uninfected, as the stench of blood pervaded the air. Qin Ning lifted Joy and placed her on the windowsill, preparing to take action when a vine shot down from above, dispatching the approaching zombies. Following closely, numerous ability users surged forth from the upper levels. Observing the situation, Qin Ning retreated quietly. There were indeed many ability users present. Hearing Qin Ning's words, the man sighed deeply. If it weren't for this, why would so many gather here? In his tone, Qin Ning discerned a note of lamentation. Was this not a cause for celebration? With the intervention of the ability users, the zombies were swiftly dealt with. A man from above whispered to another, and soon one descended, commanding, "Line up. What is happening?" The man tugged at Qin Ning's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent and minimize her presence. Chapter 21. Truly, good people do not live long, while the wicked wreak havoc for 1,000 years. The survivors in the service area stood quietly in line, fear etched on their faces as the ability users cleared the battlefield, dragging the corpses of the zombies outside and casually discarding them in the nearby wasteland. Watching this unfold, Qin Ning furrowed her brows. Did these individuals comprehend the gravity of their actions? If the zombie bodies were not disposed of properly, the wandering zombies nearby would soon catch wind of the scent. Once the scent of humans was detected, it would attract an even greater horde of zombies, sealing the fate of everyone present. The heavy snowfall had trapped her here, and she merely sought refuge. She did not wish for death. No, she felt compelled to remind them to handle the corpses with care. As she stepped forward, the man behind her grasped her hand, shaking his head, urging her not to act rashly. Qin Ning regarded him with confusion. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet this matter directly concerned her. Can you not see? The number of zombies outside is increasing. Here, our leader protects us. The zombies cannot approach. To venture outside is to court death, so you ought to be grateful to our leader. A man with a buzz cut stood in the middle, bellowing at the gathered crowd. Another individual approached each survivor, holding a bag, and the survivors, without a word, surrendered their meager supplies. Seeing this, Qin Ning finally understood why the man had been so cautious. It became clear that someone had claimed this territory, establishing themselves as the ruler and demanding tribute. Hence, they disposed of the zombie corpses in such a manner. "Sir, please have mercy." An elderly man clutched the arm of the man collecting supplies tightly. "Sir, old fool, without anything to offer, you still desire protection. How naive you are. At your age, it will be better to die and be reborn." The man kicked the elderly man to the ground, his words dripping with mockery and disdain. "Grandfather," a frail girl rushed forward, shoving the man to the ground, kneeling before the old man. "Grandfather, it's all right. Ronger will take you home." The elderly man, frail from age and weakened by the bitter cold and lack of food, lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. He struggled to raise his hand. At his age, death was a release, yet his granddaughter was still young and had her whole life ahead. He wished to speak, but the effort was too great, and his hand fell heavily to the ground. "Grandfather," the girl wept over the elderly man's lifeless body. "Why cry, you old fool?" Upon hearing such an insult, Ronger turned and struck the man. "I will kill you. How dare you?" The man seized her arm, striking her fiercely across the face, causing her cheek to swell instantly. "What is happening?" A cold voice echoed from above. Qin Ning looked up to see a towering figure, a man standing at nearly 2 meters tall, his gaze murky and filthy, vines coiling around him, exuding the stench of decaying corpses. He was a typical variant of the king flower, unashamedly releasing the odor to both intimidate and deter zombies from approaching. The man yanked Ronger by the hair, exposing her face to the king flower's gaze. "Boss, we have a troublemaker here, but this girl is quite a beauty. The last warm bedmate just died, and this one is a perfect replacement." Upon seeing Ronger's face, the leader's eyes gleamed with unrestrained desire, and vines cascaded from the second floor, ensnaring Ronger's waist. "Let go of me! Let go of me, you scoundrels!" Regardless of how Ronger struggled, she was ultimately brought before the leader, who grasped her chin firmly, vines sweeping aside the scattered strands of hair on her face. Although Ronger glared at him with fierce resentment, it did little to quell the leader's desires. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he tightened his grip around her neck and kissed her lips, prompting Ronger to bite down hard, drawing blood. How dare this fool persist? The leader spat blood, slapping Ronger across the face without regard for the audience, ripping her clothing apart, exposing her pristine skin to all. He yanked her neck brutally, countless vines ensnaring her body. Qin Ning's expression was clouded. Her gaze lowered as she covered her ears in distress, her voice cold as she commanded, "Close your eyes. Do not look. Beasts." A man clenched his fists. Muttering an angry reprimand, he turned away, silent, as the moral decay of society became evident. Yet, the other superhumans seemed unfazed, some even whistling and uttering lewd remarks. The cries of Ronger echoed, while the veins on Qin Ning's hands bulged. As a fellow woman, she could hardly bear the sight. Yet in this apocalyptic world, she was ill-equipped to confront 20 superhumans alone. Hurry and submit your supplies, or get out. Following this incident, no one dared utter a word, obediently surrendering their meager supplies. Those who failed to produce anything were brutally beaten and then cast out of the service area, left to fend for themselves outside. Huan Qi gently patted Qin Ning's hand, bringing her back to her senses. Qin Ning exhaled deeply, resigning herself to the fact that everyone had their own fate. She was no savior. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." A familiar voice suddenly reached Qin Ning's ears, and she looked up sharply, locking eyes with the other person. "Tang Yu." Qin Ning. They both recognized each other simultaneously. The worthless fool was still alive. Was this what they referred to as a calamity that lingers for 1,000 years? Tang Yu glared at Qin Ning with arrogance. "I've been looking for you." "Qin Ning, if it weren't for you selling the house back then, I wouldn't have ended up on the streets, nearly bitten to death by zombies." He raised the baseball bat in his hand and swung it towards her abdomen. He remained as foolish as ever, using the same old tactics against her. Qin Ning swiftly dodged, seizing the bat. She stomped down on Tang Yu's foot, eliciting a pig-like squeal of pain that forced him to release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ning swung the bat at his back. She had failed to kill him before. Now, she would see if she could do it. Her strikes were merciless, leaving no room for Tang Yu to retaliate, forcing him to mutate and transform, with a massive shell sprouting from his back. The impact of her swing reverberated through her arm, a testament to his resilience. Indeed, this mutation suited him well. "What ruckus is this?" Tang Yu stammered, his face bruised and swollen. That a man whom Tang Yu referred to as the Fourth was a powerful superhuman. Wielding 2 heavy iron hammers, utterly useless, she had not intended to draw attention. But now she had no choice but to alter her strategy. Chapter 22. Qin Shi Huang eats Sichuan pepper and wins. Big Qin Ning struck Tang Yu with the bat, then perched herself atop his shell, her amber eyes radiating pride and disdain. She had heard whispers, yet was not as formidable as she had anticipated. "Who do you think you are to provoke me?" One of the lackeys shouted, approaching to chastise her. Qin Ning kicked out, the bat connecting with the man's head. "What are you even worth?" The Fourth's expression darkened as he witnessed one of his own being struck. "You must respect your master when beating a dog. Who does she think she is?" The Fourth's heavy iron hammer swung towards Qin Ning, that if they connected, she would surely meet a violent end. She adeptly dodged, sending Tang Yu rolling away from beneath her, where he tumbled to the Fourth's feet, causing the latter to trip and fall. That a loud crash echoed, clearly agitating those above. The vine surged downward towards Qin Ning, the corrosive slime glistening ominously. Though she evaded deftly, the edges of her clothing were still corroded. If this continued, her situation would worsen. She retreated, retrieving Tang Heng's knife from her space. The blade, soaked in spring water and adorned with the powder of spirit butterflies, was specifically designed to counter corrosive substances. She needed an opportunity to converse. Without hesitation, Qin Ning leaped forward, striking at the oncoming vines with swift, precise movements. The mutant's discomfort was palpable upon first contact with her blade, and he retracted his vines hastily, his voice icy. "Who are you?" Qin Ning glanced at her arm, now marred by corrosive slime. Under normal circumstances, she would have healed herself instantly, but for now, she could not afford to reveal her identity as a healer. "I am the 250th descendant of Master Shao, the Sword Master. I merely wish to join your ranks." "Qin Ning, what nonsense are you spewing? You're nothing but a liability, a harbinger of misfortune, a celestial curse. Your very existence is a blight." Qin Ning's hands tightened into fists, veins bulging with fury. She had not returned to this life to cower. Tang Yu, you should have perished long ago. She unleashed a barrage of blows, each strike landing with resounding impact, leaving Tang Yu defenseless. Qin Ning, you are nothing but a jinx. You killed your mother, and your grandfather abandoned you. Why do you still linger? Why haven't you died yet? My father sold you to M country. Don't you understand what that means? You shameless wretch, how dare you return? You're destined to live a life of solitude, forever unloved. You are a burden, raised only to be sold for a bride's dowry. Her rage exuded a palpable menace, deterring others from approaching. Tang Yu's wails faded into the background, her grip unyielding, as if entrapped in a frenzy. His blood splattered across her pale visage, rendering her an apparition of terror, as if a demon risen from the depths of hell. Only when Tang Yu could no longer produce any sound did Qin Ning finally relent, releasing him and coldly gazing down at his lifeless form. You should have died long ago. I should never have saved you. You deserve to be sold to M country, to endure my suffering. Applause erupted in the silent service area. The voice of the mutant, infused with excitement, rang out. Excellent. You've passed the first trial. Now, if you can bring back 20 zombie corpses, I will allow you to join my team and honor you as a guest of distinction. She regarded her blood-stained hands, her ruthless demeanor subsiding as she responded coldly. Very well. In an upstairs room, a tall, slender man whispered to the mutant leader, Boss, do you really intend to let a mere woman join us? To him, women were mere toys to be played with. To treat her as an equal would be an affront to his pride. The man chuckled softly, feeling threatened by Qin Ning's blade. There was no way he would allow her to remain. His words were merely for the benefit of those below. He beckoned to the mutant, whispering a few words in his ear. Boss, you truly are exceptionally wise. I will attend to it immediately. On the other side. A man with scorpion braids and green eyes observed the departing third with a furrowed brow, before retracting his gaze, his scorpion tail swaying behind him. The weather grew colder, and the brother's clothing was insufficient. The boss ought to contribute the fire crystals from the house. The vines ensnared the man's arm, the corrosive liquid causing him to kneel with a loud thud. Yushu, you know my temperament well. The vines withdrew from Yushu's hand, a warning etched in their retreat. Remember, my belongings are not to be touched by others. The man roughly seized Ronger, who had been battered beyond recognition, tossing her onto the bed. No. Qin Ning threw a box of medicine to the man, lowering her voice. Take care of Huanqi for me. She leaned in, whispering softly into Huanqi's ear, before placing a hairpin in her hair and swiftly departing. She wished to avoid this turmoil. Since events had unfolded in such a manner, the only course was to resolve it sooner rather than later. The snow outside had ceased, yet the accumulation remained unmelted. Given the circumstances, it would likely take another 3 to 4 days before they could set off. This heavy snowfall would persist until November, with December ushering in winter, meaning the snow would likely continue until February of the following year. She cast a glance at the corpses of zombies outside, her brow furrowing. Tonight would demand considerable effort. She retrieved a shovel from her space and set to work, digging graves, planting trees, converting zombie bodies, and watering them. By the end, she found herself sweating profusely. The saplings stood resilient against the wind, and Qin Ning smiled in satisfaction. With this, the coming days would at least be safe from zombie disturbances. Ding! Successfully unlocked Task 13. Rewarded with restorative pills. Reduces the release of natural energy. Qin Ning examined the white pill in her hand. This item was fortuitous. When she utilized her natural energy, nearby zombies would be drawn to her. The ability to diminish that effect would certainly alleviate many troubles. The third, what do you think that fellow is up to? I care not for her affairs. Have you completed the tasks I've assigned? Rest assured, third, everything is in order. After ensuring all was set, Qin Ning planned to venture further, aiming to collect 20 zombie corpses to infiltrate their ranks. The nearest location was the Seahai County base. Based on her memories from her past life, she had already made contact with people from Seahai County, and they would soon receive word and come forth. As she pondered, a mutant moth flitted to Qin Ning's side, declaring, You must be the girl eager to join us, Qin Ning, right? I am Xiaolu, and I hold you in high regard. I am here to assist you, as I am quite familiar with this area. Xiaolu approached enthusiastically, intent on leading Qin Ning away. However, Qin Ning had long since discerned his ulterior motives. Yet, she had no intention of unmasking him. Instead, she maintained a smile, responding, "How kind of you." Xiaolu smirked, thinking her naivety made her an easy target. "Wait a while, and you shall meet your doom." Chapter 23. A tortoise eats a soft-shelled turtle, truly unrecognizable to Qin Xiaolu, and his companions ventured deeper, leaving a long trail of footprints in the snow, while vines concealed beneath the snow trailed behind them. The further they progressed, the more pungent the stench in the air became. With her gaze lowered, Qin Ning understood that they were leading her to a horde of corpses, believing her to be an easy prey, that if they sought her to vanish without a trace, she would ensure that this moth would share the same fate. "Qin Ning, this place is absolutely splendid. Despite its flatness and lack of cover, it's ideal for escape. Moreover, the zombies will be easily visible when they approach. Is that so?" Qin Ning replied coldly. Indeed, Xiaolu retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. "The dawn is nearly upon us, and yet no zombies are in sight. Allow me to devise a plan for you." He retrieved a homemade explosive from his pocket and hurled it a short distance away. A deafening explosion ensued, shaking the surrounding snow violently. She recognized their malicious intent, but she never anticipated such a drastic move. The explosive sound would undoubtedly attract all the nearby zombies. A clear trap laid for her. Xiaolu hid behind a rock, proclaiming, "Qin Ning, I am truly helping you." The roars of zombies echoed from nearby as a horde staggered towards Qin Ning, comprised of fully matured, rapidly moving zombies, in the blink of an eye. One lunged at her, claws aimed at her chest. Qin Ning reacted swiftly, severing the creature's head with her knife. Xiaolu observed with a smug expression as Qin Ning became ensnared in the horde. He believed he had successfully fulfilled the orders given to him, dismissing her as merely a troublesome woman. Now, she would likely not even comprehend the manner of her demise. Flapping his wings, he thought, "Let her perish." He had no time to accompany her to her end. Suddenly, the vines hidden in the snow surged forth, ensnaring Xiaolu's feet and dragging him down into the throng of zombies. "Why are you running? Did you not come to assist me?" Qin Ning leaped onto a dead tree, gripping the vines tightly, her face adorned with mockery. How could she not be on guard against him? If he wished her harm, he must first consider his own capabilities. "Impossible! You do not wield a blade. How could you command plants?" Raising an eyebrow and chuckling, Qin Ning retorted, "Do you not realize that one's identity is self-bestowed in the outside world?" She flung her Tang Hung knife, slicing through his wing. Xiaolu's agonized shriek pierced the air, and as blood spilled forth, the nearby zombies grew increasingly agitated, converging upon him, tearing into his flesh and leaving a scene of brutal carnage that Qin Ning observed with keen interest. Once the zombies had finished with Xiaolu, their attention turned to Qin Ning, evidently still ravenous. She brandished her Tang Hung knife, directing the vines to encircle the horde. Since they had arrived, none would escape. The spiritual butterfly on her forehead emerged, sealing off the scent. With agility, she leapt into the fray, striking at the zombies. Their speed was indeed impressive, but Qin Ning's movements, harmoniously synchronized with the vines, made it a challenge for them to land a blow. After dispatching the entire horde, she dusted off her hands and retrieved a shovel from her spatial storage, scattering extraction pills while sowing seeds. Beneath the corpses of the zombies, Xiaolu, having been transformed into a zombie himself, clawed his way through the bodies, aiming to ambush Qin Ning from behind. Yet, she sensed the anomaly around her, her eyes glinting with coldness. Just as she prepared to act, a poisoned needle pierced Xiaolu's skull. His grayish-white eyes fixated on Qin Ning, filled with resentment as he collapsed. Startled, Qin Ning turned her gaze toward the direction for which the needle had come, hastening forward to strike, but the assailant was swift. A tail stinger jabbed into her arm, the toxin visibly coursing from her limb to her neck. She attempted to pursue, but the poison rendered half of her body unresponsive, causing her to collapse into the snow. Desperately, she channeled her internal crystals to dispel the toxin, and by the time she accomplished this, her assailant had vanished without a trace. Uncertain of whether the individual was friend or foe, she had yet to glimpse their features. But they had witnessed her secret. Now, she had a new task at hand. As the first rays of dawn shattered the night, Qin Ning rose, still bearing 20 crystal cores to present to the king flower mutant. Once she had planted the flora, a notification chimed. Task 14 successfully unlocked. Reward. Element Orb. When consumed by an elemental ability user, it enhances their elemental sensitivity. Progress bar for greening successfully evolved to 5%. Although the element orb held little value for her, the greening progress reaching 5% was indeed a positive development. The three leaders observed their watches, noting the time remaining was a mere 5 minutes. With no sign of their target, they surmised she had perished at the hands of the zombies. That it seems Ciel Lu has succeeded. That fool will not return, one remarked. The man glanced at the joyous faces of his companions. A shadow of worry crossing his features. Could it be that something truly has gone awry? Will this child lose her sister's protection so soon? Though he cared, he was powerless to intervene, burdened with his own family to protect. The woman felt the man's gaze filled with pity and blinked, stating calmly, "My sister is formidable. Those fools cannot harm her." Time ticked away. Only a minute remained. The three leaders, unable to wait any longer, declared that the previously arrogant woman had perished. Do not think that a modicum of ability grants you the right to negotiate. Remember, only we can protect you here, with a wave of their hands. Those below began to form two lines, waiting to receive supplies. Please, have mercy. I assure you I will deliver today's supplies tonight. Begone, brother. The king flower mutant cast a cold glance at the tardy Yushu, demanding, "Where have you been?" Unfazed, Yushu replied coolly, "Brother, the weather is worsening, and those below cannot provide supplies. Why not allow the brothers to accompany them? With an ability user leading the way, we can Yushu." The king flower's vines lashed across his face, making it clear he had not absorbed a single word. "If you cannot produce, then leave." The ability users below kicked him towards the exit, just as he was about to crash into the door. It swung open unexpectedly. This a welcome for me?" Qin Ning seized the falling individual, stepping inside with a cold smile, meeting the gaze of the king flower above. "I hope I am not late." She tossed the crystal cores to those above. Upon seeing Qin Ning, the king flower's fury was unabashed, glaring at the third brother. He shifted his gaze, donning a smile. "You've done well. From now on, you shall be one of us." He gestured for Qin Ning to ascend. She surveyed the people around her. She approached, feeling the warmth as she neared the king flower's chamber. Upon entering, she encountered a scorpion tail. It is you. Chapter 24. A toad bites the foot. Both biting and disgusting, Yushu sensed Qin Ning's unwavering gaze upon him. He shot her a cold glance, but upon making eye contact, she smiled, causing him to shiver and avert his gaze. Her smile was laced with malice, chilling him to the bone. One wished to kill her, while the other had intervened to save her. Her curiosity piqued regarding Yushu's motives. Perhaps understanding his intentions would be the key to unraveling the situation. Qin Ning, truly impressive. A woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. From this day forth, you shall be our sister. Despite the king flower's inner displeasure, he did not allow it to surface. That's so? That's splendid. I feared the leader would be reluctant to accept me. You cannot imagine. Just moments ago, someone claimed to be acting on your orders, leading me into a horde of zombies, intent on my demise. Qin Ning's public revelation of this incident caused the king flower's expression to falter before the assembled brothers. That was the third brother who stepped in to ease the tension. Impossible. The leader is benevolent. Who does not know this? It must have been Ciel Lu misrepresenting orders. A mysterious smile graced Qin Ning's lips. 3 leaders. I never named anyone. How did you deduce it was Ciel Lu? The murmurs among the crowd swelled, and the king flower's expression grew strained. I happened to overhear it, and I merely intended to test you. The leader's character is well known to the brothers below. The leader understands their hardships, and just informed me that he would provide fire-type crystals for warmth, and that we shall work together to seek supplies. Yushu. The king flower's voice dropped to a low growl, his eyes seething with murderous intent as he glared at him for taking such liberties. This true? The leader is magnificent. The brothers below were all shouting fervently, urging him to ascend to greater heights and compelling him to acquiesce. He shot a fierce glare at Yushu, and indeed, the crowd below, upon hearing this declaration, became even more exhilarated. Qin Ning had begun to comprehend the situation. It seemed she knew what course of action to take. Just as she turned to leave, she caught sight of Ronger, who was in a pitiful state in the corner, tormented beyond recognition. With a cunning tone, she inquired, "Boss, may I request a person? Who do you want?" The King Flower's face darkened, his voice laced with ire. Qin Ning smiled obsequiously, pointing toward the corner where Ronger stood. "I want her, the third brother." Taken aback, let out a sudden laugh. "You don't even possess that thing. What use do you have for her? What a disgusting creature." She shot a venomous glare at the third brother, her expression morphing into one of twisted rage as she brandished the knife in her hand, causing him to tense and silently retreat, swallowing hard at I used to be a forensic doctor. What I relished most was disemboweling individuals. Would the Third Lord care to give it a try? Go away. The King Flower, already incensed, added that the girl was not innocent either. If you want her, take her. He cast a glance at Yushu. "You, come with me." After they entered the room, Qin Ning quietly approached Ronger, draping her coat over her. "Let us go." Ronger's eyes burned with hatred as she fixed her gaze on Qin Ning, her lips clenched tight, blood seeping from them. Her body was battered, with scarcely a part unscathed. The sight Qin Ning could hardly bear. These rogues were truly despicable. "I will help you. You are here to assist me, aren't you?" Ronger rasped, gripping a dagger tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Qin Ning remained silent. She had no use for someone like her, and such individuals could easily alert others. "I do not understand your words. You would do well to be compliant, or else do not blame my knife." She lightly tapped the blade against Ronger's face, taking her towards the room designated for her. "Yushu, how dare you defy my orders?" The King Flower's vines lashed against him, the corrosive pus causing him immense suffering. Yet he did not resist. "Boss, I do this for the sake of the brothers." "Second brother, what are you saying? Are you the elder brother? Or is the elder brother the elder brother?" He had long been intolerant of Yushu, had it not been for his superior abilities. This remark was well received by the King Flower, who despised any challenge to his authority. His vine struck Yushu repeatedly, one lash after another, as night fell. Yushu emerged from the room, his heavily injured body pale, his skin marred, deliberately choosing a concealed path to avoid the gazes of others. "Second Lord, is this sacrificing oneself for righteousness?" Qin Ning had been waiting for this moment. Arms crossed, "Elder brother, your methods are quite ruthless." Yushu cast a glance at Qin Ning, then averted his gaze, continuing on his way. "I must thank second brother. Otherwise, I might have been killed. But second brother, why do you run? I almost forgot who my savior was." Yushu continued to ignore her, closing the door behind him. Qin Ning, quick-witted, blocked the entrance and slipped inside. "Second brother, why are you acting this way? Look at your injuries. It pains me to— I am here to help you." She advanced swiftly. Yushu attempted to obstruct her, but Qin Ning spun around, placing her hand on his shoulder to tend to his wounds. "Second brother, the elder brother is brutal and is hardly a good ruler. Why don't you take the position? You are the one who deserves it." Yushu forcefully pushed Qin Ning away, coldly retorting, "Be quiet. He could never betray the elder brother. If it were not for the elder brother saving him, he would have been dead long ago." Qin Ning merely smiled, saying nothing. "Second brother, think it over carefully. You will soon agree." Yushu observed that his wounds had remarkably healed, a profound meaning reflected in his eyes. The following day, "Second Lord, help. The elder brother is killing." Yushu dashed out, only to witness the King Flower slaughtering their brothers. "Elder brother." As he advanced, a vine flung him aside. "What use is a waste? Such resources are squandered." "Elder brother." Yushu attempted to intervene, but was again cast aside. "Second brother, help." Watching his brothers fall one by one, Yushu was compelled to take action against the elder brother. "Your brutality disqualifies you from being our elder brother. Second Lord's kindness and compassion are the better choice," Qin Ning shouted from the corner, her voice igniting the fury of the crowd, while the elder brother's resentment deepened, intensifying his murderous intent. A fierce battle ensued. Hiding in the corner, Qin Ning chuckled softly. The success of this endeavor relied on Yushu. Had he not posed a threat to the King Flower, filling him with hatred, she wouldn't have so easily controlled the plant-based mutant with mere words. This was akin to the clam and the snipe contending, with the fisherman reaping the benefits, simplifying her task. The kingflower was indeed formidable, and with Yushu intentionally holding back, Qin Ning planned to stoke the flames further. Plants in the service area extended their vines to ensnare the kingflower, while Yushu's scorpion tail struck him, venom coursing through his body. Yushu wished to relent, but at that moment, the kingflower's rage consumed all rational thought. You are in league with him. I will tear you to pieces. The vines in his hands transformed into scythes, slashing at the scorpion tail. The pain of losing his tail left Yushu unable to withstand. The blood from the severed appendage drove the man-eating flower into a frenzy. Coiling around Yushu, this is the consequence of defying me. He intended to devour Yushu whole before the onlookers, thereby asserting his dominance. Being the sole ruler, what fun would there be? She stretched her limbs, gently patting the vines beside her, leaping forth, her blade plunging into the opponent's flower bud. You wretched woman, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Yushu reacted swiftly, leaping up, both scorpion pincers plunging toward the vulnerable heart. Elder brother, the third brother trembled, witnessing the elder brother explode before his very eyes. The gastric acid within the king flower boiled violently, while Qin Ning summoned the vines back to envelop herself. As the vines unfurled, a foul stench assaulted her senses, causing her to gag. She could hardly contain herself. Having remained hidden in the corner, Ronger emerged, dagger drawn, swiftly approaching the third brother. You all deserve to die. With one swift strike, she ended him. Thank you still live. Qin Ning gazed at Yushu, who had narrowly escaped death. Since he had aided her, she naturally felt compelled to repay the favor. Qin Ning retrieved a bottle of spring water from her waist. Placing it at a distance from him, Here's the medicine. Whether you live or not depends on your fortune. Chapter 25. The Wedding in the Apocalypse, Sister Tian. Huanxi rushed forward and embraced Qin Ning. Sister, are you injured? Huanxi, weren't you told to wait below? She had been utterly terrified. Qin Ning stroked Huanxi's head. Don't worry, sister is fine. Huanxi clung to Qin Ning, eager to inspect her wounds. Sister Tian. The wound, the medicine, rest assured, it's already healed. Have you forgotten? Sister Tian can heal any injury. Qin Ning looked at the electric wheelchair before her, feeling overwhelmed. Having a mode of transport was certainly better than none. She finally experienced the joy of the elderly. Huanxi, let us set off. What an interesting vehicle. In a snowy landscape, two seemingly unhinged individuals sat in an electric wheelchair, racing down the road, embodying a scene of speed and passion. This world was utterly absurd. It was bound to drive some to madness. Captain, ahead lies Furong Town. Su unfolded his wings and descended, relieved to reach their destination. At least there would be a bed to sleep on. Furong Town was the first place rumored to have a divine envoy. Isu removed his sunglasses, observing the river water bubbling with heat. The only bridge leading to the village had been severed, clearly to prevent zombies from entering. Captain, this river is abnormal. It carries the essence of fire elements, likely caused by a fire-type ability. User breaking the ice. Yulin's gaze was sharp. Someone. Su-Wan noticed a head peeking over the wall. Who are you? Li Su gestured to Su-Wan. We are refugees. May we find shelter in the village? The person frowned, whispering to those beside him. With keen eyes, Qin scrutinized the 8 individuals before him, 7 men and 1 woman. The woman may enter, the men cannot. The person called out to them. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Are you discriminating against us good men? Mo.E crossed her arms, scrutinizing the 2 on the wall. You could always self-castrate and enter the unrooted gates. Perhaps they would let you in. Chi-Wan retorted with a smile. Qin Yin adjusted his glasses, his brows furrowed in contemplation as he probed. Why? It is the rule of our village. Men may enter, but they must wear wristbands. Furthermore, Furong Town only allows entry but not exit. If you understand, we will permit you entry. This village was peculiar. Caution was advised. Qin Yin whispered, then spoke. All right, we agree. Seeing their willingness, a dragonfly mutant descended from the city wall, tossing a bag containing the wristbands before them. Wear these, and we will arrange your entry. After giving his instructions, he flew back, exuding heightened vigilance. Qin Yin surveyed the wristbands. unhesitatingly donning one. With a click, the wristband secured tightly, and he furrowed his brows slightly, tapping at his side. The bracelet is designed to suppress extraordinary abilities. Once donned, it cannot be removed without a password. This password consists of 8 characters, including letters, symbols, and numbers, making it exceedingly difficult to crack. Furthermore, one has only 3 attempts. Should these be exhausted, the bracelet will detonate. It cannot be forcibly removed either, as doing so will trigger an explosion. Isu could not help but furrow his brow. It was astonishing that such a village concealed individuals capable of creating such devices. Can you decipher it? Qin Ning inquired. Yes, but it will require time. Once we embark on this, we must exercise utmost caution. As they donned their bracelets, Qin Ning nodded at those nearby. The mutated grapevines extended their tendrils across the river, forming a natural bridge. This village certainly harbors an abundance of extraordinary beings. In just this brief moment, for had already appeared OE side, contemplating that if they were to enter, a single misstep could spell their doom. Furong Town, a scenic spot in G City, was once an important fortress, hence the preservation of its ancient city walls. Renowned for its hibiscus flowers, Furong Town is also overshadowed by a great mountain, famous for the stone shaped like a human figure atop it, known as the husband-watching stone. Deputy Captain, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge, Mo remarked, giving him a thumbs up upon entering the village. They were greeted by the sounds of drums and gongs, with every household adorned with auspicious symbols. Someone getting married? Suwon asked incredulously, for in the apocalyptic world, survival was already a challenge. To hold a grand wedding during such times seemed bizarre. Just call me Xiaofang. You arrived at a fortuitous time. 10 days ago, a woman and a child came to our village, and today is her wedding day. You are fortunate enough to partake in the celebratory sweets. I nudged Chi Wan's elbow, muttering softly, this girl is in quite a hurry. Marrying within 10 days. Chi Wan smiled, stepping forward to join in. With sweets to enjoy, there's no need for idle chatter. Xiaofang, your village feels like a paradise untouched by the apocalypse, she observed. Under the guidance of the wise, we certainly thrive, as long as we adhere to the village rules. Your good days are yet to come, Xiaofang replied. Suwon continued to probe. Now I'm quite curious about this wise individual. Is he male or female? And what do they look like? Xiaofang, somewhat annoyed by the question, responded, you will meet them shortly. Congratulations. Just then, Xiaofang was pulled inside by relatives of the bride. Why are you just arriving? The bride is about to make her entrance. Li Su surveyed the surroundings. Red lanterns, wedding sweets, red cloth, and candles adorned the tables, with fresh vegetarian dishes laid out. Clearly, their wise one possessed considerable capability. Miss, what is your name, and how old are you? You must be new here. An elderly woman, bent with age and donning a headscarf, pulled Chi Wan toward the main table. Chi Wan. Gu Lin reached out to intervene, but Xiaofang raised a hand to stop him. You are both men and from out of town. You may only sit at the lower tables. I seriously suspect that the wise one is a woman who despises men. This is truly a paradise for women. Just look at Chi Wan's treatment compared to ours. And Mo lamented, noting the main table's abundance of vegetables and fruits. The bride is coming. A relative led the veiled bride into the room, drawing the attention of everyone present. What do you think she looks like? And Mo wondered, munching on sunflower seeds, unable to resist the urge to gossip. The relative placed the bride's hand into the groom's. Dahai, don't be foolish. Hurry and lift the veil from your bride. The groom appeared to be around 25 or 26, muscular yet somewhat simple-minded. All right, my wife, I am here. Dahai lifted the bride's red veil, revealing her true face to all. Qin Ning. Li Su's cup fell to the ground with a clatter as he sprang to his feet, an icy aura radiating from him, as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Gripping the candy box tightly. Chapter 26. Tantan. Not everyone can call her that. Qin Ning trembled, as if caught in a compromising situation. How could he be here? Come with me. Li Su insisted, pulling Qin Ning's hand as he attempted to leave. How dare you snatch someone from Furong Town? You must be seeking death. The leader tore off his t-shirt, revealing muscles that swelled as if capable of crushing a bull. The men of Furong Town were imbued with extraordinary abilities. And the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. The flickering candlelight extinguished abruptly as a gust swept through the room. What is this? A kidnapping. This is quite the excitement. Stop eating, Suan punched Mo, quickly rising to Li Su's side. What kidnapping? This is my. Fortunately, Qin Ning, quick on her feet, kicked out and embraced Li Su. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. I can't believe we have the chance to meet once more. Suan felt aggrieved by the kick. Qin Ning, that was quite a ruthless kick, my lumbar disc. Brother, he is your biological brother. The muscular man cracked his knuckles, glaring intently at Qin Ning, as if to discern whether she was speaking the truth. Yes, Qin Ning cried, tears streaming down her face. Dahai, this is my brother. Brother, this is Dahai. Li Su's gaze remained fixed on the unremarkable man before him, his clenched fists trembling with suppressed fury, his eyes betraying a murderous intent. He gritted his teeth. Had Qin Ning not been holding his hand at that moment, he feared he would lose control. Qin Ning glanced at Li Su, urging him to speak. What is happening? Is he truly your brother? Why is he silent? The muscular man advanced menacingly, fists clenched. In Furong Town, those who dare to snatch women meet only one fate. He swung his fist toward Li Su's temple, a blow that could surely draw blood. Brother, I am Tantan. How could you not recognize me? Qin Ning released Dahai's hand and clung to Li Su. With the punch poised to strike, she cried out, I am her brother. Instantly, the crowd heaved a collective sigh of relief. Bloodshed on such a joyous occasion would not bode well, Dada. So it is the brother-in-law. Quickly, arrange for him to take a seat. Dahai wore a proud smile, relieved that it was merely the brother. After all, he had worked hard to secure such a beautiful bride. If someone truly attempted to kidnap her, it would be a stroke of ill fortune, for he wished to have many children with his lovely spouse. No, we siblings have much to discuss after being apart for so long. You all eat. Li Su's tone was frigid, and even Qin Ning sensed the perilous atmosphere. It's fine. I will be back shortly. Qin Ning comforted the groom, fearful of further complications, but Li Su's demeanor suggested otherwise. Let us go. In his tone, Qin Ning discerned a hint of grievance as Li Su intertwined their fingers, silently conveying something profound. In the snow, their silhouettes grew smaller, the blue shirt and red wedding dress merging in their hurried steps, entwined in unspoken emotions. Snowflakes settled upon their hair, and Li Su, unable to resist, slipped off his coat and draped it over Qin Ning's shoulders. They sat beneath the eaves, neither willing to break the silence. Li Su popped a candy bean into his mouth, the crunch echoing as he suppressed his inner desires. The cool flavor calmed his tumultuous heart. I also enjoy sweets, Qin Ning said, reaching for a candy bean and offering it to him its green grape flavor. The chill outside was palpable, as it was already the third phase of winter. Thankfully, the weather would soon warm as the fourth phase approached. She inched closer to Li Su, seeking warmth, while he glanced at her, akin to a child delighted by sweet, his heart blooming like a camellia. Li Su, how did you come to be here? What is going on? Did you not say you would not marry? Li Su questioned, his voice laced with feelings of betrayal and sorrow. Realizing his misstep, he retracted his gaze, clarifying, What I mean is, how did you leave the courtyard? Qin Ning produced a cake from her space. Munching as she sighed, I was left with no choice. They forced you. Li Su's eyes sparkled momentarily with anger. But as he noticed the cream at the corner of Qin Ning's mouth, he silently wiped it away with his sleeve. I grew weary of staying in the courtyard, so I ventured joyfully to Furong Town. Upon arrival, they welcomed us warmly, providing us with shelter and food. It was only later that I learned from other women that those who came here had to marry village men. We were to draw lots to select husbands. And I discovered something particularly strange. You know about the Queen Ant? The women here bear an uncanny resemblance to her. Her sole purpose is to lay eggs, producing one every 3 seconds. Here, the women have been reduced to mere breeding machines. Normally, women endure a 10-month pregnancy, yet I am unsure what concoction they're feeding these women. Here, they can give birth just 15 days after conceiving. Without any postpartum recovery, they can continue to bear children. Li Su's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He instinctively grasped Qin Ning's hand. I will take you away from here immediately. Fool! Qin Ning lightly tapped Li Su's head. If it were truly that simple, I would have left already as it stands. The entire Furong town is impenetrable. While they allow entry, no one can escape, not even a fly. Moreover, I am quite curious about the secrets that Furong town conceals. Qin Ning pressed a warm treasure into Li Su's hand, their fingers interlocking to share warmth, as long as you are unwilling. I will not allow anyone to lay a hand on you. Li Su's clear voice carried a faint chill, and his tall, delicate features flashed with a hint of hostility. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. He declared, I say, Li Su, you underestimate me too much. That person, is remarkably easy to deceive. A man. I possess a deeper understanding of men than you do. Li Su felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and retorted sharply. Dian, so you are all here. The wise one wishes to meet them. Holding an umbrella and a jug of wine, approached with an endearing, foolish grin. Dian. Li Su's expression darkened, his grip on the sugar box tightening. He clenched his molars, thinking, Dian is not a name for an outsider like you. His piercing gaze made Hai feel a chill run down his neck. It's just a name. Li Su's reaction seemed excessive. But indeed, not everyone could call her Dian. I leave my brother in your care and I must return home. Huanqi is still waiting for me. Hai absent-mindedly rubbed his neck. All right, you take the wine. I'll be back shortly. We haven't yet shared our wedding wine. Li Su swiftly took hold of the wine, saying, Dian is allergic to alcohol. He handed the umbrella to Qin Ning, using one hand to block Hai's shoulder, forcefully diverting his gaze. Truly, he was an exceptional companion, demonstrating remarkable teamwork. Tonight, you shall recount how you met Dian and how you ended up married. Hai wore a troubled expression to brother-in-law. What does it mean for two grown men on the wedding night? Moreover, they had also met the wise one, who might very well retain them. Chapter 27. Strange, indeed strange, sister Dian. Have you seen brother Hua? Huanqi squatted before a flower pot, watering it with a furrowed brow, her little face resembling a stormy sky. Huanqi, you've also seen Li Su. We are truly the unfortunate children of fate. Qin Ning gently rubbed Huanqi's chubby face. Why do you look like a little old woman? Huanqi, with her gapped teeth, expressed her deep concern. Why hasn't it bloomed yet? It clearly looks healthy, yet it never flowers. Qin Ning glanced over, squatting beside the pot. Indeed, it looks splendid. Why doesn't it bloom? Could it be that this pot of ball orchids lacks nutrients? Once we leave Furong town, I'll find some nourishment for it. Qin Ning picked up a nearby hoe, preparing to gather some branches for a second yard. Little Huanqi sat obediently on the threshold, cradling the flower pot. The entire Furong town lay blanketed in winter snow, save for two places. Qin Ning's own small courtyard and the residence of the wise one. Qin Ning was unperturbed by inquiries, for her courtyard contained a natural hot spring, the perfect ruse. Fresh vegetables were the rarest commodities in this apocalyptic world. Looking at her small vegetable garden, Qin Ning felt a sense of accomplishment. Soon, she would gather some branches to support the cucumbers. With her arrival in this place, her greenery progress was finally showing signs of improvement. Crossing into double digits was just around the corner. Huanqi, would you like to join me in gathering branches? Qin Ning noticed Huanqi fixated on the ground, wondering what held her attention so spellbound. Ants. Huanqi pointed at a swarm of ants at her feet, a dark mass that made Qin Ning's fear of clusters flare up. How could there be so many ants at this time? Qin Ning's left ear twitched slightly. Why are you here? She inquired. Looking for something, the ants responded. Before she could catch the next word, she was abruptly thrown back to the ground, as if rebounding off a screen. Rubbing her ears, confusion filled her eyes. What on earth was happening? The once dormant Ji suddenly opened her eyes. Dian, this swarm of ants is not a natural occurrence. Something is amiss. Follow them. Even Ji was unaware. It seemed Furong town was not simple. Huanqi, stay inside and read your storybook. Remember not to open the door for strangers. After giving her instructions, Qin Ning donned a white garment, striving to diminish her presence. Brother-in-law, this is the wise one's residence. Since the wise one has not summoned us, we cannot enter. I wish to return. Having finally shaken off her brother-in-law, he would surely hurry back to enjoy some intimacy with his wife. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Li Su's dissatisfaction flashed across his face. You should bring Chi-Wan along to meet Dian Dian. They are close friends who haven't caught up in ages. Brother-in-law, is it so difficult for him to return his wife for some quality time? In other households, there are dozens of children already blessed by the divine. Finally, it was his turn, and he needed to work hard to catch up and receive the divine blessings, which would also benefit you. Brother-in-law Chi-Wan, patting her chest, assuredly Sue, Captain, don't worry that I'll ensure your twilight romance is preserved. Hi, let's go. I'll tell you about the things a Ning likes along the way to win her favor. An elderly woman, hunched over and leaning on a cane, emerged from the house. You must be the newcomers. Please enter. The wise one is waiting. The dimly lit room was illuminated only by candlelight, with sheer curtains casting the enchanting silhouette of a woman within. Wise one, they have arrived, the old woman rasped, adding an eerie touch to the atmosphere. The figure behind the veil waved her hand, prompting the old woman to step forward and draw back the curtain. You possess extraordinary abilities. Why have you come to Furong Town? The girl wore a velvet nightgown, her belly slightly rounded, with 2 pairs of transparent insect wings sprouting from her back. The wise one did not look at them, but instead toyed with the insects in a jar. Her tone casual, but not escaping the keen eyes of the seasoned individuals from District 10. The snowstorm hinders our path, and the increasing number of zombies makes Furong Town a sanctuary. Naturally, we yearn for it. Qin Ning's words were impeccably crafted. That's so. Only then did the wise one cast her gaze upon them. Grandmother, hand them the tokens. The old woman, upon receiving the command, glanced at the 7 of them, holding the candle, and opened the corresponding drawer to distribute the tokens among them. Eagle. Su Wen observed the token in his brother Su Wu's hand. Ling T. Doubt flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Mo Yi's token. Pined that he wanted to look at Gu Lin again. Don't look. It's the fire element. How could you? Su Wen expressed disbelief, knowing he should not be surprised, for he had demonstrated his abilities before them. However, in Furong Town, no secret could elude the wise one. The old woman spoke up, showcasing the wise one's authority. Upon entering Furong Town, you're subject to its rules. Remember the following 3. First, curfew is at 10 o'clock. If caught by the patrol, it is kill on sight. Second, the back mountain is a forbidden zone. Entry is punishable by death. Third, no one is allowed to touch the women of Furong Town. After reciting the regulations, the old woman waved her hand, signaling them to leave. Captain, do you think the wise one truly knows everything? Su Wen was skeptical, wondering if she had evolved a mind-reading ability. No. Perhaps Qin Ning can offer us an explanation. Li Su hastily shoved the token into Su Wen's hand and departed. Hey, why is the captain's token so simple? Just the word strengthened. Qin Yin also pressed the token into Su Wen's hand. This Furong Town is too strange. I must see clarification from Qin Ning. Wait, Deputy Captain, why is your token also so simple? Just the word strengthened? Su Wen looked at the 2 identical tokens in his hand, scratching his head, pondering if he needed to start thinking more critically. Mine is 2. Kai 2, representing the Eye People, also extended a token towards Su Wen. Grandmother, these individuals are exceptional. Prepare the others accordingly. The wise one savored the insect from the jar, relishing the moment. Yes, wise one. Qin Ning held a basket filled with wedding candies. Whenever she encountered someone, she pretended to be distributing candies. This swarm of ants did not resemble headless flies aimlessly wandering. They genuinely appeared to be searching for something. Come on, push a little harder. Your head is almost out. The ants halted at the door, remaining motionless. When Qin Ning lifted her gaze, she realized she had arrived at Old Chen's house, where today marked the birth of his wife's 40th child. Despite Old Chen often being teased for his inability, it's a boy, a healthy, chubby little one. The midwife in the house exclaimed joyfully while cradling the newborn as she stepped outside, only to bump into Qin Ning. What are you doing here, wife of Hai? A moment of intimacy is worth 1,000 gold. You must work hard to give Hai more children, lest he lose face among other in response to this. Qin Ning could only smile awkwardly to be by the way. It's cold outside, and the newborn is weak. Exposing him to the cold wind is not wise. Where are you taking him? The midwife replied with a smile. In Furong Town, all newborns must be delivered to the sun sending temple immediately. After passing before the Bodhisattva, they are taken to the Jishur Hall, where there are specialists to care for them. You wives only need to give birth. If the Bodhisattva favors you, blessings will be bestowed upon your family. The midwife did not linger to converse with Qin Ning and hurried on her way to the temple. Chapter 28. So fierce? Ning, how did you end up here? A little girl with two bun-shaped hairdos tugged at Qin Ning's sleeve, her big, grape-like eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Ning looked down, realizing it was Xiao Kaiyan. I came to distribute wedding candies, she smiled, offering some candies from her basket to Xiao Kaiyan, her peripheral vision catching the sight of the previously swarming ants, now vanished, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Ning, what are you looking at? Xiao Kaiyan, with candy in her mouth, inquired curiously. Nothing, it's just getting late, Qin Ning replied, redirecting the conversation as she took Xiao Kaiyan's hand. Shall I walk you home? Yes, time is running late. And the curfew is approaching. Sister, you need not accompany me home. It will be better for you to return early. Be cautious, for Uncle Desai might not be pleased. After all, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. These words, spoken from the lips of a 10-year-old child, felt somewhat awkward to her. Very well. Do take care of yourself. Qin Ning, feeling embarrassed, scratched her head as she hurried back. Sister, ants. Qin Ning's expression shifted dramatically. What had Xiao Kaiyan seen? Ants. She pointed at the ants crawling up Qin Ning's pant leg, tilting her head with a curious look. Sister, how strange. I already told you that they are ants. Qin Ning gazed at the ants that had somehow made their way on her pants. Internally scolding herself for being so suspicious. It is simply too dark. Your sister Ning's eyesight is not quite the best. Xiao Kaiyan waved at her, a smile playing on her lips. In Furong Town. One needn't be so cautious. Qin Ning inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. The peculiarities of Furong Town had her nerves taut. Good night, she shrugged and turned to leave. Wife, where are you going? Desai, upon finally seeing Qin Ning return, was ecstatic and rushed forward to embrace her. Wife, don't run off. It's not easy to win such a beautiful bride. I fear losing you. His hands caressed her back. Wife, you seem so slender, yet your back muscles are quite firm. Let go. A low, resonant voice emanated from above, startling him into releasing her immediately as he collapsed into a chair. The once soft wife had transformed into a formidable brother-in-law. So it's brother-in-law. It's getting late. What's the matter? Li Su's expression darkened, exuding a faintly chilling air that made Desai feel uneasy. I need to have a proper talk with Tian about what she has been through these past days. No way. Desai's voice suddenly rose in volume. In their Furong Town, nothing was more important than receiving the blessings of the gods. Not even the brother-in-law could interfere with his happiness with his wife. Li Su clenched the candy box in his pocket, gritting his teeth, and coldly replied, Why not? When it came to matters that affected his interests, Desai became unyieldingly resolute. And no means no, brother-in-law. My wife and I are going to sleep together. And that, regardless of your authority, in Qin Ning's eyes, Li Su had always been easygoing. She had never seen him this furious. His nearly 6-foot stature completely eclipsed her, but upon glancing up, she could see the veins bulging in his neck. Fearing that Li Su might truly lose control, she reached out to grasp his hand. Desai, I have depended on my brother since childhood, and why sudden marriage is also a source of worry for him. I understand the rules of Furong Town. Please, do not worry in a way. Qin Ning had not anticipated that the typically affable Desai would be so adamant on this matter. It seemed her only option was to pacify him first. Brother, can we talk about this tomorrow? She gently tapped Li Su's hand to avoid raising Desai's suspicions. Some matters were best discussed later. Qin Ning released Li Su's hand, but he raised his hand once more to grasp hers tightly. His grip so firm that it made her uneasy, his gaze filled with questions. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by this? Qin Ning is now my wife, no longer your sister. Li Su's actions were clearly infringing upon a man's dignity. Everything is negotiable. Qin Yan removed his glasses and signaled to Su Wu behind him. This matter cannot be. With a resounding thud, before Desai could finish a sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Goodness, my foolish brother. Do you want to see how thick a stick you can wield? Su Wu observed the stick in Su Wu's hand, unable to restrain himself from silently mourning for the fallen man. Qin Ning was taken aback, her eyes widening. Fierce. I have a few matters I wish to trouble you to clarify. Qin Ning was filled with numerous doubts if he did not resolve them. He feared he would be unable to sleep. Su released his grip on Qin Ning, creating distance between them as he leaned against the wall, popping a piece of candy into his mouth to quell the surging malice. His arms crossed, remaining silent. This stance seemed quite serious. Very well. I shall certainly speak candidly. I wish to understand why the so-called wise can clearly deduce their abilities, yet are unable to ascertain the enhanced abilities. Qin Ning furrowed her brow, playing with the sunstone bracelet in her hand. Explaining this was not overly difficult, but I suspect she is a peak second-tier nature ability user, capable of sensing others with similar abilities within her domain. This wise one should not be underestimated. Upon seeing the sunstone bracelet in Qin Ning's hand, Lisu's inner turmoil swiftly calmed. You know why there are those 3 rules in the village? Qin Ning shook her head helplessly. I'm not very clear on that. But I noticed something strange in the village earlier. I've been here for over 10 days, and I've barely seen any children. Yet, so many are born daily. Where do they all go? I hardly think a single G-Shur hall could accommodate hundreds of children. Hundreds of children cannot possibly all be silent. There is certainly no sign of child inflation in this village. If I hadn't seen the old Chan family having a baby today, I might have forgotten about the existence of children altogether. Where indeed are the children? Suwon picked up a drink from the table. Preparing to take a sip. Don't drink that, Qin Ning exclaimed, hastily stopping him. What is wrong? Suwon looked at her quizzically. Surely one drink wouldn't warrant such a reaction. Qin Ning crossed her arms, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suwon, have you heard of the Mother River in the Kingdom of Daughters? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you drink that, you'll become my reproduction machine. What? Suwon pushed the cup as far away as possible. Looking as if he had seen a ghost, Qin Yin furrowed his brow slightly, lifting the drink to his nose, inhaling its scent. Are you suggesting this beverage is the reason women here keep becoming pregnant? I suspect so, as this drink is exclusively for women and must be consumed daily. Initially, I simply disliked drinking. I refused, but Dazai insisted I drink, which led me to suspect something. Su's gaze darkened as he glanced at the unconscious Dazai on the ground. Qin Yin, the matter regarding the bracelet is yours. Su Won, Mo, and Chi Wan. The 3 of you investigate the children's information in the village. I, Su Wu, and Gu Lin will head to the back mountain. Kai Tu, you stay behind. It's easier to arouse suspicion in the back mountain due to the crowd. I should go. Your abilities should be suppressed, but mine are not. If anything goes wrong, I can manage on my own. Li Su looked at Qin Ning, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. In no way. Why not? Qin Ning did not understand. Shouldn't she be the best candidate? That, Li Su pointed at the unconscious Dazai on the ground, his tall figure giving him an imposing presence, the red mole at the corner of his eye adding an eerie allure. Chi Wan quickly shielded her gaze, realizing he had yet to resolve that matter. Chapter 29. Mother-in-law sings lullabies. Dazai, are you awake? Qin Ning brought the freshly prepared meal to the table, her face beaming with joy as she gazed at him. Dazai groaned in pain, rubbing his head. Feeling as if he had been struck, he staggered to his feet. Wife, what happened last night? Qin Ning feigned innocence. Nothing. Here, have some porridge. What are you thinking? You still need to guard the mountain. That's so. He felt as though he had forgotten something important. He picked up the bowl of porridge. By the way, wife, did you drink the pomegranate juice? Here we go again. Qin Ning maintained her cheerful facade. I did. Although she appeared innocent, she was quite the opposite. Indeed, men often thought with their lower halves. Dazai set down his chopsticks, his expression inquisitive. Wife, I want to see you drink. He retrieved the pomegranate juice from the cabinet and offered it to her. Do you not trust me? Qin Ning's face darkened as she slammed her chopsticks on the table. Am I not your officially wedded wife? Can you not trust me even this much? It's just pomegranate juice. Do you think I could deceive you? Her outburst startled Dazai. Wife, I was wrong. How could I not trust you? He stood up and placed his hand on Qin Ning's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. Whispering into her ear, Wife, the time is still early. Shall we not put in a little more effort? Qin Ning, looking at his lips so close, felt a surge of disgust and raised her hand to strike him. Suddenly, a hand reached out and tugged Dazai's collar, pulling him away. Desai was about to get angry when a stick came crashing toward his forehead. Li Su. Qin Ning was somewhat taken aback. Li Su glanced at the unconscious Desai in his grasp, his eyes betraying a blatant, murderous intent. The smile on his lips made him resemble a demon, and the chilling aura he exuded made Qin Ning feel a twinge of unfamiliarity. Instinctively, she called out, "Li Su!" He snapped back to reality, suppressing his cold demeanor. "Qin Ning, he is a man. You are not safe." He opened the candy box and stuffed a piece of candy in his mouth. "Qin Ning, I will send you and haunt you away." After much contemplation, he could no longer hold back. "I will send you away at any cost." Li Su withdrew his gaze. "There is nothing that District 11 wishes to accomplish that cannot be achieved. District 11's aspirations are limitless." "How impressive!" Qin Ning cast a fleeting glance, as she had matters to attend to. "Where are you headed?" "To Ji Shirtang." Qin Ning placed her hands on her hips. "My all-capable boss. It's not that you won't allow me to go to the back mountain. I can only join the fourth member of the gossip group." Li Su's shallow gaze held a smile as he retrieved a gun from his waist and placed it in her hands. "Be careful." With a playful arch of her brow, Qin Ning toyed with the weapon. "Li Su, are you truly permitted to hand out this firearm to outsiders? Aren't you concerned someone might take advantage of you?" "You are not an outsider. Special circumstances warrant special treatment." "Sister Wan Wan, what brings you to Ji Shirtang?" Xiao Kaiyun tugged at Qi Wan's sleeve, her face brimming with curiosity. Qi Wan, maintaining her composure, replied, "I heard the village elders mention Ji Shirtang and grew a bit curious about its size and the number of caretakers it must have. Considering the multitude of children." Xiao Caiyun's lively eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. "In Furong Town, an excess of curiosity isn't necessarily a blessing. Sister Wan Wan has been here for a few days. Soon, it will be your turn to marry and bear children." "Why the rush?" Qi Wan couldn't suppress a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. "What nonsense! I'm not a mere vessel for reproduction." A chill flickered across her features. That's so." Xiao Kaiyun laughed lightly. "Sister Wan Wan, do you find my dress lovely?" As she spoke nonsensically, she twirled in front of Qi Wan, "As long as you're not cold." "It looks good." Qi Wan nodded indifferently and approached the door of Ji Shirtang. "Sister Wan Wan, are you that curious?" Xiao Kaiyun tilted her head, gazing intently, causing Qi Wan to feel an involuntary shiver down her spine, instinctively entering a state of alert. "Ha!" Xiao Kaiyun covered her mouth, laughing heartily. "Sister Wan Wan, why are you so tense?" Inside Ji Shirtang, Granny Wang is taking care of the children. She's exceptionally skilled at soothing them. "I won't interrupt your exploration. I'll go find someone else to play with." Qi Wan watched as Xiao Caiyun's figure receded into the distance, inexplicably letting out a sigh of relief. Was she overly anxious? How could she harbor such dark thoughts towards a child? She couldn't help but chuckle at herself. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?" Qi Wan rapped on the door. "Who is it?" An aged voice called out, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. The door swung open to reveal an old woman leaning on a cane. It seemed Xiao Kaiyun had spoken the truth. "Who are you?" "I'm the wife of Old Chun. I miss the children. I was supposed to come see them, but was held up by other matters. I volunteered to come in her stead. As I quite like children." Prove her authenticity. She had even brought a can of milk powder. Granny Wang said nothing further, merely stepped aside to invite her. Qi Wan's peripheral vision caught sight of Mo and Su when lurking in the shadows before she withdrew her gaze and stepped forward to assist Granny Wang. "Granny, do you take care of all these children by yourself? They seem remarkably calm." Granny Wang offered Qi Wan a loving smile, yet her wrinkled face revealed no trace of gentleness. "Of course, if you adore children, you can always have your own. Giving birth here is as simple as an ant queen laying eggs. This old woman, will surely care for them well." Granny Wang, before Qi Wan could finish her sentence, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she couldn't help but yawn. Granny Wang, she yawned again, bewildered by her sudden fatigue. "When you fall asleep, the children won't make a sound. Is that so?" Qi Wan drifted into a deep slumber, while Granny Wang deftly drew a dagger from her waist and plunged it toward Qi Wan's heart. "Don't move. Let her go." Mo and Su aimed their guns at Granny Wang, one hand covering her mouth and nose. "What have you done to Qi Wan?" Granny Wang, seeing two more individuals arrive, couldn't help but smile. Young man, do you think an old woman would use poison? A gun is indeed a fine tool. It seems necessary to add a rule. Anyone entering Furong town must be searched. He barely managed to utter a word before his eyelids began to droop. What's happening? Why am I so tired? Su sensed something amiss and stabbed a knife into his thigh, trying to stay awake. The sudden wave of fatigue had caught him off guard, with two loud thuds. Granny Wang's face broke into a triumphant grin. Babies, Granny is here to sing you a lullaby. She raised the dagger in her hand, advancing toward them. Old Chun, what is this? Qin Ning looked at Old Chun, who was glowing with vitality, her heart sinking. How could he be an ability user? This shouldn't be. Old Chun, I recall the last time I saw you. You were an ability user. Qin Ning approached cautiously, feeling the unmistakable flow of energy within him. Old Chin's grin widened, holding a bowl of steaming braised pork. I have received the blessings of the divine. I shall no longer endure hardship. Becoming an ability user elevates my status. Divine blessings? Qin Ning furrowed her brow. Old Chun, did you bring that meat home to enjoy with your wife? Fearing he might raise suspicion, she dared not delve deeper. Wife? Old Chun erupted in laughter. I refer to the wife of the sea. You'll understand in due time that I currently have no wife. She is merely a tool for my blessings, a mere rag. His disdain was unmasked, openly insulting her before Qin Ning. Lighting a lantern in the outhouse is courting death. What did you say about the wife of the sea? Qin Ning maintained a smile. No, Xiao is quite obedient, unlike your description of her. Puffed. Old Chun sneered. Wife of the sea, you are quite naive. Never mind. I shan't say more, that I wouldn't want to invite trouble from the sea or ruin your marital bliss. Old Chun, cradling the braised pork, swaggered back toward his yard. You dog. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow at the nearby vines. The vines lifted their heads and plunged into the snow, following the footprints left by Old Chun as he was about to pass by the latrine. The vines burst forth from the snow, ensnaring Old Chin's feet and hurling him directly into the latrine. With a loud splash, the latrine water erupted 3 meters high. Anyone unaware might think a child had set off firecrackers in there. Damn it! Who did this? Qin Ning covered her mouth, laughing heartily. The village's mud has come to feast on dung. Huaishi, I'm here to play. Xiao Kaiyan called from outside the courtyard, and Kai Tu, tasked with watching over Huaishi, quickly positioned a gun by the window. Peering through the curtains, he saw only a little girl outside, so he withdrew his gaze and glanced at the unconscious Dahai, promptly stuffing him into a wardrobe. Huaishi, your friend has come to see you. Kai Tu gently reminded Huaishi, who was engrossed in a book on flower cultivation. She's not my friend, Huaishi replied, not lifting her head. Her brows furrowed in concentration. Kai Tu, noticing her rapt attention, was about to speak when he couldn't help but tilt his head, staring at the book's cover. Huaishi, how old are you? Can you read all the words? Of course, little Huaishi puffed up her cheeks, her displeasure evident on her face. Yes, that's so. Kai Tu quietly flipped the book over. Huaishi, if you're feeling bored, why not go out and play with the other children? Feeling insulted, Huaishi swiftly buried herself under the blankets. Uncle, you're mean. I don't want to talk to you. Kai Tu chuckled softly. It's the uncle's fault. Your friend is still waiting outside. I've already said she is not my friend. She is a big child. Huaishi pouted from beneath the covers. If you feel bored, you might as well find Brother Ying. Remember to bring him some clothes, that he has no fur and will surely feel embarrassed. Kai Tu was left bewildered, thinking the little girl was merely throwing a tantrum, so he didn't dwell on it. If she didn't want to play, then so be it. Outside, Xiao Kaiyun, seeing no movement from within, pushed open the gate and, noticing the fruits in the courtyard, unceremoniously plucked a peach and bit into it, its juices bursting forth. So sweet. Xiao Kaiyun wandered around the courtyard without a care. Kai Tu, fearing she might notice something amiss, opened the blanket and coaxed Huaishi gently. Look, she's come inside. Wouldn't it be rude not to check? What? Little Huaishi leaped from the bed, clutching her beloved flower pot. Who are you? Staring at the peach in Xiao Kaiyun's hand, her displeasure deepened. That's my peach. Xiao Kaiyun, catching sight of Kai Tu behind Huaishi, felt a flicker of grievance and said, Huaishi, don't be upset. I'm just a bit curious. Your courtyard is truly magical, yielding fruit. She pondered whether it was indeed the spring water in the courtyard that brought forth such wonders. Yet, why had Dahai's courtyard lacked flowers and plants before? Little Huai, she clutched her flower pot. Stomping forward, bala energy. Freeze you, big child. She waved her magic wand in front of Xiao Kaiyan. Kai Tu felt a surge of unease. What was going on with Huai Shi today? Would the two children actually come to blows? That would be disastrous if they drew attention, but he embraced Huai Shi. Huai Shi's just playing with you. If you like peaches, I can pick some more for you. Big child. Xiao Kaiyan gazed at Huai Shi, her eyes sweeping over the flower pot in her hands. What is this? May I take a look? She stepped forward, attempting to snatch the pot. Huai Shi swung her magic wand. No, you smell bad. Huai Shi clutched her flower pot tightly and turned to leave. Kai Tu looked awkwardly at Xiao Kaiyun. Apologies. Huai Shi isn't usually like this. She might just be in a mood. Zai Kaiyan retracted her joyful gaze and offered a sweet, demure smile to Kai Tu, assuring him that it was merely her impulsiveness, and she would return another time to play with her. Just as Qin Ning was about to knock on the door, she inadvertently caught sight of smoke rising from behind Jishitang. Piquing her curiosity, she quietly approached Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia was crouched by a brazier, burning paper, clad only in a thin garment. Upon hearing Qin Ning call her, she turned her bleary eyes toward her, revealing that she was indeed the wife of Dai Hai. Without uttering much, Qin Ning removed her down jacket and draped it over her, pulling her aside. Xiao Jia. Is today someone's Memorial Day? You seem to be without shoes or a coat. Without further ado, she guided her to sit on a stone and offered her own shoes to wear. When she and Huanshe first arrived at Furong Town, Xiao Jia had once extended her kindness to them. Back then, although she had not worn a smile, she had not appeared as lifeless as she did now. Suddenly recalling what old Chun had said, Qin Ning wondered if something dreadful had transpired. Perhaps sensing the warmth from the clothing, Xiao Jia gradually regained clarity in her eyes. Seizing Qin Ning's hand, she urged, Go, hurry. I know that person is not your brother. You both must escape. You must. Confused, Qin Ning took Xiao's hand and softly reassured her. Xiao Jia, is old Chun bullying you? Tell me, and I will help you. At the mention of old Chun, Xiao Jia visibly trembled. Gripping Qin Ning's hand tightly, Go. This place is hell. Hell. Her state of despair made Qin Ning worry deeply. She held Xiao Jia close, discreetly using her powers to administer a calming effect, allowing her emotions to settle gradually. Xiao Jia, what on earth has happened? He is dead. Xiao Jia sobbed silently, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Rue Jia, he is dead. He promised me that if I completed the task and helped him obtain the blessing, he would plead with the sage for mercy. Yet she still killed him. It was all a deception, all a deception. Qin Ning remained silent, gently stroking Xiao's back. Qin Ning, you must not tread the same path as I did. While there is still a chance to turn back, you must flee, flee. Xiao Jia gazed at Qin Ning with unwavering resolve. Xiao Jia, would you be willing to share the details of what transpired? Qin Ning sensed that this matter was of significant gravity, perhaps the key to unraveling the secrets of Furong Town. 2 months ago, my fiancé and I fled from G-City back to our hometown. Furong Town, Chapter 31. My secret. You will never know. Qin Ning clenched her fists, a chill flashing in her pale eyes. Without uttering a word, she administered a sleeping pill to Xiao Jia and carried her back. She could not possibly allow Xiao Jia to return to that den of evil. Damn it, how infuriating. Qin Ning recalled Xiao Jia's words, wishing to rend the sage to pieces. Xiao Jia, rest assured, I will get you out of here. Tian Jia. Huanshe spotted Qin Ning returning through the window and hurriedly donned her shoes, rushing forward. Just as she was about to embrace her, she realized that Qin Ning was holding Xiao. What has happened to Xiao? A hint of fear shadowed Huanshe's face, her lips drooping, tears welling in her eyes as she distinctly sensed the presence of death. Noticing her misunderstanding, Qin Ning reassured her. Huanshe, your Xiao is merely asleep. Please keep her company, all right? She laid Xiao on the bed and tucked her in. Without uttering a word, Huanshe clutched a flower pot and sat at the bedside, stubbornly watching over her. Downstairs, Qin Ning glanced at Kai Tu. Have they not returned yet? A cloud of worry darkened Kata's face. No, I do not know if they are safe. Initially, she had intended to inform Li Su of her discoveries. But with him absent, she resolved to investigate on her own. Kaitu, I leave this to you. If anyone attempts to take Xiaoxiujie away, I hope you could delay them until I return. Qin Ning, who rarely made requests of others, bowed to Kaitu this time with gratitude. Thank you. Qin Ning, please do not be this way. We are friends. Kaitu appeared somewhat taken aback by Qin Ning's formality, repeatedly waving his hands in retreat. Qin Ning said nothing further. She simply wished to ensure that no one would harm Xiaoxiujie again. She picked up a thriving spider plant from the table, pondering, Sage, what selfish desires drive you to commit such atrocities? Qin Ning, leave quickly. Do not linger here. Flee. The sage is a madwoman. She sees us as mere objects. She sends women to men's beds, reducing them to breeding tools. What the sage desires are newborns, and she captures foreign men, stripping them of their essence to bestow upon the men of Furong Town. The gender imbalance in Furong Town was severe. To conceal her selfishness and better control the village's men, once a man obtained powers, his wife would be given to another man, and so it would continue. Women had no right to choose, not even in death. Qin Ning, the sage stops at nothing to achieve her goals. She used Jie's life as leverage against me, coercing me to move from one man's bed to another, all for Jie to survive. Old Qin had promised me that if I helped him obtain the blessing, he would plead with the sage to release Jie. Had I not followed Old Qin today, I would never have known the truth. Long before I helped the first man obtain the blessing, Jie was already dead, and his essence resided within that man. The voice of Xiaoxiujie echoed in Qin Ning's mind, along with her once vibrant eyes now clouded with despair. What are you doing here? The sage did not summon you. Granny Yang, who had been attending to the sage, glared at Qin Ning with malevolence upon her unexpected arrival at the sage's residence. Leaning on her cane, her hunched back belied a spirit more vigorous than that of the 30-something Xiaoxiujie. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ning donned a sycophantic smile. Granny Yang, I have brought a new spider plant for the sage. When I first arrived in Furong Town, I mentioned to the sage that I am a gardener. Once it flourished, I would deliver it. It has only taken me a few days to bring it here. Let her in. With the sage's command, Granny Yang did not impede Qin Ning's entry. The dim room remained unchanged since her first visit. Yet Qin Ning keenly detected a pervasive scent of perfume mingling with the stench of decay. She recognized that odor all too well. The sage, as always, reclined lazily in a velvet robe, her hair loosely styled, playing with insects in a glass bottle. Such refined tastes, sage. Qin Ning's tone dripped with irony as she respectfully placed the spider plant on the table. Sage, are you pleased? The sage rested one hand on her abdomen, using the other to pinch the plant's leaves, testing for any traces of power. Indeed, she was a remarkably cautious individual. The sage chuckled lightly, retracting her hand and fixing her gaze on Qin Ning. I've heard of your prowess as a gardener, and I must say, you truly live up to your reputation. With just a small eye of hot spring, you have managed to bring verdancy to the entire courtyard. Far surpassing the fire crystals buried in the corners of my room, I wonder if you might share some secrets of nurturing flowers and plants with me. Despite my meticulous care, they have yet to thrive as well as yours. I have heard your peach trees bear fruit. Point 1 is merely a means of making a living. Qin Ning replied, if the sage desires, I can assist in tending to your garden. The sage smiled gracefully, gesturing for Granny Yang to step forward. Joyous tranquility. I cannot accept your spider plant without offering something in return. Granny Yang, go fetch the pendant I prepared for Qin Ning from my bedroom. Granny Yang nodded and, leaning on her cane, parted the curtain. A fleeting glimpse of the pendant sent a jolt through Qin Ning. She clenched her hands beneath the table, yet her expression remained unchanged. The sage's gaze swept over Qin Ning's face, her red lips curling into a subtle smile. Granny Yang handed the pendant to Qin Ning, stating, this resin is of little value. I trust you will not disdain it. Encased within the resin was a black ant, and Qin Ning chuckled lightly, recognizing the sage's warning. However, she was never one to shy away. Of course not. Qin Ning raised her voice, a glint of frost dancing in her beautiful eyes. Never. As Granny Yang observed Qin Ning's retreating figure, she gripped her cane tightly, Sage, why bother with niceties? I shall go and kill her this very moment. The sage seized an insect from the bottle and chewed it like a sunflower seed. I am genuinely curious. She possesses no powers, yet she can bring dead wood back to life, sprouting even in the depths of winter. I cannot believe in such nonsense as hot springs. This is Furong Town. I fear not this little clown. Be by the way, Sage, why do you not let Wong Posey deal with those few individuals? Did you not say their essences were quite valuable? The sage cast a glance at Chi Wan and the others lying in the room, chuckling softly that, if not for this, how could I negotiate with Qin Ning? In Furong Town, there is nothing I cannot obtain. The sage glanced at the calendar on the wall, noting the date, and her eyes flickered upward. Granny Yang, prepare my attire. Tonight, I shall venture into the mountains. Qin Ning quietly listened to the exchange between the sage and Granny Yang. Sage, you will never have the chance to learn my secret. But soon your secret will no longer be concealed. In the small courtyard. Have Chi Wan and the others not returned yet? Gu Lin's complexion suddenly darkened. It was imperative that he seek them out. He rose and secured his gun at his waist. And no need to search. I already know where they are, Qin Ning interjected, observing Gu Lin's urgency. Where's Chi Wan? Gu Lin strode forward, his voice laden with concern. They have been captured by the sage. Before Qin Ning could finish her sentence, Gu Lin was about to rush out, but thankfully, Qin Ning, quick-witted, grabbed hold of him. The sage won't harm them until he obtains what he desires. Qin Ning cast a glance around the room, her voice dropping to a whisper. Where is Li Su? The captain has gone to the Sun-Paying Temple. Chapter 32. I am here to tell you a story. The back mountain had a total of 4 checkpoints, with the outermost manned by burly individuals devoid of special abilities. The remaining 3 checkpoints were guarded by more than 10 ability users each. Today, Li Su had ventured to the back mountain alongside Gu Lin. An entry would indeed prove difficult. This matter required meticulous planning. He had initially intended to return, but was waylaid by Lao Chun, who had fallen into a dung pit. From the man's lips, Li Su learned that he was receiving divine blessings at the Sun-Paying Temple, which endowed him with abilities that on a whim, Li Su decided to investigate the temple under the cover of night. Perhaps it was his years of experience in the field that led him to feel an ominous aura clinging to the air above the temple, reminiscent of a crime scene where restless souls lingered. Unable to find peace, he removed his gun from his waist and climbed a nearby dead tree, using binoculars to survey the situation within the temple. The so-called Sun-Paying Temple bore more resemblance to a transformed family residence. At its center stood a locust tree, robust enough to suggest it had been there for over 30 years. Despite enduring acid rain and extreme cold, this tree thrived, exuding an unsettling vitality. Who would plant a tree in the middle of their yard? Hundreds of perpetual lamps flickered inside and outside the temple, and as Li Su scanned the interior, he noted only a solitary man engaged in maintenance, ensuring the lights remained lit. Li Su stowed his binoculars, secured his gun, and leaped down from the tree, knocking on the temple door. Who is it? Give me a moment to put on a coat. The man, puzzled, opened the door but found no one outside. Had he misheard? Just as he turned to retreat, Li Su emerged from behind him, delivering a swift blow that rendered the man unconscious. He propped the man against a wall and quickly shut the door, illuminating a flashlight as he cautiously approached the main room. The cold wind rustled through the yard, and leaf from the locust tree fell onto Li Su's shoulders, sending a chill down his spine as turbulent waves surged within his heart. Father! Mother! Those unwilling memories surged back into his mind, accompanied by a cacophony of ringing in his ears that left him in agony. No, you wicked fiends, let go of my parents. Li Su clutched his head in torment, instinctively reaching for the sun bead bracelet on his wrist, only to remember it was in Qin Ning's possession. He instead retrieved a candy from his pocket, placing it in his mouth as he leaned against the steps, attempting to calm the storm within. Since entering District 10 at 18, he had not thought of his parents. This Sun-Paying Temple felt too sinister. Was there a psychic ability user hidden within? If so, he could not afford to linger. He exhaled softly, rose, and prepared to depart. Ah Su. Li Su jolted at the familiar voice, recognizing it without needing to turn. Ah Su, my dear child. He knew it was an illusion. Yet he could not suppress the turmoil in his heart as he turned to look. Mother, he whispered incredulously. His mother, clad in a police uniform, waved at him to Asu. "Why are you just standing there? Have you forgotten your mother after just a few days?" Li Su swallowed back the bitter emotions, his feet moving unconsciously closer, when suddenly a small boy rushed past him, embracing his mother. "Mom, when will you and Dad come back to spend time with me?" A piercing siren echoed in his ears, followed by a blinding light that pierced his eyes. "You must be Officer Lee's son, right? Your father ruined my business and caused me to lose a leg. Now, I shall ensure you experience my suffering. Let me go." The sound of static filled his ears. "It hurts. It hurts. Father, mother." The anguished cries of the boy reverberated in his mind. No one knew the torment he had endured. Thrown into a pit of snakes, whipped, injected with drugs, forced to wield a gun, and tossed into an arena where killing and being killed were daily occurrences. Li Su collapsed onto the ground. Snow began to fall from the sky, and the leaves of the locust tree enveloped him, 1, 2, 3, until he was entirely shrouded in foliage. Turns out it was nothing special. Xiao Kaiyun, munching on a peach, crouched down and poked the unconscious Li Su with a twig. "I thought you would surprise me." She tossed the twig aside, but just as she prepared to leave, a flash of blue light darted through the leaves, and a spirit butterfly emerged, fluttering around the locust tree. "Interesting." Surprise sparkled in Xiao Sayun's eyes. "Cough, cough, cough." Lowering her head, she met Li Su's golden-gazed eye in that instant. Her body felt as though it had been frozen, her blood reversing its flow. "Who are you?" Li Su's voice was laced with menace as he gripped Xiao Sayun's neck. The golden hue in his eyes faded, replaced by a sea of crimson. "Was that illusion your ability?" At that moment, Li Su resembled a demon risen from hell, devoid of any prior gentleness. Xiao Kaiyun struggled against the choking grip, her face turning red with suffocation. Li Su." The sound of Qin Ning's voice snapped him back to reality. He released Xiao Kaiyun, fixing her with a cold stare. "Who are you really?" Cough, cough, cough. Her eyes brimmed with grievance. "Brother, why are you treating me this way?" Li Su's gun pressed against her head. "Speak." Seeing he was not easily swayed, the innocence in her gaze vanished. "Don't you want to know who I am? Why not come in with me, and I'll tell you a story." Xiao Kaiyun seemed unfazed by the gun in his hand. Rising and stepping into the room, at the front of the room stood a life-sized bronze statue of a woman holding a lotus flower. Xiao Kaiyun approached and replaced the decayed offerings with fresh peaches, watering the potted plants on either side. Isu surveyed the room. On the gray-white walls, remnants of children's drawings were visible. A family portrait drawn by a 5-year-old. Featuring a father, mother, sister, and brother. "No need to be so anxious. I'm merely here to tell you a story. I heard this tale from an elderly villager 3 years ago. A family of 4 lived here. The father was honest and kind, the mother warm-hearted and devoted, the daughter beautiful and understanding, helping with household chores while caring for her younger brother a year ago. At the age of 22, the sister returned to Furong Town with her fiancé, eagerly anticipating their wedding. However, on the eve of the wedding, the village chief's son used the excuse of an old schoolmate's reunion to lure her out. The family received a call from the police the next morning, only to find their daughter had been horrifically mistreated by a group of scoundrels. The father and mother, filled with rage, demanded the police apprehend the village chief's son and his accomplices, ensuring they faced justice. Yet, the village chief had a son-in-law in the police department, and due to insufficient evidence, the culprits were released. The villagers, knowing the truth, remained silent, believing the sister had enticed the men with her behavior. Unable to bear the injustice, the parents planned to appeal in G City, but met with disaster on the way. The sister, after giving birth to a baby girl, chose to take her own life. Li Su's heart trembled as he lifted his gaze towards Xiao Kaiyun. "Oh, you are the baby girl from the story? And what of the brother?" Xiao Sayun's eyes glinted mischievously. "I was just teasing you." She stepped back with a smile, and suddenly, the man who should have been unconscious lunged forward, aiming a knife at Li Su. Fortunately, Li Su reacted swiftly, retreating a step and leaping out of the room, only to find the locust tree outside, extending its branches to attack him. This a mutated plant. The roots of this locust tree concealed about a dozen wood-type crystals, and the mutation had hallucinogenic properties. "I hope you enjoy playing with it, brother." Chapter 33. I came to find you. Qin Ning. Qin Yin set aside his computer, pulled out a chair, and added charcoal to the furnace, pouring her a cup of hot tea. "You here for Lucid? He hasn't returned yet." Qin Ning sipped the tea, extending her hands towards the warmth of the stove. "No, I came to find you, me." Qin Yin was perplexed. "What is it?" Qin Ning leaned in and whispered in his ear. "What?" "Faking death." Qin Yin was taken aback. "You intend to use a ruse of death to ascend a mountain? But how can you ensure the sage won't detect it?" Faking death was a carefully considered plan by Qin Ning. The rules of Furong Town dictated that only the deceased could enter the back mountain, which surely concealed perilous secrets. I must uncover the truth. Otherwise, we are all in danger. As for the sage, I assure you she will never find out. The scent lingering in the sage's residence was all too familiar to her. She harbored grave suspicions that the back mountain was home to a horde of zombies, or perhaps a near-peak second-tier zombie. In her past life, there had been attempts to domesticate zombies, all of which ended in disastrous entrapment. If her suspicions proved true, she dared not imagine the consequences. She is, in truth, indifferent to the life or death of the people in Furong Town. Her concern lies with the burdens borne by Lucid and his companions. They have no choice but to face the situation head-on, for the very essence of sacrifice is etched into their very being. They may perish, but Lucid and his group cannot. She must venture to the back mountain alone before the situation escalates further, eliminating this hidden threat. Qin Yin raised his hand to adjust his glasses. Brow furrowed, gripping the cup tightly. Knowing the back mountain harbors danger, he cannot allow her to go alone. Time is of the essence. Qin Ning has learned that the sage visits the back mountain every 10 days. And today's conversation indicates that the scent she detected has already reached the 10-day mark. She glances at the greening progress bar on her left hand, which stands at 10. If this continues, she may indeed find herself lacking even a 10% chance of success. What do you mean by that? Qi Wan and the others have been captured. This so-called welfare is merely the extraction of another's crystal, merging it into another's body to grant them supernatural abilities. Now that Qi Wan is in the sage's grasp, they could be deprived of their crystals at any moment, and those who lose their crystals face only death. Qin Yin's heart trembled, tightening his grip on the cup. What does this have to do with your feigned death? The sage is exceedingly eager to uncover the secrets hidden within me. I shall place the spirit butterfly and the spring water in your hands. You must present these two items to the sage as a form of exchange. However, you must inform the sage that to fully acquire my abilities, one must take my life and seize my fortune. Moreover, it must be done by her own hand. You intend to compel her to act, testing her abilities. But this is too perilous. The risk of your feigned death becoming a reality is substantial. Furthermore, the wristbands have yet to be activated, and the assistance we can offer you is minimal. Even if I consent, Lucid would not allow you to take such risks. Circumstances compel me. It is precisely because I know Lucid will not agree that I seek you out. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you possess mental enhancement. Once your wristband is activated, you will be able to decipher the code in the shortest time possible and respond to the subsequent situation. Her observational skills are indeed formidable. Qin Yin released the cup, his brow relaxing. Indeed, but the prerequisite is that my wristband must be activated. At the team most, I can guarantee activation within 3 days. 3 days hence. It will be too late. In this extreme cold, coupled with the sage's deliberate nurturing, the zombies may have evolved into forms beyond recognition. Qin Ning stepped forward, seizing Qin Yin's wrist. The seed in her hand began to sprout. The tender shoots gradually climbing up the wristband, effectively isolating its influence on him. It can temporarily sever the wristband's effect on you. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Beijing time, I hope you will bring these items to the sage. Qin Ning retrieved the spring water and spirit butterfly she had prepared from her space and handed them to Qin Yin. He could distinctly feel the supernatural energy coursing through his veins. Though bold, Qin Ning's proposal was not without merit. Are you certain you possess the ability to ensure the success of your feigned death? Qin Ning nodded. That I will dispatch someone to stay by your side, ready to assist you if necessary. That is not permissible. The sage is an exceedingly cautious individual, and this plan must remain known only to you and me. If too many are aware, the game becomes a farce. Once I have feigned death and am sent to the back mountain, you may then inform them of this plan. As for the back mountain, you shall ascend only upon my command. Very well. This is indeed a gamble. Yet he trusts Qin Ning. She harbors too many secrets. After I depart, gather everyone at my courtyard. The sage is highly likely to initiate a pursuit against you. 10 days. Just endure for 10 days. Qin Ning has observed the supernatural beings in the village. Most of them are recipients of crystal transplants, akin to the cloned sheep dolly, who do not survive long. Possessing the gate of life, she can keenly perceive the waning of life within them, thus estimating that within 10 days, the majority of transplanted supernatural beings will perish at the sage's abode. He removed his outer garment upon hearing Granny Yang's report. What matter is at hand? The sage lifted a jar from the shelf, seated himself upon a soft couch, and consumed insects to replenish his energy. Granny Yang presented a new glass crystal to the sage. He selected the finest crystal, absorbing its energy, while instructing Granny Yang to keep the rest. Once the sage replenished his energy, his complexion began to regain its vitality, and his abdomen swelled once more. Has the pomegranate juice been delivered? Inform Wang Posey that more is needed. Yes. The sage cast a glance at his reflection in the mirror, then picked up a perfume bottle, enveloping the room in a fragrant haze to welcome his visitor. Upon entering, Qin Yin was nearly overwhelmed by the scent of the room. His family was renowned for their expertise in spices, rendering his sense of smell particularly acute. The foul odor attempting to be masked by the fragrance was unmistakable. In that instant, Qin Yin comprehended the danger Qin Ning had alluded to. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. He had previously conducted data analysis, and such a potent aroma could only indicate either a significant number of zombies or the presence of high-level zombies. Qin Ning's journey to the back mountain was akin to a lamb walking into a den of tigers. He could not allow her to take such a perilous risk. Why have you entered without uttering a word? Qin Yin lifted his gaze, about to speak when his eyes fell upon the dull crystal on the table. Qi Wan and the others were still awaiting him, his hand clenched tightly beneath his sleeve. And he instinctively adjusted his glasses. He found himself in a precarious situation. I am here as a messenger from the sage to deliver items. The sage regarded Qin Yin with a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. Are you saying that Qin Ning relies on these? Qin Ning had long anticipated that the sage would not believe. Following her instructions, Qin Yin released the spirit butterfly, which circled around, absorbing the impurities in the air. Upon sensing the moment the contaminants dissipated, the sage's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If it could absorb the scent emitted by the zombies, then very well. I agree to your terms. Relinquish the remaining spring water, and I shall release the captives. Sage, I am no fool. I require a glimpse of them. That a benign smile graced Qin Yin's face. The sage beckoned, and Granny Yang drew back the curtain, revealing Qi Wan and the others lying on the ground. He hurried forward, placing his hand on their wrists. Qi Wan, awaken. Unbeknownst to them, he discreetly unlocked the wristbands on their arms. I can only take one. Once Granny Yang retrieves the spring water from your residence, I will release the remaining individuals. Qin Yin tapped out the Morse code. Very well. He was about to leave with Qi Wan when the sage's voice suddenly halted him. Are you certain there are no other secrets you are withholding from me? Qin Yin paused momentarily. None. The sage picked up scissors and snipped the flowers on the table. Since I have acquired what I desire, then unnecessary elements should naturally cease to exist. Chapter 34. So, I am that impressive in your eyes to Qin Ning. There is always a sense of uncontrollability. She cannot allow unstable factors to linger. Granny Yang, send word to Wang Posey's people to summon Qin Ning to the Camellia Grove for execution. Yes, the Camellia Grove. What a place this is. She had been here for over half a month, yet had never encountered the grove the sage described. Qin Ning understood that given Qin Yin's intelligence, it was highly likely he would uncover the secrets of the back mountain. She feared that he, concerned for her safety, would disrupt her plans, which is why she came here. True to her expectations, Qin Yin had indeed kept secrets. She must ascend the back mountain. The sage's abilities remain a mystery. Thus, she must ensure that they comprehend the sage's capabilities before her demise, thereby enhancing their chances of controlling the situation below. I ask you, Ji, are you afraid? Qin Ning stretched her limbs, retrieving a letter she had prepared in advance, waving to the dragonfly mutant passing by, instructing it to deliver the letter to the sage. Stating that she awaited her in the Camellia Grove, the dragonfly mutant, its gaze vacant, mechanically took the letter from her hand and proceeded towards the sage's abode. Tian, are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you the one who fears pain the most? Gigi's voice held a note of concern. She had been instilled with a fear of pain since childhood. Indeed, I fear pain, but I fear heartache even more. Her heart resembled a mirror, reflecting others' treatment toward her, and her intentions would similarly refract through the glass. Why are there only a few of you? Where is Dahai? What about Dahai's wife? The water elemental user frowned upon seeing just 2 people in the room. Although he was tasked with finding Qin Ning, he had heard that Dahai had been ill for several days and had not guarded the mountain. From inside the cupboard, Dahai, hearing the familiar voice, dashed toward it, only to be met with a muffled sound. His mouth had been stuffed with a rag and sealed with tape. The strange thumping noise instantly alerted the water elemental user, who gathered a handful of water droplets. What is happening? He stepped forward, intending to investigate. Kaitu's eyes shifted, gleefully inquiring, "Did you fall?" He subtly sidestepped to obstruct the water elemental user's ascent. Huan Shi, clever as she was, flung open the cupboard, glaring fiercely at the restless Dahai, seizing a nearby baseball bat and exclaiming, "Uncle Tutu, I bumped into the bedpost. It hurts so much." She swung the bat down, but her strength was too feeble. And instead of knocking him out, she ended up hurting herself. "Is that so? Let me take a look." The water elemental user lifted his leg, ready to circumvent Kaitu and ascend the stairs. But Su Wu, quick-witted, rushed upstairs without uttering a word. "Huan Shi, be careful." Kaitu scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Yes, Su Wu entered the room. He found Huan Shi still struggling diligently. He cast a cold glance at the bruised Dahai and swiftly incapacitated him with a single strike. "Huan Shi, stay safe." Su Wu closed the cupboard door, leaving the room while casually shutting the door behind him. Nodding slightly at Kaitu as he descended the stairs, Dahai and Qin Ning had just left. "Do you know where they are headed?" The water-based ability user faintly sensed that something was amiss. From Wang Posi's tone, it was evident that the sage intended to eliminate Qin Ning. The ocean had suddenly vanished. Could it be that the sage had detected the ocean's presence? One becomes unafraid through familiarity. Kaitu and Su Wu understood that today he must inevitably confront the situation. Kaitu, standing behind the water-based ability user, discreetly prepared his finger tiger that he advanced step by step towards the water-based ability user, ready to deliver a devastating punch to his head. Those endowed with abilities possess an innate sensitivity to danger. The water-based ability user conjured a water sphere in his palm, preparing to strike back at Kaitu. "What brings you here?" Qin Ning swiftly retracted Kaitu's hand and offered a nonchalant smile to the water-based ability user. "I hear that the esteemed sage is looking for me." Upon mentioning the sage, the water-based ability user withdrew his powers, as he had unfinished business with the sage. "Now that you have returned, come with me to meet the sage." Just as Kaitu was about to speak, Qin Ning subtly gestured for him to refrain from acting impulsively. The water-based ability user escorted Qin Ning to a desolate area, where Wang Posi, upon seeing Qin Ning, leaned on her cane and inserted a token into the stone wall. The crackling sound echoed around them, and Qin Ning could distinctly sense the fluctuations of abilities in the vicinity. The fragrance of camellias wafted into Qin Ning's nostrils, and she was astonished to behold the suddenly appearing grove of camellias before them. How was this possible? "Please, the sage has informed me that you excel in nurturing trees. Thus this camellia grove shall be entrusted to your care." Wang Posi's voice was low and hoarse as she expressionlessly handed Qin Ning the gardening tools. Although Qin Ning was unclear about the sage's intentions in summoning her here, the camellia grove was indeed advantageous for her. She obediently accepted the tools and ventured into the grove. Furong Town was famous for its hibiscus flowers, yet Qin Ning had not anticipated such a vast expanse of camellias. She strolled through the snowy ground, where the camellias bloomed splendidly, pure white as snow, as if she had entered another realm. Qin Ning could sense the purity of the surroundings. It was evident that they had received meticulous care. As she continued deeper into the grove, the camellias flourished even more, and her perception of the ability fluctuations intensified. Qin Ning felt no fear. The whispers of living beings reached her ears, indicating that these camellias were scarcely tainted. She retrieved spring water from her space, watering the flowers as she ventured toward the most vibrant blooms. Suddenly, the camellias emitted anxious sounds in her ears, and Qin Ning realized she had arrived. "Are they beautiful?" Qin Ning suppressed a smile, turning to see the sage. "Indeed, you are modest. This grove is so well tended that I feel like a fool displaying my craft before a master." The sage chuckled lightly and produced the spring water Qin Ning had given her. "Qin Ning, I am quite curious. Where did you acquire this spring water?" "Esteemed sage, did not your people inform you? You came in person today precisely to obtain it, did you not?" The sage, believing only half of Qin Ning's words. "Remain cautious. Since you know someone has betrayed you, why do you dare come alone?" Qin Ning drew the Tanghung knife from her space, stretching her neck point. "One cannot attain a tiger's cub without entering its den." "Esteemed sage, today shall be your demise." She charged forward with her blade, but before she could close the distance, hundreds of vines sprang from the grove, striking and ensnaring her. Qin Ning was forced to evade with agility. Clinging to a vine, she used its strength to leap upward, only to see 4 wood-based ability users poised to pursue her from the corners of the grove that a cry of an eagle echoed in the sky as a mutant hawk swooped down. Its claws tearing open a gaping wound on Qin Ning's back, blood dripping onto the white snow. Fortunately, Qin Ning possessed formidable healing abilities. Otherwise, her life would have been forfeit. 2 sparrow mutants circled above. While 4 wood-based ability users lurked within the grove, Qin Ning could not restrain her applause. "Esteemed sage, it seems I'm quite formidable in your eyes, prompting you to send such a multitude of ability users against me. In that case, I shall not disappoint you." Steadying herself, Qin Ning began to chant, "Heaven and earth, dark and light, fields and farms, governing all beings, I beseech you, let the living assist me in this battle." Chapter 35, Brutality. The camellia grove began to undergo a tremendous transformation. All the camellia trees appear to come alive, their vines reaching out to ensnare the airborne mutants, hurling them violently to the ground. The 4 wood-based ability users, seemingly unable to control their vines, found themselves mired in the muck. The sage's eyes flashed with astonishment. She had indeed prepared a backup plan for herself. All the vines surged toward the sage. And just as they approached, 3 figures burst forth, erecting a water wall to block the vine's path. 3 more water-based ability users joined the fray, indicating that the sage had meticulously prepared for this assassination attempt. Qin Ning stepped back, hearing a buzzing in her ears. She knew her own power. She could summon a large area, but she could maintain it for only a brief moment. She needed to compel the sage to act. Clenching a crystal core, she allowed energy to flow into her body, and as her strength surged, the vines broke through the water wall, cascading down like a ferocious beast, ensnaring the injured water-based ability user and lifting him high. As the water curtain dissipated, the sage remained unscathed, unfazed as she shed her outer garment. The red glimmer in her black eyes revealed her transformation. She ascended, merging with a mutant, her human face atop an ant's body. 2 pairs of translucent wings unfurling behind her, signifying her identity. Her antennae trembled, and a faint rustling sound emanated from all directions, as Qin Ning gazed in horror at the dark swarm approaching from every side, seemingly intent on devouring everything in their path. "Ants. You are the Ant Queen." Qin Ning leaped onto the trunk of a camellia tree as the overwhelming horde of ants advanced, devouring the vines, resembling a dam crumbling under the weight of a mighty flood. No wonder the sage had brought her here. The entire camellia grove concealed hundreds of ant nests. This could not continue. The grove could not withstand such an assault from the ant swarm. The depletion of energy rendered her increasingly pale. Qin Ning understood that time was running short. She retrieved the gun prepared for her by Li Su from her space, aiming at the ant queen. With a gunshot ringing out, a figure charged toward the sage, his muscles swelling violently, growing to a height of 2 meters, the massive muscles as solid as steel, forming a human wall to shield the sage. At that moment, the bullets felt like mere marbles against him, utterly ineffective. Gunfire. As the locust tree in the courtyard was cleaved in 2, Li Su distinctly heard the gunfire emanating from the southwest direction. He recognized it immediately. It was the specially crafted bullets from District 10, and a wave of panic surged through him, as if he could not catch his breath. Ignoring his own wounds, he dragged himself up from the snowy ground, leaving a trail of blood behind him, the white snow stained red with his blood and that of others. The spider mutant in the pool of blood was stabbed multiple times, left with only 4 legs still attached to its body. The spider mutant's eyes were filled with disbelief. It could not fathom how an ordinary person possessed such explosive power. In its desperation, the spider mutant concentrated all its venom into its first leg, unwilling to accept defeat, and forcefully snapped its own leg. Die. Captain, be careful. Gu Lin rushed forward, raising his gun, successfully shooting the spider leg, causing the explosive venom to scatter. Ji Yulin shielded Li Su beneath him, preventing him from being harmed. The powerful corrosive venom burned Gu Lin's back, and the toxicity seeped into him, forcing him to cough up blood. Ji Yulin, Li Su looked at Gu Lin, who was injured for his sake. Filled with guilt, he washed Gu Lin's wounds with the spring water Qin Ning had given him. Ji Yulin, who is in danger. The turmoil in Li Su's heart was unending, reminiscent of the panic he felt when his parents passed away. Ever since he had been sent to Ling Mountain Temple, he had not experienced such a sense of dread, as if something was slipping through his fingers. Ji Yulin leaned against a stone pillar, shaking his head. I don't know. Qi Wan and the others have been captured by the sage. Su Wan and Old Kai are guarding the courtyard. Southwest direction. Could be the vice captain, he thought to himself. Aside from him, no one else should possess the guns from District 10. Qin Ning. The realization struck him, and his panic reached a crescendo. Ji Yulin, stay back. He disregarded his injuries and rushed forward. Qin Ning. Wait for me. Wait for me. Captain. Gu Lin watched the trail of blood droplets leading away, disregarding his pain, scrambling to pursue. In the camellia grove, as the indestructible shield was lowered, the sage turned her gaze toward Qin Ning's direction, only to find that she had vanished. The surrounding camellia trees returned to normal, and the sage realized that Qin Ning had exhausted her options. Gritting her teeth, she seethed in anger. Search for her. Capture her alive? Yes. The ability users lurking beside the sage dispersed, pursuing in all directions, leaving only the indestructible shield standing by her side. In the depths of the space, Qin Ning collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, her crystal core energy depleted. Indeed, 2 hands could not contend with 4 fists. She now needed to ascertain what contingency the sage might possess when her life was threatened. Didi, are you certain you've thought this through? Once you step out, there will be no turning back. Qin Ning lowered her head, binding the Tang-hung knife to her hand, lest it slip from her grasp when she became weary. Iji, if you truly care for me, you might as well recharge my energy. She playfully teased her. She instinctively raised her hand to deliver a slap, realizing her folly and falling silent. She was indeed a carefree soul. The sage, gazing towards the direction where Qin Ning had vanished, spoke softly. Qin Ning, hiding is futile. I have woven an intricate web for you. Should you choose to reveal yourself now, I might still entertain the notion of banter with you. Sage, you truly resemble a monkey attempting to walk. Qin Ning retorted, a sudden burst of defiance propelling her from the shadows, brandishing her knife towards the sage. The indomitable Golden King charged at her, his fist weighing 3 tons, capable of instantly obliterating a mere mortal. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect with Qin Ning, she vanished once more. Damn it! Where is she? In his bewilderment, Qin Ning re-emerged from the ether. Despite the Golden King's formidable strength, his reactions were sluggish. She swiftly closed the distance, pressing her blade against the sage's throat. Sage, do you still have the leisure to jest with me? Sage! The Golden King's roar summoned the scattered ability users, compelling them to converge towards the scene. Qin Ning, how many surprises do you still conceal from me? The sage's expression remained impassive, fear never gracing her visage. Sage, this is not the time for such words. Release me. Qin Ning's grip on her knife tightened as the approaching ability users drew nearer, droplets of blood falling onto the silver blade. Shall I tell you a story? Are you not curious as to why there exists a grove of camellias here, and why I desire your abilities? Shush! Spare me your nonsense. If you fancy tales, seek out children. There are enough infants in Jishir Hall for you to entertain for an entire day. Qin Ning placed her hand on the sage's abdomen. Tell me, is this a baby or an ant? realizing the mockery in Qin Ning's tone. The sage seethed. "Qin Ning, you shall perish." A tremendous surge of energy erupted, sending Qin Ning crashing to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth. Indeed, she had surmised correctly. Not everyone could become an ant queen. Only pregnant women had a 1 in 1,000 chance of transformation after being consumed by ants. Her intention was to provoke the sage deliberately. "Qin Ning, you are doomed." The sage, consumed by rage, unveiled her second ability, control over the wind. A tempest rose, lifting Qin Ning from the ground, the camellia grove thrumming with the sound of rushing air. In that moment, invisible winds morphed into countless blades, piercing through Qin Ning's vital organs, embedding themselves within her flesh. Blood rained down upon the camellia petals, the weight of the droplets too much for the white blossoms, causing them to weep crimson tears that dripped into the snow below. Please no. Chapter 36. How I wish death had not truly befallen you. The instant Li Su arrived, dragging his wounded body, the once pristine white snow was stained red. A bloodied figure fell from the sky, and in that fleeting moment, his heart shattered, pain overwhelming him as he coughed up blood. He rushed forward, cradling Qin Ning tightly in his arms. The person within his embrace was a grotesque sight. Her face pale and icy. "Qin Ning." His voice was choked with agony, barely forming coherent syllables that he reached to feel her heartbeat, but detected no pulse. Tremors coursed through his body. He longed to call her name. Yet grief rendered him voiceless, only sobs escaping as he held her close, feeling her body grow colder by the second. That moment, Qin Ning resembled a shattered doll, unable to smile, to move, or to converse with him. Silent tears streamed down Li Su's cheeks as he grappled with the depth of his sorrow, having not felt such profound despair in what felt like an eternity. It was in this instant that he comprehended the true nature of his feelings for Qin Ning. Perhaps from the very beginning, his intervention to save her had destined him to fall for her. He should not have fled. He was merely a coward. He ought to have kept Qin Ning by his side. He had lost his parents and comrades. Yet now he faced the prospect of losing her. He refused to believe that Qin Ning could leave him like this. He removed his coat and wrapped it around her. Desperately attempting to transfer his warmth to her already frigid form, he pressed his forehead against hers, yearning to enter her world, to ascertain if she still lived. "Qin Ning, please let me in," he silently pleaded. But regardless of his desperate entreaties, the outcome remained unchanged. Some individuals are simply destined to exist in solitude, accompanied only by their own shadows. Separate them from me. Li Su glared at the sage, his bloodshot eyes brimming with murderous intent. He yearned to eradicate her, the malice that had long festered within him surging forth without restraint. "All of you, perish." Li Su's hoarse voice erupted in a mournful roar, causing the solar beads in Qin Ning's grasp to shatter, scattering across the ground, embedding themselves in the snow. His obsidian pupils glimmered with golden light. As malevolence reached its zenith, the foul air in the vicinity coalesced and surged into his being. The bracelet in his hand detonated, unleashing a formidable wave of murderous intent that surged towards the sage and her allies. "This is bad. Retreat." Yet the sage, caught unawares, found herself immobilized. Time seemed to freeze around her. Camellias fell from the treetops, and in an instant, a deafening explosion erupted. A fierce mental assault obliterated all targeted ability users. The scent of blood pervaded the camellia grove, overpowering the floral fragrance, wafting away on the wind, drawing not only humans but also zombies. Isu coughed up blood, his eyes devoid of life. His grip never faltered. He remained silent, lifting his weary hand to caress her ear, blood dripping onto the lily of the valley flowers. Cough! The ant queen, gravely wounded, coughed up blood. Shielded by the ant swarm, she had narrowly escaped death. Gazing at the chaos around her, she stared at Li Su in disbelief, her voice laced with regret and fury. "You are actually a second-tier mental enhancer, and I was completely unaware." She stumbled to her feet, knife in hand, her gaze fierce and determined. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable, she vowed never to allow such a peril to linger by her side. "Sage, Captain Ning." The onlookers, including the old woman, ability users, and the tardy Qin Yin and Qi Wan, were shaken to their cores at the sight. The sage smirked coldly, commanding, "Seize them. Leave no one behind." "Understood." Sage Qin Yin, gazing at the lifeless Qin Ning, was overtaken by a flicker of panic as dozens of ability users charged towards them. He looked at the hopelessly despondently Su, his grip tightening as he drew a dagger from his pocket. Forcing his trembling hand to remain steady as he shouted, "Sage, did you not once inquire about my secrets? I shall tell you. I have concealed much. Release them, and I will divulge everything." The old woman supported the gravely injured sage, declaring, "Do you think I am unaware? I have personally slain Qin Ning." The sage unleashed a spiritual butterfly, but the azure creature disintegrated upon release. "How could this happen?" The sage roared, her eyes filled with venom. "What else are you hiding? Keep your distance." The sage was compelled to halt them. As Qin Yin turned to face Qin Ning, his grip on the dagger quivered uncontrollably. He forcefully pushed Li Su away from Qin Ning and plunged a blade into her heart. "No!" Li Su's eyes turned crimson, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks as her blood splattered onto Qin Yin's face. He attempted to thwart Qin Yin's actions, but he was powerless to intervene. Forced to watch as Qin Yin stripped the crystal from Qin Ning's body, utterly helpless, Qin Yin dared not meet Li Su's gaze, his hand trembling as he clutched the crystal. "Qin Ning, do not deceive me." The onlookers were rendered speechless. Even the sage remained silent, merely observing as Qin Yin held the crystal, inching closer to Qin Ning's corpse. "Sage, did you not wish to uncover Qin Ning's secrets? I know what you seek. And you are correct. Qin Ning's abilities can aid you that I can reveal the first steps to take." The sage read the intent in Qin Yin's eyes. "Very well. I accept your terms. Captain Qi Wan." The arriving Gu Lin, MOE, and Su Wen were filled with fear and confusion. "Deputy, what are you planning?" Qin Yin dared not look back. Lowering his voice to a growl, "Qi Wan, take them back." Qi Wan tightened her fists. "Gu Lin, assist me in taking the captain away." "What about the deputy and Qin Ning?" Su Wen blurted out, but upon meeting Qi Wan's furious gaze, he fell silent, stepping forward to support the unconscious Li Su. "I have ensured their departure. Can we now speak? Bring Qin Ning's corpse here." "You know what I mean," Qin Yin said, glancing at the lifeless Qin Ning. "As for the rest, I will only divulge it once I am assured you will not harm them." Though resentment simmered within her, the sage swallowed her pride for the sake of her goal. "Bring them back to the sage's residence." In the small courtyard, Kai Tu observed the bloodied Li Su, nearly losing his footing. "Captain, what happened?" Su Wen said nothing, merely carrying the injured man upstairs and laying him on the bed. Qi Wan quickly retrieved a medical kit, rushing to stitch Li Su's wounds. Downstairs, Kai Tu and Su Wu, unaware of the events that had transpired, wore grave expressions. "Brother, what happened to the captain? What about the deputy? Where's Qin Ning?" Su Wen lowered his head, remaining silent as he clenched his fists. "I must confront the deputy and demand an explanation. I refuse to believe the deputy would act in such a manner." He could hardly fathom that the deputy had entrusted Qin Ning to the sage. "Uncle Tu, why haven't Sister Dian Dian and the others returned yet?" Huanxi, upon hearing a commotion, emerged from the room and noticed that everyone was present except for Qin Ning, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of unease. Chapter 37. How did you know my secret? No one downstairs dared to speak, all eyes averted from Huanxi. Why the silence? Huanxi felt a twinge of fear as she tightly clutched the flower pot in her arms, her terrified gaze fixed upon them. After a long pause, Mo.E spoke in a trembling voice. "Huanxi, Huanxi." Qi Wan emerged from the room, crouching down to support Huanxi's arm, and softly said, "Sister Dian Dian has something very important to attend to. Your brother Hua is unwell. Can you stay by his side?" Huanxi looked down at the healthy Hoya plant in her hands, remaining silent but nodding obediently. "Qi Wan, what is happening?" Mo.E clenched his fists. Lowering his voice, Qi Wan sighed softly and handed him a letter, saying, "The vice captain encountered someone sent by Qin Ning on our way back. This letter was left for us by Qin Ning. Once you read it, you will understand." "You mean Qin Ning faked her death to deceive the sage and went to the back mountain?" Su Wen found it hard to believe. Could she possibly come back from the dead? That would be akin to a heart extraction. That Su Wen was largely skeptical. Yet at that moment, he dared to hope it might be true that Ning had concealed the truth from the vice-captain. Knowing that with his intelligence, he would deduce the situation on the mountain upon meeting the sage, she intended to trap the vice-captain, compelling him to follow the plan. After the vice-captain took me away. The letter revealed that Ning understood the sage would not easily let us go. Thus, she instructed the vice-captain to extract the crystal from her heart in front of the sage. This was to negotiate with the sage for our safety. However, Qi Wan lifted her gaze towards the room above. Perhaps Ning did not anticipate the captain's arrival, nor the magnitude of the reaction. Her abilities were limited, and given the current medical conditions, external injuries were treatable, but internal wounds could not be mended. Captain Mo Yi's eyes dimmed, his expression grave. At this juncture, we must swiftly regain control of the situation below. According to the vice-captain's deductions, the circumstances on the mountain are quite unclear. We need to offer assistance post-haste. Qi Wan clenched her fists, believing that Qin Ning was not a reckless individual. Qin Ning, you must return safely. In the sage's residence, rest assured, now that I have promised you, I shall not lay a hand on you. The sage spoke coldly, playing with Qin Ning's crystal, while Qin Yin was bound by the ability users. Qin Yin sighed softly, gazing intently at the sage. Oh, you truly believe that I can trust you after this treatment? The sage scoffed derisively at Qin Yin. I suggest you comprehend the current situation. You have no grounds to make demands. With a glance, she signaled to the nearby Yang Granny. Yang Granny raised her cane and struck Qin Yin, causing his glasses to shatter on the ground, his vision beginning to blur. Yang Granny did not relent, her abilities enhancing her strike, shattering Qin Yin's leg. The physical pain caused cold sweat to bead on Qin Yin's forehead, his face paling as he gritted his teeth to maintain his composure. Sage, do you not wish to save your husband? Qin Yin spat out blood, defiantly staring at the sage. The sage's brow furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes as she stepped forward. Slapping Qin Yin and gripping his chin. You genuinely think I would hesitate to kill you? She stamped her foot on Qin Yin's glasses, repeatedly crushing them, intending to let him know that she was the embodiment of power in that place. Qin Yin chuckled. Such petty tricks were insignificant to him, for he was from District 10. Sage, is not everything you do for your husband. If you kill me, he shall forever remain a half-human, half-ghost, the sage. Feeling the pressure, kicked Qin Yin in frustration, the wind blades swirling in her hand. Qin Yin, let us see whether your words are tougher than my blades. With a swift motion, the wind blades attacked Qin Yin, each cut slicing through his skin, deep yet sparing his life. The excessive blood loss drained Qin Yin's complexion, leaving him weak on the ground, struggling to speak. The apocalypse dawned. Your husband, serving as the village's constable, was the first to discover the zombies and proposed severing the bridge to prevent them from entering the village. While executing this plan, the zombies suddenly attacked. Your husband, in an effort to protect others, got trapped on the river, and despite your pleas for help, the villagers turned a blind eye. Alone, you attempted to pull your husband ashore, and just as you were about to succeed, the zombies surged forward, biting him as he sacrificed himself to save you. When everyone assumed you both had turned into zombies, you became the village's first ability user, returning and seizing control with an iron fist. The sage's expression darkened, her eyes filled with both pity and endless resentment. She halted her movements and spoke coldly. How did you come to know this? Qin Yin struggled to sit up, his voice hoarse. You wish to tempt with abilities and suppress with power, but do not forget, the resistance from the bottom is the most terrifying. At those women. The sage stood up suddenly, seeing the mockery in Qin Yin's gaze. He said nothing, but merely smiled faintly. Those in power tended to be overly arrogant. He realized these were fragments of information Qin Ning had conveyed to him in her letter, piecing them together. It seemed his guesses had indeed been correct. In the courtyard, Huanxi placed a flower by Li Su's bedside, carefully wiping his face with a damp cloth. Brother Huahua, why do you hurt so much? Is it because of Sister Dian Dian? You must believe in Sister Dian Dian. She will be fine. Look at the vibrant plants blooming in the snow. They're the best proof. Huanxi gazed at the Hoya plant, murmuring softly, when will you bloom? After tucking Li Su in, she turned to another room. Aunt Xiao, Huanxi has come to see you. Upon finding the room empty, Panic gripped her heart, and she instantly realized something was amiss. She hurried down the stairs, only to see Uncle Tu standing alone in the courtyard. Looking up at the rooms above, she tightened her grip on the dagger, averting her gaze, and quietly slipped out of the courtyard. During the night, the patrols were numerous, but likely due to the many ability users who had perished during the day, there were noticeably fewer than usual. Huanqi followed the footprints in the snow, reasoning that Aunt Xiaoxiao, now weakened and devoid of will to survive, could not have traveled far. The flames in the night were conspicuous, and Huanqi immediately spotted Aunt Xiaoxiao. She saw Aunt Xiaoxiao lying in a pool of blood, tears streaming down her face. "Aunt Xiaoxiao," she cried, rushing forward and pressing her small hands against Aunt Xiaoxiao's wrist. Aunt Xiaoxiao's complexion was pale, her body growing colder. She gazed at the vibrant flames in the fire pit, her eyes filled with longing. This was once her home with Weijia. Unable to find him, she hoped he would come to her after death. She covered Huanqi's eyes with her hand, fearing her appearance would frighten the girl. If she and Weijia had a child, perhaps they would be as lovely as Huanqi. "Huanqi, do not cry. You must feel happy for Aunt Xiaoxiao. This is a release for me. Let's play a game of hide and seek. You hide, and I will count to 100 before I come to find you." Huanqi knew everything. After her parents' passing, she understood it all, and no one could deceive her. She sobbed, choking on her words. "All right, 199, 98, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Huanqi stood in the snow, weeping uncontrollably, yet she uttered no further words. "Huanqi, why are you crying? You are a bad person, you big child. Why do you care why I cry?" Huanqi wiped her tears and turned to leave. "Huanqi, how did you know I'm a big child?" Xiao Caiyun's voice carried an eerie tone as she stared intently at Huanqi. Chapter 38. Grandmother, am I becoming less human? Qin Ning, do not worry. I will not let you die. However, I cannot guarantee the safety of those around you. The sage's voice dripped with cold mockery as the ability users behind her restrained him, rendering him immobile. You said. Qin Ning struggled to break free, but the ability user pressed down on his back, commanding him to remain still. The sage looked down upon him with disdain, reveling in the helplessness of those before her, eager for them to experience her suffering. "Did I say that?" "Yes." Young Granny received the order and prepared to act a no. "I said." Qin Ning gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Qin Ning, what you are about to do is crucial and equally perilous. Proceed with utmost caution." Qin Ning watched as the sage approached him step by step, a flicker of resolve flashing in his depths. He waited, anticipating her arrogance, hoping she would let her guard down. The sage crouched before him, raising her hand to slap his cheek. "Come here." The sage waved her hand, and the foot on Qin Yin's back was lifted, allowing the ability user to pull him up. "Do not play tricks before me. My patience is limited." Qin Yin swallowed the rising blood, his voice hoarse. "The crystal." The sage furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on the crystal in her hand, feeling conflicted. She was accustomed to being in control, and Qin Yin was exceedingly cunning. "Your time is limited. Qin Ning's crystal is unlike any other. This is your only opportunity." Qin Yin spoke with a calm demeanor, knowing the sage was cautious. But at that moment, the balance in her heart had already tipped. The crystal emitted a verdant glow that gradually dimmed, while the balance within the sage's heart collapsed in an instant. Without hesitation, she entrusted the crystal to Qin Yin. "Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my designated task." Qin Yin raised his gaze towards the sage. "You have but one day to transport Qin Ning's body and harness the pure power within her crystal to purify the tainted air." Just like this, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Yin's eyes as he swiftly struck, driving the crystal deep into the sage's body. The overwhelming force caused her to stagger back, collapsing into her seat, clutching her chest as blood surged forth, and she coughed violently. Startled, Yang Posey rushed forward to support the sage. "Sage, I have avenged you. You dare to toy with me." A gust of wind sliced toward Qin Yin's heart. With a whoosh, pine needles intercepted the wind blade, forcing it to change direction. The deputy was caught off guard. Before anyone could react, a nimble figure darted in, dispersing the supernatural beings surrounding Qin Yin and lifting him onto their shoulders. "You have undone the handcuffs." The sage, consumed by rage, wiped the blood from her mouth. "Kill them all. Not a single one left alive." Two fire elementals gripped their hands tightly, unleashing massive fireballs toward their foes. Qi raised her hand, striking the ground, and enormous vines burst forth, forming a wall before Qin Ning's fire naturally countered wood. The flames ignited the vines with ferocity. "Hurry!" Qi voice trembled. "I can't hold on much longer." The fireballs broke through the vine barrier, hurtling toward Qin Ning and the others. Be careful. Su Wen spread his wings, soaring into the air, his colossal wings shielding them beneath. The fireball collided with Su Wen's wings, instantly engulfing them in flames. Go. Su Wen's complexion paled as he became surrounded by fire. "Quickly leave." He raised his hand to push them away, but the flames consumed his unlifted arm. Qi gathered her powers, and a towering tree erupted from the earth, its branches tightly wrapping around Su Wen. The hanging plant on the table extended its leaves, curling around a nearby spring, maneuvering the water to drench Su Wen, extinguishing the flames upon him. Su Wen's body was charred black, his chest barely rising and falling, proof that he still lived. As he fell from the air, Gu Lin rushed forward, catching Su Wen. "Brother," Su Wu stepped up, placing Su Wen on his back. "Capture them all. Leave none alive." The fire elementals aimed to launch fireballs once more, but Gu Lin preemptively unleashed his flames, molten like lava and searing hot. "Protect the sage." The water elementals formed a wall of water before them, the collision of fire and water producing steam that drastically reduced visibility throughout the room. As the wind blades sliced through, the steam dissipated, rendering the figures of the few remaining individuals nearly invisible. "Damn you!" Qin Ning, enraged, the sage swept everything from the table. "You worthless fools!" She kicked at those nearby. "Why are you still standing there? Go, apprehend them." "Yes." The others, unwilling to provoke her wrath, hurriedly departed. The sage glared at the hanging plant. "Ah, Qin Ning, you truly are cunning." Seizing the plant, she smashed it to the ground. "Qin Ning, even in death, you cannot find peace." Her frustration mounted, and the wings behind her fluttered restlessly. The irritation in her abdomen expelled ant eggs from within her. The sage gazed at the scattered ant eggs, her madness intensifying, bloodshot eyes filled with fury. "Die, all of you!" Grabbing a stick, she relentlessly struck the ant eggs, red juice splattering everywhere, yet her inner wrath remained unquenched. "Are you ants or infants?" Qin Ning's mocking voice echoed in her ears. "Qin Ning, get out of my sight! I shall chop you up and feed you to the dogs." She clutched her head, collapsing to the ground in agony, as if her mind were about to explode. The black ants, sensing their queen's distress, swarmed in. The overwhelming sight drove the sage further into despair. "Die." She continued to attack the ants with wind blades, but with each successive use of her powers, hunger washed over her. To survive, she begrudgingly stuffed handfuls of insect from the jar in her mouth. "Yin air." The sage's hand halted, tears dripping into the jar. "Grandmother, am I becoming less human?" Young Posey sighed softly, offering no words as she handed over pomegranate juice and took a cloth to wipe the blood from her hands. The sage gazed at the pomegranate juice in her hand, offering a bitter smile. She did not wish to become an ant queen, yet she desperately needed the ant queen's power, for she had to extract the queen's eggs to produce the so-called pomegranate juice. She needed infants, an ever-increasing number of them. "Yin air, Josia is still waiting for you," Young Posey gently reassured her. "Indeed, Josia is still waiting for me." The sage steeled herself, donning her cloak. She was determined to meet Josia. In the small courtyard, what is happening? Kai rushed forward to support the injured Su Wen, quickly carrying him into the room. "No, submerge him in the spring water." Qi Wan instructed as she and Kai rushed him to the spring pool in the backyard. Fortunately, Qin Ning had this habit. Otherwise, Su Wen's fate would have been dire. The sage has ordered, execute them without mercy. The arriving supernatural beings surrounded the courtyard. Quickly, shatter the crystal core wind chime in the courtyard. Upon uttering his last command, Qin Yin could no longer hold on. Jiu Lin launched a fireball forward, shattering the wind chime, and the plants in the courtyard began to transform, their branches thickening as if coming to life, enveloping the entire area with an overwhelming presence that left the supernatural beings hesitant to act. This is the last barrier left by Qin Ning, The ball orchid at the bedside extended its branches, slowly reaching toward the unconscious Li Su, its leaves gently brushing against his cheek, causing his complexion to gradually regain its color. Chapter 39. I am not the judge, nor do I desire to determine who is right or wrong. In the space, Gigi, I never expected this sage to act so ruthlessly. She truly leaped into the latrine, wallowing in filth. Qin Ning recalled the moment she was pierced by 1,000 arrows, her scalp tingling. How dare you say that? You took advantage of someone's vulnerabilities. You brought this upon yourself. What could she do? She merely sought to confirm her suspicions that it's time for you to leave. Gigi kicked her out of the space. Just as she exited, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, causing her to furrow her brow in disgust. Good heavens! How many zombies are lurking here, producing such a foul odor? This stench was not merely unpleasant. She could faintly perceive the resentment hidden within it. The pervasive chill in the air was particularly severe, making her shiver despite the presence of fire element crystals. Just as Qin Ning attempted to rise, footsteps echoed nearby, prompting her to strategically close her eyes. The sage pushed open the door, followed by Wang Posey, who carried 2 large boxes when the boxes hit the ground. The noise startled those hiding deep within the room. The distinct howl of zombies echoed, a sound both familiar and terrifying to the two. Tears glistened in the sage's eyes as she pulled back the curtain. The zombies, their limbs shackled by iron chains, were driven wild by the scent of humans, extending their claws toward the sage, yearning to eviscerate her. The sage's tears could no longer be contained, spilling from her eyes as her voice quivered with endless sorrow and torment. Josia, she trembled slightly, but the creature before her was merely a mindless second-tier zombie. It could not reciprocate her affectionate inquiry. The sage clenched her fists, suppressing her sobs. Act now. Wang Posey opened the boxes, revealing a collection of freshly born infants, sleeping soundly, some clenching their tiny fists, others sucking their thumbs. A dozen children lay within the 2 large boxes, unaware of the grim fate awaiting them. Wang Posey expertly picked up 2 infants, tossing them toward the restrained zombies. The zombies mercilessly caught the infants, biting through their necks, blood spraying onto their ashen faces, while another infant remained oblivious, lost in thumb-sucking. The zombies discarded the lifeless child, baring their bloodied teeth as they lunged for another infant. The sage, expressionless, swiftly severed the head of the bitten infant to prevent the infection from spreading. Their actions flowed seamlessly, a well-practiced routine. It was clear this was not their first encounter. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ning nearly retched. Having survived 5 years in the apocalypse, she had seen her share of grotesque sights, yet this one stirred a deep sense of revulsion within her. Why was this happening? Gigi's sharp voice cut through the air, carrying a murderous intent. She is committing atrocities, attempting to awaken the will of the infected using the blood of infants. What? Gigi continued. Infants symbolize the new sun, embodying the Earth Mother's blessings for new life. Thus, the blood of infants can temporarily awaken the consciousness of the infected, but only for a brief time. As time passes, more infants will be required. While the awakened zombies' periods of lucidity will diminish that moment, Qin Ning finally grasped why the sage needed so many infants. The grayish-white pupils of the zombies gradually regained their luster, and a flicker of joy flashed in the sage's eyes. Josia, she tentatively called out. The zombie paused for a moment, then lifted its head, clarity returning to its eyes as it smiled a yin. The sage sobbed, covering her mouth as she rushed toward Josia. Josia, staring at his bloodied hands, froze, instinctively recoiling as disbelief washed over him at a yin. What has happened to me? The sage understood that he had forgotten once more, which perhaps was for the best. The sage retrieved a wet wipe to cleanse the blood from her hands. Zhou, this blood is stained in your defense of me. She embraced Zhou tightly, savoring his warmth. Ayan, are you and the child unharmed? The sage paused, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she struggled to suppress the tremor in her voice. Yes, you have protected both me and the child splendidly. Zhou, our family will reunite. Soon he is no longer human. Qin Ning gazed at the tender scene before her, gripping her tang knife, her gaze cold as she fixed it upon the individuals present. At the moment Qin Ning spoke, the sage felt a wave of panic. She beheld the one who should have perished, now standing alive before her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for action. "Who are you?" Zhou Jie was the first to inquire, confusion and an unsettling fear reflected in his eyes. "What do you mean by that? Am I not human?" Suddenly, a violent pain coursed through his head. His memories beginning to blur, his neck twisting mechanically, and his eyes turning ashen. In the last fleeting moment of consciousness, he forcefully pushed the sage away. "Zhou Jie." The sage attempted to advance, but Zhou Jie had already reverted to his zombie form, blood dripping to the ground, creating a scorched earth. No. The sage's eyes instantly filled with tears. "I will kill you." Qin Ning, a blade of wind surged towards Qin Ning's vital point. She leapt into the air, deftly evading the attack. Yes, she murmured incantations. The sage's heart abruptly quivered, a green light pulsating at her chest. The sage's blood surged, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering several steps back. "Qin Yin," she bellowed in fury. "Why must you oppose me at every turn? My husband sacrificed everything for everyone. He does not deserve this fate. Those who block my path shall die." Holding her tang knife, Qin Ning regarded the enraged sage, stating, "I have no inclination to judge the actions of others. Your intentions are irrelevant to me, but he must die." Qin Ning aimed her blade at the zombie. "Qin Ning, I can kill you once, and I can kill you again." She summoned a horde of ants to assault Qin Ning, a dark swarm that seemed unstoppable. Qin Ning had no intention of confronting them head-on. Her sole objective was to slay the zombie. Observing Qin Ning's reluctance to engage and her focus on Zhou Jie, the sage unleashed a blade of wind to deflect Qin Ning's knife. "Qin Ning, your opponent is me. I will not allow you to harm Zhou Jie." The sage's wind blade knocked the tang knife from Qin Ning's grasp, the powerful impact forcing her back several paces, where she steadied herself, shaking her numb hand. "I will reiterate, he is not human. He is a zombie, a second-tier zombie. You comprehend how many zombies he will attract? The entire Furon town will fall, and no one will escape. They all deserve to die. If it were not for Zhou Jie, they would have perished long ago. Shouldn't they die?" The sage roared, unleashing her pent-up hatred. "I am not the judge, nor do I desire to discern right from wrong. I only know that the innocent should not be entangled in your machinations, and those I protect must not perish due to your selfishness. We are adversaries." Qin Ning summoned her powers. The natural force embedded within the sage began to manifest. The sage's malevolent thoughts clashed with the natural energy, rendering her no longer a match for Qin Ning. Vines erupted from the ground, sealing the room entirely. "Sage!" Wang Posi's heart tightened as she stepped forward to assist her. Just as Wang Posi was about to activate her abilities, the vines sealed her mouth. "Do not act rashly. I know your power enhances sound, allowing for slumber. I have no interest in killing. I only wish to slay him. Qin Ning, if you possess the ability, come at me." The sage attempted to rise, but the clash of powers rendered her powerless to retaliate. The zombie, sensing the intent to kill, felt its eyes gradually turn crimson. Qin Ning recognized this as a precursor to the second-tier zombie's offensive. She had to eliminate it before it struck. Chapter 40. A tree of spring wind with thousands of branches. Qin Ning seized the power of the vines, soaring into the air, grasping the blade tightly, and aimed to strike at the zombie. No. The sage broke free from her restraints just as the blade was about to descend upon the zombie, positioning herself in front of him. "Zhou Jie." The sage forcibly extricated herself, the surge of blood overwhelming her, and she coughed, splattering blood upon the zombie's face. The zombie, devoid of humanity, had lost all rationality. Freed from its chains, it seized the sage by the throat. The zombie's roar echoed. Blood mingling with the distinct green liquid of decay dripped from its gaping maw. "Zhou Jie." The sage's mouth parted slightly, the sensation of choking preventing her from forming coherent words. In her eyes was love, yet the zombie's ashen, lifeless gaze betrayed no emotion. Madness. Qin Ning withdrew her knife, retreating as the zombie's claws sank into the sage's abdomen. "Zhou." The sage raised her hand, yearning to awaken her beloved. In the next instant, the zombie ripped out her entrails, unable to comprehend the love reflected in her gaze. Without hesitation, it bit through her neck, the warm blood flowing into its mouth. as if spurred on. It discarded her and greedily feasted upon her intestines. Qin Ning muttered curses under her breath. Fool! A blue butterfly tattoo appeared on her forehead, a true spirit butterfly emerging, radiating a pure luminescence as it flew towards the source of evil. The spirit butterfly incessantly absorbed the tainted air around it and the miasma emanating from the zombie, the depletion of energy prompting the zombie to ravenously feast, dangerously approaching Qin Ning, its instincts driving it to strike with deadly force. In the apocalyptic era, humans of the same tier were no match for zombies. Second-tier zombies possessed self-healing abilities, and once their consumption reached 20%, they could acquire one or more powers, akin to those of ability users. The zombie before her, having been carefully nurtured by the sage, bore red markings around its neck, signifying that it was not only a second-tier zombie, but also possessed a fire crystal core. Damn it, why must there be fire abilities again? This fire power appears so cheap and ubiquitous, relentlessly constraining me. Qin Ning cursed, exasperated. The zombie launched a fierce attack against Qin Ning, a colossal fireball hurtling towards her. Oh no! The fireball nearly singed Qin Ning bald. My hair. Do you not know that a woman's hair is off limits? Qin Ning manipulated the vines to restrain the zombie, seizing her tang knife, leaping up, and delivering a downward strike. The moment the blade pierced the zombie's flesh, it emitted a deafening howl, sending Qin Ning flying back. The green blood that splattered from the wound, already corrosive, now burned with fire's essence. Incinerating the vines that bound her, the zombie's wounds began to heal rapidly. Qin Ning retrieved spring water from her space, splashing it onto the zombie's body, the purifying properties of the water, slowing the zombie's recovery to a degree. GG. What do you think will happen if I wrap my powers around the seeds and directly plant them inside the zombie? She had always utilized the corpses of dead zombies. What if it were alive? Without waiting for Gigi's response. As practice is the only true test of truth, she swiftly extracted seeds from her space, one hand grasping the vines, charging forward. However, her maneuver alerted the zombie, which distanced itself, unleashing fireballs. I could see that moment. Qin Ning felt like a monkey frantically jumping around, attacked by flames. Finally, she closed the distance, tossing the seeds into the zombie's wound, but before she could rejoice, a knife suddenly pierced her lower back. I will not allow anyone to harm my son. The same spot, the same backstab. Qin Ning glared at Wang Posey, realizing that she truly had no memory. Old age person consuming arsenic, you must be tired of living. At that moment, she cared not whether the other was an elder. She delivered a kick. The zombie seized the opportunity, clawing at Qin Ning. Quick on her feet, she swiftly turned, the vines coiling around her waist, pulling her away from the main battlefield. Son, you weren't hurt, were you? Wang Posey unleashed her abilities, attempting to soothe the increasingly agitated zombie. Yet the zombie fixated on her bloodied hands, an excited growl escaping its parched throat. It lunged, piercing Wang Posey's abdomen. Tears streamed down Wang Posey's cheeks, her knife faltering as she could not bring herself to strike the son she had raised. The overwhelming scent of blood only fueled the zombie's frenzy. As it bit through her neck, greedily devouring her, the markings on its neck growing more vivid. Qin Ning pressed her hand against her wound, her abilities flowing in, allowing her injury to heal rapidly. She commanded the seed within the zombie's body, feeling the power within it crack open and grow outward, green shoots sprouting just as the wound threatened to close, flourishing evermore. The anomaly within the zombie heightened its frenzy. It desperately sought to uproot the plant within, mercilessly tearing open its abdomen and plunging its claws deep to extract the plant. The moment was ripe. Qin Ning tightened her grip on the tang knife, charging forward, poised to strike. Suddenly, someone emerged from behind, forcing Qin Ning to redirect her knife, clashing with the intruder, each being sent stumbling back. Only then did Qin Ning realize it was the sage, now fully transformed into a zombie. Damn it! Qin Ning's brows furrowed, while the zombie had pulled out the plant, its wound gradually healing. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for her, as she now faced a second-tier zombie, a first-tier zombie, and a newly zombified low-tier zombie. The individuals who have been bitten will differentiate into various classes of zombies based on their abilities in life. The majority will initially transform into low-tier zombies, lacking any classification, while a select few formidable awakened beings will evolve into first-tier or even higher-tier zombies. The Sage, having been a dual-element awakened being in life, although merely a first-tier zombie now, retains the power she possessed before a blade of wind sliced towards Qin Ning, but vines surged forth rapidly, ensnaring her within their grasp. This cannot continue. Stop the theatrics, Gigi. Do you have any means to break this deadlock? The zombies coalesced into a colossal fireball, its power reaching 112 through the interaction with the wind blades. Before Gigi could speak, the fireball repelled the vines, and a tremendous explosion resounded, shrouding the area in thick smoke. As the wind swept through, Qin Ning's figure was nowhere to be seen. That my goodness. Qin Ning plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on her rear. Rubbing her sore backside, she exclaimed, Gigi, could you please give me a heads up the next time you summon me into this space? Gigi retorted, take a look at your greenery progress bar. Qin Ning glanced down, stunned to see it had reached 15. The spiritual energy in the space surged, and Gigi transformed into an elfin figure before Qin Ning, explaining that this was due to her seed absorbing the power from the second-tier zombies. Though it was only for a brief moment, it sufficed for the vitality-rich plants. Extend your hand, she instructed. As Qin Ning complied, Gigi tossed a seed in her palm, which sprouted instantly into a seedling. Is this a new ability? Qin Ning inquired. Indeed, Gigi replied. With a gust of spring breeze, scatter the seeds upon the zombies, and they will parasitize like cocklebur on their bodies. As you channel your natural power, they will continually absorb the zombie's strength and flourish. A friendly reminder. Avoid fire. Before Qin Ning could fully comprehend, Gigi kicked her out of the space. Chapter 41. Comrades, bound by life and death, I will truly perish. Qin Ning, nursing her kicked backside, found herself face-to-face with Zhou Jie escaping maw. Gigi, must you be so treacherous? Zhou Jie lunged to bite Qin Ning's neck, but she reacted swiftly, delivering a slap that left Zhou Jie dazed and stationary. Ignoring her own pain, Qin Ning was about to unleash her new ability when a sudden melody of a flute echoed, causing the zombies to halt their assault and rush towards the sound. What is happening? She could not allow them to descend the mountain. Just as she pursued, a sticky web shot towards her. Fortunately, Qin Ning reacted quickly, fixing her gaze upon the treacherous young granny. And no matter what, you cannot thwart the sage's plan. The sage will assist me, Yin, Zhou Jie, and will ensure that all injustices face righteous judgment. Furrowing her brow, an overwhelming anxiety surged within her. She was not the sage. Young Granny observed the foolish human being toyed with by the sage, bursting into laughter. You, of all people, think you deserve to know the sage? With the manifestation of a spider mutation, she transformed, her human face melding with that of spider, her 8 legs glistening with a purple sheen, a sign of potent venom that, if she was not the sage, then what did the true sage intend to achieve? Did he seek to overturn the entire Furong town? A terrifying thought flickered in Qin Ning's mind, causing her heart to tremble. Begone! Emerald light flashed in Qin Ning's amber eyes as the vines behind her surged forth, coiling around young Granny's 8 legs like a constrictor snake. Even if I perish, I will not allow you to disrupt the sage's plan, as you wish, she declared without hesitation, hurling her Tang Hung Dao at the heart of her opponent. She had to catch up to Zhou Jie. She dared not imagine the consequences of failing. Kaitu, stationed at the second-floor window, readied his sniper rifle, preventing anyone attempting to force their way in with his bullets. It was as if they had returned to the past, the terror of insufficient firepower resurfacing. Only 3 bullets remained. Kaitu's expression turned grave. Currently, the captain, the deputy, and Suwon were severely injured. Their mainstay had all but vanished. The only remaining attackers were Chi Wan, Gu Lin, and Moe, but against the throngs of awakened beings surrounding them, they were ultimately outmatched. This is bad. Suwu emerged from the captain's room, his face darkened. Huan Shi is missing. What? Chi Wan exclaimed in alarm. Chi Wan. Be careful. Gu Lin leaped to shield Chi Wan, preventing the blade from harming her. Ji Lin. Are you all right? Chi Wan asked, taking cover behind a barrier. Gu Lin shook his head. The courtyard was under siege. Where could Huan Shi have gone? Su Wu remained silent, pondering the impenetrable siege of the courtyard. Where could Huanqi possibly be? Could it be that before their return, Huanqi vanished? Regret filled Qi Wan's eyes. It's all our fault for not noticing Huanqi. If anything happens to her, how can I face the world? Qi Wan clenched her fists tightly, the crystal core resting in her palm. No. I must go find Huanqi. You've gone mad. Gu Lin grasped Qi Wan, insisting, going out now is tantamount to seeking death. He also intervened, asserting that not having seen Huanqi was, in fact, good news. At least it indicated she was not in their captor's hands. Watch out, Kai Tu shouted from above. The group turned to see a massive fireball, radiant as the sun, hurtling toward them. Ji Lin supported Qi Wan, urging her to flee inside. The fireball, fueled by the powers of 3 awakened beings, would obliterate the entire courtyard upon impact. The immense flames consumed the vegetation within the courtyard. Get them to safety first, Qi Wan urged, pushing them aside. Unfazed, she crushed the crystal core, and vines erupted from the depths of the earth, intertwining with the spring water left by Qin Ning, possessing a momentary strength to counter the impending doom. The explosion core was Qin Ning's last resort for survival. That you've lost your mind, Qi Wan, Gu Lin protested, unwilling to leave her behind. Moe, in his mutant form, transformed into a towering tree, standing resolute before them. District 10 will never abandon any comrade. Flames rained down, embers striking Moe's body. Moe. He did not look back, the searing pain causing him to tremble uncontrollably as the flames enveloped him. The excruciating agony coursing through his being. This is what it feels like to be burned alive. The branches turned to ash, and soon, the flames consumed him entirely. Moe. Qi Wan rushed forward, attempting to channel the spring water onto him to alleviate his suffering. Su Wu, transformed into a spirit beast, grabbed a bucket, repeatedly dousing Moe with the spring water. None of them gave up. They tirelessly endeavored in what seemed a futile effort. Surrender. Today marks your demise. The wind element awakened being summoned a tempest, amplifying the fire's might. The fireball swiftly expanded, detonating in the sky. When death descends, perhaps having comrades by one's side is not so solitary after all. Gu Lin grasped Qi Wan's hand, turning to shield her beneath him. Enough? A piercing voice cleaved through the air, emanating an aura that rendered everyone present immobile. The realm of consciousness reversed time. The scattered fireballs gradually converged, the fallen rising anew, as time flowed rapidly backward. Li Su, who should have been unconscious, descended the stairs with measured steps, his gaze cold and filled with slaughter. The golden hue of his pupils reflected unfamiliar Sanskrit. The red mark beneath his eyes glowed more vividly, its pulsation revealing a sinister and malevolent aura. Li Su extended his palm, coldly surveying the awakened beings. Murmuring break, clenching his fist, in an instant, the targeted awakened being's spiritual cores erupted, collapsing to the ground. Qi Wan, are you all right? Gu Lin came to his senses, realizing everything remained intact. Captain, Moe's eyes brimmed with tears. He had feared he would never see them again. He rushed forward, embracing Li Su. Captain, you're awake. I thought I'd never see you again. A flicker of emotion crossed Li Su's face, the killing intent radiating from him lingering ominously. This is bad. The zombies have breached our defenses. Before the warning could be completed, the speaker was silenced by a zombie's bite to the neck. The flute's melody continued to summon its deadly instruments, the temple of fertility. Xiao Kaiyun glanced over the unconscious Huanqi on the bed, her brows knitting together. Why had he failed to detect any crystals on her? Could it be that she lacked abilities? That was impossible. She had always been by Qin Ning's side. Perhaps she harbored something hidden. Unable to discern the answers he saw through observation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, grasping a dagger. He knew the zombie's crystal lay in its brain, but a human's crystal resided in the heart. As long as he excavated it, everything would be laid bare. Xiao Kaiyun thrust the dagger toward Huanqi's heart. The moment the blade met her chest, a green light emanated from the hairpin atop her head, and with a resounding bang, Xiao Kaiyun was flung back, crashing heavily onto the table, coughing up blood from the impact. He narrowed his eyes, fixating on the hairpin. Indeed, she concealed something. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao Kaiyun advanced to remove the hairpin, only to be repelled once more. Struggling to rise, he muttered curses under his breath. As Qin Ning descended the mountain, a jolt coursed through her, and she spat out blood. This was not good. Something had happened to Huan Shi. Chapter 42. I have seen you, the filthy soul hidden within a pure body. What do you intend to do to me? Huan Shi sat up, her expression dark and displeased. I told you, I don't want to play with you. What you're doing is kidnapping. Throwing the ropes binding her onto the floor, she attempted to jump off the table with her little legs. However, the table was too high, and her short legs could not reach. Hurry! Hold me down. Huan Shi pouted, crossing her arms. They must be worried about me. It's all this big child's fault for dragging me to this dreadful place. Under the whimsical gaze of the little colorful cloud, adorned with a question mark upon its head, how did you manage to break free? To the delight of Wanixi, this turn of events left him utterly astonished. Should I not be able to escape? Allow me to enlighten you. Harbor no wicked intentions, for the elder siblings will not spare you. Seeing the other party reluctant to approach, Wanixi, with a playful bounce on her short legs, tumbled off the table with a resounding thud. Oh, the pain! Rubbing her rear, which resembled a shattered vase, she shot a fierce glare at the instigator. The little colorful cloud, observing her nonchalance, was momentarily seized by a murderous intent. Grasping a dagger and lunging at Wanixi, the blade poised to strike. With a sudden whoosh, Wanixi, bewildered, watched as the little colorful cloud fell clumsily to the ground, squatting down and shaking her head in disbelief. Exuding an air of disappointment. Why must you emulate everyone else? Such folly! How could this happen? A fall on flat ground. With a click of her tongue, Wanixi muttered softly, clearly intelligent yet appearing so foolish. Grabbing her small backpack from the side, just as she stepped over the threshold, a wave of heat and the stench of blood hit her face. The zombie Zhou emitted a thunderous roar, causing Wanixi's hair to stand on end. She clamped her hands over her ears and retorted, "You're deafening. If you keep this up, I'll smash your skull." Stunned by the reprimand, the zombie Zhou stood motionless, mouth tightly shut, staring blankly at Wanixi with its pale gray eyes, akin to a brother subdued by the bloodline of an elder sister. "Have you not brushed your teeth for days? You reek." Wanixi scowled at the little colorful cloud behind her. "You're simply revolting. Don't you even brush your pet's teeth?" With narrowed eyes, the little colorful cloud, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, fixed upon Wanixi and questioned, "How did you manage that?" Suddenly, as if struck by thought, he burst into laughter. "Wanixi, oh Wanixi, you truly astound me. I must learn more about you." The little colorful cloud played a flute, commanding the zombie Zhou, which then seized Wanixi's backpack, lifting her into the air. "Your pet has gone mad." Wanixi flailed her arms and legs, feeling akin to a small golden retriever caught by the throat of fate. The little colorful cloud swiftly leaped onto the zombie Zhou's shoulder, declaring, "Onward, to the camellia forest." Under the control of the zombie Zhou, the duo sped towards the camellia forest at Lisu, observing the increasing horde of zombies. Decisively closed the gate to the courtyard. Guilt washed over him as he glanced at his severely injured teammates. What transpired during my unconsciousness? The screams emanating from outside the courtyard deepened One's despondency. "Captain, this must be related to the zombies lurking in the back mountains that I'm sorry. Wanixi is missing. It's all my fault." With her head bowed and fists clenched, Chi-Wan insisted, "Captain, Wanixi's situation is perilous. I must find her. Wanixi." Alarm flickered in Li Su's eyes. "Stay here. I'll go. Ji Yulin. Take care of them." After issuing his orders, Li Su pushed open the courtyard door, determined not to let anything happen to Wanixi. "Qin Ning, I will protect Wanixi at all costs." That a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he expanded the range of his spiritual domain. "Help! Help!" Refugees rushed towards Li Su, pursued by zombies, as a zombie clawed down towards him. Li Su focused, and, in the next moment, the creature exploded, scattering its remains. The sight caused the others to collapse in terror. "Find a safe place to hide," Li Su shouted before forging ahead. "Don't go to the camellia forest. A madman is summoning zombies there." The warning came too late as the others watched Li Su, heedless of their caution, dash towards the forest, internally cursing his recklessness. Wanixi understood that the little colorful cloud would not release her. And in a fit of anger, she crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and tilted her head defiantly, resolutely ignoring any attempts at conversation. Such a magnificent spectacle went unappreciated, robbing the moment of its joy. Wanixi observed as more zombies surged over the walls, traversing the camellia forest and wreaking havoc in the town. The fragrant air was swiftly suffocated by the foul stench of the undead, as living beings cried out, and all that once held color began to fade. Wanixi found it incomprehensible that such a scene could hold any charm. Am I not human? And you are truly dull. A filthy soul hiding within a sanctified shell, the little colorful cloud cackled with abandon, seizing Wanixi by the collar, gazing at her with keen interest. Do you know who I am? Wanixi struggled to push him away, exclaiming, How rude! I've seen you before. A flicker of surprise crossed the little colorful cloud's face, his brows furrowing. Where did you see me? In Furong Town a year ago at the easternmost house with a locust tree. You were that thin, little uncle that I remember a beautiful yet melancholic sister accompanying you. Release Huan 11. L. Isu activated his spiritual domain, relieved to see Wanixi unharmed. Just as he intended to advance, a tremendous impact shattered his domain, and a horde of ravenous zombies lunged at him with sharpened claws, intent on tearing him apart. Brother Huahua, you're awake. Wanixi attempted to move forward but was yanked back by her collar. Let me go. The little colorful cloud surveyed the encircled Li Su, astonished that he had survived such grievous injuries. Li Su's dark eyes shimmered with golden light, immobilizing the approaching zombies. As he clenched his fist. Their heads exploded, showering the ground with blood, leaving the earth scorched. From behind Li Su's ear, a spiritual butterfly emerged from its cocoon, swirling in the air and absorbing the increasingly dense impurities. The lowly zombies were no match for Li Su, who found them unable to advance a single step closer. Li Su, do you truly believe you can contend with these zombies alone? I advise you not to interfere with my plans, lest I make your existence a living hell. Li Su tightened his grip on his gun, aiming at the little colorful cloud. Let us see if you possess the ability. The moment the bullet was discharged, the zombie Zhou leaped, a fireball hurtling towards the bullet, and fireball near collision. Time froze once more. Li Su vaulted forward, and just as his hand brushed against Wanixi, time resumed. The little colorful cloud kicked out, yanking Wanixi back. Li Su, do you think I have no defenses against your abilities? The little colorful cloud signaled, and the zombie Queen's wind blades surged from all sides, ensnaring him. Not good, I'm locked in. Li Su attempted to mentally seize the queen ant, but realized he was utterly immobilized. Just as the wind blades were about to strike him, a vine wrapped around his waist, pulling him away. Qin Ning. Li Su stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Qin Ning. A tide of repressed sorrow surged within him. Qin Ning, he murmured, enveloping her in his embrace, fearful that this was merely a dream. Recognizing his tremors, Qin Ning gently patted his back. Li Su, what's wrong? Are you frightened? Chapter 43. Do not fear. I shall protect you. Li Su's fingers entwined tightly, striving to mask his panic, yet his hands trembled uncontrollably. Qin Ning, what is happening? I merely feigned death for a moment, and the child has become timid, afraid of zombies. It must be her first encounter with a horde. Should I comfort her? She gently patted Li Su's back, whispering, It's all right, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Their tender display mirrored that of a devoted couple. The little colorful cloud sneered at the embracing pair as the zombies were kept at bay by the vines, leaving only the two of them to converse. Little one, if you cannot use idioms, then refrain from attempting them. Qin Ning's eyes sparkled with mirth. No, you should be addressed as the wise one. It appears I need not maintain my facade any longer. The wise one chuckled, seizing Wanixi's collar and extending her beyond the tree trunk, declaring, Yield, or I cannot guarantee her safety. Below, the zombies gazed hungrily at their impending meal, jaws agape, scrambling over one another's corpses to reach her. You little brat, you're so underhanded. Wanixi glared at the discomfort from her neck being gripped. Wanixi, are you afraid? Qin Ning discreetly tightened her hold on Li Su's hand, reassuring him. Wonixie shot a fierce glare at the wise one, shouting at Qin Ning, "I'm not afraid. I'm the boss." Qin Ning raised her left hand, palm facing her left eye, closing her eyes as she summoned the natural energy surrounding her. Separating her middle and ring fingers, upon opening her eyes, vivid green sprouts reflected within 1,000 branches of spring wind. Qin Ning tossed the seeds towards the zombies beneath the wise one's tree. Upon contact with their skin, the seeds burrowed in like blood-sucking leeches. The wails of the zombies were deafening. Though the lower-tier zombies felt no pain, they sensed the imminent danger. The seeds germinated rapidly within the zombies, piercing through their skin and enveloping them from within, akin to a carnivorous plant devouring its prey. Meanwhile, Wonixie drew a dagger from her pocket and slashed at the wise one's hand. The sudden sting caught him off guard, causing him to release Wonixie. Vines that had long awaited their moment ensnared Wonixie's form. "Seize her!" the wise one roared in a fury. The fireball from zombie Zhou hurtled towards Wonixie. Spiritual domain. Golden light flashed in Lisu's eyes, freezing the fireball mid-air as the vines swiftly reclaimed Huan 11's. The stillness dissipated. The wise one glared at the rescued Wonixie. "You insist on opposing me. That I cannot comprehend." Qin Ning carefully examined Wonixie. Before he could question her, she boldly interjected, "Wise one, do you intend to eradicate us entirely while you expect us to wait for death? Is that not laughable? Lisu, your selfish desires demand that the entire Furong town pay the price." The sage, listening to Lisu's words, responded with a merciless mockery. His eyes brimmed with obsession and murderous intent. "My selfish desires? Heaven has no eyes, and with no recourse for grievance. The world is unjust. Thus, it is inevitable that someone must step forward to judge all sins. They deserve to die." The sage's words dripped with madness. "I want each of them to pay the corresponding price for their transgressions that I in front of them." The sage clapped his hands. The subdued zombies, accompanied by the terrified townsfolk of Furong, were herded into the Camellia Grove. "You madman, let us go." A bold voice ventured first. The sage cast a glance, and in the blink of an eye, the person was bitten through the neck by a zombie, blood splattering onto the ordinary people nearby. "Zyakain, I am your grandmother. I bear no grudge against you. Please, let me go." The sage could not help but laugh. "If it weren't for you forcing my sister to bear that wretched child, would she have been so despondent?" "You, who are you?" The crowd fell silent, deeper fear flashing in their eyes. Tears fell from the sage's eyes. "My sister is the best person in the world, yet she was ruined by them one after another. They claimed the child was innocent. That childbirth is a woman's duty. Therefore, I shall compel them to bear children continuously. I am merely fulfilling their wishes." The sage looked at their grotesque faces with a cold smile. "They each condemned my sister, saying she was reckless, claiming that flies do not land on seamless eggs. They ignored their own cold taunts, declaring my sister shameless. A mere RAG matters not. I shall make them experience the joy of despair." "Lisu, do you not think they deserve to die?" The sage wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, flicking his sleeve as the zombies' claws pierced each other's abdomens, intestines torn out, blood staining the ground, barren and lifeless. "You are all murderers. I have hidden my sister's body within the statue of the goddess at the shrine of childbirth. I want you to bow before her. To worship her as a deity, I will elevate you to the pinnacle. Only to cast you down harshly, I want you to feel endless sorrow." The sage extended his hands, pressing a button, and all the men who had received blessings felt alarms blaring in their hearts. "Countdown. 9, 8. No. Grievances have their origins. We did not dare defy the village chief's orders. We wish to live. Please spare us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bang." Explosions echoed one after another, as the fear of impending death reached its zenith. The sage was in a frenzy of killing. His heart felt the exhilaration of vengeance. Yet after that joy came endless sorrow. "Sister," he murmured softly, expressing his longing for her. Qin Ning chuckled softly, coldly observing him. "Sage, you and they're not so different." "Nonsense." The sage roared at Qin Ning as the zombies opened their bloodied mouths, ready to pounce at her command. "Your sister is innocent, but Sister Xiuxiu is not. Those who sought refuge here are not innocent. Did they not die because of your selfish desires? Because of your vengeance? Countless innocent lives have been harmed. This is heinous. The sage sneered coldly, his eyes full of mockery. You speak of morality with a lofty demeanor, casually condemning others. Yet you have never experienced my pain, my despair, that if you were me, weak and helpless, you would crawl through this dark abyss just as I do. For revenge, I have coiled within this shell, plotting everything. No one has the right to condemn me. Unrepentant. Qin Ning, clench your fists. I lost my loved ones with no one to protect me, beaten, scorned, driven away, tortured, persecuted, betrayed, and humiliated. Your despair and pain do not compare to mine. You have a family that loves you, but I do not. Yet I have never been like you. Do not use your suffering to mask your selfishness and cruelty. Lisu looked at Qin Ning, who spoke almost tremblingly. It seemed he was hearing her pass for the first time, but he reached out, tightly grasping her hand. Qin Ning recalled Sister Xiao, who had given her the only warmth upon arriving in Town. Yet she had met a tragic end due to someone's vengeance. Though she had saved her, it could not alter Sister Xiao's fate that a tree of spring wind has countless branches, seeds, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Rapidly grew, climbing onto the zombies' bodies, siphoning their strength, forever trapping them here. You too shall pay the price that I in the realm of the mind. Time stood still. Psychic attack. The gate of living beings. Chapter 44. Our sister Tian and brother Hua lovers. The long winter came to an end with the appearance of the blazing sun, the white snow melting, and Town once again enveloped in blooming hibiscus flowers. Qin Ning raised her hand, petals falling into her palm. Safe travels. Ning, do you have a place you wish to go? Qi Yuan patted Qin Ning's shoulder. Qin Ning withdrew her gaze, shaking her head. I'm content to go with the flow. What about you? News from Town had also ceased. The latest news from District 9 was that we were soon heading to City H. Will you join us? Sister, let us go with Brother Hua. Huanqi suddenly darted out from Kai Tu's embrace, tugging at Qin Ning's clothes while acting cute. Qin Ning had no particular destination in mind. A crowd could be lively. She ruffled Huanqi's hair. All right, City H was approximately 2,000 kilometers from City G. We must reach the urban area before nightfall to secure a vehicle, or it could take 10 days or more to arrive in City H. Qin Yin folded the map. A vehicle. Qin Ning jumped out, raising her hand. I have one. With a flourish, she produced a motorhome from her space. I have a vehicle, but I lack fuel. We must head to a gas station to prepare. Qin Ning, are you Doryman? Moe gave Qin Ning a thumbs up. What a breeze. Qin Ning opened the motorhome's door. A rush of cool air instantly refreshing Moe dove in, exclaiming how delightful it was to have air conditioning in the bizarre weather of the post-apocalyptic era. Swinging from winter to scorching heat. Qin Ning, you're truly remarkable. You have ample supplies, formidable abilities, and possess immortality. You're simply essential for a post-apocalyptic travel. Indeed, when Shiwan first said you were faking your death, I could hardly believe it. Suwon snatched the chilled cola from Moe's hands, gazing at Qin Ning with envy. Faking death? What do you mean? You don't know. Qin Ning took the ice cream, tilting her head at him, puzzled by his confusion. She scanned the gossiping trio with her wide, round eyes. Haven't you discussed this with the captain? What a joke. Who could have anticipated the situation back then? You're all done for. Only the captain remains unaware of the truth. What do you mean we're done for? You're in the same boat, aren't you? Let us all be exposed together. Shall we, Vice Captain? Qin Yin silently turned away, passing through their heated gazes, and climbed into the motorhome, ignoring their banter. Vice Captain, Moe, what is going on? Li Su's cold voice carried an air of chill. Even under the blazing sun, Moe felt a shiver run through him. Brother, wish you luck. We'll always remember you. We'll burn paper for you next Qingming. No. Moe looked at the backstabbers around him, wanting to cry but having no tears. Kai Tu patted his shoulder, offering silent encouragement, and Moe suddenly saw hope. Orange, you have a conscience. Kai Tu beamed with a silly grin, forcibly withdrawing his hand, but not forgetting to embrace Huanqi as they left the place of turmoil. Moe dared not meet Li Su's gaze and explained, Actually, We didn't know at first. Then things happened suddenly. And we didn't have time to inform you. Captain, he exhaled, darting into the motorhome and quickly shutting the door behind him. That's how it is. No wonder Li Su reacted that way upon seeing her. It wasn't he fear the zombies, but of her. What on earth happened? It made sense. He was the only one buried in the drum. Surely it didn't feel good. Qin Ning stepped forward. Taking his hand, don't be angry. It wasn't intentional to keep this from you. She pulled Li Su onto the vehicle, and just as M.O.E., still gasping for breath after escaping death, saw the captain enter, he panicked. You all talk. I'll drive. Noticing Li Su ignoring her, Qin Ning felt guilty, coaxing him to sit down. She retrieved ice cream from the fridge and stuffed it into his mouth. Don't be angry. It's too hot to lose your temper. Qin Ning blinked her big, pitiful eyes that Li Su glanced away, gripping the candy box tightly. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing him finally speak to her. Qin Ning replied, if I had told you, you definitely wouldn't have agreed. So I kept it from you, intending to explain later. I didn't mean to hide it. Yes, I wouldn't have agreed. But you think you can hide it? His grievances spilled forth, but as he realized it, he added, what I mean is, you shouldn't take such reckless risks. Qin Ning subtly reached out, tugging at his shirt, shaking her head and softly retorting, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just didn't want you to be the one to betray. Li Su noticed her small gesture, and his discomfort faded instantly, though his expression remained icy. Sister Tian, what are your hands doing? In a moment of delight, Qin Ning, caught in a small act, was instantly exposed to mask or fluster. She seized a cup from the table and gulped down water. Sister Tian, every time Mom makes Dad angry, she uses the same tactic to appease him. Are Sister Tian and Brother Hua in a romantic relationship? Puffed. Qin Ning spat out her drink. Coughing, in a flurry, she pulled out a tissue and handed it to the unfortunate Xuan sitting across from her. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Xuan lamented while wiping his face. Feeling even more aggrieved without any hair to cushion the blow, he sulkily retreated to the passenger seat. Huanqi, who taught you that? You can eat recklessly, but you mustn't speak carelessly. Huanqi retorted with her big eyes. I didn't speak nonsense. Mom said girls only act spoiled in front of the ones they like. Ooh. Qi Wan swiftly intervened, covering Huanqi's terrifying little mouth. Huanqi, have you not been diligently working on your homework these past few days since Sister Wan left? I'm here to check your progress. She felt that if she didn't rein in this audacious little girl, they would all be doomed. Ji Yulin decisively interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Qin Ning, I'm particularly curious. How did you manage to come back from the dead? Will you never die again? Qin Ning withdrew her gaze and smoothly continued. No, this is a power bestowed upon me by my abilities. Wildfires may not consume everything. The spring breeze brings forth new life. As long as my heart beats, I can be reborn. This skill has a downside, though. It's only available once every 6 months. Wait, if the vice captain has excavated your heart, why are you unscathed? Xuan couldn't resist interjecting. Qin Yin immediately felt a piercing gaze and silently removed his glasses. Feeling a headache coming on, he leaned against the bed beside him. That isn't my true heart. My heart is in an absolutely safe place. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, and due to inertia, Qin Ning was almost thrown out that Li Su timely pulled her into his embrace. What is going on? Gu Lin rubbed his bump head. No, someone suddenly darted out. Mo.E. expressed his innocence as well. Li Su lowered his gaze to Qin Ning in his arms, the fragrance of lilies wafting towards him, sending a shiver through his heart. Suddenly, Qin Ning looked up and locked eyes with Li Su. A flush creeping up behind his ears, he released her, stood up, and opened the car door. Help. A girl plunged into Li Su's arms, and he steadied her with one hand while pulling back to create distance. The groans of zombies echoed, 5 low-level zombies closing. Li Su fixed his gaze on the zombies, and with a loud bang, the zombie's spiritual essence exploded. Zombies! Qin Ning's eyes lit up as she picked up a shovel and dashed outside. When she left Furong Town, the greenery progress was at 20, and now she was filled with enthusiasm, determined not to let a single zombie escape. The girl glanced at Qin Ning's peculiar behavior before returning her gaze. Wang Ruzhan, I've met my benefactor. Miss Wang, you're too polite. My benefactor is rather strange. He poked his head out, curiously observing Wang Rujan. Wang Rujan brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. I'm a traditional woman. Chapter 45. I did not come to destroy this family. I came to join it. So what? Li Su furrowed his brows, looking perplexed at Wang Rujan. Wang Rujan lowered her gaze, her profile catching the light, her lips curving into a perfect smile as she gently stroked her braid. I am a very traditional woman, so I can only repay you with my body. She glanced up at Li Su, her bright eyes and pearly smile shining. Puffed. Qin Ning hoisted a pair of gardening shears on her back, teasingly observing the flirtatious Wang Rujan. So if I save you, should you say, I can only repay you in the next life as a devoted servant? Wang Rujan's brows knitted tightly, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she regarded Qin Ning. How could she know her nickname? The fox ears unconsciously peeked out. Sister Tian Tian, look at the soft fox ears. Kai Tu embraced Huanqi, allowing her to touch Wang Rujan's fox ears. Don't touch my ears. Wang Rujan snapped, but upon turning, she met Huanqi's sparkling eyes, and her expression softened immediately. Little cutie, what is your name? Huanqi, so you are my little treasure. Huanqi. Wang Rujan beamed like a flower, tilting her head to allow Huanqi to touch her ears. The others looked on in bewilderment at Wang Rujan's transformation, and Moe exclaimed in astonishment. So, do women change so much? Moe's words snapped Wang Rujan back to reality. Oh no, she had forgotten her mission. Seeing Wang Rujan about to revert to her previous shocking demeanor, Qin Ning hastily interjected, Stop the act. Wang Rujan warily regarded Qin Ning. How do you know about me? Sister Anne, should I say that in our past lives? We were in the same squad. You were the renowned tea-tasting master of our team. Of course, she could not say that. She had long heard of Sister Rand's fame as the charming fox before arriving at the Sea High base. It was indeed astonishing. The reputation of the charming fox preceded her. Qin Ning displayed what she believed to be her most sincere smile. Wang Rujan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Could you be any more insincere? These individuals managed to thrive in the apocalypse. They must all be endowed with abilities, which meant she would likely leave empty-handed today. Since you know who I am, you should go your own way, and I'll go mine. Wang Rujan, embodying the fox spirit, attempted to slip away. Qin Ning chuckled lightly, swiftly pulling the white fox into her embrace. Don't run away. Qin Ning stroked her back, recalling how Sister Rand had once disallowed her from doing so. This time, she wouldn't escape. You're treating me like a cat. Wang Rujan leapt off her, reverting to human form. What do you want? Qin Ning replied, I just wish to make a deal with you. I'll help you deliver the child to the Kang port, and in return, you'll share half of your hidden gasoline with me. How does that sound? How could she know so much? Wang Rujan regarded her with suspicion. The temperature will rise. You might endure it as an ability user, but the children might not, and you alone may not be able to ensure their safety. The Sea High base is your best option. If you're not at ease, I can escort you myself. Qin Ning, Li Su grasped her hand. All right, Wang Rujan pointed at Qin Ning, if they dare to follow. I will not spare you, even at the cost of everything. For the sake of the children, she had to take a gamble in a way. Li Su tightened his grip on Qin Ning's hand from the moment she had died his arms. He had vowed never to let her out of his sight again, never to let her fall into danger. Don't worry. You all take Huanqi to H City first. I'll deliver the child and return quickly. Qin Ning reassured him, patting his hand. She couldn't shake the feeling that after her feigned death, in Li Su's eyes, she had become a priceless masterpiece. Wang Rujan observed the affectionate couple and shouted helplessly, Hey, you two lovey-dovey lovebirds, could you consider the feelings of us single folks? At this rate, it will be dark soon. Cough, cough. Qin Ning stroked her chest. Sister Rand, you truly speak shockingly, but you might be mistaken. We are merely comrades who have survived together through thick and thin. Your words might cut off his romantic prospects. TCH, the antics of an ugly couple. Are we still playing the comrade card in this day and age? All right, let us go. Qin Ning failed to notice the fleeting disappointment in Li Su's eyes as she urged Huanqi to listen and assured her that she would return soon. Just as Qin Ning was about to leave with Sister Rand, Li Su seized her wrist. What's wrong? Without looking up, he simply removed his watch from his wrist and placed it on hers. I will wait for you here. I'm not going anywhere. If you're not back by 5 p.m. Beijing time, I will come looking for you. All right, it's currently 9 a.m. 8 hours should suffice. Qin Ning reached up to touch Li Su's earlobe. Raising an eyebrow, don't worry. Boom! Li Su's heart seemed to stop and then race wildly, his heart swirling with the fragrance of oilseed flowers, the blush on his earlobes lingering. What is happening? Is our captain being flirted with? You don't say. A Ning is flirting without even realizing it. It's just a pity for my captain, whose heart is racing while a Ning still sees him as a friend. Captain, could you take the initiative? It will be great to have him as the top fighter on our District 10 rankings. Support, go brother Hua Hua. The three of them stared at Huanqi, who had suddenly jumped into the conversation. Hey, kids, sister is back. Wang Rujan pushed open the door, only to find the room in disarray, with no trace of the children left. Wang Ruren gazed at the note on the table, her heart aflame with anger. Yin Lang, I shall not let you escape. With a fierce determination, she tore the note into shreds, opened a concealed compartment nearby, and seized the gun hidden within the cabinet, intent on confronting her adversary. Qin Ning hastily grasped Wang Ruren's arm, exclaiming, Sister Ruren, you remain as impulsive as ever. Those children are not your kin. You are indifferent to their plight. I must eliminate him. Qin Ning understood that those children were Ruren's Achilles' heel. Sister, if you rush in now, will you truly be able to rescue the children? Since he left you a note, it is clear he's expecting your arrival. Evidently, the children's lives are in jeopardy. I promise to assist you in delivering the children to Kang Port, and I shall not waver. But I need you to tell me, who exactly is this Yin Lang? Why has he taken those children? Have you perhaps taken something of his? Preposterous. Wang Ruren shook off Qin Ning's hand, grabbing a glass of water from the table and downing it in one gulp, finally regaining her composure. How shameless. She spat, disgusted. Chapter 46. Women who favor me are queuing from here to abroad. You must wait your turn. I am the director of this orphanage. When the apocalypse struck, I brought the children here to evade the onslaught of zombies. Everything was going smoothly until 3 months ago, when Yin Lang and his gang of scoundrels came to the vicinity, seizing a nearby farmhouse and claiming dominion over the land. He is tyrannical, demanding that I become his lover. How dare he? When his overtures failed, he resorted to underhanded tactics, continually obstructing my search for supplies. For the children's sake, I had no choice but to feign weakness and steal resources that to my dismay. He remains undeterred, audacious enough to threaten the children. Fuming, Wang Ruren slammed her palm down on the table and began pacing the room. She should have taken the children to Kang Port much sooner, instead of waiting to procure a vehicle. Qin Ning was nearly dizzy from Wang Ruren's agitation. First, tell me how many men Yin Lang commands, and what their capabilities are. Does he have any weaknesses? Wang Ruren had no choice but to steady herself. He likely has over 20 men, with 4 formidable leaders that I am certain that before the apocalypse. Yin Lang was a repulsive, greasy recluse who has an unusual penchant for women in black stockings and maid outfits. He fancies himself a king, believing he can have a harem of beauties. What a lecher! Qin Ning's eyes gleamed with mischief, clearly plotting something. Sister, this is your area of expertise. She appraised Ruren's exquisite figure, 36D. An ant-like waist and legs reminiscent of a comic book heroine. With a playful grin, she reached out towards Ruren's voluptuous form. Sister, your physique is simply divine. Without waiting for a response, Qin Ning rummaged through her space and produced a perfect outfit for Ruren. Come on, don't be shy. We're both girls. You have what I have. Quickly, put on the battle attire I've prepared for you. Are you insane? You want me to wear this? Yin Lang's stronghold. Boss, the woman Wang Ruren seeks an audience with you. Yin Lang pressed his tongue against his teeth, raising his self-proclaimed handsome face while teasing the woman in his arms. What do you think? Should I meet her? As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against the woman's cheek, his hands wandering restlessly. The woman, feigning distress, replied, Boss, you already have me. Why must you go see her? Yin Lang leaned closer to the woman's ear, whispering, Women who favor me are queuing from here to abroad. You must wait your turn. His eyes narrowed in delight. Reveling in his own beauty, he abruptly pushed the woman away. Let her in. Wang Ruren tugged at the embarrassing hem of her dress, a humiliating outfit that Qin Ning had unearthed from who knows where. Clutching the fabric to cover her chest, she found it impossible to conceal her thighs. Qin Ning turned her face away, unable to bear the deathly glare from Wang Ruren. This outfit had been a promotional gift from a supply run, an absurdly seductive couple's costume. She had stashed it away, never imagining it would see the light of day again. Yinlang, where are the children? Clad in black stockings, high heels, fox ears, and a skin-tight skirt, with a 30-60 bust and a curvaceous backside. She was the epitome of allure. The blatant gaze from Yinlang seemed to sweep across Wang Ruren in a 360-degree appraisal. Boss, what makes her so special? The woman, displeased, pouted at Yinlang, who had directed his attention towards the enticing figure of the woman. Yinlang grasped the woman's hand and coldly declared, I know many adore me, but I do not wish for my women to compete for my affection. He pressed a fierce kiss upon the back of her hand. Qin Ning witnessed the silver strands of hair that fell around him. How utterly revolting! Wang Ruren, have you made your decision? Had you acted sooner, you could have avoided much suffering. Yinlang's gaze lingered on Wang Ruren's chest. His eyes filled with lewd intent. Wang Ruren felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Qin Ning quietly approached, tugging at her sleeve. Mind your demeanor. Qin Ning, I shall eventually make you pay for this. Wang Ruren clenched her jaw, forcing a charming smile that I was foolish not to recognize your worth. I wonder when I shall see the children. Yinlang stood, stroking his perfect chin, his gaze fixated on Wang Ruren. Very well. You have shown yourself to be wise, boss. The woman let out a reluctant huff, glaring daggers at Wang Ruren. Qin Ning stifled a laugh, pinching herself to suppress the urge to giggle. What on earth? The apocalypse has arrived, but must aesthetics decline so drastically? It was a scene reminiscent of Beauty and the Beast. Brother, I heard Wang Ruren has come to plead for mercy. Congratulations on getting your wish. A man clad in tiger skin laughed heartily from behind the crowd. It's the third brother. Come, take a look at your sister Dash and Dashlaw. Su strode towards Yinlang, his gaze landing upon Wang Ruren. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Ning behind her, a pair of doe-like eyes glistening with dew, a smiling countenance, and a cherubic face that, when she smiled, revealed charming dimples and lips as red as cherries, with a direct gaze. Qin Ning swiftly concealed her interest, turning her attention elsewhere. What is going on? Why are you staring at her? Brother, who is this girl? Wang Ruren turned to reveal a smug smile to Qin Ning. See, that's what you get for watching from the sidelines. Are you joking? It was only then that Yinlang noticed Qin Ning, pointing at her. Are you also captivated by my divine visage? Coughing, Qin Ning nearly choked on her own saliva. Boss, your charm is awe-inspiring, but I'm not worthy. At least you have self-awareness. As you lean closer to Qin Ning, introducing himself that I am Suyu. What is your name? Stay with me, and you shall not suffer. Thank you, but no need. Qin Ning stepped back, appreciating the offer. Just call me Gardner. She swiftly shut the door, exclaiming, That was close. I can't believe someone is watching me. Do not worry. I will take you away. Yet, Qin Ning shook her head. There are too many eyes. The risk of being discovered is too great. You distract Yinlang, while I seize the opportunity to escape with the children under the cover of night. I am furious. I will not let you steal the boss's affection. Wu Chao extended his hand, a drop of green liquid falling into the wine. Chapter 47. The toad chases the frog, ugly and playful. Are you certain you can handle this? What? Doubting her abilities? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow confidently, retrieving a seed from her waist pouch. In an instant, the seed sprouted, sending grapevines creeping towards Wang Ruren, winding around her form before settling into the earth nearby. With a gentle spring breeze, the vine burgeoned into a trunk as thick as a person. With her newfound mastery over plants, it was as if she had been granted wings. Summoning an army of vines was now child's play. Wang Ruren stood transfixed, realizing that collaborating with her had been the wisest choice she had ever made. Well then, the children are entrusted to you. Before Wang Ruren could utter another word, the door to the room was flung open, and Wu Chao strode out with an air of arrogance, not even casting a glance in her direction as she took her seat at the head of the table. The attendant beside her pointed at Wang Ruren and scolded. Upon seeing the madam, you should kneel and pay your respect. Wu Chao, what trick are you playing? Wang Ruren would not stoop to the level of this foolish creature. Madam, indeed, give you a bit of sunshine, and you bloom. Grant you some power, and you truly believe yourself to be a lady of the feudal society. Outrageous! How dare you speak to the madam in such a manner? The attendant approached and slapped her. Fortunately, Qin Ning was quick-witted and pulled Wang Ruren back just in time. You dare to evade? Wu Chao's whip-like vine lashed out directly at Qin Ning, just as Qin Ning prepared to dodge. Wang Ruren stepped forward and took the blow for her, the vibrant red mark glaring against her fair arm. Qin Ning was momentarily stunned. Ruren, the silver wolf, entered and immediately spotted the woman he cherished being struck to the ground. It is all my fault, big boss. I have failed to win the madam's favor. I should have behaved more obediently. Wang Ruren skillfully revealed her delicate side, her soft voice falling sweetly into the silver wolf's ears. Evoking his empathy, he rushed forward, embracing Wang Ruren and rebuking Wu Chao. Who allowed you to do this? I know, I am quite charming, but I have warned you. I desire harmony among my harem. I do not strike women. Do not force me to make you the exception. How dare you? Wang Ruren, you must be scheming against me. Wu Chao was so enraged she nearly lunged to tear off her hairpin. Big boss, it is not as it seems. Qin Ning quietly shrank back, observing Ruren's captivating performance. Absolutely splendid. This pitiful demeanor was bound to enthrall that narcissist. Enough, I have stated that I wish for none of you to create discord over my affections. Wu Chao's glare was fixed on Wang Ruren. Had it not been for the silver wolf's presence, she would have relished tearing her apart. An attendant tugged at her sleeve, calming her ire. Big boss, you misunderstand me. I have come to offer wine. According to the rules, since you intend to take her as a concubine, she must toast to me. The attendant poured the wine into a cup. Please bring fifth concubine. Goodness, this one is something. The fifth wife, truly a toad aspiring to catch a frog. Her looks are quite dismal. Go on. The silver wolf gestured for the attendant to present the wine cup to Wang Ruren. A flicker of triumph crossed Wu Chao's dark eyes. Wang Ruren, you are doomed. This is the consequence of stealing my man. Qin Ning narrowed her eyes dangerously, absorbing the smugness from Wu Chao's gaze. This wine must possess some unspeakable quality. Could it be that she harbors genuine feelings for the silver wolf? My heavens, she seems to embody the essence of a traditional woman. Wang Ruren extended the wine to Wu Chao. Murmuring, I have met the madam. Wu Chao raised her hand to accept the cup, while another was handed to Wang Ruren. She remained silent. Thus, Wang Ruren was compelled to kneel, as Wu Chao sought to remind her that she was the silver wolf's true madam. And they were merely wildflowers on the outskirts, a mere whiff, easily discarded when the scent grows tiresome. Being too enchanting is ultimately a burden. Indeed, these women must vie for his affection. The silver wolf wore a troubled expression, clearing his throat gently to signal Wu Chao that it was sufficient. Only then did Wu Chao, begrudgingly, down her drink and motion for Wang Ruren to do the same and rise. All right, you all may leave now. The silver wolf hurriedly ushered everyone out. Wu Chao was dissatisfied. Big boss, this matter cannot be rushed. After all, you're bringing home a beauty. It requires proper preparation. As she spoke, she tugged at the silver wolf to lead him outside. Qin Ning placed a hand on Wang Ruren's wrist, her brow slightly furrowed. As I suspected, Wu Chao must be a variant of the poisonous plant, with narcotic effects. What is her intention? What is it? Qin Ning smiled, channeling her abilities into Wang Ruren, then withdrew her hand. Wu Chao does not come in peace. Be cautious tonight. I will relocate the children and return to assist you. Wang Ruren waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry. Wu Chao is merely a love-stricken fool. She will not be my match. I will handle her with care. Instead, you must ensure the children's safety. Rest assured. Qin Ning exited, intending to familiarize herself with the layout of the place to facilitate a safe escape with the children. Sisters, make sure to gather all the information. Tonight, the silver wolf will not come here, as Wang Ruren has arrived. Indeed, she could not escape his grasp. This apocalyptic world had turned into the domain of their dream man. Women huddled in corners, sighing. If only they possessed the capability, they would surely flee, day in and day out. Confronted by an exceedingly greasy and mediocre man, they truly wish to be free. It seems there are still some with a normal aesthetic appreciation. What brings you here? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, tilting her head to regard the figure of Yushu before her. You are remarkably resilient, still alive. Yushu, are you planning to lead those children away? Or have you encountered difficulties? Qin Ning chuckled lightly, fearlessly shrugging. What are you talking about? I do not comprehend. So you are here. Second brother, you are here as well. Suu, holding a lollipop, offered, this is for you. Such a rarity in the apocalypse. If you follow me, I will procure one for you every day. Qin Ning smiled. Third master, is there anything entertaining here? Could you show me around? Of course. Li Su gazed at the last rays of sunlight disappearing. The moon now hanging in the sky. He glanced at his watch, rising to his feet. Qin Yin, I leave this place to you. Go ahead. Qin Yin, without looking back, focused on the screen in his hand. Conducting data analysis. Do you think Ning will really be in trouble? Should we go help? Do not worry. Qin Ning is quite capable. Foolish. This is the perfect opportunity for our captain to make a name for herself. Let's not drag her down. Level up, level up. Joy, why are you back with us again? Madam, rest assured, I have arranged for those you instructed. Everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the right moment. Wu Chao toyed with the cup in her hand. Wang Ruren, your demise approaches. During the day, Qin Ning had shadowed Suyu, extracting information about the weakest points. She scattered seeds, watching as saplings grew rapidly. Bushes concealing the children's forms. Little star, you are the big sister. Lead your younger siblings along the trunk until you reach the end. Not move or run around. Wait for me and your sister Wang to find you. All right. How did you end up here? Were you looking for me? Suyu asked curiously as he gazed at Qin Ning. Qin Ning's brow furrowed. How did he arrive here? It seems she had to distract him. When did such a large tree appear here? Oh, it seems there are a group of little rabbits on it. Right? It's too dark. I can hardly see. Qin Ning squinted her eyes, the green sprouts emerging from her palm concealed behind her back. The vines in Qin Ning's hand stealthily snaked around Suyu's feet. Should he dare to take a step closer, she would unhesitatingly silence him. Third brother, second brother, Suyu halted. What brings you here? Yushu, with a sidelong glance at the vines coiling around Suyu's feet, furrowed his brow and pulled him aside. Fourth brother is looking for you. All right. Then I shall take my leave. Qin Ning retracted the vines in her hand. Crossing her arms and quietly observing Yushu, she was curious about his intentions. Suu, lacking in intellect, was oblivious. She would act as if she had seen nothing. After Yushu relayed his message, he vanished into the darkness. What is going on? Never mind, the main business is paramount. As Qin Ning watched the last child retreat, she instructed the branches to seal off the pathway. The final task remaining was to escort Ruren away. Wang Ruren concealed her gun beneath her pillow. Should the silver wolf dare to act recklessly, she would shoot him dead and seize the opportunity to escape. Madam, rest assured, I have relayed the message to Bai Hu and the others. They will bring people to attack tonight. The big boss will certainly lead the charge. By then, all will be resolved, and we can inform the big boss that Wang Ruren's collaboration with the White Tiger Gang has been eradicated. Even if the big boss harbors doubts, there will be no evidence left behind. Good, Wu Chao exclaimed eagerly, seizing a nearby weapon. That cunning vixen has already fallen victim to my poison. She will undoubtedly be no match for me. I refuse to believe that I cannot eliminate her this time. But a knock echoed on the door, causing Wang Ruren's heart to leap. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, inhaling deeply. Come in. Before her words could fully escape, the door was forcefully kicked open. Wu Chao. Is that you? Wang Ruren sighed in relief. Speak. What brings you here? The person behind her locked the door. Wu Chao produced the axe she had thoughtfully prepared for Wang Ruren. And given the circumstances, Wang Ruren could no longer guess. She would have to be a fool. Wu Chao. Do you not fear the silver wolf discovering your actions here? With your paltry charm, do you truly believe the silver wolf would kill me for you? You overestimate your worth. You will die today. The silver wolf will not suspect me. Even if he does, what of it? I am his most beloved. Wu Chao said no more, charging at Wang Ruren with her blade. Her strikes fierce and decisive. Wang Ruren had no intention of causing a commotion that would draw the silver wolf's attention, as it would be detrimental to her. Wu Chao glared at the nimble Wang Ruren, muttering under her breath, You have been poisoned, yet your movements remain so agile. What? You actually dared to poison me? Wang Ruren's temper flared instantly. You, Wu Chao, are utterly devoid of martial ethics. Sister, today I shall teach you a lesson in humanity. With that, Wang Ruren lunged at Wu Chao with her claw-like fingers. You shameless fox, are you scratching my face? How dare you pull my hair? Xiao Chui, finish her off? Unrefined wretch, you dare to take on two opponents at once. Ruan Jia, we can leave. Qin Ning burst in, observing the three entangled in a chaotic melee, silently exhaling the last syllable. Lit at Wu Chao's vines ensnared Wang Ruren, while Wang Ruren's claws dug fiercely in her. Xiao Chui, who had been tripped, struggled to crawl towards the axe. The scene resembled three writhing worms in a frantic tangle. Wang Ruren, with a powerful shove, gained the upper hand, mounting Wu Chao and striking her with a swift motion. You love-struck fool, let me tell you, apart from treating that fellow like a treasure, no one else finds him appealing. That I simply cannot fathom how, as a university student, you can be so utterly lost in love. Lacking direction, others may fall prey to manipulation, yet you are the one who has entrapped yourself. Have you even looked at your man? He resembles a kappa, yet he foolishly believes himself to be a handsome prince. With his incessant talk of women, does he really think he embodies the archetype of a domineering CEO from a novel? At least those CEOs possess wealth, looks, and height. That I fail to understand what you, an extraordinary being, see in him. His greasy remarks or his resemblance to a toad. Wang Ruren's barrage of words left Wu Chao momentarily speechless. Infuriated, Wang Ruren felt the poison coursing through her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Startled, Qin Ning rushed forward to support her, discreetly administering an antidote. Regaining her composure, Wu Chao finally retorted. What do you know? Shallow women who only care about appearances. If you don't love, please do not inflict harm. Since childhood, my family has never valued me as a girl, forcing me to marry an abusive man with a child from a previous marriage. Besides Yin Lang, no one has ever cared for me. Am I unaware of how he treats me? So what if men are fickle? As long as he holds me dear, that is enough. Before the apocalypse, which wealthy man did not have a mistress? At least he seeks my consent. Qin Ning was left agape, her jaw slack with shock at such explosive declarations that love-struck fools are truly terrifying. Wang Ruren, nearly speechless with rage, declared, fine, you two are locked in. 99. Wang Ruren's words suddenly reminded Qin Ning of her past life, where she too had been swayed by a mere hint of kindness from Luo Hao, plunging headfirst into a relationship, ignoring all warnings, ultimately leading to her demise. Good heavens! Love-struck fools are a disease. Treatment must be sought early. Cherish life, steer clear of men. At that moment, Qin Ning's resolve solidified. In this lifetime, she would never touch a man again. You are aware that you are disrupting my relationship with Yin Lang. As she spoke, Wu Chao sprawled on the ground, wailing loudly, resembling a child demanding a toy. Were it not for your man capturing my siblings, would I bother to engage in this farce? Wang Ruren, disinterested, retorted, let us go. Not good, not good. Someone is coming to kill us. A subordinate rushed in. Addressing Wu Chao, madam, the boss says to retreat. How could the White Tiger's men be our match? Wu Chao exclaimed in disbelief. They're not from White Tiger. It's an ability user named Lucid. He insists we hand over a woman called Qin Ning. We have no such person here. The subordinate's words were cut short as a shadow darted past him, leaving him startled as he rubbed his eyes. Madam, did someone just dash by? Wang Ruren, quietly massaging her nose, whispered to Wu Chao, you're finished. What do you mean finished? Wu Chao continued to be bewildered. Her boyfriend has burst in. Li Su's eyes burned with intense, murderous intent, the red mole at the corner of his eye enhancing his fearsome appearance. Clad in a crimson shirt with a slightly open collar, he exuded an aura of menace. His rolled-up sleeves showcasing his powerful muscles. The temperature around him seemed to drop several degrees. Gripping the candy box tightly, he spoke with a low, chilling voice, I do not wish to harm anyone. Hand over Qin Ning. No. Are you out of your mind? There is no one named Qin Ning here. You lot who bound the girl called Qin Ning. Hand her over quickly. Silver Wolf coughed up a mouthful of blood. Realizing that even with dozens of ability users on their side, they were utterly powerless against him. This man was not to be trifled with. Yu Shu, who had hurried over, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Who are you to Qin Ning? Hey, third brother, Do you know, Silver Wolf's sentence was cut short as a figure shot through the crowd, and Yu Shu grabbed Qin Ning's wrist. You, let her go. A blade of concentrated mental energy hovered before Yu Shu's eyes. And Li Su's candy box had already deformed from the pressure of his grip, the veins on his wrist bulging. Qin Ning gazed at the shimmering blade, excitement flashing in her eyes, and, as she reached out, Li Su's heart raced, causing the blade to dissipate in an instant. Come here, Li Su moderated his tone, attempting to project a sense of calm. Qin Ning shook off Yu Shu's hand and rushed into Li Su's embrace. Li Su, you're amazing. You can actually solidify your mental energy. As he felt Qin Ning's heartbeat once more, his anger dissipated, and he grasped her tightly. Chapter 49. So this is the joy of being a bully with power that was all a misunderstanding. Silver Wolf is a man of understanding that Li Su. How did you find your way here? Qin Ning appraised Li Su, realizing that his recent surge of power must have reached the peak of the second tier. She understood that mental enhancement and support abilities were notoriously difficult to cultivate. While she relied on external aids, Li Su appeared to be a prodigy. Why had she never heard of him in her past life? Could something have gone awry? Li Su felt his ears flush under her scrutiny. He covered Qin Ning's eyes with his hand, murmuring in discontent. You don't even check the time? You don't know I'd be worried? Of course I'm worried about you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning remembered, her expression shifting to one of apology. That I'm sorry. There was a bit of a situation, but it's all resolved now. Qin Ning waved at Wang Ruren, who was now regarding Li Su, who had come alone to confront them, with newfound respect. Now that's how you conduct a relationship. Not that. Wang Ruren covered her ears, unwilling to hear such outrageous words. I say, boss, you have your madam, and that's a blessing earned from your previous life. Do not always covet what is in front of you while overlooking what you possess. Beware of losing the watermelon while trying to pick up sesame seeds. How many kidneys do you have, trying to emulate a harem? Qin Ning retrieved a pair of garden shears from her space, and before Silver Wolf's eyes, snipped, if you dare to act in such a manner again. Beware of someone punishing evil and promoting good. You might become the first eunuch of the apocalypse, and I will take away all your wives. Remember to keep your hands clean. You, Silver Wolf, furious, extended his claws only to meet Li Su's fierce gaze, compelling him to withdraw silently. As Qin Ning watched Silver Wolf transform into a meek figure, she realized, so this is the joy of being a bully with power. Help! Help! The horde of zombies is coming. The late-arriving members of the White Tiger Gang, wielding sickles, rushed and terrified. The stench in the air caused Qin Ning's smile to vanish as she exchanged glances with Li Su. The number of zombies here is likely not fewer than those in Furong Town. Proceed with caution. Qin Ning's ears buzzed, and a smile crept onto her lips as she noted the low-tier zombies approaching. Li Su. Let's have a competition to see who can kill the most zombies. If you lose, you owe me a cake. Li Su chuckled softly. All right. Suddenly, the night sky was drenched in heavy rain, cascading down like a collapsing mountain, the downpour mingling with the foul odor of the zombies. Intensifying the stench in the air, a spirit butterfly flew from Qin Ning's forehead, its luminous blue hue stark against the night sky, wafting the fragrance of nature wherever it hovered. But a throng of zombies surged towards them. A dark mass, estimated to contain 200 to 300 with a gust of spring wind. A myriad of branches. Qin Ning tossed seeds into the oncoming horde, and the zombies struck by the seeds were swiftly enveloped by plants. Let the games begin. Qin Ning grinned mischievously at Li Su. This is called the art of deception. The zombies rushed toward Qin Ning, intent on overwhelming her, but plants sprouted behind her, rapidly growing into towering trees that barricaded their path. With a leap, Qin Ning grasped the vines, darting through the foliage. Li Su. Keep up. 30 vs 0. Li Su's gaze sharpened as he smiled, turning to those behind him, and coolly instructed, prepare yourselves in the realm of mental energy. Time stood still. As Li Su opened his eyes again. Over 30 zombies were locked in his sights, his golden pupils flashing as their heads exploded. 30 vs 30. Qin Ning's competitive spirit surged. Li Su's area attacks placed her at a disadvantage. Li Su. The word lose does not exist in my dictionary. She enveloped more zombies with her seeds, nimbly traversing over those bound like dumplings. Are they even human? Silver Wolf exclaimed, astonished, unable to close his gaping mouth at the sight of the evenly matched couple. Wang Ruren seized a nearby sunflower seed and slammed it on the table. Bet on it. Who do you think will win? I bet a bag of chips. I'll take a bottle of cola. I. Wang Ruren gazed at the tightly clenched fists of Yushu, her fox-like eyes narrowing slightly. The second master not going to gamble. Isn't it better when the odds are evenly matched? Yushu tossed a bag from his waist onto the table, revealing 10 first-tier crystal nuclei. I've bet on Qin Ning. He threw the items down and left without a backward glance. Second brother. What's going on? Aren't you going to stay and see the outcome? Su Yu's large eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Ruren, adopting a pretentious demeanor, replied, What do you know, you little brat? Regardless of win or lose. Your second brother has already lost. Very well. The match has reached its climax, with the score at 149 versus 149. There are still 2 players left on the field. Let us see who will emerge as the ultimate victor. Qin Ning watched as the zombie was about to fall into Li Su's grasp, a smile curling at her lips. She placed a hand on Li Su's shoulder, rose on her tiptoes, and whispered softly in his ear. Li Su, look, there's a plane. The warmth of her breath made Li Su turn his head, meeting Qin Ning's sparkling gaze, so close that even the rain-soaked haze could not obscure her features, as he caught sight of her smile. Feelings blossomed in his heart like the oil tree flowers. Unconsciously, he leaned closer, wanting to plant a gentle kiss on her eyes. I won. This is a surprise. Qin Ning's sudden exclamation jolted Li Su back to reality. He tightened his grip on the candy box, distancing himself slightly, and glanced at the last fallen zombie. What flavor of cake do you want? I'm not picky. I like everything you make, Qin Ning replied, retrieving an umbrella from her space and handing it to Li Su. Let us go. Qin Ning dashed into the house, while Wang Ruren handed her a towel to dry off. Not bad, Qin Ning. Look at you winning. We should split the reward. But I don't want this. It's for you. Wang Ruren handed the crystal nucleus to Qin Ning. Su watched Qin Ning's figure, the words echoing in his mind. I like everything you make. Who is so extravagant as to wager first-tier crystal nuclei? It has barely been a year since the apocalypse began, and first-tier zombie nuclei are quite valuable. What a fool to stake 10 at once. Why is it only permissible for you two to flaunt your wealth, while others cannot? Indeed, it would be foolish not to seize a bargain. The weather in this apocalypse is exceedingly bizarre. First, we endured over 2 months of winter, and now a torrential downpour. Thankfully, my location is elevated. G City is a basin, and if this rain continues, the entire city will surely be submerged. Silver Wolf's words suddenly enlightened Qin Ning. It seemed the rain would not cease anytime soon, as evidenced by the recent movement of a zombie horde. She recalled that in her past life, G City was indeed flooded, and the nearby Seahai base had dispatched rescue teams. She had not participated in that rescue due to other missions. Qin Ning, the child. Qin Ning slapped her forehead, realizing they had forgotten about the child waiting for them. Let us go. Second brother, what are you looking at? Yushu retracted his gaze, murmuring, sleeping. Su Yu noticed the flowers on his bedside. Second brother, you still grow flowers? Let me take a look. Just as Su Yu reached out, Yushu interrupted, sleeping. Fine, if you don't want me to touch them, I'll one-teat it. After all, flowers can't last long in the apocalypse. Wang Ruren watched her younger siblings return safely, her anxious heart finally at ease. Qin Ning, take the gasoline. I have no use for it. I haven't delivered it to Kangport yet, and I trust you. Having reached this point in their conversation, Qin Ning naturally did not decline. Surveying the room, filled with gasoline, she felt she was collecting the regrets of her past life when Ranjia had failed to take the fuel. The following day, the rain persisted without pause. As agreed, she and Li Su would deliver the people to Kangport for the 7th District to escort them to the Seahai base. Sister Nian. Yuri finally back, with matters settled. They could finally set off for H City. We cannot leave. We have received word of assistance from the 7th District. All nearby military districts are rushing to G City to assist, relocating survivors from G and F cities to the Seahai base. Chapter 50. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. The sound of rain outside the car window was incessant, and Qin Ning's mouth was equally busy. She grabbed a chip and popped it in her mouth, her gaze fixed on the window. It had been the 5th day, and the rain showed no sign of stopping. There had been no news from Li Su and the others. In her previous life, she knew that this reign lasted a full 3 weeks, though she couldn't quite recall when the rescue efforts concluded. Huanqi was drawing, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught Qin Ning's distant gaze. Silently, she reached out to support Qin Ning's chin. "Sister Yin Yin, I don't need a bib anymore. Why do you still need one?" Qin Ning glanced at the chips that spilled more than they were consumed. Laughing awkwardly, "Huanqi, what are you drawing?" As she spoke, she tossed the leftover chips into the trash bin. Huanqi sighed, folding her arms. "You adults are so strange. Sister Yin Yin, if you're that worried, just go. Huanqi is no longer a 3-year-old child. I can take care of myself." "What are you talking about? I want to do anything that yields no reward.Is that so?" In the next moment, Qin Ning and Huanqi found themselves on a kayak. The rain showed no sign of relenting, and the lower floors of G City were submerged. Floating in the water were not just cabinets and tables, but also drowned corpses. The air, already difficult to breathe, became even worse to avoid unnecessary complications. Qin Ning and Huanqi silently donned masks. "This boat is now requisitioned." As Qin Ning paddled into the city. Before reaching Kangport, 2 individuals stopped her boat. One was tall and lanky with dyed yellow hair, resembling a cunning monkey, while the other was a muscular man with dark skin and flowers tattooed on both arms. One was a water-type ability user, and the other was a dog-type ability user. "Why?" Qin Ning crossed her arms, coldly regarding the 2 brazen individuals. The monkey-like man, seeing Qin Ning as just an ordinary person with a 4 or 5-year-old child, spoke with the arrogance typical of ability users. "We are ability users from the Sea-High base, sent to rescue you ordinary people. Understand?" Qin Ning spread her hands. "That's so? If you're here to save me, shouldn't you leave the boat for us? Hey, do you not understand human language? We are here to rescue you. That we are requisitioning your boat. Failing to comply is selfish." Passers-by watching the scene cast disdainful glances at Qin Ning. "Little girl, these ability users came to save us at great risk. What is wrong with borrowing your boat?" "Exactly. She shouldn't even be here. That it's truly a human trait to condemn others while self-righteously claiming justice." First, these 2 opened with requisitioning the boat. "Isn't it reasonable to question this for safety? Second, since the boat is meant for rescue, isn't it fair to leave it for me? Third, it's my boat. Is it selfish for me to sit in it while it's reasonable for others to use it? Do you not find that laughable?" The tattooed man was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but the monkey-like man raised his hand to stop him. "I apologize. We didn't express ourselves clearly. We're not trying to kick you out. We simply wish to use your boat to pick up others ahead, since they said so. If you disagree, you're selfish. That a person like you is a waste of resources." "What a righteous indignation." Qin Ning responded with a laugh. "That my goodness, you are so selfless. You are the kindest, most saintly person I've ever met. Why don't you give up your spot? There are many women, children, and the elderly trapped. That you're simply being unreasonable." Qin Ning looked at the suddenly enraged man, rolling her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, the blade must cut into one's own flesh to reflect a person's true nature. "You seem to be living quite well in this apocalypse. It's clear you've been cozying up to some man's bed. What qualification do you have to?" Before he could finish, Qin Ning swung a hammer at him, blood streaming down his head. Seizing a pair of gardening shears from a boat, she coldly mocked. "Men always love to spread slander about women, no matter the time. I see no reason for you to keep those eyes. They're infected, and your mouth serves no purpose if it can't speak properly. What good is it to keep it?" Qin Ning aimed the shears at the man's head. "No, I think your brain should be discarded. It's full of flour, and when wet, it turns to mush. Zombies wouldn't even want to bite it." The man stared at the blood on his hands and roared at Qin Ning. "You filthy BTC, you're asking for it." He grabbed a brick to throw back at her. "Everyone, keep your distance. This bloody stench and his temper will surely attract zombies." Instantly, the crowd around the boat ceased to laugh, realizing the danger he posed. "Good heavens, a person like him on the boat will eventually get us killed. He cannot stay. Indeed, he cannot remain. What are you all planning?" Qin Ning smiled lightly, retracting the shears without hesitation as she paddled away from this site of conflict. "Ah, let go of me. Serves you right. Before Qin Ning could get far, she encountered the monkey-like man and the tattooed man blocking her path again. It seemed she had drawn their attention. "What? You still want to borrow my boat?" The monkey-like man displayed a smile he deemed amiable, apologizing for the earlier recklessness. It was primarily due to the fact that a pregnant woman and 3 children were trapped in the building ahead. And our base lacked sufficient boats. We were truly left with no options. Qin Ning cast a glance, her brows arching slightly. "Very well, lead the way." The monkey-like man had not anticipated Qin Ning's acquiescence to be so effortless. "Is it not necessary?" It is, he replied with a smile, leading the way. In truth, Qin Ning was also quite curious about the true intentions of these 2 individuals. If their goal was genuinely to rescue others, she would not mind lending a hand, considering it a good deed. However, if their motives were otherwise, it had been a while since her scissors had tasted blood, and perhaps it was time for them to feast. As they ventured deeper, the stench of decay intensified, overwhelming Huanxi, who buried her little face in a flower pot. Qin Ning snapped her fingers, and the spirit butterfly nestled on her forehead fluttered out stealthily. "Are you certain this is the right direction?" Qin Ning's eyes darkened ominously. The monkey-like man replied with a grin, "Of course it is." The boat smoothly entered the underground parking garage, and light abruptly faded into darkness. In the dim surroundings, apart from the flashlight in Qin Ning's hand, not a glimmer of light could be seen. "Why, dear girl, I see you are well equipped with a boat, a raincoat, and a flashlight. Quite the resourceful individual, aren't you?" The boat halted in the center of the garage, and the dampness and the putrid smell surrounding them made Qin Ning furrow her brows tightly. "How many times has this been now?" "My dear girl, what do you mean? How many times?" The monkey-like man had scarcely finished speaking when the scissors gripped his neck. "Don't move. If you wish to play tricks with me, I can ensure you end up without a single pair of pants." Qin Ning cast a disdainful glance at the tattooed man, preparing to intervene. "I advise you not to act rashly. You truly believe that someone as splendid as I am is merely an ordinary person?" The tattooed man's grip on his knife faltered, his gaze turning wary as he observed Qin Ning. "Sure, there are quite a number of zombies lurking here. Speak. What are your true intentions?" The monkey-like man secretly coalesced into droplets of water. Thinking to himself, "Who do you think you are?" The droplets collided with the boat, causing a violent shake, and the monkey-like man attempted to seize the opportunity to escape. However, in the blink of an eye, Qin Ning decisively severed the man's neck, and the scent of blood instantaneously lured the hidden zombies from the depths. Qin Ning waved her hand toward the tattooed man, who had yet to react. As a vine swiftly dragged the boat away, the tattooed man, panicking, shouted to Qin Ning, "Save me! Save me! I swear there truly is a pregnant woman trapped, and the people from District 10 were besieged by zombies. We were sent out to seek reinforcements. Is it Li Su and his group?" Qin Ning hesitated briefly, extending a vine to wrap around the tattooed man's waist, lifting him away from the horde of zombies and suspending him from a nearby streetlight. The zombies, drawn by the scent, surged toward Qin Ning and her companion. The zombies hiding in the underground garage were mainly low-level ones. Qin Ning stepped onto the vine, casting seeds into the fray, quickly ensnaring the zombies. As large water lilies blossomed on the surface, she landed steadily atop a lily pad, grateful that the initial seeds had been plentiful. Otherwise, ordinary plants would struggle to survive on the water surface. The tattooed man watched in disbelief as she effortlessly dispatched more than 30 zombies, anxiety creeping into his heart. What formidable figure had he provoked? With a snap of her fingers, Qin Ning sent the tattooed man plummeting into the water's depths. As he struggled, he witnessed the monkey-like man's corpse drift past him, causing him to choke on murky water. Had Qin Ning not lifted him, he surely would have drowned. Gasping for breath, the tattooed man croaked, "Hero, spare my life. I will never dare again." In his panic, he adopted the demeanor of a mutated being. Yet Qin Ning had little interest in his irrelevant prattle. "Did I ask you, were your earlier words truthful?" "Where are the people from District 10? They are at the hospital in the city center." Upon receiving this information, Qin Ning unhesitatingly tossed him back into the water, regardless of the veracity of his claims. She needed to investigate. Not good. The flood is coming. The boat shook violently as torrents of water surged towards them, resembling a stampede of beasts. a deluge towering 3 stories high, crashing onto the surface, instantly raising colossal waves. Rescue boats were overturned, ordinary people submerged in the depths, and whirlpools multiplied as those who fell into the water struggled to paddle against the tide, only to be engulfed by the next massive wave. Even the superhumans found it arduous to remain afloat amidst the tumult, let alone ordinary individuals. The ropes of fate frayed at their weakest points. The entire city began to tremble violently, buildings collapsing, as G-City was shrouded in darkness. Yet this was merely the beginning. All suffering, in the face of the zombies, became the opportune moment for assault. Amidst the waves, Qin Ning beheld first-tier zombies, their speed remarkable. Akin to seagulls skimming the surface, with sharp claws and keen ears, they leaped into the water, darting like fish, swiftly seizing their prey. Cries for help and anguished wails reverberated throughout the city as Qin Ning withdrew the boat. Discarding the cypress saplings, the roots of the cypress rapidly took hold in the soil, growing swiftly. Qin Ning securely cradled Huanqi and landed atop the treetops. This was truly the commencement of the apocalypse. The individuals from District 7, avian mutants, received orders to swiftly escort the survivors to Kang Port, but a battalion of soldiers clad in District 7 uniforms advanced to confront the raging waters, wings descending from the heavens to rescue those in peril. Helicopters circled above, bullets striking the zombies lurking beneath the surface. The commander aboard the helicopter orchestrated the scene, as water and earth element users mounted the avian mutants, forming a formidable barrier against the oncoming flood. No matter the circumstances, there would always be someone standing in their way. First-tier zombies lay hidden beneath the waves, and, as an avian mutant was about to rescue a drowning individual, a first-tier zombie leapt from the water. The sudden turn of events left the mutants unable to react in time. Without hesitation, he hurled the ordinary person towards his comrade, just as the zombie was about to sink its teeth into his neck. A pair of scissors pierced through the zombie's skull. Qin Ning was reluctant to meddle, deeming them overly intrusive. Huanqi, I am no longer a child. Let Sister Dian assist. Qin Ning raised her hand to inspect Huanqi's head. Who told you I was going to help? Huanqi spread her arms wide, exclaiming, adults are truly strange, always speaking in contradictions. The mutant who had just landed before Qin Ning said, thank you. I will lead you away from here. Unnecessary that a rescue must be reciprocal. Dumbass. Qin Ning averted her gaze, leaping down, retrieving a mass from her space, and bounding alongside the wood element user. Before he could react, she grasped his shoulder tightly, continually channeling energy into his body. The previously pallid individual began to regain color. Before he could speak, his expression darkened as he retracted the vines protecting against the flood. Stalwart cypress trees stood erect in the water, and the vines entwined around them, allowing Qin Ning to leap onto the cypress. The wood element user manipulated the vines to ensnare the ordinary individuals from beneath the surface. As Qin Ning withdrew her energy, the individual regained consciousness. Turning to speak, only to find Qin Ning had vanished. The commander in the helicopter comprehended Qin Ning's intent and ordered all wood element users to position themselves atop the cypress to rescue others. It was better to channel the water than to block it. If her memory served correctly, Kangport housed G-City's largest flood outlet, by segmenting the water flow and directing it to the outlet. They could open the floodgates. However, handling floodwaters was a task beyond her expertise as an outsider, so she merely needed to. Qin Ning utilized the vines to leap onto the back of an avian mutant, directing him to inform the commander of the flood outlet. Having done her utmost, IT was the savior who saved others, not she, Qin Ning. All the suffering she endured had not led her astray, which was her ultimate benevolence. Qin Ning lamented over the 10 first-tier crystal cores in her hand, having just grasped them before they could warm up. Li Su, you owe me 10 for 1. I am exerting myself for your sake. You must ensure my safety. The 10 crystal cores erupted, the surge of power causing Qin Ning's veins to boil, her body seemingly on the verge of explosion. The crystals within her pulsated at lightning speed, energy orbs flying from her hands into the bodies of the superhumans in District 7, and as the power dissipated, her blood began to cool. Deprived of her strength, Qin Ning plummeted, landing atop a giant water lily. Her face was pale, a chill emanating from her forehead, with a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth that I told you not to come. Why must you insist on seeking suffering? The commander signaled for someone to retrieve the exhausted Qin Ning. Just as the mutant landed on the giant water lily, there was no trace of Qin Ning. In the space, the branches callously tossed Qin Ning into a spring, which possessed the ability to purify and promote growth, hastening the replenishment of her depleted crystals. Each time she exerted herself to exhaustion, she would transform into a ravenous ghost, voraciously devouring chicken legs. Gigi, why are there so many trees in my space? Gigi rolled her eyes. I told you, little ancestor, you never listened to my introductions. Did you? As she spoke, Qin Ning recalled Gigi had indeed mentioned that with the apocalypse came greening of the space, which would expand and yield surprises. So, what purpose do these trees serve? These are spirit spring fruit trees, specifically prepared for those like you who explode at the slightest provocation. Gigi casually plucked a fruit and tossed it into Qin Ning's hands. Yes, she consumed the fruit. The desiccated crystal within Qin Ning swiftly regained its vitality. Go forth, Dian Dian. Unsurprisingly, Qin Ning was once again kicked out of the space by Gigi. This time, she found herself stuck in the cypress, her hands clenching tightly as pain shot through her. Gigi, you are utterly inhumane. Thankfully, I'm not a man. Otherwise, this would surely mean the end of my lineage. Captain, it's no use. I can't budge it. Su Wu strained to push the massive stone that blocked the only exit, but it remained immovable. Su gazed at the well-protected delivery room, his brow furrowed. The water level had already reached their waists. Although the tremors had ceased, one could never tell when they might return. The stench of decay in the air grew increasingly pungent. Chapter 52. This girl is truly insane, yet undeniably remarkable. Sister Tian Tian, are you riding a white horse? Qin Ning fought back her physiological tears, managing to display an awkward yet polite smile. Indeed. Miss, are you all right? The voice of a stranger instantly put Qin Ning on high alert. She stood up, glancing around at the others nearby, pulling Huanqi behind her, establishing a boundary with her scissors. What are you still doing here? The man spoke courteously, introducing himself as Fong Zhe from Team 3 of the 7th District, codenamed Sparrow. May I inquire which faction you belong to? Miss, initially reluctant to engage in idle chatter, Qin Ning's attention was drawn to the communication device on his ear as she withdrew her gaze. Gardener, I wish to know if your communication device can reach individuals from Team 1 of the 10th District who are coming to assist. I can't, but Lieutenant Guaz can. Are you from the 10th District? Ah, I see. Qin Ning beckoned to the man before her. Fong Zhe assumed she wanted to discuss confidential matters and leaned closer, only to find his consciousness seized by Qin Ning's control. She lifted Huanqi and sat him on Fong Zhe's back, directing him toward the commander's helicopter. Sparrow, they are. Before the other party could finish, Qin Ning leaped into the helicopter with Huanqi in her arms. It was then that Fong Zhe regained his senses, still bewildered by the situation. Qin Ning pressed the scissors against Guo Cheng's neck, instantaneously plunging the aircraft into a state of alert. Guo Cheng raised a hand, signaling them to lower their weapons, and spoke slowly. What do you want? Quite straightforwardly, I need you to use the communication device to locate individuals from the 10th District. Guo Cheng's eyes reflected a mix of emotions. A person of such temperament was unlikely to be from the 10th District. Why, then, did they seek assistance from the 10th? Before he could ponder further, a familiar voice crackled through the communication device. Hawk. This is Pinecone. Point 10 survivors are trapped on the 3rd floor of the North District department store, but the exit is blocked by debris. The number of zombies is currently undetermined. Urgent assistance is required. It was Mua's voice. Before Guo Cheng could respond, Qin Ning snatched the walkie-talkie. Mua, is that you? Ma was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ning, are you with them? No, we've separated. Well, as long as there's news. Qin Ning tossed the walkie-talkie back to Guo Cheng. Recalling her familiarity with G City, the distance to Mua was approximately a 20-minute drive. She placed Huanqi into Guo Cheng's arms. Huanqi, you stay well with this bald uncle. Sister will be back shortly. Bald uncle, what on earth? Qin Ning sheathed her scissors, casting a glance at the helicopter. Guo Cheng, with a sigh, said, Hai Kuei, you will accompany her. The slightly diminutive man emerged from the corner, shouldering a sniper rifle and gazing intently at Qin Ning, clearly understanding the skepticism reflected in her eyes. "Hi, Team 4, the 7th District, strength enhanced. You're the one." Qin Ning grasped Hai Kuei's hand and leaped off the helicopter. "Wait, we haven't deployed the parachute." Huan Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Bald uncle, we're jumping from the plane too." Those aboard the aircraft exchanged bewildered glances. Was this not a madwoman? Vines coiled around Qin Ning's waist, thrusting her against the cypress. Such reckless behavior caused Hai Kuei, unprepared for the shock, to retch violently. Qin Ning quietly donned an N95 mask. "Let us go, little Hai Kuei." Once more, Qin Ning seized the vine and swung from one point to another. As an accomplished sailor, he was truly experiencing a Tarzan-like existence. While Qin Ning soared, he was left feeling nauseous. "Lieutenant, will Hai Kuei be all right?" Coral gazed at the youngest member with concern, following such a madwoman's lead. "Rest assured, my sister Tian Tian is exceptionally capable." Huan Chi, cradled in Guo Cheng's arms, played with a toy in the department store. Ma looked at Su when beside her, astonished. "Qin Ning is here," the anxious survivors behind them exclaimed. "Does this mean we are saved?" Gu Lin gestured for the excited survivors to remain silent. In the shadows, a child's bleeding leg trickled blood, flowing along the water towards the depths, where the scent of fresh blood became particularly pronounced to the zombies lurking beneath the surface. One by one, they surged toward the precarious wall. By the time Qin Ning and Hai Kuei arrived, the entire wall of the department store was teeming with zombies, inducing an instant onset of claustrophobia. The first-tier zombies were the first to reach the third-floor window, while a surviving man on the 6th floor peered out, witnessing the scene and screaming in terror. His desperate cry only served to heighten the excitement of the zombies below, who began to crawl with increasing fervor. Qin Ning frowned, picking up a pine nut and hurling at the panicking man, knocking him unconscious. "Fool!" Hai Kuei, brow furrowed, retrieved his sniper rifle. "There are too many zombies. We need to request backup." The first-tier zombies could swiftly enter the building, while the lower-tier ones posed little threat. The real challenge lay with the first-tier zombies that had already infiltrated. Moi and the others were trapped, and the situation at the central hospital remained uncertain, not to mention the veracity of the news regarding the tattooed man. After contemplating, Qin Ning interrupted Hai Kuei's thoughts. "This building cannot support a large contingent. I don't want to waste time. Wait for me." At that moment, a survivor from the opposite building dared to peek out, only to see a woman clad in a blue raincoat wielding garden shears swinging directly to the 3rd floor. With a swift kick, she sent a first-tier zombie sprawling to the ground, and with a single snip, the zombie's head and body were severed apart. The opposing party, intrigued, maneuvered a drone closer to observe Qin Ning's situation. Zombies rushed toward her with alarming speed, and Qin Ning leaped into action, her every cut precise and efficient, her movements a fierce ballet of brutality and elegance, evoking the exhilaration of an action film. The onlookers were momentarily entranced until Qin Ning sheathed her scissors and locked eyes with the drone, signaling it to retreat. A myriad of spring breezes. Qin Ning tossed seeds out the window, ensnaring the climbing zombies with plants that anchored them to the building's walls. The zombies, sensing danger from the encroaching vegetation, began to scatter in all directions. Vines wrapped around Hai Kuei's waist, pulling him from across the way. As the zombies retreated, the survivors began devising their escape plans. Hai Kuei, surveying the remnants of 4 or 5 first-tier zombies, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration as he watched Qin Ning excavate crystal cores, silently giving her a thumbs up. This girl is truly insane, yet undeniably remarkable. "Lead the way." Qin Ning urged Hai Kuei, instructing him to navigate using the positioning system to find Moi. "Zombies!" A man cried out in shock at the sudden appearance of the undead, quickly covering his mouth, but the faint sound had already caught the attention of the first-tier zombies. They roared and charged towards Gu Lin and the others, attempting to drag the man away. Unable to suppress his fear, the man cried out, collapsing to the ground. Gu Lin, quick-witted, yanked him back just in time, preventing the zombies from seizing him. The zombies clawed desperately at the debris blocking the entrance, and thanks to the fallen stones, they were momentarily stymied. However, Gu Lin and the others were also trapped, unable to escape or utilize their abilities in the cramped space. The man, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for air, only to discover a boy in the corner with a bleeding leg. Enraged, he shouted, "I told you zombies would come. You are the root of this disaster. You almost got me killed. If I don't eliminate you, the zombies will never leave, and we will all perish." The man, consumed by madness, began to assault the child in the confined space, venting his rage. "Let go. He is my child." The terrified child huddled tighter, paralyzed by fear. "You screamed, drawing the zombies here." The chaotic shouting and movement attracted the zombies, who, devoid of reason, relentlessly struck the bricks in front of them. "Enough," Lin, with a short temper, slapped the man across the face, "that if you don't want to die, be quiet. Don't hit my face." The man felt his authority challenged. "You dare strike me? I'll report you. You, a mere policeman, dare to assault a common citizen? Believe me, I will have your skin stripped." Such a man was a classic bully in his own deep. Lin, already irritable, was further provoked by the urgency of their situation. Knowing the zombies could breach their defenses at any moment, he raised his hand to retaliate when the composed Kai Ta grasped Lin's wrist, whispering, "Calm down." Seeing Lin deflate, the man instantly regained his bravado. "You lot are the ones who took our money. You should serve us well. You call yourselves public servants, but in reality, you're just our subordinates, shielding us from disaster." The man grew increasingly agitated. He shouted, "What are you staring at? It is only natural for you to come to our aid. Otherwise, what purpose does the state serve in supporting you? Are you merely useless?" In his mind, Lin silently repeated, "Do not forget that not everyone in this world is sane. He is a fool, indeed a fool." Kai Tudu stealthily maneuvered past him and, taking advantage of his unguarded moment, delivered a swift kick. "Come, child, let me tend to your wounds." "Ouch! Who kicked me?" The man roared even louder, completely oblivious to the impending danger. "What wounds are there to bandage? Perhaps it was a zombie that scratched him. In this apocalyptic world, where survival of the fittest reigns supreme, individuals like him, utterly useless, are merely a drain on resources in such times. Saving women, the elderly, and children is futile. It is a waste. You, silence yourself." Lin could no longer contain his frustration and hissed softly. Naturally, he could not tolerate it, nor could the zombies. The tantalizing sight but unattainable feast was akin to tormenting the undead. A few first-level zombies congregated before them, swift and powerful, retaining their pre-death abilities. Particularly the one in peak condition adorned with a hard hat, its tattered clothing indicating it was once a construction worker. IT pushed the other zombies aside and effortlessly lifted a massive concrete wall, hurling it to the ground with a deafening crash. The man, now terrified, finally closed his foul mouth. Lin and moved to the forefront, while Su Wan and Kai Tudu stayed behind. Once the rubble ahead was cleared, Lin and his companions would hold back the zombies, allowing Su Wan and Kai to escort the survivors to safety. The last obstruction was removed. The zombies surged forward like a frenzy, and Lin hurled a fireball, repelling the oncoming horde. Meanwhile, Su Wan guided the survivors in the opposite direction, and the fleeing man unhesitatingly shoved aside those in his path, carelessly pushing a wounded child away, who let out a muffled cry. Hearing the commotion, the zombies lunged towards the small boy child. The mother, heedless of the danger, dashed forward, seizing the child just as the zombies were about to pounce. Kaitudu shot a bullet that exploded the zombie's head, and Su Wan swiftly returned the child to his mother, urging hurry. For 5 consecutive days, Lin and he had been rescuing people, without adequate rest or nourishment, and now faced 3 first-level zombies and 1 at peak condition, a daunting challenge. The peak zombie seized a boulder and hurled it at Lin, who dodged just in time. But another zombie approached with a claw raised. The claw halted mere inches from Lin. No matter how it swiped, it could not reach her. That a bullet pierced through the zombie's skull. Qin Ning. Upon seeing Qin Ning, felt as if he had found his pillar of strength. Qin Ning kicked away the attacking zombie, ensnaring its limbs with vines. With precision, she severed the head of 1 zombie, while Hai Kuei silently accepted the Tang Hung Dao Qin Ning offered, extracting the zombie's core. Following her lead, Haikue experienced a profound sense of security, mixed with an overwhelming feeling of inadequacy. Was this what it meant to coast on someone else's strength? It seemed rather delightful that Moe, with tears threatening to spill, threw himself into Qin Ning's embrace. Qin Ning, you've finally arrived? I thought I was going to collapse. Qin Ning regarded Moe with a gentle smile, wondering how much torment this child had endured. Team 4 of District 7, Haikue. Haikue quietly presented the zombie core to Qin Ning. Introducing himself, Team 1 of District 11, Moe straightened himself. Team 1 of District 11, Song Ta. Qin Ning surveyed the small group. Is this all of you? Where are the others? Su Wan and Old Kai led the survivors away. Came the reply. Captain, Chi Wan, Su Wu, and their team are at the command center conducting data analysis. Time is of the essence. We must locate them first. Haikue nodded and promptly took the lead. Su Wan and Kai Tada brought the others to a room. Water had risen to the 3rd floor, and without boats, they could only rely on Su Wan to lead them out. As they deliberated, a knock sounded at the door. Upon hearing the code, Su Wan sighed in relief and opened the door. You finally made it. Seeing Qin Ning was like a breath of fresh air for Su Wan. District 7, Haikue, here to assist. District 11, Wuing, replied Su Wan. Kaidu, District 11, Orange. The man surveyed the so-called reinforcements, a scrawny dog and a mere woman. Was there no one left in District 7? Did they care not for our lives? Sending only these 2 misfits to save me? Qin Ning's elegant brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Moe. Noticing his helpless and aggrieved expression, It seemed her youngest had been bullied. She was curious to see what sort of dog this was, a dung beetle yawning. What audacity! Qin Ning hefted her scissors and aimed for his lower regions, delivering a swift cut. The man was so startled that warmth spread through his trousers. Qin Ning, with a mocking tone, mused, You truly are a horse in a sea of knowledge, you absolute imbecile. With a flick of her wrist, she crouched before the terrified man, her smile playful as she observed his pallid face. Tell me, what were you thinking when you let one rip from your belly button? She raised her hand and gently slapped his face, causing him to stumble back, losing a tooth in the process. Clutching his swollen cheek, the man glared at Qin Ning with malevolence. That I will report you. I will report you, you government official, daring to assault a citizen. The more he protested, the more Qin Ning's laughter rang out. Brimming with arrogance, she seized his throat. Go on. If you don't, you're no man. They say the treacherous Wolf King has perished. I beg to differ, for you still draw breath. Her grip tightened, turning the man's face crimson as he struggled to breathe. I was wrong. I was wrong. The man sensed the murderous intent emanating from Qin Ning. She was a madwoman, utterly unrestrained by the military's reputation. He did not wish to die, nor did he want to perish. I am sorry. I don't accept apologies. With a sickening crack, the man's neck was broken, and Qin Ning leisurely withdrew a tissue from her pocket to wipe her hands clean. I am not affiliated with the military. I hold no moral obligations, thus, you all better behave, or you'll face dire consequences. Chapter 54. Danger approaches, none dared utter a word. Everyone cowered in the corners. Qin Ning cast a disdainful glance outside. Where zombies continued to ascend from another location, her brow furrowed. Grabbing Haikue's backpack, she extracted a rope and crossbow, shooting one into a nearby pond cypress, securing the makeshift zipline. All right, there are 9 survivors here. Gulin, you go first. The rest follow closely. Su Wan, take the child and retreat. I will hold the rear. The Jiulin nodded and prepared to depart, but Moe stepped forward, having just received news from the captain that they were trapped on the 3rd floor of the Central Hospital's operating room. With the only exit blocked by a collapsed beam, they needed a strength-enhanced individual. Haikue, who had been idle, immediately stood tall. Ahem. He stealthily approached the group. Qin Ning glanced at Haikue and grasped his hand. This task is yours. She handed Moe a seed, urging him, remember, strike when necessary. Don't hesitate to end this apocalyptic world. Killing is not a crime. With a smile, Qin Ning turned to the survivors huddling in the corner. Is this really happening? Haikue had no response as he was pulled and jumped from the 3rd floor, the wind rushing past his ears, with souls trailing behind, his stomach churning. The Central Hospital. Cries rang out, help me. Save my child. I can't go on. The expectant mother, pale and trembling, was drenched in sweat, indistinguishable from the rain. The pain was unbearable. Qi faced a daunting challenge. She was a clinician, not an obstetrician, and had never delivered a baby. Yet if she did not intervene, the mother's ruptured membranes would result in 2 deaths. How could a medical professional stand idly by as someone perished before her eyes? Rest assured, I will find a way. Qi pushed open the operating room door and shook her head at Li Su. Captain, the expectant mother cannot wait. We must deliver her here. No, absolutely not. A young man surged forward. If she gives birth here, we will all perish. You realize there are at least 100 or 200 zombies in this hospital. The mere thought of the past few days spent in the ward, haunted by the sounds of zombies, made his legs tremble. Yes, we won't allow it. She cannot give birth. The young man's girlfriend chimed in. She cannot die. She is barely in her 20s, a flower in her prime. Why should we risk our lives for her? We cannot be so cruel. The child's father died protecting us. A girl in the corner timidly interjected. Suoyan, if you want to die, go ahead, but do not drag us down with you. In this apocalyptic era, it's every man for himself. Songyu shouted angrily. Songyu, one must not be so selfish. Are we to watch her perish inside? You all owe her a life. Songyu was furious. She only wanted to survive. Sol Yin, do not impose your morality upon us. If you had not attracted the zombies and lagged behind, we would not be trapped here. With each step, Songyu pressed closer, forcefully pushing her down. Sol Yin stumbled towards Li Su, who caught her. Everyone, quiet down. His brows furrowed tightly, an aura of chill emanating from him as he chewed on candy beans, his grip on the gun tightening. Who is still a doctor? I am. The man slowly raised his hand, his face weary, still clutching a bloodied club. You will perform the surgery, Goma. Seal the entire operating room with vines. Isu pulled the earring from his ear. Pried open the sealed lid, and the blue spirit butterfly came to life, its arrival alleviating much of the foul stench in the space. Yes, Captain Qi grasped the doctor's hand and stepped into the operating room. The woman on the operating table was too weak to utter more than a few words. Hold on. Qi nodded at the doctor, who was now unconcerned with sterility as the green vines enveloped the operating room. Su Yin quietly approached Li Su, extending the only bottle of mineral water in her possession. Thank you. Drink some water. Isu shook his head in refusal, his mental energy probing the vicinity, dispatching any zombies encountered. The immense drain on his mental strength painted his face in pallor, leaving him unable to muster the energy to recover. Songyu observed Su Yin's demeanor, her tone sharp, but Su Yin, conceal your little schemes. As a woman myself, I understand what you are thinking. Su Yin's expression stiffened as she retorted. Songyu, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you say such a thing? Truly, your eyes are filthy, seeing everything is tainted. Su Yin, cease your act of a delicate white lotus. I assure you, I am not fooled by your charade. She lunged to seize Su Yin's hair, but the bespectacled uncle, who had remained silent until now, admonished in a low voice, have you all not created enough chaos? The zombies are coming. Are you not concerned? At this rebuke, both women dared not speak further. I in the corner, a girl of 17 or 18 sat in a daze, mumbling softly and trembling uncontrollably. Su Yin, feeling uneasy, called out, Xiaoshu, are you all right? Xiaoshu hugged her knees, not lifting her head, murmuring, zombies will die, zombies will die. A mad woman. Songyu shot a disdainful glance at the girl before sinking in her boyfriend's embrace. Captain, Su Wu exclaimed, rushing to support Li Su, who staggered back a few steps before kneeling on one knee, coughing up blood. This is not good. A second-tier zombie is approaching, and he is suffering from the backlash of his own mental attack. What is happening? Songyu's boyfriend, Haozi, instantly panicked, pulling his girlfriend back to... Su Lian gasped, frightened, quickly hiding behind Li Su. It's a zombie. The position Su Lian occupied afforded her a glimpse of the scene outside. The stones blocking the entrance trembled violently, and the cacophony of roars confirmed Su Lian's words. Su Lian, you harbinger of doom, Songyu cursed. The stones outside began to shift, and with a loud crash, the outermost rock was dislodged and crashed to the ground. They couldn't possibly break in, could they? This is all because of that pregnant woman. I warned against her giving birth, but none of you believed me. Song Yu screamed in utter madness. Hell, Isu had no time for their bickering. He retrieved a crystal core from his pocket. There is a second-tier water-type zombie outside. Be cautious. They won't come in. Will they? Su Lian clutched Li Su's shirt and feared. We are doomed. They will definitely break in. Song Yu stomped her feet in frustration as yet another stone was removed with a thud. Haozi's heart tightened as he gripped Song Yu's hand, speaking in hushed tones. If they die, let them die. We should retreat to the operating room. If they are bitten, they won't discover us. We are doomed. We are doomed. Rather than being tortured to death, I prefer. The mad female student crawled to pick up the doctor's club. That I don't want to be disemboweled. I don't want to be bitten. She brandished the club, slashing it against her own arm. It is safe inside here. The zombies won't break in for a while, right? As Su Lian began to reassure the group, chaos erupted behind her. The zombie. She has turned into a zombie. Open the door. The zombies are attacking. Song Yu pounded desperately on the operating room door. Isu glanced over to see the deranged college girl transforming into a zombie, her neck twisting grotesquely as she lunged toward the crowd. It was pandemonium. Li Su's eyes glinted coldly as he fired bullets into the zombie's skull. But it was all reactive. Each individual in the crowd felt a surge of dread, glancing at one another, fearing the arrival of another. Captain! Su was deeply concerned about the captain's current state. This group was rife with suspicion, making it impossible to remain calm together. Isu gripped his gun. He could not reveal any signs of weakness. The recent attack had damaged his neurons, and his internal energy was nearly depleted. His abilities were likely rendered useless. The commotion outside set Qi Wan on edge as she opened the operating room. Haozi and Song Yu slipped inside like eels, seizing the opportunity to lock the door behind them. What are you doing? Qi Wan's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on Haozi, who stood with a gun raised. They are not fools. They would not go to their deaths as long as they controlled the operating room. They would be safe to— Don't move. I'm doing this for our own good. The doctor, trembling, forced himself to remain calm. The mother is in labor, and this is a critical moment that allows for no mistakes. Qi Wan dared not act rashly, fearing to provoke the other party. The zombies outside could attack at any moment, and Li Su had to make the optimal decision. Open the operating room and go inside. That a group of people surged forward, as if seeing hope. Pounding on the operating room door, desperate for entry, Su Wu helped Li Su sit against the wall. The captain had been continuously exhausting his abilities, and his body could no longer withstand it. He was surely at his limit. He sought to rummage for water and food to replenish the captain's energy. Here, the taciturn uncle handed over a bottle of mineral water. Rest well. The uncle gripped his club, his gaze fixed intently on the wall opposite. Open the door already. Su Lian pounded frantically. She was not ready to Su Lian, am I going mad? Or are you all— Open the door, and we all die together? You haven't heard the saying, a dead comrade is better than a living companion? Yes, Song Yu, that madwoman. Su Lian then realized that the two had already escaped inside. Song Yu, you are insane. You are leading us to our doom. Are you even human? Such selfishness will surely bring you retribution. Open the door. The crowd behind them erupted, consumed by panic as they focused solely on survival, forgetting the zombies lurking behind them. Their screams only fueled the zombies' excitement. Hastening their demise, Song Yu sneered. She cared not for the lives of these people. She cast a glance at the doctor, who was still diligently attending to the mother, and pulled a dagger from her waist. I said, don't give birth. She is a calamity that has attracted the zombies. Song Yu would not leave such a significant threat unaddressed. What do you intend to do? Qi Wan's cold gaze bore into Song Yu. Such a person deserved to die long ago. Song Yu chuckled lightly, raising her hand to eliminate the pregnant woman. In the next instant, the door was pried open from the outside, and a tide of bodies surged in, trampling Haozi underfoot. Damn it, you vile woman, how dare you refuse to open the door? In that moment, the crowd seemed unusually united as they seized Song Yu by the arms and hair, kicking at her abdomen, face, and legs. Help me. Qi Wan coldly observed the scene, raising her hand to envelop the operating table in vines, allowing the doctor to safely deliver the baby. As she stepped out, the final barrier was breached, and the zombies poured in. Isu stood high above, his bullets relentlessly striking the zombies. Qi Wan's vines penetrated the zombies' bodies, forcing them to retreat. The people within the operating room, upon realizing the zombies had invaded, resolutely sealed the door. A dead comrade is better than a living companion. The zombies appeared to multiply endlessly, collapsing and then advancing. Qin Ning, witnessing the chaos before her, felt a sense of dread and grasped Hai Kuei's hand. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good. What? Hai Kuei was taken aback as Qin Ning sliced open his wound, blood gushing forth. Hai Kuei stared at his bleeding arm, bewilderment filling his large eyes, as if he wished to slay Qin Ning with that gaze. The spirit butterfly circled above, transmitting the rich scent of blood to the horde of zombies. The zombies momentarily froze, then, as if driven mad, charged toward Qin Ning. Gardener, have you lost your mind, playing such a dangerous game? Just as he landed, Qin Ning sent him flying, pinning him against a pine tree. Fear not. I will replenish the blood you have lost. Qin Ning loosened her limbs, grasping her formidable shears. As she concentrated. The seeds buried deep within awakened, sprouting vines that ensnared the zombies like cocoons. The low-tier zombies, heedless of danger, were to Qin Ning nothing more than chives cut down in the field. Isu immediately sensed Qin Ning's presence and forced himself to stand. Emerging from within, Qin Ning reappeared before him, her movements swift and decisive. Though her steps appeared casual, they were calculated. The gardening shears in her hands performed wonders. Isu filled his gun with bullets. Grasping a nearby vine, leaping up to land firmly on a tree branch, where the bullets pierced the zombie skulls. The two worked in perfect harmony, reminiscent of their time in Furong Town, when it was just the two of them. She quickly noticed Li Su's injuries, using the vines to descend beside him, clasping his hand to mend the wounds on his mental essence. The crystals within are devoid of energy. Dumbass. Li Su caught the hint of reproach in Qin Ning's eyes and offered the first smile he had shown in days. You can still smile, you fool. Qin Ning, with a hint of irritation, tossed the fruits from the space towards him. Captain Li, don't falter at a critical moment. She retracted her hand, once again shouldering the scissors like a bandit. Leaping down and swiftly aiming a decisive cut at the nearest zombie to it was brutal and straightforward. Hai Kuei touched his neck. Relieved that this maniac gardener had treated him similarly, he retrieved the machine gun he had been carrying. Realizing it was time to showcase its worth. Get out of my way. The sound of gunfire erupted, punctuating the air. Qin Ning ascended the tree, exclaiming, "Good grief, you have firepower. Why didn't you act sooner?" Hai Kuei silently rolled his eyes, thinking, "You could have given me a chance to show off." Isu consumed the fruit, feeling the crystals within him gradually heat up, and in a matter of moments, the energy within the crystals was fully charged, bringing him an unprecedented sense of ease. The second-tier zombie roared, launching a massive water sphere towards Hai Ku in the realm of the mind. Time stood still. In an instant, Li Su focused, causing the water sphere to explode. The second-tier zombie opened its gaping maw, its roar echoing with fury. Qin Ning glanced at Hai Kuei, saying, "I'll send you away. This battlefield is not suited for you." She seized Hai Kuei's hand, preparing to toss him aside. Birua, Su Wu caught Hai Kuei, asking, "Are you all right?" Hai Kuei awkwardly smiled, gesturing that he was fine. "Let us evacuate the survivors." The two individuals on the battlefield faced 3 or 4 first-tier zombies and 1 second-tier water-type zombie, trusting each other with their backs, as they had done in the past at Furong Town. Qin Ning drew the Tang horizontal knife from her space, while Isu gripped the curved knife made tangible by his mental power. The water on the ground surged, forming waves nearly 2 meters high, directly advancing towards them as the first-tier zombies agilely weaved through the torrents. This was not merely a domain of water. Water could nurture wood. Chapter 56. The gates of Zone 7 will always be open for you. Vines pierced through the water wall, firmly trapping the first-tier zombies lurking in the depths. Qin Ning stepped onto the vines, leading the charge towards the first-tier zombies. Within the striking range of the Tang horizontal knife, she seized one zombie's arm, using its momentum to maneuver behind it, the blade ruthlessly slicing across its neck. Where the blade passed, the zombie's body and head parted ways, and she kicked the headless corpse aside, executing a graceful turn, driving the blade deep into the zombie's throat, the repugnant blood splattering into the water with a hissing sound. The second-tier zombie roared in fury, the water blades slicing through the vines binding the first-tier zombies, its growls signaling the onset of an assault. Qin Ning retreated, pushing away the remaining two first-tier zombies. Their pale, emaciated skin, soaked in rainwater, emitted an even more unpleasant odor. Their bloodshot eyes bulged like elongated orbs, resembling snakes, while they clutched blood-soaked raw flesh in their mouths. She recognized these were peak first-tier zombies, soon to transform into snake variants. Without the need for verbal communication, Qin Ning and Li Su understood each other's movements. The sounds of raindrops and wind slowed, as if time had been altered to half-speed. Yet Li Su, enveloped in the realm of the mind, remained unaffected as he approached the zombie with his curved knife. A subtle movement of his fingertip caused green blood to ooze from the zombie's neck. As the snake-like tail broke free to attack Li Su, the next moment, the zombie's brain matter erupted forth. Second-tier zombies unleashed water spikes from all directions towards Li Su, who had already vanished when Qin Ning appeared behind him. Vines ensnaring his limbs. I'm here. The second-tier zombie trembled, and in the next moment, the vines entangling its hands exploded. The gathered water blades surged towards Qin Ning, but in an instant, the target vanished from sight. He found himself mentally locked onto her, as the curved knife plunged into his skull. Just as Li Su prepared to delve deeper, the second-tier zombie unleashed an immense burst of strength, creating a massive crater in the ground. Water from the third floor crashed down, sending splashes soaring 3 to 4 meters high. While within the water curtain, the second-tier zombie feasted upon the head of a first-tier zombie, devouring its crystal core. Good grief, are you stealing from me? Qin Ning retracted the vines, and Li Su stepped out, tossing the curved knife to Qin Ning. The knife sliced through the water curtain, striking the zombie's protective shield. Qin Ning kicked the knife, shattering the shield, which allowed the knife to plunge deep into its skull. The crystal core in the second-tier zombie's hand had yet to be digested when its own core misaligned, resulting in a loud explosion, and the water curtain vanished in an instant. Li Su hurried forward, catching Qin Ning as she fell from the air. Qin Ning, how did you end up here? Qin Ning raised her hand and struck Li Su on the head. If I hadn't come, were you planning to turn into a zombie and offer me your crystal core? She brandished her weapon, plunging it into the zombie's skull. Li Su, I incurred significant losses to rush here to save you. You now owe me 100 first-tier zombie crystal cores. Work hard and repay your debt. Li Su gazed at the incessantly chattering Qin Ning, unable to suppress a smile that a sudden wail of a baby shattered the surrounding silence as a doctor, weary and exhausted, emerged from the ruins, cradling a crying infant. As Qi Wan took the baby, the doctor collapsed on the ground, the sunlight streaming through the shattered window, illuminating the baby's cheek. The infant clenched its tiny fists, the cries gradually subsiding as it fell asleep in Qi Wan's embrace. The rain had ceased. The waters receded. Qin Ning removed her raincoat, raising her gaze to the brilliant sun outside the window, clearly feeling the essence of life enveloping her, the heavy murk reflecting a spectrum of colors. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Rainbow!" Everyone looked skyward, witnessing the pure and beautiful rainbow piercing through the haze, reaching into the mortal realm. Qin Ning understood that it was Mother Earth's blessing for the newborn, the vibrant vitality settling upon the infant, ultimately yielding to the softer heart, the Kang poured. Qin Ning leaned against the railing, munching on sunflower seeds, observing below where Li Su was tightly embraced by a delicate young woman. Unsure of what the woman had said, Li Su suddenly pulled away. From a distance, one could see the rosy hue on the girl's face. What are they talking about? I'm so curious. Wang Ruren placed her hand on Qin Ning's shoulder. Qin Ning glanced back at her companion, generously sharing her sunflower seeds. Come, have some seeds. Wang Ruren eyed the commotion below, then looked at Qin Ning, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, feeling exasperated. How can you still eat at a time like this? Why can't I? Qin Ning tilted her head to look at Wang Ruren. By the way, can you read lips? I can't hear what they're saying. That I'm so anxious. It's unbearable. Wang Ruren thought Qin Ning was finally grasping the situation, her expression shifting to one of relief. I don't like watching silent films. Wang Ruren. She abruptly suppressed her words. You can laugh now? But there will come a time for your tears. Su Lien tugged at Li Su's sleeve, her eyes filled with admiration as she whispered, Captain Li, if it weren't for your valiant rescue, I would have perished in a hospital that Su Lien raised her gaze, staring intently at Li Su. I like Captain Li. She tiptoed, attempting to kiss his cheek that Li Su, startled, recoiled, stepping back repeatedly, his heart racing. Have some self-respect. The rejected Su Lien's face shifted between shades of blue and white, her watery eyes brimming with tears. I didn't expect Captain Li to reciprocate my feelings. Guo Xiaowei. Li Su looked up to see Qin Ning on the upper floor, his heart tightening. Had she seen everything that had just transpired? No, he needed to explain to Su Lien. Witnessing Li Su's attempt to flee, hurried after him, but Qiwan suddenly appeared, blocking her path. What do you think you're doing? From Captain's earlier attitude, a smart person like you should see it clearly. Su Lien withdrew her gaze, looking at Qiwan, her eyes reddening, her voice soft. I just like Captain L. Oh, you like the person Captain Li is, or the safety he provides? I don't understand. Su Lien's voice trembled with emotion. Qiwan smiled. You know very well. She saw through Su Lien completely. From the onset, her approach to the captain was merely for protection. When the zombies attacked, she had fled faster than anyone. Now that the captain was safe, she came forward again. Such a person was not trustworthy and could easily betray you. What is wrong with you? An ability, user bullying an ordinary person? In just one day, a protector has emerged. Qiwan chuckled lightly. Good luck to you. How about it? Come to Zone 7, the benefits are undoubtedly better than those in Zone 10. Guoqing's offer was indeed tempting. A 2-story house, a salary of 10,000 epoch coins, and the position of squad leader with the freedom to choose teammates. In a way, Li Su interjected. Stepping in front of Guocheng, it's inappropriate for you to poach in front of me. Guocheng regarded Li Su, who was acting like a protective hen. She's not from Zone 10. Of course she can compete fairly. Who said that? Li Su decisively hung the tag around Qin Ning's neck. Guoqing instantly understood Li Su's intent. If you regret it one day, the gates of Zone 7 will always be open for you. Chapter 57. The Fog City H City, located in the southwest, experienced visibility dropping below 200 meters as it passed through B City, with conditions worsening as one approached H City, although the streets were increasingly devoid of wandering zombies. It was evident that a base must exist in H City. In her previous life, Qin Ning had never left the Sihai base. Her knowledge was confined to the 4 major bases: the Shanhe County base in the 11th district, the Sihai County base in the 7th district, the Rizhao County base in the 9th district, and the Shihuang County base in the 3rd district. She pondered the character of the leader of the base in H City. After a prolonged seclusion, Qin Yin emerged from his cubicle, sporting a disheveled hairstyle and an unkempt beard that made him resemble a panda. His appearance suggested a man on the brink of collapse. Deputy Team Leader, are you planning to compete for beauty with a panda? Mo quipped, her mouth full of a steam bun as she caught sight of Qin Yin's fearsome visage. Qin Yin yawned repeatedly, not forgetting to deliver a sharp reprimand to Mo. She felt like crying. That hurts. Qin Yin, show everyone your findings, Li Su interjected as he stepped out of the kitchen, holding freshly squeezed juice. And after removing his apron, handed it to Qin Ning as he sat down. Qin Yin massaged his sore shoulders and projected his computer screen onto the wall, clearly displaying each individual's data to formulate tailored training plans based on their abilities. Are you sure you didn't add an extra 0, Deputy Team Leader? The physical training includes frog jumps, jumping jacks, pull-ups, and sword swings, all set at 1,000 at ISNT. That life-threatening. He immediately lost his appetite for the yoqiao in his hand. Qin Yin wiped the dust from his glasses with his sleeve and replied coolly, I do not make such elementary mistakes. He flipped through the PowerPoint presentation, asserting, I have conducted precise statistical analyses. The physical capabilities of supernatural beings are tenfold that of ordinary individuals. This is merely a light load for you all. He continued, regardless, the physical training is uniform for everyone. That I have crafted bespoke training programs tailored to your unique abilities. After a brief glance, he continued, now, let us examine the data analysis of the captain in terms of combat power. defense, control, mental acuity, and energy accumulation, the captain's overall data can be rated at 4 stars. The captain, being a mental type, requires focused optimization in distraction control and mental acuity. Aside from Qin Ning, the captain is the only second-tier supernatural being, and their energy accumulation is estimated to be between 10,000 to 20,000. Mo gazed at Li Su with admiration. Truly, he is a figure akin to a ward deity of the 11th district. Indeed, a strong individual exudes strength wherever they are. I have also designed weapons suitable for your supernatural abilities. For instance, the captain's wristband is essential, as mental combat consumes a significant amount of supernatural energy. The wristband's function is to rapidly convert the power of the crystal core into the crystal itself. Furthermore, Su Wu, being swift, has been prepared with a pair of steel claws. However, the design drafts are complete. We now lack the materials and craftsmen for forging. Qin Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that they were prepared for everything except the crucial element. In the future, they would face even stronger zombies, making it imperative to complete these pieces of equipment swiftly. Qin Ning silently munched on a chicken foot, raising her small hand. A metal-type supernatural being can handle that. Her thought echoed Qin Yin's own. Upon entering H City, they needed to find a metal-type supernatural being to collaborate with. Why isn't there any data analysis for Sister Ning? Mo flipped to the last slide of the PowerPoint, failing to find Qin Ning's name. Because I cannot see through her, Qin Yin replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He too wished to ascertain the extent of Qin Ning's power. Regrettably, the multitude of secrets she harbored severely impaired his judgment. Perhaps, he mused, Qin Ning could be the pinnacle of combat power among them. Mo glanced at Qin Ning, who was struggling with a chicken foot. Sister Ning, in this state, who would believe you are the pinnacle of combat power? Qin Ning tugged at the chicken foot, engaging in a battle that felt like a drawn-out stalemate, the damage inflicted being nearly non-existent. Li Su, this is a poor review. You haven't cooked this chicken foot thoroughly. I can't manage it. Not only was she unable to consume it, but she also ended up with greasy hands. Have you never heard of a hidden monk? I simply prefer to keep a low profile. Qin Ning replied proudly, raising an eyebrow at Mo. Why, Su quietly offered her a tissue, kindly helping to wipe her oily hands clean. Perhaps I undercooked it a bit. It should be fine by tonight. Next time, I will cook it the night before. Don't you all feel like the captain is increasingly husband-like? Cooking and wiping hands, one remarked. This is called the 24 filial piety of a good boyfriend. Do you understand? Another chimed in. By the way, does our captain still hold a position in the family hierarchy? Just then, Su Wu halted the vehicle, pointing at a roadside sign that read, I miss you, in H City. Qin Ning leaned against the car window, gazing outside, where dense fog enveloped the area, visibility reduced to merely 1 or 2 meters. Presently, H City truly deserved its title as the fog capital. Let us enter the city. After everyone disembarked, Qin Ning stored the camper van back into her space. With so many people around, she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Isu's psychic domain constantly monitored the surrounding safety, consuming a significant amount of supernatural energy. Qin Ning held onto Li Su's hand to replenish his energy. The deeper they ventured, the lower the visibility became. To prevent losing one another, they all held onto each other until they reached the main road into the city. Where they encountered stakes in the ground, 2 beams of spotlight illuminating them, that a squad of guards descended from the surrounding watchtowers. Who are you? What brings you to H City? Qin Yin spoke first. We heard that H City is relatively safe, so we fled here from G City. The guard scanned them briefly. This is the Mammon base. After checking for any zombie bite marks, you must register your information to receive residency permits. You will then be residents of the Mammon base. Along the way, they encountered 3 checkpoints, each heavily guarded. The closer they got to the inner area, the brighter it became. Upon truly entering the Mammon base, they noticed that every streetlight was illuminated and numerous homeless individuals lay on the dilapidated streets, while a group of thugs eyed the newcomers from an alley. You must be the new residents. An elderly man clad in security attire, a kitchen knife tucked at his waist, and sunglasses shielding his eyes, approached them. Yes, sir. And you are? Su Wu inquired. I'm the administrator here. You probably have no place to stay. Do you have any epic coins? I can show you some houses. Epic coins? Su Wu expressed confusion. The elder's expression dimmed instantly. Ah, another bunch of impoverished souls. Nothing to gain here. Qin Ning stepped forward. What's your exchange rate? Sir, she subtly shielded the bag of crystal cores in her hand. Oh, a wealthy one. The old man's eyes gleamed with excitement. All right, let me tell you, low-tier crystal cores are worth 100 epic coins each. First-tier zombies are 1,000, and second-tier zombies are 10,000, sir. We have a big order. Let us go house hunting. Qin Ning smirked at the others behind her, exuding an air of a domineering CEO ready to cover the entire bill. The old man straightened up, his posture suddenly proud, discarding the need for his cane as he briskly led them to view the houses. As they passed through an alley, the observing thugs seemed to sense prey ready for slaughter, each one poised for action. Hand over the crystal cores, and we might let you go. A group of tattooed and bleached-haired men brandished iron rods and axes, blocking Qin Ning and her companion's path. Little brats, do you dare to ruin my business? The old man's eyes turned cold as he drew out his kitchen knife. Old man, who do you think you are? Brothers, charge. Chapter 58. This house is mine. A swarm of thugs raised their axes, charging at the old man, who remained unfazed, skillfully twirling his kitchen knife in a dazzling display. With swift movements, he dispatched one thug after another, his agility outpacing that of the younger man. Mo froze, her hand poised to strike, her mouth agape in astonishment. Pathetic scum, the elder spat, sheathing his knife behind him. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, everyone fell silent, casting furtive glances at the sprawled thugs on the ground. Amen. The elder guided them to the mobile villa district, pulling out a small notebook to begin his introduction. Qin Ning lifted her gaze to the house before her. Devoid of greenery, it lay in desolation. Thick with dust, in less than a year, the entire area had turned barren, with wild winds stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Cough, cough. The elder, accustomed to the dust, retrieved a mask from his pocket without missing a beat, completely unaffected in his professionalism. Qin Ning distributed masks to the others. Perhaps due to a beast's innate alertness, they distinctly sensed the scrutinizing gazes around them. Suddenly, an icy blade sliced through the dust, targeting Qin Ning's hair. Isu instinctively seized the ice blade with his bare hands, pulling Qin Ning behind him, his eyes radiating a fierce intent. Who goes there? As he prepared to probe with his psychic energy, Qin Ning grasped his hand, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. This house is mine. 3 figures stepped through the sandstorm. The woman speaking had raised brows and a fiery physique on display. When she glanced at Qin Ning, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. She had not expected anyone to fare better than herself in this apocalypse. The group before her appeared clean, with rosy complexions. And more notably, a little girl dressed like a princess, clutching a toy. What kind of adult would pamper a child so in the apocalypse? All right, girl, you have a keen eye. This house has 3 stories. A great view, and the glass is all bulletproof. Otherwise, the owner would have met an early demise, and it wouldn't have come to our hands. How dare you, old Lin? Are you trying to steal my business? The elder fumed, brandishing his kitchen knife. Old Yin, do you think I fear you? As the 2 old men squared off, ready to brawl over a mere house. Qin Ning was unwilling to let her first day be marred by the intentions of ill-willed individuals. She stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Just then, a voice familiar to her pierced through the air. Brother Zheng. Is this the place? Suya playfully approached the man who emanated a chilling aura, intertwining her arm with his. The man's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed as he cast a fleeting glance at Suya, responding with a soft grunt. Behind Suya, a group of bodyguards carried an array of packages, predominantly clothing and various everyday items. The keen-eyed Qin Ning even spotted a wilted cabbage among them. Brother Zheng, can you guess what I bought? Suya exclaimed, as if presenting a treasure, gesturing for a bodyguard to hand over the basket containing the cabbage. Brother Zheng, fresh vegetables. She leaned closer into Zheng Huai's embrace, a faint scent of perfume wafting from her. Zheng Huai's hand found its way to Suya's waist, pulling her closer, amidst the filth and stench of the apocalypse. He was acutely aware of his preference for her fragrance. Suya, you remain unchanged, always avoiding hardship wherever you go. In the past, I drained her like a leech. It seems she has found a new source. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ning's eyes. Although she managed to keep her temper in check, it did not escape Li Su's notice that something was amiss. He observed the group before him with confusion. As it was rare to encounter someone who could provoke such hostility from Qin Ning, she silently retracted her impulsive words, forcing a smile, and tossed a crystal core to Old Yin. With a playful tone, she declared, "I'll take this house." Old Yin weighed the contents of his purse, and his smile morphed into a brazen grin. All right. Fearing they might have second thoughts, he quickly extracted a key from a large bunch and tossed it to Qin Ning. "I say, this house is mine." Zheng Ying, for the first time in her life, found someone daring to oppose her. Enraged, she retaliated with an icy blade that struck the key away, striding forward to snatch it. As the key lay within arm's reach, a triumphant smile spread across Zheng Ying's face, only for it to freeze as vines surged through the keyhole, arrogantly spinning before finally resting in Qin Ning's hand. "Apologies, but first come, first served. Since I paid, how could anyone else reside here?" Qin Ning spun the key triumphantly. "You dare to compete with me, you fool." Zheng Ying, having been pampered her entire life, had never encountered anyone who defied her whims. Coincidentally, if Qin Ning was unwilling, no one could compel her. Open the door. We shall clean house. With a smile, Qin Ning tossed the key to Moe, preparing to move in her new abode. "You." Zheng Ying clenched her fists, her icy blade launching an ambush from behind Qin Ning. Aiming for her neck, her murderous intent palpable. Li Su's handsome features darkened with anger as the crisp sound of shattering echoed. The ice blade disintegrated just before reaching Qin Ning, its shards shifting direction and hurtling towards Zheng Ying with astonishing speed, catching her off guard. Zheng Huai swiftly pulled his sister away, narrowly evading the attack. Yet his gaze towards Li Su now bore a hint of caution. "Brother, help me teach her a lesson." Zheng Ying, having narrowly escaped, was blinded by rage. Qin Ning stood on her toes, resting against Li Su's shoulder, her eyes glinting with mockery as she made a face at Zheng Ying. Although Li Su was perplexed by Qin Ning's unusual boldness today, he played along, tilting his shoulder for her convenience. It was then that Suya truly focused her gaze on Qin Ning. Upon recognizing her face, a flicker of disbelief crossed Suya's eyes, unable to reconcile that the once Na'vi girl she had manipulated now stood before her. Audacious and domineering. Concealing her surprise, Suya approached with feigned politeness, attempting to shake Qin Ning's hand. However, Qin Ning chuckled lightly, stepping back and leaving Suya's hand grasping at air. The awkwardness of the moment, which might have provoked others, was inconsequential to the adeptly orchestrating Suya. Her momentary daze passed. She continued with grace. "Qin Ning, it's been a while that I'm Suya. Since graduation, we Haven T cross paths. I thought we'd never meet again. What a surprise to encounter you here." She smiled, casting her gaze towards Li Su, and Qin Ning could clearly sense the astonishment flickering in Suya's eyes. Indeed, Li Su's striking visage was impossible to overlook. "Who is this?" Suya smoothly diverted the conversation to Li Su, clearly intrigued by him. "What a captivating beauty, Li Su. Your charm is undeniable." Before Qin Ning could respond, Suya extended her hand, deliberately presenting her left cheek to showcase her most perfect angle to Li Su. He did not reciprocate, acutely aware of Qin Ning's unmasked disdain for the woman before them. He remained patient, awaiting Qin Ning's cue. "Sister Suya, do you know each other?" "Very well. In light of your presence, I shall overlook your earlier insolence. However, this house is mine." Chapter 59. The astounding real estate prices in the apocalypse. Suya, unperturbed, smiled as she withdrew her hand and moved beside Zheng Ying, yet her demeanor remained fixated on Qin Ning and Li Su. With warmth, she began, "Sister Ying, you may not be aware, but Qin Ning is my college classmate. We shared a dorm. She is quite impressionable, rather introverted, and particularly frugal. Back in school, she would stretch a single instant noodle across several meals. Now that you've spoken, I trust Qin Ning won't make things difficult." Zheng Ying couldn't help but chuckle, realizing her background revealed her to be a nouveau riche. Had it not been for the apocalypse, people like her would never have the privilege to inhabit such a residence. It is evident she has never been exposed to such luxury, The aura of a newly affluent person is truly repulsive. Zheng Ying looked at Qin Ning with disdain, as if her mere presence diminished the house's value. Since that is the case, I'll allow you a tour. Consider it fulfilling your wish. Who has such a foul mouth? Mo Yi interjected, unable to bear it any longer, tossing the keys in front of Zheng Ying. Some people are genuinely amusing. It's rare to encounter someone so lacking in decorum. Perhaps we should confine them to protect their kind from becoming an endangered species. Moe's bluntness earned him Qin Ning's silent admiration. You, vulgar, Zheng Ying seethed, her icy blade aiming at Mo. Qin Ning scoffed. This house is mine. I paid a hefty price for it. You know, as someone of my status, I can't possibly compare to a lady like you. So tell me, how much are you willing to offer to buy it from me? Zheng Ying, initially furious, found herself incensed upon hearing Qin Ning's words. With her nose held high, she exuded an air of unassailable nobility. At least you have some self-awareness, she remarked, tossing a pouch of 10 first-tier crystal cores at Qin Ning with an air of superiority. Now be gone. Ah, so this is the fabled wealthy class. I find it quite underwhelming. Those who are truly affluent start their offers in the hundreds of thousands. The richest don't even bat an eye at millions. It seems, dear lady, you are merely putting on a facade. Qin Ning mocked, tossing the pouch back to Mo. Here's your pocket money for fun. Dear sister, this pocket money is a bit lacking. I can't possibly accept such a meager sum. Mo raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with challenge. You. Zheng Ying was infuriated. She had always been the one to mock others as poor. Never once had anyone dared to ridicule her. The Zheng family was the wealthiest in G City. Without exception. Here are 21st-tier zombie crystal cores, she announced, tossing them without hesitation. Poor thing, you've never seen so many first-tier cores, have you? Qin Ning remained unfazed, beckoning Li Su, who produced a bulging pouch of cores, tossing them in front of Zheng Ying. Here, consider a housewarming gift. The sheer humiliation provoked the gossiping trio to erupt in laughter. When it came to inciting anger, Qin Ning was truly a master. You dare to insult me? Zheng Ying, like a gas stove ignited, exploded. I will kill you. An ice blade plummeted toward Qin Ning, the frigid air causing onlookers to instinctively draw back. Ji Yulin frowned as a massive fireball shot toward the ice blade. Upon contact, the ice dissolved into a puddle, drenching Zheng Ying in the process. I will kill you. Zheng Ying charged forward without a second thought, only to be restrained by Zheng Huai, and he sensed the formidable strength of the opposing group. Even that hefty bag of crystal cores was enough to signify their prowess. They had just arrived in H City and wished to avoid any vendettas. Sister, you're too headstrong that if you desire the house, we shall not intrude. Zheng Huai nodded at the group. Old Lin, why not show me other properties? This was not the outcome Qin Ning desired. Before she could voice her objection, no. Why should I relent? I want this house. Suya regarded Qin Ning's arrogant demeanor with profound disdain. Deep within her eyes, a fierce loathing emerged. Her. Qin Ning was merely a plaything, one that could never rise above her station. This was intolerable. The audacity with which Qin Ning had conducted herself could only be attributed to the support of a certain man. Suya's gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Su, pondering how he could possess such a significant number of crystal cores. He was clearly no ordinary M, and that it was indeed the most ludicrous joke for someone like him to be associated with someone as unworthy as Qin Ning. Qin Ning, how have you transformed into this current state? I cannot believe it. Could it be that what our university classmates have said is indeed true? Your vanity, the fact that you were kept during your university years. Is it a reality? Is it true that the reason you have received scholarships year after year is because you have climbed into the beds of professors? Qin Ning, I refuse to accept that you are such a person. Yet, seeing you now... She feigned a look of heartbreak, while simultaneously trying to conceal her intentions. Indeed, the slander that circulated in university originated from her own hands. Suya, you remain as you were before. Delighting in such despicable tactics. Oh, so you are merely a shameless companion. Aren't you? Zheng Ying laughed raucously, as if this was the only way to regain her dignity. Such filthy words. As a woman, how can some people be so infuriating? Qi Wan rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront her, for she could not tolerate the defamation of her fellow women. Qin Ning watched Qi Wan rush forward. She grasped Qi Wan's wrist, chuckling lightly, realizing that the young lady was quite foolish. It was merely a matter concerning a house. Why make such a fuss, since you all are so genuinely interested? I shall set a price, 100 first-tier crystal cores, and no deceit here. You are so desperate for money, why not resort to theft? If that is the case, then so be it. After all, I'm a nouveau riche who lack for nothing. Surely, you can produce at least 100 first-tier crystal cores, can't you? The expression of helplessness on Qin Ning's face pierced Zheng Ying's soft heart deeply. Who said I have no money? Zheng Ying retorted, producing her entire savings. Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. Without hesitation, she tossed the cores to Qin Ning. M.O.E. Count the money. Sure thing, as Zheng Ying watched M.O.E. count each core. Her heart ached. Heaven knows how much effort she had expended for these crystal cores. Sister Ning, your short one. A look of disdain flashed across Qin Ning's face. I say, young lady, why are you still deceiving me? A swindler, you. Aren't you one as well? Zheng Ying, infuriated, snatched Suya's wallet and threw a handful of crystal cores at Qin Ning. Here, take it all. The rest is your tip. What an ignorant poor wretch. Suya glared at her crystal cores, her heart bleeding. What was a mere dilapidated house worth 100 cores? Such a spendthrift. How dare she touch her belongings? This arrogant Zheng Ying would eventually have to be dealt with. Suya's expression did not escape Qin Ning's notice. Suya, being accustomed to her selfish ways, would eventually pay for her greed. Young lady, such generosity. Let us be on our way. Qin Ning smiled triumphantly, signaling old Master Yin to lead the way to their next destination. Qin Ning, I will not let you off easily. You, this dog, will eventually be reduced to crawling at my feet again. Suya's eyes held a fierce glare as she watched Qin Ning's retreating figure. You infuriate me, Qin Ning. I will not let this go. Although the house ultimately belonged to her, Zheng Ying could not find joy in it. What was supposed to be acquired for 20 cores had cost her 100 instead. She was wealthy, not foolish, yet she felt as though she were being roasted over a fire, making it impossible for her to allow others to see her humiliation. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Even blaming Suya, this is your esteemed classmate. A cup flew towards Suya, nearly striking her on the head. Afraid to express her anger, Suya discreetly clutched her clothing, forcing herself to suppress her fury. Had she not been invited to G City, how could she have been reduced to relying on the insignificant Zheng family? No matter how unwilling she was, she dared not show her rage. She still needed their power to return to Kyoto. Sister Ing, the old Qin Ning was not like this. Perhaps someone has become her backing, making her increasingly arrogant. However, H City does not seem as peaceful as it appears. Along the way, there have been numerous thefts. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's intent. The crystal cores she possessed were enough to attract many eyes. Suya took out a bottle of red wine from her space and poured a glass for her. Each word of concern serving as a reminder to Zheng Ying. You are quite right. Zheng Ying's face broke into a smug smile. Qin Ning, let us see how you escape this time, daring to provoke me. This is your fate. Zheng Ying observed the shattered teacups scattered about, quickly rising to her feet. Sister Suya, you are truly clever. She turned and ascended the stairs. Qin Ning surveyed her rented shop, consisting of 4 rooms and a courtyard, all for merely 10 first-tier crystal cores. She felt she had struck gold. M.O.E. While dusting the table, voiced her discontent. Sister Ning, you should not have so easily relinquished the house. Just thinking of their arrogant demeanor makes me want to strike them. Qin Ning picked up a shovel and began digging a large pit in the corner of the room. But wouldn't it be foolish to have money and not exploit it? These people love to save face. Watching them puff themselves up is the most satisfying, I say. And Ning, it seems you and that Suya do not get along. Was there some conflict between you two before? Qi Wan, perceptive as always, could see through any facade in front of them, instantly recognizing Suya's animosity. Su took over Qin Ning's work, diligently laboring, but his ears perked up involuntarily. Qin Ning recalled Suya's haughty demeanor before her demise, and a murderous intent leaked from her eyes. Suya, this time, I'll make you feel my pain, my despair. Let jealousy take root. Qin Ning chuckled softly, waving her hand as she picked up Huanqi. Huanqi, we made money today. Sister will take you shopping. She spoke lightly, yet Li Su took her words to heart. He suddenly wished to understand more about the past Qin Ning and the suffering she had endured. Great. Huanqi raised the toy in her hand. I want to join you. A Ning.Chi tossed the cloth in her hand to Gulin. They were newcomers and ought to familiarize themselves with the mom and base. Perhaps they could gather some news about the divine envoy.Chi. Mo Yi raised her hand first, shoving the cloth into Su Wu's hands, clearly needing someone to carry the bag. All right, you all are quite quick to climb. Su Wen watched his dazed younger brother actually working, tugging at the cloth to rush forward. However, he barely took 2 steps before Qin Yin grabbed his collar. Get to work. Su Wen wanted to argue, but fell silent upon meeting the vice captain's sharp gaze. He knew better than to offend him. Despite the sandstorm shrouding the skies of H City, the situation at the Mamen base was much better than they had anticipated, although the streets were filled with dust and decay. There were still many vendors, and the department store was heavily guarded, strictly controlling anyone who wished to cause trouble. It seemed the main sources of supplies were under the Lord's control. The Lord was quite capable, knowing how to manage the entire base. Sister, look at the fish. Huanqi pointed at a fish stall, her eyes gleaming at the lively fish. Qin Ning grew curious, for procuring fresh fish at this time was no simple feat. Qin Ning glanced at the young man selling fish. Young man, how much for your fish? Is it fresh? The young man removed his hat, glanced at Qin Ning, then covered his head again, turning to find a shady spot to continue his nap, clearly uninterested in selling to her. Qin Ning furrowed her brows. Had she offended him? She certainly did not lack for fish, but was more curious about their origin. Just then, a man with a stick chased a small boy, who dashed toward Qin Ning and her companions. Qin Ning quickly swept Huanqi into her arms to avoid the commotion, but the boy collided with her, stumbling backward. He glanced at Qin Ning, then continued running. Sister, that brother stole the crystal core. Huanqi's reminder made Qin Ning realize that her crystal core had been lifted. What a pickpocket, daring to target her, just as she was about to take action. Qi Wan's vines ensnared the boy's legs, pulling him back. Qin Ning retrieved her pouch, counting the contents and confirming nothing was missing before speaking coldly. Little one, quite nimble with your hands. Next time you steal, be sure to pay attention. With a glance, she signaled Qi Wan to release him. The boy glared at Qin Ning before scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Young man, where did you get this fish? Qin Ning assumed he thought she had no money, which was why he refused to engage. She pushed her crystal core forward. The young man removed his hat, standing up to look her in the eye. 500 epic coins for 1 fish. This price was quite reasonable for the apocalypse. Just as Qin Ning was about to inquire further, the young man spoke first. You all are newcomers if you do not wish to attract attention. It is best to exchange your crystal cores for epic coins and register with the guild to form a team. The young man had quickly discerned that Qin Ning and her companions were new arrivals. The Mamen base was not as safe as they believed. Without matching strength, it was a fantasy to live well there. His earlier reluctance to sell fish stemmed from the belief that this girl would not be able to carry the fish away. Wasting his time and effort, Qin Ning recognized the underlying message. The young man possesses keen insight. I have many family members, so I will take 3 fish. The freshness of these fish indicated the young man as considerable skill. Her words served as a warning to those eyeing her. She was not alone with just Qi Wan and Huanqi. The sole water source of the Mamen base is under the control of the Lord of the city. I am merely a member of the guild, serving the Lord. The young man did not directly confront Qin Ning's inquiry, yet she had gleaned a considerable amount of valuable information. Holding a fish, Qin Ning led Qi Wan back home. Ugly creature, make sure to beat him to death. Chapter 61. Do not seek pity. Do not accept alms in the alleys of the slums. Cries for help mingled with muffled grunts of pain. A group of men and women had a frail man cornered against the wall, raining down punches and kicks, their mouths spewing vile insults. You hideous freak dare to covet my woman. You must be courting death. Just look at your pitiful state. The man retaliated, burning his cigarette but against one of his assailants before delivering a kick and spitting contemptuously. He stepped back, clutching the woman tightly, while his companion advanced to kick the fallen jester on the ground. This is outrageous, Qi Wan muttered under her breath, her fists clenched tightly. She could not bear to watch, Yet Qin Ning remained calm, cradling the child in her arms, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. She did not need to guess. She knew Qi Yuan would intervene. "What are you all doing?" Qi Yuan's voice rang out. The leader of the thugs, embracing a woman, shot her an impatient glare. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" With a mere glance, he commanded his followers to cease their assault and directed a punch toward Qi Yuan. However, against the skills of Qi Yuan, they were no match. With a graceful shoulder throw, she brought him crashing down, showing no mercy. Seeing they could not overpower Qi Yuan, one thug drew a knife, lunging at Qin Ning. She scoffed coldly, grasping his wrist and delivering a powerful kick, followed by a resounding slap. "You think I'm an easy target?" Another swift slap sent him reeling, two of his front teeth flying out. The thug leader, meeting Qin Ning's fierce gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, abandoning the woman and fleeing in terror. Qi Yuan clapped her hands, looking towards the man in the corner. "You should head home early." The man slowly lifted his head, his eyes filled with wariness. His face bore the marks of severe burns, and years of scars were etched into his skin. He was huddled in the corner, his exposed skin bruised and bloodied, especially his ankle, which seeped with blood. Despite his filthy appearance, his bright eyes reflected a mix of defiance and despair. Upon catching sight of the fear and pity flashing in Qi Yuan's eyes, Song Ian instantly lowered his head. Rising from the ground, he did not need anyone's pity that he pushed Qi Yuan away. But the multitude of scars on his body made him stumble, nearly falling. Qi Yuan instinctively reached out to steady him. "Your wounds, if left untreated, could leave you crippled." Song Ian pushed Qi Yuan aside, refusing to accept any charity. Yet Qi Yuan, with her kind heart, despite his demeanor, maintained her stance, shoving bandages and medicine into his hands from her pocket. However, Song Yin was unwilling to accept her kindness. Just as he was about to push it back, Qin Ning, unable to tolerate the scene, intervened. "Stop being so sentimental. Let's get this over with." Qin Ning disregarded Song Yin's protests, pinning him down firmly. "I told you to mind your own business, but you wouldn't listen. Now apply the medicine." Her methods were far less gentle than Qi Yuan's. Gripping Song Yin's neck, she lowered her voice menacingly. "I have a rather short temper. Your eyes are quite beautiful, but if you dare to resist, it won't end well for you." I could see her words. Song Yin froze, his dark eyes fixated on Qin Ning, as if he wished to devour her whole. Qi Yuan skillfully treated his wounds, then looked at Song Yin, softly advising, "The world is harsh. Be cautious. If you face difficulties, seek help from the authorities." She patted Qin Ning's shoulder, lifting the child in her arms. "Let us go home. I'll make fish soup for Xiao Huanqi." Xiao Huanqi, terrified, waved her hands. "Sister Yu, help? Wan wants to cook." "What?" Qin Ning sprang up. "Qi Yuan, can you stop ruining my fish?" Leaning against the corner, Song Yin observed his bandaged ankle, a complex expression crossing his face as he gazed at Qi Yuan's retreating figure. In the chaotic, filthy streets, the stench of zombies lingered, with all slain corpses discarded in the southwestern corner of the slum, and one wished to deal with the useless remains here at the very bottom of the slum. The people lacked the strength to protect themselves, most being frail and sickly, unable to register for the guild, and thus deprived of the Lord's protection. The inhabitants were akin to rotten fish and shrimp, each day merely a waste of air. Dragging his weary body, Song Yin leaned against the wall, step by step making his way to his makeshift shelter. "Oh, the ugly freak is back. Look at him. Clearly failed to procure any food. If I were him, I'd have long since chosen death. Why continue living?" As the voice echoed, laughter erupted from those present, the lower the status of the individuals, the more they reveled in ridiculing and bullying others to satisfy their own sense of superiority. Song Yin had long grown accustomed to this. At the age of 6, a devastating fire claimed his parents, leaving him with scars on half his body. Sent to an orphanage, he suffered endless bullying due to the scars on his face, with no one willing to adopt or care for him. Thus, the apocalypse mattered little to his situation. "Brothers, have you heard? A group has arrived at Maman recently, and they are quite wealthy. Rumor has it they just extorted a hefty sum. They must have at least 100 first-tier crystal cores. Is that true? But boss, what if they have a lot of people and are very powerful? Can we handle it?" The bald man rubbed his shiny head, a smug smile spreading across his face. "Don't worry, The cripple has already inquired. There are 2 women, a child, and 7 men. None of them registered with the guild, so they likely lack abilities. Besides, we have over 30 men. Are we really afraid of those few weaklings? Upon hearing there were 2 women and a child, a strange glint flickered in Song Yin's black eyes, dark and foreboding. Qin Ning, surveying the tidied house, couldn't he help but give the group a thumbs up. Well done. I didn't realize you all had such potential as domestic goddesses. Qin Ning solemnly handed the fish to Li Su, her gaze toward Qi Yuan brimming with wariness. Ally Su, guard our kitchen well, and ensure that kitchen assassin Qi Yuan doesn't wreak havoc. Ain't this? Qi Yuan protested. No, Ning, I've told you, that was an accident. A mere accident. Qi Ning fiercely defended her kitchen, her expression resolute. Qi Yuan, I do not believe you. In the barren courtyard, Xiao Huanxi, armed with a small hoe, was ready to toil away. Just as she prepared to till the soil, she noticed a triangle drawn in coal against the wall. Confusion filled her little mind. Could it be someone is seeking help with trigonometry? Recalling her own struggles with trigonometry, she felt a pang of sympathy for this unknown individual. She picked up the coal from the corner and began to doodle on the triangle, annotating with all her knowledge. Xiao Huanxi, what are you doing? Qin Ning called out as she stepped into the yard to summon Xiao Huanxi for dinner, only to find her adorned with a face full of soot, prompting a laugh. You little calico cat, wash up before dinner. With that, Qin Ning scooped up Xiao Huanxi and headed back inside. As the wind picked up in the dead of night, a group of shadowy figures searched the area. Where are the markings you made? I distinctly remember drawing them. The young thug looked at the wall covered in formulas, his face darkening as he scratched his head, pacing around the nearby houses. Chapter 62. Reap what you sow. Are you even capable? You can't handle such a simple task. The boss kicked out in frustration, utterly speechless. Get moving and find it. At the boss's command, the surrounding thugs dared not protest. Scurrying around with flashlights, searching every corner, Song Yin observed the lights in the house. Watching the thugs floundering like headless flies, he had no desire to be indebted to anyone that a stone was hurled toward a window. But just as it was about to shatter the glass, 2 pots of hanging ferns at the entrance extended their vines, catching the stone and tossing it aside into a nearby pile of grass. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Yin's eyes that it seemed he had been overly concerned. How could those thriving in the apocalypse be so defenseless? Inside, Qin Ning sensed something amiss, exchanging glances with Li Su. Li Su, narrowing his eyes, spoke up. A group has arrived nearby. Seemingly searching for something, he slightly tilted his head, his ears twitching, setting down his chopsticks. It appears they may be looking for us. This revelation. Qin Ning's interest peaked. It's only the first day, and enemies are already knocking at the door. I'm going out to take a look. Yes, Qin Ning stretched lazily and stepped outside. The sounds of the group reached her ears. What is going on? Why can't we find the markings left behind? Could they have been erased? The boss kicked out in anger. If this fails, your head will be the first to go. The beaten thug protested, feeling wronged. But I distinctly remember, the informant said they had made a mark. They might have already discovered it. After all, they just earned 100 crystal cores today. Who wouldn't be cautious? Upon hearing this, Qin Ning realized it was Suya's meddling. She need not seek Suya. Suya had come knocking on her door. How could she possibly betray Suya's heartfelt efforts? Huanxi, joyfully munching on a chicken leg, scampered out with her little legs. Sister, what are you looking at? Is it the child who can't solve trigonometric functions? Qin Ning. Huanxi tugged at Qin Ning's leg, pulling her into a corner, pointing at the formulas plastered across the walls. Look, am I not impressive? That person merely drew a triangle, and I managed to write so much on my own. Qin Ning gazed at the triangle on the wall, then turned her eyes toward Suya's villa not far away. A chilling smile curling her lips. Suya, you brought this upon yourself. What's wrong? Li Su observed the 2 standing still, puzzled. Upon seeing the wall covered in formulas, he questioned, what is this? Huanxi raised her hand, showcasing her brilliance. Qin Ning arched an eyebrow, lifting Huanxi into her arms. Indeed, our Huanxi is remarkable. However, it's getting late. You should ask your uncle Tu to tell you a bedtime story. With that, she handed Huanxi over to Kai Tu. I've had enough. I'm going out for a stroll. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, waving goodbye to them. Li Su, seeing her demeanor, understood that someone was about to have a misfortune. He was about to step forward when Su swiftly turned and knocked Mo down, whispering in his ear, "Little pine nut, are you afraid of the captain's fist?" Mo, drenched in cold sweat, spun around to embrace Su Wenmy savior. Su Wu silently watched the two perform their antics, speechless as he hoisted Qin Ning's large sword and returned to the backyard to focus on practicing his swordplay. Wan, unable to tolerate the antics of these two large men, interjected, "Enough, you two. If you keep this up, it will go too far." Just as she was about to return to her room, her gaze swept across the straw pile outside and spotted a familiar figure. Observing the extra stones next to the hanging orchid, a wave of unease washed over her. Could it be that her actions had attracted someone's attention to her medicine, since the trouble was brought upon her? She would resolve it herself. Su watched Qin Ning as she completed her markings, her expression one of triumph, though he was genuinely curious. "Qin, mission accomplished," Qin Ning exclaimed, pulling Li Su along. "Let me show you a performance." Grasping a vine, she swung to a withered tree, placing her hand upon its trunk. Instantly, the dead tree sprang to life, lush leaves enveloping the two of them, a small ruffian, following the hints left by Qin Ning. Soon arrived at Suya's door. Upon seeing the markings, he nearly shed tears of joy. "We found it, boss. Finally found it." The boss slammed his fist. "Hey, keep it down. Do you want everyone in the vicinity to know?" The small ruffian bowed his head, afraid to incur trouble. The boss eyed the large house before him, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. "Are you sure this is it? I don't remember it being this big." "Of course it is. With that much money, they must live in the largest house. That's so. I recall they sold a big house to acquire 100 coins. Boss, look at the markings. Just trust us." The boss stared at the extinguished lights, steeling himself. "Whatever, brothers, charge." He waved his hand, and two men pretended to ring the doorbell, while the others planned to encircle from behind. The guard inside opened the door, only to find strangers outside. "Who are you?" "We are from the city lord, here to deliver an invitation." The inside guard momentarily hesitated, then sent two people to open the door. One small ruffian lunged with a knife, shouting, "Brothers, charge! If we succeed tonight, we won't have to sleep on the streets anymore." I could see his words. The men were invigorated, brandishing their weapons as they rushed inside. The once sleeping Zheng Ying was abruptly awakened, bewildered. "What is happening?" Her face wore an expression of annoyance, and ice blades formed around her. "Miss, someone has broken in. What is going on? Why are they here? Shouldn't they be at Qin Ning's?" Before she could ponder further, an axe flew in from outside, narrowly missing Zheng Ying. This infuriated her. "I'll see who dares to provoke me." She sent an ice blade flying, piercing the head of a ruffian, who collapsed instantly. Zheng Huai's eyes blazed with fury as he surveyed the reckless intruders. With a snap of his fingers, countless ice spikes rained down, rendering the intruders powerless. Qin Ning, who had been watching the scene, was taken aback, realizing he was a second-tier ability user. No wonder Suya and her companions lived so carefree. However, if things continued like this, it would become less entertaining. Qin Ning gently tapped the tree trunk, and vines burrowed into the ground, heading towards Zheng Huai. The latter, highly alert, evaded just as the vines broke through the soil. Narrowly escaping Su glanced at Qin Ning, seeing her enjoy the spectacle, and was about to take action when Qin Ning caught his hand, signaling him to refrain from acting recklessly. Li Su's skills had been witnessed by Zheng Huai and her group. She preferred to avoid a direct confrontation for now. Zheng Huai focused his gaze on the tree where Qin Ning was perched, conjuring ice spikes to hurl at her. Just then, a vine shot up from the ground, ensnaring Zheng Huai. "Brother!" Zheng Ying was about to retaliate when vines swiftly blocked her path at that moment. Suya, hidden in a corner, peeked out. She was acutely aware of how to win hearts and, brandishing a torch, rushed forward. "Brother Zheng, I'm here to help." Seeing Suya rush out, Qin Ning instinctively tightened her grip on Li Su's hand, her eyes betraying a flicker of hatred. Su could clearly sense the shift in Qin Ning's emotions and turned to look at Suya, his gaze deepening. The vines released Zheng Huai, moving towards Suya, lifting her into the air while another vine struck her face. This slap is for your ingratitude. Another vine lashed out. This slap is for your cruelty. Help! Help! Chapter 63. Remember to check the almanac before heading out. Qi blocked Song Yin's path, her face displaying anger and disappointment that I never expected today, as actions would lead to my own troubles. Song Yin paused, understanding Qi words, yet he had no intention of explaining. After all, anyone who encountered him would involuntarily associate him with the role of a villain. A wry smile flickered in his eyes. So, what do you want to do? Kill me? Qi was taken aback, not anticipating such a response, momentarily frozen in place. Song Yin's eyes glinted with a chilling light that pierced the heart, instilling a sense of dread in others. She instinctively averted her gaze, but this action, in Song Yin's eyes, signified fear and disdain. Indeed, his face, if you don't intend to kill me, then don't obstruct my path. Song Yin limped past her, the cold evening breeze brushing by, his figure shrouded in mist. Qi met his gaze, and for a fleeting moment, she felt she might have erred in some way. This inexplicable feeling irked her. Were her words incorrect? The ungrateful scoundrel seemed even more audacious than she was. The more she thought, the more irritated she became, kicking a stone by her feet. Qin Ning sat with Li Su on the riverbank, enjoying the evening breeze. That a spirit butterfly fluttered from her forehead, dancing upon the lake's surface. The previously withered plants began to revive, responding to the natural energy emanating from Qin Ning. Dust particles in the air gradually dissipated as the moonlight bathed the lake, revealing fish leaping from the water. She gazed at the moon, recalling Su Ya's face, swollen and grotesque, and a smile crept on her lips. Lying on the grass, she felt exceptionally refreshed. Li Su, the moon is truly beautiful tonight. Su turned to look at Qin Ning's smiling face, his eyes filled with tenderness that he casually lay down beside her. It's merely a crescent moon, but I am curious about what transpired to make you so joyful. Isn't it delightful to see someone reap what they sow? Indeed, but it's not entirely so. Your relationship with Su Ya seems rather strained. Care to share? Li Su tentatively inquired. The moment Su Ya's name was mentioned, Qin Ning's expression shifted. Sensing this, Li Su instinctively added, I'm not like Mo, E, and the others. I'm not gossiping. Qin Ning shot a glance at Li Su, then chuckled lightly, propping her head up to gaze intently at him. Li Su, if you don't finish your sentence, I might just believe you. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity. It's not something I can't share. Reclining on the grass, she released even more natural energy, enveloping the riverbank in tender greenery. You remember what I once told the sage? Qin Ning's voice was calm, devoid of excess emotion. That I once considered her friend, yet she betrayed me for her own gain, trapping me on the operating table and extracting my core. Li Su was momentarily taken aback, confusion flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by concern. Qin Ning observed the sympathy in Li Su's gaze as he looked at her chest. A smile flickered in her eyes, realizing the care she had long sought was now felt in her interactions with Li Su and the others. Since her rebirth, perhaps she had already mended her past regrets. She playfully covered Li Su's eyes with her hand, teasingly saying, Li Su, you are far too naive. You believe everything I say, as if she is worthy of digging into my heart. The scent of lily of the valley wafted over, causing Li Su's ears to redden involuntarily. He instinctively clenched his fists, hesitant to embrace Qin Ning. She patted his shoulder, saying, Let's head back. We've vented our frustrations, seen the reservoir, and there's nothing out of the ordinary. It's time to return. The guards will awaken soon. Su gazed at her retreating figure, the crimson corners of his eyes betraying his pain, as the veins in his clenched fists stood out prominently. It must hurt, doesn't it? Qin Ning. The following day, sister, where's brother? Huanxi, rubbing her sleepy eyes, descended the stairs only to find Qin Ning lounging on the sofa, munching on fried dough sticks. Li Su and the others have gone to the Union. Your brother Qin Yin and Uncle Tu have gone out to see if they can find a blacksmith shop. Qin Ning sat up from the sofa, seemingly struck by a thought. Huanxi, shall we go shopping? The new year is just a few days away. Even in these apocalyptic times, we shouldn't let the traditions slip. Let's surprise them. Huanxi beamed at the suggestion, wrapping her arms around Qin Ning's legs. All right, for the new year, We must buy festive goods. As Qin Ning surveyed the only department store in the base, she noted the 2 guards at the entrance, demanding that every individual present their resident cards and epic cards to ensure that no troublemakers entered. She carried Huanqi inside, where the atmosphere was surprisingly lively, with many superhumans selecting items. Though the variety was abundant, there were restrictions on purchases. One couldn't help but admire the standards set by the lord of the Mammon base. Her curiosity about him piqued, especially since in her previous life, she had resided in the Sea-High base, yet had heard tales during missions that many leaders of smaller bases hoarded resources. Such an equitable leader was indeed a rarity. Sister Dian, look! Lanterns! Huanqi exclaimed, darting from her side toward a small stall. Uncle, I want this one, and this one too. She waved a couplet at Qin Ning. Just as Qin Ning was about to join her, a hasty individual collided with Huanqi, causing the latter to tumble to the ground, bewildered. Who dares to bump into me? Have you a death wish? Zheng Ying, already in a foul mood from failing to find any decent clothing, glared at Huanqi with disdain. What a rude child! Did your mother not teach you manners? Allow me to educate you. She raised her hand to grasp Huanqi's E-A-R-I in a swift motion. Qin Ning seized Zheng Ying's wrist, the sound of a crack echoing as pain shot through Zheng Ying, causing her to curse under her breath. She recoiled, shaking off the grip, and brandished an ice blade towards Qin Ning with deadly intent. Qin Ning deftly kicked the descending ice blade aside, shielding Huanqi as she sidestepped the attack. How unreasonable. Once again, it's you, Qin Ning. Zheng Ying fumed, her anger igniting. Last night's incident also you're doing? I refrained from seeking you out, yet here you are, bringing me bad luck. If I do not kill you today, I shall no longer be called Zheng Ying. With her command, the temperature plummeted, snowflakes swirling in the air as ice spikes shot towards Qin Ning, threatening to pierce her like a porcupine. Datsuya smirked, clutching her still swollen face. This time, Qin Ning, you cannot escape, useless waste. Even in the apocalypse, you remain no match for me. However, before she could finish her taunt, the ice spikes before Qin Ning melted under a sudden surge of heat, splashing onto the floor. Fortunately, Qin Ning was quick on her feet, retreating a few steps with Huanqi, narrowly avoiding becoming drenched. Who dares to ruin my plans? Zheng Ying bellowed, only for a group of individuals to rush forth and subdue her. Qin Ning, observing Zheng Ying kneeling before her, couldn't help but smile faintly, mouthing, "It's not yet the new year. No need for grand gestures. I have no red envelopes for you." Chapter 64. Not worth the trouble of illiterates. Who are you? If you wish to live, release me at once. Zheng Ying, still oblivious to her predicament, continued to shout, only to have her captors tighten their grips. Fool! Holding Huanqi, Qin Ning's large eyes sparkled as she remarked, "Big brother, those two are in cahoots. They are utterly disrespectful. They are brazenly slapping the lord of the city in the face. We cannot let them off so easily." Huanqi, witnessing the 2 troublemakers, began to wail. "They are bad people, causing a ruckus. Bad." These individuals were all in service of the city lord, thus they could not allow anyone to provoke him. With a single command, they captured Suya, who had been spectating, pinning her to the ground, awaiting the captain's orders. "Qin Ning, you dare frame me? I am not the one disregarding the rules." Zheng Ying struggled, attempting to claw at Qin Ning's face, yet she was no match for 2 robust superhumans. Qin Ning remained composed, nonchalantly pointing at a nearby notice board. "Miss Zheng, with your lofty demeanor, I imagine you overlooked the sign clearly stating that aside from staff, the use of superpowers is strictly forbidden in this building. How unfortunate for you to have walked right into a trap." Huanqi quietly quipped, "I'm already 5 years old. I can read." The crowd erupted in laughter at this sharp retort, and Zheng Ying, accustomed to being pampered, could hardly bear such humiliation. "Qin Ning, I will kill you." Suya rolled her eyes in exasperation. Zheng Ying was proving to be more trouble than she was worth. For now, we must ease the tension, she thought. "Qin Ning, just wait, Da Ning. The previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Ying meant no harm. We are friends. Why not let them release us?" Qin Ning cast an apologetic glance at Suya and shrugged helplessly. "Suya, do not blame me. I am simply adhering to the rules. As you know, Suya. Does that sound familiar?" This is only the beginning. Su Ye's displeasure was palpable, cursing Qin Ning for her audacity. She merely relies on the man beside her. In a feigned meek voice, she added, "On Ning, we were the best of friends in college. Were we not? Are you truly going to stand by and do nothing?" Her affected tone, coupled with an artful display of vulnerability, incited murmurs among the onlookers, questioning why such close friends were at odds. Indeed, why must it be so confrontational? Did anyone get hurt? Such a good hand you play. Is this a show of weakness? Qin Ning feigned innocence. This matter is beyond my control. After all, it was your breach of etiquette. It is for the city lord to decide how to proceed. Are you insinuating that you hold him in contempt? What a grand accusation. Qin Ning, you are indeed sharper than before. What is happening? Zheng Huai surged forward, pushing aside those restraining his sister. Brother, you finally arrived. They are bullying me. Zheng Ying clutched Zheng Huai's hand, eager to unite against Qin Ning. As the guards prepared to step in, a deep, commanding voice rang out, "Stand down." "City Lord," a voice from the crowd called out, prompting the onlookers to bow in respect. Qin Ning turned her gaze to find a stranger standing beside Li Su, a man of striking stature clad in casual attire, his amiable expression concealing secrets within his deep-set eyes. He must be Mu Zhe, the Lord of Amidst. Isu approached Qin Ning, his gaze filled with hostility as he fixed his stare on Zheng Ying, who continued to shout defiantly. The guard spoke softly. "City Lord, this woman has disrupted the peace, intentionally inciting chaos and utilizing her powers." Muse raised his hand, acknowledging the situation. "And who are these individuals?" Zheng Huai, knowing his sister's temperament, refrained from being unruly before the city lord. "Please excuse us. This is my younger sister, Zheng Ying. She's been spoiled." Muse smiled warmly. "No matter." And this lady? His attention shifted to Qin Ning. Ning, I apologize for the earlier incident." Ying is rather straightforward. In this apocalyptic world, with children around, we must keep a close watch. Colliding with someone is minor, but what if one were to go missing? Su Ye's words, feigning concern, subtly placed the blame on Qin Ning. Mu Zhe turned to Su Ye, his brow slightly furrowed. "And you are?" Su Ye smiled graciously, extending her hand. "Su Ye, a pleasure to meet you, City Lord." Her demeanor was respectful, balancing her poise skillfully. Muse shook her hand in return, acknowledging their acquaintance. "Aya, our Huanqi is simply too naive. She doesn't even know to cry out in pain when someone collides with her." "You are correct. I must keep a close eye on her, lest she encounter a deranged superhuman and find herself in peril." "Who are you calling insane?" Zheng Ying, incensed by Qin Ning's remarks, was ready to retaliate. Su Ye, exasperated with her inept ally, sighed deeply, while Zheng Huai, typically indulgent of his sister, restrained her this time. He maintained a courteous demeanor. "Su, I apologize. My sister is a bit mischievous. That I will ensure she apologizes to you." Qin Ning interjected, "You should make Zheng Ying apologize to Huanqi." "Do not push your luck. Who do you think you are?" Zheng Ying snapped, her temper flaring. "Brother, why should I fear her?" Zheng Huai could see his sister spiraling out of control. Muse interjected, "Why not all of you? For my sake, come to an amicable resolution." As Muse spoke, the crowd anticipated that Qin Ning would relent. Yet, Qin Ning crouched down, softly inquiring, "Huanqi, do you wish to settle this?" With joyous hands wrapped around each other, tilting her head and puffing out her cheeks. "I certainly wouldn't stoop to argue with my unsophisticated aunt. You." Zheng Huai seized Zheng Ying's hand, forcefully restraining her. Muse maintained a calm demeanor, observing Qin Ning and Huanqi with keen interest, before retrieving 2 invitations from a nearby attendant. In 10 days, the New Year celebration will take place at the City Lord's mansion, where all invited supernatural beings will be in attendance, and we hope you can join as well. "Of course." Muse smiled and turned to leave. As Qin Ning savored a lollipop on her way home, she couldn't help but inquire, "How did you come to meet the City Lord?" Li Su chuckled lightly and recounted the tale. "So, it was during your registration that you encountered him. And since you are both second-tier supernatural beings, it caught the City Lord's attention. That invitation seems to be his attempt to recruit you." No wonder Zheng Huai was hesitant earlier. Qin Ning gazed at the invitation, noting that the City Lord appeared to be a benevolent figure. always wearing a smile that by the way. Where are Qi Wan and the others? I sent them to the city to gather information about the divine envoy. Damn it, I wondered why last night's plan failed. It turns out it was you little rat, who leaked it. The leader, having narrowly escaped disaster, delivered a kick to Song Yian's back, exclaiming, "You've got some nerve." The thought of losing over a dozen comrades ignited his fury. "Kick me again. Go ahead. What are you all doing?" Chapter 65. Are you the one we are looking for? Qi Wan glared at the crumpled figure of Song Yian in the corner, her eyes blazing with anger. "Get lost? Oh, ugly creature. You're fortunate to have a little beauty pleading for you," the leader remarked, stroking his chin and leering at Qi Wan with palpable greed, his tongue wetting his lips as he stepped forward to seize her. With a loud thud, Qi Wan kicked him away, the vine in her hand striking him fiercely. "Get lost." The force of her blow left him battered and bleeding, and upon realizing Qi Wan was an ability user, he dared not retaliate, scrambling away in disarray. Qi Wan retracted her vine and hurried to check on Song Yian's injuries. Having overheard their previous conversation, it dawned on her that she had misunderstood him last night, and a wave of guilt washed over her. "Are you all right?" Song Yian cast a sidelong glance at Qi Wan, sneering coldly as he pulled his hand away and struggled to rise. Leaning against the wall, he required no one's pity or feigned concern. Qi Wan watched him stagger forward, her guilt peaking. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you yesterday." She reached out to support him, genuinely wishing to express her remorse. "No need. There is no misunderstanding," Song Yian replied, having never been one to easily trust the goodwill of others. As he knew all too well that it was he who would ultimately suffer, that he brusquely pushed Qi Wan away and stumbled off alone, accepting his solitary fate. Qi Wan observed his desolate figure, her guilt compelling her to follow him. Song Yian bore multiple injuries, often on the brink of collapsing. Qi Wan longed to assist him, but halted her outstretched hand mid-air. "Acho, you're back. I have news of a lucrative job for you," Old Lin called out, waving at the tardy Song Yian. Upon noticing his battered state, he couldn't help but chide. "I told you, Acho, you really ought to learn to fight back. Or one day you'll be killed." Song Yian remained silent, sinking despondently into the dilapidated sofa, turning away to face the wall, his dejection too painful to witness. Old Lin noticed Qi Wan behind him, his expression turning to one of surprise. "Aren't you the friend of that unscrupulous merchant?" "Qi Wan," Old Lin quickly clarified, "the girl who sold 100 crystal cores for a house worth 20 cores. Realizing he referred to Qin Ning, Qi Wan was startled. "Why are you here?" Gu Lin asked, surprised to see her. "The Jiu Lin, deputy team leader." Old Lin, recognizing familiar faces, revealed, "Acho is who I wanted to introduce to you." A glint of skepticism flickered in Gu Lin's eyes as he surveyed the abandoned repair shop, cluttered and chaotic. The person they sought, battered and disheveled on the sofa, hardly resembled a supernatural being, much less one with such exceptional skills. He glanced at the firearm he had just acquired, doubting whether he had been deceived by this man. Seeing their disbelief, Old Lin understood their skepticism. After all, who could believe that a supernatural being had fallen to such depths? Acho is a reclusive fellow, lacking spirit, but his craftsmanship surpasses that of anyone in the Mammon base, that if you seek a gold-type supernatural being to forge weapons, he is undoubtedly the best choice. Qi Wan was taken aback. She regarded Song Yian in disbelief. Qin Yin scanned the room's furnishings, moving closer to examine the metal plates on the table. As he reached for a drawer, a cloud of dust made him cough. "Don't touch my stuff." Song Yian's voice was low and distant. Qin Yin glimpsed the blueprints and well-preserved diploma in the drawer, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes as he raised his brow. "First meeting, Qin Yin." Song Yin didn't even lift his head, merely grunting in response, curling up slightly, his actions aggravating his wounds, causing him to wince. "That I don't take orders, leave." "Hey, I'm telling you, Acho. Do you want to live? You know you haven't eaten in days." Old Lin struck him with his cane. "Don't hit him." Qi Wan grasped Old Lin's cane to prevent him from striking. Old Lin could only shrug helplessly. "Forgive him, he is just hungry and in a foul mood." Qin Yin smiled, genuinely curious about the kind of person Song Yin was, how a supernatural being could end up in such a state. Having just examined the blueprints, which were ingeniously designed, he was certain no one else in the Mammon base could execute such designs like Song Yin could. Feeling guilty, Qi Wan immediately raised her hand. ILL prepare dinner. Tea her words. Fear flickered across Qin Yin's calm face. Chi-wan, stay as far from the kitchen as possible. What? Why are you digging in her background outside? Is this it? If you dare deceive me, I'll skin you alive. Zheng Ying, having suffered a setback at Qin Ning's place, was initially reluctant to go out, but her brother insisted she join Yuan Xian to find a forger. Rest assured, how could I dare deceive you? Old Yin, leading a group, entered only to see his lifelong rival. Damn it, Old Lin, are you here to ruin my plans again? Old Yin, what do you mean by ruining your plans? As the two began to bicker, Gu Lin intervened, pulling them apart. Zheng Ying, recognizing the familiar faces before her, suddenly recalled that they were all allied with Qin Ning. Damn it. What rotten luck to run into you here. Rolling her eyes, Zheng Ying exclaimed, Old man, where's the person I need? Old Yin quickly pointed to the corner where Song Yin sat. Miss Zheng, it's Macho, he is quite skilled. Zheng Ying cast a disdainful glance at Song Yin slouched on the tattered sofa. Her dislike apparent as she covered her nose. Annoyed by the commotion, Song Yin coldly declared, I don't take orders here, leave. Upon seeing Song Yin's face, Zheng Ying screamed, Oh my God! Where did this ugly creature come from? Is it trying to scare people to death? Truly disgusting. Despite having endured countless insults, Song Yin struggled to maintain his composure, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists. Enough! Where did this dung beetle come from? Spewing such filth? Chi-wan stepped in front of Song Yin, fanning the air in front of her face as if to dispel an unpleasant odor. How dare you insult me? Furious, Zheng Ying launched an ice blade at Chi-wan, only for a fireball to envelop it, splattering water all over Zheng Ying's face. Damn it! Yuan Xian, get over here! As the water surged, encasing the ice sphere, it hurtled toward Chi-wan and the others. Just as Chi-wan prepared to retaliate, she shouted, I said, get lost! A metallic wall descended, forming a massive iron box that imprisoned Zheng Ying and her companions inside. Damn it! Ugly creature, let us out! With crimson eyes. Song Yin snapped his fingers, compressing the cubic box into a sphere that rolled downhill. Chapter 66. I want to be grateful. Song Yin picked up a cold bun from the side, muttering, either roll out yourself, or I'll roll you out. Having witnessed the earlier spectacle, Qin Yin seized the opportunity, glancing at Gu Lin, signaling him to act. Before Gu Lin could move, Chi-wan snatched the cold bun from Song Yin and stuffed it into her mouth. Cheeks puffed out as she mumbled, I've eaten your bun. I'll pay for your dinner. Ignoring Song Yin, she tugged at him to leave. However, due to his injuries, when she pulled him, he almost collapsed, prompting Gu Lin to hoist him onto his shoulder. Let me go. Song Yin struggled to descend, but was no match for Gu Lin. That Qin Yin smiled at Old Lin nearby, gently putting on white gloves. Thank you. This is your reward. Old Master Lin gazed at the crystal core in his hands, trembling with cold sweat. Surely, that rascal Cho would manage to return safely, wouldn't he? This money made him feel uneasy. We're back. The Jiu Lin pushed open the door, flinging Song Yin, whom he had carried all the way, onto the sofa. Without pause, he snatched the drink from Su Wen's hand and gulped it down. Despite appearing frail, he possessed surprising strength, making it quite uncomfortable to carry him. Huanqi, clutching a cup, quietly approached and offered it to him, tilting her head with curiosity as she spoke. Brother, you look so... Chi-wan, fearing the child might inadvertently say something hurtful, hurriedly covered Huanqi's mouth, offering an awkward smile to Song Yin. Huanqi, have you finished your homework for grade 5? Song Yin looked at the cup in his hand, a flicker of gloom passing through his eyes. Just as he was about to rise, Huanqi wriggled free from Chi-wan's grasp, exclaiming, I finished ages ago. Why didn't you let me finish? Brother, you're really handsome, but why do you paint your face? Huanqi's words tightened Song Yin's grip on the cup. He stood up, declaring, I told you, I won't take any orders. You can't force me. Just then, Mo, who had just returned from pruning branches in the courtyard, overheard Song Yin's statement. Not Gu Lin. Are you seriously abducting someone? You're finished. I will inform the vice captain, and the captain. Mo's glee quickly turned to unease as he sensed something amiss. A chill crept up his spine, prompting him to retract his neck and offer an awkward smile to Song Yin. I'm Mo. You've misunderstood. How could we possibly coerce you? Our vice captain is the kindest person in the world. Too late, Qin Ning seized Mo Yi's ear, whispering sweetly into his ear. Mo Yi, have you thought about where you want to be buried? Stop fooling around. Let us eat. Isu placed the final dish on the table. She had received word from Qin Ning before his return, but she certainly hadn't anticipated that the craftsman Qin Ning found would be dressed like this. The others sat quietly at the dining table. Not daring to speak, Isu extended her hand towards Song Yin. They've been mischievous. As the guardian, I must apologize. Everyone here is a guest. Let us eat first, they ask for the order, if you are unwilling. We shall not press you. Did you really bring someone back? Shut up. Qi Wan looked at Song Yin with concern, fearing he might embarrass the captain and worried about leaving without resolution. If Zheng Ying's people showed up, the consequences could be dire for him. Song Yin could distinctly feel several gazes upon him. Just as he was about to refuse, a figure suddenly lunged from behind, tugging at his collar. A big man dawdling like this. The fried chicken will get cold. Qin Ning wasted no time in tossing Song Yin onto a chair and handed him a bowl of congee. I heard you made Zheng Ying crawl today. A playful smile danced on Qin Ning's face as she moved the light dish closer to him. Perfect. The enemy of my enemy is a friend. Qin Jie is truly formidable. Mo Yi couldn't help but shoot Qin Ning an admiring glance. Song Yin silently observed the eclectic group around the table, pondering their intentions. Qin Ning tapped her chopsticks on his head. Eat your meal. Don't stare around. Did you hear me, Song Yin? Upon hearing his name, Song Yin noticeably paused. It had been a long time since anyone called him by that name. Confusion clouded his eyes, and just as he was about to speak, Qin Ning's chopsticks threatened to strike again, prompting him to hurriedly pick up his own chopsticks and eat obediently. Seeing him comply, Qin Ning's lips curved into a slight smile, raising an eyebrow at Li Su. There's no child I can't handle. Last night, Qin Ning had already deduced he was the one who threw the stone. Thus, she had instructed Li Su to check on Song Yin's information while registering at the guild. She had anticipated that he would be the very person Qin Yin sought. After dinner, upon receiving a directive from Qin Ning, He forcibly took Song Yin to have a proper shower and change clothes, urging him not to appear like a beggar on the coffee table. To avoid unnecessary suspicion, I plan to split into 2 teams. The captain will lead Mo Yi and Su Wu, while Gu Lin will take Kai Tu, Su Wan, and Shi Wan to complete the guild's task. This will not only train their practical abilities, but also keep an ear out for news about the divine messenger. I will persuade Song Yin to accept the order. Qin Ning munched on an apple. Glancing at Shi Wan, who was preparing the medical kit, thought Shi Wan should stay behind. She might be better persuading Song Yin. After all, she saved him once, so he should feel grateful towards her. Let your guard down a bit. All right, Gu Lin, you lead the mission, but be cautious of Zheng Huai. He has fallen into our hands multiple times and harbors considerable resentment. Jiu Lin nodded. Rest assured, Captain, I will be careful. Just as Song Yin emerged from his shower, droplets still clinging to the ends of his hair and dripping onto the floor, he locked eyes with Qi Wan. Clad in Mo Yi's clothing, which fit him rather loosely, he instinctively tugged at the sleeves. When do you plan to release me from this place? We are not imprisoning you. You are free to leave at any time. However, you are injured, and I must first tend to your wounds. Qi Wan grasped his wrist, pulling him aside. Song Yin lowered his gaze as Qi Wan began to treat his injuries. The icy demeanor in his dark eyes gradually thawed. I told you I won't take any orders. He withdrew his feet and hands, asserting, I want to be grateful. Qi Wan chuckled softly, leaning down to meet his gaze. Whether you take orders or not is not my concern. That's the vice captain's worry. However, I must say this. If you go out now, that young lady Zheng Ying will surely have you killed. Be careful when you leave. If you wake the 2 hanging pots of spider plants at the entrance, you'll be in grave trouble. The unexpected intensity of her gaze caused Song Yin to instinctively evade her eyes, turning his head. You brought me here. Where will I sleep? A smile flickered in Qi Wan's heart. It seemed he was finally staying. Mo Yi will take care of you. Mo Yi patted Song Yin's shoulder. Let us go, brother, to the city lord's mansion. Lord, this is all the information we could gather. A woman dressed in a sharp outfit handed the documents to Mu Zhe, standing beside him. Lord, Zheng Huai and Zheng Ying are part of the Zheng group in City G. Suya hails from the Su family in Kyoto. While we know little about Li Su and the others, however, I learned from Suya that Qin Ning had a rather questionable reputation in university and come from a family that favors sons over daughters. Moreover, she currently shows no sign of any abilities, so she can be presumed to be an ordinary person. Muse scrutinized the photographs on the wall, his brow furrowing. An ordinary person. Chapter 67, shouldn't she be concerned about his commitment to the task? That night, Song Yin experienced the most restful sleep he had in a long while. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. To his surprise, he woke up. Startled, Song Yin looked up to see Qin Yin sitting nearby. Setting down the book, he was holding to gaze at him. I've seen your design drafts. They are quite imaginative, and I've encountered your finished products. They are well crafted. Unfortunately, they still exhibit some noticeable shortcomings. Rubbing his temples in annoyance, Song Yin replied, "What are you trying to say? I know my work well. Also, I don't want to—" Before he could finish, Qin Yin interrupted. "Don't reject me so soon that I can help you refine the data." Reducing the margin of error to 0.01, before Song Yin could object, Qin Yin swiftly disassembled the gun he had made. Quickly identifying a flawed component among the parts, he was determined not to give Song Yin a chance to refuse. Pushing his laptop forward, Song Yin looked at the works displayed on the screen. His expression began to shift subtly, excitement building within him as if he had found a kindred spirit. Meanwhile, Qin Ning was tending to her little vegetable garden in the courtyard, always focused on beautifying her little haven. Cough, cough, cough. Qi Wan covered her mouth and nose, commenting on the increasingly severe dust storms in city. Qin Ning, hands on her hips, remarked, "This smog won't clear anytime soon. The people here will inevitably suffer from respiratory diseases." Suddenly, an idea struck her, her smile widening. Qi Wan, what if I opened a flower shop? I'd make a fortune. Qi Wan chuckled. On Ning, if we can't even afford a meal, who would buy flowers? Yet, Qin Ning remained undeterred. Her plants were no ordinary flora. As long as the plants from almond base multiplied, the dust and smog would diminish. Unbeknownst to her, her greening efforts were progressing splendidly, yielding dual benefits. Hence, her first step was to promote her venture. The more she thought about it, the more invigorated she felt, her hands moving faster in excitement. Qi Wan, let us hurry up and prepare for our fortune. She tossed the water bottle to Qi Wan, declaring that teamwork would turn their little garden into a living advertisement. All right. Though she doubted their success, she believed that planting more flora couldn't hurt. I'll seriously consider what you said. Song Yin descended the stairs. He observed the two women working in the yard, puzzled by their determination to cultivate a garden amidst the scarcity of food and water. How utterly insane they were. Song Yin, have you finalized things with the vice captain? Qi Wan's words shattered his contemplation, and he instinctively turned his head. Merely considering does not equate to agreeing. Moreover, the weather is bound to become increasingly warm, and the water resources are under the control of the city lord's mansion. The allocation we receive in the future will certainly be limited. With that, he intended to depart. Are you leaving? Qi Wan set aside her work and approached him. Allow me to accompany you. She harbored concerns that Zheng Ying might send someone to trouble him. And those ruffians, had it not been for her assistance, he would not have found himself embroiled in such troubles. Song Yin spoke coldly, his tone awkward. I do not require it. Qin Ning observed Qi Wan following Song Yin like a protective hen shielding her chick and couldn't help but shake her head. He's a grown man and a supernatural being. What could possibly happen to him? Qin Yin adjusted his glasses and gazed at the overcast sky. If it weren't for the palpable heat, one might mistakenly think it was a cloudy day. The Earth's environment is increasingly inhospitable to human survival. Stop staring. No matter how astute your mind may be, one cannot predict extreme weather changes through data alone. Let us get to work. Yes, she spoke. Qin Ning shoved a straw hat and a hoe into his hands. Qin Yin looked at the mud staining his hands, shivering in revulsion, his hands trembling. He couldn't bear it. It was too filthy. Watching him dash towards the sink, Qin Ning rolled her eyes, silently criticizing. What a cleanliness freak. Oh dear, it's our ugly duckling. A wild boar mutant emerged from the alley of the slum, and our ugly duckling seems to have landed a big deal. Looking quite presentable now, he pushed Song Yin's shoulder, Shouldn't our ugly duckling show some filial piety to our brothers? The younger brothers behind him burst into laughter, agreeing with their leader. The wild boar mutant cornered Song Yin. Chi-Wan took a running leap, kicking the mutant in the kidneys. With a loud thud, the wild boar crashed into the wall. MD. Where did this mutt come from, daring to meddle in my affairs? The wild boar mutant transformed aggressively, charging at Chi-Wan with tusks that were nearly a meter long. Chi-Wan did not underestimate the threat. She used her vines to ascend to the second-floor structure, leaping over to the mutant's rear, weaving a large net from the vines to ensnare its limbs. Seeing the creature struggle in vain, Chi-Wan let out a sigh of relief, but just as she landed, the wild boar mutant broke free from the vines, letting out a furious roar, its eyes burning red as it charged at her like a rabid beast. With no time to evade, Chi-Wan could only grasp the advancing tusks. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. As the tusks pressed her into a corner, she instinctively released her grip, sliding under the mutant and narrowly escaping. Outnumbered and facing a powerfully built mutant, Chi-Wan found the situation quite troublesome. She grasped Song Yin's hand, intending to utilize the strength of the vines to escape first. However, unexpectedly, a venomous snake mutant coiled around Song Yin's foot, pulling both of them down. The snake's fangs were poised to strike Song Yin. Chi-Wan kicked the snake away and pushed Song Yin aside, but just as she was about to counterattack, the snake mutant bit into her arm. The toxin coursed through her veins, rendering her combat ineffective in an instant. The snake mutant gleamed with a triumphant smile as it prepared to finish Chi-Wan with a knife, when suddenly, a scythe descended upon it. Antidote. Song Yin's cold voice radiated a palpable, murderous intent, his overwhelming pressure rendering the snake mutant immobile. When it met Song Yin's gaze, it collapsed in fear, trembling as it surrendered the antidote. Song Yin cradled Chi-Wan and vanished from their sight. Gazing at the unconscious Chi-Wan, he rolled up her sleeve to inspect her wound. The icy wall around his heart cracked open once more. He lowered his head and bit into Chi-Wan's wound, drawing out the poisoned blood and applying the antidote to her injury. Be careful. Chi-Wan jolted awake from her slumber, taking in her surroundings and the bandages on her arm, letting out a sigh of relief. Song Yin, she hastily sat up, eager to find him, only to see him tinkering with a metallic object. Clearly, he had noticed her awakening and cleared his throat, tossing the metal piece into her hands. Go back and inform Qin Yin that I have agreed. Chi-Wan examined the metallic object in her hand. Are you unhurt? How did we manage to escape? Song Yin appeared momentarily taken aback. She should have been more concerned about his agreement rather than his well-being. It was infuriating. Su stormed in, grumbling. This has happened multiple times. The Zheng family is clearly set on confronting us. If it weren't for the captain's orders to avoid unnecessary conflicts, I would have taken action already. Qin Ning couldn't help but offer Su some juice, having faced numerous missions, each marred by opportunistic backstabbing, which was indeed exasperating. Don't worry. Once Sister Ning is ready, I'll help you get your vengeance. As Qin Ning admired her perfectly curated courtyard, a satisfied smile graced her lips. She had even commissioned a plaque to be placed at the entrance, flanked by 2 potted money trees. Wisteria cascaded down the garden walls, while beneath the trellis lay mats and tables, with grapevines to the side. To the right was a vegetable patch filled with cabbage, potatoes, peppers, and chives, and at the far end of the yard was a blooming rose garden. She had arranged several tables outside, ready to showcase her plants, with a loudspeaker ensuring no passerby would miss out. Inside, a few individuals face-bombed in exasperation. Has the captain's crystal core not been submitted? Su cracked sunflower seeds, watching Qin Ning's enthusiastic display outside. Selling vegetables might actually bring in business, but who would want to buy flowers and plants? Chi-Wan crossed her arms, shrugging in confusion. Who knows what a Ning is thinking? She seems quite clever, but perhaps lacked a knack for business. Passers-by regarded Qin Ning with the incredulity reserved for fools. Nan, look how splendid those daisies are blooming. Should we buy a pot to take home? It's rare to see such beautiful flowers in this apocalypse. The girl tugged at her companion's hand, pointing to the vibrant daisies in the corner. The man frowned, unable to restrain his low reprimand. Can you not be so materialistic? Do you realize we are in the apocalypse, and you still want to spend money on flowers? You must be out of your mind, D. Oh, you know how difficult it is to complete tasks outside with hordes of zombies lurking. You, who does not contribute, just sit around dreaming of frivolities. His frustration mounted as he released her hand and strode away, leaving the girl standing awkwardly, her expression one of embarrassment. Qin Ning sighed softly, cracking a seed, realizing that regardless of the situation, women should possess their own careers. Otherwise, they would never attain the things they desire. Little girl, those cabbages in your courtyard look quite good. Are they for sale? An observant Annie noted the vegetables in the yard. Qin Ning fanned herself, shaking her finger to indicate they were not for sale. Annie, why not take a look at my flowers instead? Hanging orchids are the best for home cultivation, but I can tell from your voice that you're not doing well. It would be wise to buy some potted plants to purify the air and benefit your health. I offer home service, and they're incredibly cheap. A pot of flowers for just a low-tier crystal core. The aunt coughed twice, her voice hoarse. Little girl, while your items are cheap, we need things that can sustain our survival. These are merely ornamental. Wait, that's not. Qin Ning attempted to argue, but the woman had already walked away. Oblivious to the essentials for survival, if these items sold out, the price would no longer be the same. The people inside observed the continuous rejections from potential customers, and Suwon could hardly bear it. Chiwan, should we hire a buyer? I'm afraid you won't sell even a single pot, which would hurt Qin Ning as confidence that Chiwan nodded slightly in agreement with Suwon, recognizing the validity in her words. It was their first attempt. Encouragement was paramount. They were ready to proceed, but just as they sought a suitable intermediary, trouble arrived at their doorstep. Oh dear, Qin Ning, how have you fallen to such depths? Have you exhausted the 100 crystal cores I gifted you? You and your people are no match for the Zheng family, and with your consistently poor task performance, the crystal cores you earn are naturally few. Zheng Ying, exuding arrogance, toyed with a potted plant on the table. Zheng Ying, how dare you show your face here? Suwon sprang forward, furious at the brazen individual who seemed to provoke him with every glance. What is there to fear? Zheng Ying laughed lightly, her eyes glinting with provocation as she knocked over a potted plant on the table. My apologies. Chi-Wan watched the shattered pot on the floor, a cold glimmer in her eyes. You brought this upon yourself. How do you intend to compensate? Compensate? Zheng Ying could no longer contain her laughter, slamming her palm on the table, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash, shattering all the potted plants. My apologies. Fuming, Suwon and the others prepared to charge forward, but Qin Ning halted them, fixing her gaze on Zheng Ying with a look of cold disdain. Zheng Ying. Each of these pots costs 100 Tier 1 crystal cores. There are 20 pots here, totaling 2,000. I do not offer credit. If you do not pay up, you shall not leave here unscathed. Qin Ning's words dripped with venom, the palpable chill emanating from her, making Zheng Ying instinctively take a step back. Meeting Qin Ning's eyes, she felt an unexplainable fear. You must be out of your mind for wanting money this desperately. I assure you, it's impossible. And you think you can stop me with just the likes of you? How laughable. Suya's heart swelled with pride. The person she despised most in her life was Qin Ning. Despite being utterly worthless, Qin Ning dared to challenge her. While she herself was a rare genius, the admiration of teachers and the affection of classmates were rightfully hers alone. How could a mere dog like Qin Ning even think of contending with her? Back in university, Qin Ning had never been able to match her, and now, in this apocalyptic world, Qin Ning remained nothing more than a plaything in her hands. Qin Ning was merely a few potted plants. Why be so aggressive? Furthermore, Zheng Ying had not acted with malice, a essence ability user. Zheng Ying was tasked daily with protecting the base and clearing out the surrounding zombies. The members of the guild adored her. All her hard work was for their safety. They should be grateful. Gifting flowers to Zheng Ying was hardly excessive. Suya spoke with a tone of persuasion. The onlookers began to murmur. Suya's right. Zheng Ying risks her life for the base, and for us, every day. If it weren't for them, we would not enjoy such stability. These items, even if sold cheaply, would not be too much to offer to the ability users. The spectators echoed. It is we who face danger daily, yet these ungrateful people dare to demand so much. This was a clever tactic, a shift of the narrative. Suyu was still quite adept at it. However, she would be disappointed. Qin Ning was no longer the person she used to be. Rumors could not drown her. Instead, she would ensure Suya was splattered with dirt. With a smile, Qin Ning placed a finger to her lips and shushed. While stealthily extracting a pair of garden shears from the nearby flower bed, the "Oh not pua me. I am quite fragile, as for whether others complete their task to protect us, I cannot say, but I am certain you do not. Do not elevate yourselves so highly. You kill zombies merely for crystal cores. If you truly cared for us ordinary people, you would not deliberately destroy my belongings." Qin Ning smiled as she pointed the shears at Zheng Ying, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You are not a good person, but my expertise is genuine protection. Look at the entire Mammon base, shrouded in smog, devoid of any greenery. Staying inside too long is lethal. I can assure you, no one else can cultivate plants like I can." Feigning a look of grievance, Qin Ning lamented, "They're trying to kill you." She deliberately approached a mutant, grasped his wrist, and pointed at his neck. Pleading dramatically, "Brother, look at your swollen neck. Are you unaware you are dying?" The mutant roared in anger, shaking off Qin Ning's hand, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. "I told you, you are dying. Yet you do not believe me, and one can save you but me and my ruined plants." Initially skeptical, the mutant was now frightened as he coughed blood. "What should I do?" Qin Ning shrugged, her eyes filled with helplessness. "I want to save you too, but look, this potted plant is shattered. I am powerless. It is not that I do not wish to help. It is they who seek your life." "Are you speaking nonsense?" The mutant glared at Zheng Ying, his eyes filled with malice. Just as he was about to lash out at her, Suya reacted swiftly. "Qin Ning, how can you speak such absurdities? Can a potted plant save a life? What use do we have for doctors and ability users then? You cannot exaggerate just to sell your items. This is a matter of life and death." Clearly, the mutant's murderous intent lessened upon hearing her explanation, and doubt crept into his gaze directed at Qin Ning. Was she truly unafraid of the flames of scrutiny? Just as the mutant was about to speak, a tickle in his throat caused him to cough again, spewing blood across his hand, which terrified the onlookers. "Qin Ning, if you claim your potted plants can save lives, you must not stand idly by." Suya would not believe Qin Ning's deceit. She was now eager to see how Qin Ning would extricate herself from this predicament. The mutant lunged forward, attempting to grab Qin Ning's hand. She disdainfully withdrew her hand, retreating. "I have said is not that I do not wish to save you. Look, everything is ruined." Seeing her evade responsibility, Suya's suspicion solidified. "Qin Ning, if you can grow these plants, surely you can save him. That if you were sincere, you would not be defeated by these challenges. That if someone dies due to your exaggerations, it would be a grave sin. No, he is sick. I did not treat him. How is it my fault if he dies?" Such eloquence. Qin Ning seethed internally but maintained her composure externally. "Look at what you are saying. If I do not help, it would be a tremendous error. Business is about profit. Suya, you are kind-hearted, so surely you will cover his medical expenses, right? One potted plant for 100 crystal cores, and since he is injured, it requires careful nurturing, another 100 crystal cores. That totals 200 first-tier crystal cores." Qin Ning extended her hand toward her, smiling. "To Suya, you do wish to be a good person, do you not? If I do not let you bleed, then I am not Qin Ning." Upon mentioning the crystal cores, Suya's expression darkened considerably. Upon hearing that he might be saved, the mutant disregarded everything else and grasped Suya's hand. "Miss Su, you are kind-hearted. You must have a way to save me. Right? What a joke." There was no way she would spend so many crystal cores on these worthless people. She discreetly withdrew her hand, about to refuse, but Qin Ning would not allow her that chance. "Suya, you wouldn't merely be paying lip service, would you? This is rather unbecoming, considering it is a matter of life and death. You are the kindest person in the world." Qin Ning's smile was so wide it nearly eclipsed her eyes. She then turned to Zheng Ying. "Miss Zheng, you would not let someone die before your eyes, would you? The esteemed eldest daughter of the Zheng family, devoid of any virtue, and yet you still owe money? Surely those in high society are above such pettiness." Zheng Ying, affronted, retorted, "Fine, I'll give it to you." She snapped at Suya. "Is it not just 200? Can you not spare it? What would others think of the Zheng family?" Without heeding Suya's objections, she pulled out a money pouch from Suya and tossed it to Qin Ning. "There, that should suffice. If you cannot save him, I will have someone smash your stall." Qin Ning cheerfully caught the money pouch and tossed it to Su-won. Counting it carefully, relishing the moment as she took her revenge, Suya felt a pang of anguish, but she had to rely on the Zheng family. So she had no choice but to submit, transferring all her resentment onto Qin Ning. With a facade of calm, she patted the mutant's hand. "Do not worry. I will not stand by and do nothing. Qin Ning, since you are taking money, you must deliver." Facing Qin Ning, Suya was in no mood to play along. However, Qin Ning feigned a look of distress. "But Miss Zheng, you have destroyed all my potted plants. If I manage to heal him, what if you run away? What would I do then?" This was a significant investment in research. As Qin Ning continued, she began to wail like a shrew, clinging to Su-won. "Brother, they treat us as less than human. What should we do?" Su-won, momentarily taken aback, felt Qin Ning squeeze his waist, causing him to react and embrace her in a display of camaraderie, as if they were two mournful souls. Zheng Ying watched Qin Ning's antics with delight. She knew that Qin Ning, the foolish girl, was utterly incapable of handling the situation and was now trapped, unable to retreat. She would not let them off easily. "Qin Ning, you can pretend all you want, but if you cannot save him, why should I give you anything? What a farce. Of course I can." Qin Ning instantly ceased her sobbing, revealing a triumphant smile. "Chi-wan, Draft and I fear our dear Miss Zheng might suddenly change her mind. Of course." Zheng Ying, upon receiving the IOU, suddenly felt a sense of being duped. "If you fail, you will kneel and apologize to me on the spot." Qin Ning grasped Zheng Ying's hand, compelling her to press her thumbprint on the document. "Do not worry. If I fail, you can do whatever you wish to me." Qin Ning tucked the IOU away, flashing Zheng Ying a saccharine smile. "Miss Zheng, you must strive to kill zombies from now on. I fear you may go bankrupt." "You?" Qin Ning stuck her tongue out at her, then retrieved a new potted plant from the courtyard. "You have a new one. Why are you wasting words?" Zheng Ying, nearly furious enough to strike her, exclaimed, "This is a matter of life and death. Can you afford to wait?" "You." Zheng Ying was so enraged she nearly choked. "If it cannot wait, what are you stalling for?" Qin Ning relished in their discomfort and stepped forward, placing the potted plant in the mutant's hands, plucking a leaf for him to chew on, and then holding his hand, continuously channeling her energy into him. The mutant's complexion grew increasingly pale, while Zheng Ying's expression was one of pure delight. "Qin Ning, I suggest you kneel and apologize to me right away." In the next moment, the mutant coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fortunately, Qin Ning had just stepped aside, or else she would have been splattered. "Qin Ning, you've killed him, you pathetic creature, trying to put on airs. Hurry up and apologize to your great aunt." Zheng Ying was utterly exhilarated, her nostrils flaring as though she wished the entire world to be aware of her victory. Even Suya, standing nearby, exhibited a gleam of triumph in her eyes. "Qin Ning, how can you so shamelessly toy with others?" The surrounding crowd seethed with indignation. Indeed, even in this apocalyptic world, there existed such brazen scoundrels. "Brothers, let us strike." Those consumed by righteous fury surged forward, intent on tearing Qin Ning apart. Su-won, unwilling to be careless, hastily stepped forward to shield Qin Ning, while Chi-won displayed a worried expression. "Ning, what is going on? What else could it be? But that she is a fraud, a con artist. Such people deserve to perish. Kill her, brothers." Chapter 70. Are you a divine messenger? Suddenly, the mutant who had just coughed up blood and appeared on the verge of death extended his hand, his voice resonating with vigor. I'm fine." He gazed at his body in disbelief, the suffocating sensation vanishing as a refreshing vitality surged through him, an unprecedented feeling of invigoration. "Divine healer, you are truly a divine healer." The mutant grasped Qin Ning's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Divine healer, you are akin to my biological parents." Qin Ning's mouth twitched awkwardly. "What a ridiculous claim. Please, do not call me a divine healer. I am merely an ordinary gardener. Here, take this potted plant, place it in your home, and care for it diligently, that I shall provide you with some nutrients. As long as it resides within you, you shall flourish. Thank you. Divine healer, thank you." The mutant, terrified that others might seize his cherished plant, hurriedly made his way home. "This is impossible, utterly impossible." Qin Ning refused to believe that Qin Ning possessed such abilities. She howled in frustration as ice spikes rained down. Yulin's fireball collided directly with hers, creating a torrential downpour that served to cool Zheng Ying's heated demeanor. Miss Zheng, remember to gather the funds within 3 days. You know I am but a petty person. If you fail to do so, I shall station people in front of your villa to call out daily. Zheng Ying, consumed by rage, attempted to charge forward but was shoved back by astonished onlookers. Divine Healer, I want one. Divine Healer, I too desire one. Qin Ning, observing the defeated chicken, triumphantly brandished the Ayu, then turned to the crowd. I apologize, but today stock is sold out. Please come earlier tomorrow. Zheng Ying shouted. As a passerby hurled a radish at her. What are you shouting about? If you dare to provoke the Divine Healer, I shall ensure you regret it. After saying this, he did not forget to retrieve the radish he had thrown. Zheng Ying, infuriated, attempted to retaliate, only to find the onlookers picking up whatever they could find to throw at her. Suya could no longer bear it, seizing Zheng Ying's hand as they fled in disarray. She had never felt so humiliated. Qin Ning, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Qiwan, let us tidy up. We shall return to decorate the house. What a delightful new year this is. Qiwan couldn't help but join in the laughter. Ning, you truly have a way with things. Naturally, no one can achieve anything under my influence. Yet, Qin Ning felt a pang of sympathy for the flowers that had been destroyed. Qiwan, noticing her distress, asked Ning, you surely have a way to salvage them, right? Oh. Qin Ning picked up a nearby hoe, intending to bury the flowers on the spot. Of course. By the way, before they return, let us decorate our home. As soon as Qin Ning finished speaking, she joyfully dashed down the stairs, a character of good fortune in hand, exclaiming, stick it, perfect. The interruption passed, and those in the yard busied themselves with red lanterns. Good fortune characters and couplets, ensuring nothing was overlooked. I will strive to finish what you requested in the coming days. However, I lack the materials for the remaining items, so that will be your responsibility to gather. Song Yin stated as he tucked away the design drafts and stepped out with Qin Yin, only to find several individuals bustling about in the yard. Who can pass me the couplets? Qiwan called from atop a ladder, beckoning with her hand. Qiwan, why not grab the couplets before climbing the ladder? I assent to that pointless, Gu Lin retorted, stepping forward to hand the couplets to her. Only for another hand to snatch them first. Qiwan glanced at Song Yin, unable to resist retorting back at Gu Lin. When I ask you to do something, you complain so loudly. Song Yin is far better. Gu Lin cast a sidelong glance at Song Yin, sensing an unusual expression in his eyes. Song Yin, stay and celebrate the new year with us. Qiwan descended from the ladder, grasping his wrist. She knew that Song Yin preferred solitude, yet she wished for him to integrate into the collective, for humans are inherently social creatures. You can stay, but you must work. Can you cook? Qin Ning leaned against the doorway, apron in hand, lamenting that she should never have let Li Su leave today, burdening her with the heavy responsibility of preparing the New Year's Eve feast. Song Yin, observing Qiwan holding his hand, regained his composure and nodded in response. Wonderful. Qin Ning, without hesitation, thrust the apron into Song Yin's hands. I prefer spicy dishes. Thank you. She propelled him towards the kitchen. I'll help you. Upon noticing Qiwan heading to the kitchen, Qin Ning felt a wave of panic wash over her. She grabbed Qiwan's hand, eyes glistening with tears. Qiwan, please do not ruin my kitchen. Let us simply enjoy the food. You go hang the lanterns. As she spoke, Qin Ning solemnly entrusted Qiwan to Gu Lin's care. Please, ensure she does not approach the kitchen. Gu Lin couldn't suppress a smile. Qiwan, you've got this. Qiwan retaliated with a swift strike. What are you laughing at? Grumbling, she took a lantern and proceeded to hang it up. Qin Ning, surveying the table filled with dishes, couldn't help but give Song Yin a thumbs up. Excellent. A man who can cook is a treasure indeed. Song Yin remained silent, his expression darkening. I'm likely not someone anyone would find appealing. Qin Ning rolled her eyes and placed her hand on his shoulder. Let me tell you, in this day and age, inner beauty and solid skills are the most sought-after qualities. Besides, that scar on your face is not going anywhere. Qiwan, setting down her chopsticks, snuck over to Song Yin's side. Ning is right. I think you're quite good, capable of cooking and very clever. Song Yin's ears turned slightly red as he gripped the chair tightly. Qin Ning gazed at the darkening sky, her brows knitting in concern. It's already so late. Why hasn't Li Su returned? What if something has happened? In a carefree tone while playing with Kai Tu, she remarked, "No worries, Brother Hua will be back soon," as soon as the words left her mouth. The wind chime at the door jingled, "Li Su and the others are back." Suwon clapped his hands, eager to secure a good spot. "Finally, we can eat." "Finally back." Even before they entered, one could hear Mo's complaints, prompting everyone to chuckle. Chi Wan and Su Won, hiding behind the door, had prepared streamers. As the door swung open and the room lights dimmed, the pop of streamers echoed in the darkness, and a sudden scream from an unfamiliar girl startled the previously jovial crowd. Their brows furrowing in confusion, as Chi Wan turned on the lights, illuminating the room once more, they finally saw that a timid girl was hiding behind Li Su, wrapped in his coat, holding onto his wrist. Upon noticing Qin Ning and the others, her fear intensified, creating an awkward silence. The trio of gossipers exchanged curious glances. "What's the deal with Mo? The captain returns with a girl? What about Ning? What a glitch scene." "No." Qin Ning's eyes sparkled with amusement. Could this be the tale of a general returning from battle with a beautiful maiden in tow? Her bright eyes shimmered with gossip as she reached for some sunflower seeds. Clearing her throat, "Chi Wan, why not take this young lady to freshen up?" Li Su discreetly withdrew his hand from Yulan, creating distance between them. "Miss you, please follow Chi Wan to wash up." Yulan remained silent, gripping Li Su's wrist tighter, her voice trembling as she softly pleaded, "I'm scared. I only trust you. Will you stay with me?" Chapter 71. Avoid provoking women. All eyes turned toward Qin Ning, while she regarded Li Su with the same expression one might have while eating a sunflower seed. Su glanced at Qin Ning, releasing his hand once more, and strode over to her, somewhat irritated as he confiscated all the seed from her grasp. "You just want to eat seeds," she protested. "Why can't I enjoy some seeds? Wouldn't it be foolish to let them go to waste?" Yulan stood awkwardly, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, confusion evident in her gaze as they streamed down her cheeks. Qin Ning instinctively poked Li Su's arm. She's crying. "You brought her back. Why aren't you comforting her? She's new here and trusts you to make tea the very least. Accompany her to wash up." "Qin Ning," Li Su suddenly bellowed, startling her. "Li Su, you nearly scare me to death." She indignantly snatched back the sunflower seeds he had taken. Fearing an eruption, Chi Wan approached Yulan, gently taking her hand. "Do not be afraid. We are not bad people." Yulan, unmoved, shoved Chi Wan's hand away, causing Chi Wan to stumble and nearly fall. Song Yin swiftly stepped forward, catching her just in time. Ji Yulin, witnessing his delayed reaction, felt a pang of regret as he retreated to sit on the sofa, silently draining his cup of water. Yulan sobbed, tears cascading down her face, her gaze solely fixated on Li Su, trembling and at a loss. Song Yin cast a resentful glance at Yulan, her clear voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "What exactly are you afraid of?" Upon seeing Song Yin's disfigured face, Yulan was instantly startled into a scream, throwing herself into Li Su's embrace, refusing to let go. "It's so frightening. I'm scared." Such a commotion during the new year was quite disruptive, instantly extinguishing the festive spirit and leaving everyone feeling disgruntled. Chi Wan observed Yulan, who resembled a frightened little rabbit, and tightened her grip on Song Yin's hand. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yin interrupted, turning to sit back on the sofa, his expression displeased, although he was already accustomed to it, and no matter how Li Su pried Yulan's hand away, she stubbornly clung to him, unable to bear the thought of letting go. He couldn't bear to be rough with her, and a cloud of gloom enveloped him, his face darkening as he remained silent. The candy box in his hand began to deform under his grip. Those familiar with him knew he was angry and suppressing it. Huanqi put down her paintbrush, wearing an expression of helplessness as she tugged at Yulan's hand. "Stop crying. I'm not afraid to shower alone. And you, a big sister, are scared." She attempted to lead Yulan away, but Yulan, obstinate as ever, insisted on sticking to Li Su, believing he was the only one she could rely on. Qin Ning, unable to watch any longer, sighed in resignation, setting down the sunflower seeds and forcefully yanked Yulan's collar. separating her from Lucid. A cold voice pierced through the air, icy and oppressive. Little girl, you have quite a grip. Look what you've done to my dear's neck. It's all red. That I wouldn't treat him like this. Now, I offer you two choices. Either obediently return to take a shower, or I'll send you out of the mama and base tonight. You should be well aware of the situation outside. No need for me to elaborate. Despite the smile on Qin Ning's face, Yulan dared not cry any longer, lowering her head and sobbing quietly. Witnessing this, Chi-Wan remarked, "You take her and find her some clothes too." Chi-Wan's expression was equally grim, her face cold and unwilling to utter another word. Seeing Yulan obediently go to shower, Qin Ning clapped her hands. "What use are you all if I have to step in?" She pried the candy box from Lisu's hands, replacing it with a new one from her space while speaking with exasperation. "If you didn't want to provoke her, why did you bring her back?" "It wasn't my intention to provoke her," Lisu replied sharply. Eager to dispel any misunderstanding, he looked at the candy box being handed back to him. Feeling wronged as he popped a piece into his mouth, "That I can vouch for that." Mo.E quietly raised her hand in the crowd, declaring herself a divine envoy. Everyone froze at her words. No one had any appetite for food, and they all retreated to their rooms. In an instant, the hall was left with only Qin Ning, Huanqi, and Song Yan. "Huanqi, are you hungry?" "Not hungry." "Song Yan, are you hungry?" Song Yan read the message, but did not reply. Qin Ning gazed at the lavish spread before her, tears of anguish welling in her eyes. Better to disappoint the world than to forsake good food. With one hand clutching a chihuahua, she pulled Song Yan and Huanqi to the dining table. "That we three shall dine together," without waiting for them. Frustrated, she stuffed a piece of spicy chicken into her mouth. This is good," rivaling Lisu's culinary skills. Song Yan stared silently at the dishes laid out before him, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossing his face. Qin Ning rolled her eyes and tossed a chestnut at him. "I told you to stop daydreaming while eating." Huanqi, with her small face scrunched up, gazed at the bathroom on the second floor, then at Song Yan, quietly holding his hand. "Songge, don't mind her. She's a big bad egg." When the others finally emerged from their discussions, Yulan, wearing Chi-Wan's nightgown, descended the stairs. Upon meeting Qin Ning's gaze, her fear resurfaced, and instinctively, she clutched at Lisu's clothing. "Sister Ning, you didn't wait for us before starting the meal." Mo.E, with a face resembling a little bitter melon, hurriedly claimed a good spot. Lisu appeared displeased, speaking in a low tone. "The people here are my companions. They will not harm you. I have promised to ensure your safety and return you." He pried Yulan's hand away and quickly sat beside Qin Ning. While Su Wan, with impeccable timing, seized the spot to Lisu's right, they wanted to avoid any further drama. Once everyone was seated, only Yulan stubbornly remained beside Lisu, her tearful eyes fixed on him. Embodying the image of a pitiful woman abandoned by a scoundrel, Qin Ning could no longer tolerate the sight. Having had her fill, she stood up to vacate her spot. However, Lisu suddenly reached out, firmly gripping Qin Ning's hand, unwilling to let go. "Miss you. Please take a seat." His voice was laced with coldness, and the palpable disdain he emanated made Yulan's heart race with unease. She dared not persist. Settling down obediently, Qin Ning attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lisu refused to relent. "Lisu, you only let me look, not eat. How cruel." After dinner, Qin Ning reclined on a lounge chair in the courtyard, relishing the coolness of the ice cubes beside her, with grapes at hand. This life was more delightful than before the apocalypse. Chi-Wan quietly settled beside Qin Ning, fanning her with a palm fan. A weasel paying a New Year visit to a chicken, clearly not well-intentioned. "Speak, what are you plotting?" Chi-Wan chuckled. "Nothing escaped your keen eyes, Ning." She peeled a grape and offered it to Qin Ning's mouth. "Ning, you mentioned that Song Yan's scars can be treated, correct?" The moment she spoke, Qin Ning understood her implication, her expression turning serious as she turned to Chi-Wan, her eyes probing. "Wan, is this a sign of the Red Stars movement?" Speaking as someone with experience, steer clear of men for a long life, that Chi-Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes, extracting half a grape from Qin Ning's mouth. "Ning, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I merely wish to express my gratitude. I want to repay his kindness. Moreover, I do not wish for him to be ridiculed or bullied because of his scars, nor to fall into depression." Repaying kindness, repaying kindness. In the end, it all leads to surrendering oneself. Qin Ning donned a lotus leaf. Chapter 72. I am a man, not a corpse. Qin Ning set down her milk cup, draping the lotus leaf over her face. Reclining on the rocking chair, inhaling the fragrant aroma of roses, her eyelids growing heavy, Elisu observed the peacefully sleeping Qin Ning, and his furrowed brow relaxed involuntarily. Leaning against the doorframe, he could not hide the smile in his eyes. Once his mother, too, cherished napping in the courtyard, while his father would quietly carry her back to their room. Unfortunately, the images in his memory had become increasingly blurred, lowering his gaze to the person before him. He whispered softly in her ear, "Dian Dian, how wonderful it would be if this could last forever." He lifted the lotus leaf from Qin Ning's face. Her eyes remained closed, her delicate features relaxed. The lily of the valley by her ear enhancing her serene beauty. I soon noticed the remnants of cake at the corner of her mouth and affectionately shook his head, gently wiping the crumbs away before preparing to lift Qin Ning. However, to his surprise, Qin Ning's arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, pulling him down onto the couch. The proximity of their breaths sent Li Su's heart into a tumultuous whirl, his ears flushing crimson. The veins on his neck evident, betraying his thoughts. Perhaps Qin Ning was not sleeping soundly, for she tightened her embrace around Li Su, her legs further entangling him. Hold the one who brings joy close. Even the most virtuous monk on a quest for enlightenment could not remain unperturbed, let alone someone whose heart had already been stirred by worldly desires. Her warm breath brushed against his neck, and the person in his arms had shown no signs of restraint. With his heart racing, Li Su closed his eyes, unable to suppress the rolling of his throat. "Dian Dian, do you know what you're doing?" "I'm a man, not a corpse." Before Huanqi could voice her thoughts, she was silenced by Qi Wan, who rushed to cover her mouth. "Huanqi, please don't disturb your sister Jian and brother Hua. Be good. Let your sister Wan lull you to sleep." Moe scratched her head, confusion written all over her face. "Didn't you see the milk I prepared for Yulan? I added sleeping pills to it. Worried she might cause a ruckus. How could it have vanished in the blink of an eye? Could it have sprouted legs and run off? Truly bizarre." Isu silently recited a calming mantra. Managing to quell the heat rising within him, he lifted Qin Ning's restless limbs, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "Dian Dian, what am I to do with you?" He sighed softly, lifting Qin Ning in his arms as he stepped through the door, only to collide with Yulan, who had come looking for him. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Li Su averted his gaze, heading upstairs, clearly unwilling to engage with her further. Yulan's hands clenched tightly, a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes. Resolute, she lifted her leg to follow, but Wan swiftly blocked her path. "Miss you, it's getting late. You should rest early. My room is on the first floor." "Miss you? It shouldn't be hard to see that continuing to pursue this may lead to an unsavory reputation." But Wan's words were already quite tactful. Had she not been a divine envoy, she would have confronted Yulan directly. Ignoring Yulan's protests, she forcibly dragged her toward the room. "What an eyesore! How difficult it is to see you." Zhang Ying flicked her fingers, directing an ice blade towards Song Yin. "Since you chose that wretched Qin Ning, you have offended the Zheng family." With her command, the subordinates who had long been waiting surged forward, pinning Song Yin to the ground, leaving him no opportunity to struggle. Zhang Ying stepped forward, pressing her foot down on his hand, declaring, "Song Yin, those who discern the times are the true heroes." Song Yin's hand lay beneath Zhang Ying's feet, crushed repeatedly as if it were mere refuse. The pain was akin to a piercing torment, causing Song Yin to grit his teeth, blood trickling from the corners of his lips, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he refused to bow his head. "I shall see whether your wretched bones are tougher than my blade." Zhang Ying, incensed by his obstinacy, thrust the ice dagger deeply into the back of his hand. Song Yin could not stifle a cry of agony. The icy blade was laced with a frigid energy that, once infiltrated the body of an unsuspecting victim, rendered their blood as if frozen, amplifying the sensation of pain 1,000-fold. A powerful surge of his supernatural ability sent Zhang Ying sprawling backward. Fortunate that her guards were vigilant, preventing her from harm. The force of Song Yin's ability shattered all the furnishings in the room, fissures appearing in the walls. Witnessing this, Zhang Ying resolved that if this man could not be of use to her, he must perish. Her brother's words rang true. You ugly creature, despite your remarkable strength, you possess a cowardly spirit, allowing others to bully you without retaliation. What a waste of your abilities that a sneer of disdain adorned Zhang Ying's face as she delivered a kick, declaring, keeping you alive is a waste. The ice dagger was poised to claim his life. Yuan Xian, unwilling to delay matters concerning Zheng Huai, interjected, Miss, we must focus on the task at hand. Only then did Zheng Ying recall the mission her brother had entrusted to her. Bring this dog to me. Yes, footsteps echoed from downstairs, rousing Qin Ning from her slumber with a start. Grabbing a pillow, she hurled it in frustration. How dare you disturb my sleep? After venting her anger, she attempted to return to her dreams, only to discover that Song Yian had vanished, abducted. Well, now I'm wide awake. Qin Ning cursed as she climbed out of bed, storming toward the door, her voice booming as she demanded, What is going on? Who is missing? Song Yian, last night, he mentioned returning home, and noticing his foul mood, we thought it best to allow him some solitude. This morning, when I went to find him, the room was in disarray, and there was a pool of blood. The blood had not yet dried, and upon touching it, I sensed an overwhelming chill. Moe lamented. He must have been taken last night. That I suspect it was someone from the Zheng family. We have never gotten along with them. But I will confront the Zheng family and demand his return. Qi Wan shot a fierce glare at Yulan. Had you not provoked him, he would not have left and fallen prey to the Zhengs. Gulin, feeling a knot of anxiety, stepped forward to grasp Qi Wan's hand, urging, Calm down. We have no evidence yet. We cannot afford to act rashly. Zheng Ying is ruthless. I fear for Song Yian's safety. Qi Wan replied, Jiu Lin speaks wisely. Let Su Wan and Kai Tu investigate the Zheng family first. Qi Qing tapped the table, deep in thought, since there are signs of struggle, yet no bodies. This indicates that Song Yian is not in immediate danger. Zheng Huai sought to collaborate with him initially, but was preempted by us. This suggests that Song Yian is still safe, surrounded by her morning ire. Qin Ning's eyes blazed with fury. Dare disturb my dreams. Zheng Ying, your days are numbered. Seizing a nearby megaphone, she yanked at Moe's collar, declaring, Come, follow your sister Ning to settle the score. Moe, with the megaphone in hand, cleared his throat. This is my specialty. Ahem. Repay the debts. The Zheng siblings refuse to pay what they owe. Zheng Ying bullies men and women alike, committing all manner of misdeeds. They owe 2,000 first-tier crystal cores and refuse to repay. Zheng Huai indulges his sister in her reckless behavior. This cannot stand. Qin Ning regarded Moe with disdain. Your cries are reminiscent of a melodramatic show. Oh, heavens! Debts are not a matter of life and death. Moe grew increasingly animated. Repay your debts. Repay your debts. In this day and age, who doesn't owe money? Qin Ning, you shameless harpy. Ice blades hurtled toward them. Moe expertly countered the attack, refusing to yield. Help! Moe shouted into the megaphone toward the Zheng siblings above. Repay your debts. Zheng Ying leapt down, steadying herself before Qin Ning, brandishing her ice blade with intent to strike. Who is the shameless one? Qin Ning sidestepped, gripping Zheng Ying's waist, and with a twist, flung her aside. You are the shameless one, taking my belongings and refusing to pay to... As Zheng Ying tumbled to the ground, Qin Ning couldn't help but laugh. A pampered heiress who knows only to wield her powers. How could she possibly be my match? Oh dear, Miss Zheng. I warned you, I am poor. I have no money to give you. Please do not bestow such grand gestures upon me. Zheng Ying, soaked in filth from falling into a nearby ditch, seethed, I will kill you. Qin Ning. Rising, she conjured a massive ice ball to hurl at her adversary. You never learn. Moe's branch ensnared Qin Ning's waist, pulling her away just as she prepared to retaliate. In that moment, Qin Ning delivered a swift kick toward the ice ball, and Moe, understanding her intent, flung her behind Zheng Ying. Goodbye. Qin Ning kicked Zheng Ying toward the oncoming ice ball. As they seemed destined to collide, Yuan Xian rushed forward, kicking the ice ball aside and catching Zheng Ying. Qin Ning, she roared, but Yuan Xian blocked her path. Qin Ning gestured behind her, and Moe grinned. Repay your debts. Repay your debts. The gathering crowd, filled with notable ability users, was drawn to the spectacle, curious to witness the confrontation between the Zheng siblings and their adversaries. As the throng grew, Qin Ning felt elated. This was precisely what she desired. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, snowflakes cascading from the sky, biting into the skin with a chilling intensity that made all shiver. This is bad, Qin Ning thought, sensing danger. She pulled Mo behind her just as thousands of ice spikes hurtled toward her. As she prepared to counterattack, the spikes froze mid-air, then erupted in a fiery explosion, melting into raindrops. Its. Qin Ning gazed up at the newly appeared umbrella, understanding instantly. Why are you here? He was someone she could contend with as well. Li Su, unwilling to meet her gaze, cleared his throat to steady himself. Just practicing think captainly. You would also show up. But what is your intent? Zhang Huai crossed his arms, scrutinizing Li Su with an air of caution. He was indeed more formidable than Zhang Huai had anticipated, easily neutralizing his supernatural abilities. Is it not clear enough? Repay your debts. Qin Ning tilted her head at Mo, raising an eyebrow. Receiving the cue, Mo grabbed the megaphone and resumed his cries. Zhang Huai felt as if his head might explode from the noise. Can't we discuss this calmly? How could the Zheng family be short on funds? And you demand 2,000? Such audacity! Is this how you train your subordinates, captainly? Li Su chuckled lightly. I'm afraid I cannot control her. Qin Ning had styled her hair in an imposing fashion that matched her fierce demeanor. Charging forward, who says you can be unreasonable? Mo. Mai leisurely extracted the IOU from her pocket, waving it in front of the gathered crowd. Upon witnessing this, Zheng Ying attempted to rush forward to destroy the document. But Mai was swift in retracting it. Oh my, what is this? Miss Zheng seems intent on obliterating evidence. How unexpected! It is indeed shocking that Miss Zheng would stoop to such actions. Zhang Huai's expression darkened instantly, his demeanor grave. What on earth is happening here? Brother, Zheng Ying's voice was tinged with grievance. It's all her fault. Zhenggu, it was I who accidentally broke Aining's potted plant, and that pot cost 100 first-tier crystal cores. Suya subtly placed the label of a swindler on Qin Ning. What do you mean accidentally? It was clearly deliberate. Qin Ning rolled her eyes, adding, moreover, this isn't just any ordinary potted plant. If your Zheng family cannot afford the compensation, that's fine. We can go inside and see if there is anything of value. Chapter 74. Exploding cores. Qin Ning feigned an intent to storm inside, but Zheng Huai could see through their ploy. They merely sought to abduct Song Yin. Unfortunately for them, he would never allow that to happen. With a slight pinch of his fingers, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and soon the entrance of the villa was sealed with ice. The encroaching chill forcing Qin Ning and her companions to retreat to avoid harm. Captainly, do you take this place for what? Zheng Huai glared at Li Su, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Control your people. Qin Ning couldn't help but chuckle lightly, loosening her joints before taking a few steps forward to deliver a resounding slap. Who do you think I am? How dare you owe me money? You must be courting death. Qin Ning presented herself as a boisterous shrew, clearly catching Zheng Huai off guard with her slap, momentarily rendering him speechless, daring to act tyrannically before me. Do you think I am merely a decoration? Seizing the opportunity while he was still dazed, she struck him again, causing his face to flush with humiliation and his gaze to radiate resentment, as if he could drown her in it. Cold energy surged from his feet, and his icy palm lunged at Qin Ning. Just as his hand was about to make contact with her, time seemed to slow, and in an instant, Li Su whisked Qin Ning away. The chilling aura enveloped the entire courtyard, illustrating the magnitude of Zheng Huai's fury. Even my people are not to be touched by you. Qin Ning kicked aside the ice, clinging to her trousers in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, refusing to repay debts, and yet the Zheng family claims to be in the right. Fellow powers, my potted plants are treasures that save lives. I wonder if anyone present today remembers their significance. I did not seek profit. I aim to contribute to our illustrious city lord, planning to sell them at a bargain. Regrettably, Zheng Ying was indiscriminate and sought to ruin us all. Despite my attempts to persuade her, she remained obstinate and destructive, and now everything is ruined, that if we cannot reclaim this sum, she will sever our livelihoods. Her appeal to reason, invoking a sense of community and the gravity of their survival. rendered the audience unable to remain passive. Someone in the crowd shouted, "I was here yesterday. That potted plant truly can save lives, and we have all suffered from the smog. Our health is already compromised. If we do not act swiftly, the bodies in the slums of the East will be our fate tomorrow. Indeed, just yesterday, I hesitated to purchase it. It was merely 100 epic coins, a truly fair price. This girl is genuinely looking out for us. Yes, she is trying to kill us." The crowd erupted in a frenzy, all individuals surging forward to demand justice. As the throng pressed onward, Zheng Huai finally grasped the severity of the situation and prepared to retreat temporarily. "Everyone, they intend to escape. We must not let them enter the house." With keen insight, Mai swiftly ensnared the entrance with branches, preventing their egress or ingress. Qin Ning seized the moment to call out, "As long as you all fight for justice today, I shall cultivate new potted plants for you, regardless of how exhausted I become, and I shall deliver them to your hands without charging a single coin. I thank you all in advance. Charge." Li Su embraced Qin Ning's waist, positioning himself and his companions discreetly atop a grand tree outside, reminiscing on how they once sat there watching their own ambush. And now a new performance was unfolding. "Captain, you prioritize beauty over friendship, only caring for Sister Ning, neglecting my well-being." Mai finally managed to break free from the crowd, oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily taken her megaphone. As Mai complained, her gaze met Li Su's, startling her into silence as she quickly changed the subject, unsure if they had located the target yet. Outside, the clamor continued, while inside, a stillness prevailed. While Qin Ning lured them away, Qi Wan and the others had already slipped inside. It appeared that the external commotion exceeded their expectations. Su Wan withdrew his gaze, surveying the expansive villa, pondering where the individuals could be hidden. Gu Lin examined the villa's structural plans, noticing the areas marked by the deputy captain. "Qi Wan and I will check the basement. You two remain above." After neatly folding the plans, the two descended, only to encounter someone approaching. Before the stranger could finish their sentence, Qi Wan swiftly knocked them unconscious. Observing the scattered food, she realized that Song Yin must be below. She kicked the door open and hurried downstairs. Gu Lin furrowed his brow, just as he was about to follow when a commotion erupted around them. "Qi Wan, be careful." Gu Lin attempted to push Qi Wan away, but it was too late. A massive ice prison descended upon her, encasing her within. A wave of frigid air assaulted her, offering no refuge, and the chill seeped deep into her bones, causing her blood to surge violently, forcing her to cough up blood. "Qi Wan," Gu Lin rushed forward, grasping the icy prison, attempting to melt it with his flames, but the disparity between first-tier and second-tier powers was not merely a matter of rank. It was an overwhelming divide. "Gu Lin, let go." The surrounding cold pressed Qi Wan down her knees, and Gu Lin's hands began to frost over as the prison constricted, sprouting sharp spikes. If Qi Wan did not escape the prison in time, her fate would be bleak. Vines erupted from all sides of the prison, tightly wrapping around it, attempting to slow its contraction. Yet this was not a lasting solution. Ji Yulin endeavored to channel his fiery power to melt it, but could merely contain the cold from encroaching upon himself. Ji Yulin, let go. Don't worry about me. Save her. Qi Wan clenched a crystal core tightly in her palm, and with a surge of energy, it exploded in her hand, infusing her with power. The vines glimmered with a verdant light, forcibly controlling the prison. "Hurry." The explosion's energy surged through her, granting her the strength to contend with it. Ji Yulin glanced at Song Yin, who was encased in ice, his brow furrowing deeper. He rushed forward, severing the chains binding him, channeling his powers into the surface, gradually melting the ice. Ji Yulin looked back at Qi Wan, his expression increasingly strained. And he had no choice but to detonate the crystal core, forcibly breaking through to the second tier. With a sudden surge of power, the ice-encased Song Yin emerged, revitalized, and only then did Gu Lin release him, racing towards Qi Wan to attempt to melt the prison. Yet no matter how he tried, Qi Wan's prison remained unyielding, and the cold continued to sap her strength, compounded by the damage from the explosion. The vines snapped one by one, and the prison constricted anew, with icicles hurtling towards Qi Wan. Why is this happening? The dread and urgency within Gu Lin gradually consumed his reason as the icicles sliced through his hands. Blood dripping onto the ice, instantly absorbed on the pristine ice. The crimson stains became increasingly beautiful. This is bad. Qi Wan is in danger. Qin Ning distinctly sensed the fluctuations of energy. She recognized it as the explosion, a technique she had uniquely devised. Slowly, Song Yin opened his eyes, and upon seeing Qi Wan, a flicker of fear and unease flashed in his pupils. Chapter 75. Count his lucky stars. This is bad. Someone has tampered with my prison. Zheng Huai's eyes glinted with malice, cursing Li Su under his breath. Zheng Ying understood the urgency and rushed forward, their fingers intertwining in that instant. A wave of power surged around them, casting darkness over the sky. And a blizzard descended, snowflakes landing on the crowd, the penetrating cold rendering them immobile. This was akin to a third-tier fusion skill. Once unleashed, all present would perish. Qin Ning had never anticipated that Zheng Ying and Zheng Huai still held such a trump card. And panic gripped her heart. Li Su, quickly take them away. You go. Li Su shielded Qin Ning behind him, his eyes shimmering with golden light, activating his mental domain to reverse time. As the situation spiraled out of control. Two formidable forces clashed, endangering all others present, who would become mere fodder. Thunder rumbled, splitting the night sky, as purple lightning struck down, shattering the opposing powers. The energy fluctuations were swiftly contained by a group of Earth-type abilities, all funneled into a colossal metallic sphere, which was then hurled miles away into the wasteland by strength-enhanced powers. The resounding explosion caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the previously boisterous crowd was left cowering in fear. Li Su. Qin Ning grasped Li Su's hand, the recent surge of energy having inflicted considerable harm upon him. Fortunately, he had withdrawn in time, preventing any severe injuries. Silently, she began to heal him. What on earth is going on that warrants such a commotion? Mu Zhe's voice, deep and tinged with dissatisfaction, broke the tension as he glanced at the severely injured Zheng Huai and Zheng Ying, his brow furrowing slightly as his gaze swept over the woman beside him. The woman, her expression grave, approached the Zheng siblings to attend to their wounds. It seems there exists another ability user within the Mamen base akin to her, one who specializes in healing. A rare sight, indeed. Li Su stepped forward, offering a slight nod to Mu Zhe as a form of greeting. Upon seeing Li Su's untroubled demeanor, Mu Zhe's clear eyes flashed with surprise. He appeared entirely unscathed, his strength unfathomable. What on earth was happening? His voice, cold yet resonant, instilled a sense of dread. Seizing the opportunity, Moe, Lord of the City, the Zheng siblings owe us money and refuse to repay. I am merely here to collect a debt. To my astonishment, not only do they deny their obligation, but they also seek to silence me permanently. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, otherwise we would have faced dire consequences. As he spoke, Moe produced the IOU once more to My Lord. We are but good people, and this is the evidence of the debt. Suya cast a sidelong glance at Zheng Huai, her eyes icy. What a useless fellow, reduced to such a pitiful state. How could she possibly accept defeat at Qin Ning's hands? She turned her gaze to Mu Zhe, her eyes betraying an insatiable greed. The Lord's power undoubtedly surpassed that of anyone within the Mamen base. If she could secure his aid, defeating someone as trivial as Qin Ning would be a mere formality. With this thought, she feigned a delicate demeanor. My lord, the situation is not as it seems. Ying did not intend to shatter the flower pot. Rather, they maliciously accused us and threatened me, and Ying, we had no choice but to reluctantly incur this so-called debt. They're deliberately stirring up trouble. Using these innocent bystanders as their pawns, we acted in self-defense. You, what a tongue you possess, Moe retorted, but Suya would not grant him the opportunity to respond. I know that, regardless of the explanations. We are at fault. However, demanding 2,000 first-tier crystal cores in compensation for 20 flower pots is rather unreasonable. That I implore you, my lord, to deliver justice. We are more than willing to compensate with 200 first-tier crystal cores, 10 times the market value, as a gesture of goodwill. How could you monopolize all the eloquence? Mo exclaimed, infuriated. Your words imply we are scamming you. Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate plants in this apocalyptic world? Your claims of innocence and market value are nothing but a means to brush us aside. A flagrant overreach, Suya, feigning vulnerability, appeared as delicate as a flower, while such blooms are indeed rare. In this world, food is the most coveted commodity. Initially, you had no means to sell your goods. Your current predicament merely underscores. She did not continue, but her words clearly indicated that Qin Ning and her companions were the ones unjustly pursuing them. You, indeed. Only Qin Ning could manage such a tongue. That moment. Qin Ning had already seized the opportunity to enter the building, needing to ensure their safety. Qin Ning, what brings you here? Upon entering, she encountered Su Wan and Kai Tu, who had just finished searching the three-story building. Where are Qi Wan and the others? In the basement. Su Wan, recognizing the urgency in Qin Ning's tone, did not hesitate to lead her downstairs as soon as they entered the basement. Qin Ning sensed residual energy from the abilities used. Her pace quickened involuntarily as an overwhelming chill enveloped them, causing them to shiver. Song Yin. Su Wen's exclamation drew everyone's attention. Jiu Lin lay unconscious outside the cage, her body ensconced in coldness, while Qi Wan, trapped within the cage, appeared ghostly pale, frost clinging to her ankles. Song Yin pried open the cage, shielding Qi Wan with his own body, ice spikes piercing through him, glistening with a bluish sheen, stained with his blood. The vivid red was particularly jarring, prompting a collective gasp. The tremor coursed through Qin Ning as she rushed forward, taking Song Yin's pulse. Energy surged into his body, and upon sensing the crystal's rhythm near his heart, she exhaled in relief. Fate has spared you. Had it not been for Zheng Huai's earlier torturous treatment, which allowed the chill to infiltrate his body and temporarily shield his crystal, even a celestial being could not have saved him. Get them out of here. Qin Ning prioritized protecting their hearts and hastily led them away. Mu's expression remained unchanged, understanding that they were all vital members of the Mammon base. And this incident must not sow discord among them. Li Su, I ask you to grant me a favor. Allow me to take responsibility for returning their crystal. Upon finishing, Yin Shan retracted his hand, stepping forward to retrieve a box, opening it to reveal a dazzling golden light. 22nd tier crystal cores. The acquisition of 22nd tier crystal cores was no small feat, and the energy contained within surpassed that of first tier cores. He casually offered them, and Li Su could not help but regard the city lore before her with newfound respect. His strength likely eclipsed their own. I hope both of you will put aside past grievances and attend tonight's banquet. The Mammon base cannot afford to lose talents such as yourselves. Yin Shan presented the box. Thank you, my lord, for your generosity. Following her treatment, Zheng Huai gradually regained his strength. Muse smiled faintly. Tonight's banquet will feature a friendly competition. Should you be interested, you are welcome to participate. Chapter 76. Blame me for my cruelty. What is happening? Su Wu's expression was grave as he hesitated to bring the person back inside. Without my command, no one is allowed to approach. Qin Ning uttered a command before closing the door firmly. Qin Yin. What occurred? Su Wen clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the room. Qi Wan and the others had fallen victim to Zheng Huai's traps, resulting in their severe injuries. What about the captain? Su Wu noticed the absence of both the captain and Mo. I'll go help. Su Wen grasped his hand, whispering, the city lord has arrived. The captain and the others should be fine. He silently prayed that nothing would go awry. Yu Lan observed the bloodstains on the floor, anxiety etched across her features. Would they have to live in hiding again? No, that cannot happen. She would never endure such a life again. With the city lord involved, they surely would be safe. Her hands clenched tightly around her sleeves, her face pale. They were gravely injured, and if enemies were to attack, escape would be impossible. Distress overwhelmed Yulan as she retreated, losing her footing and tumbling down the stairs. Watching the chaos below, she resolved that she could not remain. Why she watched Yulan flee in panic, confusion etched on her small face. Clutching her sketchbook, she scampered upstairs. No, I absolutely cannot stay here. Yulan rummaged through drawers, packing all valuable items, determined to escape before they arrived. What are you doing? Huaishi's sudden voice startled Yulan, causing her to collapse to the floor. Upon seeing Huaishi, she felt a wave of relief. I am doing nothing. She hastily closed the cabinet door, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. I simply noticed the weather was pleasant and was going to take some clothes out to dry. Huaishi tilted her head, observing the scattered crystal cores on the floor, her innocent face puffing up in confusion. But crystals don't need drying. And this is Sister Diao Diao's room. She doesn't tea like others coming in without permission. Huaishi's gaze held skepticism as she approached to collect the scattered crystals. Yulan's hands clenched beneath her sleeves, a cold glint flashing across her face. I must have entered the wrong room. Huaishi, what brings you here? As Huaishi gathered the crystals, she replied, I noticed you seemed flustered, as if you were in trouble, so I became curious and came upstairs to take a look. Huaishi intended to put the collected crystals back into the cabinet when a chilling voice interrupted. Didn't they tell you that one shouldn't be overly curious? Before she could comprehend the situation, Yulan struck her down. Don't blame me. If you must assign blame, blame your own curiosity for disrupting my plans. One must look out for oneself in this troubled world. Yulan snatched the crystals from Huaishi's grasp and intended to slip away amidst the chaos below. Captain, you're back. Are you unhurt? Suwen felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Su and Mo return. That I'm fine. How are Qi Wan and the others? Li Su scanned the room, but did not see Qin Ning's figure. A wave of worry washing over her. Qin Ning is tending to Qi Wan and the others, and she has instructed us not to approach. Suwen glanced at the box in Mo's hands. Curiosity piqued. What is this? Mo's face broke into a proud smile. This is our trophy. However, I must admit, the city lord of the Mamen base is truly formidable, managing to withstand the combined assault of the captain and the Zheng siblings without a scratch. By the way, Captain, will you be attending the banquet tonight? Li Su withdrew her gaze, deep in thought. Yes, before we ascertain the situation in the Mamen base, we should not offend Mu Zhe. After the banquet, we shall set off for the capital and hand Yulan over to old Chun. They emerged completely unscathed, indicating that the Zheng siblings were unable to prevail against them. Su had witnessed her abilities firsthand. No, she cannot leave yet. She must remain, but Yulan looked toward Huaishi in the room, her brow furrowed. Damn it, she should not have lost her composure earlier. Now, it was a troublesome situation. I'm sorry. I cannot allow you to obstruct my path. Yulan seized the dagger concealed within her sleeve, lunging it towards the heart of Huanshi with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a beam of azure light propelled Yulan away, causing her to gasp, "Pooh!" As she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, disbelief flickered in her eyes. How could this happen? Did you all feel that surge of energy? Upstairs, Kai's heart trembled with trepidation. Huanshi, Li Su dashed forward, forcefully kicking open the door to the chamber. The window had been thrown open, revealing both Yulan and Huanshi collapsed on the ground, unconscious. That he reached out to check Huanshi's pulse, only to be met with an unsettling sight. Black runes etched upon her neck. The wave of unease washed over him. What in the world? Qin Yin took Huanshi from Li Su's grasp, using his dagger to pry open the collar of her garment, revealing the sinister black runes. This is corpse poison. How is that possible? How could zombies infiltrate the base? Suwen could hardly believe it. Huanshi was so young. How could she have contracted such a toxin? In another room, Qin Ning observed the 25 greening progress bar on her wrist as she entered the spatial realm, grasping a spirit fruit in each hand. There were still 3 people waiting for her outside. Gigi gazed at Qin Ning, who was savoring a ginseng fruit like Zhu Beiji, her heart bleeding profusely. Ning, you truly are extravagant. Qin Ning's mouth was stuffed full, wishing she could savor it slowly, but lives were at stake. Just as she prepared to exit the spatial realm, she caught sight of a box in the corner. Gigi, what is that? I've never seen it before. Leaning against a tree with her legs crossed, Gigi replied nonchalantly, A reward. A reward. Qin Ning eagerly reached out, her impatience getting the better of her as she opened the gift box to reveal shimmering green scales before her. So beautiful! As she extended her hand, the scales flew directly into her body, causing a sharp, tearing pain in her chest as they seemed to come alive, desperately burrowing into her. The excruciating agony became unbearable. and she crumpled, plunging into the cool, revitalizing spring water, which seeped into her being. Gradually, the pain subsided. Phew! Qin Ning emerged from the water, gasping for breath. She peeled back her garments, revealing the scale embedded in her chest, as if it had fused with her very being. When she attempted to pry it off, the sensation of detachment frightened her into submission. Gigi, what is happening? That is a heart-guarding scale, designed to protect you from harm. In simple terms, consider it as wearing a piece of armor. Qin Ning gingerly touched the scale, a chill creeping over her, feeling as though she had undergone some monstrous transformation. Stop fiddling with it. Hurry and go, save someone. Gigi, with a swift kick, sent her flying out. With a thud, Qin Ning landed awkwardly on the ground, her face pressed into the dirt. Gigi, I hate you, she muttered, indignantly rising to rub her sore face. She used her dagger to slice open her palm, allowing her blood to drip into Song Yin's mouth, who was gravely injured and required immediate treatment. Yes, the foreign energy flowed steadily into him. Song Yin's complexion visibly brightened, while discarded crystal cores piled up around Qin Ning. Chapter 77. To accompany until the end, what did you say? As Qin Ning stepped out of the room, she was met with the news of Huanshi's misfortune, her legs weakening beneath her as she nearly faltered. Qin Ning, Qin Yin has devised a temporary method to suppress the corpse poison within Huanshi. Do not panic. He enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Fully aware of Huanshi's significance to her, I must see Huanshi. Having just saved 3 individuals in one go, Qin Ning felt utterly drained, and with the news of Huanshi, her legs felt even heavier. Li Su, unable to bear her state, bent down to lift her into his arms. I will take you. His gaze fell upon the scattered crystal cores, a deeper sorrow etched into his features. It was his negligence that had led to Huanshi's injury. How had he not sensed the presence of zombies? The small figure upon the bed was encircled by a ring of second-degree crystal cores, her frail body marred by horrifying black lines, and the pallor of Huanshi's face betrayed no sign of vitality. How could this be? Qin Ning grasped Huanshi's small hand, her internal crystal beginning to rotate. Channeling her abilities into Huanshi, a formidable resistance obstructed her powers. In the next moment, Qin Ning was sent reeling by the energy wave. Qin Ning. Li Su caught her just in time. Pooh! Blood spurted from Qin Ning's mouth, leaving Li Su at a loss. Qin Ning. I am fine. Qin Ning grasped his wrist, offering him solace as she slowly closed her eyes. Gigi, what was that force just now? I'm not entirely sure. But do not worry. Huanshi should be fine. Besides, she is inherently special, and the energy within her will help her resolve it. Upon hearing this, Qin Ning's brow finally relaxed. Huanshi is unharmed. I will seal the room. No one is allowed to approach. Green vines began to entwine from the outside in, and after uttering this, Qin Ning fainted into Li Su's embrace. Night descended. The usual merriment within the room had dissipated. Replaced by a heavy atmosphere, Qin Yin sat on the couch, scrutinizing the slowly awakening Yulan, while Li Su remained vigil by Qin Ning's chamber. The absence of Huanshi's laughter cast a pall over everyone's countenance. Kai held his gun, seated to the side, repeatedly polishing his sniper rifle as a means to vent his emotions. Su 1 and Mo 2 found themselves unusually quiet. One counted a plate of sunflower seeds, while the other watered the flowers in the courtyard. Awake, Yulan opened her eyes, only to find Kai's sniper rifle trained on her, causing her to recoil in fear, huddling in the corner of the sofa. What happened? Qin Yin glanced at Kai, signaling him to return to his room. Speak, what transpired between you and Huanshi in the room? Yulan's gaze drifted to the room on the second floor, ensnared by vines. Her eyes shadowed with dread before lowering her head, timidly confessing, I do not remember. I know that suddenly a monster broke in, and I was terrified, preparing to fight back, but it struck me down with a single blow. Qin Yin produced a spinning top from his pocket, setting it whirling on the table. The sound of his fingers tapping against the surface melded seamlessly with the whirring of the top. The surrounding silence was suffocating. Why didn't we hear any cries for help? Yulan shook her head, fatigue evident in her eyes. She rubbed her temples, slumping on the sofa, muttering softly, Huanshi, was too frightened to say a word. I intended to call for help, but the opponent was too fast. Qin Ning's sharp gaze bore into her, probing for answers. Was it a zombie? Or something else? Where did it go? It was not a zombie. I do not know what kind of monster it was that IT could speak, yet resembled a zombie that I do not know. I fainted it. An unsettling wave surged through Qin Ning, and he withdrew his fingers, causing the top to cease spinning. If what Yulan claimed was true, then, based on his deductions, the evolution rate of zombies was far quicker than he had anticipated, a sign of the zombie king. Should the zombie king manifest at Mom Base, it would herald an imminent zombie tide, one far beyond what Furong Town had ever faced. That Yulan's expression cleared, yet she still cowered in the corner, whispering, I do not know anything. You may return to your room to rest. Qin Ning instructed, turning back to his chamber, realizing certain data needed urgent revision. Yulan watched his retreating figure, her gaze dropping to her concealed, bleeding right hand, a smile creeping upon her lips as she returned to her room. This is Lord Li's residence, correct? The city lord summoned me to welcome Lord Li, as he is yet to arrive. Yunshan's expression was aloof, maintaining a strictly businesslike demeanor as he stood outside the courtyard. Moe, engaged in watering the flowers, suddenly recalled that the captain was to attend a banquet that evening. Yet, he lifted his gaze toward the upper floor, sensing an unusual tension in the air. I am aware. I shall convey this to the captain. I in the room. Moe observed Li Su, who remained by Qin Ning's side, and spoke with reluctance. Captain, someone has arrived from Muze's side. Li Su pinched the bridge of his nose, releasing a deep sigh. I understand. He carefully took a blue candy from the sugar box, placing it gently in Qin Ning's palm. His fingertip brushed against her hand, leaving behind the words, wait for me. You will accompany me to Li Su closed the door, casting a glance at Su Wu below, whispering instructions. I leave this to you. Should anything arise, contact me immediately to the banquet. Although Zheng Huai wore a smile, a murderous intent lurked within his gaze. That damned Li Su had embarrassed him today, severely injuring someone while snatching Song Yin from right under his nose. A profound humiliation. He could not let this go unpunished. If he could not possess it, then neither would anyone else. When his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Su, he could not conceal his murderous intent. Fixating on the entering figure, he raised his glass and strode forward without hesitation. Li, you are late. You must drink 3 cups as punishment. Apologies, I do not drink, Li Su replied curtly, scanning the venue for Muze. Intending to exchange pleasantries before departing, Zheng Huai, irritated by Li Su's apparent indifference, felt insulted. How could Li Su dismiss him so? After all, he was renowned for his cunning and had snatched his precious possession right from beneath his nose. What precious possession? You have not mentioned it before, brother Zheng. Zheng Huai chuckled lightly. It is hardly a treasure, merely a newly acquired pet. I did not expect Brother Li to take a liking to it. Li Su recalled how Qin Ning had exhausted herself to save others. An impatience surged within her beautiful brows and eyes. The chilling aura radiating from her sent shivers down the spine. And her clear voice cut through the tension. Trash, you. Zheng Huai was instantly thrown off guard. He did not expect Li Su to forego even the pretense of civility. What do you mean by this? Are you declaring war against me? Li Su's impatience reached its zenith as he once again crushed the candy box in his hand. Remembering that it was a new gift from Qin Ning only heightened his irritation. He couldn't even spare a glance at Zheng Huai, feeling that someone who had harmed him could never stand here unscathed. Thus, he deemed himself unworthy of occupying this space as captain. You. Zheng Huai was about to retort when a voice suddenly came from behind. That of Muze. Since neither of you is willing to yield, let us have a contest. Friendship first, competition second. Chapter 78. Determining the outcome and deciding fate in the courtyard of the mansion. The gathered ability users dispersed. It was well known that within the Ability Users Guild, the most prominent figures were Zheng Huai and Li Su, both of whom had arrived at the Mammon base as second-tier ability users. Their presence together naturally invited comparison. However, they had never truly competed against each other, and curiosity lingered as to who among them would emerge victorious. Under the veil of night, shrouded in mist, stars twinkled, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. As the moon cast aside the fog, Muze took the prominent seat, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quietly observing the two contenders with a glass of wine in hand. The distinction between true and false stars was insignificant. The temperature around them plummeted suddenly, and snowflakes began to fall with the wind that Muze extended his palm, allowing the snowflakes to settle on his black leather glove. Even through the glove, he could sense the biting cold, a smile playing on his lips as he crushed the snowflakes into a puddle. A whirlwind of snow rushed towards Li Su, attempting to ensnare him within its icy vortex. Aiming to freeze him alive, Li Su retreated, his golden eyes locking onto the swirling snowstorm, which began to lose momentum exponentially. Zheng Huai, filled with dissatisfaction, summoned ice blades that froze the entire arena, his ice-type abilities proving formidable. The frozen ground extended all the way to the audience, many of whom found their feet trapped in the ice. He regarded the immobilized Li Su with a triumphant glint in his eyes. Thinking, Li Su, you cannot escape this. It was unimaginable how potent Zheng Huai's ice-binding powers were. Their confidence in his victory soared. Muze waved his hand dismissively, causing the exterior ice to instantly melt into a puddle. The lord of the city truly was impressive. Zheng Huai's ice was but a mere flick of Muze's wrist away from being resolved. I fear Li Su may not escape Zheng Huai's onslaught without getting frozen. He mused, Li Su, this is the consequence of opposing me. Zheng Huai, taking advantage of his absolute supremacy on the ice, thrust his ice blade towards Li Su's heart, just as the blade was 3 inches from its target. It abruptly halted, immobilized. Li Su's golden gaze emanated authority, and with a downward motion of his fingers, Zheng Huai felt an invisible weight pressing down on his spine. His legs faltered, nearly causing him to kneel. No, I cannot allow this. Zheng Huai forcefully channeled his abilities to break free from the pressure, sweat beading on his forehead, blood vessels bursting in his eyes as he gradually steadied himself. Kneel! The crisp command accompanied by a downward motion resulted in a loud thud as Zheng Huai's knees hit the ground. Blood spurting from his mouth. His sister, Zheng Ning, with eyes aflame, rushed forward. Zheng Huai raised a hand to halt her, unwilling to concede defeat to Li Su. He was a second-tier ability user, just like Li Su, and he possessed the rare combination of ice and wind powers. How could he possibly lose to mere mental enhancement? Li Su watched coldly as Zheng Huai, undeterred, stood once more. Excellent. Now we can have some fun. The moisture in the air rapidly crystallized into ice spikes, hundreds appearing overhead, and the temperature plummeted to 40 or 50 degrees below zero. Frost formed on the eaves, and Muze's wine glass shattered under the extreme cold. He glanced at it, muttering softly, "What a shame. Such fine wine. It's freezing. This is a celestial battle, and mere mortals suffer." Ability users rubbed their arms, stamping their feet to ward off the cold. This was undoubtedly Zheng Huai's most potent strike. As a reinforcement-type user, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand the strongest assault from an elemental user of equal rank. Even my breath freezes into ice upon exhalation. Yun Shan took off his coat to drape over Muze, but he shook his head, snapping his fingers to envelop the entire perimeter in warmth, concentrating all the chill within the contest arena. The lord of the city was indeed formidable. The onlookers turned to Muze, bowing in respect. Zheng Huai spoke in a voice only audible to Li Su. "Today, we shall determine victory and fate. The humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid with your death." Li Su felt his limbs growing stiff, his reaction slowing. He raised his gaze to the ice spikes above, a glimmer of appreciation flashing deep within his eyes. Die. As the ice spikes mercilessly descended upon Li Su, every eye was fixed intently, fearing the loss of any detail. The moment the spikes lunged forth, time stood still. Li Su raised his hand to brush past the spikes before him, his expression fierce. Stepping closer to Zheng Huai, his mental energy manifested as a blade, poised at Zheng Huai's chest. "You shall pay for your actions." Li Su's blade lunged toward Zheng Huai's crystalline form, and in the blink of an eye, Muze intervened, grasping the blade and halting its advance. Li Su regarded Muze, who had freed himself from his mental control, narrowing his eyes dangerously. This individual was not to be underestimated. "Stop." Li Su's words instilled unease in Mu Zhe. With a wave of his hand, a powerful mental assault sent Zheng Huai hurtling backward, blood pouring from all his orifices. Mu Zhe's heart jolted. He was fortunate to react swiftly. Otherwise, Zheng Huai would have been rendered a fool. What just happened? What is going on? The victor was Li Su. Such a formidable mental attack. I feel a chill creeping down my neck. Zheng Ning, awakening from her stupor, realized her brother had not only been defeated but severely injured. Ignoring the crowd, she rushed forward, grasping Zheng Huai's hand tightly. "Brother, don't scare me. Lord of the city, you must save my brother." Those who had once praised Zheng Huai now surrounded Li Su, for this world operated on the principle of the strong prevailing. "Lord Li, you are truly remarkable. How did you accomplish that?" Li Su remained silent, turning to meet Mu Zhe's gaze. It was late. He would not linger. With that, he departed the banquet hall with M.O.E. "I will kill you, Li Su." Zheng Ning, blinded by rage, screamed that she would take revenge on Li Su. Once again, it was Mu Zhe who restrained her from acting rashly. "Yin Shan, take Zheng Huai away for treatment." "Yes, Lord of the city." Mu Zhe rose, offering a slight apology to the remaining guests as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Capture him! Capture him! Such pure mental energy. I consume him, and I shall become the true zombie king. Help me seize him." Mu Zhe's expression changed subtly, and he quickened his pace, pushing open the door to the basement. The wind and sand hit him, causing his brow to furrow. What madness is this? Mu Zhe coldly regarded the half-human, half-zombie figure trapped within the crystal core ray, black lines crawling across its body, bloodied red nails, and a ghostly pale face with bulging eyes, one eye gray and the other flickering with orange light. "Bring him to me! Bring him to me!" Mu Zhe replied. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The being extended a finger, waving it in the air as if controlling a marionette. Mu Zhe, do not forget, we belong to the same world. Only I can become the true zombie king, and our aspirations will be fulfilled. When that day arrives, we shall create unparalleled achievements and usher in a new world. Chapter 79. No matter the cost. I will accept. What does this have to do with Li Su? The half-zombie king's expression twisted into one of madness and rage, his rigid face revealing an obsession. He possesses the purest mental energy. I can sense the unique fragrance of nature within it. Do you understand? This is a tremendous boon for us. If I can consume him, I will undoubtedly become the true zombie king, commanding an army of thousands of zombies. We are but one step away from achieving our goals. You will witness us eradicate all the despicable, selfish humans, and only we shall welcome the new world. Greed flickered in the half-zombie king's eyes. The power was within reach. From the moment Li Su entered, he had sensed it vaguely, but now he was utterly certain that Li Su was the one he sought. I must consume him. Mu Zhe's expression remained impassive, revealing no emotional shift. The creature's madness failed to affect him. Your greed is excessive. It's disgusting. The half-zombie king paused, then erupted into laughter, his tone calm. Do not take it so seriously. As a zombie, my emotions are hard to stir. You should be more understanding. Suddenly, a wave of surprise washed over him. Mu Zhe remained silent, arms crossed, watching the performance unfold. Muse, this game is swiftly approaching its conclusion, and we are on the brink of witnessing the outcome. Humanity has indeed become grotesque, hypocritically clamoring for virtue while ruthlessly pursuing their own gain. Were it otherwise, how could the earth endure such insufferable transgressions? Our existence is destined to obliterate humanity, paving the way for a brand new world. Muse cast a sidelong glance and retorted, "Silence." With that, he turned and departed. Muse stepped outside. He spotted Shuya not far away. He nearly averted his gaze, but their eyes why Lord. Shuya's voice was melodious as she approached with haste. "I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention today. In return, I have prepared some delicacies, and I hope you do not find them lacking." Her tone and the gesture of presenting the pastries were imbued with a delicate shyness characteristic of a young woman. Yusha discerned Shuya's intentions at once, yet he had no desire to expose them. "Thank you, Miss Su. You may call me Aya," Shuya replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile, adept at wielding her beauty to her advantage. although Muse wore a smile. Beneath it lay a flicker of disdain. He murmured softly in response, and a triumphant smile crept onto Shuya's face. Oh dear. She feigned a stumble, but Muse reacted swiftly, steadying her waist with one hand. Shuya, however, gracefully leaned into his embrace. The scent of her perfume enveloped him, momentarily masking his underlying revulsion. In that instant, he recalled the faint fragrance of orchids and instinctively pushed Shuya away, allowing her to regain her balance. My lord, I apologize, she said. Muse averted his gaze from Shuya, stating, I must check on Brother Zhe. Shuya was exceedingly pleased with Muse's demeanor. Indeed, no man could escape the allure of her charms. Qin Ning, do not presume that you can overshadow me just because you have found a capable man. In the Mammon base, there is but one king, and that is the Lord. Should you wish to compete with me, save it for the next lifetime. Zheng Ying stood vigil by Zheng Huai's side, her fingers interlaced, her face betraying no hint of restraint. Qin Ning, Li Su, Zheng, shall not share the same sky with you. That it is either your demise or mine. Yunsan was the first to spot Muse, rising to approach him. Upon noticing Shuya at his side and the pastries in his hand, she understood all too well the women who had sought to ascend to the Lord's bed over the years. Thank you for your assistance today, my lord. Gratitude shone on Zheng Ying's face, but it vanished upon seeing Shuya. Where have you been? My brother is gravely injured, yet you were nowhere to be found. Shuya was well aware of Zheng Ying's notoriously foul temper and could not allow her to jeopardize her own interests. I was merely expressing my thanks to the Lord for his timely rescue. By the way, how is Brother Huai? Zheng Ying chuckled lightly. He will recover swiftly. However, I shall not let Qin Ning and Li Su escape unscathed. That Muse's expression turned to one of concern. Zheng Ying, do not act impulsively. Based on today's events, it is highly likely that Li Su has broken through the second-tier pinnacle to reach the third tier. Your brother is not even a match for him, let alone you. Zheng Ying pounded her fist on the table in frustration. Am I to stand idly by and watch my enemies flaunt their power before me? That is simply unacceptable. Muse's face contorted with difficulty, and upon witnessing Zheng Ying's struggling expression, an idea struck her. She knelt before Muse. Startled, he instinctively reached out to assist her. Zheng Ying, what are you doing? For her brother and for herself, she was prepared to do anything. My lord, I know you are formidable. You must have a way to deal with Li Su if you are willing to assist me. I will pay any price. She grasped Muse's hand tightly, as if refusing to rise until he acquiesced. Muse sighed in resignation. There's a method, but I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences. No, I can. Muse looked into Zheng Ying's resolute eyes, his heart softening. Very well, I shall tell you. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, before anyone had fully awakened, the courtyard gate was pounded upon, disrupting their slumber. He kicked him off the bed. Aren't you going to see what the commotion is about? Mo.E. scrambled to his feet, raising his hand to strike back. Don't move. I was taking care of someone all night. Reluctantly, Mo.E. withdrew his hand and grumbled as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he narrowly avoided being trampled by the throng of people pouring in. What is the meaning of this? Kaitu's face was wearied. We have come to purchase potted plants. Indeed, we are here to buy potted plants. Most of those present had returned from the banquet the previous day, having witnessed Li Su's prowess and eager to curry favor. Additionally, they had heard rumors of Qin Ning's potted plants possessing miraculous healing properties. How could they resist such an advantageous opportunity? Everyone, please calm down. Step back. He nearly had his feet trampled. In a fit of irritation, he roared, startling them into silence and forming an orderly line. Their speed astonished them. M.O.E. scratched his head, awkwardly chuckling. We aren't opening for business today. We aren't selling. Why aren't you selling? In an instant, chaos erupted once more. Because Sister Ning, who said we aren't selling? Qin Ning peered through the window, observing her customers with a smug smile. M.O.E. Are you a fool? Customers are akin to deities. How can we let them leave empty-handed? Energized, Qin Ning dashed down, enthusiastically selling potted plants. Her smile unwavering Su when silently observed Qin Ning's shrewd demeanor and couldn't help but whisper to Li Su, Captain, I never realized Qin Ning was so money-minded. You certainly have your hands full. Before he could finish, he met the captain's murderous glare, prompting him to immediately cease speaking. After finishing her tasks, Qin Ning looked at the green progress bar on her wrist, which had reached 30, and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Truly, the old adage held true: many hands make light work. Her own strength was indeed limited. Now, she had soul-potted plants, seedlings, and various cultivation necessities to them. If they followed her guidance, the dust storms in the Mummin base would soon dissipate, and they would no longer have to gaze at the sky as if it were obscured by a mosaic. Earning crystal cores while accomplishing greening tasks, she could not have been more astute. The recent ruckus had indeed elevated her business's reputation. Qin Ning glanced at the hazy sun hanging in the sky, her stomach audibly growling. Qin Ning, you truly are a workaholic, forgetting to eat while busying yourself. She praised herself, relishing the delightful aroma wafting from the kitchen. Upon entering, she spotted Li Su preparing lunch and was about to call out to her. Li Su, you are simply like the girl from the story of the snail. Qin Ning's eyes sparkled as she grabbed a chicken wing and stuffed it in her mouth. Hot, 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 she exclaimed, her tongue pushing against the chicken wing. Truly, haste makes waste. Li Su chuckled, shaking his head in amusement as he reached out, gesturing for her to spit out. Just then, Yulan emerged from her room and witnessed Li Su catching the chicken wing that Qin Ning spat out. His expression remained devoid of displeasure. Unlike his icy demeanor towards her, he was always gentle and welcoming to Qin Ning, which was not what she desired. Why Yulan clenched the hem of her garment, her eyes narrowing dangerously. How delicious! Captain, what delectable dishes have you prepared? Mo gazed at the table laden with food, reaching out to grab some, but Qin Ning swiftly swatted his hand away. Wash your hands first. Mo, pouting in dismay, protested. Sister Ning, you haven't washed your hands either. Faced with the accusation, Qin Ning displayed no fear, raising an eyebrow in triumph. Such was her nature. She only allowed officials to light fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Su Wen supported Qi Wan and Gu Lin as they emerged, and judging by their appearances, they had recovered well, not in vain for the hundreds of crystal cores she had spent. Unfortunately, Song Yin's injuries were too severe. He would not awaken for the time, being at the dining table. Yulan spoke up with guilt. It is all my fault. I caused Huanqi to remain unconscious. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Everyone looking towards Qin Ning. They worried for Huanqi, but were even more concerned for her. In Qin Ning's heart, Huanqi held the utmost significance, though she had heard the words of Gigi. Her anxiety remained. However, she disliked the current heavy atmosphere and feigned lightness. Do not blame yourselves. It was merely an accident. Huanqi will be fine. Without hesitation, she snatched the last chicken wing from Mo Yi's hand, finishing it off before taking a bottle of milk and heading to the courtyard, intending to indulge in a delightful afternoon. And Li Su, aware of her troubled mood, withdrew his gaze and spoke coldly. Once Huanqi and Song Yin awaken, we shall immediately head to the capital. He set down his chopsticks and went to the kitchen to wash fruit. Wai Yulan watched Li Su's retreating figure. Feeling discontent, but too timid to voice it, that Huanqi's existence was an ever-present threat. Her medicine was provided by him. Since Qin Ning could speak so confidently, she must have a way to rouse Huanqi. Thus, Huanqi must be eliminated. She lifted her gaze towards the room ensnared by vines. I apologize. You obstruct my path. In the next life, may you live long. Qi Wan had no appetite either and left the table, entering the room to gaze at the pale-faced Song Yin on the bed, memories of that fateful day flashing through her mind. Her gaze swept across Song Yin's chest, and her raised hand trembled uncontrollably as she lifted the blanket's edge, revealing the chest marred by scars that had yet to heal. She was well aware of Qin Ning's formidable nature. The lingering scars served as a testament to the severity of his injuries on that fateful day. Her fingertips instinctively brushed over his wound. It must hurt terribly. Qi Wan tightened her fingers, wetting a towel, and carefully wiping his body. Song Yin's torso was covered in ugly, burn-like scars, and the rest of his body bore no sign of unblemished skin. Bruises and old wounds scattered all over. The towel glided over the charred half of Song Yin's face, her fingers pausing momentarily. Song Yin, you must have endured considerable suffering because of this. Qi Wan sat on the bed, her heart heavy. If it weren't for the apocalypse, perhaps there would still be a chance to heal the scars on his face. But alas, in this world. Gu Lin withdrew his gaze, discreetly stepping back to sit alone in the backyard. Leaning against the fence and pruning branches in silence, he felt a sense of discomfort, yet he could not articulate, and oh, more harm should come to these innocent flowers that Su Wen casually snatched the scissors from his hands. Sitting beside him, feeling down, what do I have to be sad about? Gu Lin placed the flowers aside and attempted to escape. After all, it was you who had initially rejected Qi Wan. Now, your sorrow is self-inflicted. Su Wen's voice was deep, yet it seemed to awaken something within him. And one will wait endlessly for anyone. You should take a good look at your own heart. Su Wen clapped his hands and stood up. Heading towards the peach tree in the backyard to pick peaches, he regarded Qi Wan as a sister. After all, Qi Wan had once been hurt by Gu Lin, and this time, he hoped that Gu Lin would not hurt her again. His words aimed to encourage Gu Lin to clarify his feelings towards Qi Wan. Su, let me help you wash the fruit. Wai Yulan reached out to take the fruit from his hands. But Li Su stepped back, creating distance between them, and no need. Wai Yulan awkwardly withdrew her hand, her tone tinged with sorrow. Su, did I do something wrong? I just wanted to fit in. I'm so scared being alone. I'm truly terrified, and I don't know what to do. Tears as big as beans fell from her eyes, her voice thick with emotion, evoking a sense of compassion. Li Su extended his hand, offering her a peach. His tone softening. You did nothing wrong. I just prefer not to get close to others. You need not feel afraid. We have a responsibility to protect you. Wai Yulan gazed at the peach in her hand. Her sparkling eyes fixed on Li Su, her tear-streaked face making her appear pitiable. Thank you. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Ning entering the kitchen. Su, with you here, I no longer fear. She linked her arm with Li Su's, leaning against him. Li Su's gaze met Qin Ning's, and a wave of panic washed over him as he withdrew his hand, stepping back repeatedly. Qin Ning, Qin Ning raised her hand to silence Li Su. Selecting the ripest peach from the washed fruit basket, turning her back to Yulan, she raised an eyebrow at Li Su, her expression one of understanding. You two carry on. She took a bite of the peach, appearing delighted, and turned away with a flourish. No. Li Su suddenly felt a sense of helplessness, akin to a mute person eating bitter herbs. Unable to voice his distress, he hurried after her. Qin Ning, it's not what you think. Qin Ning blinked, continuing to enjoy her peach. All right, I know. She smiled at Yulan over her shoulder, then winked at Li Su, whispering in his ear, peach blossoms bloom profusely. Ew. Li Su still wished to say something, but Qi Wan's sudden arrival interrupted him. Ning, come here. I have something to ask you. Chapter 81. You have finally awakened. Qin Ning reclined in a rocking chair, one hand gnawing on a peach while the other fanned herself. Speak. Ning, do you have any way to restore Song Yi's face to its former state? Qin Ning paused, the peach in her hand losing its allure as she fixed her gaze on Qi Wan, her brow furrowing involuntarily, scrutinizing her with a heavy sigh before slumping back into the rocking chair and resuming her peach. Ning, what do you mean by that? Qi Wan seemed perplexed. Is there a way or not? Indeed, her words have come true. Qin Ning stared intently at Qi Wan. Wan, why do you ask? Qi Wan sighed softly. I simply wish to do something for Song Yi, and we will soon depart. And I hope to accomplish something for him before we leave. Is that too much to ask? Is that all? Qin Ning could not believe it. She did not want to miss a single glance from Qi Wan. Qi Wan nodded. Song Yi has done so much for me. I only hope that after I leave, he can fare a little better, and if he can untangle his knots sooner, he will be able to use his abilities smoothly in times of danger. He would also gain the capacity for self-preservation, no longer subject to bullying, but if the scars on his face were to vanish, Song Yi would no longer be gloomy, and he would exude confidence. With his abilities, he would surely thrive in the Mom Men base. Qin Ning skeptically withdrew her gaze, her small feet trembling, her eyes darting around. There is indeed a way, but I wonder if you can bear it. Speak, so direct. Qin Ning's conviction grew stronger. His wounds are old. If they were new, my abilities could restore them. But old wounds require reopening his injuries and replacing them with new skin. When Qin Ning spoke of this, she deliberately slowed her pace, locking eyes with Qi W and T. Put it simply, I intend to peel off your good skin to replace Song Yin's. I can heal the wound, but the pain from the peeling cannot be avoided. There are no anesthetics in the space, and the person must remain conscious throughout the process. Have you thought this through? If you wish to show gratitude to Song Yin, there are many other ways, such as providing him with crystal cores to aid his training, or taking him to the Shanajun base, or allowing the city lord to witness Song Yin's prowess and protect him. Qi Wan remained silent, and seeing her expression, Qin Ning sensed trouble, internally sighing in resignation. After all, a word can become a jest. She silently turned away, closing her eyes. Such matters were not for her to meddle in. Ning, when shall we proceed? I am willing to accept. Qi Wan's resolute reply further instilled fear in Qin Ning. What a calamity. Wan, if, I'm saying if, you have no romantic feelings for Song Yin, I do not wish for you to proceed with this. It can easily lead to misunderstandings, making it difficult to resolve later. Emotions are the most complicated matters in the world. Qi Wan paused. A flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. Ning, you are overthinking this. This is not merely a matter of overthinking. Ning, please help me this once. When the time comes, just say your abilities aided his recovery. Ning, you will certainly help me, right? Qin Ning sighed silently. If she were to assist Song Yin in removing his scars, how could she possibly conceal it from him? It could only be accomplished in a conscious state. She now found herself unable to meet Qi Wan's eyes directly. Please, just help me. Qi Wan's pleading gaze nearly overwhelmed Qin Ning, making it impossible for her to refuse. Perhaps, Qin Ning, you should not deny others out of your own fear. Who knows, they might end up together, and she could take a prominent seat. All right, I knew you were the best. Qin Ning. Qi Wan joyfully embraced Qin Ning, nearly squeezing the breath out of her. In the hall, Lord Li, the city lord wishes to request that you and the other ability users join forces to address the anomalies at the reservoir. Recently, ability users stationed near the reservoir have gone missing, and despite the city lord dispatching many to search for them, no trace of them has been found. Initially, the city lord kept this a secret to avoid causing panic, but ordinary people in the base have also begun to disappear. The situation is growing increasingly dire. The city lord now harbors serious suspicions that unknown creatures may exist within the reservoir, possibly zombies, which is why he seeks to rally everyone's strength to resolve the issue. The city lord hopes that you will not refuse, as the Mom Min base is a place where we all live together. Although Yun Shan's words were a request, it was evident that they had no right to decline. Naturally, Li Su could not refuse such a matter. It concerned the safety of hundreds of people in the base, and their military district could not turn a blind eye. Does the city lord have specific information regarding the reservoir's anomalies? Of course. Yin Shan produced a document bag and handed it to Li Su, then stood up. I hope you will not refuse, Lord Li. With that, she turned and left. It seems we cannot escape now. Li Su passed the materials in his hand to Qin Yin, who was adept at analyzing such information. He has awakened. Song Yin has awakened. Mo Yi excitedly burst from a room, hearing Mo Yi's words. Qi Wan did not hesitate and rushed into the room. Song and opened his eyes. He saw Qi Wan rush in, and upon confirming her well-being, his expression relaxed. Qi Wan, it's wonderful that you're safe. The tardy Qin Ning captured the look in Song Yin's eyes, wondering if this could be considered a mutual affection. She was not particularly adept at understanding romantic feelings. She approached and grasped Song Yin's wrist, feeling the healing of the crystals within him, nodding in satisfaction. You are fortunate. As long as you take care of yourself, there will be no further harm. Song Yin nodded and softly said, Thank you. Qin Ning shrugged, and no need for thanks. Suddenly, Song Yin's stomach audibly growled in an opportune moment, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. M.O.E. Could you prepare some porridge? He has just awakened. I'll do it. Qin Ning regarded Qi Wan with a hint of skepticism, prompting Qi Wan to roll her eyes in exasperation. I'm not a fool. It's merely porridge. With a huff, Qi Wan turned on her heel and exited the room, finally feeling the weight lift from her heart. Qin Ning gazed at Song Yin. Initially, she had no intention of speaking, but a sudden urge to probe arose within her. Song Yin, you truly are audacious. Were it not for my presence, you would be doomed. You defended Qi Wan from that lethal blow. Impressive. You exhibit both loyalty and affection. Your feelings for Qi Yuan are quite commendable. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with curiosity, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of one eager for gossip. Song Yin lowered his gaze, offering no words, merely tilting his head away. However, the panic in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I know what kind of person I am. Upon hearing this, if Qin Ning remained oblivious, she would indeed be a fool. Qin Yin scrutinized the report in his hands, brow slightly furrowed. From the information provided by the city lord, he could surmise that a zombie poised to evolve into a zombie king lurked at the bottom of the reservoir. The toxic joy likely stemmed from his actions. Yet, how could zombies easily overlook both Huanqi and Yulan? Was it due to Yulan's status as a divine envoy? Qin Yin folded the report, a sense of confusion clouding his brow. With limited information, his deductions could only scratch the surface. Given the scant details, it remained impossible to ascertain the opponent's strength. Perhaps we should investigate first, he suggested. Isu rubbed his temples, eyeing the documents on the table. Qin Yin is right. We must take a look beforehand. When he and Qin Ning previously visited the reservoir, they found no anomalies. He put aside his thoughts, recalling that Qi Yuan and her companions had suffered severe injuries recently, rendering them unable to take risks. Tonight, I shall explore the reservoir. Times are tumultuous. Although there are vines present, it is prudent to implement night watch. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Qin Yin, stay safe. Li Su, are you going to the reservoir alone? Qin Ning queried, her hair styled in a bun and adorned with a straw hat, sun protection attire, ice sleeves, and sunglasses. She was thoroughly equipped, clutching a suitcase in one hand while hoisting a family heirloom pair of scissors over her shoulder. She presented quite the formidable appearance. What are you doing? Li Su asked, observing her collar turned up, and instinctively stepped forward to straighten her clothing. Running away from home. He teased, bemused by her antics. Qin Ning shot him a glare. I'm off to provide after-sales service. That I'm a conscientious merchant. Seeing the two so close, Yulan cautiously approached. May I join? Qin Ning furrowed her brows slightly, realizing she did not accommodate idlers. She thrust her suitcase into Yulan's hands. Get to work. Li Su's gaze lingered on Qin Ning, his eyes narrowing, leaving no room for others. You will accompany them. After all, as a divine envoy, humanity's hopes rested upon her shoulders. There was no room for error. Yet he was reluctant to oppose Qin Ning's decisions. Having just devoured the last piece of bread from Su Wen's hands, was caught off guard by her words. Sister Ning, it seems I've become your little brother now. Qin Ning chuckled lightly, handing him the scissors, pinching Mo's chubby cheek. Since I am your sister Ning, following me will surely benefit you. Ji Yulin emerged from the kitchen with prepared food. As he stepped halfway in, he caught sight of Qi Yuan meticulously feeding Song Yin porridge, causing a pang of envy to swell within him. He hesitated, retracting his foot. Ji Yulin, what do you have there? Qi Yuan turned to see the chicken soup in Gu Lin's hands. I didn't expect you to prepare this. Ji Yulin spoke awkwardly, presenting the soup. It should be Su Wen's doing. Qi Yuan lifted the chicken soup. Song Yin, shall we have it now? Song Yin caught a glimpse of Gu Lin from the corner of his eye. In truth, he had noticed Gu Lin before Qi Yuan did. Thus, he perceived the unintentional disappointment and sadness reflected in Gu Lin's eyes. Understanding the reason was Qi Yuan, he was self-aware enough to dismiss any inappropriate thoughts. He shook his head, fatigue etched on his face. I'm a bit tired. Qi Yuan regarded the bowl of chicken soup, visibly conflicted. But if the soup cools down, it won't be as good. You are injured, and you should nourish yourself. Just have a little before resting. Song Yin's hand beneath the quilt tightened slightly, just a bit. The tone of Qi Yuan's voice revealed an unintentional hint of coaxing that she herself did not recognize. The intense gaze she cast upon him made Song Yin's face flush, and he lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes, murmuring, I'll manage myself. He reached out to take the soup from Qi Yuan, but she retracted it. You are injured. Let me do it. Unable to resist Qi Yuan's insistence, he leaned down and took a symbolic sip. All right, are you running a fever? Your face is so red. Qi Yuan pressed her hand against his forehead. No, but looking at your increasingly flushed cheeks. She pressed her forehead against his, the distance between them almost non-existent. Ji Yulin's grip tightened. At that moment, he felt increasingly out of place, realizing he shouldn't be there. Ning, Are you and Su quite close? Do you know what he likes? Yulan's question bore a hint of girlish shyness. Qin Ning, with a lollipop in her mouth, furrowed her brows at the inquiry. Is this a difficult question? Without hesitation, she nodded. Indeed, it is quite challenging that if you ask Su what I like, he would surely know. But if you ask me what he likes, I genuinely couldn't say. You might as well ask him directly that I. Yulan's face turned a mix of red and pale, caught off guard by such a clever response. Was she flaunting Su's attentiveness towards her? I feel too shy to ask. Yulan stammered, Su treats me very well. I feel secure with him around. I want to do something for him, but I don't know how I like Su. Upon uttering those words, she instinctively covered her mouth. Ning, you won't be angry, will you? Her timid demeanor amused Qin Ning. Why would I be angry? Qin Ning waved her hand dismissively. Su is a good person. Handsome and virtuous. Plus, he saved you in a crisis. It's only natural you like him. However, you should tell him directly. Not me. Why Yulan listened in surprise to Qin Ning's words, wondering why she seemed so unconcerned. Was she pretending? Or was it genuine? Regardless, she needed to probe further. Why Yulan produced a piece of candy from her pocket. This is the candy Su gave me when he realized I was scared. Qin Ning glanced at the candy in her hand, slightly taken aback, then replied, lime flavor. I like that too. She averted her gaze, quickening her steps, her brows instinctively knitting together, feeling inexplicably displeased. Silently trailed behind. Witnessing this unfolding drama, unable to suppress a smirk, truly, it was a battle of wits, each exhibiting their prowess. However, when did the captain give Yulan candy, especially lime-flavored, which the captain treasured? He had never touched it. Miss Qin, you have arrived, someone greeted. Qin Ning smiled and nodded, following her host inside. Observing the potted plants in the room, which appeared somewhat yellowed, she lifted a leaf and noted the lack of water and nutrients. The pot was too small. It would be better to transplant it into the yard. However, this plant was precious. If someone stole it, she would be at a loss. Not to worry. It won't happen, she reassured herself. It was understandable for them to think that way, given the remarkable effects she had attributed to the potted plant. Skillfully, she removed the plant and replanted it in the yard from her suitcase. She sprinkled the prepared spring water, and from another box, she retrieved the ashes of a zombie. Due to the inconvenience of the zombie's corpse, she had instructed Su and the others to bring back the ashes. In pursuit of her landscaping ambitions, she did not forget to plant other flora in the yard, considering it a buy-one-get-one free deal. Miss Qin, we can't accept this. You've already given us so much, someone protested. Qin Ning accepted the water from their hands and smiled. As long as you treat them well, that's all that matters. Ning. The familiar voice of Su caused her smile to vanish instantly. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Is that really you? Ning. What are you doing? Suya observed the mud in Qin Ning's hands, instinctively taking a step back. Qin Ning shot her a withering glance. Truly, a face only a mother could love was an apt phrase for her. Chapter 83. Don't let me see you. If I do, I'll hit you each time. Suya donned extravagant attire, a stark contrast to her previous understated style. Her features appeared more defined, accompanied by a retinue carrying bags containing clothes, cosmetics, and jewelry. Items utterly useless in the apocalypse. She had purchased them all without a second thought, despite knowing Zheng Huai was still gravely injured and the entire Zheng family was likely under Zheng Ying's sole guardianship. Based on her understanding of Zheng Ying, she could not possibly indulge Suya to such an extent. Ning, are you working for someone? Suya feigned concern while accepting a pouch of money for one of her subordinates. Extracting 10 first-tier crystal cores and pressing them into Qin Ning's hand. We are classmates. If you ever find yourself in trouble, seek me out. Qin Ning's lips twitched slightly. She was just as insufferable as before. Arrogant in her newfound status. Was she trying to flaunt her wealth? 10 cores? What a paltry sum to offer a beggar. Suya, how can you only give 10? That's far too stingy for someone of your family stature. Surely you could part with hundreds or thousands. Surely, Miss Su, you have more than that. Well, you, Qin Ning, have quite the silver tongue. Suya retorted, it's not that I am unwilling. I simply cannot watch you sink into depravity. You should understand the principle of helping in emergencies, but not in poverty. How about this? I will hire you to beautify my garden. As she continued in this manner, Qin Ning's curiosity only deepened. Wondering who she had managed to ingratiate herself with to evoke such arrogance, Suya, I fear you may not be able to afford the consequences. With a light chuckle, Qin Ning raised her scissors toward Suya, startling her into a state of panic, while the bodyguard behind her instantly sprang into a protective stance. Yet, Qin Ning took a step closer, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Do not be afraid." She retracted the scissors, resting them on her shoulder. "Suya, should you wish to hire me, I fear you may not live long enough to enjoy it." Soon regaining her composure, Suya let out a cold laugh. "Qin Ning, a fortune teller once told me that I possess a strong fate, one that not just anyone can contend with. Anyone foolish enough to challenge me will meet a grim fate." Stepping forward, she extended a pouch of money towards Qin Ning. "Oh dear." Suya feigned embarrassment as the pouch accidentally slipped from her grasp, landing before Qin Ning. "Apologies, my hand slipped. Come with me," she added with a smirk. "I have never been in need of crystal cores." Not forgetting to give a playful kick, she made a dog-calling sound, relishing in the way her underlings followed her commands. She was not one to tolerate insolence. No one could be audacious before her. "Suya, you're truly overstepping your bounds. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, you would have been tempted to strike her for daring to treat Qin Ning in such a manner." "What is wrong with me?" Suya feigned surprise, covering her mouth. "I merely wish to assist on Ning." Her eyes glinted with disdain and provocation. Qin Ning bent down to retrieve the pouch, and at that moment, Moe, unable to contain his anger, grabbed Qin Ning's hand. Yet Qin Ning smiled and said, "I once stated that one who refuses to earn money is a fool. Now that is the spirit." She thrust the pouch into Moe's hands. "But I also said that one must repay shamelessness with the same." She took a step forward, seizing Suya's arm, and delivered a resounding slap. The bodyguards behind her were about to unleash their abilities against Qin Ning when, in an instant, numerous vines ensnared them, preventing their advance. "Qin Ning, what are you doing?" Qin Ning remained silent, wearing a genuinely amiable smile, and without hesitation, she delivered another slap. Smack, smack, smack. The satisfaction was exhilarating. Releasing her pent-up frustration felt invigorating. It was no wonder that dramas often depicted such scenes of retribution. It was truly exhilarating. "You worthless lot, come to my aid," Suya cried out. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Ning struck her again. "If you can still speak, it appears I have been too lenient." Just as Qin Ning prepared to strike once more, a surge of energy surged towards her. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, the attack crashing onto the ground and creating a scorched patch. "Thunder! Aze, you have finally arrived." Suya clutched her swollen face, tears brimming in her eyes, appearing fragile as she slumped into Muze's embrace. So, it was the city lord. No wonder she had the audacity. "What is the meaning of this?" Muze, holding Suya protectively, spoke with displeasure, his gaze coldly fixed upon Qin Ning. "I merely sought to assist on Ning, yet I did not anticipate her hostility." What a cunning reversal of blame. Moe, observing the woman's demeanor, felt a surge of anger, wishing to tear her to shreds. "I did not." Suya meekly retreated into Muze's arms. "Qin Ning." Muze's voice was laced with anger, clearly siding with Suya. Unable to contain her amusement, Qin Ning clapped her hands. Suya truly had some skill to bewilder the man beside her. "Lord City Lord, you must keep a close watch on her. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I shall strike her again. I will strike her every time I see her. Ridding the world of such a wretch is a service to the people. Aze." This soft and pitiful call was accompanied by a crack of thunder aimed at Qin Ning. Indeed, her heart was clouded with rage. Qin Ning sidestepped the attack, pulling Moe's hand, using his strength to deliver a kick. Just as she was about to reach Muze, a barrier of energy repelled her. Fortunately, Moe promptly grasped Qin Ning's hand. Suya hid triumphantly in Muze's embrace, her eyes glinting with malice. "You filthy little wretch, today marks your demise." Qin Ning shook off the lingering electricity in her legs, an icy glint flickering in her eyes. It seemed she had no choice but to take action today. The frustration was unbearable. With a subtle flick of her finger, several vines surged towards Muze as he prepared to counter. However, a powerful mental force swept in, rendering the targeted individual immobile. Su grasped Qin Ning's hand, motioning for her to retract her attack, shielding her behind him, his tone icy as he spoke, that the city lord not considering the implications of such actions. Upon seeing Su's arrival, Mu Ze's demeanor shifted, his gaze deepening as he pushed Suya aside, entrusting her to Yunshan, and fixing his gaze on Su with a slight smile before turning to leave. Suya, filled with indignation, wished to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Yunshan, who forcibly escorted her away at that moment. Yulan, who had been lurking in the shadows, rushed out, clutching Su's arm, her voice trembling. Su, you have come. I was so frightened just now. Su withdrew his hand, creating distance between them. Such blunt words left Yulan momentarily stunned, tears brimming in her eyes as she timidly glanced at Qin Ning, seemingly pleading for her to speak. Qin Ning felt overwhelmed, unwilling to involve herself in their affairs. She had other matters to attend to and shrugged off Su's hand. The trouble you caused. You must resolve yourself. Grasping Mo Yi's hand, she headed to the next household, still with tasks unfinished. Chapter 84. Killing with a borrowed blade along the way. Mo Yi seethed with anger, his face darkened, causing the subsequent households to tread cautiously, fearful of incurring his wrath. The mere thought of Suya's arrogant demeanor ignited his fury, and he kicked a stone outside. When the last household politely escorted Qin Ning out, they met Mo Yi's gaze, which frightened them into silence, and they hurried back inside. Qin Ning draped herself over Mo Yi's shoulder, exuding the air of an elder sister protecting her younger brother. Still angry, Mo Yi remained silent, his frustration evident as he kicked the stone away. He could hardly believe that the seemingly astute city lord could be so foolish, wondering what could possibly be appealing about Suya. It was simply blindingly absurd. Well then, do you think your sister Ning is so easily bullied? Qin Ning playfully tapped Mo Yi on the head, scissors slung over her shoulder, striding confidently back. Mo Yi smiled inwardly at her demeanor, quickening his pace to catch up. Sister Ning, have you thought a way to deal with her? With a knowing smile, Qin Ning replied, this strategy is called killing with a borrowed blade. Zheng Ying would never let Suya off the hook. In their struggle, the fisherman benefits. Suya has only herself to blame for the consequences. Given her close relationship with Zheng Huai, it would be best to accompany her to her demise, if you wish to return. I have some personal matters to attend to. Qin Ning shoved something in Mo Yi's hands, and before he could protest, she vanished in the blink of an eye. What brings you here? The guard at the gate saw Qin Ning raise the iron rod and immediately went on high alert. However, Qin Ning merely winked at the man before him, causing his expression to become dazed. She slipped a seed into his pocket, whispering softly in his ear. Hiding in the treetop across, she awaited the unfolding drama. Suya, you pride yourself on manipulating men. Today, I shall let your arrogance be your undoing. The guard knocked on Zheng Ying's door, and the occupant inside, clearly displeased, called out, Come in. Zheng Ying stood by Zheng Huai's bedside, carefully tending to him. She had traded her usual dress for long sleeves and trousers, her demeanor lacking the usual arrogance, replaced by a hint of fatigue. Her brother had suffered a severe spiritual injury. Although Yunshan had treated him promptly, he remained unconscious. Yunshan claimed there was no issue with his bodily functions, but the reason for his continued slumber eluded her. All of this was to be blamed on Su and Qin Ning. Had it not been for them, her brother would not be in this state, and she would not have to endure such torment. Brother, fear not. I will avenge you. What is it? Zheng Ying suppressed the murderous intent in her eyes, glancing at the guard. Since her brother could not take charge, she had to learn to grow up. Miss, we have received news that Suya is currently involved with the city lord, and she has even stated. Zheng Ying's brows knitted tightly. What else did she say? She said that the young master, being in a comatose state, is unworthy of her, and that it is the young master who shamelessly clings to her. Zheng Ying crushed the cup in her hand, glass shards slicing into her palm, a wave of intense coldness emanating from her as it began to freeze the ground beneath her, causing the guard to retreat in fear. Damn Suya, that wretched woman. Had it not been for her seducing my brother, she would have perished long ago. Now my brother is still alive, and yet she dares to seek another. How dare she trample on my brother's dignity? Go, bring Suya to me. Tell her I wish to see her. The guard trembled, hastily exiting in moments. The entire room was encased in ice, her unleashed powers fierce and domineering, a stark contrast to her prior demeanor. Qin Ning observed keenly. The sensation emanating from the plants made her shiver even from a distance. Something had certainly changed within Zheng Ying. Otherwise, she could not have become so formidable overnight. It appeared she had not come in vain. Suya had initially planned not to confront Zheng Ying, as the Zheng family held no further value for her. However, after the humiliation she endured at Qin Ning's hands, she could not let it go unpunished. Since the lord of the city harbors apprehensions towards Li Su and hesitates to act against Qin Ning for the time being, Zheng Ying, that mad dog, will undoubtedly take it upon herself to eliminate Qin Ning. At that moment, she would achieve a twofold purpose. Thus, when Suya pushed open the door, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she exclaimed, "Ah Ying." She paid no heed to the murderous intent lurking in Zheng Ying's gaze, and pretended to collapse beside the bed, clasping Zheng Huai's hand. "Brother Zheng, you must awaken soon." Zheng Ying observed Su Ya's performance with an impassive expression, and upon noticing her attire and the flush upon her neck, a cold smile crept into her heart. It seemed Su Ya had already ascended to the Lord's bed. Su Ya, you truly possess remarkable capabilities. After weeping for an extended period without receiving a response from Zheng Ying, which was not her desired outcome, she wiped her tears and grasped Zheng Ying's hand. "Ah Ying, we cannot let Qin Ning and Li Su escape unscathed." She instinctively touched her swollen face, seeking to draw Zheng Ying's attention. Naturally, she succeeded. "What happened to your face?" Zheng Ying withdrew her hand from Suya's grasp, a flicker of disgust crossing her features. Although Suya sensed the anomaly, she continued to speak tearfully. "It was Qin Ning. I merely wished for her to apologize for Brother Zheng's sake. Yet not only did she refuse, but she also behaved arrogantly, completely disregarding us. The injury to Brother Zheng is a minor issue, but I cannot help but think of how he suffers because of them." As she spoke, her sobs became increasingly uncontrollable. "Qin Ning, may you meet a wretched end." Her hands clenched tightly, and the temperature in the room plummeted. "Suya, you cherish your brother so dearly. Are you willing to go to great lengths for him?" Suya was momentarily taken aback, but nodded obediently yes. "I would do anything for Brother Zheng. If only I had the capability. Otherwise, I would surely return and slay Qin Ning." A chilling laughter echoed above Suya's head, sending shivers down her spine. "If that is the case, then die for my brother." Before Suya could comprehend the implication, Zheng Ying seized her by the throat, rendering her immobile. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation caused her to struggle incessantly. Why? Zheng Ying sneered. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You merely wish to use my hand to rid yourself of Qin Ning. Do not feign benevolence before me. You have entangled yourself with the Lord, yet dare to perform theatrics in front of me, to toy with the Zheng family. You ought to consider the price you must pay for this." Suya struggled to free herself, yet the more she fought, the tighter Zheng Ying's grip became. Her vision began to blur as she desperately drew a dagger from her bosom, plunging it into Zheng Ying's arm, causing her to release her grip, finally granting Suya a chance to breathe. The injured Zheng Ying momentarily faltered, her abilities slipping from her control. "Zheng Ying, do you believe you can kill me? Let me tell you, the entire Mammon base is now under my command. You and your brother have only one path ahead, death." With those ominous words, Suya fled, unwilling to linger. Qin Ning, observing the frozen Zheng Ying, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. A mere knife wound should pose no challenge for someone with her abilities. Why was she so unresponsive? Suya dared not pause as she escaped the Zheng residence, making a beeline for the Lord's estate, intent on ensuring Zheng Ying paid for her actions. "Where do you think you're going?" Suya halted, her expression turning frantic as she beheld Qin Ning standing behind her, particularly the sharp Tang Hung knife in Qin Ning's hand. Having narrowly escaped, she found herself without any bodyguards. Fear gripped her, and she instinctively took a step back. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Ning remained silent, merely advancing step by step, the oppressive aura surrounding her causing Suya's heart to race and cold sweat to bead on her forehead. She tightened her grip on the dagger. "I warn you, the Lord stands behind me. Should you dare to kill me, you would be opposing him." The sarcastic laughter only heightened her fear, and with nowhere to retreat. Suya stumbled to the ground. Not come any closer. Qin Ning thrust the knife directly at her face, causing her to shut her eyes tightly in terror. Unable to move. Is that all you are capable of? Suya felt no pain and breathed a sigh of relief, directing a gaze filled with resentment at Qin Ning. Qin Ning, do you dare to harm me? I ask you, do you dare, despite the unfolding events? Suya continued to flaunt her bravado, evidently oblivious to her precarious situation. Blood splattered onto Qin Ning's face as she thrust the knife into Suya's abdomen, the vibrant red staining her white dress in a striking manner. You are not afraid. Suya's words trailed off as Qin Ning struck again, eliciting a scream of pain. Yet, Qin Ning yanked her clothing and stuffed it in her mouth, silencing her cries. Qin Ning had no intention of allowing Suya to die easily. She aimed to make Suya experience her own suffering. She would gradually slice open Suya's wounds, allowing her to feel the approach of death. Suya's expression shifted from arrogance to sheer terror, ultimately morphing into a plea for mercy. Oh. Qin Ning chuckled lightly. What are you saying? I cannot hear you. She meticulously wiped the blood from her face with Suya's clothing. Suya, the pain you endure pales in comparison to my own. I shall ensure you feel the same heart-wrenching agony I have experienced. Without hesitation, she withdrew the dagger from Suya's grasp and plunged it towards her heart. Blood splattered forth. Damn it. Now, I've got blood on my face again. Suya's complexion grew increasingly pale, her breaths becoming shallow. Suya, we have been classmates. How could I allow you to die before me? Qin Ning chuckled softly, grasping Suya's hand to heal her wounds. The sensations magnified 100-fold, the agony coursing through Suya's body, rendering her existence unbearable, while Qin Ning's other hand gradually peeled away at her heart. Suya, I am genuinely curious. What color is your heart? Whoa. Pain glimmered in Suya's eyes as she recognized her own plea for mercy. Yet she had shown no such leniency in the past. Not move. Qin Ning intended for Suya to feel the gradual encroachment of death. Dying too swiftly would not extinguish the resentment burning within her heart. She discarded the dagger, revealing the space ensnared by vines before her, taking her time to wipe the blood from her face. So, your heart is red as well. Sister Ning, you have finally returned. I have news for you. Mo, exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she seized Qin Ning's hand. Suya is dead. I do not know whom she offended, but her demise was exceedingly tragic. Her heart was extracted, and she bore multiple wounds. Furthermore, I sensed a chill surrounding her. I am certain it was Zheng Ying's doing. Deservedly, so O.E. recounted the tale with fervor, evidently oblivious to the lingering scent of blood on Qin Ning. Oh, I think I shall take a shower. Qin Ning remarked nonchalantly, stretching before making her way to the bathroom. Aren't you excited? Mo.E. questioned, confusion etched across her face. Was she the only one brimming with enthusiasm? Li Su silently withdrew his gaze, removing his apron before ascending the stairs. As Qin Ning emerged from the bathroom, she was startled by Li Su's presence on the bed. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Is there something you need? Qin Ning asked, towel in hand, attempting to reach for the hairdryer perched atop the cabinet on tiptoe. Su raised a hand to her forehead while using the other to retrieve the hairdryer. Pressing her down onto a chair, his large hand navigated through her hair, warm fingers gliding over her damp strands. Brushing against Qin Ning's sensitive neck, the peculiar warmth coursed through her, causing her eyes to redden as she lowered her head. Inexplicably anxious. You killed Suya. Qin Ning's hand trembled, realizing she had not fooled him. Yes, I had my reasons for needing to kill her. Su remained silent, diligently drying her hair. Neither spoke, the atmosphere thick with an unusual tension that made Qin Ning uncomfortable. Aren't you going to ask me why? Enough. He set the hairdryer down atop the cabinet. Do not place it there. I cannot reach it. I will handle it from now on, he replied, closing the cabinet and swiftly descending the stairs. From now on, I will handle everything, whether it be slaying foes or drying hair or anything else. Qin Ning gazed vacantly at Li Su's retreating figure, a surge of thoughts flooding her mind. She felt compelled to say something, lest the discomfort in her heart intensify. Li Su. He turned to face her, his gaze imbued with the familiar warmth of yesteryears. I am merely repaying a debt that I do not believe I have aired. He lowered his gaze, shutting the door behind him, then swiftly approached and enveloped her in his embrace. The scent of lily of the valley enveloped her, his favorite aroma, as his hand caressed the top of Qin Ning's head. The muscles in his other arm tensed as he fought to suppress his emotions, fearing he might startle her or send her away. I know. It hurts, does it not? From now on, it shall never hurt again. Qin Ning felt the heat of his heartbeat against her. Thump, thump, thump. Did that mean the two of them, held together, shared a synchronized heartbeat? This was the first time someone had asked her if she was in pain. It hurts. It truly hurts so much. I fear pain above all else. Qin Ning clung to him tightly, burying her face in his embrace, her voice muffled as she whispered, "Thank you. Not back yet." Qi Wan emerged from Song Yin's room. Glancing at the clock with a frown, "8 tea this hour." Ning should have returned. He lounged on the sofa, munching on a peach with a hint of melancholy in her tone. She returned early. She wanted to take a shower. He still hasn't comprehended why Ning Jie is upset. The news not thrilling. Let me call a Ning for dinner. Qi Wan ascended the stairs, calling out a Ning. Dinner. As she pushed open the door, she was startled into stammering. Yes, you all continue. Cover her eyes with her hands. She peeked through a narrow gap, eavesdropping on the two individuals entwined before her. What on earth is happening? Progressing at breakneck speed, Qin Ning was taken aback and swiftly approached, seizing Qi Wan by the collar. What are you thinking, Wan? Huh. Qi Wan donned a sycophantic smile. I saw nothing, dare not think. Chapter 86, finally complete. Qin Ning, fanning herself, languidly reclined in the rocking chair in her garden. Perhaps due to the abundance of greenery, the evening breeze carried a refreshing chill, and the faint chirping of crickets could still be heard from the grass. Indeed, a pleasant environment begets a wealth of life. She had never realized how delightful such days were until the apocalypse arrived, causing her to nostalgically yearn for the past. If only I could count the stars. Ning Jie, I have something good. He exclaimed, cradling half a watermelon in her arms, her face brimming with excitement. What good thing? Qin Ning's eyes sparkled, unable to let the opportunity slip by. She sprang from her chair. What is it? Everyone sat on the sofa, quietly fixated on the paper box held by Song Yin, each resembling wolves eyeing their prey. Captain, is this what you designed? He inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Qin Yin nodded, gesturing for Song Yin to open the box, which had been prepared long ago had it not been for an unforeseen interruption. This is for Team Leader Li. Song Yin handed a jade bracelet to Li Su. The bracelet featured 5 small stones resembling crystal cores, albeit smaller in size, roughly the size of half a fingernail. Li Su received the jade bracelet. It was light and unnoticeable on his wrist. This a part of the crystal core? Song Yin nodded. This is the essence extracted from a second-tier crystal core, serving as an energy storage device. By infusing it with mental strength, it can provide energy. Once the energy is depleted, it will lose its luster, and simply placing a crystal core nearby will replenish the energy. Li Su infused a touch of mental strength into it, and the bracelet shimmered with a milky white glow. Mental domain. As the abilities were consumed, the energy within the bracelet continuously charged, indeed proving faster than directly absorbing the crystal core, and he seemed to sense this power was even purer. I employed purification techniques within it. Thus, the energy you absorb from the crystal core is more refined, benefiting your mental strength. And mine? Having witnessed the captain's treasure, grew even more eager for her own. Song Yin produced a wooden box and handed it to What treasure is this? Eagerly opened it, only to find a small iron ball resembling a marble, her enthusiasm instantly waning. A pout forming on her face. Why does the captain's look so appealing while mine is just a little iron ball? Yin, you are so dismissive. Qin Yin, unable to contain himself at her expression, playfully smacked her. Did you think it was a beauty pageant? Song Yin chuckled lightly. Don't underestimate this unassuming iron ball. He extracted one of the iron balls, pressed a button, and it opened to reveal several grooves inside. This is where you store your pine needles. When encountering zombies, The moment you throw the iron ball, it will launch countless pine needles to eliminate them. M.O.E. toyed with the silver needles in her hand. Perplexed, but my own pine needles can achieve widespread attacks. Song Yin shook his head slightly. But can your pine needles kill a first-tier zombie with a single strike? This can. Moreover, it does not consume your abilities. What? Everyone was astounded by Song Yin's words. Disbelief etched on their faces. How is that possible? How did you manage it? Song Yin explained. I infused a touch of Team Leader Lee's abilities into the container. This is simply remarkable. We must produce these in bulk. Song Yin shook his head. Not at the moment. Only these 5 exist, and mass production would likely overwhelm Team Leader Lee. This infusion of mental strength is not ordinary. It is extremely precious. Upon hearing the words extremely precious, M.O.E. immediately clutched the box to her chest, fearing others might snatch it away. Look at you. Suwon raised a hand, ready to tease her. But M.O.E. dodged. You are just jealous of me. Song Yin retrieved a sniper rifle and a box of bullets. This is for Kai too. The gun is designed to complement the bullets, which have undergone special treatment. There are 80 rounds, comprising 8 types of bullets, each infused with everyone's abilities. The special bullets possess unique characteristics, far surpassing ordinary ammunition. Time was limited, so I only made 80. I've documented the blueprints and manufacturing methods, and we can seek a metal ability user later. The bullets are simple to produce, but the sniper rifle requires careful protection, as typical metal ability users may struggle to create one. Kai-Tu caressed the sniper rifle before him, admiration gleaming in his eyes, fixated on 3 things: the gun, his daughter, and the captain. This is for Su W.I.T. is a suit of armor embedded in your wings, turning your wings into blades. After much deliberation, Qin Ning and I concluded that nothing suits your weaponry better than your wings. Suwon gazed intently at the glass sphere in his hand. Is this the armor? Song Yin nodded, gesturing for him to unfold his wings. Yes, Suwon spread his wings. He opened the sphere, and golden light flashed as metallic elements embedded themselves in his wings. As his abilities twisted, the feathers became increasingly sharp, the metallic texture manifesting on the feathers. Cool. Suwon marveled at his feathers, feeling a bead of blood form at his fingertip. This steel claw is for Su Wu, complementing your speed and enhancing your attacks. This is for Gu Lin, a blade embedded with my metal. As you channel your abilities, the cooperation of metal and fire elements will unleash tremendous energy. Thank you. Qin Ning cast a glance at the remaining sandalwood box, a smile gracing her features. What about Chi Wan's gift? I am curious to see what it is. Jokingly, she opened the sandalwood box, revealing a pair of exquisite ear cuffs, the main body crafted from vines, with hawthorn flowers adorning the tips. The hawthorn flower symbolizes protection and unique love. Beautiful. Qin Ning helped Chi Wan put on the ear cuffs. You always seeing through but never speaking. Song Ian bore a deep, concealed smile, his gaze flickering briefly with Chi Wan's, before instinctively averting his eyes. It lacks offensive capabilities, but it ensures you will not be harmed. Song Yin, do you perceive Chi Wan as a fierce tigress, needing no additional offensive power? Are you trying to die? M.O.E. Chi Wan raised her hand, swiftly striking M.O.E., sending her fleeing in disarray. Qin Ning shot a glance at Song Yin, speaking softly. You have yet to present my gift. This simply will not do. Song Yin, come here. We need to have a serious discussion. She picked up a small fan, turning to enter the courtyard, lying on a lounge chair and waving her hand to envelop the space with vines. What do you desire? Before Song Yin could finish his sentence, Qin Ning grasped his wrist, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, realizing as expected that her tricks only worked on them. Qin Ning infused her abilities into his body, treating his wounds, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air, as if he could conceal it from her. Chapter 87. Not in vain. Caught in the act, Song Yin lowered his gaze, silently retracting his hand, his voice low and fearful. Don't tell her. Who is she? Song Yin opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, fear creeping in as he bit his nails. I don't want to become a burden to her because of this. Qin Ning could see right through him. Upon seeing the ear cuffs, she sensed something amiss. This fellow was truly ruthless to himself, willing to sacrifice a piece of his crystal for Chi Wan's ear cuffs. With this pair, no one could harm Chi Wan. It was indeed the most poignant declaration of love. Unfortunately, Qi Wan remained oblivious. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? You might never break through to the fourth tier. Are you content with that? Your talent is no less than Li Su's. Song Yin shook his head. Abilities are useless to me. It is better to protect those I wish to guard. All right, she cannot comprehend. This must be what they call love-struck. Truly terrifying. Do you like Wan Wan? Qin Ning casually inquired while eating grapes, her gaze subtly observing the changes in Song Yin's eyes. His nail-biting accelerated, the sorrow in his gaze intensifying, his head hanging low like an ostrich. A grown man, reduced to such self-doubt, it was understandable, given the hardships he faced because of his appearance. She could imagine Qi Wan's heartfelt concerns. Have you ever thought about removing the scar on your face? Upon hearing this, the despair in Song Yin's eyes deepened, that he gripped the cup tightly, draining its contents, leaning against the grapevine, ears drooping, curling up as if entering a defensive mode. That I used to think about it. But I lacked money. Now I don't. Qin Ning's fingertips lightly tapped the table, her tone casual. Say something nice. I can help you remove the scar on your face. Really, Song Yin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. At this moment, he experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. Yet, as the excitement waned, it was swiftly replaced by a profound sense of loss. A loss rooted in his despair, a hesitance to hope, and a fear of empty joy. Qin Ning picked up a fan and struck it lightly against him, asserting, I speak no falsehood. While others may not be able to help with the scar on your face, I can. However, to remove the scar, you must first undergo a transformation. During this process, you must remain fully conscious that Qi Wan had confided in me that she was willing to sacrifice her own good skin for you. Absolutely not. Song Yin stood abruptly, determination radiating from his gaze as he positioned himself in front of Qin Ning, as if to say that should she dare to harm Qi Wan, he would fight her with all his might. Qin Ning could not help but laugh at his display, cupping her face in her hands and gazing intently at him. Affection is affection, and disaffection is disaffection. What is there to be embarrassed about? She rose, stretched lazily, and glanced up at the hazy night sky, wondering when she would again witness the sparse stars and the bright moon. Fear not, for I cannot bear to see Wan Wan in pain. With that, Qin Ning yawned and briskly returned to her room, needing to rest well. She waved her hand, causing the vines to part, and, as the dim room lit up, a small figure lay in bed, her eyes revealing a trace of worry. Huanshu, please awaken soon. She brushed aside Huanshu's collar, observing the receding dark lines and the steady rhythm of his breath. Her anxious heart gradually relaxed. Huanshu, please awaken soon. Are you not waiting to see the orchids bloom? Huanshu, when will you awaken? Yulan stood behind her, her gaze fixed intently on Huanshu. Upon noticing his gradually reddening face, she was engulfed in fear and tension. Could it be that he was truly recovering? How could this be? It was impossible. Qin Ning could not decipher Yulan's expression, her brows knitting together in concern. What do you mean? Yulan quickly regained her composure. I worry for Huanshu. If I were as skilled as you, he would not have been injured and would have awakened by now. Seeing her distress, Qin Ning shrugged slightly. This is not your fault. She carefully covered Huanshu with a blanket. Let us go. Do not disturb him. Reluctantly, Yulan exited the room, but upon witnessing the vines seal the door once more, her brows furrowed in uneased. No. If this continues, Huanshu will surely awaken, and then nothing will remain hidden. She absolutely could not allow this to happen. It seemed she had no choice but to seek him out, just as Qin Ning descended the stairs after rising. Li Su prepared to leave. Where are you off to so early? Li Su sighed lightly, retrieving slippers from the shoe cabinet and squatting beside her to put them on. You do not understand. I'm absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Qin Ning attempted to retort, but upon seeing Li Su's watchful gaze, she silently closed her mouth, unable to comprehend why a grown man could be more concerned than a woman. I'm going to investigate the reservoir. Kai Tu, Gu Lin, Qi Wan, and Qin Yan will remain at home. Wait a moment. Qin Ning rose on her toes, reaching up to tap his forehead lightly. A fleeting imprint of a green leaf appeared. She then slipped a seed into his shirt pocket. Be cautious. The earlier you leave, the sooner you'll return. I Isu touched his forehead where she had tapped, gazing at Qin Ning's retreating figure, love unmistakably lingering in his eyes. By the way, Wan, I feel a bit fatigued today. Could you and Gu Lin deliver the potted plant from the truck to the buyer? Qin Ning retrieved her notebook from her pocket, displaying a charming smile. My dear Wan, Qi Wan, unable to withstand it, covered her eyes and fled in a hasty retreat. All right, Yulan, where are you going? Qin Ning caught sight of Yulan, attempting to leave. I just feel too cooped up and want to take a stroll. Join us, then. Qi Wan expressed concern for Yulan's safety. Why Yulan clearly hesitated. There are too many people. I wish to be alone for a while. Qi Wan furrowed her brows slightly, if that is the case. Kai Tu can accompany you. He is quiet and will ensure your peace. Why Yulan wanted to refuse, but seeing Qi Wan's expression, reluctantly agreed. Now, only 4 individuals remained in the room, with Huanshu still in a coma. Qin Yin, being a data enthusiast, seldom ventured out, making today an opportune time. She took a bite of a fried dough stick and knocked on Song Yin's door. Have you made up your mind? If you miss today, such a golden opportunity may never arise again. It is just the 2 of us left. Song Yin set down the ointment in his hand, nodding resolutely at Qin Ning. Very well. A teachable child indeed. Her efforts had not been in vain. Consume this. It will alleviate your suffering. Qin Ning handed a spiritual fruit to Song Yin. I will bind your limbs, and you must keep a towel in your mouth to prevent you from accidentally biting your tongue due to the pain. Song Yin nodded. Qin Ning retrieved the surgical knife and instrument she had prepared beforehand. The first step was to incise the old wound. While healing, she would also extract healthy skin. This process is exceedingly lengthy. Song Yin, you must endure. Chapter 88. You too are madmen. The metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, with basin after basin of blood, causing one's scalp to prickle. The operation on his face required utmost caution. Any misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Song Yin's complexion grew increasingly pallid, his white scara veined with red, as the core within him sensed his master's distress and began to operate unconsciously. Qin Ning acted swiftly and decisively. Fearing that the longer she delayed, the greater the harm he would endure. I have now opened your scar. Next, I will extract skin from your body. Taking a deep breath, she passed the first hurdle, discarding the bloodied knife into a disinfectant solution before retrieving the surgical blade soaked in spring water, marking her next incision. Hold on. Song Yin's consciousness began to wane, a fierce heat surging within him, a heat that could claim his life at any moment. When the knife descended upon him, a powerful resistance pushed Qin Ning away. What is happening? Struggling to rise from the ground, her face a blend of shock and confusion. How can this be? Song Yin, what are you hiding within you? Yet at that moment, Song Yin could offer no answers. The overwhelming heat rendered him disoriented, his senses dulled. He could neither see nor hear, nor feel anything. It was as if his body's protective mechanisms forbade Qin Ning's approach. Damn it, this situation is dire. She yearned to reach out to Song Yin, but the resistance surged against her. The tea present, she could not touch him at all. Song Yin, I am Qin Ning. Allow me to draw near. This was her last resort, as if the heavens were playing tricks on her. On Ning, you are too careless. You have overlooked so many things. Where have you put the remaining potted plants? Realizing the numbers did not add up, Qi Wan turned back, only to sense something was amiss upon entering. An unsettling feeling enveloped her. Ning. Song Yin. Upon seeing the additional potted plants at Song Yin's door, she suddenly grasped the situation and, disregarding the protests, pushed the door open. The overwhelming stench of blood nearly drove her to the brink of insanity as she scanned the basins of blood. Her anxiety mounting, when her gaze landed on the blurred figure of Song Yin on the bed. Everything fell into place, and oh wonder, Ning sent me away. Get away! Qin Ning cried out, but Qi Wan had already grasped Song Yin's hand, and the anticipated resistance did not manifest. Could Qi Wan manage it? What a double standard. Ning, what has happened to Song Yin? Qi Wan, being an earth elemental ability user, was particularly sensitive to the ebbing of life. The familiar sense of dread made her heart race, rendering rational thought impossible. Qi Wan, you're the only one who can save Song Yin now. His protective mechanisms are rejecting my approach. Only you can assist. Without further ado, Qin Ning thrust the surgical knife into Qi Wan's hand, gripping her tightly to instill calm. "You can do this." Qi Wan stared at the knife, her mind urging her not to panic, not to fear. Yet in the face of reality, her professional demeanor wavered. "Only you can save him. Song Yin has already endured once for you and for himself. You cannot let it all come to naught." Qin Ning pressed down on Qi Wan's shoulders, channeling her powers into her, using Qi Wan as a conduit. "Believe in yourself." Now, Qin Ning sensed the life force dwindling further. Qi Wan hesitated no longer. Inhaling deeply, determination glimmering in her eyes, the knife steady in her grip. As she witnessed the procedure progressing smoothly, everything seemed to be unfolding in a favorable direction, granting Qin Ning a moment of peace. "Excellent. Next comes the skin graft. If this step is successful, I can utilize my powers to restore everything to normal." Just as they approached the final stages, the crystal within Song Yin began to emit energy factors from his heart, coursing throughout his body, disrupting the original tranquility. As the towel fell from his mouth, a spurt of blood erupted, splattering onto Qi Wan's arm. "Song Yin!" Qi Wan shouted in a panic as he plunged into a deep coma. "Ning, what is happening?" Qin Ning too found herself at a loss. Logically, it should not be this way. Why was his course so unstable? What was interfering? Before she could comprehend the situation, the spirit butterfly emerged from her forehead, swirling around Song Yin's side. Why has the spirit butterfly appeared? It absorbs impurities, yet her garden is filled with vegetation. Impurities should not manifest here, and the spirit butterfly should not be present. If this lad's crystal does not calm down, even with continuous treatment, he will not survive. The voice of Gigi resonated within Qin Ning's mind. "What should I do, Gigi?" The crystalline entities of the wood element are the gentlest, requiring merely a fragment to be embedded within their structure to exert a calming effect. Am I correct? Qi Wan suddenly interjected, startling Qin Ning. "Did you hear that?" "You, Gigi." Just as Qin Ning questioned Gigi, Qi Wan had already plunged a knife in her heart. As the blade twisted, the crystal revealed itself. Wan. She wished to intervene, but it was too late. Without hesitation, Qi Wan severed a fragment. There is hope now. Isn't there? Qi Wan's legs buckled, and she collapsed into Qin Ning's embrace. "You two are truly insane. What on earth is happening? Wasn't Qi Wan just here to retrieve something? Where is she?" Gulin, anxious due to Qi Wan's prolonged absence, entered only to find Qin Ning alone tinkering in the yard. "I'm going to check on her." Just as Gulin was about to step inside, Qin Yin softly murmured, "Come with me for a moment." Ji Yulin hesitated, wanting to say more, but upon meeting Qin Yin's gaze, she ultimately remained silent. Qin Ning sighed helplessly at this point. It's best if no one disturbs these two lunatics. The events in the room earlier surely didn't escape the notice of that cunning old man, Qin Yin. The haze in the sky seemed to thicken, which was peculiar, as things had seemingly begun to improve. Why had the weather turned again in recent days? Was it possible that her efforts in planting were insufficient? Presently, the Min base should have every household cultivating a multitude of greenery. Such a situation should not arise. Qin Ning stared at the 30 greenery progress bar, her brow furrowed. This progress had stagnated for several days, indicating that she needed to expedite her greening efforts. Currently, the greenery at the Min base covered no more than a quarter of the area, and there was still a long way to go. Had it not been for the limited resources from the zombies, she would have long since transformed the landscape into a veritable spring. "Help!" The gate to the yard crashed open, and a blood-soaked man collapsed onto the ground. "What is going on?" Qin Ning kicked at him. "Who are you?" The man on the ground stammered, "I, reservoir, monster, Captain Lee." Qin Ning strained to hear, but grasped the crucial words. Was Captain Lee in trouble? Yet, the man had already drawn his last breath. Damn it. Just as she was about to retract her foot, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar piece of fabric in his hand. She recognized it all too well. Only Li Su favored floral shirts. Li Su must have encountered peril. Qin Ning could not afford to hesitate. With a swift gesture, she awakened the plants in the yard to form a protective barrier. Chapter 89. When do you plan to tell me that you like me? Song Yin opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was Qi Wan's sleeping face. This was the first time they had been so close. Gentle breaths accompanied by the rhythm of their heartbeats allowed him to faintly sense an unusual change within his own heart. It seemed to beat in synchrony with Qi Wan's in that room. The only sound that resonated was the powerful thumping of their hearts. He had never before cherished such tranquility. Qi Wan, be happy. Be content, he whispered softly, raising a hand to tenderly caress her cheek, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. You too. At that moment, their gazes collided, and a faint smile graced Qi Wan's lips as she pressed her ear against Song Yi's heart. Where their essence intertwined, Qi Wan. Qi Wan closed her eyes, nestled closer into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, and murmured softly, Song Yin, I dislike taking the initiative because those who do are always the most deeply hurt. But, Song Yin, when will you tell me that you like me? At that instant, Song Yin froze, overwhelmed and at a loss. So, is this merely my unrequited affection? Qi Wan lifted her gaze to meet his. Rising to leave? No. Song Yin grasped her wrist, his face flushing crimson, lowering his head, his voice trembling. No, Qi Wan. I like you. Did I end this entire city? Aside from you, I have no attachments. Qi Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Really? She turned, wrapping her arms around Song Yin's neck. Song Yin, you are truly handsome. Song Yin, you fool. Her hands traced the contours of his ear, encircling his neck, and she tilted her head to kiss his lips. The warmth enveloped him, causing his mind to short-circuit as he instinctively wrapped his arms around Qi Wan's waist, surrendering to her bold intrusion. Fool, as Qi Wan listened to his increasingly heavy breaths. She whispered, Song Yin, I love you. She glanced at the blush creeping across his ears and softly urged, Kiss me. Qi Wan, I love you. That I do not love this world. I only love you. He pressed her head down. Kissing her lips, savoring her presence, he held her, his exposed muscles tensed, veins bulging. The cloaked figure cast a glance at the charred vegetation in the yard, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Well hidden, he mused. Is there no one in this house? That's convenient for me. You must help me. Once she awakens, I will surely be discovered, and then I won't be able to fulfill the task you assign me. So please, I beg you, you must help me. Only if you assist me can I assist you. The cloaked figure chuckled softly. Yulan, you are more likely to hinder than to help. None of the tasks you assigned her have gone according to my wishes. According to Yulan, the little girl's room was on the second floor, surrounded by vines. The cloaked figure focused his gaze on a room of joy, just as he was about to approach. A voice called from behind. Who are you? Qi Wan's vines instantly ensnared the cloaked figure's limbs. There's someone else in this house. I must have been careless. The cloaked figure turned, and upon seeing Song Yin's face, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. You are actually here. What do you intend to do? Qi Wan shielded Song Yin behind her, gripping the crystal core in her hand. Her body had yet to recover, and she feared she wouldn't be able to confront the individual before her. If necessary, she would have to detonate the core for a lethal strike. Coward, just like before, truly revolting. The cloaked figure raised his hand, unleashing a wave of powerful ability towards Qi Wan. Song Yin held Qi Wan tightly, using a metallic shield to deflect the attack. The smoke cleared. The metal blade shot towards the cloaked figure's vital points. The blade halted before the cloaked figure, and with the emergence of a crack, it pierced through the obstruction, inflicting a wound on the cloaked figure's arm. Get lost! Upon witnessing Song Yin's transformation, the cloaked figure's eyes widened in shock, quickly replaced by mockery. Did you think you could kill me? In an instant, he appeared before them, striking swiftly and mercilessly, causing both to lose consciousness. Just before Song Yin succumbed to darkness, he coldly retorted, Wrong. I can kill you, but you cannot kill me. The cloaked figure clenched his fists, his eyes glinting with cold light. Then let us see. He ascended the stairs without hesitation, pushed open the door to the room of joy, and gazed at the peacefully breathing figure on the bed. Could it be you are the one with antibodies? Yulan's assertions had been correct. She truly was healed. Initially, he thought it was merely a human fantasy. Yet such individuals actually existed. If that is the case, then you cannot be spared. The cloaked figure unleashed a wave of ability, only to have it rebound upon him, leaving him with no chance to evade. He bore the impact. Cough. The cloaked figure begrudgingly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You are indeed extraordinary. Rising from the ground, he lifted the figure of Joy into his arms. Since I cannot kill you, you shall not fall into their hands. Deputy Captain, what are you going out for? Gu Lin aimlessly trailed behind Qin Yin, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. He also felt an inexplicable ache. As though something had been lost, Qin Yin glanced at his watch, determining that enough time had passed. The two should have reached an understanding. However, he looked at Gu Lin beside him, his brow furrowing with concern. Raising a hand to his eyes, he felt it best not to interfere, leaving it to fate. After all, Gu Lin had not cherished things from the outset. Ji Yulin felt uneasy under Qin Yin's gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yin turned and walked back. Forget it. When the two returned, they were immediately struck by the disarray in the yard, quickly rushing inside to find Qi Wan and Song Yi unconscious on the ground. Qi Wan, wake up. What is going on? Qin Yin scanned the room. Upon noticing the door to the room of Joy ajar, a bad premonition urged him to move faster. Joy, where are you? Looking into the empty room. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Qin Ning observed the calm waters of the reservoir, her brow furrowed. This is bad. She cannot swim. What? Gigi, is there a way for me to enter the water? In the space, Gigi gazed at the gift box, muttering softly, you have come at just the right time. What? Qin Ning opened the box to reveal a large container holding only a small vial. This is the Bai Shui pill. Once consumed, you will move in the water as easily as you would on land. Qin Ning responded, Gigi, it has truly arrived at the perfect moment. After swallowing the pill, Qin Ning encouraged herself inwardly, for she was indeed a poor swimmer. As she prepared to enter the water, she silently urged herself, Li Su, you must hold on, otherwise you are finished. With a splash, the water surface erupted into ripples as Qin Ning plunged in, instinctively thrashing about. You fool, you can breathe, you can breathe. Gigi's reminder caused Qin Ning to quickly regain her composure. Indeed, it felt no different than being on land. Guide me to find Li Su. Qin Ning commanded the aquatic plants below. Captain, what on earth is this monster? Mo gasped for air while leaning against a rock. Fortunately, with the presence of a water-based ability user, they would have surely struggled to last in the water. A colossal vortex lurked beneath the riverbed, the relentless waters swirling and churning, compelling the gifted to halt their actions. Mutated fish, concealed in the depths, detected the scent of humans and surged forth, voraciously biting. As the metallic tang of blood permeated the aquatic realm, if this continued, it was highly likely that we would succumb here. Captain Li, do you have any brilliant ideas? Li Su's brow furrowed. This ravenous school of mutated fish, drawn by the scent of blood, showed no signs of retreat. They were naturally at a disadvantage in the depths, as if their mental prowess was somehow curtailed. The mutated fish could easily evade his psychic grasp, likely due to the inherent drain on mental energy while submerged. Help! The fish broke through the psychic barrier, and the gifted, now bereft of protection, were engulfed by a wave of suffocating dread as the fish encircled them. One ventured forth to rescue a comrade, yet before he could approach, the fish lunged at him, while those behind seemed almost sentient, dragging the unprotected gifted away. Witnessing this scene, everyone was engulfed in terror, and the fish, having tasted success, divided into two groups. The leading school, having breached the psychic barrier, circumvented to isolate the other gifted, while the following fish dragged the defenseless away to their lair. Damn those fish. Moy had no choice but to abandon his iron ball, which smashed through the water, scattering pine needles that struck the fish as he watched the creatures perish. They seemed unfazed, growing even more frenzied in their assault. Had these fish gone mad? Utilizing vines, Moy abruptly changed direction before colliding with a rock, successfully shaking off the fish. Moy, Su Wu, Su Wen, Li Su gestured for them to take their designated positions according to the plan. Responding to the command, the three moved in three separate directions, and the fish, resolute, pursued the isolated individual. The trio surrounded Li Su, forming a triangular formation, drawing the fish towards them, their frenzy exacerbated by the scent of blood, propelling them forward with increased speed. Just as the three were about to collide, Su Wen grasped their arms, unfurling his wings and soaring upward with the two, The rushing fish could not halt. And in the next moment, a golden array appeared above the surface, immobilizing the fish within the designated area. If they could not operate underwater, then he would lock them down from above. A series of explosions ensued, scattering the fish. The immediate threat was temporarily abated, yet new dangers loomed as the detonations intensified the metallic odor of blood in the water. The lurking monsters in the depths began to stir. Thankfully, Captain Lee was present. Otherwise, we would be a wealthy lot with no lives to spend. Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, a thick stench of decay overwhelmed the scent of blood. Catching them off guard, a scream shattered the tranquility as arms emerged from the muddy depths, each adorned with black tendrils. As the arms cleared the silt, the true nature of the beings was revealed. Human bodies with fishtails. Mermaids? What mermaids? They were zombies. The first to react, a gifted individual, turned to flee, but it was too late. The zombies surrounded them, herding them like sheep into a pen. Captain, why are there so many zombies hidden here? Moy felt a chill run down his spine. Look at the black tendrils on them. Doesn't it resemble those on Huanchi? Su-Wan, sharp-eyed, noticed. Could it be that Huanchi was attacked by them? Yet before they could grasp the truth, the zombies lunged forth, propelled by their tails. They moved with blinding speed and agility, easily evading the gifted's attacks. Moy used the iron ball. As the iron ball was launched, countless pine needles pierced the zombies' bodies, causing those struck to plummet back into the silt, creating a gap in the encirclement. Let us go. Li Su urged them to retreat first. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from the depths to the east, a sinister and bizarre tone that was jarring to the ears. Strangely, aside from Li Su and his team, the other gifted stood frozen, their gazes vacant, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Move! Moy reached out to pull one away. But they remained indifferent, resigned to their grim fate. Just as Li Su intended to utilize his psychic lock to control the zombies, a powerful gust swept towards them, pulling them into the vortex. Moy extended his vines to tether Li Su and the others, but the force of the vortex was too great, severing the vines in the water. Qin Ning halted, her peripheral vision catching the rising silt. The surrounding water began to churn violently, and Qin Ning struggled to maintain her balance. As she felt herself lift off the ground, she anchored herself to a massive stone below with her vines. How could there be such turbulence underwater? Before she could comprehend, the swirling silt revealed corpses, human bodies with fish tails. The exposed corpses suddenly opened their eyes, revealing a pair of lifeless gray-white orbs. They rose vertically, twisting their long, stiffened forms, advancing deeper into the abyss. Eye in the waves, these mutated zombies moved without hindrance. Why are there so many zombies hidden here? The enigma in her heart remained unsolved. Yet these zombies could not be allowed to remain. Qin Ning retrieved a handful of seed from her space, a tree of spring breeze with myriad branches. The seeds pierced through the water, leaving ripples as they burrowed into the zombies' bodies, swiftly taking root and sprouting. The zombies were ensnared, and as Qin Ning released her vines to approach, the sound of gnawing reached her ears. In the next moment, the zombies, ensnared by the plants, were dislodged, successfully wriggling free. How could this happen? Qin Ning was incredulous. The previously ensnared zombies had been powerless to escape, as the seeds had been directly implanted within their cores, absorbing energy to rapidly decompose them. Who were these zombies? In her past life, she had never encountered their like. The scent emanating from Qin Ning drew the zombies' attention, and they all turned to lunge at her. In a moment of panic, she instinctively withdrew into her space. Gigi, do you know why these mutated zombies broke free? Gigi, lacking her usual composure, furrowed her brow. That if I'm correct, these zombies lack cores. How is that possible? Zombies exist solely due to the cores within their brains, which allow them to defy the laws of energy conservation and persist in this world. Without cores, zombies cannot survive. They are merely puppets on strings, lying dormant in the silts, awaiting their king's summons. The king. Qin Ning felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps erupting on her arms. Just a year of the apocalypse. How could there be a zombie king? Even if there were, how could it possibly appear here? The lair of the zombie king is saturated with miasma. No human could survive there. Besides, zombie kings typically dwell in the shadows. Under the sun, they would never manifest. The mom and base has been shrouded in smog. Have you forgotten? Gigi's insight struck Qin Ning like a bolt of lightning. The smog might conceal not only the sun but also the miasma. Upon entering the mom and base, she had simply assumed the foul odor in the air was due to the smog, and with her yard filled with vegetation, how could she easily detect the lurking miasma? Chapter 91. The underwater city. If Gigi's conjecture were correct, then Li Su and the others were in peril. Cough. Li Su choked awake, sand filling his mouth and nose, and upon opening his eyes, he realized the protective water sphere had shattered, leaving him submerged in an unfamiliar environment. Observing the water droplets on the walls and the persistent pressure, he surmised he was still at the bottom. This must be an underwater city. He attempted to rise, only to find himself buried in silt. With only his head exposed for breath, he struggled to free his hands from the grip of the silt. Yet the more he fought, the tighter it seemed to constrict, akin to a non-Newtonian fluid. Isu relaxed his body, slowly lifting his hands from the silt. Death awaits you. The temperature around him plummeted to freezing. Snowflakes landing on his shoulders as a massive icicle descended toward him, splattering layers of silt. When the smoke cleared, however, Li Su's figure was nowhere to be seen. By the time Zheng Ying reacted, a blade was pressed against her throat. Where is this? How did you end up here? She had not been part of this mission, yet here she stood, unscathed that Li Su has descended into the underworld. Let my brother tell you. Coldness radiated from Zheng Ying's body, and if Li Su's hand had been a moment slower, the dagger would have shattered along with him, shaking off the shards of ice from his fingertips. Li Su was astonished. In merely a few days, how could Zheng Ying exhibit such explosive power? There must be something amiss. Psychic lock. Before his mental energy could close in, Zheng Ying's ice immobilized Li Su's feet, forcing him to abandon the lock, kicking away the ice and distancing himself. What have you done? Why, Li Su, you should be afraid. Zheng Ying's eyes glowed crimson as the temperature plummeted again. Countless icicles coalesced into a massive ice blade, the violent energy fluctuations causing the entire room to tremble. That I want you to accompany my brother in death. Zheng Ying, it is not impossible for you to kill Li Su, but do you understand the price you must pay for it? As long as I can kill Li Su, I will accept any price. Kill the brother, seize the core, refine and absorb. Brother, I will ensure that Li Su and Qin Ning accompany you in death. I will not spare anyone who has harmed you. The two ice-type crystals fused together, their combined energy far from simple. Zheng Ying and Zheng Huai were siblings, blood relatives, and the crystals would not reject each other, allowing for perfect synergy to at this moment. Zheng Ying's explosive power reached the fourth tier. Isu yearned to extricate himself, yet the keen awareness of a superior being firmly restrained him, rendering him immobile. Li Su, a glacial blade sliced through the air towards him. In the flickering candlelight, the bright moon embraced the stars. The zombie king gazed at the yet-to-awaken joy, his eyes brimming with indifference. Why have you brought this utterly useless little brat? There's barely enough to fill a gap between my teeth. The cloaked figure removed her outer robe, settled onto the sofa, and coldly remarked, she has the ability to dispel your zombie poison. Yuze's words caused the zombie king's brow to furrow in disbelief as he pointed at the diminutive child before him. You mean to say she can unravel my zombie poison? What a joke! The zombie king scoffed. He commanded thousands of zombies and possessed the power to overturn a city. How could a frail child possibly dispel his poison? He extended his claws, plunging them towards Joy's heart, a forceful pressure compelling the zombie king to kneel, rendering him immobile, his hands suspended in mid-air. And no matter how he struggled, not a single inch could he move. The zombie king, in disbelief, attempted to harness electricity to scorch Joy, a bolt of lightning suspended ominously above her head, yet he could not approach. Kneel! An invisible force bore down upon the zombie king's shoulders, and as he sought to break free, his knees buckled under sudden pressure, thudding to the ground before Joy. Muze was momentarily taken aback. Just as he stood, he too found himself unable to move. Joy, who should have been unconscious, now stood before them, her expression cold and detached, gazing down at the insignificant ants before her. Who do you think you are? Joy's hand struck the zombie king's face from a distance. the force of the blow causing his eyes to bulge and a ringing in his ears. "You are—" The zombie king attempted to speak, but another slap followed, distorting his face. Such overwhelming power, coupled with bloodline suppression, left the zombie king, despite his disbelief, too intimidated to act rashly. Emerging from the void, Qin Ning clutched the Tang Hung sword, ready to unleash chaos. Yet upon her arrival, all the zombies collapsed as if severed from their strings, their bodies succumbing to the water, mud gradually engulfing their forms. Who could possess such formidable power? The roots of the seed embedded themselves within the zombies, absorbing their essence as they lay beneath the water, awaiting the moment to devour their remains. Following the foul stench wafting through the air, Qin Ning ventured deeper, the noxious odor intensifying with each step. When she beheld the house standing amidst the water, she was momentarily stunned, her gaze sweeping across the room until it caught sight of a tattered red cloth at the window. That a tremor ran through her. Lisu must have been here at some point. Vines enveloped the entire house as she weighed the Tang Hung, sword in her hand, and pushed open the decrepit door. As she entered, the water was instantly siphoned away. No, there was a protective barrier outside the house, preventing the water from entering that moment. Qin Ning truly understood why she had failed to notice the reservoir's anomalies before. This zombie king was indeed formidable, but could he accomplish all this alone? The deeper she ventured, the colder it became, forcing Qin Ning to retrieve a down jacket from her space to ward off the chill. Her gaze brushed over the frost adorning the walls, doubt creeping in her mind as she touched the icy surface. Zheng Ying. Qin Ning was taken aback. When had Zheng Ying departed so far, and why was she here? Could it be? Indeed, the only thing that could drive Zheng Ying to such perilous lengths was the desire to eliminate both me and Lisu. It was said that just yesterday, Zheng Huai had succumbed, drawing his last breath. Qin Ning quickened her pace, following the trail of frost towards Zheng Ying. Lisu, you are doomed. How did you end up here? Lisu, ensnared by vines, watched helplessly as Moi, pale as a ghost, bled from all 7 orifices, seemingly clinging to the last vestiges of life. Unable to move, Lisu could only witness his teammates' determination and sacrifice. If you wish to die, then let us go together. Zheng Ying's amassed power grew ever more potent. Die. An ice sphere hurtled towards them. Captain, Su Wen unfurled his wings, shielding Lisu, while Su Wu grasped Lisu's body, attempting to lead him away. Yet the moment his hand made contact with Lisu, his entire arm was instantly frozen. Go. Lisu urged them to flee. Now that he was immobilized, he could not allow them to sacrifice themselves in vain for him. Qin Yin's expression darkened as he regarded Joy's room. Who was responsible for this, and why? Qi Wan, are you all right? Gu Lin grasped Qi Wan's hand with concern. Yin. The awakened Qi Wan withdrew her hand, just as she was about to fall, but Gu Lin caught her, his deep voice tinged with sorrow. He is fine. Qi Wan pushed Gu Lin away. Wan. Song Yin entered, holding medicine as Qi Wan lunged towards him. He instinctively retracted the medicine, fearing she might scald herself, and instead wrapped his other arm around her waist. The scalding liquid burned his hand, yet his expression remained unchanged as he gently held her close. Don't worry, he can't harm me. Qi Wan's hands gripped his shirt tightly, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Gu Lin observed their intimacy, his eyes dimming as he rose to exit the room. Sitting on the steps in the courtyard, smoking 6 years ago, when he was first assigned to District 10, he had been injured on a mission and encountered Qi Wan, who was still a military doctor. At that moment, upon seeing Qi Wan for the first time, he was struck dumb, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to Ding Yin, drawing him unconsciously closer to her on the first Qixi festival after the establishment of the first squad. Qi Wan confessed her feelings to him. Ding Yin returned, and at that time, he believed he was in love with Ding Yin, treating Qi Wan with kindness merely as a comrade's bond, sibling affection. Thus, he rejected her. When Ding Yin chose to leave once more, he committed the gravest mistake of his life. Fueled by alcohol, he forcefully kissed Qi Wan, driven by resentment towards Ding Yin, and chose to date Qi Wan. Yet, during that time, he failed to cherish Qi Wan. Viewing her as a means of revenge against Ding Yan at IT was only when Qi Wan proposed a breakup that he realized his true feelings lay with her. But by then it was too late. He had lost her that Qi applied to undertake an undercover mission with the captain, and for 3 years, they had not crossed paths again. During those 3 years, Qi had moved on from that failed relationship. While he sank deeper into his own despair, Qin Ning coughed lightly, closing his computer. Joy had been taken away. Did you know who took her? Ever since Joy's incident, he had collaborated with Song Yin to install cameras inside and out, yet the opposing party had destroyed all surveillance equipment, leaving only a single photo, devoid of any identifiable features. Joy is missing, cursed the black-clad figure. Upon hearing of Joy's predicament, Qi was enveloped in a state of vigilance and fury, uncertain of the circumstances but certain that the assailant struck swiftly, with a clear intent. Yet what did they want with Joy? Qi sensed that their intentions were malicious, contemplating various motives, yet never anticipating that they would come for Joy. In the silence, Song Yin gazed down, contemplating for a long while. Upon seeing the tension in Qi eyes, he reached out, intertwining their fingers. That I know who he is. You know, Yin? Qi exclaimed, gripping his hands tightly, only to feel the sharp sting of pain from Song Yin's burns. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're seriously injured. She insisted he rinse his hand with cold water, where blisters had formed. The sight was heart-wrenching, but it's nothing. Song Yin pressed down on her hands. I know where Joy is now. Are you saying that black-clad figure is Mu Zhe? Song Yin nodded. No one knew Mu Zhe better than he did. Ji Yulin extinguished a cigarette and returned to the house, as rain suddenly began to fall, droplets landing on his shoulders, a chilling sensation washing over him. The vegetation in the courtyard writhed violently, entering a defensive stance, a sight he had never witnessed before. Deputy, something's wrong. Gu Lin's shout successfully alerted everyone. The plants in the courtyard awakened, twisting and stretching as if sensing the impending danger. A being of wood. Qi was the only one besides Qin Ning who could perceive the emotions of the vegetation. Deputy, something is approaching. The air, mingled with rain, exuded a pungent stench, a foul odor that could only belong to zombies. Understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone remained on high alert. Song Yin raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes devoid of emotion. As he tightened his grip on Qi hand, he was aware that all of this was merely the beginning. Wan, I will protect you. Qi clutched his hand, a reassuring smile gracing her lips. Promise me you'll keep yourself safe, that I will take you back to Kyoto. I will ensure you meet my father. Song Yin nodded, his grip tightening further. They're coming. Frenzied zombies burst through the courtyard gates, their claws scraping against the bars, blood dripping from their mouths, their claws producing a deafening screech against the iron bars. Vines ensnared the zombies, piercing through their abdomens, then violently hurling them at the approaching horde. Deputy, look! Qi gasped in shock as the disemboweled zombies expelled not blood, but a swarm of purple glowing larvae, resembling wingless fireflies. They swarmed densely, enough to trigger a phobia of clusters. Deputy, what is happening? Gu Lin retrieved a metal ball left by Moi, which unleashed hundreds of needles that felled the leading zombies. Yet the horde continued to surge forward, wave after wave. Deputy, why are the zombies' eyes purple instead of gray? Qi extended her vine, ensnaring one of the zombies and drawing it into the courtyard. Binding it tightly, Qin Yin donned gloves and approached with an umbrella. Confronted by a zombie whose pupils shimmered with a violet hue, its body adorned with black lines he had previously observed on Huanqi. Qin Yin sliced open the abdomen of the zombie, and, as anticipated, purple worms crawled out from the wound. He deftly captured the writhing creatures with tweezers and sealed them in a glass vial. Qi, witnessing the relentless emergence of the worms, felt a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. Deputy, could this be a new evolution of zombies? Qin Yin shook his head, asserting that, based on his research, this was not the case. A cursory glance at the zombie's head compelled him to act. He aimed to pry it open and examine the core. However, to his astonishment, he discovered there was no core present. This is not a zombie. Qin Yin corrected himself, realizing it was more accurate to say it was not a living zombie. He could not dismiss the bold hypothesis forming in his mind. There must be a person controlling these zombies. Gu Lin, incinerate it. A daring speculation flickered in his thoughts. These so-called zombies were likely those hunted by the ability users who had ventured out earlier, as he had spotted a dagger wound near the side of the zombie's skull. Indicative of core extraction, the disappearance of Huanqi, the peculiar zombies, the shadowy figures, Muze, vague threads of truth seemed to weave before him. The true mastermind behind all this was Muze, among the entire Mamen base. He alone possessed the capability and power. Gulin, Chiwan, break through the encirclement and head to the City Lord's mansion. Yes, Deputy T is not at the City Lord's mansion. After a prolonged silence, Song Yin spoke softly. A flicker of conflict evident in his gaze. That I can take you there, but Chiwan must stay. Why? Chiwan grasped Song Yin's hand, seeking clarity. Apologies. In a swift motion, Song Yin struck Chiwan, rendering her unconscious. Guilt crossed his face as he cradled her in his arms, cautiously placing her on the bed, and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Wan, I will protect you. His hand caressed her face. Filled with reluctance, with a resolute heart, he withdrew his hand and enveloped Chi-Wan in a metallic field. Go. Chapter 93. The one controlling all this can only be him. Huanqi cast a disdainful glance at the zombie king kneeling before her. A cold snort emanating from deep within her throat. Fool! The zombie king, subjected to such scorn and humiliation, lowered its head, too fearful to utter a word in protest, the oppressive aura surrounding her, instilling a profound dread within him. Muze could not fathom what kind of person Huanqi was, possessing such power that instilled fear in the zombie king. You shall pay the price for your actions. That Huanqi's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. No. The zombie king felt as though an invisible hand was choking him, a sharp blade poised above his head, ready to pierce his skull and extract the core. The pain was excruciating. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck directly at Huanqi, forcing her to withdraw, grasping the lightning and extinguishing it within her palm. A tingling sensation coursing through her hand, and Muze was taken aback by how effortlessly Huanqi had neutralized his attack. Huanqi brushed the ashes from her palm and stepped toward Muze, who instinctively retreated, sensing the impending danger. Maintaining distance, a hidden hand reached beneath the table. Just as Huanqi prepared to strike, he swiftly pressed a button, activating mechanisms concealed within the room. As massive stones hurtled toward Huanqi, she raised her hand to block the oncoming boulders, and as she crushed them, Muze broke free from the field suppression and lunged at Huanqi. Striking down with his palm, as the stone shattered, a glint of cold light flashed in Huanqi's eyes as she seized Muze's neck, her grip tightening just as her gaze grew increasingly lucid. The next moment, she collapsed to the ground. Revived, Muze gasped for breath, shaken as he regarded the unconscious Huanqi. What manner of monster is she, that even he is no match for her? She is. An alarm blared suddenly, interrupting the zombie king on the monitor, covered in static. A blinding light suddenly shot forth, compelling both the zombie king and Muze to instinctively avert their gaze. Once the brilliance faded, the monitor displayed time rewinding, tick-tock, tick-tock, to the sound of the clock rapidly reversing echoed in everyone's ears, the chill gradually receding, condensing above. A mental assault struck Zheng Ying's psychic essence directly. The ice sphere suspended in mid-air shattered, scattering like snowflakes as Zheng Ying collapsed into the snow, blood spilling forth. This, Li Su glanced back, meeting Qin Ning's gaze, a smile gracing his lips. That you've arrived. Qin Ning, her steps unsteady, was steadied by Li Su. She shook her head, indicating she was unharmed. The sudden turn of events left her no choice. She forced her abilities into action, assisting Li Su in breaking through the fourth tier, thus enabling them to intercept the unfolding disaster. However, she now found herself somewhat drained. Zheng Ying glared at the scene, seething. You again? Qin Ning, I will kill you. Struggling to rise, her injuries were too severe, and each movement elicited more blood. Qin Ning cast a sharp glance at Zheng Ying, her eyes glinting with malice. Zheng Ying, you should be contemplating how to beg for mercy, rather than spouting useless words here. Zheng Ying shrieked in agony, attempting to attack once more, yet the prior mental assault had gravely injured her psychic essence, rendering her incapable of wielding her abilities again. Qin Ning was unwilling to waste time on such a person, She unsheathed a dagger from her waist, advancing without hesitation, plunging it into Zheng Ying's heart. So much unnecessary chatter. Sister Ning, how did you end up here? Qin Ning responded, aren't you all supposed to be with your people, escaping to deliver a message to me? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Incredulous. Impossible. We were trapped by a school of fish and confronted by mutated fish zombies, and oh, one managed to escape. Let alone send you a message. Qin Ning's expression shifted. In oh good. A diversion. We must leave this place. No. Outside is water. Without a water-type ability user, we cannot return to land. Yi's words prompted a realization in Qin Ning. She hurriedly retrieved water-evading pills from her space for them to consume. Taking this will allow you to traverse the water freely. Qi Wan and the others may be under attack and urgently need our assistance. The zombie king watched their retreating figures, a hint of regret in his eyes. What a pity, they slipped away just like that. Muz cast a glance at the sprawled Zheng Ying. Qin Ning, she hides quite well. Help me. Zheng Ying, unwilling to succumb to death, clutched Muze's pant leg. Pleading, help me. Just once more did Muze's eyes flashed with disdain as he kicked Zheng Ying's hand away. Useless. The zombie king regarded Zheng Ying with a mocking laugh. Since he has fled, a dual-core individual like you is equally expendable. With a swift motion, the zombie king ripped out Zheng Ying's heart, devouring it along with the core, reveling in the surge of power it provided. Muz looked on in disgust. What will happen to Huanqi? At the mention of Huanqi, the zombie king trembled, an innate fear gripping him. Take her away. As Qin Ning and the others emerged onto the shore, they found the entire base in chaos. The mermaid zombies, previously hidden in the depths of the reservoir, contorted their forms, scrambling to ascend the land. This, Su-Wan, witnessing the scene, was momentarily at a loss for words. What about Muze? Isn't he the city lord? Why aren't his people intervening? Qin Ning furrowed her brow, observing the approaching zombies. She slammed her palm against the ground, causing vegetation to erupt from the soil, encircling Qin Ning and her companions, creating a safe zone. Fortunately, she has a habit of scattering seeds everywhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to confront this overwhelming horde of zombies. Muz was likely the mastermind behind all this. Isu keenly sensed that everything was intricately linked to Muze. Indeed, he is likely the one. Qin Ning gradually recognized the disarray of the situation. Moe surveyed the advancing zombies, noting, though we are safe, we are still trapped. How can we break free from such a multitude of zombies? Qin Ning scanned their surroundings, realizing that this reservoir was under Muze's strict surveillance. She had only visited once and had left no vegetation behind, complicating matters now. Why has the Mammon base suddenly been inundated with so many zombies? Su-Wan began to speak, but Qin Ning's inspiration struck. Su-Wan, you can mutate and possess a body that I will provide you with energy, enabling you to temporarily break through the second tier and lead us out of here. Once we approach the center, with sufficient vegetation, I will be able to unleash my powers. Su-Wan nodded, recognizing it as a viable plan. Song Ian employed his metallic field to isolate the zombies, while Gu Lin unleashed fireballs, incinerating the core-less zombies to prevent future threats. Qin Yin observed Song Ian's back, hesitating to speak, but he seemed to know Muze well. What was the nature of the relationship between Song Ian and Muze? He appeared unperturbed by the events of the day. Chapter 94. Zombie King. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire Mammon base. Heavy with foreboding, bloodshed, and the echoes of screams, the ceaseless tide of zombies surged toward the populace. Blood flooding the ground, leaving devastation in its wake. Isu gazed at the horrifying scene before him in silence, veins bulging in his neck, a surge of murderous intent boiling within. The crystal core in his jade bracelet flickered ominously, signaling energy depletion. With each passing moment, the number of zombies multiplied, severely draining his psychic energy to the point where even the energy in his bracelet was nearly exhausted. If this continued, it would spell disaster for them. They needed to swiftly locate the individual orchestrating this horde of zombies. Qin Ning extended her hand, intertwining her fingers with Li Su's, channeling her abilities into his body. Among them, Li Su's energy consumption was the most severe. If this continued, even with her healing, it would be difficult to avoid harming the crystal itself, a significant taboo for those with powers. These ruffians were relentless, akin to stubborn cobras, and we couldn't help but mutter curses under her breath. Wait, it's the vice captain and the others. Su Wan, with keen eyes, spotted 3 individuals heading towards the slums and redirected his course to approach them. Vice captain Su Wan descended from the skies with his companions, repelling the advancing zombies. The clash of the psychic and metal domains enveloped the area within hundreds of meters, momentarily keeping the zombies at bay. Observing the group, Li Su quietly inquired, "What about the others?" Qi Wan is currently safe in the villa, while Yulan is with Kai Tu and Huan Shi. The mention of Huan Shi caused a noticeable pause in the conversation, and in that moment, Qin Ning sensed that something was amiss. Huan Shi, what happened? Huan Shi was taken by Mu Zhe. Qin Ning's mind was momentarily thrown into chaos. Why would Mu Zhe take Huan Shi? He wouldn't harm her. Song Yin spoke quietly, his expression betraying his understanding of Mu Zhe's intentions better than anyone else. Let's go. He cast his gaze down, clenching his fists tightly, and began to make his way towards his former home. On the rooftop, Mu Zhe observed Song Yin with a mocking smile, deriding him as a coward who dared to meddle in his affairs. Truly a stroke of bad luck. The zombie king sat cross-legged to one side, absorbing and digesting the power he had drawn from Zheng Ying. Only the fusion of the parental crystals could yield such pure strength. Song Yin lifted his gaze towards the distance, aware that Mu Zhe was watching him. Mu Zhe was nothing short of a madman. The air was filled with cries for help and the sounds of zombies tearing flesh, raindrops striking faces and blurring vision. Striking purple lightning tore across the sky, dispersing the long-standing haze over the Mammon base, revealing its true visage to all. Look, what is that? Mo pointed towards the strange red glow on the horizon, her eyes widening. The Mammon base was encircled by an eerie crimson mist. The electric fences originally erected to protect against zombies were now crawling with massive lizards, swarming over the barriers in droves. Attempting to breach them, black vines, emanating a foul stench, entwined the fences, and droplets of black liquid dripped from the wounds inflicted by the electric wires, sizzling as they hit the ground. The once overcast sky, now illuminated by a crack of thunder, gave way to a horde of mutated zombie crows descending upon the ordinary citizens of the city. The crows circled ominously. The zombies ravaged the land, the cacophony of death mingling with the enchanting red mist, epitomizing the essence of the apocalypse. Excitement glimmered in Mu Zhe's eyes. This was the scene he had longed for, as the zombie king fully absorbed Zheng Ying's power and opened his eyes. The world around him shifted, the temperature plummeting several degrees. Snowflakes, mixed with the chilling essence of death, fell to the ground, forming blocks of ice. Cracks began to emerge in the asphalt roads, and the entire city began to tremble slightly. The fissures widened, and ghostly vines hidden deep beneath the earth erupted, engulfing the city. What in the world are these things? Mo exclaimed as she severed a ghostly vine with her blade. These vines possessed a potent, corrosive nature. Any human who came into contact with them would face the grim fate of being consumed from within unless the decayed flesh was excised. Qin Ning furrowed her brow, realizing why this was a city shrouded in fog. It was to conceal these vile creatures. Channeling her energy, she summoned the scattered plants that had been sold off to various places, awakening them in response to the call of nature. Challenging her with plants was akin to a novice attempting to compete before a master craftsman. A green shimmer sparked in Qin Ning's eyes as she gracefully descended onto a willow tree, surveying the entire city below. The zombie king trembled. It was the power of nature. He sprang to his feet, his eyes glinting with a greedy excitement. Such rich natural energy appearing here was unexpected. Without hesitation, he charged towards Qin Ning. Just as he was about to close in, countless blades of psychic energy shot towards the zombie king. He swiftly teleported backward, deflecting the onslaught of psychic blades with thunderous strikes. That is, Qin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. The zombie king, as he had suspected, possessing human consciousness, wielding abilities, and commanding thousands of zombies. No other could achieve such feats but the zombie king. Such a rich aroma. You have hidden yourself well. The zombie king gathered fireballs and hurled them towards the domain. A violent explosion ensued, sending both Li Su and Song Yin reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. With their defenses shattered, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, surging towards them. Be careful. Muze wiped the blood from his lips, coldly observing the scene, his gaze fixed on Song Yin amidst the chaos. Come here. Where is Huan Shi? Qin Ning shouted at Muze. The mere mention of Huan Shi caused a flicker of fear to flash in Muze's eyes. That girl was no ordinary child. Unable to kill her, he would confine her to prevent any disruption to his plans. Rest assured, I have no interest in a mere child. She should be safer than you now. You ought to ponder your circumstances. A bolt of purple lightning arced towards Qin Ning. She had no choice but to dodge, tossing seeds at Muze, which rapidly sprouted, ensnaring him. She swiftly grasped the vines and leapt down from the tree. Li Su, understanding the urgency in Qin Ning's words, Li Su quickly locked onto Muze, immobilizing him as the vines pulled him from the rooftop towards the fissures below. Break, just as Li Su was about to obliterate Muze's psychic essence. A wave of cold air surged forth, severing Li Su's focus. This icy blast was imbued with profound resentment, aimed straight for Li Su's psychic core. Li Su. Captain, Song Yin caught Li Su from behind. The force of the impact shattering his hand bones. Both men collapsed to their knees. Qin Ning had no choice but to release Muze, rushing to their side, shoving spiritual fruits into their mouths while channeling her abilities into them. Song Yin reached out, grasping her hand. No need. His grip was firm, but Qin Ning was intent on speaking further. However, Song Yin had already risen to leave. Li Su coughed up blood again, splattering it across his pale face. Li Su. Qin Ning's alarm bells rang. Desperate to inject her abilities back into him, he held her hand firmly, attempting to speak, his lips parting slightly as blood continued to flow from him. The previous blow had shattered his psychic lock and disrupted his heart's pathway. Continuing would only waste Qin Ning's energy. He shook his head, signaling her to stop. Li Su. Are you joking with me? Qin Ning's panic rendered her speechless as she clung tightly to his hand, unwilling to let go. Kill. The zombie king, witnessing Li Su's imminent demise, could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. He could hardly wait to obtain Li Su's crystal at his command. The zombies surged towards them with unrelenting force. Countless zombies fell only to rise again. Devoid of crystals, they would not die or tire, serving as the sharpest weapons of the zombie king. Zombies do not tire, but they will. Come here. Muze raised his hand, gripping his left arm, coldly glaring at the fools before him. Song Yin caught a glimpse of him, gripping his steel knife tightly. He would no longer cower, for someone needed him. Muze coldly fixated on the obstinate fools, incredulous that such a coward would rise to this moment. He had once thought Song Yin would live his life like a dog, being bullied by others. Yet now, he was unrecognizable, proving that even fools can change. But to think these people could halt his progress was utterly laughable. The more he derided them, the louder the thunder rumbled in the sky, as 81 bolts of lightning descended upon Qin Ning and her group. Seeing Muze's madness, Song Yin attempted to activate a protective shield, but as he began to move, Muze sneered. And in an instant, Song Yin found himself frozen in place. Let me go. Song Yin struggled against Muze's grip, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained immobile. You, a coward, cannot possibly be my opponent. Muze regarded him as nothing more than a discarded dog, a pitiful coward to be trampled upon. The deafening purple lightning crackled with the pressure of fourth-tier abilities, suppressing all lower-tier ability users. The murderous intent pressing down upon them rendered them motionless. This is bad. Once this thunderstorm struck, not only would they be unable to withstand it, but the entire city would succumb. Once the electricity merged with water, it would conduct through anyone in contact. No, this cannot happen. Qin Ning's peripheral vision caught sight of the scales on her chest, and memories of branches advising her flashed in her mind. Perhaps she could channel the lightning into herself. Even if the scales could not withstand it, she still had the spring breeze to revive her. Qin Ning, protect yourself and complete my unfinished task. Li Su's eyes were filled with reluctance and greed, but his resolve was unwavering. In a sudden motion, Qin Ning was pushed away before she could react. Li Su plunged a knife into his chest, grasping the crystal within. Qin Ning had once told him that self-detonation of the crystal was an exceedingly forceful measure, yet the energy of the crystal was finite. A dying person would choose to detonate their own crystal, unleashing a momentary energy capable of devastating mountains and rivers. No. Realizing Li Su's intentions, Qin Ning rushed forward in a desperate attempt to halt his actions. The energy shockwave from the crystal explosion rendered Qin Ning completely dazed. Captain Song Yin gazed at Li Su, who had opted for a nuclear explosion, his eyes instantly ablaze with crimson. This was all his fault. He had been too cowardly. With a forceful effort, Song Yin broke free from his restraints and unleashed his domain. The backlash sent Mu Ze staggering backward, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Rage surged in Mu Ze's gaze as he grinned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The thunderous storm clashed with the explosive force unleashed by Li Su, generating colossal energy fluctuations with tremendous lethality, akin to a tornado wreaking havoc, its destructive power radiating outward, obliterating all zombies in its wake. Not a single zombie, including the zombie king Mu Ze, who was locked onto by Li Su's mental energy, could escape. Boom! The asphalt ground collapsed, and waves in the reservoir surged to towering heights, breaching the dam and rushing towards the Mammon base, washing away all filth. In her unconscious state, Qi Wan was jolted awake by the powerful aftershocks. Her body drenched in cold sweat as she clutched her chest, gasping for breath, an overwhelming sense of dread seizing her. The metallic domain guarding outside shattered amidst the turmoil. Song Yin! Song Yin! Song Yin! At the moment Qi Wan burst out of the house, the structure collapsed instantaneously. The water surged to her calves, and various corpses floated before her. Some were supernatural beings, others zombies. The sight struck her with panic and terror. She turned to look at the courtyard, where all the plants had fallen into a deathly silence. It seemed she had arrived too late. The pain in her chest incessantly reminded her that she needed to find them, to seek him out. Amidst the ruins, Mu Ze rubbed his temples, rising from the ground to survey the ravaged city, his brow furrowed in cold contemplation. Li Su had indeed destroyed his zombie army. Truly, Li Su was not to be underestimated. With mere third-tier power, he had accomplished this much that it was a pity they were enemies. The damned ones had all been obliterated. The zombie king's eyes burned with murderous intent. Damned humans. In stark contrast to the zombie king's fury, Mu Ze remained remarkably composed. Did this world truly lack zombies? Ha! Upon hearing Mu Ze's words, the zombie king erupted in a mad laughter. You're absolutely right. That accursed mental enhancement ability user nearly wounded me. I shall devour that woman with the power of nature to restore my strength. City H is merely the beginning. I will eradicate all vile humans and overturn the entire world to create the utopia I desire. Mu Ze lit a cigarette, calmly observing the corpses, exhaling smoke rings. In the ethereal space, Qin Ning looked at the unconscious Li Su, desperately attempting to channel her powers into him. Yet, regardless of her efforts, every attempt at energy infusion would bounce back unchanged. Why was this happening? Why? Ji. Her tone was laced with despair, her attempts repeating endlessly until she collapsed, exhausted, into the spring, sinking to the bottom. Don't you know? Yes, she knew. How could she not? Only the dead cannot receive her powers. Li Su. She had felt the anguish of self-detonation. The disappearance of the physical body did not equate to the vanishing of consciousness. Only when the energy within the crystal was completely depleted would consciousness truly fade. Until then, all pain would be felt, and she would hear the agonizing sound of flesh tearing apart, the sensation amplifying infinitely. Darkness would shroud everything. The blue spiritual butterfly on her forehead fluttered from her floral adornment, traversing the spring. The damp-winged butterfly appeared as a fallen angel, layering through the water, and at the moment it pierced the surface, light refracted off its wings, emitting the most resplendent colors. The spiritual butterfly circled Li Su. The flowers bloomed. Chapter 96. Do not let them approach. The zombie king swept his gaze over the crowd, yet found no trace of Qin Ning. Where could she be? Such a precious treasure had vanished from beneath his very eyes. How could he face the zombie realm after this? The grayish-white pupils of the zombie king glowed with a violet light. He refused to believe a living person could disappear into thin air. Alive must see the living. Dead must see the dead. The zombie king's body trembled, furious as he glared at Song Yin, who had dared to stab him, his rage reaching a boiling point. You. Before he could finish a sentence, the knife in Song Yin's hand plunged deeper. Die, you bastard! The zombie king swatted Song Yin away. Dark chains descended from above, binding his limbs and suspending him in mid-air. You should have died long ago. The zombie king drew his blade, the wound healing at a visible rate. I should have killed you then. The zombie king gripped Song Yin's throat, the sensation of suffocation causing him to flush. Just as the zombie king was about to snap Song Yin's neck, a chilling voice rang out. You wish for my death? Mu Zhe's icy tone forced the zombie king to halt. The inability to kill was profoundly displeasing. Mu Zhe glanced at the disheveled Song Yin with disdain before retracting his gaze. Foolish dream. Vines with a metallic quality surged towards the zombie king, piercing through his heart, while another vine sliced through the chains, forcibly severing them. Qi Wan tugged on the vine, swiftly swinging towards Song Yin to catch him. How could you? Song Yin's words were cut short as the enraged zombie king unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Qi Wan. He had no time to think, flipping to shield her beneath him. Qi Wan felt warmth on her face, drops of blood splattering onto her cheek. The sight of crimson filled her vision. Yin. Song Yin slumped in her embrace, his weak voice tinged with reproach. Wan. You shouldn't have come. Song Yin. Qi Wan trembled, her gaze towards the zombie king filled with unyielding fury as vines surged from all directions, swiftly ensnaring the zombie king's limbs. These vines bore the unique metallic essence of Song Yin. This force prevented the zombie king from detecting the vine's presence immediately. Your vines. Mu Zhe wiped the blood from his mouth, grasping the approaching vines. Astonished, he actually went to such lengths for you. Mu Zhe smirked coldly. Useless. Her gaze remained fixed on Song Yin as he exerted force, the vines crumbling into dust. Qin Ning, submerged in the depths of the spring, suddenly opened her eyes, gasping as she sat up, heart pounding with pain. What on earth was happening? As she called out, she suddenly realized she had fallen in the spring due to exhaustion. Li Su. She hastily wiped away her tears and turned her gaze to Li Su's lifeless body. Li Su. Countless spiritual butterflies swirled around him, his once pale face beginning to regain color. Li Su. This shock mingled with exhilaration as she climbed up, pressing against his chest, hearing Li Su's heartbeat once more. This long-forgotten sound shattered Qin Ning's defenses, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ji, what is happening? The silent Ji fixed her gaze on Li Su, the source of this power. Could it be? The flowers bloomed. Ji withdrew her gaze. The zombie king's power stemmed from incessant consumption, surrounded by murky energy, while the spiritual butterflies would purify this taint, thereby stripping the zombie king of his healing ability. After explaining, Ji descended beside Qin Ning. Kicking someone away, Mu Zhe summoned thunder, aiming it at Qi Wan. He could not leave any potential threats behind. The disparity in their levels and suppression rendered Qi Wan immobile as the thunder surged towards her vital point. Qi Wan tightly embraced Song Yin, shielding his body beneath her. Song Yin, I promise to protect you too. In the instant the lightning struck, Qin Ning, propelled from the space, collided directly with Mu Zhe's thunder. Absorbing it all, Qin Ning was charred on the outside, yet tender within. She roared, venting her dissatisfaction. Qin Ning wiped the black dust from her face, glaring fiercely at Mu Zhe. You're dead. Ning? Qi Wan opened her eyes to find Qin Ning's silhouette. Wan, take them and leave first. Qin Ning waved her hand, dispelling the restraints on Qi W. Be careful. Qi Wan steadied Song Yin, urging Mo and the others to wake up. You suffer my lightning strike, yet remain unscathed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mu Zhe's eyes. You actually evade my level of suppression. You've hidden yourself well. Mu Zhe couldn't help but applaud. The image of leaves reflected in Qin Ning's eyes as she raised her hand to brush over the floral adornment on her forehead. Gate of living beings. Qin Ning's body slowly ascended from the ground, a colossal blue door materializing behind her. As the door swung open, countless spiritual butterflies surged forth, heading towards the zombie king. What is this? The zombie king initially dismissed the approaching spiritual butterflies. But as they entered his body, the searing power inflicted pain upon him. What is this? Frost emanated from him as the zombie king attempted to freeze the butterflies. Yet the flames of Gu Lin melted the chill instantly. I demand retribution for the captain's life. The zombie king found himself ensnared by the spiritual butterflies, bound and unable to move, and discovered his healing ability had vanished. Muse observed the zombie king's plight. You possess such abilities that Muse flickered to the zombie king's side, wishing to escape. Vines ensnared Muse's feet, yanking him back. No one can escape from beneath my watch. Troublesome. Muse's face twisted with malice as he severed the vines, binding his ankles with a sharp blade. Channeling his energy, the heavens darkened, and successive bolts of thunder rained down upon Qin Ning, ensnaring her in a tempest that rendered her unable to approach. Upon witnessing Muse sprinting toward the zombie king, Song Yin, who had just regained consciousness, bellowed, "Do not let them touch her." By the time Qin Ning attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Muse and the zombie king clasped hands tightly. Amidst flashes of lightning and booming thunder beneath the ominous clouds, the surging waters beneath them began to ripple, while dark chains ensnared both parties' limbs, as Qin Ning sought to draw near and sever their connection. An overwhelming force repelled her before she could strike, for their success must be thwarted at all costs. Song Yin grasped Qi One's hand tightly, their combined strength intertwining within them, sending blades toward Muse and his ally. The blades collided with a barrier, their power insufficient to break through. It was imperative to consolidate their strength. Qin Ning dared not linger, acting as a conduit to unify everyone's energy into Qi Wan and Song Yin. As their power surged, crack began to form upon the barrier. Chapter 97. Humanity is filthy. The vines pierced through the barrier, seizing Muse's wrist and forcibly pulling him away. The winds roared. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the city, and torrential rain obscured vision. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking in all directions, while the acrid stench of scorched earth filled the air, the pollution thickening as foul-smelling black water flowed through the city. As rain struck the water, it produced a sound reminiscent of burning. A potent malevolence seeped from the depths of the earth, overpowering Qin Ning and the others. For the first time, Qin Ning felt a suffocating pressure, as though it gripped her limbs and consciousness, rendering her breathless, choking her fate's throat. Swarms of butterflies emerged from the gate of life, fluttering above, their wings trembling in panic. With the intensifying pressure, Qin Ning's complexion grew paler, while the ethereal butterflies began to plummet into the water, transforming into ashes with a crackling sound. The blackness enveloped the sky. Not a single beam of light pierced the horizon to illuminate the world below. The zombies, once shattered into pieces, were resurrected by this malevolence. Emerging from the depths of the murky water, their grayish arms stretching forth as they stood upright, howling deafeningly. He could not contain his exclamation. Could it be that these thoroughly dead zombies could still rise again? Was it truly impossible to kill them? Even if they were to sacrifice themselves, this bizarre phenomenon must be reported back to District 10, or more lives would be lost as a result. Qin Yin retrieved a device and tossed it onto a nearby treetop, which would record the entire battle. Once District 10 received the information, they would dispatch aid. Thus, their sacrifices would not be in vain. After completing this, Qin Yin pulled out a gun from his pocket, loading it with specialized bullets. Su-Wen, send me over. Vice Captain. Su-Wen attempted to stop Qin Yin. Are you really willing to let the captain sacrifice himself for nothing? Qin Yin's deep voice brooked no dissent, exuding an aura of authority. This is an order. It must be obeyed. Su-Wen lowered his gaze. Silent. Yes, the captain could not die in vain. They all had to perish. Qin Ning struggled to free herself, but it felt as if the power within her had been siphoned away, rendering her motionless, as though she were parched. Not good. Sister Ning. He was the first to notice Qin Ning, reaching out to grasp her. However, his rapidly descending form narrowly missed her, and as he extended his hand toward her, a black iron chain shot in from the horizon, ensnaring Qin Ning and hoisting her high into the air. The chain pierced her body, relentlessly draining her natural power. Breaking through the barrier, Qin Yin caught Su Wen's energy and leaped upward, gripping the vines. The closer he drew to Mu Zhe and the zombie king, the more intense the sensation of being drained became. Within the encirclement, lightning continuously struck at the intruders that Qin Yin dodged, landing on the iron chain, only to soon feel a wave of cold that threatened to freeze his feet. Lightning, ice, metal, was there a healing ability as well? Was it only these, or he could not quickly assess it? Within Mu Zhe's realm, all powers were restricted, but he had to swiftly determine where the connection's weak point lay. They must be killed to end this farce. Qin Yin took a crystal core from his pocket, crushing it to forcibly break through the class limitations, allowing him to ascertain the weak point of the connection in a short time. A buzzing filled his ears, as if countless needles pierced his brain simultaneously. The pain blurring his sense of direction, a bolt of lightning hurtled toward him. "Vice Captain, be careful!" Su Wen spread his wings, attempting to whisk Qin Yin away, but it was too late. The lightning pierced Su Wen's chest, blood splattering onto Qin Yin's pale cheek. A surge of mental energy enveloped the two, gentle and warm, like the sun in winter or the breeze of early spring, refreshing the spirit. "Where is it?" Qin Yin spotted it. Right there, he embraced Su Wen, raising his gun and shooting at the flickering star in the darkness. The bullet soared forth, infused with Qin Ning's natural power. Only this strength could penetrate the crystal core. The bullet was merely an inch from the core when a black iron chain obstructed its path. As the lightning struck, the bullet exploded prematurely, the tremendous force shattering the encirclement completely. "Brother, Vice Captain!" Moe and Su Wu rushed forward, intent on catching the two. However, two iron chains forcefully repelled Moe and Su Wu, the chains laced with cold and electric energy, striking the two into the black waters. Foul liquid flooding their nostrils, the horde of zombies, drawn by the scent, lunged to tear them apart. From the dark clouds, iron chains reached out, pulling them back, delving into their bodies, and continuously siphoning their strength. The crystals of the ability users were a great boon. How could they be given to these mindless creatures? A fierce wind swept in from behind, raising waves of water, and from the darkness emerged a figure. Walking upon the water, his feet encased in ice, the sound of dragging metal chains echoing. Surrounded by purple lightning, as the figure drew nearer, Gulin forcibly detonated his core, amplifying his powers to their fullest potential. The flames coalesced in his palm, illuminating a corner of darkness. As long as there was light, darkness would exist. A vast expanse of flames lit up the sky, surging toward the figure. Overreaching, an overwhelming sense of dread approached, suffocating them, as if invisible hands gripped their limbs, awakening a primal fear deep within Ji Yulin's pupils dilated, jealousy, greed, fear, and rage blossoming in his heart. If it weren't for Song Yin, everything would be as it once was, and Qi Wan would return to my side. Everything was because of him. Thus, the one who deserved death was him. Gu Lin advanced step by step. Qi Wan's eyes reflected concern and confusion. "Gulin, what has happened to you? What have you done to him?" "I merely magnified the fears within people's hearts." Amidst the flames, Mu Zhe emerged, half of his face a grotesque semblance of a zombie, the other half veiled in darkness, chains enveloping his body. Snowflakes gathered beneath his feet, while purple lightning crackled around the other half. A blade clutched in his hand. His grayish-white eyes were bloodshot, the side of his face tainted by the crawling black insects. "Disgusting," Gu Lin muttered, his murderous intent unabashed. He gazed at the beleaguered Song Yin, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "Die. Gu Lin, wake up!" Qi Wan disregarded Song Yin's protests, shielding him behind herself. She could not bring herself to attack a comrade, nor could she bear to witness her beloved suffer before her eyes. Mu Zhe laughed maniacally. "Indeed, humanity is filthy. Die." Gu Lin forcefully retracted his hand, rushing forward, his eyes clear with determination. How could he possibly harm Qi Wan? Flames surged toward Muze, a turn of events he had not anticipated. He struggled to break free, but Gu Lin held him fast. Gu Lin, Chapter 98. I am him. He is me. The smoke from the explosion obscured vision. Damn it. Muze kicked the severely wounded Gu Lin away, disgust etched on his face, nearly falling prey to the insufferable insect. Gu Lin. Qi Wan's heart jolted. The vines sought to grasp Gu Lin. But the injured Muze was consumed by resentment and yanked the chains toward Qi Wan. Wan. Song Yin reached out to grasp Qi Wan, but a wave of intense pain surged through his head. Let her go. Song Yin pressed his hands to his head in agony, his gaze fierce. Then Muze regarded Song Yin with a cold smirk. You coward. If not for me, you would have been dead long ago. If she knew the truth, would she still love you? Song Yin. Yin. Qi Wan attempted to free herself from the chains, but the more she struggled, the tighter they constricted. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have studied abroad long ago, instead of being trapped in this small place, scraping by with your pathetic father. Why don't you just die? Song Yin, are you like that wretched woman, wishing for a wealthy father to take your place as a son? Why don't you just die? You are a blight. If it weren't for you, your parents wouldn't have perished. You should have burned along with them, ending up like this, living to repulse others. Ugly creature. What purpose do you serve by still being alive? Song Yin endured the torment, as curses and derisions incessantly echoed in her ears. What reason do I have to continue living? Indeed, what purpose do you serve by living? Thus, I should take your place. Muze materialized behind her, resting a hand upon her shoulder, his voice laced with seduction. That I promise to protect you, to eliminate all those who have ever bullied you. And, awakened, Qi Wan struggled, her voice hoarse with anguish. Song Yin, heed my words. Your existence is meant to love me. You understand. 1. Muze regarded the soon-to-awaken Song Yin, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it. The iron chains coiled around Qi Wan's neck, yanking her forcefully. Song Yin, listen closely. Only I can save you. You are me, and I am you. That a person as cowardly as you has no reason to remain in this world. Allow me to replace you. He extended his hand, covering Song Yin's eyes. Song Yin, from the very beginning, the only one capable of saving you is me. My existence is solely to protect you. That we are one, and I will keep you safe. All those who have tormented you shall perish. Therefore, Song Yin, relinquish your body to me. This not what you desire. These people deserve to die. Trust me. Surrender your body to me. Not trust him. Song Yin. Qi Wan crushed the crystal core in her hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered the surrounding chains. She struck Muze's face with force, the blade in her hand piercing through his form. Song Yin. She held him tightly, softly calling his name, tears cascading down her cheeks. This cannot be. Muze clutched his wound, whispering to himself, how could you possibly harm me? He gazed at the unhealing injury, murmuring, perish. At the moment he sensed Qi Wan's vines emanating Song Yin's unique energy. Muze suddenly comprehended. So that's how it is. He unobtrusively accepted Qi Wan's vines, and the moment they pierced through his left shoulder. The Song Yin lying in her arms was similarly injured. How could this be? Muze chuckled lightly, arms crossed, coldly observing her. Because I am him, and he did. Muze approached the two slowly. It was my appearance that allowed him to survive when he was on the brink of death. He is nothing but a useless coward, hiding behind me, relying on my strength to endure until now. A mocking smile graced his lips. Whatever he desires, he can achieve without hesitation. Without a moment's thought, he thrust the dagger into Qi Wan's hands. Aren't you going to kill me? Go ahead. He laughed softly, provocatively exposing his vulnerable spot before her. He held full confidence that Qi Wan would never strike. Go ahead. Go ahead. Qi Wan gazed at the advancing Muze, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury. She could not do it. She simply could not. Muze looked down at Qi Wan, speaking coldly. Think carefully. If you do not kill me, your companion shall die. He lifted Qi Wan's chin, forcing her gaze upon those bound by iron chains, their strength being gradually absorbed by Muze. The moment the crystalline energy vanished entirely, death would descend. You lunatic, Qi Wan screamed. What benefit do you gain from this? I do this, huh? Muze could not suppress his laughter. For I do this entirely because he desires it. I am merely a projection of his consciousness. He is the true persona that he wishes for these selfish humans to vanish, to establish a beautiful world. My persona is merely here to assist him. This is all his desire, and Muze coldly observed the fleeing humans, excitement glimmering in his eyes. I have given them a chance. This is all of their own making. Today's events are solely the result of their greed, culminating in the creation of the zombie king. Their selfishness has brought about this chaos. Song Yin, he has personally experienced this. Every day he spent here was devoid of anyone's kindness. Thus, he concurs that my actions are not unjust. And Muze coldly regarded Song Yin in Qi Wan's arms. You wish to kill me, yet I have never been the mastermind. I am simply a blade in his hand, executing his will. Bastard, Qi Wan roared, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She raised her blade but hesitated, unable to strike him. What should she do? Wake up! Tian Tian! Wake up! How noisy! Qin Ning slowly opened her eyes. And in that instant, she nearly frightened herself to death. Am I dead? That shouldn't be the case. But witnessing her own body bound by chains, while she floated in midair, was it not death? If you do not awaken soon, you will become human fodder. Ji. Qin Ning gazed at Ji in astonishment. What has happened to me? You have been invaded. The natural energy within you is rapidly dissipating that if you do not break free from the chains, you will meet a dead end. Ji's reminder instantly jolted her awake. Right? I must awaken. Qin Ning abruptly opened her eyes, staring at her bound arms, her brows furrowed tightly, gripping the seed in her hand. She murmured softly, a tree of spring breeze with myriad branches. Originally, the zombie lacked a crystal core, and the seed could not grow rapidly within it. However, after being purified by the spirit butterfly and the removal of the filth within the zombie, the seed could swiftly absorb the zombie's nutrients without obstruction. As the branches continuously extended, Qin Ning landed steadily on a branch, and the long-dead spirit butterfly surged forth from the black water, radiating a blue, ethereal glow. Break! The chains binding Qin Ning instantly shattered. What? Muze's heart trembled. This girl could still awaken. Just as he was about to act, Qin Ning leapt up, harnessing the strength of the chains to rescue the others from their bindings. She landed on a branch, using vines to protect them for the time being. You hide deep enough. Qin Ning's eyes glinted with ruthlessness, tightly gripping the Tang Hung knife, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Muze manipulated lightning, striking towards Qin Ning, each bolt swift and fierce, the air carrying an acrid scent of burning wherever the lightning struck. In such dreary weather, the power of lightning was magnified. Qin Ning was not easily intimidated. Could he be the only one capable of wielding water and electricity? The seeds were cast into the water, growing rapidly, their branches and leaves allowing Qin Ning to confront the troublesome lightning with ease. This fellow, in his moment of triumph, was at his most arrogant, presenting her with an opportunity to strike. You only know how to scurry about like a rat in the street? Muze taunted, attempting to force Qin Ning out. The black water on the street froze, the icy power surging towards Qin Ning. Below the tree lay the chilling ice. Above her loomed the lightning. Indeed, the abundance of abilities was enough for him to flaunt. Ning, be careful. Qi Wan struck Muze with a palm, narrowly avoiding disaster. Qin Ning watched as the tree trunk was pierced, her heart racing in anxiety. This fellow was truly troublesome. Damn it! Muze clutched his chest. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, the chains pierced through Qi Wan's limbs, lifting her up. This troublesome individual. Out of respect for him, I had no intention of attacking you. Now you have brought this upon yourself. The blade was about to pierce Qi Wan's chest. A Tang Hung knife sent it flying. Qin Ning landed before Qi Wan, swiftly severing her chains and urging everyone to escape. Holding dual knives, Qin Ning glared at the man before her, having not faced anyone who pushed her to wield both knives in a long time. She denied Muze any opportunity to speak, striking at his vital points with lethal intent. This technique comprised 36 strikes, each one fueling the final blow. The The last strike, accumulating the power of the previous 35, its might not to be underestimated. This was her means of survival. Mu Ze had never anticipated that one day he would be forced to retreat step by step. I underestimated you. The chain surged towards Qin Ning's vital point. Upon witnessing this, Qin Ning retreated, landing upon a branch. The chilling ice power rapidly confined her feet, rendering her immobile. Qin Ning furrowed her brows, gazing at her frozen feet. Her technique had been interrupted, and she needed to gather strength anew. This fellow had too many tricks up his sleeve. How she wished Li Su were here. Li Su. Her eyes involuntarily clouded with sorrow, her palms tightening. Li Su. Li Su. You big fool. Why should I heed your words? Your mission is none of my concern, and I gain nothing from it. The spirit butterfly circled around her, the surrounding impurities gradually dissipating, and the vegetation submerged in black water began to awaken. There is hope. The trapped crowd observed the once lifeless vegetation in the courtyard now radiating with vibrant green life. In every corner of the city, green branches converged towards Qin Ning's location. Qin Ning devoured the spirit's spring fruit, replenishing her strength. Dimly, Mu Ze sensed the changes in the world around him. He dared not let his guard down, seizing the moment while Qin Ning remained immobile. Countless bolts of lightning struck towards her. As the power continuously converged, the tree beneath Qin Ning grew larger, its trunk thick enough for dozens of people to embrace. The dense foliage exuded a life-giving green. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Qin Ning, striking downwards, while the branches formed a protective barrier, shielding her within. Although she was ensconced within the lightning storm, she was not harmed, but striking Mu Ze became increasingly difficult. Where was the breakthrough point in this storm? Qin Ning gazed at the dense and impenetrable array of thunder that surrounded her, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her that moment. She yearned for the presence of either Li Su or Qin Yin, one capable of locking onto her with mental acuity and the other adept at swift calculations. Qin Ning, a deep, resonant voice, rich with magnetism, echoed in her ears. Li Su. Startled, she glanced back, but apart from herself, there was no one else within the protective barrier. Raising her hand to her forehead, she pondered. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? Yet, she distinctly felt a hand resting upon her shoulder, and that familiar voice resounded once more, urging her to focus. She sensed her right hand being lifted. There! The cool temperature of fingertips brushed against her skin, accompanied by the gentle, low timbre of Li Su's voice. Urging her to concentrate, a light tap on her forehead propelled vines through the thunderous array, heading toward Mu Ze's forehead. With a resounding thud, Mu Ze plummeted from the sky, crashing against the glass of a high-rise building. What is this? Mu Ze was visibly taken aback. As Qin Ning turned to search for Li Su's figure, she suddenly felt a friendly force drawing near as someone grasped her wrist. No! Mu Ze exclaimed, watching the knife coming toward him, attempting to rise to evade it. But as he tried to move, he found himself locked in place. This was a mental lock. Li Su. It was impossible. Ning, stop. Qi Wan cried out, her voice tinged with desperation as she cradled Song Yin's face in her hands, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Song Yin, please wake up. The feeling of helplessness sent tremors through her entire being. Ning, don't, he must not perish. On the verge of collapse, Qi Wan was at a loss, but Yin could not, absolutely could not die. This brief moment of distraction allowed Mu Ze to break free from his restraints and strike Qin Ning. Forcing her to retreat, he still retained a shard of his mental essence. Cursing under his breath, Mu Ze raised his hand to his chest, redirecting the crystal within to heal his wounds, astonished that it still had its uses. With a sardonic laugh, Mu Ze said, Qi Wan, you had best restrain her, for if I die, so too shall Song Yin. The ominous black clouds loomed ever closer to the ground, as if one could reach out and touch the darkened sky. A flash of purple lightning tore through the horizon, illuminating Song Yin's pallid face, their fates intertwined. One's strength dictated the other's weakness, the dominant persona. He held the power to determine life and death. Feeling Mu Ze's healing energy, Song Yin clawed his way out of the dark prison, his eyes snapping wide open. Yin. In his bright, clear gaze, he absorbed the dim sky before him, turning to Qi Wan. who was injured because of him. Wan, I love you. His hand brushed against her pale cheek, and he leaned in to kiss her lips, warmth and moisture mingling with a faint fruity scent, an aroma uniquely hers. Forgive me, he struck her, rendering her unconscious, and cradled her in his arms as he stepped toward Qin Ning. Wan, in this life, I have never known love until you showed me what it feels like to be cherished. I was too greedy, always wanting to steal just a bit more time, that I longed to be with you, to remain by your side forever. But the mistakes I made must ultimately be atoned for. Wan, I leave you in her care till you wish to catch one last glimpse of Qi Wan, but refrained, fearing that one more look would make it impossible for him to part. What do you intend to do? Qin Ning reached out to stop him, but Song Yin deftly evaded the knife in her hand. Muse, this began with me, and it shall end with me. What are you doing? Muse sought to intervene. But it was too late. Chapter 100. The flowers bloomed. You've lost your mind. Muse gasped, watching the blood seep steadily from his chest, his face pale as he struggled to heal his wounds. Only your death will secure Wan's safety. Without hesitation, he plunged a knife into his own heart. The blade shattered the crystal upon contact, causing it to fracture. Die. He struck the knife's hilt, and in that instant, the crystal erupted violently, sending Song Yin plummeting like a shattered kite. Qin Ning reached out to grasp him, but the explosive force of the crystal sent her reeling back, creating ripples on the water's surface. Soon followed by the furious roar of the zombie king, who was severely wounded by Song Yin's power, losing the ability to command the zombies. All the attacking zombies halted, collapsing to the ground, consumed by the wind and turning to ash, absorbed by the vegetation as nourishment. Cursed humans. The zombie king howled, charging toward Qin Ning, that if I consume you, my strength will return, as the zombie king lunged forward. Qin Ning marveled at his audacity to sever half of his life force to escape, though he was indeed cunning. Feeling the murky energy surge behind her, the spirit butterfly rushed toward the zombie king, attaching itself to his skin. Get away! The zombie king roared, violently swatting the spirit butterfly from his arm, now thoroughly enraged and exposing his vulnerabilities. Qin Ning regarded Qi Wan, who was weeping in her embrace, and sighed softly. Song Yin, I will take good care of Wan. She placed Qi Wan within the protective barrier. Kai Tu, observing the sudden disappearance of the zombies, felt puzzled but dared not slow his pace. He had received news from the deputy captain that they must have encountered dire straits. Otherwise, the deputy would not act thus. Miss you. We must go. He turned to reach for Yulan, who was hiding above. Pulling her down, while Yulan peeked out, relieved to see the zombies had vanished, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. After shaking off Kai Tu, she informed Muse, urging him to send someone to take away Huanqi. Yet she never anticipated that the Mammon base would erupt in a zombie tide. Had Kai Tu not found her in time, she might have perished at the hands of the undead. Miss you. The captain and the others are still waiting for us. Kai Tu's words jolted Yulan back to reality that no. If I go, wouldn't I be walking to my death? Absolutely not. It's safe here. We shall wait. You must have some signal flares or the like. They will surely come upon receiving word, right? As she spoke, Yulan tightened her grip on Kai Tu's hand, attempting to persuade him. She had no desire to take risks. Don't forget, I'm the hope of all humanity. If anything happens to me, do you understand the consequences? Kai Tu felt a pang in his heart. She was not wrong. Yet, the captain and the others must have encountered trouble, and as a team member, he could not flee in the face of danger. Miss you. If you refuse, then I... Yulan raised her hand to stop him. You want to leave me behind? Do you know what the consequences will be? At that moment, Yulan displayed none of her previous fragility. Her assertive demeanor felt alien. Kai Tu hesitated, and just then, Uncle Kai, Huanqi's bright voice rang in his ears. Huanqi. Kai Tu was taken aback, yet filled with worry. Why are you here alone? Are you hurt? He embraced Huanqi, scanning her for injuries. Huanqi shook her head, affectionately stroking Kai Tu's hair. Uncle Kai, are you hurt? Kai Tu was at a loss, finding it amusing that the little girl was comforting him. How could you be alone? He reached out to take the ball orchid from her hands. Uncle, the flowers have bloomed. This child's focus was always so different from others. He scooped Huanqi into his arms and walked toward Yulan. How is this possible? Yulan thought in disbelief. How could she still be alive? No, Muze was supposed to have killed her. Her palms were clammy with sweat. Huanxi tilted her head, speaking softly. Did you stutter? Yulan's eyes darted, cautiously replying, Huanxi, I'm sorry. I failed to protect you back then. Huanxi gazed intently at her. Phew. As Huanxi approached, Yulan felt an overwhelming fear, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. I don't remember. Huanxi smiled knowingly, then took Kaitu's hand. Uncle, let us go find Sister Yin. All right, no? Yulan wanted to protest, but upon seeing Huanxi, she instinctively silenced herself. No, this little brat might genuinely not remember. I absolutely cannot defy her now. Okay, let us hurry. Kaitu was taken aback, surprised by Yulan's swift change of heart. Qin Ning focused intently, rushing forward, striking at the zombie king's vital points with deadly precision. Her swift and agile movements made it difficult for the zombie king to evade her attacks. Grasping the blade, the knife's edge quickly became encased in ice, and as Qin Ning attempted to retract her weapon, the freezing spread rapidly. Had she not released her grip in time, her hands would have been frozen solid. The Zheng siblings' crystals were indeed formidable. Frowning, Qin Ning shook off her numbing hands and drew out the Tang Hung knife as the thunderstorm amassed power overhead, relentlessly pursuing her. What a nuisance, just as the lightning was about to strike Qin Ning. A bullet shot through from behind, and the zombie king, attempting to dodge the projectile, barely avoided the thunder that struck beside her. Yes, Kaitu. Qin Ning gasped as the zombie king lunged for Kaitu, only to find its waist ensnared by vines, forcibly pulling it back. Sister Yin, look, the flowers have bloomed, Huanxi exclaimed, raising the ball orchid in her hands, her face alight with excitement. Huanxi suddenly, a force began to rip away from within Qin Ning, causing her to question what was happening. She sought to stabilize her mental essence, but in the next moment, a figure was drawn from her space. Su. Qin Ning reached out to grasp his form, but before her fingers could touch him, golden specks of light began to float up from the dark water, merging and drilling into Li Su's body. Was that crystal? Qin Ning found herself unable to comprehend the scene before her. The flowers of the ball orchid in Huanxi's hands radiated a soft luminescence, and as that light began to fade, the orchid lost its former luster, reverting to an ordinary green plant. Vines ensnared Li Su's form, drawing him into her embrace. Su. What is this? The zombie king, upon witnessing such a potent manifestation of natural power, felt an insatiable desire swell within him. That belongs to me. The zombie king, consumed by obsession, lunged forward, yearning to possess that natural essence. Mental domain. Li Su slowly opened his eyes, shattering the confines of the moment. The zombie king attempted to extricate himself, but Qin Ning's vines grasped at his limbs. To think he could escape the constraints of two third-tier beings was nothing short of Navi. Kaitu. At Li Su's gentle call, Kaitu, having received the command, aimed for the opponent's crystal core. A metallic bullet crafted by Song Yin himself found its way into the zombie king's brain. The instant the crystal core sensed the dual onslaught, it exploded and a tremendous surge of energy followed, prompting Li Su to instinctively shield Qin Ning. Chapter 101. Journey to District 10. The storm clouds parted, revealing the long-lost light that streamed through the heavens, cascading down to the earth. Everything dissolved along with the mist. The black waters receded, and resilient wild grasses fought their way through the cracks of the exposed asphalt roads that on the dilapidated streets. Ivy climbed the towering buildings, adding a splash of color to the grayish world, while rows of cedar trees had mysteriously sprouted along the pathways. Qin Ning was awakened by the sound of chirping birds and, upon opening her eyes, met Li Su's gentle gaze, as soft as water. Momentarily taken aback, she wondered if she had truly awakened. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and slapped Li Su on the forehead, exclaiming, "Are you insane?" The memory of Li Su's self-detonation ignited an inexplicable fury within her. How could he be so reckless? Did he not care for his own life? Do you even realize what you have done? As her words grew increasingly heated, she delivered another slap. It's not that I haven't considered it. He grasped Qin Ning's hand, responding softly, his eyes brimming with emotion, rendering her unable to remain angry. What exploded was not my crystal, but the replica. After reaching the third tier, I unexpectedly discovered that my crystal could be replicated. I stored the ordinary energy within the copy, and with the jade bracelet in hand, I could maintain a good balance. However, it was my first time, and I could not control my power very well. I initially thought I would faint for many days before recovering. As he spoke, Li Su kept his head lowered, unable to meet Qin Ning's gaze, aware of the recklessness of his actions. Yet, a hint of joy lingered in his heart, for he understood that Qin Ning's concern for him was uniquely special, unlike anyone else's. Then why didn't you tell me? Qin Ning, flustered yet secretly relieved to have him back, fiercely tugged at Li Su's ear, shouting in his ear, "You even hid this from me. Do you have any idea how worried I was for you?" Without further ado, she kicked Li Su, who was seated on the edge of the bed, down to the floor. Applause unexpectedly erupted from the doorway. To think the infamous paper kite of District 10 would experience such a fall. The newcomer, wearing a duckbill cap and a black tactical jacket, bore a handsome face adorned with a hint of mischief, his eyes gleaming with mockery. The vines, swift as lightning, lashed out towards him, but luckily, he reacted quickly enough to avoid a blow to the face. Paper kite, this girl has quite the fiery temper. Qin Ning glanced over at the unfortunate hat that had suffered for his sake, clicking his tongue as he regarded Li Su. "What brings you in here?" Li Su suppressed his smile, responding with icy disdain. What a double standard. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, chuckling as he looked at Qin Ning, his words laced with playful teasing. "I'm just curious what sort of woman could command such importance from Paper Kite. Truly a beauty akin to a celestial being." Qin Ning extended a gentlemanly hand towards Qin Ning. "Might I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Fair lady?" He grasped her hand, leaning down to kiss the back of it. Li Su's long fingers came crashing down upon Qin Ning's face, forcefully shoving him away. "Get lost." With a swift motion, he pinned Qin Ning's right arm down to the ground. "Ouch, ouch, ouch," Qin Ning exclaimed, slapping at Li Su's hand. "You've got some nerve dislocating my arm." "Qin Ning, you rest well. I'll handle this FLY. Li Su hoisted Qin Ning up and began dragging him toward the stairs. "Wait, you share the surname Qin? What a coincidence. I too am a Qin. I'm Qin Ning. Perhaps 800 years ago, we were one family." As Qin Ning continued, he was abruptly silenced and forcefully escorted away. "What a greasy man," she muttered, wiping her right hand clean as she stood and opened the window. The fragrant breeze that rushed in was invigorating. "How delightful. Is that pear blossom?" She looked down to see a pear tree newly planted in the courtyard. That was upon seeing Qi Wan. Qin Ning recalled the last words spoken to her by Song Yin. Had it not been for Song Yin's ultimate sacrifice, she would have stood no chance against Mu Zhe alone. Wan. Qin Ning draped her coat over Qi Wan's shoulders, choosing silence to remain by her side. At that moment, words held little value. The sweet scent of pear blossoms surrounded them. Ning. "I miss him," came Qi Wan's deep voice, filled with endless yearning. Memories flooded back to her. She recalled the first time she met him, curled up in a corner, subjected to bullying that time. Her act of saving him was merely out of kindness, never anticipating the entanglement that would follow. "I saved him once, and he has protected me time and again. He promised me he would safeguard me. So why did he deceive me? I despise being lied to." From a state of initial calm, Qi Wan's composure shattered, her voice choking as tears brimmed in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to fall. "I vowed never to shed a tear for a man, especially not for one who deceives me." Her words rang hollow, betraying her own resolve. Wan, he is here." Qin Ning grasped Qi Wan's hand, pressing her fingertips against her chest. "Listen." Thud, thud, thud. The gentle breeze rustled, and pear blossom petals fluttered into Qi Wan's palms. "Song Yin, why are there only roses in the courtyard?" Qi Wan. "That was the captain's choice for a Ning. Wherever we go, there will always be roses in the courtyard. A silent expression of the captain's love." "Song Yin, what flowers do you like?" "Pear blossoms. I adore pear blossoms." Upon receiving the news, we rushed over without delay. When we arrived, you were all unconscious on the ground. Strangely, as far as I know, Essence City, a fog-laden place? I saw no fog, only vast expanses of greenery. When we passed through G City, it was the same, lush verdure everywhere. I heard it was planted by someone known as the gardener. Qin Ning surveyed the courtyard, feeling a twinge of envy at the conditions that he picked up a peach. Biting into it, the taste stirred memories of longing within him. You don't mean you've already encountered the gardener? Let us get to the point. You remain as dull as ever. How can you win a girl-less favor? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, laughing lightly as he leaned against the table. Old Qin commands that you take people immediately to the Shanha County base. They all concurred with Old Qin's orders. Returning Yulan to District 10 promptly was vital for her safety, and I'm genuinely curious about the kind of zombies you encountered that nearly led to your annihilation. When I saw you all, I was filled with dread. Just recalling that scene made him shake his head in disbelief. He had thought Li Su had met a heroic end, but fortunately, this fellow was resilient. No one could bring him down. Otherwise, how dull life would be. I will compile a report on this matter and present it to Old Shun upon returning to District 10. Qin Yin's words abruptly shattered Qin Xian's intent to probe further. What else with the secrecy? As Qin Xian pondered this, a woman with long pink hair entered, freezing upon seeing Qin Ning. Qin Ning? It's been ages. Qin Ning looked at the pink-haired woman in confusion, momentarily unable to recall her. I'm Su Zhan. She removed the wig from her head, finally aligning with the memory of the person before her. Oh, it's you. Qin Ning snatched the wig from her hands, teasingly asking, when did you adopt this style? You're back. Qin Xian approached, eyeing the two with curiosity. You know each other? Qin Xian, my brother, Su Zhan replied, resting her arm on Qin Xian's shoulder. High school classmates. Qin Ning. Qin Ning gazed at the two before her, filled with questions that I don't recall. Long story short, I was adopted and took on the surname Qin. I jokingly said that if I lost to you in the college entrance exam, I would take your surname. I never imagined it would actually happen. Qin Xian interjected hastily. What are you saying? Are you suggesting that I should also share her surname? However, Qin Xian scrutinized Qin Ning with an intensity that made her feel as though something was amiss. Instinctively, she took out a mirror. What are you looking at? I think we might actually resemble each other quite a bit. Could it be a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Ning's eyes? Could it be what? Could it be that this is the common trait among good-looking people? Qin Ning was rendered speechless by the comment. She had expected something more profound. Not only was she a loss for words, but even Su Zhan couldn't bear to look at her. How embarrassing. Just forget about knowing me. I'm ashamed. Su Zhan facepalmed, averting her gaze. Welcome to the Shanha County base, came the voice from the loudspeaker, filling the weary travelers with light. They were finally home. Moi gazed at the Shanha County base before her, nearly brought to tears by the hardships endured along the journey. Now, she felt a sense of peace wash over her. As Qin Xian's vehicle halted, the guards recognized his badge and saluted, signaling the individuals in the pavilion to grant them passage. The Shanhua County base stands as the foremost among the 4 bases, a composite of the 3 urban districts of BJS, with the residents of District 11 ensuring the security of the base. Qin Ning lowered her car window, and the streets were teeming with patrolling personnel. An atmosphere thick with vigilance that a few ordinary individuals hurriedly traversed the roads, their steps brisk. She silently rolled up the window, sensing an unsettling ambience. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze met Li Su's. It was evident he too had perceived the peculiarities surrounding them. The vehicle halted in a large courtyard, where individuals from District 11 obstructed their passage. Li said, Chun Lao has requested you to lead your team to District 11. This is where he has arranged for everyone to rest. The key was handed over to Li Su. Understood, he replied, passing the key to Qin Yin. I will meet with Chun Lao. The rest is in your hands. Miss you, let us proceed. What should I do? What should I do? Yulan fretted, her hands rubbing together, anxiety and fear causing her palms, face, and back to glisten with cold sweat. She had initially planned to escape midway, but the opportunity eluded her during the journey. Now, having entered the base, they were bound to take her to District 11, and if this continued, she would surely be exposed. Miss you. Li Su's brow furrowed as he noticed Yulan's pallid complexion. Ew. Why she nudged Qin Ning. I'm calling you. Ah. Yulan looked up in terror. I didn't hear as she stood. Dizziness overcame her, and she collapsed. Qin Ning stepped forward to grasp Yulan's wrist, channeling her ability into her. How is she? Qin Ning calmly withdrew her hand. It's nothing serious. It's likely just nerves that a brief rest will suffice to revive her. Everyone exhaled in relief. What a fuss over nothing. Qin couldn't help but comment. I truly did not perceive her as someone with antibodies. With such poor psychological resilience and frailty, she hardly seems capable of carrying antibodies. Isn't it said that survival of the fittest prevails? Her survival skills appear to be quite concerning. Enough of your sarcastic remarks. Qin Ning was the first to exit the vehicle. Upon entering the city, the first order of business is to assess the living conditions. True to her expectations, the courtyard was indeed barren, devoid of anything save for garments drying in the sun. It seemed she would once again need to tend to the yard. Each relocation required her to start anew, which, to be honest, was rather exhausting. However, Qin Ning glanced at the 40 greenery progress indicator on her wrist. I am content. Which one is ours? As she turned, she collided directly with an approaching figure that my apologies. Just as Qin Ning raised her gaze, a voice she knew all too well reached her ears. It's fine. The sound sent chills down her spine, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Ning. Chi-Wan stepped forward to steady Qin Ning, her eyes reflecting confusion. What's wrong with you? The familiarity of her voice snapped Qin Ning back to reality. It's nothing. Qin Ning reassured herself inwardly. Yet upon meeting the gaze of the person before her, she could not suppress her shudder. A wave of nausea surged within her. She forcefully pushed Luo Hao away, rushing to the sink to retch uncontrollably. Ning, are you all right? Chi-Wan patted her back, offering her water. Qin squinted, arms crossed, observing with amusement as he nudged Qin Yan. Could it be that she is pregnant? Your leader is quite the stud. Qin Yan remained unperturbed, stepping on Qin Yan's foot. Ah! Qin Yan yelped, tears springing to his eyes from the pain. What is wrong with you? My apologies. Your foot was under mine. Qin Yan replied nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses. Luo Hao stood bewildered, frozen in place. It seemed he had done nothing wrong. Yet he couldn't help but step forward. Qin Ning? Hearing her name again from Luo Hao's lips proved too much for Qin Ning, her physiological response overwhelming her. She clenched her fists, resisting the urge to lash out. It has truly been a while, Luo Hao. Is that really you? Qin Ning replied, her expression neutral. What brings you here? Luo Hao inquired, curiosity piqued, for he knew Qin Ning to be an ordinary person. How could she possibly be associated with District 11? Furthermore, residing in this area indicated her status was not low. Perhaps he could glean some information from her. I'm tired. Let us discuss this another time. Qin Ning wished to avoid entanglements with him. All right. A flicker of disappointment crossed Luo Hao's face, but he reassured himself that now that they were both within the Shanhua County base, time would be on his side to reconnect with his old classmate. In the hall, Mo-e glanced toward Qin Ning's room, curiosity evident. What do you think happened to Sister Ning? She seemed fine when we arrived, yet now she appears so unwell. First Yulan, and now Sister Ning. Could it be a case of acclimatization? Chi-Wan remained silent, keenly aware that Qin Ning's emotional shift was likely tied to the individual named Luo Hao. The nature of their relationship warranted further investigation. They were classmates in high school and college, and there was a little secret. Qin Ning had once harbored a crush on him. Qin Jin's revelation was akin to a bombshell, awakening everyone from their stupor. What did you say? Just as Li Su returned from fetching something, he overheard the explosive statement. Chapter 103. The temptation of watermelon silence enveloped the evening at Kongqiao. Qin Jin dared not utter another word. Quietly packing her belongings. Farewell, father. I am setting sail. Though curiosity bubbled within, none dared to voice further inquiries. After all, gossip was hardly worth risking their lives for. Each person silently organized their belongings, choosing to retreat to their rooms. Li, until pressed by someone from behind, Li Su lifted his gaze toward the upper rooms, suppressing his outward emotions as he stepped outside. Witnessing the captain's departure, felt the flames of gossip ignite. She grasped Qin Jun's hand, pulling her to the sofa. We must discuss this. What's the situation? Indeed. Su Wen dashed out of his room, fueled by insatiable curiosity. Qin Jin sealed her lips, offering them an apologetic smile. It's getting late. I must return to report. Witnessing Qin Jun's abrupt exit, the others could not help but emit sounds of discontent. Qin Ning sharpened her knife repeatedly, pondering how it come to be here. It was as if she had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. This time, I shall not allow you to succeed. Luo Hao. Rest assured, I will soon send you to the district. The mere thought of Luo Hao made her body tremble involuntarily. The pain from her past life lingered too vividly, casting a long shadow over her present. Qi Wan, observing the closed door, knocked gently to Ning. May I enter? Pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of Qin Ning wielding a knife. Leaving her momentarily speechless, she hurriedly snatched the blade from Qin Ning's grasp. And Ning, what are you doing? Upon seeing Qi Wan's pale visage, Qin Ning realized her intentions had been misinterpreted. She waved her hand in exasperation. The knife is dull. I'm sharpening it. Given the previous situation, Qi Wan must have sensed something amiss, prompting her concern that I assume I can use this courtyard freely, correct? Should be fine. Okay. Qin Ning hoisted her tools. Preparing to head downstairs. Ning, shouldn't you rest for a bit? Qi Wan chased after her, but Qin Ning waved her off. Since Luo Hao had gained entry to this courtyard, it was evident that someone within was familiar with him. She needed to gather information about Luo Hao's circumstances. After all, since her rebirth, numerous changes had transpired. Knowledge of both allies and enemies was crucial for her survival. Carrying a hoe into the yard, she noted the 4 buildings present. Logically, with newcomers arriving, others should have at least made an appearance. Yet, no one from the 3 buildings had stepped outside. Moreover, the security at the Shanhua County base was excessively stringent, far from normal. Something was amiss. Qin Ning had no intention of seeking them out. She preferred to wait for them to approach her. Observing the size of the yard, she began to work according to the prior blueprints. Sister, what is she doing? Is she farming? A short-haired girl, polishing her gun, remarked, if it weren't for the captain's orders restricting our movements, I would definitely go out to meet this group. The long-haired woman, addressed as sister, parted the curtain slightly, peering at Qin Ning laboring in the yard, her brow furrowed in confusion. Sister, they've just moved in. Surely they are unaware of the happenings at the base. Should we warn them? He Shuang blinked with wide, innocent eyes. Should we? He Lian remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Ning. With such an intense stare, how could Qin Ning not notice? A soil-based ability user and a mutant mantis, since they showed interest in her. She naturally had to display her skills. He Lian observed as Qin Ning pulled out a handful of seeds from her pocket, scattering them into the soil, watering them, and then unveiling some unknown substance to sprinkle over the earth. In the blink of an eye, the seeds sprouted into fully grown vegetables. Cabbage, carrots, potatoes, and even watermelons. What on earth is she doing? Is she also an ability user? Sister, how did she accomplish that? He Shuang's eyes sparkled at the sight of the vibrant vegetables. Unable to believe how long it had been since she had seen such fresh produce. A faint smile played on Qin Ning's lips as she shifted to retrieve the repaired stakes from within the house, constructing a trellis for the grapevines before planting them. Sister Ning, let me assist you. Mo grabbed a wooden frame to create a small pavilion in the yard, while Su emerged, having gathered his belongings, and requested a packet of sunflower seed from Qin Ning, eager to snack. Emphasizing the pure and natural approach, the He sisters were left in awe. In a mere afternoon, they transformed the neglected courtyard into a vibrant spectacle. Brimming with vivid colors, trees, fruits, and vegetables flourished all around. Even more astonishingly, they constructed a gazebo and placed chairs and loungers within it. Despite existing in the same apocalyptic world, they managed to live with such leisure. Qin Ning reclined in a rocking chair, while a freshly cut watermelon rested on the table beside her. Under the sweltering sun, taking a bite of watermelon was indeed a delightful pleasure. But Lian, being the elder, could restrain her cravings, but He Shuang, still childlike in her demeanor, could not help but swallow at the sight of the watermelon. But He Shuang, do not forget the captain's orders. He Lian's words instantly shattered He Shuang's daydreams. Got it, sister. Upon hearing He Shuang's response, He Lian turned contentedly and returned to the kitchen, knowing she must prepare the evening's provisions before darkness fully descended. Munching on his watermelon, remarked Sister Ning, what a pity this watermelon isn't chilled. Otherwise, it would be a true delight. As he spoke, he took another bite, the juice splattering onto his sleeve, pink, seedless flesh, bursting with sweetness, he swung, unable to resist, turn away, thinking how unfortunate it would be if such a treasure were wasted. Perhaps if she ventured out to remind them, they might be willing to sell her some. Surely the captain wouldn't mind. Once a thought takes root in the mind, it becomes a certainty to fulfill. You all, while time still permits, hurry and gather these items. Be cautious lest they be squandered tonight. Hooked, Qin Ning revealed a sincere smile. Thank you, young lady. Would you care for some watermelon? Qin Ning nudged Mo.E., who understood and promptly shoved a piece of watermelon into He Shuang's hands. I am Qin Ning. May I ask your name? He Shuang, now thoroughly enticed by the watermelon in her grasp, replied, He Shuang. She now adhered to the script perfectly. Shuang, we are newcomers and know nothing. You mentioned we should gather these items. Is there something peculiar that occurs at night? Or is it that we are not allowed to grow things in the courtyard? With her mouth full of watermelon, her words were somewhat garbled. It's not that we can't grow things, but over the past month, the entire base has been plagued by a rodent infestation as dusk falls. The mutated rats, hidden in the shadows, rush in, gnawing at anything in sight. Has the base not sent anyone to address this? Of course, there are patrols everywhere in the streets now, tasked with uncovering the hiding spots of these creatures. However, they are exceedingly cunning, making it difficult to spot them during the day. Tonight, they are particularly terrifying. Thousands of them, a dark mass. Were it not for the guards at the base, every corner would likely be a disaster. Chapter 104. Are you referring to Qin Xian's daughter? Old Chun, with a turn, Old Chin's grizzled hair revealed flecks of black, his face haggard. Upon seeing Li Su, a flicker of joy shone in his bloodshot eyes. It's good to have you back. Li Su, sensing Old Chin's weariness coupled with the base's strange atmosphere, inquired, Old Chun, has something happened at the base? Mentioning this, Old Chin's fatigue became more evident as he slowly began to recount the events. After listening to Old Chin's account, Li Su furrowed his brow. Does no one know the origins of this mutated rat infestation? Old Chun shook his head. When the rodent plague first struck, we were caught completely off guard, resulting in countless casualties. Initially, we thought it would end there, only to find even more the following day that we began to fight back, searching for their hiding spots by day and defending against their attacks by night. Over the course of more than half a month, we've made no progress, that we even borrowed psychic enhancers from District 3, hoping they could decipher the mystery and resolve the infestation soon that we have heard of the events in H City. Thankfully, you all returned safely. The evolution of the zombies is faster than we anticipated, and those in District 3 are hastening the development of methods to subdue them. Have you managed to bring anyone back? Li Su's voice grew somber. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Since he had returned, he aimed to alleviate Old Chin's pressing concerns. Due to Yuan Lan's health issues, I haven't brought her along. In that case, you need not bring her. Too many people can complicate matters. Just take a vial of her blood. I will arrange for someone to send it to District 3, and you can escort her there when the time comes. Li Su nodded slightly, about to speak when the door swung open. Old Chun, a woman, entered, her surprise evident upon seeing Li Su. You returned without a word? Yin Shu, clad in a brown short jacket and cream overalls, approached Li Su, removing her sunglasses. It's been ages. Yin Shu and he were old acquaintances, having fought side by side for over a decade. Upon entering District 10, he became the captain of Team 1. While Yin Shu led Team 3, it had been 4 years since they last met. Old Chun, Qin Lao's granddaughter, has returned. Thank you for your hard work. You two haven't seen each other in ages. Chat away while I take my leave. I am quite fatigued. Yes, she stepped outside. Yin Shu pulled out a cigarette to offer. It's been so many years since we last met that I heard your team nearly faced annihilation in H City. I thought I'd be lighting incense for you come Qing Ming. Su pushed the cigarette back in her pocket, leaning against the railing with a grave expression. When will you quit smoking? Yin Shu shrugged, leaning against the side. Having known each other for over a decade, she could easily see through his thoughts. She remained silent, retrieving a box of candies from her pocket, popping one into her mouth. I've quit smoking, but I can't seem to shake off the candy. She reached for a green candy from the box. That won't do. He swiftly slapped her hand away. What is going on? Just as Yin Shu was about to retort, she noticed the absence of the sun-patterned bracelet on his wrist. Where's your bracelet? You treasure that. Li Su withdrew his hand. I gave it away. gave it away. Yin Shu's curiosity piqued, but before she could pry further, Li Su cut her off. What do you know about the rodent infestation at the base? At this, Yin Shu sighed. I returned just a few days after you. The rodent issue is serious. If a person is bitten, they must be treated within 10 minutes, or they will develop a high fever and die painfully. These creatures have an exceptionally strong vitality. They must be dealt with while alive, or they cannot truly be killed. Yin Shu, it's been a while. I heard you were the one who brought my cousin back. Qin Ning raised his hand, attempting to put it around Yin Shu's shoulders, but before he could, she kicked him away. Get away from me. Upon meeting Qin Ning's playful grin, Yin Shu couldn't help but retaliate. Qin Lao, how did you end up with such a grandson? Yin Shu glanced at her watch, realizing it was getting late. They needed to return soon, as the night would bring a fierce battle. Thank you, Shuanger. Otherwise, we would have wasted it all, Daddy Shuang. Feeling embarrassed, spoke up. Could I perhaps buy some fresh vegetables and fruits from you? Qin Ning chuckled lightly. What difficulty is there in that? If you hadn't mentioned it, it would have all gone to waste. Since we are neighbors, we should help each other. No need for payment. M.O.E. Pack her some extra. No. He Shuang insisted on paying, shoving a bag of crystal cores into Qin Ning's hands. He Shuang. A sharp call from the captain startled her, causing her to tremble. The watermelon in her hands nearly slipped. Had it not been for M.O.E. catching it. Captain, you're back. He Shuang looked at the unexpectedly returned Yin Shu, her face flushed with embarrassment. What are you doing? Yin Shu directed her gaze toward Qin Ning and M.O.E. Captain, you're back. Everyone is waiting for you to serve dinner. M.O.E. exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Li Su. Finally, they could eat. He had been starving. He Shuang lowered her head, mumbling softly, Captain, I just wanted to buy some fresh vegetables. Her words drew Yin Shu's attention to the unusual plants in the courtyard. When did these get planted? Qin Ning waved her hand regretfully. Until the rodent issue is resolved, there's no way to cultivate vegetables and fruits here. Then let us turn our sorrow into appetite, she declared, turning to head inside. Qin Ning, Li Su observed the courtyard with a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to grasp her hand that we may need to gather those items. It's unavoidable. The rodent problem has arisen here, and I don't want my things ruined. Although Qin Ning maintained her composure, her heart ached, for she had labored diligently that afternoon. Yin Shu, witnessing Li Su's unusual tenderness and concern for a woman, found it quite rare. Could it be that he had gifted that bracelet to this girl? Li Su, aren't you going to introduce us? Yin Shu teased. Who is she? Just as Li Su was about to respond, Qin Ning dashed in, pulling Yin Shu straight towards Li Su's room. Li Su, do you mind if we join you for dinner? Kai Tu, in charge of tonight's meal, glanced around the crowded room, suddenly worried. I hope I have enough prepared. Should I cook a few more dishes? Yin Shu, astonished by the lavish spread before her, looked at Li Su in disbelief. Li Su, you really outdid yourself. How did you manage this? Old Chun might not even have such a feast. T.S. Sister Ning. She is impressive. I witnessed her making the vegetables mature and the fruit trees bear fruit in no time. Having become familiar with M.O.E., He Shuang appeared much more relaxed than before. In contrast to Yin Shu's astonishment, Qin Ning, having returned with them, was already accustomed to it, which was why he sought to join for dinner. By the way, Captain, has Miss Qin returned? Miss Qin, why are there so many people with the surname Qin lately? Su Wen could no longer restrain herself from speaking. The daughter of Qin Xian from the Qin family in Kyoto. Qin Xian. Qin Ning's hand holding the chopsticks paused. Are you referring to Qin Xian's daughter? Indeed. Chapter 105. Call me Dian Dian. Upon witnessing Qin Ning's astonishment, Qin Tan assumed she was familiar with his cousin. Do you know my cousin? Qin Ning's expression stiffened. How could it be possible that she was unaware of such a sibling? It was truly laughable that my cousin is dearly cherished by our grandfather. Even I dare not provoke her, that I used to complain, but my father said he went through the same in his youth. My grandfather extends all his affection for my aunt on a cousin Xing. Qin Ning could not help but scoff. What are you laughing at? Qin Tan's countenance darkened. He bore no animosity toward her, and such mockery seemed excessive. If there was genuine love, how could they allow her to suffer humiliation alone, dying far from home? A chill lingered in Qin Ning's gaze. The Qin family truly is amusing. She could not endure dining at the same table with such individuals. I'm full. She cast aside her chopsticks and turned to ascend the stairs. Wait, is she out of her mind? Why would she say such things about us? Qin Tan fumed, perplexed at being insulted without reason. It was quite absurd. Is she out of her mind? Regarding Aunt's incident. Grandfather felt immense guilt, hence his attempts to be good to cousin Xian, trying to atone for past mistakes. What does she know? Who does she think she is to make such accusations? Qin Tan was about to retort further when Yin Shu kicked him onto the table. Hey, don't kick me. Meeting Li Su's cold and piercing gaze, he fell silent. Even if he felt aggrieved, he did not dare voice it, as he knew he could not contend with Li Su. The others sighed in relief as they noticed Li Su heading to the kitchen. What had just transpired? He Shuang, the innocent girl, had been all after moments ago, but now appeared stern and quiet, instilling fear. Is it possible that the Qin family has bullied Sister Ning? What nonsense! I don't even know her. Moreover, there's no one in the Qin family who bullies others. Qin Tan, feeling vexed, lamented his misfortune. Perhaps Captain Qin, you are unaware? Could this be some grand family feud? Is Sister Ning an illegitimate child? Don T dramas often portray it this way. Qin Tan was momentarily speechless at Yi Shuang's wild conjecture. If you say that, my father's reputation will be ruined. He Lien stuffed a piece of chicken into his younger sister's mouth. Stop talking so much. Yet, even with her mouth full, Yi Shuang's storytelling spirit could not be quelled. Look, Sister Ning also shares the Qin surname, and I think Captain Qin, you and Sister Ning resemble each other quite a bit. Especially your eyes, that a pair of passionate eyes. They look quite roguish, Yi Shuang. Qin Tan exclaimed, causing Yi Shuang to lower her head, hurriedly stuffing more food in her mouth, resembling a squirrel hoarding acorns. Yin Shu could not help but laugh. I think little Shuang makes a fair point. Passionate eyes indeed suggest a roguish nature. No, Qin Tan felt utterly wronged. What is this? I'm the one being wronged in the ENDL. Isu emerged from the kitchen carrying a freshly baked cherry cake. Glancing at the ruckus surrounding Qin Tan, his brows furrowing slightly. Just as he ascended the stairs, he spotted Qin Ning sitting alone on the second-floor balcony, holding a beer, her countenance displeased, her deep-set eyes seemingly filled with sorrow. It was the first time he had seen Qin Ning drinking. He approached and placed the cake before her, taking up a nearby beer. With a crisp pop, Li Su set the pull tab aside and raised his glass to Qin Ning. What are you pondering? Qin Ning evaded his inquiry, avoiding the beer he held, taking a large gulp instead. There's a mouse infestation tonight. You shouldn't tea. She spoke and took another large sip, bitterness rising in her heart as images of her mother's tragic death flooded her mind. A nightmare she could never escape. The Qin family is truly laughable. They were indifferent while my mother was alive. Yet now they feign concern, welcoming a false person and showering her with affection. It's revolting. She drank deeply, her face flushing, supporting her throbbing head with her hand, her gaze lost in the crescent moon on the horizon. Amidst the mist, the moonlight appeared so dim and lackluster. Qin Ning, you are one of the Qin family? His mind involuntarily recalled Yi Shuang's playful teasing. Huh. Qin Ning replied with a sardonic smile, resting her chin on her hand. Li Su, that jest is truly distasteful. She gazed into Li Su's watery, luminous eyes, unable to resist reaching out to caress the tips of his hair. Why? Because I share the Qin surname? Must I be one of them? With resentment, she leaned closer, straddling Li Su's lap, tugging at his ear. The scent of alcohol wafted between them. Isu met her gaze, his complexion reddening, then lowered his eyes, his voice thick with emotion. I don't think so. I merely came to bring you cake since you didn't have dinner. Qin Ning glanced at the cake on the table, feeling lightheaded, realizing he had only come to deliver cake. She turned to grab the cake. Eat. She shoved the cake into his mouth, her smile tinged with sadness. Is it good? Qin. Before Li Su could finish, Qin Ning leaned down and licked the cake crumbs from the corner of his mouth. In that moment, Li Su was utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Ning leaned closer to his ear, whispering softly, "Call me Dien." As she finished, she nestled against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Isu gazed down at the inebriated Qin Ning, warmth radiating from his eyes as he softly murmured, "Dien Dien." The person in his embrace let out a soft hum. Tightening her grip, Mommy, Li Su leaned down to catch her words. when suddenly a commotion erupted downstairs. Oh no, they've come early. The nighttime tranquility was shattered in an instant. The electric wires in the yard crackled, releasing the acrid stench of burning, as hordes of mice, like a death squad, recklessly charged forward despite the electric fence. The yard was filled with the aroma of roasted meat and the cries of rats. Lisu glanced over, seeing a mass of mice surging forward, frantically gnawing at anything in their path. The hanging plants outside were ravaged beyond recognition. Even the stones at the entrance had been reduced to rubble. "What the hell?" He exclaimed, watching the mice banging against the door, a chill running down his spine as the squeaking rodents squeezed through the cracks, their eyes gleaming red upon spotting food. Rushing straight for the chicken leg in his hand, he swung swiftly, dispatched a mouse, producing a firestone and tossing it onto the rodent. Damn it, I forgot to tell you all to seal the door cracks. This building was originally unoccupied. The base sealed it off, but now that you've moved in, all the seals are gone as more and more mice poured in. He felt his scalp tingle. Why didn't you say this earlier? He hurled pine needles, momentarily stopping the advancing mice. Fire! We need fire, he swung, urged. Gulin. He shouted, but before he could finish, Gulin stepped forward. Do you want to set the place ablaze and perish together? Yin Shu, witnessing the mice charging in like crazed dogs, was about to unleash his powers when a surge of energy erupted, his formidable mental strength locking onto the incoming horde. He watched the immobilized mice. Excitement bubbling over. Captain, you finally made it down. As Li Su clenched his fist, the trapped mice exploded into bits, while Chi-Wan quickly sealed the door cracks with vines, which bore a metallic essence, impervious to the titanium alloy teeth of the mice. Not bad. Yin Shu placed a hand on Li Su's shoulder. Who would have thought we could compete again? With a snap of his fingers. The incoming mice were instantly immobilized, and those caught in the trap spontaneously ignited at Li Su. As fellow psychics, this time, who knows who will win? Qin Tan approached, discreetly pulling Yin Shu's hand away, stepping between the two. You both didn't include me in your fun. How many mice are there? Really? He gazed out the window at the endless tide of rodents, dread in his voice, until the sun rises. Yin Shu's remark left everyone present in shock. This relentless siege will wear even the strongest of psychics down. Yin Shu sighed lightly. Otherwise, the base wouldn't be so troubled. These creatures multiply with each passing day, becoming increasingly deadly. Many have perished from the mouse plague, and just days ago, a psychic succumbed to exhaustion. The room gradually filled with mist, the temperature plummeting several degrees. Su Wen shivered. What on earth is happening? That is Ji Hung from District 9. Helian replied coolly. Ji Hung is a Tier 3 psychic, the first to possess abilities in water, fire, and ice. However, he seems to be unwell, having remained in seclusion. People from District 9? They remaking such a racket. Can't they let anyone sleep? Qin Ning exclaimed from upstairs. Qin Ning. Li Su rushed upstairs in a few strides. Mice with wings leapt directly to the second floor, heading straight for the cake on the table. Qin Ning, awakened by the commotion, opened her eyes to see the ruined cake, her fury reaching its peak. The mice, unsatisfied with the cake, turned their gaze toward Qin Ning, sensing the natural power within her, and became even more frenzied, leaping from the table towards her face. Damn it! Qin Ning swatted at the mouse, her annoyance boiling over as she became a vengeful spirit awakened from slumber. The mice were momentarily stunned, while those rushing upstairs were left dumbfounded. With a single strike, Qin Ning unleashed her power, perhaps feeling the strain in her hand. She retrieved a hammer from her spatial pouch. 70 pounds for the large hammer and 20 for the small. One blow for each adversary, striking with relentless force. The sheer ferocity of her bone-crushing strength left onlookers momentarily stunned. Li Su, is Qin Ning truly this formidable? Qin Tan silently gave Li Su a thumbs up. Knowing full well that he would have his hands full in the future, Li Su prepared to activate his abilities. Qin Ning swiftly kicked him aside and, with a decisive swing, crushed a rat that dared to approach her. How dare you provoke me? With a determined stride, she ascended to the balcony, embodying a spring breeze that scattered its myriad branches. Seeds surged towards the unfortunate rodents, drawing nourishment and swiftly rooting themselves. The awakened plants ensnared the rats, squeezing them until they burst, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Emerging from her forehead, ethereal butterflies took flight, and the gate of living beings materialized in mid-air as she leaped down. Qin Ning, Li Su rushed forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but she descended rapidly. Upon landing, the butterflies converged behind her, forming enormous wings that shimmered like sapphires against the night. The rats emitted agonized shrieks as the butterflies purified the taint upon them. The plants scattered throughout the courtyard, responding to Qin Ning's incantations, grew at an astonishing rate, their massive tendrils ensnaring the feeble rodents and reducing them to mere sustenance. Qin Tan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with awe. He approached Li Su, exclaiming, "Li Su, I always knew you had a soft spot for me. That dinner earlier? You saved me." This girl, who appeared delicate, transformed into a fierce tigress in battle. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the adjacent buildings sensed the commotion in the courtyard. Water surged upward, forcing the rats into the air, only for them to be engulfed in flames. As the rats were incinerated, ice encased their ashes, tiny blocks of frozen remains drifting upon the water surface. Li Su furrowed his brow, extending his hand. Within his mental domain, the advancing rats were immobilized, then exploded in a violent display. Ethereal butterflies flew through the window, landing on the shoulder of a man in a wheelchair. As his companions moved to approach him, he raised a hand to stop them, feeling a surge of energy flow into him, revitalizing the withering crystal within. Qin Ning utilized the butterflies to bestow her abilities upon others. Li Su gazed at the butterfly perched on his shoulder, softly calling, "Yuan Yuan, come here." In a tipsy yet furious state, Qin Ning, upon hearing his call, broke into a soothing smile, seeing Li Su's welcoming embrace. She leaped into his arms without a second thought. "The cake is gone." Li Su held her tightly, one hand caressing her hair, the other wrapped around her waist, gently whispering, "You'll have it when you awaken." As Li Su observed the rats that sought to charge forward, mental blades erupted from the courtyard, encircling the area as the blades pierced the ground. Golden energy pulsed outward, infiltrating the room to form a protective formation. This tactic was drawn from his previous battle with Mu Zhe. Any rat entering the formation would meet a gruesome end, unable to escape. Moreover, any rat attempting to approach would be locked in place, unable to move. This method drained considerable energy, but Qin Ning had just aided him in recovering his powers, and his jade bracelet would provide him with a continuous supply of energy. Thus, sustaining the formation until morning was well within reach. Yin Shu watched the formation with admiration, realizing that this young man had surpassed her expectations. As a fellow mental power user, she could not achieve such feats, leading to her feeling outmatched once again. How mundane. Li Su turned, carrying Qin Ning into the room, carefully placing her on the bed and wiping her face. Just as he prepared to leave, a joyful figure entered, clutching a doll, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and tugging on his sleeve. "Brother Hua Hua, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you and Sister Yuan Yuan? How about letting Sister Qi Wan keep you company instead?" Huashi pouted, on the verge of tears. "Why not? Sister Yuan Yuan, can we sleep together?" "Of course." A suddenly alert Qin Ning sat up, grasping Li Su's arm and pushing him onto the bed, pinning him down with all her might, and running away. "We're sleeping together." Huashi gleefully jumped onto the bed, clutching her doll, exclaiming, "Together, together, no fear." Li Su, intent on struggling, found himself trapped between the two, unable to move. Truly a predicament. He pushed the door open. His words caught his throat as he was startled by the scene before him. "Can someone explain what happened last night? Why are the captain and Sister Ning sharing a bed?" He forced an awkward smile, remembering the saying, "Don't strike those who greet you with a smile." Surely, the captain wouldn't silence him. He quietly attempted to close the door. "Yes, there's something you need?" Li Su's tone was cool as he removed the leg that had been pinning him down and stood, lifting Hua, she to place her in Qin Ning's embrace. He gulped, scratching his head and chuckling nervously. Nothing. He set down the honey water in his hands and dashed down the stairs. "This is terrifying." Li Su looked at Qin Ning on the bed, a smile gracing his features as he gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her face. Memories of the previous night flooding his mind, he leaned down, placing a soft kiss on her forehead, whispering in her ear, "Yuan, Yuan, when you wake, drink the honey water." As he placed the honey water on the bedside. He turned to leave. The moment the door closed, Qin Ning jolted awake, wide-eyed and bewildered. What on earth is going on? She bit her hand, suppressing her panic, her ears turning crimson. She had been awake for some time. But the shock of Li Su's presence rendered her momentarily speechless. "Qin Ning, what on earth happened last night?" Hua Shi, rubbing her sleepy eyes, stared at the distressed Qin Ning and asked innocently, "Sister Yuan Yuan, what are you doing? Giving yourself a brain massage?" Qin Ning gazed at Hua Shi, tears pooling in her eyes as she forced a bitter smile. "Something terrible has happened." "Hua Shi, do you know what took place last night?" Hua Shi blinked and, with a playful grin, remarked, "Sister Yuan Yuan, your smile looks so ugly." She patted Qin Ning's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Sister Yuan Yuan, you pushed brother Hua Hua on the bed and pinned him down." And then, to protect her dignity, Qin Ning swiftly covered Hua Shi's mouth. Just then, Li Su had descended the stairs and encountered Yulan. "Miss you, I need to request a blood sample and a test tube." The sudden turn of events left him no time to inform her earlier. As his words fell, Yulan nearly collapsed, gripping the railing, forcing a strained smile that I'm not feeling well, that I'll be back in a moment. She rubbed her head and retreated to her room. What should she do? Mu Zhe was dead, and no one could assist her. She had been positioned near Li Su to sow discord within their team, ready to act when necessary. But before she could make her move, Mu Zhe had already perished. Now, she found herself confused and brought here. If they discovered she was an ordinary person, then she dared not imagine the consequences. Pushing open the window, she gazed at the chaotic courtyard. The thought of fleeing evaporated in an instant. No, if she left like this, she would surely perish. Knock, knock, knock. The door was suddenly rapped upon, and before she could react, it swung open to reveal Hua Shi, blinking innocently at Yulan, who lay crumpled on the floor. Sitting on the ground more fun. Hua Shi inquired curiously, plopping down beside her. Not at all. Yulan observed Hua Shi, her expression gradually shifting to one of amusement. How could she forget? She wasn't ordinary, but this little girl might very well be. After all, she was the first person to heal from corpse poison. If she wasn't, then no one could be. Hua Shi noticed Yulan smile and took a few steps back, exclaiming, "You look really scary when you smile like that." "Dinner is ready. Sister Yuan Yuan asked me to call you down." Yulan donned a friendly smile. "All right, let us go. Old Chun, given last night's events, the mutated rats are evolving at an alarming rate. They have developed wings. If this continues, the consequences will be dire, Old Chun. We must deploy additional personnel to search for the rats' burrows." Old Chun listened to the discussions, his brow furrowed as he examined the defense map of the city, since the first squad has returned. "Perhaps we should entrust this matter to Li Su." "Yes, it should be entrusted to Li Su." Old Chun glanced at Li Su, who had just returned from the mission with the first squad and had yet to rest. He felt a twinge of concern for him. Li Su, understanding Old Chun's empathy, knew that as a resident of District 10, he must step up in times of crisis. The door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open, and a man clad in a trench coat strode in with an air of arrogance. "Apologies for my tardiness." Upon seeing Li Su, a glimmer of amusement danced in Ji Duo's eyes. Li Su. It has been a while. He tossed his coat onto the chair opposite Li Su. "This is my seat. Didn't you know?" The others dared not provoke him and could only retreat to the farthest corner. Ji Duo, satisfied, reclined in his seat, propping his legs on the table. "I heard that the responsibility for managing the rat infestation has fallen to Li Su. Since he has just returned, he may not be fully aware of the base's situation. Perhaps it would be better to assign this task to me." Ji Duo turned sideways to glance at Old Chun, exuding an air of assured victory. "Old Chun, what do you think?" "Ji Duo, if you understand the situation so well, why have you been unable to resolve the rodent infestation for the past fortnight?" Li Su rose, addressing Old Chun. "This matter falls under my command." He shot a cold glare at Ji Duo. Waving his hand, a surge of psychic energy abruptly shattered Ji Duo's chair, causing him to crash to the ground. "Li Su, sit down." Li Su's voice was laced with a dangerous pressure, ensuring Ji Duo remained steady. G Duo's abilities surged, transforming his right hand into a dragon's claw, unleashing a bolt of thunderous power towards Li Su. G Duo. Old Chun intervened. The thunderous force halted before Li Su, who declared, "Enough of this ruckus." He waved his hand, redirecting the compressed energy, which violently struck the wall with a deafening crash, dust cascading down onto the table. Li Su, unwilling to linger in the confrontation, turned to leave. G Duo seized the moment, slamming his palm onto the table, shattering it before the onlookers. "Damn you, Li Su," a woman clad in a white lab coat withdrew her gaze and stepped forward. "Uncle, who were those two just now?" "They're back," Qin Yuan replied, patting Qin Xian on the shoulder. "That was Captain Li Su of Team 1 and Captain G Duo of Team 2. A glimmer of recognition flickered in Qin Xian's deep eyes. "So he is Li Su." A slight smile graced her lips. "Uncle, grandfather wishes for you, cousin, and cousin's sister to return for lunch." Qin Yuan nodded slightly. "You mustn't overexert yourself, otherwise grandfather will be concerned." "It's no trouble," Qin Xian replied nonchalantly. "I am merely doing what I can do. I heard Captain Li has taken on the rodent issue." "Indeed, we trust him to handle it well." Moe regarded the unfamiliar visitors with suspicion. "You say your major wishes to see Ning Jie?" Observing the insignia on the strangers, Moe recognized them as individuals from the 9th District, but wondered why their major sought an audience with Ning Jie. "What is the matter?" Qin Ning, munching on a steamed bun and dressed in a tank top, leaned against the doorframe. Moe glanced at the man outside before looking back at the lightly clad Qin Ning. Instinctively removing his outer jacket and draping it over her shoulders, he felt it was his duty to protect his captain's wife from any undue advantage. The 9th District personnel quickly grasped Moe's intent, averting their eyes and awkwardly clearing their throats. "Miss Qin, our major hopes to meet you and perhaps become friends." Qin Ning disdainfully shoved Moe's jacket back into his hands. "What for? It's sweltering. I won tea wear it." She stuffed the last morsel of the bun in her mouth, raising an eyebrow at the visitors. "I am quite busy and have no time to meet your major." She hoisted a hoe from the doorway. "I still need to tend to the yard. As you can see, it's a wreck thanks to the rats." The 9th District personnel exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at her determination to plant amidst the ongoing infestation. "Ning Jie, are you still planting?" Qin Ning shrugged. "Why not?" The 9th District members watched as she began to reconstruct the ruined garden, tilling the earth anew and replanting seeds. "Miss Qin, I assent this a futile endeavor." Qin Ning shook her hands dismissively. "If you wish for me to meet your major sooner, you best help me out, or have him come see me." She tossed the hoe towards the 9th District personnel. Get moving and help me. The racket those rats made last night was unbearable." The 9th District personnel gawked at the hoe in their hands. Meeting Mo Yi's gaze, clapped a hand on the shoulder of one of them, urging, "Get to work." In our Ning Jie's eyes, nothing is more important than farming to aside. The task assigned by the major must still be completed. He Shuang emerged from the room, spotting the three hard at work in the yard. "Ning Jie, Mo Yi, are you still planting?" Last night's rodent infestation was terrifying. Before she could approach, tools were thrust into her hands. "Get to it." He Shuang was filled with confusion. Yet recalling Ning Jie's heroic deeds from the previous night, she promptly began to assist. Qin Yin surveyed the earlier reports, lifting his gaze to the dilapidated building before him. The guard station there spoke. This area was the first to report the rodent swarm. Old Chun has sent in numerous teams, yet no significant findings have emerged. Qin Yin nodded and moved closer to Li Su. Whispering, according to the data, this used to be an abandoned research facility. He knelt to inspect the damp earth beneath his feet, unable to suppress his disgust, and discarded his gloves in a nearby trash bin. "Captain, the ambient temperature is a scorching 43 degrees, yet the soil remains moist and emits a foul stench. Cold, damp, and perfectly suited for rodents." Li Su's gaze sharpened as he extended his psychic domain over the forsaken building. It was shrouded in darkness, faint echoes of dripping water barely audible. Yet he sensed no vitality. "Su, take Kadu and conduct a sweep of the abandoned structure." "Understood, Captain. This place is too normal to be normal." Su and Kadu approached the derelict building, the overwhelming stench nearly causing them to retch. Gritting their teeth against the discomfort, they pressed on. Kitty utilized his powers to scan the interior. Although dim, nothing escaped his notice. The building appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, with scattered bottles and jars littering the floor and large bloodstains marking the ground. Water dripped from the ceiling, forming small puddles on the concrete. Aside from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Kedu patted Sue's shoulder, signaling to move to another window. As Sue flew over, he spotted moss on the pane, a rare sight outside of Qin Ning's cultivation. The more he saw, the more he sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, too swift for Kedu to discern. Sue, we should go in. Something just zipped by. Sue nodded, leading Kedu through the window into the abandoned building. The chill enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Sue pulled out a flashlight, inadvertently dropping the seeds from his pocket. What's this? Kedu turned to look. Those are leftover sunflower seeds from yesterday's planting. Sue bent to retrieve the seeds. Oh no! Kitty yanked Sue back as a rat scurried past. Leaping out the window, Kedu's heart raced at the sight of a horde of rodents emerging from the shadows. Run! As the rodents charged towards them, Sue's psychic field locked onto them, exploding just as Sue and Kedu took flight. The rats, fearing the sunlight, hesitated to emerge, merely squeaking from the window. Gu Lin launched a fireball, forcing the swarm back. Is anyone hurt? Sue inquired, eyeing Sue and Kedu. We're fine, Sue replied, his heart still racing. How strange. There was nothing here before, yet suddenly, old Kai, you must have been seeing things. Not at all. Sue's brow furrowed, his voice cooled. I sensed no trace of their presence either. Seal this area immediately. No one is to approach. Understood. Qin Ning retracted his gaze, addressing Sue and Kit. He suspected that what had just transpired was no mere coincidence. Old Qin had sent numerous teams in and out with no sign of the rodents. Yet today, Sue and Kedu discovered anomalies. There must be a trigger at play. What did you do upon entering? Sue scratched his head, recounting, we hadn't even begun to act when they suddenly appeared. Right? I dropped my things and was just about to reach for them when the rats charged out. So I didn't catch where they came from. What did you drop? Sue presented the sunflower seeds. These. Qin Ning examined the seeds in his hand, exchanging a knowing glance with It was apparent they were both thinking the same thing. These seeds, procured from Qin Ning, harbored secrets of their own, and perhaps they were the catalyst for the rodent emergence. It seems we need to conduct an experiment. I soon nodded slightly. Let us remain here tonight. The 9th District personnel, exhausted and unable to stand upright, accepted the water offered by Qin Ning, gulping it down. Miss Qin, is that it? Can we finally meet our major now? Qin Ning surveyed the yard with satisfaction. Wait, the gate of life opened, and spiritual butterflies flitted forth, alighting on each plant. Now, it is truly finished. Darned rats, let us see if you dare to nibble again. Qin Ning relocated her small vegetable garden indoors and filled the yard with flowers and trees. Although she could ensure the rodents wouldn't venture near, she felt a lingering discomfort. Visiting without a gift was unacceptable. Qin Ning selected 2 large watermelons and made her way to the 9th District quarters. Major, Miss Qin has arrived. Qin Ning's gaze swept over, landing on a man clad in a white shirt, seated in a wheelchair, engrossed in a game of Go. Chapter 109. I said I would help you. The man exuded elegance, though his face bore a sickly pallor, a blanket draped over his knees. Despite the warm smile he offered, it was evident he was struggling to mask the pain he endured. As Qin Ning approached, a chill enveloped her, though the room was heated. The man looked up as the 9th District personnel stepped forward, presenting a coat. Qin Ning nodded in silence. Accepting the garment, he gestured for her to take a seat opposite him. Qin Ning handed the watermelons to the 9th District personnel before sitting down across from him. Upon the table, apart from the chessboard, there lay only a teacup and a small pot of withered cactus. Qin Ning's brows knitted slightly. Even a cactus could be neglected to death. This fellow was indeed remarkable. The man also sensed Qin Ning's thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. I beg your pardon. Miss Qin, but are you not adept at chess? Qin Ning withdrew her gaze to the chessboard, retrieving a white piece from the box and placing it down. I can play Gamoku, she declared, showcasing her handiwork. The man could not help but chuckle. Miss Qin, you are truly a delightful character. Qing Yi. He extended his hand, but as Qin Ning prepared to reciprocate, a voice interrupted from the side. Major, Cheng-Yi suddenly realized. Retracting his hand with an apologetic expression, I apologize. I forgot due to my condition. Since entering, she had detected the anomaly in Cheng-Yi's physique. An aura of coldness surrounded him, which accounted for the chill in the room. Were it not for the stove beside him, anything he touched would likely freeze. The moisture on the chest piece was a clear indication. All of this pointed to one fact. His crystal was damaged, rendering him incapable of suppressing the abilities within him, leading to their unrestrained leakage. Last night, it seemed Miss Qin possessed the power of rejuvenation. Would she be able to revive my poor cactus? Qin Ning glanced at the cactus. It was not difficult to save, yet as her gaze met Cheng-Yi's eyes, her expression darkened. Speaking deliberately and unhurriedly, she remarked, Major, your ailment is rather complex. Last night, she had indulged excessively and forgotten to conceal her powers. To attain the rank of Major at such a young age, he must possess extraordinary qualities. His invitation to her was certainly not merely for friendship. It was a banquet of intrigue. Cheng-Yi clearly grasped the underlying meaning in Qin Ning's words. Initially, he had held little hope, but when that power merged with him, he once again experienced the sensation of controlling his abilities, reigniting his hope. Yet today, S. discourse seemed to forewarn him otherwise. Cheng-Yi did not wish to impose on her. He merely smiled faintly, retrieving a box of chocolates from the drawer and presenting it to Qin Ning. One must reciprocate kindness. This was his gesture of gratitude. Chocolates were indeed to her liking. Moreover, she was not one to shy away from accepting gifts. Thank you, she said, taking the chocolates and preparing to rise. Major, Miss Qin XN has arrived. Qin Ning halted her movement, then sat back down. Cheng diverted his gaze, observing her reaction, and then spoke calmly, allow her to enter. Brother Cheng-Wai, as Qin XN entered, she noticed an additional presence in the room, her expression momentarily taken aback as she curiously scrutinized Qin Ning. Who is this? Just as Cheng-Yi was about to respond, Qin Ning interjected, extending her hand. I am Qin Ning. Upon hearing this name, Qin Xin's face momentarily froze, followed by a slight frown as she instinctively touched her ear. How come Xin knows you? I do not know her. This is my first encounter with Miss Qin Xin. Qin Ning replied nonchalantly that I heard that Miss Qin Xin is the daughter of Qin Xian. Qin Xin averted her gaze but quickly masked her expression, taking a seat. Indeed, does Miss Qin Ning know my mother? Qin Ning's eyes locked on a Qin Xin's. Her mother was gentle and warm, her smile akin to the sun. Unforgettable, especially her bright eyes. It was inconceivable that her mother could have such a daughter with narrow eyes, a sight that was decidedly displeasing. Her hands beneath the table instinctively clenched. In my youth, Ling Si once bestowed upon me assistance. Yet I see that Miss Qin bears no resemblance to Ling Si. As soon as these words left her lips, a flicker of displeasure flashed in Qin Xin's eyes. She loathed any mention of her appearance. Perhaps I take after my father Do. Is that so? Qin detected the hostility in Qin Ning's tone and could not help but glance over. Qin Xin had always been amiable in Kyoto. Not someone who would easily harbor enmity, he quickly interjected to ease the tension. Xin, what brings you here? Upon hearing Cheng-Yi's query, Qin Xin's face resumed its smile. She found the situation rather perplexing, as she did not recall any interaction with this rustic individual. Brother Cheng-Yi, I came to deliver the suppressants. As she spoke, she handed him a box of medication. Isn't it usually Luo who delivers these? Why have you come personally today? Cheng-Yi regarded the medication with gratitude evident on his face. Your words are too kind. Xen, it is the Cheng family that owes a debt to your mother. Had it not been for Auntie rescuing my mother during her difficult labor, I would not exist. Qin Xin's words struck a chord in Qin Ning's heart, and she lifted her gaze to the man before her. Her thoughts whisked back to the past, a time so distant that it faded from her memory. Back then, her mother had been despondent over her elder sister's matters, and when she was born, complications arose, leading to severe hemorrhaging. In that moment of crisis, her avaricious father refused to pay for the surgery, unwilling to sign the consent. Ultimately, it was her mother's friend, who had rushed back from abroad, that compelled her father to sign and brought the best gynecologist to save her mother. This ensured both her mother and her survival. However, when her mother recounted these events, she was merely a 4-year-old child, and the details had long since faded in the torrent of memory. Had it not been for Qin Ning mentioning the past today, she feared she would have never recalled it. Regrettably, her mother ultimately could not protect Aunt Qin. Her mother often lamented that she should have been more resolute and taken Aunt Qin with them, preventing the subsequent tragedies. All of this arrived too abruptly. Too abrupt? Qin Ning scoffed, raising her gaze toward Qin Ning. Is there not a trail to follow? When Tangwen committed such acts, it was proof enough of his inhumanity. Qin Ning's expression soured, her face icy. What are you implying? Noticing the escalating tension, Qin Ning interjected. Xena, it is getting late. Let a Geo escort you home. Qin Ning, unwilling to cause a scene, suppressed her anger and spoke softly. Until next time, Brother Chung Wai, as Qin Ning sighed in relief upon her departure. He turned his attention back to Qin Ning. Miss Qin, I shall assist you. Qin Ning picked up the reagent that Qin Ning had delivered, tossing it into the trash bin. The personnel from District 9 were about to approach. But she declared coldly, a counterfeit is still a counterfeit. With her arms crossed, she chuckled lightly. The supposedly dead cactus shot forth its spines, piercing those who dared to approach, forcing them to retreat. Miss Qin, what are you doing? Chang Yi's deep-set eyes bore a hint of chill. He seemed to struggle to comprehend the person before him. I told you I would help you, Qin Ning asserted, advancing swiftly and placing her hand upon his wrist. A warm current surged into him. Chapter 110. Does Qin Ning truly understand what chocolates signify? Be careful. Chang Yi had yet to voice the caution when Qin Ning made contact. He witnessed firsthand that she was not frozen upon touching him. Moreover, he felt a wave of warmth coursing through his body, culminating at his heart, as if the shattered crystal began to function once more. That moment, he saw her in new light. Perhaps she was indeed the one capable of healing him, not merely a figment of his imagination from last night. The coldness in the room gradually subsided, and the others from District 9 felt it too, their faces lighting up with joy. Major, a youthful member, tears brimming in his eyes, moved to embrace Qin Ning, causing those nearby to hastily restrain him. Calm down, Xiao Yao. Sweat began to bead on Qin Ning's forehead. Cheng Yi's crystal damage was more severe than she had anticipated, while Cheng Yi's crystal was exceptionally resilient to this moment. The crystal resembled a stranded fish, desperately clinging to her, absorbing her abilities. Such greed. Cheng Yi also sensed her anomaly. Forcibly operating the crystal, he distanced himself from Qin Ning. She was abruptly pulled away, her legs weakened, and she was on the verge of collapsing. Cheng Yi instinctively reached out to steady her. She slumped into his embrace, her vision swimming, and her head spinning. Miss Qin, are you all right? Qin Ning. The voice of Li Su jolted her awake, and in her fluster, she attempted to stand, but the more anxious she became, the more chaotic it grew. She felt herself teetering toward Cheng Yi once more that a hand encircled her waist, pulling her into a secure embrace. Qin Ning, are you okay? The mental energy exuding from Li Su pressed upon those in the room. Cheng Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he spoke coolly. Captain Li, please restrain your mental pressure. My brothers may not withstand it. Qin Ning felt inexplicably guilty as she looked at Li Su, burying herself deeper into his embrace. Unable to voice her discomfort, merely clutching at his sleeve, the rationality of her runaway from home returned at that moment, and he spoke lightly. What transpired? Old Wu, please prepare a cup of tea for Captain Li. Old Wu, regaining composure, observed Li Su with trepidation, clenching his fists involuntarily. Indeed, the Li Su from District 10 was not to be underestimated. In an instant, he rendered them motionless. Qin Ning cleared her throat softly, avoiding Li Su's gaze, and picked up the teacup, speaking lightly. Major Cheng, it was merely a moment of weakness. Her words drew Li Su's attention to Cheng Yi seated in the wheelchair, and his expression turned apologetic. Major, what happened? This was also the question Qin Ning wished to pose. Major Cheng, the injury to your crystal is quite serious. How did it come to be damaged? At the mention of this, the others from District 9 wore expressions of remorse and regret. Had the Major not acted to save them, he would not have sustained such grave injuries. in the face of a horde of corpses, against the dual corpse kings, a single misstep had led to dire consequences. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet his brows betrayed a hint of concern as he gazed at his unresponsive legs, instinctively raising his hand to caress them. Ever since sustaining injuries to my crystal, I have been unable to control the release of my powers to avoid harming innocent souls. I concentrated all my strength in my legs. There was no need for further words. They would surely comprehend. Severely injured and with the 9th District too distant, I opted to head to the nearest 10th District for recuperation. However, Qin Ning retrieved a spiritual spring fruit from her space, nibbling on it to restore her abilities. Subduing the dual corpse king was no small feat. Indeed, she proved herself to be an exceptional tri-system ability user. With me around, there was no issue, truly. Upon hearing Qin Ning's words, Xiao Yao could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward to grasp her hand. The strength of his grip made Qin Ning awkwardly wish to withdraw her hand, yet he stubbornly held on. Ahem! Xiao Yao, let go. Qin had to remind the foolish lad. At this rate, Li Su might very well devour him with his gaze. It was troublesome, but considering the chocolate, he was willing to overlook it. Qin Ning picked up the chocolate, and, as she departed, inadvertently kicked over the trash bin. Chung-Yi observed the shattered vials and then glanced at Qin Ning's retreating figure, furrowing his brows slightly. Her temperament bore a resemblance to Qin Tan's. Is it possible that all members of the Qin family share similar dispositions? Major, what are you laughing at? Xiao Yao quietly propped the trash bin back up. This girl, Qin Ning, not only resembled Qin Tan, but also possessed a similarly foul and peculiar temperament. His words prompted Chung-Yi to frown, as if Li Su scrutinized the chocolate in Qin Ning's hand. His brows knitted tightly, caught in a dilemma. The sight of Qin Ning made her feel uneasy. She could no longer resist tugging at Li Su's hand, leading him toward the grape trellis. She forcefully shoved him into a corner, anxiously shaking her finger and pacing back and forth, contemplating how to explain the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Li Su's gaze remained fixed on Qin Ning's chocolate. Why did she give chocolate? And why did she accept it? Did Qin Ning truly understand the significance of chocolate? Qin Ning Li Su. The two spoke simultaneously, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. You go first. No, you go first. Fine, she was to speak first. Then she would Li Su, about last night. I drank too much that I have poor alcohol tolerance, so last night I was a bit out of control. Please bear with me. After speaking, she felt too embarrassed to look at Li Su, biting her finger in anticipation of his impending storm. Yet, Li Su remained preoccupied with the chocolate. Qin Ning, why did you accept the chocolate? He inadvertently voiced his question, and upon realizing, he instinctively sought to amend his words. You like this chocolate, right? Here, take it. Let us just forget about last night. Without hesitation, Qin Ning stuffed the chocolate into Li Su's embrace and swiftly dashed home. Dinner ready. I'm starving. Li Su gazed at the chocolate in his hands. It was nothing significant. Qin Ning was carefree and likely wouldn't think too much about it. Consequently, a smile crept onto his lips as he silently mocked himself, just as he stepped inside. Yulan approached, handing him a test tube filled with blood. Brotherly, this is the blood you requested. He had almost forgotten about it due to the rat infestation. All right, he retracted his hand at the dining table. Li Su organized the arrangements for the evening, planning to take the first squad to the site while leaving Qin Ning and Yin Shu's group in the yard if all went smoothly. They would uncover the hiding place of the rat infestation, thus resolving the issue plaguing the base. He would also have time to fill a corner of the yard and plant roses. After finishing her meal, Qin Ning reclined on a lounge chair in the yard, leisurely fanning herself. Meanwhile, Yulan, hiding indoors, appeared terrified, trembling at the thought of the horrific rat infestation from last night. Akati had taken so many people to barely fend off the swarm. Now that everyone had left, leaving only Qin Ning behind, how could she not feel anxious? Joyfully observing Yulan's tense expression as she huddled in the corner, she curiously approached and inquired, "What are you afraid of?" Yulan jumped in surprise, and upon realizing it was Joy, she instinctively exhaled. "Nothing. Do you know what this injection mark is from?" Joy curiously examined the needle mark on her arm. "I just took a nap and woke up with it." Yulan's eyes darted as she contemplated how to explain, but before she could, a cacophony erupted. "Oh no, the rat swarm is here." Chapter 111. The Yellow-Furred Rat. The rat swarm surged into the yard like rabid dogs, gnawing through the electric fence without a care. Each day, these creatures evolved, and now their bodies bore purple patterns resembling electric currents, their wings broader than the day before. Anything within their reach was torn apart and devoured within seconds. Sister Ning, these creatures are even harder to deal with. He Shuang charged forward, hurling large clumps of dirt at them. But they were like cockroaches that refused to die, emerging from the mounds to continue their assault. Helian's claws severed one in half, but the fallen mutant rat was quickly consumed by its brethren that had just joined the fray, growing larger with each meal. Yet again, cannibalism, from the wise men of Furong Town in G City to the zombie king of the Mammon base in H City. It was not surprising that they utilized cannibalism to gain strength. One could be cultivated while the other remained a zombie king. However, it was quite peculiar that these mutant rats also employed cannibalism to perhaps enhance their power. Surely, these low-tier beings could not all have the potential to become a zombie king, that if that were the case, this world would be utterly mad, though it was already quite insane. Qin Ning rose from her chair, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within this chaos. The rat swarm had broken through the first line of defense, and upon entering the yard, the plants awakened, their branches reaching out to strike. The release of the gate of life delayed the swarm's assault. The temperature plummeted sharply, snowflakes falling upon the rats, freezing them in place. Spirit butterflies descended upon them, absorbing the miasma, while the rats struggled in agony. The cold beneath their feet intensifying, rendering them immobile. Qin Ning cast a glance next door. She knew Cheng Yi was at work, cleansing his powers from the crystal. For him, it might not be a bad thing. As the saying goes, better to ease than to block. She retrieved a handful of seeds from her space and placed them in Yi Shuang's hands, signaling her to step back that a tree of spring breeze has countless branches. Leaping into action, she tossed the seeds into the bodies of the mutant rats, devouring them from within. The seeds took root in the soil, their roots extending across the ground. This soil-type ability user. Yi Shuang quickly reacted, kneeling on one knee, her palm pressed against the earth, using her powers to pave a path for the roots. Qin Ning glanced back, somewhat surprised by Yi Shuang's quick response. The girl may appear young, but was evidently swift, living up to her 10th district heritage. The roots broke through the surface, ensnaring the mutant rats that had grown larger through cannibalism, inserting themselves into their veins to restrain them. As the plants absorbed nutrients, Qin Ning keenly sensed something amiss. She retrieved gloves and goggles from her space, leaping upward to grasp a branch, landing beside a root system. The natural energy emanating from her only fueled the frenzy among the rats, who collectively turned their attention toward her. Sister Ning, be careful. A robust mutant rat revealed its menacing maw, leaping through the vines toward Qin Ning, poised to bite down on her. Yet, it was frozen mid-air, crashing to the ground as an ice block. Qin Ning narrowed her eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. She raised her tang horizontal knife, aiming for a swift kill, intending to shatter its crystal core to intimidate the others. Though these creatures appeared mindless, some instincts were ingrained and could not be forgotten. However, when Qin Ning struck, she did not sense the crystal core. Her brows knitted together in disbelief. It was impossible, with over 7 years of experience in the apocalypse. She could not have misidentified the location of a crystal core. Could it be that these creatures, like those in the Mammon base, were puppets and that a zombie king lurked within the base? No, if they were a zombie king, why not manipulate ordinary zombies instead of these long-dead mutant rats? And who had taken the crystal cores from these mutant rats? There was certainly something amiss. She decisively severed its head, discovering, as expected, that it bore no crystal core. How could these coreless beings wield the power of cannibalism? She took her knife and sliced through the rat caught in the roots, only to find it devoid of a crystal core as well. This was too strange. Her instincts warned her that matters were far from as simple as they appeared, just as she prepared to retreat. Her gaze swept over the advancing rat swarm and unexpectedly discovered that, while the swarm seemed chaotic, it was actually organized in its attack and defense. The rats appeared to be surrounding one particular rat, protecting it. This rat bore yellow fur and had antennae on its head, seemingly conveying signals. Qin Ning's gaze locked with its, and the moment its antennae began to tremble, the swarm responded as if receiving a command. Regrouping around the yellow-furred rat, their fervent gazes fixed on Qin Ning, it was undoubtedly the key to the situation. She could not let it escape. Drawing her tang horizontal knife, she cleared a path through the vines and charged forward. While the rat swarm received the order to advance toward her, the swarm moved swiftly in unison, crackling with electricity, their teeth laden with toxins. Despite Qin Ning's quick and decisive strikes, facing hundreds, if not thousands, of rats proved to be an overwhelming challenge. Cheng Yi sensed Qin Ning's intentions and accelerated the release of his powers. The surrounding cold reached its zenith, freezing even the falling leaves, and a vast number of rats were immobilized. The yellow-furred rat, sensing danger, began to tremble its antennae, prompting the other rats to escort it away. Regrettably, how could Qin Ning easily allow it to escape now that she has set her sights on it? Beside her, the seed scattered directly obstructed their path, while the yellow-furred mouse sought to flee from another direction. He Shuang's earthen wall barred their way, and just as it prepared to dash back into the courtyard, a fiery blaze ignited behind them. That moment, they found themselves surrounded, with the mice outside desperately attempting to break in, while those trapped inside devised ways to facilitate the escape of the yellow-furred mouse. Qin Ning let out a light laugh, leaping upward and utilizing the strength of the vines to land atop the earthen wall. She fixed her gaze upon the frenzied swarm of mice, extending the vines in an attempt to ensnare the yellow-furred mouse. However, the other mice reacted swiftly, intercepting the attack of the vines. The swarm instinctively surged through the flames, striving to carve a path for the yellow-furred mouse. But alas, Qin Ning would not grant them such an opportunity. She leapt down directly. The ethereal butterflies of the gate of life surged forth, rushing towards the swarm. The mice instinctively scattered upon sighting the ethereal butterflies, and by the time the yellow-furred mouse called upon them, it was already too late. The ethereal butterflies transformed into chains, binding the yellow-furred mouse, while Qin Ning retrieved a glass box from her spatial pocket and successfully locked it within. The yellow-furred mouse attempted to break free, but Qin Ning administered a tranquilizer. Once the swarm lost control, it instantly disintegrated into chaos, blindly rushing towards the flames. The first rays of light breached the clouds, illuminating the earth, causing the entire swarm to begin to disperse and flee. Everything returned to tranquility. Major! Xiao Yao's cry sent a tremor through Qin Ning's heart. She swiftly handed the cage to He Lian and rushed into the house. At that moment, Cheng Yi lay unconscious on the sofa, encased in a chilling aura. Qin Ning dared not hesitate, hastily approaching him, and while the frost had yet to engulf his entire body, she channeled her powers into him, initiating the operation of his crystal. Chapter 112. The predicament of the abandoned building. The abandoned building stood 3 stories tall. Isu assigned Su 1 and Kai 2 to guard the opposing high-rise, ever vigilant of the situation within. During the night, the swarm would emerge in full force. For safety's sake, he brought only Gu Lin and Qi Wan inside, while Qin Yan, Mo Yi, and Su Wu remained at the command center, transmitting the interior visuals continuously. The mental field enveloped the entire building. Theoretically, when the sun fully set, the swarm would launch a full-scale assault. Even though this place wasn't the hive of the swarm, it shouldn't be so quiet. The deeper he ventured, the more tightly his brows knitted. "Captain, it's too quiet here," Gu Lin whispered. Although they had flashlights, the surrounding cold darkness instilled a sense of dread. Drops of water fell from the ceiling, pooling in various depressions, and the room lay in disarray. Qi Wan accidentally kicked a test tube, producing a sharp clatter, prompting everyone to glance down at It's just a test tube. Qi Wan directed her flashlight to the scattered test tubes, revealing bloodstains all over the ground, which upon closer inspection appeared to be quite old. According to the records, this place had once been a biological research institute, but 3 years ago, an accident led to the deaths of 3 researchers. The incident, coupled with funding withdrawal, resulted in the institute declaring bankruptcy. Given that a death had occurred within the building, most people deemed it unlucky and were reluctant to take it over. Yet, how could there be such extensive bloodstains? It was difficult to ascertain when those stains had been made. Qi Wan followed the blood trail ahead. "Captain, look, there are so many cages here." Li Su followed Qi Wan's flashlight and indeed found numerous cages scattered about. How peculiar! Why would there be so many cages in an abandoned research institute? Gu Lin felt it was odd and stepped forward to kick one of the cages, when suddenly a shadow flitted past. Someone, Gu Lin exclaimed. Li Su attempted to lock onto the presence, but just as he did, a blinding light flashed, disrupting his focus and allowing the figure to escape successfully. Pursue! Li Su mentally scanned the area and swiftly moved upstairs. With Qi Wan and Gu Lin close behind, Li Su's attention was fully concentrated on the shadow, as a figure emerged from the darkness, silently advancing and striking Qi Wan on the head with a swift blow. This action allowed Li Su to successfully capture the figure's silhouette and lock onto it. Qi Wan. Gu Lin reached out to grab Qi Wan, but the entire building began to shake, a large chunk of the ceiling crashing down and severing Qi Wan from Gu Lin. The fleeing figure appeared before Li Su, and just as he was about to act, Li Su blocked the figure's attack with a knife. The flashlight in his hand fell to the ground. Kicked away by the advancing person, in the darkness, Li Su could not discern the figure's gaze. He could only rely on the information from his mental field to lock onto the figure's form. The building continued to tremble violently. In such an unfavorable environment, Li Su struggled to maintain a timely lock. The figure seized the unconscious Qi Wan, attempting to drag her away. Ji Yulin tried to step forward, but was obstructed by the beam. Flames shooting toward the figure. While a wall of water separated the two parties, Ji Yulin drew the knife from his waist, leaping up to cut through the water wall. The mist clouded Gu Lin's vision, leaving him unable to determine direction. Li Su shielded his senses, relying solely on the information provided by his mental field, quickly locking onto the figure again, and he swung his mental blade down toward the assailant. The so-called shadow instantly transformed into a pool of water. The building stabilized once more. Captain, Qi Wan has been taken. Gu Lin rushed forward, staring at the puddle before him, his brows furrowing deeply. The shadow wasn't human. A chill crept over Li Su's face. Something must exist here that could interfere with his mental powers, preventing him from striking the locked figure. Captain, Qi Wan is in grave danger now. We don't know what these people will do to her. Li Su surveyed the surroundings and retrieved seeds from his pocket. If his suspicions were correct, these seeds might draw them in. Outside, Qin Yin repeatedly attempted to contact Li Su, but the communication devices remained unresponsive. Hindered by magnetic interference, he feared for the safety of the captain and the others. Kai Tu, can you see the captain's situation? Deputy, the interior seems surrounded by a wall of water. My line of sight is obstructed. I can't see inside. Kai Tu's words intensified Qin Yin's worry. The situation was far from what they had imagined. Qin Yin pushed open the door, the outside guards engaged in battling the reckless mutant mice. Deputy, why are you out here? Has something happened to the captain? He shielded Qin Yin from behind. That I can't reach the captain. I must go and no. Yin Shu's expression was grave. Your presence is crucial here. The swarm surged toward them as if commanded, frenziedly charging at them, and they surrounded the entrance of the abandoned building. Look at this. Entering now is exceedingly perilous. Qin Yin's brows furrowed, his voice low and icy. Su-Wan, can you enter the abandoned building through the window? Su-Wan and Kai Tu swiftly approached the abandoned building. He intended to lead Kai Tu in through the window, but water orbs surged forth, incessantly attacking them and blocking their entry. Deputy, there are water orbs attacking. It's difficult to approach the window. Su-Wan attempted to dash through the water orbs to rush inside, but as his hand was about to touch the window, the water wall oozed forth, ensnaring his hand and rendering him immobile. As the water orbs attacked, Kai Tu decisively fired bullets, disrupting the water chain, allowing Su-Wan to evade this assault. Qin Yin's brows knitted tightly. Only 3 individuals remained inside the abandoned building. It was evident that other entities were obstructing their entry. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it became for the captain. He gazed at the abandoned building. A bold idea emerging in his mind, he glanced at the watch in his hand. In 1 hour, the swarm would retreat. Looking at the exhausted individuals he had brought, he knew they had to take a gamble. He produced a packet of seeds from his pocket. What are you planning to do? Yin Shu's heart jolted. That I intend to draw the swarm here, so the fire and earth element users can position themselves around and guide them into an encirclement. I will lead a team inside to support the captain. Yin Shu did not expect Qin Yin to make such a daring decision. If the entire swarm charged forward, they would have to trap them all. Otherwise, the individuals on the perimeter would be in grave danger. The most challenging aspect now was that the powers within the ability users were nearly depleted. They feared they might not be able to contain them. Qin Yin understood her concerns and handed over the juice extracted from the spiritual fruit that Qin Ning had given him, instructing her to distribute it to the ability users participating in the battle. When severing, do not let the remnants disrupt you. Qin Yin directed Su Wu to lead him out of the crowd, tossing seeds toward the swarm as natural forces posed a deadly allure for the mice. All the mice surged toward Qin Yin. Having had prior experience, Qin Ning merely probed without exerting her full strength. Nevertheless, when she withdrew her hand, she found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. The coldness within the room began to wane. And only then did the individuals from District 9 approach. Xiao Jiu helped Qin Ning to her feet. Qin girl, you've worked hard. How is the major? Qin Ning accepted the water offered to her. Rest assured, his condition is stable, but fully restoring the crystal will require time. In truth, she herself held little assurance. Although she possessed healing abilities, the crystal was no trivial matter. This was her first attempt at repairing a crystal. Perhaps she should consult Li Su, as he could divide crystals, indicating he had a deeper understanding of their nature. She lifted her gaze to the window, an expression of concern etching her features. She wondered how Li Su and the others were faring. The doorbell rang. Major, Miss Exon, let me bring you some medicine. Upon hearing Luo Hao's voice, Qin Ning involuntarily trembled. Indeed, she found it difficult to control her emotions in the face of Luo Hao. The wounds ran too deep, embedding resentment and murderous intent into her very bones. Ning. Upon catching sight of Qin Ning, Luo Hao could not suppress his bewilderment. Although he was aware that Qin Ning had arrived in District 10, he had not anticipated that she would be entangled with Major Chung from District 9. That this revelation was truly astonishing. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how an ordinary person could possibly have a connection with a major. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ning forced herself to regain her composure. Time was of the essence. She urged the major to rest, and as for the mysterious items, he should refrain from consuming any more. If he were to become ill, she could not guarantee her ability to heal him. Without so much as a glance in Luo Hao's direction, she brushed past him. Were it not for the inopportune timing, she would not have let him off so easily. She would have ensured he experienced her suffering firsthand. Luo Hao, his face etched with confusion, averted his gaze and delivered the medication to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu, do you know why Ning is here? He inquired. Xiao Jiu accepted the medicine with a smile, responding, just call me Xiao Jiu. Miss Qin is here to treat the major. Treating him? His brow furrowed. During their university days, she had indeed studied medicine, but considering the major's condition, a regular doctor would surely be incapable of offering assistance. Could she possibly be an ability user? Is Ning an ability user? Of course. Miss Qin is quite remarkable. All the plants in the courtyard were cultivated by her own hands, something that ordinary people cannot achieve. Xiao Jiu escorted Luo Hao to the door. He narrowed his eyes, glancing at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Indeed, if she were not an ability user, she would have no means to associate with such influential figures back in university. Qin Ning had harbored a crush on him. Perhaps he could exploit this situation to his advantage. Why doing so, he could gain familiarity in the eyes of these prominent individuals and would no longer need to play the part of an inconsequential driver trailing behind Qin Xi. Enduring disdain. With this thought in mind, he adjusted his demeanor before the window, donning a self-satisfied, amiable smile as he approached Qin Ning. Ning, it's been a long time. Qin Ning did not even raise her gaze. Preoccupied with pruning branches with her scissors, the smile on Luo Hao's face faltered noticeably. Clenching his hands beneath his sleeves, he said, I heard from Xiao Jiu that you're here to treat the major and that you cultivated all the greenery in this courtyard. You were always clever back in school. I never expected that even in the post-apocalyptic world, you would remain so formidable. It's a pity we haven't seen each other since university. Let's not forget our old friendship in times of wealth and privilege, he jested, placing a hand on Qin Ning's shoulder. In response, Qin Ning swiftly swung her scissors, exclaiming, "Apologies, you're obstructing my path." Luo Hao stared at his torn clothing, on the verge of exploding with anger. Yet, faced with Qin Ning's scissors, he stifled his fury, forcing a smile. "It's nothing. I was merely in your way, Ning, since we parted ways after university. We have not crossed paths again, to be honest. I've often reflected on our time at school. Unfortunately, I changed my phone and lost your number. I also noticed you never attended any class reunions. I wonder how you fared all these years." Qin Ning suppressed her disgust, letting out a light laugh, and inadvertently stepped on his foot. "And no need to concern yourself. Not keeping in touch simply means we were not meant to be. It's quite all right." With increasing force, she pressed down on his foot. The pain caused Luo Hao to retract his foot, his expression revealing his inability to maintain composure. That sinister, murderous face was all too familiar to her. Even if she were to forget everything in this lifetime, she could never forget that face. Gripping her scissors tightly, she feared that in a moment of impulse, she might end his life "Oh, you remember Suya?" Qin Ning initiated a conversation to ease the tension. Luo Hao forced a smile. "Of course, I encountered her, and her demise was particularly tragic. She was vivisected and died slowly in terror. She deserved it." As Qin Ning stepped closer to Luo Hao, her voice took on an ominous tone. She perceived a flicker of fear in his eyes. "Evil begets evil. Karma exists. One must never harm others, for everything will return to its origin. Do you agree?" She inserted a twig into his shirt pocket, patting it with a saccharine smile. "Take good care of it for me. Until we meet again." With that, Qin Ning turned away, her smile vanishing as she retreated to her room, feeling an overwhelming wave of nausea. Just then, Huan Shi, clutching a stuffed toy, descended the stairs and saw Qin Ning scrubbing her hands vigorously. "Sister Nian Yan, did you come into contact with something dirty?" "Indeed, something exceedingly filthy," Qin Ning replied, unable to resist cupping Huan Shi's chubby face to alleviate her own vexation. "Let us avoid touching such things in the future." Huan Shi waved her toy, trying to comfort Qin Ning. "By the way, when will Brother Hua and the others return?" Hearing this, Qin Ning instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already quite late. Why had they not returned yet? What if something had happened? A sigh of concern escaped her lips. Meanwhile, all the mice with red eyes surged toward Qin Yan. Just as one was about to bite him, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed. Forming a large pit, he and the swarm of mice tumbled into the abyss. But a vine swiftly wrapped around his waist, pulling him away from the chasm. The mice that had not yet fallen were driven by flames to leap into the prepared pit. And as they attempted to escape, the earthen walls rose high, and flames engulfed the area, creating a scene reminiscent of a nightmare. As Qin Yan landed, he was joined by Su Wu and Mo.E, ready to charge into the abandoned building. Yin Shu grasped his wrist firmly, exclaiming, "I'll go. You must stay behind." With decisive authority, she ordered her men to restrain Qin Yan while she ventured alone into the dilapidated structure. She was determined not to be outdone by Li Su. Upon entering, she activated her domain, searching for any sign of Li Su and his companions. However, as she stepped inside, a massive hidden rat pounced on her. "Academician, Subject 1 has been captured. Will our operations be discovered?" "Academician, how should we handle the individuals inside the building, as well as this one?" Qi Wan was jolted awake by the sharp pain in her head. Upon opening her eyes, she realized her limbs were bound, and her neck was shackled with iron chains. She attempted to use her abilities, but no matter how she concentrated, the crystals within her remained inert. The academician held a syringe, his gaze shrouded in darkness. When he turned to look at Qi Wan, she instinctively shut her eyes, realizing they intended to make her one of the first test subjects. He passed the syringe to an underling, whose footsteps grew closer. Quickly, Qi Wan used a blade to slice through the ropes binding her hands. "Faster, faster," she urged herself, just as the needle was about to pierce her skin. She broke free from her restraints and struck out. Catching her assailant off guard, he lunged forward to subdue her, but she kicked him away, sending the vile syringe tumbling from his grip. She seized the opportunity to escape, but the iron chain around her neck yanked her back, slamming her against the wall with a muffled groan. "You woke up rather quickly. It seems your physical condition is commendable, a promising specimen," the academician remarked coldly, sending a shiver down her spine. He wore a mask, obscuring his features from her view. "What do you intend to do with me?" "You will learn soon enough," he replied, retrieving the fallen syringe and advancing toward her. Suddenly, the room began to shake violently, the air filled with the frantic squeaking of the rats and the sound of them crashing against their cages. "Academician, something's amiss. The lab rats are going berserk." The academician was compelled to halt his actions, rushing forward to observe the chaos within the cages. The rats, their eyes glowing crimson, exhibited aggressive behavior. "What in the world is happening?" the academician inquired, bewildered. "Academician, look!" An underling pointed at the giant rat's cage, panic evident in their voice. "What is going on?" The enormous rats, their veins bulging and eyes bulging out, gnawed relentlessly at the bars of their cages. "Could this be related to the seeds we collected yesterday?" Another subordinate suggested. "When we brought them back, they had grown to a meter in height that we were all taken aback when we discovered undigested seeds in their stomachs. These seeds must have some peculiar properties." Another subordinate interjected, displaying footage obtained from outside. "Academician, observe this. The video captured the moment Qin Ning had thrown the seeds, and the lab rats, upon sighting them, charged forward wildly, disregarding even their leader's command that I suspect their agitation stems from the presence of several individuals inside the building who are using the seeds to lure them out. We could unleash these mutated rats. Those 4 individuals cannot possibly contend with them. Perhaps we can uncover the secrets of these seeds from them." Nodding slightly, the academician acknowledged that could indeed be a viable strategy. Yin Shu reacted swiftly, locking onto her target, thereby enabling her escape. "What a massive rat!" she exclaimed, eyeing the towering creature with bated breath as she retrieved her GUNS. She prepared to unleash her psychic energy to obliterate it. The surrounding chaos proved too distracting, preventing her from concentrating. The giant rat, infuriated, lunged at her with a claw. Without a moment's hesitation, she fired a shot at its chest, yet the bullet merely ricocheted off its hardened surface, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The giant rat regarded the harmless bullets as nothing more than an itch and lunged at Yin Shu, its claws poised to inflict fatal damage. She cast aside the firearm in her grasp, channeling her mental energy to forge a blade. Utilizing the momentum of the scene, she leaped upward, landing upon the back of the colossal rat. With a swift motion, she plunged the knife into its rear, then sprang down, allowing gravity to assist her in slicing open a gaping wound along its back. Black blood gushed forth from the injury, releasing a noxious stench that nearly overwhelmed Yin Shu. Retrieving her blade, she retreated as the giant rat let out a furious roar, causing the entire building to tremble. Wounded and frenzied, it launched deadly attacks, compelling Yin Shu to dodge falling debris while resisting the disorienting effects of its deafening cries, all the while evading its onslaught. Just as the creature's claws were about to strike her, a hand suddenly grasped her arm, yanking her back. The mental realm temporarily immobilized the beast, and flames swiftly followed, engulfing the rat in a fiery demise. "How did you get in here?" Li Su furrowed his brow, having rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. "We couldn't receive any news from outside, and I was quite concerned. So I came in to inquire about your situation. What on earth happened?" "Qi Wan has been abducted." "What? Are there other people involved?" A deafening crash resounded once more, and the structure began to shake violently. Debris cascading down as they steeled themselves for a fierce battle. Before Yin Shu could fully comprehend the situation, a horde of rats surged forth, including several enormous ones. "What is going on?" "I lured them out." "Why would you do that?" Yin Shu exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of rats, especially given that there were only the 3 of them. "You will soon find out." The academician regarded Qi Wan in the corner, picking up a syringe, intent on completing the task he had failed to accomplish earlier. "What are you doing?" Qi Wan struggled against his grip. He seized the chain around her neck, a wave of suffocation washing over her. She was powerless. Her face flushed crimson, her vision blurring, and just as the needle was about to descend, a bright light erupted from her ear bone, shattering the chain around her neck. In the midst of the illumination, a chain pierced the academician's throat, splattering blood across the walls. In the dim light, she seemed to glimpse a figure. Yin. She reached out, yearning to touch him, but her hand grasped only air. The suppressed despair within her erupted. Tears streaming down her face. Ian, I know it's you. I miss you so much. Academician, his subordinate, witnessing the academician's gruesome end, rushed forward, intent on dealing with Chi-Wan. However, the building began to tremble violently, and massive stones threatened to crush her. A familiar figure shielded her from the falling debris, enveloping her in a warm embrace. A familiar voice whispered in her ear, Wan, I promised I would always protect you, to never let you come to harm. I miss you so much, Song Ian. Do you know? All the grievances and oppression of countless days flooded forth. She truly longed for him, cherishing the stolen moments. Song Ian clasped Chi-Wan's hand, resting her fingers against her chest. Wan, I am here. I have always been here. Chi-Wan's heart raced as Gu Lin rushed forward, pulling her from the ruins. What are you dawdling for? It was Song Ian. Just now it was Song Ian. Chi-Wan choked on her words, searching for his figure. Chi-Wan, wake up. He's gone. Chapter 115. I advise you not to lie. Qin Ning's fingertips lightly tapped the table as she held the teacup. Her gaze fixed on a clock on the wall. By all accounts, he should have returned by now. Could something have gone awry? A myriad of doubts swirled within Hunexi's mind as she tugged at Qin Ning's sleeve. Sister Ninian, if you... Hunexi, Sister Ninian has matters to attend to. Will you promise to wait for me here? Qin Ning cast a glance at Yulan, then entrusted Hunexi to her care before mounting her motorcycle. Hunexi observed Qin Ning's anxious demeanor, shaking her head in resignation. She had known Sister Ninian would be worried. What shall we do now? Hunexi raised her eyes, gazing innocently at Yulan. I have no intention of babysitting. You do your thing. I have matters to attend to. With that, she snatched some fruit from the table and retreated to her room. Now that the others were preoccupied with a rat infestation, her own affairs would be of little concern, allowing her to enjoy some peaceful days. Qin Ning halted at the intersection, her expression fraught with worry. In her haste to leave, she had forgotten to ask for directions. Should she turn left or proceed straight? Without her phone, and with no signposts in sight, she felt lost. Captain, that girl is one of those brought back by Li Su. Ji Duo, seated in the vehicle, raised his gaze toward Qin Ning at the intersection. He had heard that Old Shun had assigned Li Su a secret mission, to retrieve a human with antibodies. His curiosity piqued. He wondered what sort of person she might be. He opened the car door, adjusted his attire, and approached her. Madam, might I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? District 10's Ji Duo. Qin Ning regarded Ji Duo, who had approached her without introduction, initially disinclined to engage. However, upon hearing District 10, she decisively removed her helmet and extended her hand. Qin Ning da. So you are Miss Qin Ning that I have heard you entered District 10 alongside Li Su. May I inquire how you and Li Su became acquainted? Ji Duo's gaze roamed over Qin Ning, noting her remarkable features, yet failing to discern anything particularly extraordinary. Was this truly the divine envoy? He began to question whether Li Su had chosen her based solely on appearance. Feeling uncomfortable under Ji Duo's scrutiny, Qin Ning withdrew her hand. You are from District 10. You should know how to reach 11 Donghai Road, the abandoned Sunhai Research Institute. Upon hearing the address, Ji Duo's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Heavens, that man is excessively favored, to the point of sensing anomalies. It appears she intends to seek out Li Su. Curious about how a seemingly defenseless girl could survive in such a perilous situation, he contemplated what might happen if she encountered trouble. Observing the smirk that crept across his face, Qin Ning rolled her eyes in silence. Did he assume she was incapable? Why don't I escort you? He turned, revealing the vehicle behind him. Very well. Qin Ning dismounted her motorcycle and, in his presence, summoned the vehicle back into her spatial realm. Ji Duo's eyes widened. Qin Ning, are you an ability user? I'm merely a run-of-the-mill space ability user. And you, Ji Duo, what are you? Ji Duo, ever the gentleman, opened the car door, inviting Qin Ning inside. I'm just a mutant, he replied, his dragon claws crackling with electricity, exuding a formidable aura. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Realizing he was a mutant, she hadn't sensed it before. He was likely not a natural one, but rather artificially enhanced. His overwhelming self-assurance drew a smile from her. You look quite impressive. Her words struck a chord with him, prompting him to express his thoughts. I hear you are the one Li Su brought back with antibodies. Who do you think is superior, you or Li Su? Who are you to compare yourself to Li Su? That's a difficult question to answer, considering this is our first meeting. However, I believe everyone in District 10 is quite formidable. She pulled a packet of seed from her pocket, cheerfully placing it in his shirt pocket as a token of their meeting. I hope you won't find it distasteful. With that, she pushed the car door open and turned, her smile vanishing in an instant. Ji Duo watched as Qin Ning strode toward the scene, a mocking glint in his eyes. The girl was rather naive. It was a pity he signaled to his subordinate in the passenger seat, who quietly exited the vehicle and stealthily followed Qin Ning. As they drew closer to the dilapidated building, the temperature of the air intensified, thick smoke swirling, carrying the acrid scent of charred remnants. She instinctively retrieved a mask from her spatial realm. Her ears twitched slightly as she glanced at the display window. It seemed that District 10 surveillance methods were not as formidable as she had imagined. Perhaps she had underestimated them. She stealthily turned into an alley, but the pursuer quickened his pace, entering the alley without spotting Qin Ning. Just as he felt perplexed, a dagger pressed against his waist, vines silently coiling around him. "Don't move," as the assailant attempted to use his ability. The vines constricted tighter, binding him like a zongzi. "You cannot use your ability." Qin Ning stepped in front of him. "Why are you following me? It's a protective escort, not stalking. Your reasoning is rather quick-witted, but do you think you have any credibility in this matter?" Qin Ning snatched the dagger from his grasp, producing a pill from her pocket and unceremoniously forcing it into his mouth. "The poison I just administered is lethal, and only I possess the antidote." From her spatial realm, she retrieved a pot of green plants. "This is the truth herb. It will glow if you speak falsehoods. If you tell the truth, I will provide you the antidote, as I have no desire to stir up trouble. Now, tell me, why are you following me? I was merely tasked with protecting you." "Liar." A sharp shout from Qin Ning sent a jolt of pain through his chest. The plant before him radiated a green light, and he hastily corrected himself. "I wanted to follow you to see what you were up to." "Liar." Qin Ning's reprimand caused the poison within him to surge, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Panicking as he quickly spoke that "It was our captain. He intended to take advantage of the chaos to kill you and frame team leader Li." "Liar." As soon as Qin Ning's words fell, the other party, startled, immediately began to speak. "I did not lie, truly. Our captain and Captain Li are at odds because as long as the lead team is present, our captain remains perpetually in second place, which is why there was a desire to eliminate you to deal with Captain Li. Look at that grass. It hasn't shown. I truly did not deceive you." His words seemed credible. It appeared that her unwarranted disaster was indeed caused by Li Su. She stepped forward and patted the other person's shoulder, saying, "You did well." Seeing her about to leave, the other party cried out, "Miss Qin, you have yet to provide me with the antidote." Qin Ning waved her hand dismissively. That was merely a sugar bean. A sugar bean? How could he have coughed up blood? It was merely the vine that contained toxins, not lethal. However, I wonder what your captain would think if he knew you had divulged everything to me. Your life would likely be at risk. This moment, he truly realized the terror of the woman before him. If this matter were to reach the captain's ears, given his temper, he would hardly be safe. "Miss Qin, please help me. I am merely following orders," he pleaded desperately. Qin Ning paused, playing with the butterfly knife in her hand. "Very well." Chapter 116. Escape from a narrow place. The entire dilapidated building, having suffered previous assaults, was now on the verge of collapse, with beams giving way and the structure barely holding together. They had to leave. The researcher, seeing Li Su and his team burst in, felt panic surge within him, abandoning his reagents and turning to flee. However, as he stepped forward, he found himself immobilized, unable to move. Li Su removed handcuffs from his waist and secured the researcher, commanding, "Move. I fear we cannot leave." Came the reply. A swarm of rats had caught up with them, blocking their path. Initially, Li Su had managed to escape the swarm by pinpointing their escape route, which had led him to Qi Wan's location. Just moments ago, they had used fog and scent bombs to confuse the rats, but they had not anticipated that the rodents would find them so swiftly. After the recent battle, they were heavily depleted, and only by relying on the jade bracelet to replenish energy could he still muster the strength for a final showdown. He handed the captive over to Yin Shu, instructing, "You all go ahead. I will hold them off." Li Su, Yin Shu wished to say more, but upon meeting Li Su's gaze, she glanced at Gu Lin and said, "Gu Lin, you take them and leave first." She stepped forward, grasping Li Su's hand coldly. "Have you heard of crystal energy fusion?" Li Su was aware of the Zheng siblings' crystal fusion. However, they were not related by blood, and he feared. Yin Shu naturally sensed Li Su's hesitation, stating, "Both of us are psionic abilities users, and, as teammates, we share a certain level of understanding." The two tightened their grip, simultaneously channeling their powers and releasing their strengths, their similar abilities enhancing their connection. The energy fluctuations created a barrier that kept outsiders at bay. Gu Lin, filled with concern, realized that remaining here would only complicate matters for the captain. With that thought, Qi Wan steeled herself. They had to leave immediately. He firmly grasped Qi Wan's arm, shaking her from her stupor. With one hand pulling Qi Wan and the other grasping the researcher, he exclaimed, "Captain, Yin team, be careful," as Qin Ning was about to step into the scene. She was halted by an obstruction. "No outsiders are allowed inside." "Sister Ning, what brings you here?" He stepped forward, signaling for the others to allow Qin Ning entry. "I came to check on you all since you had yet to return. I was a bit worried." "How is the situation?" Qin Ning's gaze swept across the area, noting the absence of Li Su. He must have been the first to charge in. "The captain and the others are still inside. Communication is cut off, and we are unclear on their status." Yin Shu has already gone in to find the captain. Though he had initially been anxious, seeing Sister Ning calmed him. Qin Ning observed the smoke rising. Releasing her spirit butterfly, the dense scent, if not resolved promptly, would likely attract unwanted entities. When Qin Yin saw the spirit butterfly, he recognized Qin Ning's arrival. He emerged from the vehicle, his expression neutral, but his eyes betrayed his concern. "Qin Ning, can you sense the captain's condition?" Qin Ning surveyed the surroundings. Although daylight had broken, the dilapidated building remained shadowed, with a horde of rats blocking the entrance, making entry anything but easy. "Have you tried entering through the windows?" Su Wan and the others did. The water clinging to the windows can attack people, likely left by those inside. Attempting to breach through there may be no easier than confronting the rats at the front door. No wonder. She sensed the humidity in the air. It was clear now. Pulling seed from her pocket, she tossed them toward the entrance, where they immediately infiltrated the rats' bodies, consuming them, while the other advancing rats gnawed at the plants. The butterflies from the gate of living beings emerged, forming a blade that cleaved a path. Qin Yin, arrange a team of wood or plant variants to accompany me inside. Drawing out the Tang Hung knife from her space, she charged in. These rats were exceptionally fierce. The path carved by the gate of living beings would not hold for long, so she needed to act swiftly. "Sister Ning, I will follow you in." He readied his firearm and followed closely behind. The humidity within the building, combined with the thick miasma, allowed Qin Ning's seeds to grow rapidly. The vines crept along the walls, guiding her deeper within. "Take me to them," she murmured softly. The vines seemed to sense the direction, leading Qin Ning onward. The further they went, the more signs of battle appeared, along with the ashes left by the burned rats. It seemed they were engaged in a fierce conflict, and judging by the destruction of the battlefield, their powers must be nearly depleted. She had to hasten her pace. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Qin Ning, Gu Lin, leading his group, burst out and was met by Qin Ning and her team entering. She quickly approached and caught Qi Wan, demanding, "What is happening? Where's Li Su?" "The captain and Yin team are holding them off. All remaining rats are concentrated on the third floor. The captain and his team are in danger." Yes, soon as Gu Lin finished speaking, she passed Qi Wan into Yi's arms. "Take care of her." She knew Li Su would shoulder any issues alone. Harnessing the strength of the vines, she ascended the stairs swiftly to the third floor. Before she could approach, she felt a powerful wave of energy surge forth. The impact knocked her back, sending her crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. This energy fluctuation was all too familiar. It was reminiscent of Li Su's crystal explosion. Could it be? A sense of unease washed over her as she disregarded her pain. Scrambling to her feet, if she could channel her energy into others, she could surely disperse the incoming force. "Li Su, if you dare to do something foolish again, I swear I will beat you senseless." Qin Ning declared, closing her eyes as she raised her hand to release her powers, scattering the energy before her, inching closer step by step. With another powerful impact, she was once again thrown back, followed by a series of explosions and the overwhelming scent of blood, prompting her to instinctively evade. All the rats before her burst apart, their viscous black blood splattering everywhere, spitting out the blood from her mouth. Qin Ning rose to her feet. She knew this was a mental attack. Without time for further thought, she rushed forward. Lisu. She saw Lisu and Yin Shu both collapsed, her heart tightening as she grasped their wrists. Channeling her powers into them, confirming they were merely exhausted, she sighed in relief. Sister Ning. Mo E and his team quickly followed, and upon seeing the fallen Lisu and Yin Shu, his voice was laced with urgency. Sister Ning, the captain, do not worry. They're simply exhausted. The already unstable building could not withstand such an assault and began to collapse extensively. We must hurry. They supported the unconscious Lisu and Yin Shu, racing out of the dilapidated structure. Just as they exited, the entire building came crashing down. Chapter 117. The fusion plan of abilities useless beings, unable to handle a mere woman. What use are you to me? Ji Duo kicked hard, smashing a vase over the other's head. Captain, spare me. Spare me. Please give me another chance. Captain, just let Xiao Xian go this once. I heard that Captain Li captured a researcher in the dilapidated building. Now that Captain Li is injured and unconscious, it is you that old Chen needs most. Ji Duo paused, his gaze sharp, realizing the truth in the words. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Li Su, are you sewing a shroud for me? With that thought, Ji Duo grabbed his coat and stormed out to the hospital. Old Chun, why are you here? Li Su attempted to rise, but Old Chun gestured for him to rest. When Li Su's parents passed away, they entrusted him to Old Chun, who had come to view Li Su as his own child. Now, with Li Su on the brink of death, how could he not worry? Old Chun, the rat infestation is far from simple. The researcher must be interrogated thoroughly, and surely there are others behind him. Li Su. Old Chun interrupted, taking the medicine from the doctor and placing it in Li Su's hands. Do not fret about these matters. Focus on your recovery. Indeed, Li Su, you are not the only talent in District 10. Since you are injured, you should concentrate on healing and leave the remaining matters to me. Ji Duo said, looking down at the bedridden Li Su with a mocking gaze. Li Su, I must say, it is just a minor rat infestation. How did you end up in such a state? Ji Duo sat cross-legged on the sofa, his words laced with a hint of frivolity. Old Chun, had this matter been entrusted to me from the beginning, I assure you, I would not have made it as awkward as Li Su has. Now, when the 11th District is in dire need of personnel, you fall ill at such a crucial moment. Alas, the expression on Old Chin's face was far from pleasant at Ji Duo, since you have taken on the subsequent matters. You ought not to be here now. Ji Duo rose with a mocking smile and bowed to Old Chun. You're absolutely right. Old Chun, he cast a challenging glance at Li Su. I am a wretched soul. Unlike you, Li Su, who can lounge in a hospital with ease. Suddenly, Qin Ning stumbled, and a large basin of scalding water splashed onto Ji Duo. Are you trying to kill me? Ji Duo, burned, hurriedly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing large red marks across his chest. Enraged, he raised his hand, but Qin Ning firmly grasped his wrist. I apologize, but isn't it your fault for not watching where you're going? This shouldn't fall on me. With an innocent smile, Qin Ning added, Captain Ji, you always seem to enjoy causing trouble. This is the second time I've encountered you, and both times it has been the same. It's hardly a good habit. Look at you now, injured. Perhaps you should lie down and rest. Ji Duo shook off Qin Ning's hand, his anger flaring. Who do you think you are? Just a mere individual with antibodies, daring to lecture me. He warned, you better pray that the people from the 3rd District arrive in time for you to walk out of the lab alive. Qin Ning chuckled lightly, taking out a tissue to wipe herself. Captain Ji, it seems you not only enjoy engaging in trivial matters, but you also fail at gathering intelligence. I am not someone with antibodies. How dare you deceive me? Ji Duo retorted. Qin Ning quickly waved her hands. Captain Ji, I'm aggrieved here that I said nothing. It's you who is being presumptuous. You seem rather idle. Old Chun interjected coldly, unable to bear it any longer. Despite G-Duo's arrogance, he would still show some respect to old Chun. Just wait, G-Duo spat, storming out. Qin Ning wore a cunning smile, snapped her fingers, and a vine silently crept up G-Duo's leg. With a loud crash, G-Duo's thunderous shout followed. Unable to contain herself, Qin Ning burst into laughter. Serves you right. Captain G, you wouldn't happen to have flat feet, would you? Tripping over nothing that Lisu observed her antics, realizing that no one could gain any advantage over her. Old Chun, are you truly at ease in trusting this matter to G-Duo? He is impatient for quick success, ruthless, and quite erratic in his ways. Old Chun raised his hand, his expression one of resignation. He knew of Lisu's concerns, but at this moment, the 11th District truly needed capable individuals, and G-Duo indeed possessed significant ability. Moreover, the 11th District was not solely under his command. The environment in this post-apocalyptic world was becoming increasingly arduous. And with news from the 3rd District, they calculated that the next phase would witness a massive outbreak of the undead. Temperatures would become extreme, soaring above 50 degrees during the day and plummeting to minus 40 or 50 at night. At that time, human survival conditions would worsen significantly. However, this was extremely advantageous for the zombies, as small-scale zombie hordes were already appearing globally, leading to an impending large-scale assault. Thus, we must maximize the power of the abilities users and initiate the underground city plan to contribute to humanity's final survival. According to directives from the 3rd District Command Center, we need to commence the Ability Fusion Training Program. You and Yinshu are among the first experimental subjects. Both of you are not only psychics, but have also fought together for many years. Furthermore, your fusion this time offers us a glimpse of the feasibility of this program. Therefore, as per organizational requirements, you and Yinshu must live together to enhance your emotional connection. After all, the closer you are, the higher the fusion rate. Lisu furrowed his brows. Old Chun, I shall comply with the organization's orders. Old Chun smiled appreciatively. Rest well. Once Old Chun departed, only Qin Ning and Lisu remained in the hospital room. Seeing Qin Ning lost in thought, Lisu assumed she was disheartened by the earlier events. He approached her, grasping her hand gently, and spoke softly. Qin Ning, Yinshu and I are merely comrades, and the organization needs more strength. Qin Ning snapped back to reality, meeting Lisu's earnest gaze. She playfully tapped his forehead. Why are you acting like this? It's a good thing. She had merely been momentarily distracted by worry. Although the underground city plan had been proposed in her previous life, it had certainly not been this early. Since her rebirth, it felt as if everything was pushing her forward, relentlessly urging her to proceed. This pressure, initially imperceptible, became overwhelming from the mom and base to the rodent infestation, leaving her gasping for breath. Qin Ning, are you truly not upset that I am living and sharing intimate moments with other women? Lisu ventured, his gaze fixed on her, fearful of missing any nuance in her expression. Qin Ning was taken aback and stuffed a spiritual fruit into Lisu's hand, her eyes filled with confusion. What is there to be angry about? I see this how it has always been. Chapter 118. Are you not a hypocrite? Lisu lowered his gaze, his words caught in his throat. Perhaps he had been too forceful with Qin Ning. The more he thought, the more turbulent his heart became. Unable to resist, he pulled out a box of candies from his pocket. What's wrong? Qin Ning pressed down on his hand, her perceptiveness revealing Lisu's displeasure. Meeting his gaze, he turned away. Qin Ning, when will you truly understand my feelings? Is it that you cannot express it to me? For a long time, I believed our relationship was that of inseparable friends. She withdrew her hand, her eyes betraying a sense of loss she herself did not comprehend. Captain Lee. The door to the hospital room swung open, and Qin Exine walked in, wheeling a suitcase. Qin Ning, you're here too. Upon seeing Qin Exine, Qin Ning's displeasure only deepened. She no longer pretended and crossed her arms. Sitting on the side, Qin Exine felt a wave of awkwardness at Qin Ning's demeanor. When had she ever been treated this way? However, in front of outsiders, she could not reveal her thoughts and averted her gaze to Lisu. Captain Lee, I heard you were injured. Grandfather wanted to visit, but he wasn't feeling well, so he sent me instead. If he truly wished to visit, he could have come despite his discomfort. No need for these grandiloquent excuses to mask his hypocrisy. How dare you? Qin Ning. Qin Exine's anger flared. Have I ever wronged you for you to treat me this way? My grandfather has always treated me well, and I won't tolerate slander against him. Is it not possible to speak the truth nowadays? Is your grandfather not hypocritical? Qin Ning, I have tolerated you time and again for Captain Lee's sake, but that doesn't give you the right to trample on my grandfather's dignity. Qin Ning, think carefully if the Qin family truly cared for your mother's well-being, would they neglect her? I'll tell you this. Your mother was driven to her death by the Qin family. The words of Wei Fong echoed in her mind, constantly resurfacing. Wei Fong had spent her life competing with her mother, and if there was a chance to belittle her mother, she would take it. What she said could not have been mere words. Furthermore, she was right. If the Qin family truly cared, they would not ignore her mother. The Qin family was deeply concerned with their reputation. Her mother's existence was a source of shame to them. Hence, they never even bothered to visit her after her death. Tio act, as if he were a benevolent father, while publicly mourning a daughter whose corpse he had never even seen. How disgusting. Excuse me, am I not speaking the truth? Is he not a hypocrite? He outwardly displays sorrow for his deceased daughter while never laying eyes on her corpse. A deep and powerful voice echoed in the hospital room. The newcomer, with white hair and a weary visage, leaned on a cane. Grandfather, what brings you here? She rushed to support the elderly patriarch, Qin Shen. Who are you? What is your relation to my daughter, Qin Xian? When Qin Shen looked up to meet Qin Ning's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, as if he had seen his daughter standing before him once more. Xianer. A chill ran down Qin Ning's spine, her expression turning sour. Although she bore no resemblance to her mother, and only vaguely resembled Tang Wan, people often remarked that her eyes were the most similar to her mother's. Old patriarch Qin. If you wish to feign a deep father-daughter bond, you need not do so in front of me, an outsider. I barely know Aunt Qin Xian. She had no desire to share the same roof with such a person. Farewell, Li Su, acutely aware of Qin Ning's feelings, stepped forward and grasped her hand, slipping a green candy in her palm. It's no big deal that you've caused such a stir for old patriarch Qin. He interjected, breaking Qin Shen's gaze. Qin Xin regarded Qin Ning's retreating figure with a knowing glance. Her intuition told her that things were far more complicated than she imagined. She needed to investigate Qin Ning thoroughly. She helped Qin Shen sit down. Grandfather, you should not be moving about. The doctor said it's not advisable. In response to his granddaughter's admonition, he merely smiled. You care for me, don't you? Rest assured. I am in good health. Don't listen to those doctors. They love to exaggerate. Qin Shen directed his gaze towards Li Su, stating, you sustained injuries due to the rodent infestation. It is only fitting, both publicly and privately, that I come to see you. He gently patted Qin Xin's hand and inquired, by the way, Xiner, did you bring the items I requested? Of course, she replied. How could I not fulfill the tasks assigned to me by the outside world? Approaching, she opened the suitcase, and Li Su gazed at the reagents inside. Confusion etched on his face. What is this? This is a restorative agent developed by the Research Institute, which will significantly aid in your recovery. Captain L. Isu averted his gaze, concerned for the elder Qin. Yet Qin Lao redirected the conversation, saying, It is I who have caused you worry. Captain Xer is my granddaughter and the sole descendant of Qin Xian. Naturally, I dote on her, but this child has her own aspirations that I am aging and cannot protect her indefinitely. She needs to face challenges. Captain Lee, you are the person I trust and value most in the entire District 10. And I hope to place Xner by your side. Isu could not overlook that Qin Ning harbored disdain for the Qin family, nor could he undertake actions that would displease her for the sake of an outsider. However, he felt compelled to convey that Qin Lao was unaware that Captain Lee might not be the optimal choice. The first team would face the most perilous missions, and he could not assure Qin Xin's safety. Comparatively, Qin Tan, as her cousin and a member of District 10, would be the more suitable candidate. Incorrect, Qin Xin interjected, rising that if I remain under the protection of my family, I will never grow, that I do not wish to be forever shielded. I aspire to contribute to the base. Captain Lee is indeed the best choice to my knowledge. There is no healer in Captain Lee's first team, and my inclusion would enhance their capabilities. She could not afford to miss this opportunity. Look at this girl. She has grown and developed her own opinions, and I find myself unable to persuade her. The pressure from those in power weighed heavily on him. Should he refuse, it would be Elder Chun who would take care of the aftermath. And he could not be so selfish. Yet he did not want Qin Ning to feel disheartened. Clearly, the Qin family's intelligence network was not as comprehensive as he had presumed. Was my presence truly so inconspicuous that I was overlooked? Returning, Qin Ning leaned against the doorframe, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. As a fellow healer, she sensed Qin Xine's emotions, yet he had failed to perceive her. She had indeed been overly sheltered. It appeared she truly required experience. Li Su, since the elder Qin values you so highly, you should accept this. She turned to leave, fully aware that Li Su was troubled by her predicament, yet she did not wish to complicate his life further. Chapter 119. Why can't I call you a Ning? Qin Ning kicked a pebble at her feet, bored as she counted the seeds in her hand. Li Su observed her silhouette, a smile gracing his features as he approached from behind, draping an arm over her shoulder. Are you upset? 33. Li Su. Qin Ning pressed the seeds into his palm down to 33 seeds. I left a patch for you in the yard. When will you return? Li Su regarded the seeds in his hand. A smile blooming deep within him, he clenched his fist and murmured, soon. He understood Qin Ning's feelings. She was different. Knowing this brought him joy. Qin Ning, do you have any grievances with the Qin family? Qin Ning tightened her grip on the cup, fixing her gaze on Li Su as she leaned closer. Inching towards him, this proximity, he could catch the scent of lily of the valley emanating from her. Li Su, who do you think is more attractive? Me or Qin Xine? Her sudden flirtation caught Li Su off guard. He swallowed hard, his nerves igniting. Nearby, a withered tree suddenly burst apart, startling Qin Ning, who turned to see the commotion. What just happened? Her brows furrowed as her head was turned back to face Li Su. Qin Ning, you are beautiful. As he spoke, the false mountain behind them exploded, scattering debris towards them. Instinctively, Li Su enveloped Qin Ning in his arms. Vines formed a protective net, catching the falling stones. Pressed against him, Qin Ning felt the frantic rhythm of his heart, which seemed to synchronize with her OWIT was peculiar. She shut her eyes, silently reaching out to tug at Li Su's earlobe. Whispering, Li Su, are you a fool? Don't you know how to use your abilities? Her words rendered Li Su momentarily stiff, embarrassment washing over him as he locked eyes with her, feeling exposed. Ahem, the hospital director observed the young couple in the yard, stating, Captainly, it's fine to be in love, but don't cause a ruckus. Our hospital is simply adorned with this meager false mountain and a few withered trees. Now you've left both the yard and my head looking bald. Caught off guard by the sudden revelation, Li Su sprang to his feet, apologetic as he looked at the director, unsure of how it had spiraled out of control. Director, it's just a few withered trees. I'll send you some grass for the yard later. Qin Ning leaned forward, scattering the seed from her hand, and soon the yard transformed, revealing lush green grass at an astonishing rate. The director stood agape, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Upon catching sight of Qin Ning's beauty, he exclaimed, So you're a member of the Qin family. No wonder you possess such remarkable abilities. Qin Ning's smile faded with alarming speed. Why is it that all the extraordinary individuals seem to be from the Qin family? The director, oblivious to the sarcasm in her tone, continued, Qin Yuan, is this your daughter? He waved to Qin Yuan, who had just come to change dressings at that moment. When Qin Yuan and Qin Ning locked eyes, she truly understood her resemblance to him. She shared 3 parts of his features and 6 parts with her rather dubious uncle. Indeed, the saying holds true, nephew resembles the uncle. Qin Yuan was also taken aback, but when he saw the depths of her eyes, he exclaimed, Shinner. Qin Ning rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Li Su, let us go. She wished to sever any ties with these bothersome relatives and turned to leave. Li Su nodded slightly to Qin Yuan. Colonel Qin, I must take my leave. He quickly caught up with Qin Ning, realizing that if he still couldn't comprehend the situation, he was unworthy of being the captain of the first team. Qin Ning was undoubtedly connected to the Qin family, and there must be some animosity between them. Otherwise, she would not react so strongly that I say, Qin Yuan, I assent that your daughter, Qin Zhan. Qin Yuan shook his head, harboring a bold hypothesis. Based on the child's appearance and the fact that his sister had 2 children years ago, he could surmise she was indeed his sister's child. You know who that girl was? She is not your daughter. She is my sister's child. Excitement filled Qin Yuan's gaze as he recalled the past. Their father had harbored deep guilt over the events of years ago. Now that he had finally found his sister's child, he could not let her slip away easily. I'm not entirely sure, but that girl seems to be Captain Lee's girlfriend, Li Su. This is a disaster. It had to be Li Su. He understood their father's intentions. Li Su had been chosen by their father for XO. If this continued, the girl would surely harbor even greater resentment towards the Qin family. He needed to find his father and inform him of these developments promptly. Qin Ning dashed away, regretting coming to District 10. Had she not come, she would not have encountered the irritating members of the Qin family. Qin Ning. Luo Hao's voice interrupted Qin Ning's hurried steps. At that moment, she faced an even more infuriating individual. Her rational mind urged her to refrain from acting impulsively, yet she could not suppress her fist, which flew towards him. Caught off guard, Luo Hao stood there. Bewildered, Qin Ning, what have I done to offend you? Rubbing her sore hand, Qin Ning offered a half-hearted apology. Sorry, I thought you were some filthy creature. Luo Hao concealed his true feelings as he clutched his face. Feigning concern, Qin Ning, did you come here to get hurt? Faced with Luo Hao's insincere display of care, Qin Ning had no desire to engage with him. She turned to leave, but Luo Hao, like a persistent shadow, trailed closely behind her. Qin Ning, you're amazing. The branch you gave me actually survived? Oh. Qin Ning dismissed him, only responding with monosyllables, but Luo Hao remained undeterred. How had she not noticed before that he was so shameless? Clearly, she held significant importance to him. Otherwise, he would not cling to her like this. Watching Luo Hao linger around her, Li Su recalled Qin Zhan's words. Does Qin Ning prefer delicate men? A surge of jealousy coursed through him, prompting him to hasten his pace and shoulder bump Luo Hao aside. Qin Ning, it's getting late. Let us go home. As Luo Hao opened his mouth to speak. Captain Li, at that moment, Li Su feigned surprise upon noticing Luo Hao, coldly uttering the words, Didn't he see you did I in the hierarchy of authority, especially when it was significantly skewed? Luo Hao could not express his displeasure openly. He merely turned to Qin Ning, saying, Ning, I have something to attend to. Let us reschedule that Ning. Luo Hao dared to call her Ning, while he had never addressed her in such a manner. Why does he get to call you Ning? Li Su. Thank you. Li Su's jealousy flared intensely within him, and no need to thank me, Ning. The tone in which he addressed her surprised Qin Ning, prompting her to slap him without hesitation. Don't call me Ning. Do you want to die? Why can he call you, but I cannot? I warn you, do not call me Ning. With a swift kick, she aimed at him as the sun began to set. Its golden rays bathed the desolate land, casting elongated shadows of the two figures as they moved away in the dimly lit interrogation room. A beam of harsh orange light illuminated the researcher's face, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. He had been ensnared here for 2 days and nights without sustenance, enduring relentless questioning from rotating interrogators. At this rate, no matter how resolute his tongue, both his mind and body would eventually succumb. Still no answers? Ji Duo kicked the interrogator in frustration, deeming him useless, incapable of handling such a simple task. Ji Duo glared at the silent researcher, advancing with a menacing step. Will you speak or not? Empowered by his abilities, he gripped the other's throat with a dragon-like claw, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping them. No one dared to intervene. Ji Duo's notorious temper was well known, and he was not one to provoke. The researcher struggled, on the brink of losing consciousness. Captain, he*s just an ordinary man, Zhou Yang whispered. The only one brave enough to counsel Ji Duo at that moment. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ji Duo impatiently released his grip. That I advise you to cooperate, or I shall make your existence a living hell. With that, he stormed out. Only after the formidable presence had departed did the others in the room dare to exhale audibly. The burden of this matter fell upon Ji Duo, yet it was they who suffered, albeit under the shadow of his formidable abilities. Captain, let us remain calm. It is evident that he is professionally trained. Extracting information from him will be impossible. Then what do you propose we do? Captain, why not draw the snake from its hole? Zhou Yang suggested quietly, leaning in to share his idea. Outside, the courtyard lay eerily silent, the rodent infestation possibly a man-made affair, resulting in heightened security measures across District 10. All personnel had been recalled, leaving behind only the melancholic Qi Wan, blissfully unaware of the world, the tense Yulan, and the prematurely aged Qin Ning. Joyfully toying with a shovel, she constructed castles in the sandpit. Sister Yin Yin, stop lying down and come play with me. Qin Ning was reluctant to endure the scorching sun while building sandcastles. She regretted indulging this little rascal from the start. Noticing Qin Ning's indifference, joy resolutely tugged her towards the sandpit. Unable to resist, Qin Ning begrudgingly planted a tree beside the pit, unwilling to tan under the harsh ultraviolet rays. Sister Yin Yin, this is the house you'll live in, she exclaimed, pointing at the meager sand structure. Pouting, Qin Ning retorted, Joy, if you're building a house, can't you spare a castle for your sister? Joy tilted her head, blinking innocently as she solemnly declared, I am a realist. She shifted aside. This one is for Brother Huahua. The sight of vibrant red caught Qin Ning's eye, igniting her desire to scold the mischievous child. Joy, who allowed you to pick my flowers? Startled, Joy bolted away, her little legs scurrying. Qin Ning effortlessly lifted her with a swift motion, chastising. Who told you to touch my flowers? Joy, in a feeble defense, flailed her limbs. These aren't flowers. It's Brother Huahua. Qin Ning, exasperated, swatted Joy's bottom. Why aren't you sticking to realism this time? Wow, is this realism? Joy's wailing summoned Cheng Yi from within the house. That he intervened, taking Joy from Qin Ning's grasp. You can't discipline children like that. With a newfound confidence from having support, Joy declared, Exactly. Qin Ning glared at Joy, extending her metaphorical blade. Just as the courtyard was filled with laughter, an unwelcome figure shattered the delightful atmosphere. Ning, long time no see. Old Master Qin wishes to see you. Luo Hao had dressed up to meet Qin Ning, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a suit. Unfortunately, Qin Ning regarded him with disdain. Sorry, not convenient. I'm not in the mood. Did he think she looked idle? Did he not realize he had to come to her? How audacious of him. Having observed Qin Ning's attitude towards Qin Xian, Cheng Yi could surmise her dissatisfaction with the Qin family. However, there was likely no way to evade old Master Qin's summons. Despite being over 70, the old man possessed a formidable spirit. Luo Hao was taken aback by Qin Ning's boldness. After all, this was old Master Qin, a man whom even Elder Chun treated with deference. Yet here she was, utterly unyielding. Ning, the old master has specifically requested to discuss matters regarding Captain Li. Qin Ning clenched her fists, realizing the old man's intent to intimidate. She had anticipated that entering the 4 major bases would entail submission. And despite her grievances, she could not burden Li Su and the others. Just as she prepared to rise, Cheng Yi grasped her hand, lowering his voice. If you do not wish to go, I could speak on your behalf. Perhaps the old master would be inclined to show me a modicum of favor. Indifferently, Qin Ning patted Cheng Yi's hand, unperturbed by his concern. Let us go. Qi Wan, anxious for Qin Ning, gathered her belongings. Ning, I'll accompany you. Its time I returned, observing Qi Wan's increasingly gaunt figure. Qin Ning pondered whether she had made a mistake. Had she foreseen the current outcome, she might have refrained from allowing Qi Wan to approach Song Yin. All right, she said, patting Qi Wan's shoulder. Luo Hao, eyeing the tag on Qi Wan's attire, understood he should not underestimate her, donning a smile of flattery as he reminisced about their pleasant school days. Yet he knew with a little research that Qin Ning wanted nothing more than to forget those days. He brought Qin Ning to a training ground where all the ability users were engaged in rigorous training. Qi Wan, instructed to stay put, watched as Qin Ning sat alone on a bench, awaiting someone's arrival. She maintained a facade of indifference. Li Su and Yin Shu were collaborating on closed training exercises, ensuring their constant proximity to foster intimacy, making their presence in the training ground rather unnoticeable. However, when she glanced over, she immediately recognized Li Su among the crowd. Beside him was likely Yin Shu, but at that moment, it was indeed Qin Xian. The two exhibited a remarkable synergy as an elderly yet resilient voice resonated through the air. Qin Ning instinctively covered her ears. Oh what? She thought, casting a defiant gaze at old Master Qin. Old Master, surely you're not so bored as to come here and converse with me. You possess quite a bit of audacity. Daring to speak to me in such a manner, old Master Qin retorted, his cane firmly in hand. What is there to fear? If there is nothing else, I am rather busy. As Qin Ning attempted to rise. Old Master Qin's cane rested heavily on her leg, forcing her to kneel. Respect for elders is a lesson you require. Young one, he continued, I have doted on my granddaughter since childhood. Whatever she desires, I grant. This time is no different. Alas is unwise, and I hope you will not follow in his footsteps. Understand your place. How could someone like you deserve it? His cane felt like a mountain pressing down on Qin Ning's heart. Is that so? Chapter 121. You are not an impulsive person, no matter the weight of oppression upon her shoulders. As long as she refused to yield, no one could coerce her. Qin Ning forcefully shoved aside the cane. Her amber eyes locked onto old Master Qin's, fierce and unreasonable. Though she may have initially doubted Wei Fong and Tang Wen's words, she was now overwhelmingly convinced that her mother had been driven to her demise by him. He had provided for her mother, who, being kind-hearted, could never have wished for her daughter to suffer in a struggle against her father. Yet this did not imply that she would bow before him. Out of respect for Aunt Qin Xian, I shall address you as old Master Qin, but do not presume I fear you. Listen closely. I am not from District 10. I need not obey your every command. I can pretend today's events never occurred, but should there be a next time, I cannot guarantee my restraint. Qin Ning's vines lunged toward Qin Exine. The sudden assault caught Li Su's attention immediately. As the psychic energy sensed Qin Ning's presence, he relaxed momentarily. The previously targeted vines shifted toward Qin Exine's arm, staining it with her blood. Exine. Panic surged through Li Su as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. He knew Qin Ning would not act without provocation. Ignoring everyone else, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the vines, and upon seeing Qin Ning and old Master Qin, he could roughly deduce the sequence of events. Just as he was about to move, Qi Wan grasped his arm, lowering her voice. Captain, An Ning has stated this is her private matter with the Qin family. If you involve yourself, there will be no chance for reconciliation. Understanding An Ning's intentions, she would honor her promise. Su, Qin Exine softly called, pulling him back to her side. Clutching her wound, she was surrounded by fellow ability users, each harboring their own motives. Who dares to harm Miss Qin? Healers quickly tend to miss Qin's injury. Li Su clenched his fists, feeling a pang of guilt. He could not stand idly by it. As Qin Exine called out his name in vain, he gradually distanced himself. Disappointment flickering in his eyes. Though they had not met before, she had heard of his reputation and had resolved that he was the one for her. Thus, she had approached her grandfather, determined to get closer to Li Su. As the most favored granddaughter of the Qin family, she believed that anything she desired was within her grasp, even if it belonged to another. You see, Qin Ning's face bore a chilling smile. You are an elder, and I shall not raise my hand against you. However, I will not show mercy to your precious granddaughter. Guards, old Master Qin commanded, and the ability users stationed nearby surged forward. Seize her! Yes, a thicket of thorns rushed towards her, attempting to ensnare her, while fireballs from the side completely sealed off Qin Ning's escape route. Hiko the onlookers. It seemed impossible for Qin Ning to evade capture. Little did they know, however, that had it been so simple, she would have perished long ago. Intimidation could never subjugate a person. It is only through sheer force that one can assert dominance. Qin Ning's gaze sharpened, the verdant leaves reflecting in her eyes, and with a commanding shout, she ordered, roll. As a natural ability user, her expression turned chaotic, and at the moment her command was heard, she withdrew her hands. The flames dissipated, revealing Qin Ning in pristine white attire, unharmed as she approached old Qin, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, arms crossed, head tilted with a raised eyebrow. Vines erupted from beneath her feet, a lily of the valley blossoming at her toes. As she advanced step by step towards old Qin, the overwhelming pressure causing even the high-ranking old Qin to feel a twinge of fear for the first time. You are not a healer. Qin Ning snapped her fingers, and dozens of vines coalesced, slithering through the air towards old Qin. Qin Ning, Li Su, fearing her impulsiveness, expanded his psychic domain in an attempt to control her vines, yet he was unprepared for the depth of her murderous intent. His mental power began to wane. Qin Ning, calm down. Quickly, old Qin is under attack. Everyone, stop them. The ability users in the training ground sensed the commotion, moving towards Qin Ning. If this continued, he feared losing control of the entire situation. He forcibly redirected his mental energy, sending a psychic blade towards Qin Ning, aiming to sever the vines before old Qin, believing that only by interrupting this moment could he avert disaster. The psychic blade sliced through the vines, heading straight for Qin Ning, but before Li Su could retract it, it was too late. The blade pierced through her shoulder. Qin Ning, Li Su forced his power back, relying on his understanding of her, convinced that the blade would not harm her. How could this happen? Watching Li Su rush forward, Qin Ning wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and struck his left shoulder with a powerful blow. Commanding, roll, Li Su had never anticipated her attack. The force sent him flying several meters away. Struggling to rise, he found his left shoulder completely numb, rendering him powerless. Qin Ning advanced towards old Qin, her gaze filled with hostility. You have aged. Your mind seems to be faltering that if I were merely a healer, from whom do you suppose all this greenery sprang? Before asserting her authority, it is wise to conduct a thorough investigation. She delivered her harsh words, casting a glance at Li Su. My apologies. I can do this. Do not let the assassin escape. Everyone, stay put. Li Su barked, a chill emanating from within, his eyes aflame with crimson. His expanding psychic domain obstructed the movements of the ability users present. The crystals within him seemed to fracture, merging and rebirthing. With the emergence of the replica crystal, his psychic power surged once more, propelling him into the fifth tier. Cheng Yi observed Qin Ning, who had retreated into her room. Curiosity etched across his face as he placed a peeled pomegranate before her, tentatively inquiring, as far as I know. You are not an impulsive person. What compelled you to strike against Qin Xin in a fit of rage? Everyone knows that old Qin's Achilles heel is Qin Xin. You are too clever not to realize this. She silently seized the pomegranate from Cheng Yi's grasp. Unsure herself, perhaps simply unable to tolerate the Qin family's demeanor, he disrespects the elderly. Is it wrong for me to bravely resist? If this were their first encounter, he might have believed her words that if you were so bold in your defiance, why hide here with me? Qin Ning reclined comfortably, crossing her legs. Did you not say that old Qin would spare you some face? Furthermore, you are from District 9. How could those from District 10 meddle in your affairs? That would be a slap in the face for District 9. Besides, I provide you with healing, and in return, you grant me sanctuary. You are not at a loss. Cheng Yi chuckled lightly. Recognizing her sharp wit, he gestured for Xiao Jiao to display the sign refusing entry. Qin Ning, I am quite curious. How do you manage to control those ability users? She had no inclination to engage in conversation with Cheng Yi. She had already severed ties with Li Su before old Qin, and given that Qin Xin valued Li Su, it was reasonable to assume that old Qin would not blame him. To maintain the illusion, she had struck Li Su quite hard, and she was uncertain whether he had recovered by now. With so many healers in District 10, he should have been fine by now. As for Qin Xin, also a healer, she surely would not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 122. I am here to seek your collaboration. Captain G. on the 11th day of confinement in the dungeon. He had yet to extract any useful information, only discovering that his name was Yuan Shan, a former researcher at the N3 Biological Research Institute. After the institute's bankruptcy 3 years prior, he had languished in obscurity until a year ago when the former director sought him out and took him abroad. As for their return, the reason for the rat infestation, their objectives remained shrouded in mystery. Aside from the last time, when G Duo had intervened, he had endured no physical torment, but the psychological strain had brought him to the brink of collapse. Wishing he could simply bite his tongue and perish on the spot. Yet he could not. Yuan Shan huddled in a corner, his eyes vacant and bloodshot, his complexion pallid, teetering on the edge of madness. Clutching a charcoal pencil, he scribbled incomprehensible formulas on the ground and walls. In the darkness, he was surrounded by sounds of agonized cries and the incessant drip of water, subjected to relentless torment day and night. Squeak! In the darkness, the sound of rats was particularly pronounced. Yuan Shan's hand paused, his murky gaze gradually clearing, and he perked up, straining to locate the source of the noise, and as the rat's squeaks faded into the distance. A smile crept across his lips. Just as the sound of the rats receded, he suddenly pressed himself against the railing, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Someone, I will tell you everything." His cries quickly drew the attention of those stationed nearby. Lights flickered back on, the door swung open, and footsteps approached. Squinting slightly, he was pulled from his cell and taken to the interrogation room. "Captain G, this man is finally willing to speak." The orange light illuminated Yuan Shan's face as Ji Duo pushed the door open, followed by Zhou Yang, who carried a glass box containing the yellow-haired rat that Qin Ning had captured. "Speak." Ji Duo's voice was languid but authoritative, lacking the urgency of before. Yuan Shan's gaze fell upon the yellow-haired rat. As its antennae quivered, he averted his eyes, opening his mouth. "My name is Yuan Shan. Enough with the trivialities. Provide us with information we do not already possess." Ji Duo interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Zhou Yang's voice turned cold as he pressed. "When do you plan to return to your country? What is the nature of your plans?" Yuan Shan cleared his throat twice. "I would like a drink of water." He licked his cracked lips, swallowing to moisten his mouth. Zhou Yang, perceiving his condition, signaled for someone to bring a cup of water. Yuan Shan gulped it down, then cleared his throat once more before continuing. "A year ago, the director had a friend who observed the stars, predicting that a meteor would strike Earth a year later, delivering a fatal blow to our already polluted planet. Their previous research could leverage this catastrophe to achieve great heights, proving to the world that they are not the failures they have been labeled as. However, due to a 2-year halt in experiments, compounded by personnel shortages, progress has been severely hampered, and the lab's test subjects have increased. As the end of the world approached, he had yet to finish his sentence when he began to froth at the mouth, his eyelids rolling back, collapsing to the ground in a fit of convulsions. "Quick, fetch a doctor, and bring the healer as well." Panic ensued as the weather grew increasingly hot, spontaneous combustion becoming a common occurrence. Zhou Yang led the duo to leave, seeking to avoid the flames that might ensnare them. As the two high-ranking officials departed, the small interrogation room descended into chaos. The door swung open, and a frail man hurriedly exclaimed, "Hurry, the flames are too intense to control. Captain G has ordered you to assist immediately." The remaining few exchanged glances, but under the man's incessant urging, they hurriedly exited that moment. Only Yuan Shan, the yellow-haired rat, and the man remained in the interrogation room. The man stepped forward, unlocking Yuan Shan's handcuffs. "Hurry, director, let me take you away." Yuan Shan cradled the yellow-haired rat and followed the man, successfully escaping from the District 10 dungeon and heading towards the northwest. Just as they neared the northwest corner, ready to scale the iron gate to freedom, a blinding light illuminated them, and a thunderous force struck beside them, creating a massive crater in the ground. "You truly are foolish, Oh, you not realize how heavily fortified District 10 is? You think you can simply waltz in?" Ji Duo mocked, gesturing for the ability users behind him to advance and retrieve them for questioning. Yet, just as they approached, countless rats surged from every direction, disrupting their plans and isolating Ji Duo. So, there's a contingency planned at Ji Duo's claws severed the rats that lunged at him, striking the ground with his palm. Electricity coursed through the earth, electrocuting every rat within range. However, the purple-striped rats continuously absorbed the electricity Ji Duo released, while the frail man drew closer, seizing the opportunity to ensnare Ji Duo's hands and feet with vines laced with paralyzing agents. The rat horde parted to create a path. "Captain G, a pleasure to meet you. I am Jiangsu." Ji Duo regarded the audacious man who dared to provoke him, channeling the crystals within him. But the man stepped forward, plunging a needle into his neck. The moment the serum entered, it coursed through his abilities, infiltrating his crystals, momentarily halting their function and rendering him an ordinary man. "What have you done to me?" Jiangsu covered his ears to shield himself from the harm inflicted by Ji Duo's furious roar. "Captain G, I approached you with the intention of collaboration. Why must you respond with such hostility? Collaboration. Are you seeking death?" Ji Duo struggled to free himself from the vines binding him, while those behind him attempted to advance. However, the relentless swarm of rats obstructed their path. Calm yourself, Captain J. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. Only everlasting interest that I can help you eliminate Lucid. All I ask in return is for you to intercept the people from Zone 3 heading to Zone 11. Get lost. I don't need your assistance. I can dispose of Lucid on my own. Jiangsu chuckled lightly, his eyes reflecting skepticism. Captain G, I trust you are well aware that Lucid is already involved in the Ability Fusion project. His fusion with Yen Shu has already demonstrated the capacity to decimate my rat swarm. It is likely that his future powers will only grow more formidable. Furthermore, with the Qin family treating him with favor and having a Tier 3 healer like Qin Ning at his side, do you truly believe your chances of victory are significant? As Jiangsu's words sank in, Ji Duo fell into deeper silence. He recognized the truth in them. While he had the backing of the Ji family, his abilities were ultimately artificially bestowed, making it exceedingly difficult to find someone capable of ability fusion. Observing the shift in Ji Duo's expression, Jiangsu knew his words had resonated. He retrieved a crystal from his pocket and placed it in Ji Duo's hand. This is a token of my sincerity in seeking collaboration, that I understand your artificial crystal is not flawless, and your dragon transformation is incomplete. With this crystal, you can attain a half-dragon transformation. He left it at that, handing over the yellow-haired rat to Ji Duo. If you have come to a decision, you may convey your thoughts to it. Chapter 123. Is she my sister? Full-scale investigation into Qin Ning's whereabouts. Indeed, old Master Qin had just dispatched people. When Qin Yuan hastily pushed open the door, "Stop this at once." The dispatched individuals froze in place. "You may leave for now." "What are you doing?" Old Master Qin's expression darkened. The thought of Qin Ning suffering injuries incited his anger. Before her death, Qin Yuan entrusted her children to him. If he could not even protect Ning, he would have no face to meet his late wife. With this in mind, he glared at Qin Yuan with profound discontent. "Father, do you even realize what you've done?" Qin Yuan felt a deep pang of regret. Had he known how crucial it was to share this information with his father, he would have done so regardless of the circumstances. Otherwise, they would not be in this predicament. Initially, Qin Ning had numerous grievances against the Qin family. Now, his father's unreasonable behavior only served to push her further away. Old Master Qin slammed his palm onto the table, his gaze fierce as his cane struck the ground with authority, signaling his displeasure. "Kneel." With a resigned sigh, Qin Yuan knelt reverently, though his back remained straight. "Father, have you not noticed that Qin Ning possesses eyes identical to those of Qin Yuan?" His words caused a slight tremor within old Master Qin. Indeed, upon first encountering Qin Ning, he had sensed the striking resemblance in her eyes to those of Qin Yuan. However, such similarities in appearance are not uncommon in this world, let alone a pair of eyes. "Father, my sister gave birth to 2 girls in succession. Although the Tang family claimed that one had passed away, there is no evidence to support that." Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open, the sound of dishes clattering to the ground capturing everyone's attention. Old Master Qin rose, leaning on his cane as he hurried to her side. His voice laced with caution. "What have you heard?" Her eyes were wide with shock as she shook her head, trembling as she spoke. "Uncle, what do you mean? Are you saying my sister is not dead?" She lunged forward, grasping Qin Yuan's arm, her body shaking as tears streamed down her face. Is it true? Is Qin Ning my sister?" Qin Yuan took out a tissue to wipe her tears, his voice gentle and soothing. "It is highly plausible that T.O. confirm my suspicions. We must conduct a paternity test. Grandfather, we must find my sister." She clutched old Master Qin's hand, realization dawning on her, and no wonder her sister had been so unkind upon their first meeting. She must have endured immense suffering over the years. He affectionately patted Qin Ning's back. "Oh, not worry. I will ensure that the Qin family's bloodline does not stray far from home." Upon hearing this reassuring response, Qin Ning nodded eagerly. "Yes." She noticed the shards on the floor and added, "Grandfather, I was too excited just now. I will fetch you the medicine again." She turned and exited the room, gazing at the setting sun, raising a finger to wipe away the excess tears on her face. Her expression a mixture of uncertainty and determination. "So, you are the girl from all those years ago. After so many years, I nearly forgot your existence. You truly are fortunate to have survived in this apocalyptic world. Seeing Qin Xn leave, old Master Qin finally redirected his gaze back to Qin Yuan, since Xn was present. I refrained from questioning you earlier. What is the meaning of this? Qin Yuan then recounted the event from that day at the hospital. It was evident that Qin Ning had been defending her sister, and given his own appearance, he had suspected a connection. He had intended to inform his father sooner, but was overwhelmed with pressing matters. By the time he was free, he learned of his father's actions. How dare you blame me? Old Master Qin's cane swung towards Qin Yuan. Look at what you've done. The more he thought of Qin Ning's expression, the more he felt the resemblance. How was I to know my father would act so swiftly? You still dare to argue? We must find Qin Ning immediately and uncover the truth. He slumped into a chair, hands clenched tightly, letting out a deep sigh. If Qin Ning truly was Xuan Yuan's daughter, what had he done? He could not bear to face his late wife. That time, Qin Ning had been injured, and now he had no idea where she was or whether her wounds had been treated. Li Su opened his eyes, the clamor around him intruding into his consciousness. Turning his head, he met the worried expressions of Qi Wan and the others. His voice was hoarse, revealing his exhaustion as he attempted to rise. But the pain in his left shoulder made him gasp. Captain, you're finally awake. Qi Wan urged them to summon a doctor. Where is Qin Ning? He grasped Qi Wan's wrist, desperate for any news that this moment. Opening his eyes and not seeing Qin Ning was unbearable. Qin Ning, where are you? Memories from before he lost consciousness flooded back, and he snapped fully awake, struggling to get up. Qi Wan restrained him, motioning for the irrelevant parties to leave. Captain, although we are unaware of what transpired between An Ning and old Master Qin, we can be certain that she is safe. However, our people are being monitored, and we cannot contact her. Qin Ning is injured. She urged him to remain calm. Captain, you are being foolish. An Ning is a healer. She will be fine. It is you who is in a precarious situation. Your shoulder wound is severe, yet you rejected any treatment from other healers while unconscious. You can only rely on modern medicine for suturing, but the resources are inadequate. No, I cannot be restrained here. I must find Qin Ning. This is the Shanha army base. Where will she go in a place she is unfamiliar with? As he attempted to rise once more, Qi Wan moved to stop him, but was intercepted by Qin Yin. Su was a stubborn man. He was well aware that he would not die from this. If it means enduring more suffering, so be it. Since the vice captain had spoken, Qi Wan's anxiety for An Ning grew. Perhaps the captain had a plan. After changing his clothes, Li Su was about to open the door when it swung wide, revealing Qin Su. You are gravely injured. Where do you think you are going? Apologies, but I must leave now. His voice was low, filled with an unyielding resolve, and the chill in his gaze towards Qin Xian was palpable. He was already quite articulate, and with the situation concerning Qin Ning weighing heavily on him, he was struggling to maintain his composure. Qin Xian was no fool. She quickly discerned the resentment simmering within Li Su. If it had been anyone else, they would have sensed it too. With a look of apology, she said, Li Su, I came to apologize regarding my grandfather's matter. However, you need not worry. Qin Ning will be fine. She is my sister, and my grandfather would not harm her. After speaking, she stepped back to allow him passage. Her words struck like a thunderbolt. What did you just say? Qin Xian's face bore a bittersweet expression. When I learned the truth, I too was taken aback. Just as everyone else was on the long street, Luo Hao followed Qin Xian's instructions and delivered the prepared serum to Major Chung. The rat infestation was just beginning to settle, and the mastermind behind it remained elusive. The atmosphere in the base was tense. He had not intended to go out at this time. Yet, bound by orders, he clutched his gun, shivering in the evening breeze, hastening his pace. Turning a corner, a hand suddenly covered his mouth and nose, dragging him into an alley. Woo woo woo. Luo Hao struggled, and upon seeing a swarm of rats emerge from the shadows, he trembled even more violently. The gun he had held was snatched away, rendering him utterly defenseless. A soft chuckle echoed from behind him as darkness enveloped the alley, swallowing the last vestiges of light. Oh, you wish to live? Luo Hao nodded frantically, unwilling to miss any chance of survival. He felt the grip on his mouth loosen, and he gasped for air, panting heavily. Whatever I can do, I will do it. He knelt, his body trembling in submission. Observing his compliance, the figure smirked, plucking the flower from his chest. Where did you get this flower? Yes, it was given to me by Qin Ning. Initially, she had handed him a branch, and to maintain future contact with her, he had nurtured it. He never anticipated its resilience. It had survived against the odds. Today, it bloomed, and he deliberately kept it close, being one of the first to learn of Qin Ning's true identity as he served the Qin family. How could he possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Qin Ning? Yes, indeed. It is she. She belongs to the Qin family that ate tea this moment. In a desperate bid for survival, he is more than willing to raise the stakes of his existence. Qin Ning and I were classmates in both high school and university. Currently, apart from myself, she trusts no one else. Yes, that's so. The blade pressed against his neck, the icy chill of the steel causing his body to tremble even more violently. I am not deceiving you. It is the truth. The entire city is in search of information regarding Qin Ning, and only I know her whereabouts. He watched as the approaching rat retreated, the knife at his throat repositioned. And he understood that his interlocutor must have believed his words. In that case, I give you 3 days to bring her to me. As for the location, I shall contact you later. The other party produced a pill and forcibly administered it to Luo Hao. Listen well. If you fail, prepare for a fate worse than death. As the swarm of rats dissipated, the streetlights once again illuminated the alleyway. He collapsed onto the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat. Tea that moment. His communication device at the wrist began to ring, startling him, and he leaned against the wall, drenched in perspiration, as he answered the call. Luo Hao, have you delivered the items I asked you to? There was an unexpected incident on the way, but miss, rest assured, I will deliver them as soon as possible. Down the other end of the line, Qin Xin could distinctly detect the abnormality in Luo Hao's tone. Yet she paid little heed to the lives of these insignificant characters. This medicine must be personally delivered into Cheng Yi's hands. Under no circumstances should it be entrusted to another. Yes, miss. The city has been searching for days without a trace of Qin Ning. A person of her stature cannot simply vanish without cause. She frequents the Shanha County base, being alone and without connections. The only one capable of offering refuge unnoticed is Cheng Yi. If her intuition is correct, Qin Ning must be by Cheng Yi's side. This delivery of medicine is intended to ascertain Qin Ning's whereabouts. This suddenly appearing sister of hers must be well taken care of. Qin Ning has been hiding at Cheng Yi's for several days, tending to the flowers by day and treating Cheng Yi's crystals by night. She has tasked Cheng Yi with gathering news about Li Su, and it seems the situation is dire, with no healers able to assist. Thus, she plans to sneak into the hospital tonight, taking advantage of the reduced patrols. Typically, Qin Xin is quite formidable. How can she not heal such minor injuries? One wonders how she ever made it to the battlefield to save anyone. It appears she is nothing but a fade. Cheng Yi observed Qin Ning as she stealthily attempted to escape through the window, silently raising his hand to knock on the door. Ahem. Qin Ning paused in her actions, and upon seeing Cheng Yi, a few crows seemed to flutter by the window, landing on the treetops, creating an inexplicably awkward scene. Stuck in this moment, Cheng Yi feigned a look of confusion, though he struggled to conceal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Qin Ning, he, she awkwardly pointed outside. The moon is quite round tonight. I assent it. Is it? Cheng Yi chuckled lightly, resting his hand on his chin, yet the fog is so thick that the moon cannot be seen. Ah! Qin Ning leaned out, indeed unable to see the moon. How could she have forgotten that since the apocalypse, the fog has grown ever denser, making it increasingly difficult to catch a glimpse of the moon? Furthermore, the environment has deteriorated to the point where survival on the surface is no longer feasible, leading to the advent of the underground city era. Cheng Yi stepped forward, placing his gun on the table. Though you possess the ability to protect yourself, a gun is always a valuable asset. Since you intend to visit someone, the sooner you depart and return, the better, from the moment I took you in. We have been in the same boat. If you wish to do something, why not use the front door? Realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, Qin Ning stubbornly retorted, Who told you I was going to see Li Su? I never said you were going to see Captain Li, did I? He spread his hands, raising an eyebrow at her disingenuousness. Aren't you and Captain Li good friends? What is the harm in visiting a good friend? What nonsense is this? Qin Ning shot him a glance and quickened her pace. He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow as he fiddled with the flowers on the table, genuinely perplexed by the stubbornness of people nowadays. If it weren't for the closeness between them, would such a clever person act so impulsively? Just as Qin Ning was about to leave, she abruptly turned back, firmly shutting the door. Qin Ning raised her hand to her lips, signaling him to be silent, and whispered, "Luo, how has come to deliver the medicine? Did I not tell you not to take the medicine from the Qin family? Why did you allow someone to bring it? This is an enormous injustice." Chung Yi spread his hands, stating, "Since you warned me, I haven't accepted any since that moment." Qin Ning realized that Luo Hao's arrival must have indicated he had guessed her whereabouts. Those from District 10 are relatively astute. She hurriedly approached and opened the window. Indeed, she must escape through the window, as the individuals outside are not to be trifled with. After she spoke, she leaped down, safely landing along the vine. Perhaps it is due to the garden being filled with greenery, or perhaps it is the cold air emanating from his crystals. But the evening breeze is refreshing amidst the heat, providing a delightful reprieve. "Good luck, Xiaojiu. This is the medicine Miss Qin asked me to deliver. She specified that it must be handed directly to the major. May I inquire where he is at present?" Luo Hao surveyed the room, noting that since his last visit, the atmosphere had markedly improved, feeling significantly less cold, and the number of plants had increased considerably. It seems she has recovered somewhat, and her spirits are high. Wait a moment. The plants. Luo Hao keenly sensed something was amiss. If he guessed correctly, Qin Ning must be here. "What are you looking at?" Luo Hao saw Chung Yi appear and retracted his gaze. "Major Chung, this is the item Miss Qin asked me to deliver." Xiao Yao offered a cup of tea. "Did I not mention before that it is no longer necessary?" Exionaire remains as considerate as ever. He downed the tea in one gulp, his gaze fixated, sending a chill down Luo Hao's spine. "This subordinate is also rather unclear, though. Is that so?" He set down the teacup with a faint smile. "Returning to inform Exionaire that I am doing well, being a patient, I have no interest in the affairs of the outside world. This little room is just right for us. I prefer tranquility." Yes. Chapter 125. Fiery. Just as Qin Ning had climbed over the courtyard wall, a figure appeared behind her. She raised her hand to strike, only to be pulled into an embrace. No need for formalities. Luo Hao nodded, his eyes scanning the room, searching for signs of Qin Ning, but Xiaojiu sidestepped to block his view, smiling. The more he did this, the more he suspected that Qin Ning was indeed present. "It is I," Li Su's voice rang out, causing Qin Ning to freeze. "He shouldn't be here. Not in the hospital." As Luo Hao approached, it was not a convenient moment to inquire, eye in the darkness. Li Su's grip tightened, reopening his wound, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Yet in that moment he felt an overwhelming sense of peace, resting his head against her shoulder, quietly absorbing her warmth. Perhaps it was because he had just come from Chang Yi's place. Li Su sensed the coolness of her arm and the faint medicinal scent clinging to her. He didn't quite like it. He leaned closer to her neck, baring his teeth, desperately wishing to leave his scent on her, as if to signify to others in the animal kingdom that Qin Ning is his and no one else may touch her. Qin Ning's gaze fell upon Luo Hao, but Li Su's hand reached out to obstruct her view. He didn't want her eyes lingering on another M.N.A.S. She caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent of blood in the air. Qin Ning silently closed her eyes, only speaking when the footsteps had faded away. "They have left. You may loosen your grip now." That moment, Li Su held her tighter, and Qin Ning raised her hand to pry his fingers away. "How did you end up here?" She turned to face Li Su, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Filled with grievance, he leaned against the wall, his complexion pale, a wound on his left shoulder oozing blood. She couldn't tell if it was intentional, but he usually wore colorful shirts. Today, however, he donned a plain white t-shirt, making the red stain all the more conspicuous. That he spoke in a low, weary voice. "Why didn't you come see me?" Qin Ning sighed. How could he be so self-pitying? If it weren't for his infuriating charm, which he needed to hide so desperately. Moreover, she had clearly held back. Who knew that the healers from District 10 would be so inept, allowing his injury to worsen to such a critical state? For heaven's sake, You are the favored grandson-in-law of the Qin elder. If I went to see you, wouldn't you just wish for my demise?" Qin Ning lamented, yet her hands remained on Li Su's shoulder as she treated his wound, which was not life-threatening, yet had nearly turned into one. Li Su lowered his gaze, gripping the candy box tightly, the veins in his neck bulging, his voice low and defiant. "I'm not. If you dislike it, then don't come near. Were it not for the favor of Elder Chun, he would have never cared to tend to Qin Xing." However, he had not expected the elder to harbor such intentions. Had he known, he would have never agreed. "All right, you should hurry back. Since Li Su is safe now, she naturally feels compelled to slip away. The consequences of being discovered by the Qin family would be dire." Li Su grasped Qin Ning's hand, preventing her from leaving. "I didn't mean to hurt you." Qin Ning shrugged, "But I did it on purpose." With that, she raised an eyebrow at Li Su, who bore a face that could lead nations to ruin. Truly a troublesome existence. At this moment, she wished nothing more than to carve his face into 1,000 pieces. She reached out and fiercely twisted Li Su's face, and he did not resist. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Forget it. Keep that face of yours." Qin Ning released her grip, glancing at the time. "Now that you've left the hospital, the Qin family should be none the wiser. I've already treated your injury. Hurry back to as for the pursuit from the Qin elder. You need not worry. I have my ways." Li Su noticed her intention to leave. He did not loosen his grip in the slightest. He enveloped Qin Ning in his embrace, producing a piece of candy from his pocket and unceremoniously placing it in her mouth, beneath the flickering light of the orange street lamp. Their silhouettes danced together, and with the candy in her mouth, Qin Ning looked up at Li Su, her eyes filled with confusion. She seemed to sense something peculiar. An inexplicable anxiety gripped her heart, compelling her to retreat. Yet, at that moment, she became acutely aware that she was already ensconced in Li Su's arms. When did she begin to accept such intimate contact with him as commonplace? The turmoil within her heart urged her to flee, yet the man before her was unwilling to release her. The tragic events in Furong Town marked the moment he first recognized his feelings. He felt he could afford to wait, but as the decisive battle between Mom Base and Muze approached, he was consumed by fear. Unspoken love became a source of regret. Following her confrontation with Qin Lao, he could no longer afford to wait. He sought to avoid any further regrets. Li Su gently cupped Qin Ning's face in his hands, his affectionate gaze as deep and unfathomable as a cold lake. The flicker of emotion she perceived caused a primal fear to surge within her. She longed to escape, yet his kiss descended upon her firmly, the warmth and wetness of his lips rendering her mind blank. In that instant, her heart seemed to skip a beat. His tongue unhesitatingly entwined with the sweet and tangy essence of the candy. The electric thrill coursing through her body rendered Qin Ning powerless. His kiss both urgent and tender, clumsy yet fervent. Her skin flushed a deep crimson as a wave of heat flooded her core. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pivoting to press her against the wall, lifting her hands to drape around his neck, allowing her to find support. His kiss was both greedy and restrained. The veins in his hand stood out as he yearned to possess her, yet hesitated to cause her harm. In the haze of passion, the initial panic within Qin Ning seemed to dissipate, leaving only the earthly pleasure of the moment. She stifled the urge to let out a soft moan. Her vision blurred, her hearing faded, and only the sensations of touch magnified. The flowers in the courtyard bloomed in an instant. Meanwhile, at home, Kaitu was joyfully playing with toys when suddenly, Huanxi looked up, fixated on a blooming ball lily, a smile flashing in her eyes as she murmured, "Kaitu, uncle, look, the flowers have bloomed, pink wrapping pure white petals." Indeed, since the last blooming at Mom Base, this pot of ball lilies had not flowered again. Coughing, Chung-E quietly donned his sunglasses. "I do not intend to interrupt your delightful moment." The abrupt voice snapped Qin Ning back to the reality of her runaway thoughts, her face flushing as she pushed Li Su away, her clenched fist aimed at him. But upon seeing the tenderness in his eyes, she withdrew. "Cough. Why are you here?" Chung-E removed his sunglasses, shrugging his shoulders. "I came to remind you both, someone is coming." Xiaojiu stepped forward, silently nudging Chung-E away from the alley entrance. Just as Qin Ning stepped outside, A beam of bright light flooded in, and Qin Lao, accompanied by a throng of people, stood ominously at the alley's mouth. "Sister, sister!" A chill ran down Qin Ning's spine. Upon hearing Qin Xen call her sister, she nearly lashed out. What kind of international joke is this? Chapter 126. What if I don't? Captain, why are you back so late? He approached under the pretense of delivering water, lowering his voice to whisper in Li Su's ear. Captain, shall we take action? No need to worry. I'm not here to arrest anyone. A single statement from Qin Lao rendered the atmosphere even more bizarre and awkward. Uncle, I'm tired. Huanxi, seated on the sofa, rubbed her eyes, her face heavy with sleep. Isu subtly gestured for Kai Tu to escort the others back to their rooms. Huanxi, I'll take you back to your room to sleep. That he lifted Huanxi and headed upstairs. Qin Lao's gaze followed Huanxi intently, his brow furrowed, his grip on his cane tightening, his dim eyes filled with speculation. After a long pause, he could not help but inquire, "This child, is she yours and his?" He looked at Qin Ning, his authoritative voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. "Old Master Qin, your imagination is quite vivid." Qin Ning reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, her eyes glinting with defiance as she absent-mindedly spun a coin in her right hand, her gaze scanning for the optimal escape route. Lying. Qin Lao struck the ground with his cane. "That child resembles both of you so closely. How dare you deceive me?" Qin Xen stepped forward to placate Qin Lao, her tone laced with reproach. "Sister, I know you're angry with me, but grandfather is old and unwell." Qin Ning could not bear to listen and raised her hand to silence her. "You're confused. Who is your sister? And who is my grandfather?" Li Su, unwilling to let Qin Lao press Qin Ning, spoke coldly. "Qin Lao, some matters are likely misunderstandings. Huanxi is a child I rescued during a mission, and also, it's getting late. I kindly ask you to leave." That Li Su's demeanor caused Qin Xen to hesitate, her voice faltering as she faced his icy gaze. Even Qin Lao experienced a moment of bewilderment. Previously, Li Su was reticent and cold, exuding a genius's aloofness, yet he had always obeyed orders. Never had he spoken so disrespectfully. "Are you so idle?" Qin Ning shot a glare at Li Su. "Mind your own business." She crossed her arms, tossing the coin onto the glass coffee table, where it began to spin. "Listen well, do not unleash your chaotic imagination here. Either fight or leave." Qin Lao slammed his palm down on the coin, his eyes revealing danger. Isu stepped forward to shield Qin Ning behind him, provoking her ire as she yanked him back. "Mind your own business. Go home." In this world, no one dared oppose him like this, except his spoiled daughter, Qin Xian. If she were not Qin Xian's daughter, who else could be? "Tomorrow at noon, I will be waiting for you at the Qin family estate." He rose, adding, "I hope to avoid any drastic measures." As Qin Ning saw them finally depart, she felt a weight lift from her chest. "Qin Ning." Li Su opened his mouth, but she retaliated with a punch, flipping onto him and pinning him firmly to the sofa, her hands gripping his neck. Yet he remained silent, offering no resistance, merely gazing at her, relinquishing all strength, his demeanor akin to one ready to face death. Frustrated, Qin Ning released her grip. "Li Su, consider tonight as if you were delirious." She stood, and regarding the matters with the Qin family, "Do not involve yourself. It brings no benefit to either of us." Li Su grasped her wrist, preventing her from departing. "What if I don't?" "No." Her expression darkened instantly. "Li Su, I am not offering you a choice. I am commanding you. You know my relationship with the Qin family, and you dare interfere. Is it that important?" Qin Ning regarded his nonchalant demeanor, feeling a surge of frustration at Li Su. "I share no common ground with the Qin family. As a person from District 10, it seems our paths have intertwined, that I advise you to keep your distance." She wrenched her hand free from his grasp. "Where are you going?" "This place is unsuitable for me. I will find Qin." Hearing this, Li Su could not allow her to leave so easily. "Qin Ning, don't go." He stepped in front of her. "Do not go. This is your home." Just seeing his face, the memory of that kiss resurfaced in Qin Ning's mind. And with too many emotions swirling together, she found herself at a loss for how to confront the situation. Escape became her first choice. "Qin Ning, I will not let you go, nor will I allow you to face the Qin family alone." "Qin Ning, I do not wish to wait any longer. The more I wait, the more fear and unease it breeds." "Qin Ning, stop speaking. The turmoil within her heart amplified infinitely in that moment. Fleeing became her sole option. In a panic, she sought to escape, as if by avoiding that one phrase, she could pretend to know nothing, and everything could revert to normal. Qin Ning, I like you. At the moment those words escaped, Qin Ning froze, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, her face ashen. Her halted steps quickened, and she fled without hesitation. Chang'e observed her lying on the sofa, her spirit seemingly shattered, confusion etched across his brow. Did old Master Qin just break up a couple? Shouldn't it have ended happily? He gestured for others to leave and tentatively pushed the water towards her. During such a beautiful moment, why did you choose to flee in a panic? Surely Li Su would not let you come here. After all, a mere piece of chocolate had once provoked his ire. If you sleep here, I might end up in pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, a cushion flew through the air, striking Chang'e squarely in the face. Shut up. She lay sprawled on the sofa, her entire being crumpled. Li Su, what are you thinking? How did things escalate to this point? Old Chun, news has arrived. People from District 3 were dispatched, but their vehicle was destroyed by zombies 6 kilometers from base. They request assistance. Old Chun received the message and began making arrangements when the door was pushed open. And Ji Duo swaggered in, taking a seat boldly before Old Chun. Old Chun waved his hand, signaling for them to leave first, but Ji Duo interrupted. Old Chun, I've received word that District 3 needs support. I will take care of this matter. I heard Su Zhou is in that team. Old Chin's expression shifted abruptly. He knew Ji Duo's intentions all too well. With Su Bo involved, this matter could not be entrusted to Ji Duo. He cleared his throat twice. This matter should be handled by someone else. We need to expedite the rodent problem. Ji Duo's expression darkened, his eyebrows raised in displeasure. Old Chun, think carefully. I understand perfectly. He slammed his palm against the table and left, shutting the door with a resounding bang. The room trembled with the force of it. Chun Lao's expression soured. He was certain Ji Duo would obstruct this matter and must not be allowed to sabotage it. Only Li Su had the capability to keep this fellow in check. As Zhou Yang saw Ji Duo emerge, he stepped forward and whispered, Captain, what is the situation? Rest assured, that old fellow will undoubtedly pass this matter on to Li Su. Chapter 127. Don't you find it amusing? Qin Ning flipped through the album in her hands. Her mother's visage had become quite hazy in her memories. After her mother passed away, all belongings related to her were either burned or discarded by her stepmother. Wei Fong, the only remaining photograph of her and her mother, was destroyed by her stepmother when she was merely 10 years old. Seeing her mother's photograph again, she couldn't help but pause. Her mother must have been truly happy then, for she had never witnessed such a smile on her mother's face. In her memories, her mother was always melancholic, putting on a brave face for her. That smile, Mother, you must have never imagined that your own flesh and blood would wish for your demise, right? That was a photograph from when her aunt had just entered university. Qin Tan's words instantly erased the smile from Qin Ning's face. Though she knew he was innocent, she couldn't help but direct her resentment towards him. Qin Tan helplessly scratched his head. This newly found cousin was not easy to get along with. He hadn't said a word, yet received a glare in return that if he spoke, would he still have a way out? The mere thought of Qin Ning's combative nature made him silently sit aside, afraid to provoke her. Sister. Qin Xen pushed the prepared tea forward. Sister, Xen has missed you so much. Her eyes were red and swollen, her face a mixture of excitement and fatigue. She looked as if she hadn't seen her sister in years, yearning to affectionately take Qin Ning's hand. Unfortunately, her aspirations were likely to be in vain. Qin Ning looked down on such superficial exchanges. Mind your words. Who is your sister? She rubbed her sore shoulders, and while the others were distracted, she discreetly removed her mother's photograph in the album. She would have no ties to the Qin family for the rest of her life. As for anyone attempting to impersonate her identity, she cared not. She no longer needed these illusory, familial bonds. There were more important people she needed to protect. I want to leave. Heavy footsteps echoed from the upstairs, a voice laced with pressure. You must be well aware that you are Qin Xian's daughter. I will not allow you to be left to wander alone. Having just taken his medication, Qin Lao hurriedly pursued, fearing that Qin Ning's stubbornness would lead her to leave. Members of the Qin family could never be left to fend for themselves. especially since she must have endured countless hardships over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't harbor such grievances against them. Ultimately, it was their fault that a child had to be abandoned, since you are a member of the Qin family. Let bygones be bygones. Rest assured from now on, no one will dare to bully you. Such grandiose words fell on deaf ears. She truly believed herself to be someone of significance. Qin Lao, the ones bullying me now are the Qin family. She stood and downed the tea in one go, raising an eyebrow at Qin Ning as she thrust the teacup into her hands, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "You know whether you have a sister or not." But I indeed had a sister, who passed away long before I was born. Her hand clutched Qin Ning's shoulder, gripping tightly enough to elicit a pained whimper from her. "Qin Ning, let go." "That is your sister," Qin Lao scolded, striking Qin Ning's hand with his cane, taken aback by her audacity and ruthlessness. Who had she learned such ferocity from? Unfazed by Qin Lao's murderous glare, Qin Ning regarded them with indifference. To her, these individuals were even more unfamiliar than strangers. "Is this what you call ruthless?" She smirked. "If I were the virtuous person you envision, I would have died 100 times over." The scene of such familial affection was utterly tedious. "Stop!" Qin Lao bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. He never anticipated that Qin Xian's daughter would turn out this way, bringing dishonor to the family. As long as he drew breath, the Qin family would never permit any harm to come to their kin. He was determined to rid Qin Ning of this rebellious spirit. How absurd! You think you can just command me to stop? You really consider yourself a patriarch? Qin Ning continued on her path, hands resting casually on her neck, her face betraying indifference as she pondered what to eat for lunch. After all, encountering such distasteful matters warranted a proper compensation. "If you dare take another step, I will ensure Li Su never returns." The light-hearted demeanor was suddenly replaced by tension. Her footsteps halted. He could easily discern that Li Su was Qin Ning's anchor. As long as he held Li Su, he could keep Qin Ning firmly in place. Once he sent someone to educate her properly, she would undergo a transformation and become a true member of the Qin family. She inhaled deeply. Old yet unrepentant. How amusing. The seed slipped from her hand, brushing against Qin Lao's cheek before embedding itself into the wall. The seed broke open, and vines began to creep along the surface until they enveloped the area entirely. A rogue must be dealt with in a rogue's manner. The vines surged directly towards Qin Ning. Qin Lao's cane struck the vines before him, but in the next moment, they returned. Other guards drew their weapons and rushed forward, shielding Qin Lao and the others, yet the onslaught of vines seemed endless. No matter how fiercely they attacked, the vines could not be eradicated. Enough! Several metallic blades descended from above, severing the encroaching vines. A metallic needle targeted the crystalline core above the roots, and with a resounding explosion, the core shattered, causing the vines to vanish, leaving a single orchid rooted in the wall, returning to its ordinary state. Qin Yuan assisted Qin Lao to his feet. "Father, are you all right?" He had merely returned a bit late. How could matters have escalated to this extent? Facing Qin Ning's fearless gaze and his father's stubbornness, he felt overwhelmed. Both individuals were as obstinate as mules, unwilling to yield or back down. "Qin Lao, listen closely. If you wish to spare your precious granddaughter from harm, it would be wise not to meddle with those around me. I fear nothing and no one, and I mean what I say." "Sister, how could you speak to grandfather in such a manner? There must be a reason for this," Qin Ning, unwilling to hear any more of this nonsense, retorted. "I told you not to call me sister." Qin Lao was so enraged that he felt a pang in his heart. "Grandfather," she paused slightly, observing Qin Lao clutch his chest, ashen-faced, a breath caught in his throat. His brows knitted together as he instinctively raised a hand. Yet upon witnessing Qin Ning's abilities, she chuckled softly. "Qin Ning, remember, you have no ties to them." Seeing the old man's complexion improve, Qin Yuan exhaled the breath he had been holding. He turned to Qin Ning, increasingly convinced that Li Su and the others had been dispatched to rescue the individuals from Zone 3. Perhaps she would need their assistance. He handed her the orders for leaving the city along with the address. "Mind your own business." She clenched the map tightly in her hand, coldly uttering a retort before storming out. Chapter 128. Why not report the truth? In the midst of swirling yellow sands, under the scorching sun, The sweltering heat made it so that even living beings struggled to keep their eyes open, let alone move. The sun-baked cement roads cracked, releasing an unpleasant odor, rendering ordinary vehicles incapable of traversing the route. In the eerie silence, an unseen danger lurked. A mutated crow perched on a dead tree, while a lizard emerged from the sands, crossing the road towards the other side. Within a 3-kilometer radius, not a single living creature could be found. Not even a zombie was encountered. An enhanced off-road vehicle sped along the highway, startling the lizards and quickening their pace. "Captain, we received news from District 11 that this operation is led by Su Bo, consisting of 13 individuals, 5 of whom possess psychic abilities. The purpose of the expedition to District 3 is to reach Yuan Lan." Su Bo's last message was received 10 days ago, and the signal vanished at Yangtze Slope. Mo succinctly conveyed the information, looking towards Li Su, awaiting further instructions. Not receiving a response for a while, he raised his gaze only to find the captain lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. So much had transpired recently. The captain appeared utterly drained. Initially, he had intended to decline this mission, but Chun Lao, fearing Ji Duo would interfere, insisted for the safety of the District 3 personnel, leaving the captain no choice but to accept. Furthermore, the captain had been acting unusually since yesterday, remaining in a low-pressure state, and no one dared to break the silence. Throughout the journey, he had remained mute. If only Sister Ning were here, she could soothe the captain's mood. The atmosphere in the vehicle was eerily quiet, no one daring to speak. Qin Ning tucked away the documents in his hands, snapped his fingers, and the others instinctively donned their earplugs. He leaned against Li Su's shoulder. His tone slightly detached. "Li Su, you are not a novice. You know what to do during missions. Clear your mind of distractions and focus. With Qin Ning's current abilities, it is unlikely anyone could genuinely harm her. Moreover, she is a member of the Qin family. Qin Lao wouldn't truly act against her. The priority now is Su Bo. We cannot allow everything to go to waste." His words jolted Li Su from his deep contemplation. Rubbing his swollen temples, his voice hoarse and weary, he replied, "Apologies that Su Wu, you two scout it's unusually quiet here. Proceed with caution." "Understood, Captain." The car window was ajar, and Su Wu leaned out, their bodies extending into the open air. With their extraordinary powers activated, one soared through the skies while the other sprinted across the arid desert. Qin Ning opened his laptop to conduct information tracking, analyzing and assessing the environment of Yangtze. The vehicle halted at the boundary marker of National Highway 345. Beyond lay the area where the 3rd District had gone missing, even during the first disappearance in the 3rd District. The 11th District had dispatched personnel, but none returned. 3 waves of individuals have been sent forth, yet the ongoing rodent infestation, compounded by the discovery of missing researchers, had led the higher-ups to dismiss the matter. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, 10 days had elapsed, and the 3 teams sent out had vanished without a trace, prompting the news to finally reach Elderchen. Li Su unleashed his mental domain, sealing off the entire area. Kai Tu polished the gun in his hands. At noon, when the sun was at its most blinding, he donned sunglasses, climbed out of the window, and readied his weapon. Chi Wan opened the car door, her feet meeting the ground, the searing heat causing her to instinctively lift her foot. Without some cooling remedy, the temperature could indeed be lethal. Moreover, with Su Bo and the others trapped, food, climate, medicine, and the threat of zombies all loomed over their lives, making time of the essence. Since the apocalypse began, she had been with Qin Ning, witnessing an abundance of greenery. Yet never had she felt such a profound and tangible realization of the catastrophic repercussions brought about by the apocalyptic climate. If humanity could not resolve the issues of extreme weather and zombies, the chances of survival would dwindle to zero. Sweat trickled down her cheek, and with a hiss, it vaporized instantly. With a snap of her fingers, the vines at her wrist burrowed deep into the ground. Upon contact with the surface, the intense heat instantly blistered her hand. Hiss! Gu Lin turned his gaze. Cautious, he grasped Chi Wan's hand, his eyes betraying concern as he chided, "Chi Wan, what happened to you?" She retracted her hand. The crystals within her body began to operate, visibly repairing the blister at an astonishing speed. She caressed the crystal at her heart, aware that it was the last skill left by Yin before his demise, a replication of his powers. Designed to protect her in his absence, Jiulin silently withdrew the ointment he held. He had forgotten he had no right to take such actions. What is going on? Captain, the surface temperature is abnormal. Although today's high temperatures are not unusual for this time of year, the ground is scorching hot, yet does not harm my vines. However, even a mere touch inflicted significant damage, indicating that there may be extraordinary powers at play in this land. As soon as Chiwan's words fell, darkness enveloped the sky. A tempest arose, and a swarm of crows took flight. The off-road vehicle began to sway, and just as it seemed on the verge of being swept away, Li Su anchored firmly in place. A soft, rustling sound filled the air. From the yellow sands, a hand shot forth. Captain! He pointed to a nearby spot where countless hands emerged from beneath the sand, half-withered and stained with blood and ash. Hands, feet, torsos, and finally, the heads of zombies broke through the surface, each adorned with red and yellow markings, their eyeballs bulging, the skeletal structures creaking ominously. The raging winds whipped up clouds of dust, obscuring everyone's vision. Li Su contained the space, using his mental prowess to compress them into a confined area, shielded from external disturbances. Are these third-tier zombies? Qin Ning observed the data spiking, uncertainty lacing his voice. Ordinary zombies evolved more slowly than those with powers, yet their attack strength could surpass that of similarly leveled power users by several folds. Thus, it was likely that the zombies appearing now were either second-tier or early-stage zombie kings. However, third-tier zombies were indeed a first. Aside from Li Su, who had reached fourth tier, the others barely stood at the threshold of third tier. Confronting a single third-tier zombie was already a daunting challenge, let alone a whole horde. No wonder the previous teams had all vanished without a trace. Li Su. This is not going to be easy. Qin Yin's expression turned graver than usual as he clenched the crystal core in his hand, activating the crystals within his body. Pooh! Deputy Mo, he stepped forward to steady Qin Yin. What is happening? Qin Yin wiped the blood from his lips. Meeting Li Su's gaze, he had calculated the outcome countless times in his mind, and there was only one conclusion. The prospect that had led Qin Yin to display such a countenance must be exceedingly daunting. He patted Qin Yin's shoulder, speaking solemnly. Do what you can, leave the rest to fate. The third-tier zombies, sensing the long-lost scent of humanity, opened their gaping maws and roared. Chapter 129. What is mine remains mine. No one can take it from me. Qin XN stared at the text messages on her phone, spanning from the year 2x23 to June 2x33, with the final message simply stating resolve that that time, she had believed there would come a day when she would no longer have to live in constant fear. Little did she know that Qin Ning was remarkably resilient, surviving against all odds. The recollection of Qin Ning's provocative words made her crumple the paper in frustration. She should have perished long ago, 21 years prior. She should have been eliminated. It was unfortunate that she had escaped that fate and returned after being sold 15 years ago. She should never have underestimated her. Evidently, Qin Ning was still alive and well, dancing right in front of her, fully aware of the charade. There was no way she would allow anyone to easily dismantle the life she had built over 2 decades. The knock on the door broke her reverie. Come in. Qin Tan entered, carrying a bowl of medicine. Cousin Exon, this is a tonic specially prepared by Grandpa for you. Thank you, cousin. Noticing the frown on her face, Qin Tan hesitated before speaking. Cousin Exon, I've spent some time with Qin Ning. Her nature isn't bad. Ultimately, it was just a matter of the news being too sudden, and Grandpa's actions had indeed been excessive. Qin Exon smiled faintly, nodding slightly. She picked up the bowl of medicine, her voice laced with worry as she said, Cousin, I understand what you mean, that I'm just concerned about Grandpa. If Sister doesn't recognize the Qin family, it will surely sadden him. With a deep sigh, she placed the bowl down. I will go find Sister. I must clarify things. She stood up, grabbed her coat, and prepared to leave when Qin Tan reached out to stop her. Qin Ning isn't at the base. She's gonna finally exude Li Su. It seems they are both vying for the same thing, and I'm just going out for a while. If you have nothing else, please keep an eye on Grandpa. Her tone carried a hint of resignation and exasperation. Qin Tan could see that his cousin was upset. After all, who could feel good in such circumstances? If I had known things would escalate to this point, I would have done everything to stop Aunt back then. That it's all because of Tang Wen's deceit, luring Aunt with false promises and using a child to bind her. He brought her to G City, pretending to write letters every year, misleading them into believing she was living well, that if it weren't for an unforeseen incident, they would have never uncovered the truth. Luo Hao spotted Qin Xine walking out from a distance. He adjusted his appearance and approached her. "Miss Xine, where are you headed?" Qin Xine cast a glance at Luo Hao, initially indifferent, but then paused, seemingly having thought of something. She fixed her gaze on him. "I recall you graduated from Dijing University too, right? Did you know Qin Ning?" Upon hearing Qin Ning's name, even a fool would realize the commotion surrounding the acknowledgement of kinship. How could he not be aware? Qin Xine's question was merely an opportunity for him. "I know her. We were in the same class." The two most outstanding individuals were Suya and Qin Ning. Qin Xine's grip tightened involuntarily. When she learned that Qin Ning had come to Kyoto, she had been engulfed in anxiety, fearing that Qin Ning would shamelessly approach her. Fortunately, she had been too weak-willed. However, she had no intention of letting Qin Ning off the hook. Once Qin Ning experienced the prosperity of a big city, she would certainly be reluctant to remain in G City, posing a threat to her. Thus, before leaving the country, she specifically instructed Suya to look after Qin Ning. It was a pity that Qin Ning was like an indestructible cockroach, surviving every attempt to undermine her. "Miss Xine?" Luo Hao, noticing her silence, felt puzzled. "What's wrong?" Regaining her composure, Qin Xine smiled faintly. "Since you are so familiar with Qin Ning, why not introduce me to her? Surely, you've heard about the Qin family situation. That I hope she can return to the Qin family, which would surely please Grandpa. As her classmate, you should know her well. If you could persuade her to come back, Grandpa would undoubtedly treat you well. Being all alone in the world, Sister must have endured quite a bit of hardship. If someone can reach her heart and comfort her, that would indeed be a good deed." Her insinuation was clear. Luo Hao was no fool, and with his ambitious nature, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Grandpa despised those who lacked clarity of mind. If Qin Ning were to form a bond with Luo Hao now, it was likely that Grandpa wouldn't want to see him again. As for her relationship with Li Su, Qin Xine had no faith in Li Su's foolishness. He should know well how to choose between a wildflower and a rose. Whatever Qin Xine desired, no one could take it from her. Luo Hao understood her intentions clearly. He had been around the Luo family long enough to discern people's characters. While Qin Xine appeared concerned for Qin Ning, it was evident that she wished to eliminate her, a common sentiment when one had to share what was once theirs alone. Yet, he might as well play along. Regardless of how favored Qin Xine was, a child who had endured hardships outside and was equally exceptional would undoubtedly be more cherished. If Qin Ning was of no consequence, he could certainly assist her. Guiding her on how to leverage her identity, he concealed the laughter in his eyes and revealed a look of concern. "Miss Xine, rest assured, I will spare no effort to persuade A Ning to return." She nodded in satisfaction and exited the courtyard. She had important matters to attend to. "Captain, according to the plan, Li Su and the others should arrive at Yangtze." A sinister smile crept across Ji Duo's face. This time, he could eliminate both Su Zhou and Li Su in one fell swoop. How delightful! Let us disguise our people and arrange for them to leave the city. This time, Li Su must not return. He toyed with the coin in his hand, pondering the cursed place that was Yangtze. Once one entered, there was no hope of escape. Ensure they are well prepared. "Understood, Captain." Qin Xine, hiding in the corner, was filled with shock. She had merely come to find Elder Chun, hoping to transfer closer to Li Su to facilitate her plans, yet she never anticipated overhearing such a secret. No, she must inform Elder Chun. Otherwise, Li Su and the others would be in peril. Resolute, she stepped out, recalling Qin Tan's words. Qin Ning was also headed to Yangtze. If Qin Ning were to perish there, all subsequent troubles would be effortlessly resolved. But she could not pave the way for Qin Ning. If they were to bond through life and death, that was not her desire. The most prudent course of action would be for her to take matters into her own hands, and she needed one more person. Someone from the Qin family could suffice. But only Yin Shu would do. She and Li Su were experimental partners. If trouble arose, she would certainly intervene. Their relationship was minimal, making this her optimal arrangement. Qin Ning, this time I shall see how you escape from death. Chapter 130. The oasis appears in the surrounding area. Dust storms formed one after another, swirling around the space. The sky filled with yellow sand that obscured vision, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. Only the howling wind allowed them to feel the presence of the zombies, who had not fled. The zombies' assaults caused cracks to appear in the spatial barrier. As time passed, the fissures widened, and Li Su felt the mounting pressure of the situation. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, the sense of crisis in the face of Mu Zhe resurfacing. But this time, the feeling of impending doom weighed heavier on his heart. With a crash, the space shattered, a tremendous force scattering the group. A whirlwind swept in, lifting them into the A.I.R.L. Isu attempted to utilize his mental domain once more, but the prior injuries forced a spurt of blood from his lips, temporarily halting the rotation of the crystal. Qi Wan's vines extended, binding the others at their waists. Yet the wind and sand intensified, two opposing forces compelling them apart. The roars of the third-tier zombies struck the vines with overwhelming power, causing them to snap, and the group was engulfed by the yellow sand. The third-tier zombies meandered through the storm, their steps unsteady yet resolute, unfazed by the swirling sand. They seemed unhurried in their search for food. Instead, seeking something else, as the sandstorm dissipated, silence enveloped the area once more. The previously exposed third-tier zombies were buried beneath the yellow sand once again. Qin Ning drove her off-road vehicle through the dunes. The city's roads obscured by sand. Further ahead, the city itself vanished from sight, leaving only an onslaught of sand. During her university days, she had the fortune of visiting this place once. Back then, Yangtze housed a vast pit, beneath which grew beautiful flowers. During the butterfly breeding season, countless butterflies would gather, creating a breathtaking scene. Who could have imagined that in just a few short years, this place had transformed into a desert devoid of greenery and vitality? She removed her sunglasses, peering out at the scorching sun beating down on the ground. The heat was so intense that merely resting her hand on the window caused her to wince. After all, her vehicle was equipped with Cheng Yibing's energy sphere, underscoring the harshness of the climate here. Logically speaking, Yangtze was not the only route into the Shanna County base. The people from Area 3 could not have chosen such a treacherous path. Were the conditions on other routes even worse, or was someone intentionally leading them here? Without sight of anyone from Area 3, she could not draw conclusions. She gazed out at the swirling sand, closed the window, adjusted her seat, donned an eye mask, and reclined in her vehicle, deciding to take a nap until sunset before making her move. Rescuing Area 3 was not her mission. She had merely stepped outside to relieve her boredom at the base, coincidentally possessing a token for leaving the city. With the weather so scorching, she had no intention of subjecting herself to unnecessary hardships. She was not concerned about them, and besides, she was well aware of Li Su's capabilities. As the sun gradually descended, an off-road vehicle came to a halt at the end of the road in the desert. The wind howled louder, and a hand hidden beneath the sand emerged. They keenly sensed the thickening presence of natural energy in the air. The gray-white irises of their eyes were laced with yellow patterns, and their expressions grew feral. Following the scent in the air, they advanced step by step toward the vehicle. In her slumber, Qin Ning slowly opened her eyes, and indeed, something lurked in the sand. She removed her eye mask, and the fastest zombie lunged at the car, causing it to jolt violently as the front hood crumpled under the force. This creature was quite strong. She slammed the accelerator, crashing through the obstructing zombies. The fallen third-tier zombie twisted its head, emitting a creaking sound as its eyes glowed fiercely. A roar erupted, and soon the remaining zombies joined in, stirring up a sandstorm that advanced toward Qin Ning. Her vehicle began to spin uncontrollably, the tires struggling for traction. That if this continued, she and the car would be swept away by the storm. The third-tier zombies were indeed formidable. Encountering a whole group was overwhelming. She rolled down the window, sand blasting inside, and coughed as she tossed out seeds. Quickly shutting the window again, in mere seconds, she was covered in dust, and her seat was littered with sand. She urged the seeds in the desert to root deeply beneath the ground. extending vines to ensnare her vehicle and encircle her within. With the desert's sand so severe, it was imperative to plant more trees. Otherwise, this cluster of third-tier zombies would soon leverage their geographical advantage to evolve into fourth-tier zombies, making them even more challenging to confront. Thus, an arduous task lay ahead. The vines enveloped her, shielding her from the external sandstorm as the zombies grew increasingly frantic, crashing against the vines. Fireballs rained down upon them one after another. Despite her vines being fire-resistant, this could not be a long-term solution. She pulled out a map. The area of Yangtze Po was nearly the size of half a city district, if she wished to plant vegetation in a short time. The chances were almost nil. The undertaking was monumental, and she could not accomplish it alone. This matter would have to be discussed later, perhaps collaborating with Elder Chun and having the base send reinforcements. But for now, she could secure a piece of land, utilizing the power of a tree of spring wind, thousands of branches to transform this area into a forest and summon spring water. Enclosing the perimeter would weaken the sandstorm's force, allowing them to escape from the grasp of the third-tier zombies without issue. Having devised a solution, she pressed the accelerator, rolled down the window, and planted seeds along the route her vehicle traversed. Once everything was complete, she halted the vehicle. Towering trees sprang up, their roots delving deep into the soil, while spring water flowed, rejuvenating the scorched earth ravaged by acid rain. The gate of life swung open, and spiritual butterflies fluttered forth. The ensnared third-tier zombies finally sensed an anomaly. They had evolved from ordinary zombies and would never possess human consciousness. Unlike those at 0 degrees, such thoughts would not cross their minds. Qin Ning retrieved her tang-hung knife from the space, opened the car door, and gazed intently at the 5 trapped third-tier zombies before her. Come on. The zombies, oblivious to provocation or conspiracy, only recognized that food was within reach. They lunged forward, only to find their feet sinking into the mire. The more they struggled, the deeper they became ensnared, shrieking in desperation. This was her domain, and she was in control. Extending her hand, the vines coiled around her arm. Lifting her up to strike, Qin Ning brought her knife down, severing the head from the body of the ensnared zombie. Yet to her astonishment, the severed head disintegrated into a puddle of yellow sand, revealing no crystal core. This is impossible. Every zombie possesses a crystal core. Before she could ponder the reason, the beheaded zombie began to gather the sand, regenerating a new head. The remaining third-tier zombies charged forward, intent on tearing Qin Ning apart. The vines hoisted her up again. If the essence of these zombies was indeed sand, everything would make sense. Their crystal cores were likely not here, but buried deep within the desert. Chapter 131. The tenacious third-tier zombies. Qin Ning's cold gaze fixed on the writhing zombies surrounding her. That if she could not extract their crystal cores, they would possess immortality. She felt overwhelmed, wondering about Li Su and the other situation. Shaking her head, she dismissed such thoughts. The priority now was to escape. Countless vines ensnared the zombies' limbs, lifting them into the air. These third-tier zombies drew their strength from the sand beneath them. If she could not extract their crystal cores, the only option left was to weaken their connection to them, thus temporarily controlling them. The zombies, trapped by the vines, struggled to break free. Had they been mere vines, perhaps they could have escaped, but Qin Ning was currently channeling energy to temporarily seal their powers. Spiritual butterflies flitted around the group of zombies, passing through their flesh to dissipate the miasma, thereby maintaining control over them. Given her current capabilities, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should be able to control them for about 10 minutes. As she gazed at the map in her hand, she found herself at a loss regarding how to locate Li Su and the others. The expanse of Yangtze Slope was vast, and the surrounding third-tier zombies were numerous. She contemplated using vines to scout the area, but finding them in a short time would prove exceedingly challenging. Were she a resident of Zone 3 and forced to enter Yangtze Slope, she would likely choose a flat route to expedite vehicle movement, as lingering in such perilous terrain would only invite danger. With that in mind, she tucked away the map and leaped down towards the off-road vehicle, accelerating with reckless abandon. The third-tier zombies trapped outside, upon seeing Qin Ning burst forth, became instantly agitated and charged towards her vehicle. Just then, a third-tier zombie fell from above, crashing heavily onto the hood of her car with a loud thud, causing the entire vehicle to tremble. Its arm snapped upon impact, sand spilling on her windshield. She jerked back, shaking off the zombie clinging to her car, and seized the moment to drive over it. Reducing the creature to a pile of sand that stuck to her tires, as she sped away, she scattered seeds behind her to hinder the pursuit of the zombies. Yet, the relentless third-tier zombies refused to relent. And this cat-and-mouse game had long since ceased to be amusing. The whirlwind rose once more over Yangtze Slope, and her vehicle began to lose stability, skidding and ultimately colliding with an iron railing. Trouble! She rubbed her bruised head, blood seeping out, the metallic scent wafting through the cracks. By the time Qin Ning regained her composure, she found herself surrounded by zombies, each one bearing sharp fangs and gaping maw, their blades scraping against the vehicle, sending a jarring sound into her ears. The third-tier zombies' weapons pierced her tires, causing the car to sink into the sand, while the zombies relentlessly battered the vehicle. Despite having reinforced it with metallic abilities, the car quickly crumpled under the onslaught, revealing the formidable strength of this horde. Qin Ning felt the entire vehicle shudder, soon realizing that the zombies were attempting to lift the car along with her inside. It appeared that they would not rest until they had their meal today. The zombies flung the car away, which soared gracefully through the air before vanishing from their sight. Before them, their anticipated prey had simply disappeared, prompting a chorus of frustrated roars from the zombies, one cry igniting a cacophony among the horde within a radius of several miles. Within her space, Qin Ning was jolted, nearly losing her balance, and awkwardly exited the vehicle. The zombies below resembled ravenous wolves. Glancing at her battered car, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. However, the dire circumstances outside compelled her to set aside her grief. There were more pressing matters at hand. She found herself trapped within this space, uncertain of when the zombies outside would relent, and the conditions at Yangtze Slope were perilous. Not good for them, yet fatal for her. If her situation was so precarious, she couldn't help but wonder how Li Su was faring. With their larger numbers, they should be fine. She oscillated between denial and affirmation in her thoughts, nearly torn apart by anxiety. Having been in the space for half an hour, the zombies outside should have dispersed. Resolutely, she carefully stepped out of the space. As she emerged, her gaze met an absence of zombies, and she let out a sigh of relief. She needed to move quickly. Taking a step forward, a chilling wind rushed at her back that a claw lunged towards her, startling her into evasive action. Just as she dodged one claw, another struck out unexpectedly. Her arm was raked by the claw, the wound rotting at a visible pace. Qin Ning kicked the obstructing zombie away, planted a seed, and swiftly ascended to the treetops. The decay had spread from her forearm to her upper arm in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the third-tier zombies were no joke. She could not afford to underestimate them. She retrieved spring water to cleanse the filth and scraped away the rotting flesh from her arm, allowing her abilities to generate new tissue. Though Qin Ning utilized the spirit butterfly to absorb the blood scent in the air, her natural powers exerted a fatal allure to the zombies. Even a hint of blood would draw them in. Watching the increasing number of zombies, she realized this could lead to a deadlock. These creatures would not relent until they had their fill. As the sun dipped lower, encroaching darkness loomed closer, and if night fell, these creatures would become even more invigorated, placing her in greater peril. They were hesitant to approach, and she found herself unable to descend easily. Sitting on a branch, she took out some bread from her space, studying the map to replenish her energy. This map was outdated. The terrain of Yangtze Slope had changed drastically, rendering her current map obsolete. Understanding the situation, she decided to take stock of her surroundings, hoping to discover something useful. With that thought, she tied a crystal cord to a vine and buried it deep in the sand. The third-tier zombies below fixated on Qin Ning, oblivious to the departing vine. She closed her eyes against the trunk, attuning herself to the messages relayed by the vine. She recalled a sinkhole, uncertain of its current state, and the vine ventured in the direction etched in her memory. Wherever the vine traveled, everything had turned to sand, and along the way, it encountered no living beings. One could only wonder if that was a blessing in disguise. As nightfall enveloped the sky, the zombies beneath the tree began to stir. Restless and eager to ascend, a gust of wind swept by. The last rays of sunlight vanished, plunging the area into darkness. The zombies below leapt up, attempting to climb. Qin Ning opened her eyes, swiftly dispatching one head after another, planting seeds within the zombies' bodies to temporarily suppress their revival. Earlier, she had already sensed the presence of a human. Chapter 132. The Sinkhole Rescue. She summoned the spirit butterfly, knowing she could only gamble on these mindless creatures. The blade cut in her palm, blood dripping down. The zombies beneath the tree erupted into a frenzy, scrambling to ascend. The spirit butterfly absorbed the falling drops of blood and flew out in 4 directions. Qin Ning re-entered the space, timing herself as she awaited the spirit butterfly's departure. The butterfly carried a natural power aura, and these mindless zombies, upon seeing her vanish and sensing the retreating natural energy, would undoubtedly pursue the butterfly. Once they had ventured far enough away, she planned to investigate who the living person was. What? Yin Shu was taken aback by the news brought by Qin Ning. She was aware of Ji Duo's intentions towards Li Su, yet she had not anticipated such a blatant breach of discipline on his part. This was a blatant disregard for the lives of others. Qin Ning, are you certain your information is accurate? Qin Ning clutched her handkerchief tightly, her eyes filled with urgency. Captain Yin, I heard it with my own ears. It cannot be wrong. They had left some time ago. And by now, they might have already reached Yangtze Slope, where Li Su was likely in danger. The gravity of the situation prevented her from reporting lightly. Captain Yin, you and Captain Li Su have been friends for years. And since you both participated in the Ability Fusion project together, you are the best candidate I can think of. Such a significant matter could not be dismissed lightly by Qin Ning. If it turned out to be true, the consequences would be dire. He Shuang. Ilian, you two accompany me to Yangtze Slope. The others stay behind and keep a close watch on Ji Duo's people. Should anything arise, inform Qin Tan. She donned her jacket and was about to rush out. Captain Yin, I will accompany you. No, the situation is perilous, and we may not be able to look after you. Qin Ning. She waved her hand. Captain Yin, have you forgotten I possess healing abilities? Li Su and the others may need me. While her argument held merit, everyone understood that Qin Ning was the treasured child of the Qin family. Should she suffer even a scratch, she would have no means to face the wrath of the elder Qin. Qin Ning naturally perceived her hesitation. Captain Yin, I have worked with Li Su before. Our collaboration could resolve this crisis. If anything happens to the people of Zone 3, it would be a loss for all of humanity. Her words elevated the stakes of the situation once more, making it difficult for Yin Shu to refuse. All right, he Shuang. Ensure Qin Ning's safety. Yin Shu led the team away from the base, and the guard received the news to send someone back. Are you saying that Qin Ning did not seek out Qin Tan, but instead went to Yin Shu? Ji Duo's brow furrowed in contemplation. He had intentionally allowed Qin Ning to overhear his conversation with Zhou Yang to prompt her to seek out Qin Tan. This way, he could achieve multiple objectives. However, he never anticipated that the one who would eventually go was Yin Shu. Although he valued Yin Shu's abilities, he had originally intended to pull her into his ranks after eliminating both Li Su and Qin Tan. Yet now, her fate was in her own hands. She had chosen Li Su over him, and this outcome was a fitting consequence. Have they been notified? They have been informed. Ji Duo displayed a satisfied smile. Although he had failed to eliminate Qin Tan this time, resolving the issue with Li Su was still a cause for celebration. Li Su was hardly a match for him. Yangtze Slope was a place where once you entered, escape was nearly impossible. Qin Ning checked her watch. The time was nearly up. She stepped out of the space once more, surrounded by darkness. Turning on her flashlight, she confirmed her gamble had paid off. The mindless zombies had indeed followed the spirit butterfly away. Now, she needed to head towards the sinkhole. The vine had informed her that while the sinkhole was buried under sand, the pavilions and resting areas below remained intact, and it sensed the presence of a living person there. However, the area surrounding the sinkhole was not safe. Preliminary estimates indicated that at least 10 third-tier zombies lurked there. She dared not linger. Hastening her steps, as the cacophony of vehicles posed a risk of attracting zombies. From her spatial storage, she retrieved an exceptionally useful electric wheelchair. None of her belongings were without merit, and she had refrained from discarding it, even having had Song Yin modify it, rendering it comparable to a small automobile. The temperature at Yangtze Slope at night differed by several degrees from that of the day, and, as the wind swept through, it stirred up a cloud of yellow sand, causing her nose to redden, with tears streaming uncontrollably. Qin Ning wrapped herself in a cotton coat and proceeded in the direction indicated by the vines, a piece of durian shell hanging from her waist to mask her scent. The forces of nature here were exceedingly troublesome and could bring her numerous complications. She was uncertain of their effectiveness, but felt it prudent to test them nonetheless. She drove onward, when suddenly the wheelchair jolted as a hand emerged from the sand, grasping at it, while vines sprouted from the earth, entangling her hands and feet. What was this? Just as Qin Ning was about to retaliate, she sensed a familiar presence, and a flashlight illuminated the direction of the vines, revealing a person buried beneath the yellow sand, her ear bone glinting in the light. Qi, recognizing her, Qin Ning dismounted the wheelchair and pulled her from the sand pit, placing her onto the wheelchair, draping a large cotton coat from her spatial storage over her. Qi, wake up. She grasped her hand, continuously channeling her energy. Qi-Wan's body gradually warmed, color returning to her cheeks as she coughed. Qin Ning gently poured water into her mouth, the dry lips relishing the moisture. Slowly, Qi-Wan opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Qin Ning, hoarsely exclaimed, "Ning, you've come. What on earth is happening?" With Li Su's formidable skills and the enhancement of Song Yian's crystal, how could Qi-Wan have fallen to such a plight? "Ning, save them!" She pointed towards a nearby sand pit. Qin Ning dared not delay, gathering her tools and heading towards the pit. She watched as Gulin and Moe were unearthed, having explored the vicinity for a kilometer without encountering any survivors. What exactly transpired? Qin Ning began to treat their injuries, noting that Qi-Wan's was the least severe. Gulin and Moe bore multiple fractures, and alarmingly, Moe had a penetrating injury to her left chest. Were it not for the crystal still functioning, she would not have survived long enough for rescue. We encountered a sandstorm and third-tier zombies on our way here, that we were swept into the air. The captain initially managed the situation, but then an unknown zombie appeared, one that even the vice-captain could not identify. It was neither a high-tier zombie nor a zombie king. It could speak, think, and control high-tier zombies. Our attacks had no effect on it. Aside from its grayish-white eyeballs, it bore no distinction from an ordinary person. Qi-Wan's voice trembled with fear. This was her first encounter with such terror, a psychological oppression that was suffocating. Had it not been for the captain using the sandstorm to extricate them, the consequences would have been dire. Ning, we must find them swiftly. Qin Ning furrowed her brow. What manner of monster was this that she had never heard of? It seemed this journey would not conclude easily. Chapter 133. I must leave the city. Presently, she remained unaware of the nature of the monster Qi once spoke of, but it was imperative to locate the others. After healing Qi-Wan and the others, she retrieved food from her spatial storage to replenish their strength. Ning, is that the scent of durian on you? Qi-Wan, having regained some clarity, noticed the overpowering aroma and instinctively recoiled a few steps. Desperate times call for desperate measures. In truth, she found the method rather effective. Previously, she had not cared, as those were merely lowly zombies. But now she faced third-tier threats. She felt akin to Tang Sung, beset by demons and monsters eager to take a bite out of her, and fear had taken hold. Placing her hand upon the yellow sand, she listened intently, attuning herself to the whispers of the earth. The cold night wind sent shivers down her spine. Those buried beneath the sands, even if they had not faced zombie attacks, would likely succumb to the freezing temperatures. Earlier, she had sensed life at the sinkhole, yet upon searching the area, she had found no traces of the living. She wondered how Li Su fared. Theoretically, his mental domain should extend far beyond her own, and if he were nearby, he would surely sense her presence. Yet, she received no signals, causing an inexplicable sense of panic within her, coupled with the monster Qi-Wan described, if it truly possessed such power. Li Su and the others. In order to save time, Qin Ning retrieved another vehicle from her spatial storage and climbed aboard. Ning, do you have any leads? Qin Ning shook her head. Not yet, but we are heading towards the sinkhole. Initially, she had intended to advance stealthily, but time was of the essence. As the wind and sand rose, their tracks formed a miniature sandstorm behind them that a figure stood atop a tree. Obscured from view, as hands of countless zombies emerged from the earth, the orange light illuminated the figure, casting its shadow upon the sand, and faintly, a white house appeared to stand amidst the desert. Ning, are you referring to the Butterfly Valley at Yangtze Slope? Qin Ning nodded. Indeed, I sense life there, prompting my haste to find you to be why the way. Do you have any means to contact or locate Li Su and the others? Qiwan shook her head helplessly. Since entering Yangtze Slope, all communication and positioning devices have ceased to function. There must be a magnetic field interference here, which likely explains our disconnection from the people in Zone 3. Given this, they could only proceed according to her plan. Fortunately, they encountered no zombies along the way, which made Qin Ning somewhat incredulous. The sinkhole, now buried under yellow sand, was still discernible as a deep pit. They stood at the periphery, aware that slipping down could easily result in being buried alive, and extricating themselves would be no simple task. Her vines began to search for life sources, yet curiously. Upon their arrival, they found no survivors. The vines were never mistaken. There had been a life source here previously, but where had it all gone wrong? Had they already been discovered and taken by the zombies? They could not afford to give up easily. It had only been moments since they separated when the weather began to shift, with winds and sand rushing towards them, threatening to blot out the sky. This is bad. We must hurry. If they were swept up in it, the consequences would be dire. Qin Ning urged them into the vehicle, flooring the accelerator, just as they shook off the pursuing winds. Another storm surged forward unexpectedly, leaving them no chance to breathe. Forced to turn back, they were met with yet another onslaught from the opposite side, catching them off guard, now surrounded by 4 swirling sandstorms. Escape seemed impossible. They had no choice but to brace themselves, with a spring breeze, a myriad of branches. Qin Ning released all the seeds from her spatial storage, their roots swiftly embedding into the ground. Burrowing deep in record time, as all the vines entwined around the vehicle, Qiwan and Mo, witnessing this, joined in, using vines to secure the large trees, preventing the vehicle from being swept away. As the sandstorm passed, the towering trees blocked their path. Although the vehicle shook violently, it remained steadfast. Qin Ning dared not relent, continuously planting seeds to leverage the trees against the winds. Leaning out, she extended half her body outside the vehicle to better cast the seeds, as a larger area would reduce their chances of being swept away. The sandstorm was trapped outside the forest, unable to penetrate, and a smile finally graced Qin Ning's face, though she dared not cease her efforts. Suddenly, an unidentified creature hurtled past, striking her head with a resounding thud, causing her vision to blur and blood to trickle from her forehead. What was that? Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a bundle of bottles that had struck her. Wait, how could there be bottles in the sand? Her head throbbed mercilessly, and her vision grew hazy to know. The sinkhole had previously welcomed thousands of tourists annually. How could it lack discarded beer bottles? Ning. Qiwan rushed to pull her back. Are you all right? Upon raising her hand, she found it smeared with Qin Ning's blood. In that instant, the sandstorm intensified, sweeping through, and the trees before them were uprooted, causing the vehicle to shake violently. Qiwan and the others struggled to stabilize it, but it was too late. The vehicle was engulfed by the storm, and countless debris rained down upon them. Glass shattered, beer bottles hurtled towards them amidst the chaos. Inside, the radio crackled with static, announcing a surge in tourism, rampant littering, and worsening desertification. That a black sandstorm warning was issued that morning, urging residents to stay indoors and prioritize safety. Dated October 7, 2x36. Morning news report. Meanwhile, the child playing with Lego, Huanqi, froze, the blocks slipping from her grasp as golden light flickered in her eyes. She leaped to her feet, startling Yulan, who stood behind her. What are you doing? Yulan gasped, her heart racing. You scared me to death. Huanqi ignored her, turning to fix her gaze resolutely on Yulan. I need to leave the city. Yulan furrowed her brow, perplexed by the girl's sudden madness. What do you mean, leave the city? It's not safe out there. I don't want to Yulan disregarded her and headed upstairs with her belongings. I said I want to leave the city. Yulan jumped as Huanqi suddenly appeared before her, What are you doing? You're going to give me a heart attack. Huan Shi merely replied coldly, I must leave the city. She grasped Yulan's hand, preventing her from walking away. Just go play with your Lego. Let's not disturb each other. Leaving the city, is it you who has lost your mind? Or am I? She disregarded the joy before her. At that moment, joy was growing impatient, a golden light flickering in her pupils. The instant her gaze met Yulan's, her eyes fell into chaos, and she could only dumbly utter, all right, chapter 134. The peach blossom land, wake up! Wake up! A cacophony of noises reached Qin Ning's ears. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Gigi's face, nearly causing her to fall back. Get down! She ruthlessly yanked Gigi's face. What on earth was happening? She distinctly remembered being caught in a storm, on the verge of resisting, only to be knocked unconscious by a bottle. Goodness, how humiliating! It was all these people's fault for their utter disregard for the environment. Otherwise, how could a beautiful scenic area be littered with bottles? Was this a memory? Gigi, arms crossed, leaned against a small sofa. Since you're awake, let's hurry outside. In retaliation for the face pulling, Gigi kicked Qin Ning out. Just then, before she could finish her sentence, Qin Ning found herself tumbling into an embrace, this time without pain. She looked up in astonishment to see Li Su. Her face was a picture of shock as she scrambled to grasp his wrist. Li Su's complexion was far from favorable. There were wounds on his shoulder and chest, and he felt icy to the touch. As Qin Ning tended to Li Su, she removed her jacket and wrapped it around him. What on earth was going on? Li Su was gravely injured, having lost a significant amount of blood. Even with her healing abilities, recovery would not be instantaneous. The wounds on Li Su's body began to heal at a visible rate, and she placed her hand on his forehead, relieved to find his temperature was slowly rising. Now, they just had to wait for Li Su to awaken. I truly owe you. She couldn't help but mutter. Yet she did not forget to zip up his jacket. Yes, she surveyed her surroundings. She was astonished to find that plants were thriving here. A significant discovery. Even more astonishingly, she spotted butterflies, normal ones without any signs of mutation. In this post-apocalyptic world, such a sight was virtually impossible. The sound of flowing water resonated in her ears. Here, she felt an incredible sense of comfort, as if she were amidst the mountains with the gentle sound of water. Fluttering butterflies and the fragrance of flowers, an existence unattainable in the apocalypse, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by interference. Butterflies danced before her, and instinctively she reached out her hand. One alighted on her fingertip. And her forehead flushed with warmth. Spiritual butterflies emerged, joining the dance with the others. The gate of beings opened uncontrollably, and countless spiritual butterflies flew forth, mingling with the local butterflies. She switched on her flashlight, instantly illuminating the dim space. Her instincts had not betrayed her. There was indeed a small stream here, and beneath their feet lay unknown flora, a vibrant green, thriving in this place. What on earth was this place? Driven by curiosity, she slowly stood and moved forward, the butterflies fluttering beside her. The deeper she ventured, the more familiar the scenery felt. Upon seeing the words Butterfly Valley etched on the cliff, realization dawned. She was now beneath a sinkhole. She abruptly looked up, noticing a layer of sand above them. Yet, why was it not falling? Vines entwined around Qin Ning's arms, and using her strength, she stepped onto the stone wall, leaping up to make contact with the sandy surface. Reaching out, she felt as though she was touching a thin membrane, allowing her hand to brush against the yellow sand above. How was this possible? Retracting her hand, she leapt back down. Right, where were Qi Wan and the others now? They had been swept away by the sandstorm. Logically, they should not have been too far apart. As Qin Ning reached out, preparing to search for her companions, a faint voice called out, Qin Ning, Li Su. She spun around, locking eyes with him, his gaze clouded with unspoken emotions. She couldn't decipher it but felt a deep warmth radiating from him. Remembering the kiss in the alley, she instinctively turned her face away, clearing her throat. Are you all right? As she moved closer to help him up, he suddenly pulled her into an embrace. Qin Ning, his voice was hoarse yet powerful, despite the intention apart upon hearing Li Su's voice. It felt as if she were entranced, unable to let go. Enough? Qin Ning spoke coldly. At last, Li Su came to his senses and released her, his gaze downcast, eyelids tinged red. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish her hand, as if fearing that she would vanish the moment he did. "How did you end up here?" "Do you not know why I came?" Under normal circumstances, she would have been lounging comfortably in bed. Yet here she was in this dreadful place for his sake. Lisu, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but smile. "So, it's because of me." Qin Ning remained silent, turning her gaze towards the depths of the sinkhole. She recalled that Butterfly Valley used to be a large pit, seemingly devoid of any pathways ahead. "Lisu, stop talking nonsense. I heard Chi Wan and the others mention you needed to deal with a peculiar creature." At this, Li Su's expression darkened, a chill emanating from him. "Yes, it moves quickly. Not human, but not quite a high-level zombie either. It's somewhat similar to the 0 degree we encountered before, yet there are significant differences. It retains many human characteristics, capable of controlling high-level zombies. It can communicate like a zombie king. It seems to possess remnants of human intellect." Listening to Li Su's description, Qin Ning began to piece together what they were dealing with. There was indeed a zombie king evolved from 0 degree here. I told you, 0 degree was the first human to come into contact with the H3O3 virus. They possessed the purest viral source, granting them innate control over other zombies. Their powers are purer and more formidable, with a true zombie king emerging from 0 degree. Those high-level zombies that evolved by chance are not even on the same level. We refer to the zombie king evolved from 0 degree as the ancestor zombie. That if we confront the ancestor zombie, our chances of victory are virtually non-existent. Her words were not mere hyperbole. In her past life, the government had dispatched multiple teams of high-level abilities to eliminate the ancestor zombie, all of whom perished without a trace. Its terrifying nature deterred anyone from venturing to Mo Bay Town. The sight of the meteor's fall, where the inhabitants were utterly doomed, nearly all transformed into 0 degree zombies. The true number of ancestor zombies there was beyond comprehension. Fortunately, until her demise, the ancestor zombies in Mo Bay Town had never stirred. Seemingly trapped within, "Let's find the others first," Qin Ning said, offering her support to Li Su as they ventured towards the newly revealed path. Lisu's psychic domain led the way, but suddenly his brow furrowed, and he spoke coldly. "Someone is ahead." Uncertain of friend or foe, he shielded Qin Ning behind him. They extinguished their flashlights, relying on the light from the spiritual butterflies to navigate cautiously. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the shadows. A knife aimed at Qin Ning. Lisu yanked the assailant closer, his psychic domain locking onto them as he kicked out. With a thud, Qin Ning shone her flashlight, revealing Su Wen. "Captain Qin Ning, is that you?" Su Wen exclaimed, joining them as they moved deeper into Butterfly Valley. Vines dangled in the air, and as Qin Ning brushed one aside from her forehead, she felt a surge of power flow into her, a pure energy she had never experienced before. Perhaps this was the essence of nature itself. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fresher, and the spiritual butterflies burst forth uncontrollably, seemingly elated by this untainted land. The more they advanced, the more curious Qin Ning became. How was this even possible? Was this a manifestation of nature's artistry? Perhaps it was the layer of sand above that shielded against acid rain, preserving this last vestige of beauty within the pit. A gentle breeze caressed them, refreshing and uplifting. The deeper they went, the brighter the space became, until they entered a vast expanse, revealing a hidden paradise within Butterfly Valley. Birds singing, flowers blooming, butterflies flitting, and the soothing sound of flowing water. Most importantly, they noticed other animals retaining their normal forms alongside the butterflies. Lisu, you finally made it. A man in a white coat approached, his eyes darkened with fatigue, bloodshot, and unkempt. "Suzhou." Lisu was taken aback by the unexpected reunion. "How are things with you?" Suzhou's brow was furrowed, a bitter smile gracing his face. "Things are not looking good. On our way to District 10, we encountered a group of individuals wielding orders from District 10. Claiming to be sent by Chan Lao to provide assistance, that we didn't think much of it and followed them. When they chose the Yangtze Slope route, I had my doubts and contacted District 10, but was told to proceed without worry. Thus, they continued toward Yangtze Slope, only to have their vehicle wrecked by zombies upon entering. It was only upon reaching the heart of the area that the true nature of their guides revealed itself. The ability users who had escorted them perished, leaving them severely injured. Had it not been for the unexpected sandstorm that swept them into this sinkhole, they would have faced total annihilation. Although the environment inside the sinkhole was pleasant and devoid of danger. With food available to restore strength, their injuries were too severe. 3 of them had been running high fevers for 3 days. If this continued, they would either perish or be rendered useless. Aside from him and another person with minor injuries. The situation for the others was dire. Whether they could survive and leave this place was uncertain. Ning Jia, your arrival is indeed timely. The 3 doctors have already succumbed to exhaustion, and we were just contemplating a reconnaissance mission to ascertain if there was a way to successfully bring them back. Su Wen grasped Qin Ning's hand and hurried toward the patients. Su withdrew his gaze from Qin Ning, and after supplementing his abilities, he released his mental domain, both to explore and to ensure their safety. The environment here is so breathtakingly beautiful that it seems almost surreal, standing in stark contrast to the swirling sands outside. As Qin Ning surveyed the 3 individuals before her, she couldn't help but shake her head. Thankfully, she had arrived just in time. Otherwise, these 3 would undoubtedly have perished. However, treating 3 critically injured individuals simultaneously was proving to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, the environment here was conducive. She directed Su Wen to swiftly move the patients, arranging them in a triangle, with her seated among them. Vines spread out from all directions, entwining the arms of the 3 individuals. The gate of life manifested behind her, radiating a dazzling light, leaving everyone in awe of the scene. Spiritual butterflies burst forth, fluttering gracefully and scattering luminous particles that brought a glimmer of hope to this desolate world. Qin Ning gestured for Su Wen to come closer, whispering urgently in his ear. They are gravely injured. I can only heal them simultaneously. I need to channel all the power within me, so I must not be interrupted at this moment. Otherwise, not only will I perish, but they will as well. Su Wen recognized the gravity of the situation. Don't worry. Ning Jia and I, along with the captain, will ensure your safety. He rose and departed. Qin Ning watched Li Su's retreating figure, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Biting her lip, she pondered for a moment before seizing Su Wen's hand again. What I told you must remain confidential, especially from Li Su. Su Wen's face displayed a puzzled expression. Why? Qin Ning raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to refrain from asking further questions. Given the circumstances, he could only nod in agreement. Strangely, during this mission, the captain had not informed Ning Jia, which was unlike him. Had a rift developed between the two? Qin Ning retrieved a dagger from her spatial storage, turning to the side. With a steely resolve, she pressed the blade into her palm, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying her any mind to conceal the dagger. Tightly gripping the crystal core of a second-tier zombie in her hand, the crystal within her began to sense the outflow of energy and accelerated its operation. Her ability possessed a formidable self-healing capacity. As long as the crystal remained intact, she would not perish. Consequently, as long as she lived, she could continuously transmit her power to them. Su felt a tightening in his chest as he glanced back at Qin Ning. Her form surrounded by spiritual butterflies, cloaked in a blue luminescence, he could not discern her features. Yet even from such a distance, he could catch the faint scent of lily of the valley emanating from her. A fragrance that brought solace. Qin Ning, do not stray too far from me. His desire grew more insatiable, yearning to keep her close to Su Zhou. Following his gaze, remarked, "Is that your child's mother?" Su Zhou smiled without a word, merely patting his shoulder. On their journey, he had heard tales of the infamous solitary elder from District 10 returning with a woman and a little girl strikingly resembling him, in the depths of the Golden Sands. Winds surged, and a pickup truck halted at the edge of the tumult, its headlights illuminating a gray-white research facility that came into view. The vehicle's radio broadcasted. Recently, a research facility relic has been discovered in the populous Euphratica Desert. Researchers have found living plants from the early Precambrian period along with scientific manuscripts. Report dated October 8, 2048. What is that place? Yin Shu inquired, her brow furrowing as she released her mental domain. Daring to approach, only for a powerful force to repel her. Captain, He Shuang anxiously stepped forward to assist Yin Shu. Wiping the blood from her lips, she sensed a familiar intent behind the force that had pushed her away. Captain Yin, it is imperative to locate District 3 and Li Su. Qin Ning could sense that the research facility in this desert was far from ordinary, and an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. She feared that remaining any longer could lead to unfathomable consequences. Yin Shu clenched her fists, realizing that Qin Ning's words rang true, yet a voice deep within urged her to press on. Captain, look! Yin pointed toward an arm protruding from the yellow sands, grayish-white and exuding a stench of decay. It's a zombie. Chapter 136. I want my daughter to live. The grayish-white figure pushed open the door to a long corridor illuminated by orange night lights, the faint fragrance wafting toward her as she ventured deeper. The walls were adorned with green ivy, and the candle flames flickered inside the glass lamps that a glass door barred her path, and a pair of hands as smooth as jade pushed it open. The sound of wheels rolling echoing as the room's lights flickered onto glass containers. Laboratory mice carrying syringes were trapped, while people passing by bent in reverence, their faces devoid of emotion as they approached the innermost part of the facility. With a scan of fingerprints and iris recognition, the door at the back opened, revealing a wave of blood that made one instinctively recoil, prompting him to cover his nose with a handkerchief. Inside, the cold-colored lights illuminated a massive glass chamber filled with an unknown liquid, within which a child was submerged. That you've arrived in the vast laboratory. Only one woman remained, her long hair disheveled, with bangs obscuring her eyes. She absent-mindedly manipulated clips, her pallid face marred by dark circles, her lips chapped and cracked, with a syringe inserted in her hand. The fitted lab coat hung loosely on her frame. You should rest. The woman did not respond, not even glancing in his direction, as she continued her experiments, utterly exhausted to the point of relying on a cane for stability. This moment, she had descended into madness. Pressing a button that opened the laboratory's hidden door, unleashing a wave of blood and foul odors that were unbearable, yet she seemed accustomed to it, her expression unchanged as she entered. Inside lay a cage, with 10 cells housing men and women, all sharing a common trait. They were all enhanced individuals possessing healing abilities. Alongside these 10, 3 third-tier zombies were also ensnared, iron chains cruelly piercing their throats. Limbs bound and injected with a potion that rendered them unconscious. The woman skillfully extracted their blood with a test tube, the expressions of the imprisoned enhanced individuals pale and their gazes murky. Emaciated to the point of resembling mere shadows. You should rest. That a man stepped forward, grasping the woman's hand in a bid to forcibly remove her, but the tug resulted in the test tube filled with blood shattering on the floor. I'm sorry. The woman said nothing, merely yanking her hand back, lowering her head to the barely breathing enhanced individual and stating, I'm sorry, but I need to draw another vial. The half-conscious enhanced individual instinctively recoiled, murmuring pleas for mercy, but the woman remained indifferent. You can't continue like this. The man snatched the tool from her grasp, provoking her ire. She seized his collar, dragging him out and pointing to the child outside. Rebuking him, do you think I can rest? That is my daughter. I cannot bear to watch her die. She is my life. I truly regret this. If the zombies want to bite anyone, let it be me. But don't harm my daughter. The woman broke down in tears, collapsing weakly into the man's arms. The man turned his head away, holding her tightly. He dared not look at her, nor at his daughter, who was merely 3 years old. She has come. The woman froze, her tears halting instantly as she grasped his hand. Are you saying that the woman with special powers has arrived? The man nodded. Our team detected that power at Yangtze Slope, and according to our tracking, she is currently at the Pit Butterfly Valley. The woman wiped her tears, springing to her feet. Quick, send someone immediately. We must bring her back. Perhaps we can utilize her power to save my daughter. Isu furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth. How long has it been? Why, isn't she finished yet? According to past experiences, Qin Ning's healing shouldn't take this long. Su Zhou, noticing his tension, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Suddenly, the entire valley began to tremble, sand cascading from above the pit. What is happening? Su Zhou stood in shock, wondering if he had jinxed the situation. Isu's mental domain was repelled, causing him to crash against the stone wall, collapsing to one knee as he coughed up blood. Captain! Su Wen rushed forward. But recalling Qin Ning's instructions, he hesitated to step away. "Are you okay?" Su Zhou helped Li Su to his feet. "This mental force feels familiar." He shook his head as the tremors intensified, the sky unleashing a rain of sand. Large amounts falling as if to bury them. "That we must leave this place." Li Su urged Su Zhou and the others to flee. Su 1, you and Su Wu take the people from District 3 and the injured and leave first. Su Wen could no longer conceal his concern. "No, Captain, Ning Jie cannot be disturbed right now. Otherwise, it will backfire." "What do you mean?" Li Su stepped forward, reaching out only to retract his hand in urgency. His fists clenched. "You lead the others away. I will stay behind." "Captain," Li Su's gaze sharpened as Su Wen hesitated, pulling Su Wu away following the route they had previously scouted to seek refuge. "Qin Ning, why did you not inform me?" He unleashed the powers of the mental realm. Yet as soon as his strength was released, another wave of mental force assailed him. This force was so familiar that it could be instinctively repelled. Yet it still managed to strike him. What on earth is happening? He had yet to comprehend everything when countless mental blades suddenly appeared on the horizon, hurtling towards Li Xud. Isu had no choice but to confront the attack head-on. The blade from both sides clashed, narrowly missing each other, yet still veering towards his vital point. To ensure that Qin Ning remained undisturbed, he had to intercept this swarm of blades. The mental realm froze. His eyes flashed with a golden light as the three crystals within him activated simultaneously, generating a formidable mental force that held the incoming blades at bay behind a barrier. He glanced at the wound on his hand. That power was too familiar. In an instant, he recalled that the only mental force he recognized so well was that of Yin Shu. But why was Yin Shu's mental force attacking here? Had she come to Yangzi Pe? And why would she assault him? He reached out, seizing one of the blades as it approached, shattering it in his palm. That moment, he was utterly convinced that this mental force indeed belonged to Yin Shu. So, she had also arrived? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a vine surged forth, seeking to take Qin Ning away. Isu reacted swiftly, severing the vine with a swift strike. Long time no see, no. It should be the first meeting. Last time, Captain Li caused me considerable losses. My people were forced to retreat from District 10. Chapter 137. The door is meant to be shattered. Jiangsu removed his sunglasses and extended a friendly hand. Li Su drew his gun, coldly fixing his gaze upon him. Suddenly, Yin Shu's mental attack surged towards Li Su. He wished to evade, but behind him stood Qin Ning. He could not abandon her. The light emanating from the jade bracelet dimmed, and his crystals activated once more, expanding the mental realm to forcibly absorb the incoming assault. He and Yin Shu had once trained together in the fusion of abilities to achieve a more perfect fusion. They had previously established a separate channel for each other's mental forces. Now he could not lock onto all the incoming blades at once. The blades grazed Qin Ning's cheek, droplets of blood falling onto the vine, prompting her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yin. Her current condition could not withstand any interference. The crystals within her uncontrollably bestowed upon them their shared power, rendering interruption impossible. The only result of forceful manipulation would be mutual destruction. Qin Ning furrowed her brow and coughed up blood, losing consciousness entirely. Yin. Li Su rushed forward, cradling her in his arms, shielding her with his own body. He could not allow anyone to harm her. Not again. He had promised Yin. He had failed in the past, but now he could not break his word. Li Su's eyes turned crimson as he drew a dagger, slicing open his palm, his bloodied hand gripping the crystal core of a second-tier zombie. The crystals within him surged rapidly, shattering as he aimed to leverage the power from the exploding crystals to forcibly break the separate channel. Bearing the entirety of the burden alone, the wind began to rise. Jiangsu glanced sideways, extending his hand as a fierce gale whipped up a storm of yellow sand, the descending sand, amidst the tempest and the oppressive weight of dark clouds, made it difficult to breathe. The weaker individuals among them collapsed to the ground. Yet the sandstorm continued to swell, as if intent on swallowing everything whole. Everything in the valley seemed to reverse. They floated in midair. The ground beneath them began to seep with yellow sand, while the sand above vanished from sight. The flow of time around them appeared to slow, and the stream of water flowed upward. Suddenly, a door materialized in space, A red door adorned with 8K EYS the world spun. Everything around them began to change once more. Sand, Butterfly Valley, springs, and the sky all vanished. Jiangsu surveyed the surroundings, realizing that those who had come with him had all disappeared, leaving only Jiangsu, Li Su, and Qin Ning in this moment. He lowered his gaze, only to realize he seemed to be standing on the water surface. Curiously, he reached out, but before he could touch it, the entire space began to shake violently. Isu looked towards the door in the distance, extending his hand. His gaze met Qin Ning's as he held her tightly in his embrace, whispering softly into her ear, "Do not worry, I will always protect you." With a snap of his fingers, the distant door shattered with a resounding crash, darkness spreading from above as the space tore open, and everyone plummeted into the abyss. Jiangsu instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp something, but his body plummeted rapidly. Crashing into a pit of sand, he hastily struggled to climb out, bewildered by his surroundings. This was not Butterfly Valley. Qin Ning realized this as well. She was about to summon the yellow-haired mouse to trace Qin Ning's whereabouts when Jiangsu spotted the two of them. Li Su tightly shielding Qin Ning beneath him as all the mental blades hurtling towards them pierced through Li Su's body. He was using himself as a target. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. Jiangsu could hardly suppress his applause for Li Su. Commendable courage, though regrettably foolish. Nevertheless, he was astonished by Li Su's strength. Even with his abilities depleted, he could still forcibly shatter the crystals to gain power and break the door. Such talent was indeed enviable, and no wonder the duo had always seen him as a thorn in his side, eager to eliminate him. This was the power that repelled Mu Ze, and Jiangsu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Truly, hard work is rendered futile in the face of talent. In the distance, a rugged vehicle barreled into the desert, halting before Jiangsu. The door swung open, and a man emerged. Jiangsu raised an eyebrow, pointing to the two individuals locked in an embrace not far away. "I have brought you the people." He donned his sunglasses once more, opened the door, and dragged the bald-headed passenger from the front seat before taking his place, propping his legs up on the window. "Hurry up. Many people have arrived at this wretched place, and it's about to get lively." The man furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he took the individuals away. Yes, that a subordinate stepped forward, attempting to separate Qin Ning and Li Su. But no matter how forcefully they pulled, they could not pry them apart. Jiangsu shot a disdainful glance, tossing out a remark, "One cannot be taken. Take both together." "Captain." He Shuang planted her hands on the ground, erecting a dirt barrier to isolate the zombies. He Yin rushed forward to support Yin Shu. "Captain, what has happened to you?" Yin Shu appeared as if a vital force had been drained from her, perspiration pouring down her face, her complexion pale, and her internal energy in turmoil. "Miss Exon, please come quickly and check on the captain." Qin Exon hurried forward, gripping Yin Shu's wrist, channeling her abilities into her to soothe Yin Shu's raging energy. "What has happened to your captain is Li Su," Yin Shu slowly articulated, realizing she should have deduced it sooner. That was Li Su's mental force. Just moments ago, Li Su had forcefully shattered the channel, leading to her current exhaustion. The only explanation for Li Su's actions was that he had also endured an attack from her, and he must have been compelled to break it for some reason. Everything in Yangtze Pa was too bizarre. She had to find Li Su quickly. The forced breach of the channel meant that Li Su was certainly gravely injured if he did not receive timely treatment. The consequences would be dire. He Shuang constructed an underground tunnel, while He Lian remained vigilant against the zombie attacks. At this moment, she had no time to rest. She had to accelerate. "Miss Exon, get in the car." She opened the door, pressing the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle speeding through the tunnel created by He Shuang. Once they entered Yangtze Pa, all communication devices were disrupted. Originally, she could sense Li Su's position through the channel. But now that he had forcibly breached it, she could only retrace her previous path to find him. The zombies outside sensed the disappearance of their prey. Leveraging their home field advantage, they sprinted forward. Leaping down, using the momentum to strike the ground with a powerful punch, the group hiding underground, including Yin Shu, was forced to emerge, with He Shuang absorbing the brunt of the zombies' most forceful attack, rendering her unconscious. He Shuang, "Sister." Qin Exon raised her hand to grasp He Shuang's wrist, attempting to heal her, Yet her abilities were limited to heal her. The power of the crystals within her was nearly depleted. Her face growing increasingly pale. You know best how you managed to endure this far. Qin Ning, not if you wish to live the latter half of your life like your mother. Then give up. Yin Shu raised her hand to stop Qin Ning. No. Let go of me. I don't think I will. Qin Ning's eyes glowed crimson, her entire being falling into a trance. Yin Shu swiftly struck her down. Chapter 138. The excitement grows ever more. What should we do now, Captain? The zombies behind them continued their relentless pursuit. None among the group could serve as the main force that in such a dire situation. They could not simply concede defeat. The zombies extended their claws, advancing rapidly, leaving long gashes on the vehicle's body. Another zombie leaped onto the hood, pressing down heavily, its fists raised, eager to shatter the windshield. Yin Shu had no choice but to reverse, using inertia to throw the zombies off. However, this choice inadvertently fell into the zombies' trap. Those waiting behind seized the rear of the vehicle. One punctured a tire, while another leaped onto the roof, bouncing and hammering down. Yin Shu decisively drew her gun. Without her abilities, she remained one of District 10's finest. She kicked open the car door, sending the zombie clinging to it flying, firing several shots into the zombie's head. With agile movements, she retrieved a grenade from her waist, unhesitatingly tossing it towards the zombies, awakening the once quiet Yangzi. Captain, be careful. Yin aimed her gun at the zombies. But unfortunately, the gun was devoid of bullets. As the relentless zombies lunged towards Yin Shu, a vine swiftly ensnared the creature's waist, yanking it aside as flames engulfed it. A marble was hurled into the air, and from within it, countless needles shot forth, driving the zombies back, preventing them from advancing. Qi Wan, Gulin, Mo-E, and Yin's faces illuminated with astonishment. Without indulging in unnecessary chatter, Qi Wan urged them to hastily board the vehicle. Mo-E and Gulin trailed behind, and the car sped away, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. What are the others? Where are we headed? Qi Wan had no time to respond. She executed a drift to shake off the pursuing zombies. Accelerating towards the woods, slipping into the protective embrace of the trees just as the zombies were about to pounce. The undead halted outside the perimeter, howling in rage, as if venting their frustrations. Once the vehicle came to a stop, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief, and Qi Wan finally seized the opportunity to address their earlier inquiry. We were separated by the sandstorm. Yin Shu gazed at the sudden appearance of the woods amidst the desert, his eyes brimming with confusion. How could this be? This is a remnant left by Sister Ning. Mo-E distributed bottled water from the vehicle to Yin Shu and the others, explaining that after parting ways with the captain and the others, he awoke to find himself utterly alone. With only a car at his disposal, he had replaced the spare tire, intending to search for the captain. Along the way, he encountered a horde of zombies and, in a moment of panic, darted into this grove, which the zombies dared not enter. After they departed, he discovered this grove was indeed a legacy of Sister Ning. Having spent considerable time with Qin Ning, he recalled that every seed she planted exuded a unique fragrance upon maturation, which this grove possessed. Moreover, after meeting Qi Wan and Gulin, he learned of Sister Ning through their conversations, further solidifying his suspicions. However, how did you return? Qi Wan inquired, voicing her curiosity. They had originally intended to search for the captain in the sinkhole, but unexpectedly encountered Yin Shu along the way. Upon realizing this, Yin Shu divulged everything he knew. You mean to say this is all a conspiracy? Ji Duo orchestrated this to eliminate the captain, and Suzhou Mo-E was the first to react, springing to her feet in indignation. How shameless. It's merely because he has consistently lost to the captain. Indeed, such narrow-mindedness. And there's another crucial matter. Li Su's current situation is perilous. The wind outside howled louder, and the zombies once again concealed themselves beneath the swirling sands. The vehicle's radio continued to broadcast. Recently, numerous reports of missing persons have emerged from Yangzipo to ensure public safety. Yangzipo will be cordoned off starting today, October 9, 2x38, Morning News Report. Huangshi's amber eyes glinted with a golden sheen as she raised her hand to silence the vehicle's radio, her countenance darkening with ferocity. Drive faster. Yulan, the one behind the wheel, remained silent, her eyes clouded, but upon hearing Huang Shi's command, she pressed the accelerator to the floor. Why hasn't Tishi awakened yet? Is she that person? With her presence, success is assured. Rest easy. She will not perish. Qin Ning was overwhelmed by a cacophony of sounds, her head feeling as though it were weighed down by an immense burden, rendering her in a haze. She was awake. Dr. Yang. She has regained consciousness. A flurry of hurried, disordered footsteps approached, and blinding light shone upon Qin Ning's face, compelling her to furrow her brow and lower her eyelids. It is good that she is awake. Commence the procedure. The woman's voice was as cold as an unfeeling machine, and the staff behind her advanced, preparing to draw blood. Just as the needle was about to pierce Qin Ning's skin, she instinctively raised her hand and forcefully shoved the person to the ground, unsteadily rising to her feet. Capture her! The surrounding individuals lunged forward to seize her, but Qin Ning struggled fiercely, refusing to allow them to come closer. Dr. Yang, despite her severe injuries, she regained consciousness merely hours later and is even capable of resistance. This indicates her healing abilities are exceptionally rare. As long as she is present, there is no fear that the experiment will fail. Increase the dosage. Still insufficient. Increase the dosage further. Open her chest. It is said that as long as her crystal remains intact, she cannot die. Her only remaining value lies in the crystal in her chest. Once it is removed, the final payment will be transferred to your account. Familiar voices echoed in Qin Ning's mind, the chilling tones seeping deep into her bones, accompanied by waves of pain coursing through her body as if her chest were being excavated. It hurts so much. Li Su, I am in such pain. Qin Ning's complexion turned ashen, her blood feeling as though it had been frozen, and darkness enveloped her vision as she collapsed once more. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to glimpse a crow perched on a withered tree outside the laboratory, its caw echoing in her ears, caw-caw. What is happening? The woman's eyes were filled with chilling malice. Hui Xin, cease this. What are you saying? Yang Hui Xin slapped the man's face sharply. Zheng Jian, listen closely. If you do not rescue Tian, I will. Dr. Yang. Zheng Bo is merely reluctant to intervene. The man adjusted his glasses, placing a hand on Yang Hui Xin's shoulder. Dr. Yang, Tian is your and Dr. Yang's daughter, and also my goddaughter. Rest assured, we will exhaust every possible means to save her. Chun Tian's face bore sorrow, yet his eyes concealed excitement. He was deeply curious about the surprises Qin Ning could bring him, and he could hardly wait to study her. Zheng Jian gazed at his daughter's silhouette within the glass chamber, lowering his gaze as he left the laboratory alone, tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. It is said that Zheng Bo loves flowers and plants more than his wife and daughters. And seeing this now, it truly seemed to be the case. Jiang Su, holding a beer, leaned against a Roman column with a mocking glint in his eyes. Zheng Jian halted his movements, frowning as he scrutinized the beer in Jiang Su's hand. Are you not aware that drinking is prohibited in the Research Institute? Jiang Su chuckled lightly. I am not one of you from the Research Institute. Chapter 139. I am a reasonable person. Zheng Jian could not comprehend the man before him, nor could he fathom why he was so obedient to Qin Tian. His gaze was intensely penetrating, and Jiang Su frowned, clearly unamused by being scrutinized. Dr. Zheng, you need not regard me with such eyes. I know what you are thinking. He downed the beer in one gulp, stating, what I value most is money. If Zheng Bo is willing to pay, I might be of service to you. He waved his hand dismissively and sauntered away leisurely. Zheng Jian furrowed his brow, gripping the water jug tightly, his expression inscrutable. He was enveloped in deep confusion, the anguished cries from the laboratory echoing in his ears, the heart-wrenching sounds creating a nightly cacophony that robbed him of sleep. Old Zheng, are you still unable to harden your heart? Chun Tian stepped forward, offering a cigarette to Zheng Jian. Smoking is prohibited in the laboratory. You remain as rigid as ever. He shrugged, lighting the cigarette himself. Old Zheng, you need not feel uneasy. Great responsibilities are bestowed upon exceptional individuals. The blood flowing through these people possesses healing abilities. If our experiment succeeds, it could save not only Tian, but all of humanity. This would be a boon for society. He sprinkled ash from the cigarette onto the leaves of a spider plant. earnestly observing Zheng Jian. Did we not enter the research institute with the dream of benefiting humanity? He placed a hand on Zheng Jian's shoulder, reassuring him that as long as the outcome aligns with our desires, the process is of little consequence. He stubbed the cigarette in a flower pot, exhaling smoke towards Zheng Jian's face, the haze obscuring his true visage. He patted Zheng Jian's shoulder, urging him to think of Tian, to think of his sister-in-law. With that, he withdrew his hand, leaving Zheng Jian alone. Daddy, you will surely save me, right? Daddy, Tian truly resembles you. Tian, I will always love you, Daddy. Zheng Jian, tormented, clutched his head, crouching on the ground. His conscience screamed at him not to proceed. Yet the bond of blood compelled him. Tian is waiting for him in the dim dungeon. A bucket of water splashed onto Li Su's face, forcing him to open his eyes. You are awake? Li Su, still disoriented, felt a hand constricting his neck as a knife sliced open his shirt. With the buttons falling away, his chest muscles were revealed, the blade gliding down to his chest, crimson droplets staining the silver blade. What do you intend to do? Li Su's expression was laden with malice, while the hands behind him struggled to sever the ropes binding him with a shard of glass. Jiang Su raised an eyebrow, remaining silent before licking the blood that dripped from the blade. Su managed to break free from his restraints, delivering a powerful blow to Jiang Su's neck, the force causing Jiang Su to falter. Dropping the knife to the ground, Su swiftly advanced, kicking up the knife and lunging toward Jiang Su's vital point. Just as the blade was about to pierce Jiang Su's body, a powerful force struck his head. Akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at him, Su bit his tongue, blood flowing from the wound. Jiang Su staggered, his expression shifting, and he immediately retracted his attack. He's gone mad. He stepped forward, attempting to grasp Li Su, but just as his hand reached out, Li Su unexpectedly shoved him away, forcibly breaking his right arm to reclaim the knife, plunging it into Jiang Su's left shoulder, demanding, "How did you accomplish this?" He was utterly convinced that the prior attack exuded his own essence. "What have you done to me?" He attempted to summon the crystal within him, but it remained dormant. Where is Qin Ning? Before losing consciousness, he had used a mental lock to bind himself to Qin Ning. No one but him could unlock it. Jiang Su gritted his teeth, although the bleeding from the wound was not fatal. It rendered him immobile. Truly, the ace of District 10. He chuckled softly. May I ask which question Captain Li would prefer I answer first? Where is Qin Ning? Li Su drew his knife, pressing it menacingly against his throat, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. Upon meeting Li Su's profound gaze, Jiang Su could not help but withdraw his previously nonchalant demeanor. Severely injured yet able to regain his mobility in such a brief span, and under mental duress, he had successfully escaped and launched a counterattack. That was the essence of fourth-tier power, and no wonder. When he absorbed Li Su's energy moments ago, the crystal within him felt an unprecedented fullness. Captain Li, I advise you to prioritize your own safety. Qin Ning still held value for the doctor and was unlikely to perish, but your fate is far less certain. After all, we have made a deal with someone. There are those who wish for your demise. Li Su's blade swiftly grazed his neck. This was no mere jest. Jiang Su concentrated his strength, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, Li Su's nerves faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Su pushed Li Su aside, evading the knife, and plunged his own blade into Li Su's shoulder, kicking him back. Damn it, lunatic! You disregard all codes of the underworld. Jiang Su chuckled coldly as he advanced, withdrawing his knife. Your disregard for rules matters not. I, however, am a man of principle. He produced a vial of blood from his pocket, taking a measured sip. Instantly, dark patterns illuminated his neck, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Not only was Li Su astonished, but even Jiang Su himself marveled at the astonishing healing prowess of Qin Ning, a true paragon among the elite. What have you done to Qin Ning? Upon hearing this, Jiang Su hastily waved his hands, feigning innocence. I have done nothing to her. I merely took a vial of her blood as compensation. As I mentioned, I am a man of my word. Since you have inquired, I shall divulge the answers to the 3 questions you posed earlier. He raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. My ability allows me to replicate the powers of others. I merely took a drop of your blood. Your inability to wield your powers stems from the doctor's use of an inhibitor, AS for Qin Ning. She is currently locked away in the Central Control Laboratory. Jiangsu observed the scrutiny and speculation in Li Su's eyes, unable to suppress a laugh. I have no need to deceive you. I am a mercenary for hire, should you desire my assistance. It can be arranged, provided the price is right. I could easily switch sides. He glanced at his watch. And if you ever need my services, remember to seek me out. My rates are fair, and if you frequent my services, perhaps I can offer you a friendly discount. Su regarded the seemingly deranged Jiangsu with a glint of malice hidden deep within his eyes. Leaning against the wall, break the door. He shattered a crystal of replication within himself, and now, with his power suppressed, he feared he would be unable to escape this predicament anytime soon. His communication device remained inoperative. He was unaware of Qin Ning's condition. The whereabouts of the others, or the identity of the person Jiangsu had mentioned who sought his death. Awake. Welcome to my laboratory, my dear little mouse. I have awaited your arrival. Chapter 140. I am eager to see what sets your abilities apart. Chun Tian, we meet again, his amber eyes fixated on him, the intensity of his hatred piquing his interest. She was indeed a fascinating individual, which only heightened his excitement. He raised his hand, and an assistant stepped forward, hastening to inject Qin Ning with medication. Qin Ning retaliated by striking her head against him, leaving him dazed and sprawling on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ning stood up, grabbed the syringe from the floor, and swiftly plunged it into his neck before he could react. Chun Tian's eyes flickered with realization. In just one day, such severe injuries had healed. Her healing ability among the healers was truly extraordinary. This only fueled his curiosity to uncover what made her so unique. As he watched Qin Ning charge forward, his eyes hardened. He snatched a syringe from the table, sidestepping to evade her punch, and seized her hair, compelling her to bow her head. With the other hand, he drove the syringe deep into her neck. Qin Ning retaliated with a knife aimed at Chun Tian's hand, in order to evade the blade. Chun Tian had to pull away her hair, creating distance between them. Where did you get that knife? Chun Tian's eyes widened in shock. Qin Ning reached out, but a wave of dizziness swept over her. As if her strength had been sapped away, the knife slipped from her grip, and her legs weakened, leaving her crumpled on the floor. Qin Ning was all too familiar with this sensation. Just as Jiangsu entered, he witnessed Chun Tian ordering Qin Ning, unconscious, to be placed on the operating table. He donned surgical attire and washed his hands, the lights of the operating room shining down on Qin Ning as an assistant prepared to administer the medication. The movements were swift. Jiangsu leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at Chun Tian. And don't forget about the other individual. How shall we proceed? At that moment, Chun Tian was too engrossed in Qin Ning's situation to concern himself with trivial matters. Do as you please. I am focused solely on Qin Ning. He deftly unfastened her clothing, positioning the scalpel above her heart. As the blade penetrated 3 inches, blood gushed forth. The crystal within Qin Ning sensed the anomaly in her body and reacted promptly. In the split second that blood flowed from the wound, it began to heal. Chun Tian was momentarily taken aback, the scalpel hanging limply in midair. Chunbo, this? He gestured for his assistant to mix an inhibitor into the medication. He was eager to discover just how far Qin Ning's abilities could extend. After the substance was injected into Qin Ning, Chun Tian once more lowered the scalpel, this time driving it down another 3 inches. Blood erupted forth, rapidly soaking her garments. Qin Ning's vital indicators plummeted, her heart rate dwindling to 30. Chunbo and Chun Tian began to panic, questioning whether they had been too brutal, just as he prepared to instruct an antidote to be administered. The flow of blood from Qin Ning's wound lessened, and the injury began to heal. Merely minutes later, her wounds had returned to their original state, eliciting a look of delight on Chun Tian's face, excitement bubbling within him. Once more, the assistant increased the dosage, their anticipation mounting to see what astonishing revelation Qin Ning would unveil. Chun Tian plunged the scalpel down once more, and as blood spurted from her chest, it splattered across his face. The instruments displayed alarming declines, vital signs dropping to single digits. Her body growing increasingly cold, stained crimson, while her face, which should have been radiant, appeared ghostly pale. Chun Bo, should we halt? At this moment, Chun Tian's expression bore no trace of fear. He grasped a nearby clamp, placing it firmly over Qin Ning's wound, determined to impede her healing. He was intent on witnessing how she would showcase her extraordinary regeneration. As long as the crystal remained intact, her self-healing ability would not falter. Once she completed the first phase, they could inject her with the zombie virus, ushering her into the second phase, and one he had encountered had survived the first phase. He hoped Qin Ning would not disappoint him. Jiangsu quietly observed Chun Tian's frenzied antics, lamenting the blood that spurted forth. For Qin Ning's blood was his most potent healing elixir. Such an ability was enviable. If only he could collaborate with her. It might prove to be a lucrative venture. Suddenly, the laboratory door burst open, startling Jiangsu from his reverie. Zheng Jian rushed in, urgency in his eyes, upon seeing Qin Ning on the operating table. His pace quickened. Chun Tian, cease this madness. If it continues, someone will die. Chun Tian was disinclined to even glance at him. Jiangsu, how delightful to see you. He stepped forward, blocking Zheng Jian's path. You had best stop this. Jiangsu, if this continues, someone will perish, Zheng Jian implored, attempting to sway Jiangsu. Apologies, but I have principles. I am a man of business. Qin Tian completed the final step, discarding his gloves and gesturing for his assistant to tend to Qin Ning. He took a wet wipe and leisurely cleaned the blood from his face. He placed a hand on Zheng Jian's shoulder, whispering in his ear, Old Zheng, you underestimate Qin Ning's abilities. She is no ordinary person. Had she been like any other healer, she would have perished long ago. With her presence, we need no longer adhere to our previous conservative methods. If she can endure our three-phase experiment, Tian will survive. And she will return to us. He turned Zheng Jian's hand, pointing to Tian's body. Consider how young Tian is. She deserves a beautiful life. His voice carried an almost hypnotic quality, and upon seeing Tian's figure, Zheng Jian's grip slackened, his gaze falling. The silence bore testament to his decision. Indeed, old Zheng, you are correct. The dead are merely strangers, but the living is your daughter. He beckoned to his assistant to hand Zheng Jian the latest experimental data. Old Zheng, you must gather your strength. Tian awaits your return. We require your abilities. Your swift analysis will serve as assistance, will it not? Zheng Jian's eyes held no glimmer as he grasped the data and turned to depart. Jiangsu could not help but applaud the brainwashing efficacy of Chun Tian's words. The show had concluded. Why linger? Jiangsu, go retrieve those individuals from Area 3 for me. Jiangsu raised an eyebrow, dismissing him with a wave. That requires extra payment. Such labor was thankless. Perhaps it was time to meet with Li Su, for his beloved was enduring such torment here. He would undoubtedly wish to negotiate. This was a deal that promised to be utterly profitable. Chapter 141. You have arrived. The guests are here. The progenitor zombie, its blood-soaked visage suddenly breaking into a sinister smile, decisively discarded the somewhat stale corpse it had been holding. The zombies below, bewildered, gazed up at the progenitor, utterly perplexed by the expression that had crossed its face. Of course, with their hollow minds occupied solely with the instinct to bite and devour, they could not comprehend. The progenitor zombie wiped the bloodstains from its hands, while the throng of zombies awaited its command. A gust of wind swept through, and when they lifted their heads once more, the progenitor had vanished without a trace. Each of them touched their heads, their vacant gazes scanning the surroundings. Qi Wan observed the zombies burrowing into the earth and began to organize their supplies and equipment, preparing to set off once again. They had yet to receive any news of their captain or the others. And coupled with the information gleaned from Yin Shu regarding Ji Duo's plans, it was imperative for them to hasten their pace and locate their captain before Ji Duo's men arrived. As the vehicle rolled out of the woods, they tied red ribbons to the trees, a signal for their captain should he happen to see it. Night gradually descended, and the windswept sands surged from the distance, enveloping the landscape in a cloud of yellow dust, a foreboding atmosphere settling in. Here it comes. Qi Wan's countenance grew grave. The onset of the sandstorm boded ill. The occupants of the vehicle were on high alert. Should they encounter the earlier horde of zombies, there might still be a chance for survival. but against the previous monstrosities, the odds of escaping unscathed were exceedingly slim. Qi extended a vine out through the vehicle's crevice, probing into the sandy terrain, venturing towards the direction of the storm. The deeper she delved, the more her eyes reflected her growing unease. What could this mean? What is happening? Lin, sensing her distress, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, the crystals within him beginning to stir in preparation. Even Mo extended vines to encircle their waists, ensuring they would not be swept away by the oncoming tempest. I cannot sense the zombies, she declared, and immediately tension gripped the group. The inability to detect them was far from reassuring. It implied they might be walking into a trap. That entity was cunning, adept at achieving its objectives with minimal casualties. Yanshu hesitated to deploy her abilities, fearing the recurrence of prior inexplicable phenomena that had transpired since her connection with Li Su had been severed. This place is no longer safe, she resolved, turning the vehicle around, but it was already too late. The swirling sands encircled them, and Yishuang commanded the very earth to rise, erecting towering walls of soil beside their vehicle. Qiwan and Mo clasped hands tightly, their shared affinity for the wood element and years of camaraderie allowing them to merge their powers. Great vines erupted from the ground behind them, enveloping the vehicle entirely, their massive roots bracing against the earthen wall, striving to stave off the advancing storm. They recognized this as the precursor to the imminent arrival of the creature. Daylight appeared to be devoured by night, a chilling bloodlust sweeping towards them, sending shivers down their spines. The air was taut with tension as four whirlpools resembling portals formed in the sky, a figure emerging, drawing nearer with each step amidst the swirling sands to its ear. Lin had scarcely uttered the words when a sandstorm projectile erupted from one of the portals, hurtling towards them. The sunroof of the vehicle opened, and Lin leaped up, slicing through the projectile with his blade infused with Song Yin's powers, the fusion effortlessly repelling the oncoming assault. Yet if it were that simple, they would not be feeling such dread. Four portals simultaneously released sandstorm projectiles aimed at Lin, who decisively countered, shattering each one. The frequency of their emergence quickened, allowing them to fluidly navigate through the portals and reappear from a different angle. Lin retrieved a glass sphere from his waist, hurling it at the projectiles. Within it were Mo's stored pine needles, which scattered as a fireball followed closely behind, his vines yanking them back. In the next moment, as he sealed the sunroof, a tremendous explosion shook the space, obliterating all the sandstorm projectiles, just as they thought relief was in sight, for colossal hands of earth suddenly emerged from the portals. Qin Ning and Mo coordinated their vines to scale the hands. Striving to restrain their movements, He Lian brandished a mantis blade, leaping atop the sandy hands, his strikes landing fiercely, but Lin's fireball was swallowed by the hand's grasp. The two other massive hands aimed to ensnare He Lian. Be careful! They attempted to pull He Lian back, but another sandy hand severed their vines. Sister! Yishuang cried out in desperation, but Yanshu seized her, locking onto the four hands with her mental domain. Qiwan's vines seized the opportunity, binding around her waist and pulling her back. Sister! Yishuang embraced He Lian, her eyes shimmering with tears. Had it not been for their captain, her sister might have sustained grave injuries. Having sensed no mental assault, Yanshu confirmed that she and Li Su would not interfere with one another. The crystals within her began to resonate, unleashing a formidable wave of psychic energy that targeted the four sandy hands. Countless blades of psychic energy converged in the sky, hurtling towards them with a wrathful intensity, their strength more formidable than ever before. Be cautious. The enormous vines encircled them tightly, and with a deafening crash, the four sandy hands erupted in a violent explosion, sending a storm of sandy fragments their way. The chill in the air intensified as a tremendous force bore down upon them, breaching the earthen walls. Yishuang attempted to recover, but the overwhelming pressure forced her to cough up blood. The formless hands grasped the outer vines, ruthlessly tearing them apart. Oe and She were violently thrown back into the vehicle, blood surging in their throats as they coughed up crimson. Qiwan, shielded by Song Yin's crystals, sustained lesser injuries, but Mo fell unconscious, her powers completely depleted. Yanshu's mental domain sought to lock onto this new threat. Yet before she could establish control, the immense force overwhelmed her, rendering her momentarily unconscious. A figure emerged from the storm. Qin Ning's brow furrowed in disbelief. She had not anticipated encountering such peril on a mere outing from the base. And regret washed over her. Gu Lin shielded her, clutching the crystal tightly. In this dire situation, he was left with no choice but to fight for their lives. "You have arrived." The figure's lips curled into a smile before vanishing from their view. With its disappearance, the sky regained its luminescence. Gu Lin stood in a daze, his eyes reflecting shock and confusion. What did the phrase "you have arrived" truly signify? "We must leave at once," Qin Ning urged Gu Lin, emphasizing the necessity of departing this place now that the entity had retreated. The vehicle halted at the end of the road, Yulan staring vacantly at Huan Shi, who, with a snap of her fingers, collapsed into her seat. Huan Shi glanced at the swirling sands outside, her brow furrowed, before opening the car door. Just as she stepped out, a figure reeking of blood materialized before her. "Seeking to meet you is rather arduous," the progenitor zombie rasped, its voice laced with temptation, fixing its gaze on the diminutive figure before it, its tongue licking the bloodied lips. Huan Shi merely cast a fleeting glance at it, her eyes flashing with a golden glimmer. As she focused, an overwhelming pressure immediately forced the progenitor zombie to its knees. It struggled to rise, but found itself powerless to move, compelled to kneel in submission, though unwillingness was etched across its face. She advanced slowly towards the progenitor zombie and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap that "if you wish to meet me, you ought to come personally. There is no need for such elaborate schemes." The progenitor zombie wiped the blood from its mouth, chuckling softly. "Were it not for my efforts, I fear I would not have been able to summon you." Since its evolution, it had sensed her presence, and to test whether she was indeed as he suspected. It had previously instantiated a high-level zombie in H City, turning it into a semi-zombie king to collaborate with human ability users, all to ascertain her identity. She had not disappointed him. Upon learning of her arrival in District 10, he had begun his machinations, leading others to draw her closer. Huan Shi was unperturbed by the potential threat to her safety. She beckoned him with her fingers, compelling his body to move in accordance with her will. Stepping upon the progenitor zombie's back, she leaped onto the hood of the vehicle. With a swift motion, she sent the progenitor hurtling away, crashing heavily into a sandpit. She was well aware of his intentions. Yet she would not allow him to have his way. The progenitor zombie crawled out of the sandpit, spitting out the grains, confirming her reputation as unpredictable, just as the rumors suggested. "Since you have awakened, why linger among humans? Do not forget who you are." Huan Shi delivered another slap, sending him back into the sandpit. "My decisions are not subject to your jurisdiction." She leaped down, striding forward to seize the progenitor's neck, forcefully driving him into the sandpit once more. "Listen carefully. You would do well to keep your hands off my people, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you and replace you with a new progenitor." With that, she cast the progenitor aside. "Take my words to heart." Turning on her heel, she swiftly returned to the vehicle, rousing Yulan to drive them back. The progenitor's face twisted in rage as he spat out sand. Glaring furiously at Huan Shi's departing figure, a traitor in his midst, in the wind. Another slap struck the progenitor zombie's face, sending its teeth flying and a spurt of blood splattering onto the sand. Jiangsu produced a yellow-haired mouse from nearby, whispering into its ear before opening the cage. The mouse leaped into the yellow sands, electricity crackling in its wake. Soon, the yellow-furred rat emerged from the yellow sands, scurrying towards the nearby poplar tree. Observing this, the individuals behind hurried forward and indeed discovered 5 men from District 3 in the sandy pit beneath the poplar. They retrieved their tools and began to excavate the men from their entrapment. "Master Jiang, all the individuals are here." Jiangsu cast a glance at the 5 men on the ground. Crouching before 3 of the men, he lifted their garments to reveal that their wounds had indeed healed. These men had been grievously injured by them. Yet Qin Ning had managed to heal all 3 simultaneously. It seemed he had underestimated Qin Ning's abilities. If that were the case, he would need to seriously contemplate collaborating with Li Su. "Take them back." "Yes, Master Jiang." His subordinates commenced loading the individuals onto the vehicle. Just as they were about to depart, a bullet struck the windshield with a sharp crack. Jiangsu swiftly pressed the driver's head down, a wall of earth materializing before him to block the pursuing bullet. Engage! He kicked the car door open, dispelling the earthen barrier, and surveyed his surroundings. Raising his hand, he took a sip of Li Su's blood, and black veins appeared on his neck. The bullet was hurtling towards his vital point. Just as it approached within his mental domain, the bullet froze in mid-air. Jiangsu coldly regarded the suspended bullet, grasped it in his hand, and upon seeing the pattern etched upon it, he hurled it away. Moments after being cast off, the bullet detonated mid-air. It was Li Su's be cautious. A gust of wind swept through, and a figure materialized before them, gun aimed squarely at Jiangsu. Jiangsu reached out to seize the assailant, but their speed was too swift. Just as he extended his hand, a knife plunged into his abdomen. Jiangsu staggered back, once more employing his mental prowess to lock down the entire situation. The figure under siege revealed itself to the crowd. It was the captain's mental energy. Su Wu sensed the situation immediately, a murderous intent flashing across his face. Jiangsu clutched his wound, consumed Qin Ning's blood, and watched as the injury healed at a visible pace. A figure emerged from the shadows. Qin Yin, his expression cold as he adjusted his glasses. Is Li Su in your possession? The first squad of Li Su? I have heard much about them. This person before me is exceedingly clever, indeed, and Qin Ning is also in your grasp. Jiangsu's eyes brightened, a smile spreading across his face. Precisely, I have long been aware of your intelligence. Care to guess who else I hold? Qin Yin patted Su Wu's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. He fixed his gaze on Jiangsu, cold light flickering in his eyes, but he slowly removed his glasses, producing a cloth from his pocket to wipe them. Yet he remarked, "But you are quite foolish." Jiangsu had yet to comprehend the meaning of this statement when a bullet pierced through his heart. Blood gushed forth from his chest, staining his garments almost instantaneously. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, the individuals trailing behind him gasping in shock before abandoning the vehicle and fleeing in panic. Su Wan and Kai Tu emerged from the shadows. Deputy, this person, Qin Yin waved his hand, swiftly moving forward to open the car door, reaching inside to feel for their pulses, letting out a sigh of relief. Deputy, the captain and Sister Ning are currently in their possession. Qin Yin had no intention of proceeding with that plan. He glanced at the fallen Jiangsu and instructed Su Wan to bind him, taking him to the Butterfly Valley. Qin Ning had previously traveled with Qi Wan and the others, meaning they would likely head to the Butterfly Valley as soon as they awakened. Qin Yin was well aware of Qin Ning's formidable healing abilities, as well as Li Su's capabilities. He cast a glance at Jiangsu, who was seated behind in the car, instructing Kai Tu to search him. Upon discovering vials of blood concealed on his person, it confirmed his suspicions. This fellow's abilities relied on the replication of others' powers through blood. However, he speculated that the replicated abilities would have a time limit. Qinbo, the individual's vital signs have returned to normal. Should we increase the dosage? Chapter 143. Bury him. He has awakened. Jiangsu suddenly realized he was bound to a tree, astonished that they had not discarded him as a corpse, but had instead taken him along. Indeed, a rarity. Why would you think to bring a dead man like me along? Qin Yin did not respond directly to his query, focused intently on the computer beside him. Since earlier, he had noticed that the magnetic field in this area seemed altered, allowing the communication devices to reconnect. With a slight modification, they could re-establish contact with the outside world. Although it remained uncertain what had interfered with the magnetic field, it was not the most pressing matter at hand. Hello! 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 Jiangsu exclaimed in frustration, feeling as though he was being ignored. Su Wan approached with a swift blow. Enough with the chatter. Jiangsu felt unjustly treated. If they had taken him away without asking questions, he could scarcely fathom their motives. Hello, deputy? Yes. Upon receiving the deputy's communication, He felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! We can finally make contact. Deputy, I am with Qi Wan, Gulin, and Captain Yanshu's team. All right, I will send you the location now. You must come over immediately." Understood. Once Qin Yin had completed the arrangements, he glanced at the battered Jiangsu, donned white gloves, and frowned slightly before stepping forward to pull aside his garments. Hey. Jiangsu protested. His words cut short as his clothing was stripped away, that Qin Ning examined the wounds on his body, confirming his suspicions. Yet he needed further understanding. He wanted to ascertain how long the replicated abilities would last and how much power he could gain from another. Taking the knife from Su Wan, he aimed once more towards Jiang Su's heart. "Stop!" Jiang Su shouted, drenched in sweat from Qin Ning's reckless behavior. If he were to stab down, he would surely perish. "It seems the time has come." Qin Ning withdrew the knife, sitting before him. "Jiang Su, speak the truth." Jiang Su wore a look of relief at having survived, pondering the madness of District 11. He cautiously retrieved a hidden blade from his pocket, gingerly cutting through the ropes, binding him. "I advise you against any sudden movements." Qin Ning's voice was cold, and in the next instant, Su Wan stepped forward, seizing the blade from Jiang Su's hand. "To dare make a move beneath the deputy's nose, you have quite the audacity. In all of District 11, no one dared to offend the deputy. His methods were varied and elusive, and no one could defend against them. The deputy was particularly adept at seeing through people's hearts, leaving no subtle expression unnoticed. "Bury him." Qin Ning stood up, exposed to the blazing sun, feeling uncomfortable all over. He quickly boarded the vehicle, reclining his seat, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to rest. Hey. Jiang Su had never witnessed such a style of operation before. "No. You are serious." Su Wan and Su Wu ignored him, unceremoniously lowering him from the tree and binding him with restraining cuffs that suppressed his powers. Kai Tu retrieved a shovel and began digging a large pit nearby. "No. Please, let us discuss this amicably." He attempted to twist his wrist, but a needle-like device embedded itself into his skin, and he could no longer feel the crystal within him. In that moment, he felt as though he had reverted to a time before the apocalypse, becoming an utterly ordinary individual. This power-suppressing cuff was unlike the serum Chun Bo had given him. The serum merely temporarily numbed the crystal, while this seemed to incapacitate the brain's nerves, rendering him unable to perceive the crystal's existence in his subconscious. That the not struggle. The deputy's devices cannot be undone by anyone but him. Su Wan delivered a kick, sending him tumbling into the pit. Kai Tu began shoveling dirt over him. "I say, you must be curious about Li Su and Qin Ning's current status. If you release me, I will tell you." Kai Tu glanced at Qin Ning in the vehicle, then returned his gaze to the pit, continuing to shovel dirt. "No, I said I will reveal everything. Don't you want to know?" Jiang Su felt he was losing his sanity. What was wrong with these people? Were they truly Li Su's comrades? Why did they show no concern for his well-being? As dusk approached, the temperature around them steadily dropped, and the evening breeze began to stir. Everyone boarded the vehicle. "He has awoken." Su Zhou regained consciousness and met Qin Ning's gaze, instinctively glancing around and feeling a sense of relief upon seeing his companions nearby. "District 3, Su Zhou." Qin Ning of District 11. He nodded slightly. "You are Qin Ning. I have heard much about you. I did not expect our meeting to occur under such circumstances, and no need for pleasantries." A beam of light illuminated their area as an off-road vehicle halted before them. A familiar figure stepped out. The deputy, Moe, rushed forward, ready for a warm embrace, but upon encountering a head protruding from the dirt, she screamed in fright and dove into Su Wan's arms. "Goodness, what is this?" Jiang Su, with only his head exposed to the sun all afternoon and the wind all night, felt too exhausted to speak. The people of District 11 were indeed mad. Utterly as the headlights shone upon him, Qi Wan finally recognized the person in the pit. How did this man offend the deputy to warrant being buried? It has been ages since the deputy buried anyone. Since we are gathered, certain matters must be resolved swiftly. Qin Ning stepped out of the vehicle. "That we have secured the individuals from District 3. Although the communication devices are operational now, there is no guarantee when they might fail again. Therefore, Yin Shu, I hope you will escort your team to District 11 immediately." Yin Shu nodded slightly, acknowledging Qin Ning's words. "And what of Li Su? What about Qin Ning?" Upon hearing the name Qin Ning, Qin Xian instinctively lifted her head. Her purpose for this journey was precisely for Qin Ning and Li Su. Qin Yin slightly shook his head, stating that they would escort the captain and Qin Ning back. Yin Shu was aware of Qin Yin's capabilities, and presently, this was the only feasible course of action. However, he cautioned them to exercise utmost caution. Su Zhou, extending a handshake to Qin Yin, quietly expressed his gratitude. He then led the personnel from District 3 onto Yin Shu's vehicle. Yin Shu nodded at Qin Yin and proceeded to pull Qin Xin towards the car, eager to leave. Yet, Qin Xin was unwilling to depart. If she left now, all her prior efforts would dissolve into nothingness, which was not her desire. I shall remain. I am the only healer at present. And once you take action, you will still need me. Qin Yin shook his head, asserting that given the risks involved, their team would not be able to protect her. The Qin family had always been protective, and he was reluctant to shoulder that troublesome burden. He pointed coldly at the buried Jiang Su. Qin Xin, discontent, attempted to protest further, but Yin Shu directly pulled her into the vehicle, complying with the order. She had already notified District 10 upon learning this. Elder Qin was furious. Chapter 144. I agreed to collaborate with you. Jiang Su wore a grim expression, glaring intensely at Qin Yin, perplexed by his intentions. Qin Yin remained silent, instead accepting a cup of hot tea from Su Wen. The biting cold winds of the desert made the warmth of the tea particularly gratifying. Without his abilities, Jiang Su, with only his head exposed, found himself freezing, even to the point of tears streaming from his nose. Have you thought it through? Do you have anything to say? Jiang Su glared fiercely. I have long since stated my intentions. You simply refuse to listen. Now, it is impossible for me to speak. Qin Yin raised an eyebrow and quietly said, Su Wen, let us depart. Understood. Jiang Su watched as they boarded the vehicle, his heart racing with anxiety. If you genuinely intend to leave, I must warn you that even with communication devices, you cannot enter that place. The IT is guarded by the progenitor zombies. Initially, Qin Tian made a deal with them, which is why District 10 has sent numerous expeditions, yet failed to locate them, and no one who has entered has ever returned alive. Qin Yin's eyes darkened as he raised his hand, instructing others to extract him. If you wish to survive, you must answer my questions truthfully. He had Su Wen provide Jiang Su with a coat to prevent him from freezing to death, rendering their efforts futile. How long can you utilize the powers you have replicated, and how many abilities can you replicate at once? Jiang Su hurriedly donned the clothing and seized the hot tea from Su Wen. Gulping it down to warm his body, he had not anticipated that Qin Yin would inquire about his situation rather than that of Li Su and Qin Ning. However, he knew that, seeing Jiang Su's silence, Qin Yin did not press him. If you remain silent, I can conduct experiments. You are well aware of the fate of lab rats. Jiang Su could not deny his understanding, having witnessed countless bodies taken from their research facility. The methods employed by those wretched beings were unbearable even for healers, let alone for him. Are you truly that curious? Are you not afraid I might lie, at this moment, to save his life? He was forced to navigate this precarious situation, hoping that the yellow-haired rat would bring help soon. If this continued, he would eventually be done in by the people of District 10. Qin Yin gestured, and Su Wu retrieved a cage from the back, revealing a yellow-haired rat inside. Jiang Su's heart trembled. He had been so discreet. How had they discovered him? Remember, it is best to be honest in my presence. At that moment, Jiang Su genuinely experienced the might of a mental ability user. Clenching his fists, he replied with a hint of arrogance. This is private information. I can exchange it for other intel. For instance, Li Su is gravely injured and without medical attention, or Qin Ning currently lies on the operating table, her life hanging by a thread. Alternatively, I could divulge the secrets of the progenitor zombies. Qin Yin had no intention of extracting the answers he sought from Jiang Su's lips. What exactly are you all doing? Qin Yin knew that Jiang Su had no reason to lie at this moment. The conditions of Qin Ning and Li Su were far more perilous than he had imagined. Jiang Su waved his hand, admitting that he could not decipher Qin Tian's motives either. However, since he was keen on making a deal with Li Su, he might as well do District 10 a favor beforehand. The laboratory is indeed for research. I am merely an enforcer and am not privy to the experimental details. However, I must clarify that Li Su's condition is precarious. His body is operating beyond its limits, compounded by the injuries from the crystal explosion. That he is still breathing is a stroke of luck. As for Qin Ning, her situation is even more dire. The research facility captures numerous healers daily. The recent infestations in District 10 were instigated to capture individuals. That I can say that any healer entering the research facility does not survive beyond 3 days, often disposed of in the depths of the zombie pit. While Qin Ning possesses formidable healing abilities, Qin Tian's methods are notoriously ruthless. Before I left, Qin Ning's chest cavity was propped open by a defibrillator. In that state, she has at most 10 hours left. Jiang Su glanced at his watch. You have 3 hours left. Time is of the essence. A bunch of idiots. Moi surged forward and landed a punch on Jiang Su. Exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" He raised his hand for another blow, and one intervened to stop Moi, for they truly were a bunch of fools. Jiang Su attempted to retaliate, but at that moment, he was no match for Moi. "This is absurd," Jiang Su shouted. "I didn't do any of this. When had he ever been in such a position?" "Moi." Qin Yin's voice cut through the chaos, prompting Su Wen to step forward and restrain Moi. "The captain and Sister Ning are still waiting for us. Lead the way." Jiang Su clutched his swollen face, casting a sinister glance at Qin Yin, baffled as to what was going on in Qin Yin's mind and why he was so certain Jiang Su would guide him. Qin Yin shot a glance at Jiang Su's resentful expression, remaining unfazed. "Jiang Su, do you not wish to cooperate?" His words jolted Jiang Su to clarity. He now suspected that Qin Yin could read his thoughts. If that were not the case, how could he always seem to guess correctly? Qin Yin pointed at the watch on his wrist. "You really should think more." A familiar voice emanated from the watch. "Jiang Su, I agree to collaborate with you as long as we can rescue Qin Ning. I will provide you with as much blood as you desire." I could see that moment. Jiang Su was truly bewildered. Who could explain to him what was happening? Why were so many people toying with him? Was it amusing? Qin Yin gazed at him with a calm demeanor and replied, "From the very beginning, I told you that the communication devices were functional." He turned and boarded the vehicle, leaving Jiang Su standing there, stunned, exposed to the harshness of the world. "Aren't you coming?" Moi had initially considered kicking him but refrained. Remembering that Sister Ning was in imminent danger in the prison, Li Su was left in a corner, neglected, as no one returned to check on him. This was Jiang Su's final instruction, for he wanted to ascertain whether Li Su could survive. His fate depended on whether he would agree to collaborate. His hands were once again bound, all his weapons confiscated, yet he could not remain idle. Qin Ning needed him. He struggled to free his hands from the tight bindings Jiang Su had devised. But no matter how he fought, they remained steadfast. In desperation, he resorted to risky maneuvers. Turning towards the wall, his arm cracked. His face paled momentarily. Fortunately, he managed to extricate his hands from the ropes. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a figure entered with food, likely at Jiang Su's behest, arriving at the perfect moment. Just as the intruder was about to call out, Li Su swiftly approached and incapacitated him with a strike. He reset his dislocated arm and cautiously exited, the watch soon transmitting the complete layout of the research facility. Qin Ning, wait for me. Chapter 145, Tian Suite is released. Gigi, are you just going to lie there? Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, remaining in her position. She knew precisely what Qin Tian intended to do to her, yet she was unclear about his ultimate objective. In her previous life, she had been tormented by inner demons, struggling daily to escape, initially in disbelief, then silently praying, followed by seething anger, and ultimately, a desire for death. It must be said that her former self had been utterly useless. Now, having been captured again and gravely injured, despite still being ensnared, she was far more prepared this time. As long as she wished, she could heal her wounds and escape. Moreover, she detected a potent stench of decay in the air, one that was particularly intense. Not typical of ordinary zombies, the magnetic field fluctuations here were palpable, and having learned from Li Su that a progenitor zombie was likely nearby, she grew increasingly suspicious should it decide to attack. They would truly become mere prey, compounded by her inherent natural power, which held a fatal allure for zombies, rendering her akin to a walking delicacy. Thus, she had to proceed with utmost caution to avoid attracting greater danger. Yet, she remained uncertain about Li Su's current situation, hoping he was safe. Qin Bo, upon hearing Qin Tian's approaching footsteps, she quickly regained her composure. Qin Tian received a report from his assistant, scrutinizing the data with a furrowed brow. What is going on? Why has there been no progress? This shouldn't be the case. Logically, her healing abilities should have met the required benchmarks by now. Could it be an issue with Zheng Jian? Has Zheng Bo been cooperating recently? Chun Bo and Zheng Bo, There is no need for further words. He is well aware of the situation. That wretched individual is back again. Despite his conscience, it appears that his daughter holds no significance for him. The experiment has progressed to this stage, and as long as Qin Ning's data is approved, the second phase will swiftly commence, bringing him closer to the success he has long yearned for. Therefore, he will not permit anyone to jeopardize it. Chun Bo and Zheng Bo's blatant non-cooperation may delay the experiment once more. The success of the antibody drug seems to require further waiting. No, he cannot afford to wait any longer. Before the apocalypse, he must obtain results. He was among the first to encounter the H3O3 virus, and he must develop an antibody that, in doing so, he will possess the means to control people's hearts. And the entire world will bow to him. Those who once looked down upon him shall receive their just deserts. Chun Tian lifted his gaze towards the cultivation solution containing Tian Tian, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tian Tian, do not blame Uncle. It is your father who insists on opposing me. I have no other choice. He signaled to his assistant, who quickly comprehended the cue and pressed the control system button, causing the water level to steadily decline. The extraction agent, derived from Qin Ning's blood, was prepared. Yes, Doctor. Chun Tian activated the button to place Qin Ning in the monitoring chamber, and everyone exited the control room. The glass door containing Tian Tian was opened, and without the cultivation solution, she began to emanate a foul odor. Qin Ning immediately realized that Tian Tian had become a zombie. Moreover, Tian Tian's condition differed significantly from that of the zombies in Furong Town. The zombies there were in the early stages of transformation, temporarily sustained by the blood and flesh of an infant, making them easier to control. However, Tian Tian was a fully matured zombie, and judging by the smell, she was likely approaching the third stage. The consequences of releasing such a creature would be dire. Qin Tian's actions were utterly vile. Nearly half of the people here were destined to become zombies. Furthermore, a progenitor zombie lurked nearby, and any disturbance would surely attract it. Did Qin Tian truly understand the gravity of his actions? Qin Ning abruptly opened her eyes, realizing she needed to resolve this matter swiftly. However, she could not utilize her natural powers in the current situation, making it challenging for a healer to confront a third-stage zombie. This is bad. This is bad. The control system has been compromised, and Tian Tian has been released. The researcher's shouts instantly roused the dormant Tian Tian, who opened her eyes wide, glinting with a bloodthirsty hue, greedily licking her lips. Unaware of the situation, a researcher opened the laboratory door. In an instant, Tian Tian lunged, her claws piercing the researcher's abdomen, intestines spilling forth as terror filled their gaze before they collapsed, blood staining the once pristine floor. Tian Tian gleefully devoured the entrails in her grasp. Her face and body smeared with blood, but her hunger remained insatiable as she dashed out of the laboratory towards the crowd. Those who had just died began to contort and transform, their black pupils turning ashen and their eyes bulging grotesquely. A newly transformed zombie emerged before the onlookers, surrounded by blood, igniting a primal frenzy within her. She let out a roar and excitedly sprinted towards the outside. The chorus of screams reached Qin Ning's ears. Time was of the essence. Such commotion would surely draw the progenitor zombie to assert its dominance. She had to eliminate Tian Tian immediately. Qin Ning swiftly withdrew the stabilizer from her chest, channeling energy through her crystal as her wounds healed at a visible pace. Since increasing the dosage, Qin Tian had refrained from administering suppressants, allowing her to recover rapidly. She retrieved a Tang Hung knife from her space and cleaved it against the lock. Just as she burst through the door, a newly transformed zombie fixated on her. Spotting the bloodstains on her clothing only heightened its frenzy, and it lunged at her. Qin Ning swiftly severed its head with a single strike. Under normal circumstances, she would have planted a seed, but given the current situation, she could not afford to do so. As she exited the hall, chaos erupted. Zombies pounced upon the living, tearing into flesh, the stench of blood assaulting her senses. Spotting another potential victim, the zombies instinctively converged on Qin Ning, but she had no time to engage with them. With swift precision, she dispatched one zombie after another, quickly carving a bloody path towards Tian Tian. Upon reaching a corner, she indeed spotted Tian Tian, poised to charge. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, pulling her back. Tian Tian paused mid-bite, Glancing back but seeing nothing, she resumed her gruesome feast, just as Qin Ning prepared to retaliate. A familiar voice reached her ears, low and filled with longing, bringing her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Qin Ning, it's me, Alas. Qin Ning turned sharply to meet Li Su's anxious gaze before she could speak. His hand pressed against her chest. Tea hurts. Doesn't tea it? Ultimately, it was his repeated betrayals that brought her here. If not for him, she would not have sought him out in Yangzipo, nor would she have been captured by Chun Tian's men. If not for him, she might have lived a life of happiness, free from such suffering. She averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. This is my choice. It has nothing to do with you. So there is no need for guilt. Lisu abruptly enveloped her in his embrace, gripping her tightly as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. He was terrified, worried. Hearing Jiang Su's words had felt like a hand squeezing his throat. Rendering him breathless, she attempted to push Li Su away, but then noticed the crimson stain on him, shock washing over her. You're injured. Why didn't you say anything sooner? She pulled back his clothing to reveal a deep wound on his shoulder. Severe enough that without a coagulant, he might not have survived to see her. Involuntarily, she found herself chiding Li Su. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Are you foolish? Placing her hands on his shoulder, she began to heal his wound. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Su tightened his embrace, yearning to whisk her away and fulfill the promises of yesteryears, choosing not to dwell on anything else. Help! Help! The cries of despair echoed in his ears. No, he could not leave like this. He bore significant responsibilities. He pushed Qin Ning behind him, urging her to stay safe. He released his mental domain, locking onto the advancing zombies. Break! The newly transformed zombies erupted simultaneously, blood splattering across the hall, the glass doors smeared with gore, obscuring the view within. Tian, a third-stage zombie, sensed the threat emanating from high-level ability user. Decisively, she ceased her actions, discarding the corpse and turning towards Li Su, flashing him a chilling smile before charging at him. As she approached, her legs became ensnared. Unable to move, an invisible black hole seemed to manifest before her. An unseen hands grasped her, attempting to pull her within. Enraged, Tian let out a deafening roar, causing Qin Ning and Li Su to cover their ears in anguish. Her cries reverberated in their minds, instilling terror in all present. Breaking free from her constraints, she lunged towards Li Su. Just as she surged forward, she was confined within a square, mental domain, attacking in all directions but unable to breach the barrier. Desperate to scream, she struggled against Li Su's mental grip. Qin Ning quickly stepped forward, rising on her toes to cover Li Su's ears, using her powers to mitigate the mental disturbance caused by the noise. Urging him to focus, in her current state, she could not wield natural powers, only serving as support. Lisu tightened the space, intending to trap her within his mental realm. No. Yang Huixin, witnessing Tiantian's torment, could no longer endure it. She forcefully pushed Zhang Jian aside, flinging the door open and aiming her gun at Li Su. The bullet hurtled towards Li Su, but he redirected his mental energy to intercept it. The sudden intrusion distracted him, allowing Tian, as a third-stage zombie, to detect the opening. With a powerful claw, she shattered his mental prison and burst forth. Racing towards Yang Huixin, Li Su furrowed his brow, snatching the knife from Qin Ning's hand and throwing it at Tian. Sensing the incoming threat, Tian swiftly redirected her attack towards Li Su, moving with blinding speed, leaving no room for them to react. Following closely, Chun Tian, upon seeing Qin Ning beside Li Su, was momentarily startled. He had not anticipated her escape from the experiment table, his cold, calculating gaze fixated on her wound. How could she have healed so swiftly? It seemed the previous lack of progress was indeed due to Zhang Jian's non-cooperation. Had Zhang Jian complied earlier, perhaps his experiment would have progressed to the next phase. He turned to whisper, "Where is Jiang Su?" The ability user beside him furrowed his brow and quietly replied, "Dr. Chun, Jiangdo was killed by the people from District 10 while on a mission that we intended to report this days ago. But you have been so busy." Chun Tian struck the opponent's head with a resounding slap, exclaiming, "You fool! Jiang Su bears the blood of Qin Ning, And since Qin Ning is not dead, do you truly believe Jiang Su has perished? This fellow must be wandering outside. Now is precisely the time he is needed. Taking money without delivering results while being so audacious. Contact Jiang Su immediately and instruct him to return post-haste. Should Qin Ning be released, I shall not spare you. Understood. Achio. Jiang Su rubbed his nose, casting a fierce glare at the individuals behind him, certain they were disparaging him, but he now somewhat regretted collaborating with them. It was a thankless endeavor. This was the Research Institute. Where is the building? Moi gazed at the desolate landscape, where a solitary stele stood a short distance away. He harbored grave doubts about Jiang Su's sincerity. Right here, Deputy Qin Yin observed the message from Li Su, confirming that the signal indeed halted here, and turned to Jiang Su, beckoning him to lead the way. Jiang Su shot a disdainful glance at Moi, massaging his shoulders as he leisurely approached the stele. As he drew near, the antennae atop the yellow-haired rat's head began to tremble incessantly. Shantan was searching for him. Something had transpired at the Research Institute. Furrowing his brow, he dared not pause his actions as he unlocked the stele, revealing the outermost barrier, which prominently displayed a Research Institute. It truly is here, Moi exclaimed, astonishment flickering in his eyes. How did they manage this? Chun Tian seldom sought him out, and with the current situation at the Research Institute, he turned to Qin Yin, stating, I will enter first. There's a crisis at the Institute, and my mission has been accomplished. Remind Li Su to fulfill his obligations. Jiang Su dashed into the Research Institute. What on earth has occurred? Upon receiving Jiang Su's response, the other party's face lit up with excitement. Lord Jiang, you finally have news. Sweet has emerged, and the Institute is in disarray. Moreover, Chun Bo has insisted that you must capture Qin Ning. She absolutely cannot be allowed to be taken by the individuals from District 10. Qin Ning has appeared, rescued by Li Su. His injury, impressive. I didn't expect such swift action, but he dared not slow his pace. Rushing towards the laboratory, where bloodstains littered the ground, indicating Sweet's lethal prowess had escalated. Chun Bo, upon seeing Jiang Su, Chen Tian's expression soured. Where did he run off to? Remember, Qin Ning must not be allowed to escape. Chapter 147. The people from District 10 are not to be trifled with. Upon spotting Jiang Su, Li Su understood the gravity of the situation. He cast a sidelong glance at Chen Tian and spoke coldly. Chen Tian, I will arrest you for violating international research laws. Countless mental blades hovered ominously in the air, aimed directly at Chen Tian and his cohort, a chilling aura enveloping the atmosphere. Just as the spiritual domain was about to ensnare them, Sweet sensed the imminent danger, erupting with a series of deafening roars. If this continued, the ancestral zombies would surely be drawn in. She momentarily disregarded everything else, extracting the Tang Hung knife from her spatial pocket. Li Su, stay safe. The spiritual butterfly from Qin Ning's forehead fluttered forth, encircling Sweet and placing her within Li Su's control. Swiftly and with lethal precision, she struck, leaving multiple knife wounds upon Sweet, whose anguished cries echoed throughout the Institute. Yang Huixin could not bear to witness harm befalling the child before her. Hurry and save Sweet, unless you wish to perish, she urged the nearby ability users into action. Chen Tian cast a glance at Jiang Su, signaling him to take action. Though the ability users were gripped by fear, their lives were ultimately at the mercy of Yang Huixin, compelling them to charge at Qin Ning. Li Su swiftly immobilized the ability users, handling the oncoming surge while Qin Ning focused entirely on Sweet. You fools, why are you not moving? Yang Huixin bellowed, as Sweet's wounds multiplied, her cries growing ever more forlorn, a sight no mother could bear. She raised her gun, aiming at Qin Ning's head. Chen Tian's heart raced, and he quickly stepped forward, seizing Yang Huixin's arm. Yang Bo, no. Qin Ning is the only one who can save Sweet. An assistant hurriedly approached, presenting a vial of serum. Yang Bo, this is my latest formula. It must be effective for Sweet. Reluctantly, Yang Huixin released her grip as Chen Tian swiftly snatched the gun from her hand. He acted just in time to prevent a disastrous outcome. If this madwoman harmed Qin Ning, ruining his plans, he would not easily forgive her. Chen Tian handed the serum to Jiang Su, urging him to act quickly. with Qin Tian's money still in his possession. He naturally had to comply. He retrieved blood from his pocket, consuming it, as black patterns surfaced on his neck. A tremendous bolt of lightning struck, severing Li Su's mental restraint, and he leaped forward, the lightning arcing towards Qin Ning. The suspended mental blades obstructed his path, all converging toward Jiang Su. He saw the blades before him and retreated, drinking down more blood. The ice blade clashed against the mental blades, and he deftly sidestepped, swiftly approaching Qin Ning, severing her connection with Sweet. Forcing Qin Ning back, Li Su advanced, his mental prowess once again locking onto Jiang Su, conjuring a whip that ensnared Jiang Su's hand. The mental force seized his nerves. Upon contact, his movements instinctively slowed. Sweet's claws, however, were indiscriminate in their assault. Fortunately, Jiang Su reacted swiftly, merely tearing his sleeve. Jiang Su glared furiously at Li Su. Is this fellow trying to get him killed? At Qin Tian's command, the other ability users charged forward. Countless pine needles shot towards them, forcing a retreat. Su Wan, accompanied by Moi and Gulin, navigated through the crowd, landing firmly before them. That we are from District 10. How could you possibly have tracked us here? Qin Tian was taken aback, a fierce glint flashing his eyes as he glared at Jiang Xu. It was you. Qin Bo, do not speak recklessly. Jiang Su retreated repeatedly. He needed to apprehend Qin Ning without harming Sweet. Qin Bo, that statement will cost extra. Qin Yin's voice was icy and haughty. Qin Tian, do you truly believe your actions will lead to a satisfactory conclusion? Long time no see, Qin Tian. Qin Tian abruptly turned, facing Qin Yin. It has been too long, the esteemed pupil of the teacher. Back then, it was clear that his talent was unparalleled, yet the teacher chose Qin Yin, the obsessive-compulsive madman. Ultimately, he remained in the laboratory while Qin Yin, the student the teacher held in high regard, vanished from public view. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Jealousy surged within Qin Tian upon seeing Qin Yin, magnified to an infinite degree. Despite his numerous successes over the years, he still felt envy in Qin Yin's presence. To Qin Yin, however, sneered, contempt evident in his gaze. How dare you, a murderer of your own teacher, still be among the living? Initially, when he strayed from the path, the teacher could do nothing to dissuade him, and thus was forced to order his departure until he could reflect. Yet he never anticipated that Qin Tian would harbor resentment against the teacher, assassinating him during the teacher's birthday banquet and fleeing in fear of retribution. Thus, he had unhesitatingly shifted from District 3 to District 10, solely to find him and avenge the teacher. Qin Tian scoffed. That old man should have died long ago. Kai Tu positioned himself with a sniper rifle at a vantage point, while Qin Yin regained his composure and nodded at Kai Tu. Bullets hurtling towards Qin Tian. Jiang Su. Qin Tian bellowed in rage, as Jiang Su's ice wall materialized before him. Absorbing the lethal assault, Qi Wan's vines hindered their advance, allowing Qin Ning and Li Su to focus on Sweet. Furrowing her brow, Qin Ning rushed forward, aiming a strike at Sweet's head. Yet Jiang Su's lightning forced her back. Li Su swiftly approached, expanding the mental domain to encompass the entire research institute. Jiang Su felt his movements hindered. Li Su, you truly are a genius. In just a few short days, your mental prowess has grown formidable, he thought, increasingly anticipating his reward. Jiang Su. Qin Tian's roar jolted Jiang Su back to reality. He still had crucial tasks to attend to. He kicked Qin Ning aside and kept Li Su close. The blades clashed violently, and Jiang Su spoke coldly. Li Su, do not forget our agreement. Sweet must not be harmed. You must cooperate with me to restore her to normal. Jiang Su was correct. The priority was to address Sweet first. Furrowing his brow, he released Jiang Su from his mental lock, stepping back. He shielded Qin Ning behind him. Although Jiang Su appeared to confront Li Su, he was subtly inching closer to Sweet. Upon realizing Li Su's intentions, Qin Ning cast the seeds from her hand. Coordinating with Li Su, under the energy of countless spring breezes, the seeds took root and sprouted upon Sweet, binding her with numerous vines, rendering her immobile. Li Su suppressed Sweet spirit, preventing her from resisting. Jiang Su retrieved the serum. Leaping onto an ice bench, and injected the serum into Sweet Sweet's neck. Her agonized cries reverberated throughout the institute, causing everyone to cover their ears in distress. The three closest, Qin Ning, Li Su, and Jiang Su, experienced varying degrees of bleeding from their ears. Yang Huixin attempted to advance, but Zheng Jian restrained her hand, preventing her from moving. Sweet Sweet thrashed wildly until the patterns on her body vanished, returning her to a semblance of normalcy, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 148. Back to the base. Chun Tian's men arrived just ahead of them, applying inhibitors and wristbands to Sweet Sweet. Yang Huixin gazed at Sweet Sweet, who had returned to her side, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. At that moment, Chen Tian's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Su, his voice low and intense. Now is the time. Capture Qin Ning, desiring to seize her. Qin Ning let out a cold laugh as she retrieved the suppressor from her pocket. Chen Tian, are you familiar with it? There still lingers a considerable amount of the suppressor you injected into her body. The suppressor in her hand was unlike any ordinary one. It was an enhanced version, custom-made for her. She intended for his subordinates to experience it thoroughly. Isu instantly comprehended Qin Ning's intention. The mental domain augmented once more, causing the movements of the locked target to slow. Qin Ning swiftly advanced, administering a needle with precision. Qi Wan accepted the potion from Qin Ning's hand and passed it to Kai Tu, who stood at a vantage point, precisely injecting each bullet into the bodies of the ability users. Following the injection of the potion, all the ability users writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground as their bodies convulsed. The crystals within them seemingly ablaze, all their powers locked away. This potion was specifically designed for Qin Ning, imbued with devastating potency, severely damaging the crystals. The situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for them. Bring the antidote. Chun Tian commanded his assistant to retrieve the potion. Chun Tian, do you think I would leave you any? From a moment she took out the suppressor, she had no intention of allowing them an escape route. They may have numbers, but it appeared that there were far more useless ones among them. Chun Tian glared at the arrogant Qin Ning, his expression darkening. Let's go. Before they could escape, the vines decisively sealed off the exits. Qin Ning charged forward. She had no intention of letting Chun Tian go today. Since she had already discerned his intentions, it meant he had no reason to survive. She would shatter all his hopes before his very eyes. Chen Tian threw a flashbang behind him, the blinding light stinging Qin Ning's eyes, forcing her to halt. Isu shielded Qin Ning, warning, be careful. As the brightness faded, the figures of Chen Tian and his men vanished. Sister Ning, are you all right? I heard about you. Mo-e grasped Qin Ning's hand, spinning her around. Upon seeing that she bore no injuries, he sighed in relief. Sister, thank goodness you're fine. Jiang Su must have been exaggerating. Qin Ning raised an eyebrow. Not at all. It's merely that my healing abilities are superior to the average. By the way, how did you find this place? The deputy team contacted the captain, collaborating with Jiang Su to locate it. The magnetic interference here was so strong that Qin Yin managed to contact Li Su. Suddenly, the entire research facility began to tremble, a terrifying roar echoing. Accompanied by a suffocating stench, Qin Ning instantly realized it was the progenitor zombie. No, if the progenitor zombie arrives, none of us will survive. Hurry! Though she was reluctant to let Chen Tian go so easily. The progenitor zombie was not to be trifled with. They had just stepped outside when a sandstorm swept toward them. Qin Ning pressed the accelerator to the floor, not daring to pause. Heaven help us. May the progenitor zombie not catch up to us. Amidst the swirling sands, a figure emerged. The progenitor zombie observed Qin Ning's retreating silhouette, licking its lips, revealing sharp teeth. Indeed, it yearned for that pure power. If acquired, no other progenitor zombies could stand against it. Yet it refrained from making a move, recalling the warnings from Huan 11. T dared not approach. Even a fleeting thought of aggression was suppressed, for she was a formidable opponent. Angering her could lead to its own destruction with a mere gesture. It discerned the distinction between momentary desire and everlasting survival. Little did it expect that she could resist in the face of such temptation. Qin Exen intertwined her arm with the elder Qin's, her tone sweetly coaxing. Grandfather, please do not be angry. See, I am perfectly fine now, aren't I? The elder Qin remained silent, his face dark and foreboding, causing Qin Tan to hold his tongue. Only Qin Xen dared to plead, "Grandfather, I worry for my sister. If anything happens to her, how shall I meet mother?" She shook the elder's hand, her expression pitiful as she blinked. The elder Qin could hardly remain angry with her. As a healer, you should not cause such chaos. You cannot tell us that you followed Yanshu to Yangtze slope, should anything happen to you. Do you wish for me to experience the sorrow of burying my child? He leaned on his cane, trembling, unable to fathom how he would face Qin Xian if Qin Xian did not return. Indeed, Qin Ning is your sister, but among the many ability users in the Qin family, must a healer like you charge in a battle? The elder Qin admonished. Qin Xian, still pleading, offered water to the elder. "Grandfather, do not worry, there will not be a next time. You still wish for there to be a next time?" Suddenly, a subordinate burst in. "Elder Qin, Li Su and the others have returned." Qin Xian's eyes widened. And what of Qin Ning? She instinctively sensed something amiss and rephrased. "What of my sister? Is she injured?" "Miss Qin Ning is in the vehicle. As for her condition, we are not entirely sure." The elder Qin did not respond. He stood up, concern evident in his eyes. Despite having been angered by Qin Ning to the point of high blood pressure, he actually felt deep empathy for her, wishing to draw closer, yet both were too stubborn to yield. As the vehicle approached the base, Elder Chun had been waiting outside. Isu alighted and supported Elder Chun. "Why are you here?" Elder Chun, in poor health, remained outside, undoubtedly anxious from the lack of news. He grasped Li Su's hand tightly, worry etched in his expression that he understood the dangers of the situation but had not anticipated it would be so perilous. When Yanshu brought news, he could hardly sleep. He had tried to establish contact continuously until he received Qin Yin's message of safety, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Why is Elder Qin also here? He looked up just in time to see the Qin family rushing over. Qin Ning, who had been resting her eyes, instantly opened them, feeling overwhelmed upon seeing her family. She shot a glance at Qi Wan. "If they inquire about me, say I am gravely injured and unconscious. No one is to disturb me." She decisively swapped places with Su Wan, taking a seat at the back. Upon seeing Elder Qin, Li Su couldn't help but feel a surge of wariness. "Elder Qin." The elder, after glancing at Li Su, turned his gaze to the vehicle. "Where is Qin Ning?" Just as he was about to speak, Qi Wan stepped out quickly. "Elder Qin, Qin Ning is seriously injured and currently unconscious. She requires rest." Upon hearing this, Elder Qin was taken aback. "Get her treatment in the vehicle at once." Regardless of Qi Wan's protests, Elder Qin remained resolute. Qin Ning, irritated by the commotion, kicked open the vehicle door and glared at Elder Qin. "Enough. When are we leaving? You, Qin Ning, possess an audacity that dares to deceive your elders." Chapter 149. "I am not one of you." Qin family Qin Ning chuckled lightly. She was in no mood to listen to him. Her displeasure stemmed from letting Chen Tian go, and now he sought to trouble her further. What right did he have to consider himself an elder? It was truly laughable, observing Qin Ning's blatant defiance. Elder Qin's cane struck the ground with a resounding thud, his face trembling with fury. Everyone held their breath, acutely aware of Elder Qin's temper. Qin Tan silently felt anxious for his cousin's return. At noon, when the temperature peaked, the sun beat down mercilessly, and the ground, parched from weeks without rain, began to crack. It was during such times that tempers flared most vehemently. Elder Qin instinctively attempted to break the stalemate. "Old Qin, look at the children. They have just returned from a harrowing ordeal. This truly the time." But Elder Qin was a man who valued pride above all, stubborn and unyielding. No one could persuade him at this moment. "Old Chun, do not speak. I will educate my own child. After being wild for over 20 years, she has no sense of propriety that I truly wonder how she was raised, Dad." Qin Yuan felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly tried to stop Elder Qin from continuing. To raise her, to educate her. The one who bore and raised her has already been killed by him. What qualifications does he have to discipline her now? What right does he have to utter such words? "Murderer!" Qin Ning's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes filled with hatred as she clenched her fists, stepping closer. She yearned to strike him. "Qin Ning," Qin Yuan called out in panic, knowing the situation would escalate. He should have intervened sooner to prevent his father from uttering such hurtful words. Upon hearing Qin Ning's accusation, Elder Qin's vision darkened, veins bulging on his hands as he struggled to suppress his inner fury. Lowering his voice, repeat that if she wished to speak, she could speak as much as she desired. I said you are a murderer. Murder. Murderer. Qin Ning's voice rose higher with each repetition, her hatred intensifying as she pressed forward. What right did such a person have to speak with such conviction? Your mother was driven to death by your grandfather, who deemed her a disgrace. In front of everyone, he commanded her to die. Your mother sought to see him clinging to the last shred of hope. Do you know, the knife your mother used to take her own life was handed to her by your grandfather himself. Your grandfather's heart is far more ruthless than ours. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Have you not longed to pay respects to your mother? Let me tell you, your mother's remains are not here. Your father had a semblance of conscience and bought her a tombstone for her burial. But once your grandfather learned of it, he had her grave dug up and the ashes scattered. Her mind was incessantly replaying the words Wei Fong had spoken to her before her demise, and the hatred within her heart swelled infinitely. Even if he harbored resentment towards his mother for marrying her father, it was inexcusable to drive her to death for the sake of his pride, let alone disturb the peace of the deceased. She had never once forgotten her mother. Had it not been for him, she would not have lost her. What right did he have to present himself before her as an elder? What authority did he possess to claim that she lacked upbringing? The very person who raised her had been harmed by him. Qin Ning's heart was shaken. She rushed forward to grasp her hand that clutched the knife tightly. Pulling her back to prevent any rash actions, he could sense the anguish within Qin Ning. A sorrow so profound it was unbearable. He could not stand idly by and watch her make a foolish mistake. Qin Ning observed the knife in Qin Ning's hand, a gleam of smug satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She had not anticipated the depth of Qin Ning's resentment towards the Qin family. Such a person posed no threat to her. Her sole purpose now was to assert, Sister, how can you speak of grandfather in such a manner? Do you not realize how anxious he is about your suffering at Yangtze Slope? He is elderly and in poor health. As his juniors, we ought not to provoke his anger, should we? Her eyes were filled with urgency. As she caressed the back of old Qin, feigning concern to any observer, it appeared to be a scene of filial piety. Qin Ning could not help but scoff at Qin Ning's actions. Surely, one could not deny that they were cut from the same cloth. To treat her mother with such cruelty for the sake of reputation, yet to be so sweet to a granddaughter who emerged from nowhere, it was utterly laughable. The expression in Qin Ning's eyes sent shivers down Qin Ning's spine. What was this person plotting? Surely she did not intend to reveal the truth. No, even if she did, who would believe her? That look of uncertainty in her eyes reminded Qin Ning of Wei Fong. Indeed, repugnant individuals all bore the same nauseating countenance. I think you are mistaken. He's your grandfather, not mine. You may treat him with courtesy, but I have no obligation to do so. Furthermore, let me advise you to clarify something. Do not assume that anyone with the surname Qin is a member of your family. She retrieved a syringe from her space, inserted it in her arm, extracted a vial of blood, and tossed it to the side at Qin Tan. Investigate thoroughly whether I am truly one of your Qin family. Having uttered these words, she no longer wished to confront the group, leaning back in her seat to rest her eyes. The temperature in the car plummeted, and not a soul dared to speak. Li Su glanced at Qin Ning in the vehicle before turning to old Qin, his face betraying no emotion, yet the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable, his hostility palpable. Old Qin, I shall remain here to disrupt your family matters. He entered the car. Grandfather, are you all right? Qin Ning consoled old Qin, but her gaze inadvertently followed the retreating figures, ultimately fixating on the vial of blood in Qin Tan's hand, from Qin Ning's tone earlier. It was clear she wished to sever ties with the Qin family. If that were the case, why allow them to investigate? Was that not contradictory? Thus, did she need to? No. Qin Ning shook her head. She could not tamper with the vial of blood. Regardless of the test results, they would not shake her position. However, if she were to act, it could very well raise their suspicions, leading to more trouble than it was worth. Upon arriving at the courtyard, a chilling air surged forth. Qin Ning abruptly opened her eyes, realizing with dread that she had forgotten about Qin Ning. Where are you going? Qi Wan chased after the car. Noticing Qin Ning striding directly towards Chang Yi's courtyard, her face etched with confusion. Since when did a Ning become so close with Major Chung? Li Su's expression darkened as he watched her departing silhouette. His hands clenching unconsciously, Qin Ning, observing Li Su's demeanor, approached to speak, but Li Su hastily retreated inside. Brother, you finally returned. I was so happy to see you. Where is sister? She looked around, failing to spot Qin Ning. What is going on? Wan noticed Li Su's discomfort and picked up Huanxi. Shall I take you to find a Ning? All right. Qin Ning gazed at Chung Yi with a face full of guilt. She had left in such haste, compounded by her confinement in the research institute for several days, that the energy within her was now uncontainable. She had forbidden Chung Yi from using the medication sent by the Qin family, subjecting him, an innocent person, to torment instead. Her energy coursed through his body, continuously repairing the fractures in his crystal. Fortunately, she had previously had a system assist with repairs, so the current process was relatively smooth. The surrounding chill continued to diminish, the ice in the room melting, leaving the floor damp. The others were busy tidying up the space, leaving only Chung Yi and Qin Ning in a room. I heard you sustained severe injuries at Yangtze Slope and had a heated argument with old Qin at the city gate, which greatly angered him. Qin Ning withdrew her hand, collapsing onto the sofa in exhaustion. Your information travels fast. I just returned, and you already know about the incident at the base gate. Chung Yi pulled the blanket from his body, sitting up with a faint smile. Do not forget. I am from District 9. Gathering intelligence is our forte, is it not? Indeed, they thrive on collecting information. Such trivial matters should pose no mystery. You're a Qin Xian child, correct? Again, Qin Ning was not in the mood to discuss this. Lazily reclining on the sofa, my room is still available, right? He shook his head helplessly. Is it really necessary to be so fearful over a mere kiss? Hiding away here. Wonderful, his words are truly unbearable. Every sentence is music to her ears. She turned over, burying her face in the pillow, shutting her eyes to block out the world, wishing to escape the vexations that plagued her. If you dislike this topic, let us return to the previous one. You are indeed Qin Xian's daughter, are you not? Ah, how infuriating. When will this end? Qin Ning hurled the pillow back at him. Chung Yi caught the pillow with a bemused smile. You and Qin Xian truly resemble each other. If your mother were still alive, she would surely be overjoyed to see you. Qin Ning, you may deceive others, but not me. You resemble Qin Xian not just in appearance, but also in temperament. I have even seen photographs of you as a child. She froze, turning to look at him. What on earth was he talking about? Chung Yi could see the confusion in her eyes and opened a cabinet. Laying the photographs on the table, it seems you were cuter as a child. He pushed a photo forward. Her in twin braids, her cheeks flushed, utterly adorable. Back then, she understood nothing, only knowing she liked pretty people. Gripping his hand and refusing to let go, unable to speak, drooling in delight. Stop. Chung Yi's words startled her. She stared in terror at the photograph in her hand. Indeed, the woman in the photo was her mother, and the child in her arms was her. This photograph must have been taken when she was 4, a week before her mother's suicide, during which her mother had taken her for the shoot. She was too young to recall much, but the reason she remembered the timing so vividly was that her mother had taken her to have this photo taken, which had led to a furious outburst from her father. It was during this time that her mother learned of her father's affair with Wei Fong, who had a child a year younger than her. That night, her father had struck her mother, causing chaos in their home. Her mother locked her in her room out of fear, as she was so frightened that she would later have nightmares. Chung Yi, observing the change in Qin Ning's expression, realized she was recalling those memories. When he first encountered Qin Ning, he had felt an inexplicable familiarity, but the time gap was too great. He had been just an 8-year-old child then. However, upon discovering that she could potentially be Qin Xian's child, he had arranged for the retrieval of her mother's keepsakes, ultimately finding this photograph among them. This was how he became so certain that Qin Ning was the little girl from the past. My mother and Qin Xian were close friends. When Qin Xian married your father, my mother strongly disapproved and, in a fit of anger, moved abroad. Yet when Qin Xian wed, my mother still attended the ceremony. Later, as my mother's career shifted overseas, opportunities for her to meet Qin Xian dwindled. In those first couple of years, she would still receive letters from her and occasionally speak on the phone. But contact became rare, and she had inquired through email, only to be told that Qin Xian was busy with her children and had many matters to attend to. When you turned 4, my mother received an email from Qin Xian expressing a desire to meet her, and why mother brought me along to see you all. Upon hearing about Qin Xian's troubles, she wanted to take you and Qin Ning away. But Qin Xian refused, insisting she could manage her own affairs, assuring my mother that everything would be all right in time. Originally, my mother intended to stay a few more days, but after the unexpected passing of my grandfather, she had to leave with me. Once she managed to handle the funeral arrangements, she received the news of Qin Xian's death. She wished to see her, but your father would not permit it. And when my mother finally located Qin Xian's grave, she discovered that the ashes had been taken away, and no one knew where they had gone to. Why mother was devastated and fell gravely ill. Thus, regarding your whereabouts, my mother was powerless. Qin Ning remained silent, quietly stowing away the photograph. As for Cheng Yi's words, she was unsure whether to believe them, but the photograph was undeniably real. What do you wish to convey? It is utterly impossible for her to return to the Qin family. Absolutely out of the question. Qin, upon witnessing Qin Ning's demeanor, realized that she had misunderstood him. Ning, I do not express this to urge you to return to the Qin family, but rather to convey my delight in our reunion. Qin Ning appeared somewhat perplexed, though she had no desire to comprehend. She nodded dismissively and promptly collapsed onto the sofa. Cheng Yi chuckled helplessly. Ning, if you are unwilling to return, why then did you provide them with your blood? She languidly replied, because they will never uncover the truth. An evolved being. The X chromosome in our bodies has been compromised. Thus, even though I am my mother's daughter, the genetic results will not reflect that. This is a permanent solution. I do not wish for them, nor do they need a Qin family member like me. One Qin Xen is sufficient. Cheng Yi shook his head slightly, yet managed a sheepish smile. Well, as long as you are content. Just remember, I will protect you. I am from District 9, that understood. Qin Ning replied, draping a blanket over her head and sinking into a deep slumber. It has been a long time since we last met. You must be suffering greatly from the absence of the antidote. Luo, how? Chapter 151. How to address the issue of greening progress. Qin Ning sat on the balcony, gazing at the night sky above the base, now shrouded in a thin mist. Soon, others might also perceive the peculiarities within. At that point, humanity would be compelled to initiate the underground city. The air above has become increasingly inhospitable for human survival, with prolonged exposure to sunlight now a rarity, and the dark, confined spaces of the underground harboring all manner of negative and oppressive emotions aimed at humanity. When that time comes, the fatalities caused by zombies will pale in comparison to those resulting from suicide. The conditions in the underground city are entirely unsuitable for plant growth, even if her seeds have been specially treated. It is likely that they will fail to thrive, thus halting her greening progress and placing her in jeopardy. Consequently, her greening endeavors cannot afford to cease. However, relying solely on her own efforts to combat the spread of the toxic mist proves exceedingly challenging. Assistance is imperative. Yet how can she persuade others to commence planting when their thoughts are solely consumed by survival against the zombies? Wait, if planting could provide them protection, would they not be inclined to cultivate? This is indeed a commendable notion, albeit not everyone possesses the ability to communicate with nature. Thus, I may need to distribute a modicum of natural energy among these plants. In doing so, as long as humans nurture them with care, these plants will willingly assist them. Therefore, there exists a golden opportunity in Yuyo to facilitate this endeavor. This is District 10. If she could garner support and publicity from District 10, perhaps it could be set in motion. Yet aside from Li Su, she possesses no connections in District 10. Currently, she's at odds with Li Su, making it difficult for her to broach this subject. It is exasperating. She fails to comprehend what Li Su is truly thinking. His actions only serve to create an awkward atmosphere. She does not harbor animosity towards Li Su. Rather, she feels a degree of reliance on him. However, she wishes to avoid complicating their relationship. The events of her past life have already led her to a significant downfall, and she yearns to avoid a repeat of that experience. So, what is Li Su truly contemplating? The more she thinks about it, the more frustration clouds her features, leaving her in a state of agitation. Qin Ning, startled, Qin Ning nearly toppled from her chair upon seeing Li Su. She had been musing about him, and now he appeared beside her. What was this, a frightful coincidence? Instinctively, she swallowed hard, her face betraying her embarrassment. I'm a bit tired. She had yet to formulate a plan for confronting Li Su. Qin Ning, we need to talk. Li Su's decisive words interrupted her thoughts of escape. Qin Ning forced a smile. Settling back in her chair, the atmosphere oscillating between harmony and awkwardness. Ultimately, it was Li Su who broke the silence. Qin Ning, let us forget about that day. Consider it a moment of folly on my part. I do not wish for our relationship to devolve into that of strangers due to that incident. That I have accepted an invitation from the higher-ups of District 10 to participate in a fusion experiment, which means I will be quite busy and difficult to see. That is why I sought you out. Qin Ning momentarily paused, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her chest. She shook her head gently, her voice barely above a whisper. With Yin Shu? Li Su responded with a shake of his head. No. Previously, during our encounter at Yangtze Slope, my mental energy clashed with Yin Shu's, proving our mutual repulsion. Furthermore, I have shattered the gate we established, prompting the upper echelon to decide on our separation. Oh, in truth, this might be for the best, as two individuals with mental abilities must share a mutual understanding. Any stray thoughts could lead to the failure of the fusion. Hence, finding a new partner is indeed preferable. Who is your new partner? Li Su did not answer her directly, instead gazing in her eyes, his own filled with reluctance and sorrow. Qin Ning leapt to her feet, fury igniting in her eyes. Is he forcing you again? Truly, there is not a single good person in the Qin family. She snatched her coat from the chair, intent on confronting the elder Qin. Time and again, they exploit those around her, believing her to be an easy target. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping her wrist, his low, magnetic voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. No, he is willing. If it were not Qin Ning, anyone else would suffice. It's merely a partnership. This time, Qin Ning fell silent, retracting her hand, realizing the matter held no bearing on her. Li Su belonged to District 10. He could pursue his own path. Regaining her composure, she reclined in her chair. Then I wish you all the best. Do you hold grievances against the Qin family? He ventured cautiously, having sensed her long-standing resentment towards the Qin clan. He had made inquiries with Qin Zhan to gather information about Qin Ning. From her lips, he learned that her school years had been far from pleasant. Her biological mother had passed away early, her father had remarried, and the family favored sons over daughters, treating her poorly. His father was Tang Wan, and if his memory served him correctly, the man Qin Xian had defied her parents to marry was indeed Tang Wan. To further validate his suspicions, he had sought confirmation from Qin Tan. Qin Ning was indeed Qin Xian's daughter, yet the reasons behind her animosity towards the Qin family seemed to stem not from abandonment, but rather from her mother, Qin Xian. Why bring this up again? She had little desire to revisit this topic, fully aware that with Li Su's intellect, he had likely deduced the truth long ago. With a resigned sigh, she looked up at him. Whom will you assist? Me or Qin X? No. Who will you support in the matter of the Qin family? Her gaze bore into him, intent on discerning any flicker of emotion that might betray his choice. You. Regardless of the circumstances, his choice would always be her. A smile graced Qin Ning's features as she waved her hand. Since you are so supportive of me, I shall ensure you face no difficulties. Indeed, I harbor no fondness for the Qin family. You have rightly guessed that I am Qin Xian's daughter, and merely that Li Su. Have you noticed the mist on the horizon? It seems to carry an unpleasant odor. Yes. He too had observed the mist gradually gathering as night fell, becoming denser by the day. As for the odor, perhaps it was due to the abundance of plants in their courtyard, which had shielded them from its effects. He had dispatched Qin Yin to investigate, and news would likely surface soon to you trust my words? This mist harbors toxins. Without plants to absorb it, humanity will soon find survival on the surface impossible. Surely, the higher-ups in District 10 have contemplated the notion of an underground city, yet that is ultimately not a sustainable solution. Have you ever considered restoring greenery to the earth? Qin Ning's idea was commendable. He also opposed the concept of an underground city. However, she could discern Li Su's underlying concerns. Extracting seeds from her space, she placed them in his palm. Fear not, for I am here. Chapter 152. I shall not engage in a losing bargain. Luo Hao continued to retreat, his face a canvas of terror. I cannot bring anyone to you. Qin Ning is not at the base. She has gone to Yangtze Slope. He trembled uncontrollably, the effects of the drug manifesting every 3 days. Each episode more potent than the last, he longed for release from this torment. Yet the thought of dying like this was unacceptable. Clinging to this thought, he had managed to endure until now. At that moment, the drug's effects surged anew, causing him to falter and collapse, darkness encroaching upon his vision. He bit down on his lip, terrified of emitting even the slightest sound that might arouse suspicion. Cold sweat drenched his clothes, his pallid face devoid of color, the veins in his neck bulging as if they might burst. Jiangsu observed Luo Hao, sprawled on the ground, as he toyed with a potted plant on the table. This is precisely why I have yet to take your life. Qin Ning has returned from Yangtze Slope. I require you to deliver her to me within 3 days. Luo Hao struggled to rise. His eyes bloodshot, his body convulsing, he stammered, impossible. Perhaps in the past, it was feasible, but now she wishes to distance herself from the Qin family more than ever. Furthermore, I work for the Qin family. She would never approach me. Jiangsu scoffed, his tone playful. That is not a concern for me. Luo Hao, observing Jiangsu's departing figure, grasped his pant leg desperately. 7 days. Grant me 7 days. He absolutely could not die like this. 7 days. I shall grant you 7 days. Jiangsu forcefully shook off Luo Hao's hand and, before departing, placed a pill on the table, vanishing into the night. Luo Hao, swaying unsteadily, rose to his feet and hurriedly consumed the pill that lay on the table. Qin Ning, do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, let it be on your own ostentation that drew attention. Elisu emerged from Cheng Yi's residence, intending to visit Elder Chun, whose condition had deteriorated yet again. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he noticed an unwelcome guest. He narrowed his eyes, a chill coursing through him. The other party attempted to flee, but his mental field swiftly locked onto them. The mental blade aimed for their vital points. Captain Li, you wouldn't dare to break your appointment, would you? Jiangsu's voice broke the tension, prompting Li Su to halt his lethal intent, yet his mental grip continued to ensnare Jiangsu. Captain Li, I merely wish to reclaim my dude. He emerged slowly from the shadows, accompanied by the scruffy yellow-haired rat, who peered around anxiously, ready to pounce on the plants in the courtyard. Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot toward them, causing the yellow-haired rat to cower against Jiangsu's shoulder. What's the matter? Jiangsu inquired, just as he spotted Qin Ning above. He gently patted the rat's head and whispered, This is not Yangtze Slope. You must behave. If you consume her belongings, I will be unable to save you. Your purpose for being here is not solely to obtain my blood. Indeed, you are astute, yet I cannot engage in a losing proposition. There's a different price. If you provide me just a drop of Qin Ning's blood, I shall reveal to you another reason for my presence here. Very well. Qin Ning interjected decisively. Why not engage in such a simple transaction? Jiangsu revealed his charming canines. I will collect the payment first before proceeding, as this is your territory. After all, who knows what might transpire? He was undeniably clever and cautious. Qin Ning promptly drew a vial of blood and tossed it to Jiangsu. You handle it so carelessly. Such a precious item treated with such disregard. It is quite simple. Chun Tian seeks to capture you, given that your blood has been utilized to create a serum that curtails the decomposition of Tian Tian. Now, Yang Bo has gone mad, insisting on finding someone to bring you. Be cautious, especially regarding those around you. Qin Ning's brow furrowed slightly, unable to comprehend. Jiangsu, you come to capture me, yet you inform me? Jiangsu's mind exploded with realization. If he did not act soon, Li Su would resolve the matter. How could I possibly engage in such a losing deal? Not me. You need not. Li Su finally released his mental assault. Who? Ji Duo? Or someone else? Jiangsu spread his hands, snatching the prepared blood from Li Su. I cannot divulge that, for I, too, must uphold my integrity. As Li Su attempted to lock onto him again, Jiangsu had already vanished into the night. Jiangsu was far from the carefree persona he projected. The ease with which he evaded Li Su's grasp revealed a strength not to be underestimated. Upon mentioning G-Duo, Qin Ning curiously asked, "What is the plan for G-Duo in District 10? A cold glint flickered in Li Su's eyes as he spoke in a low tone, lacking evidence, and with District 10 currently in need of personnel. This matter will likely be left unresolved." Qin Ning felt an urge to curse aloud, but reconsidered. She was not part of District 10, and if they themselves were indifferent, what right did she have to voice an opinion? Watching Qin Ning's retreating figure, Li Su recalled Jiang Su's words and could not help but extend a sliver of mental energy toward Qin Ning, ensuring he would be alerted should she encounter danger. He also needed to inform Elder Chen of her thoughts. She was correct. If this continued, the plans for the underground city would evolve from mere concepts to reality. "Sister, why don't you live with us?" Huan Shi, following closely behind Qin Ning and tending to potted plants, asked curiously, "Because Brother Cheng is unwell at the moment, and I must treat him." This statement bore no falsehood. Cheng indeed required her care. However, once she repaired his crystal fractures, he would be able to rise again and return to a normal life. She wondered how Li Su and Elder Chen were faring in their discussions. The greening plan was urgent. Qin Ning. Upon seeing Luo Hao, Qin Ning's eyes brimmed with unmasked disdain. She had nearly forgotten that he remained unresolved. Luo Hao sensed her displeasure, but, valuing his life, pretended not to notice. "Ning, I heard you were injured at Yangtze Slope." She quickly interjected, cutting him off. If he intended to prattle on with such nonsense, she would not hesitate to resolve him right then and there. Luo Hao recognized the shift in conversation, stating, "I brought people from District 3 with me. Ning, please continue your work if time permits. I hope we can have a proper discussion." He tactfully withdrew. Suzhou observed the courtyard filled with greenery. Reminiscent of the pure, untainted oasis of Butterfly Valley, unaffected by the H3O3 virus, I planted these. Qin Ning was intrigued by Suzhou's purpose for being there. Suzhou got straight to the point. "Is Yulan here?" The blood she provided underwent testing, and one of the gene sequences exhibited the potential to cure the H3O3 virus. "Therefore, we wish to take Yulan to the laboratory." Yulan, just ascending the stairs, felt her legs weaken upon hearing Suzhou's words, collapsing to the ground. "I will not go with you," she shouted in panic, scrambling to escape upstairs. "What is happening?" The others in the courtyard exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the current situation. Ultimately, Suzhou spoke first. "It's likely she fears us." Qin Ning remained silent, suspecting Yulan's behavior was understandable. Who would not fear being taken to a laboratory? Furthermore, Yulan was inherently timid, making her reaction unsurprising. Why Yulan locked herself in her room, curling up in a corner, resolutely refusing to be taken. Should she be captured, her lies would be exposed, and she dared not contemplate the consequences. If the blood truly held value, then she was the one with the genuine antibodies. If this truth came to light, her fate would be far worse than she could imagine. She needed to devise a solution. Suzhou glanced at Yulan's locked door before redirecting his gaze. His interest lay more with the plants in the courtyard. These were not merely products of seeds and water. After the apocalypse, the land had suffered varying degrees of contamination. They had contemplated purging the soil of pollutants to restore greenery, yet the plan had been shelved due to the immense manpower and resources required, coupled with the significant challenges involved. However, he had witnessed Qin Ning effortlessly planting seeds, with the plants sprouting rapidly to his knowledge. Qin Ning was merely a healer and had no connection to plant-based abilities. Yet her skill was undeniably impressive. "How did you achieve this?" Qin Ning anticipated his inquiry. Ever since he entered her courtyard, his gaze had not strayed from her plants. As a member of District 3. If she could pique his interest, it would be a monumental step forward for her greening initiative. A glimmer of brilliance flashed at her eyes. "The secret lies within my seeds." Qin Ning handed a seed to Suzhou. At first glance, the seed appeared ordinary. Yet when touched, it felt soft, emitting a warm and comforting sensation. He raised the seed to the sunlight and distinctly observed a faint blue glow emanating from it, a phenomenon he instinctively recognized as the essence of life. "How is this possible?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, his words tumbling over one another in his eagerness. Qin Ning smiled enigmatically. "Not everyone can accomplish this." Explaining would be overly cumbersome. However, she could tell him that her plants were not as simple as he presumed. With a snap of her fingers, the plants in the courtyard sprang to life. Suzhou, lost in a sea of curiosity, was oblivious to the creeping vines that stealthily approached, ensnaring his feet and lifting him off the ground. He yelped, startling everyone in the room, Subo and the others. Witnessing the chaos, scrambled to alert the guards. A mutant has arrived. If they attracted unwanted attention, it would spell disaster. Qin Ning hurriedly instructed the vines to lower Suzhou and signaled to her companions to remain calm. "They're one of us." Suzhou's face flushed crimson for being upside down, bewildered by the turn of events. "What is happening? This is what sets my plants apart. They can protect their master, as long as the cultivator treats them with care. They will defend their owner in times of peril. One individual stepped forward, scrutinizing the cucumber vine with skepticism. "I see nothing unusual." Others joined him, each unable to discern anything different. "You cannot be jesting with us. That grapevine was indeed one of your mutants, right?" One bold soul ventured a guess, producing a handheld detector to validate his theory. He swung, drawn to the commotion in the courtyard, looked at the people from District 3 in confusion. "Sister Ning, what is going on? Aren't you supposed to take Yulan back to the laboratory today? Are you here to steal vegetables?" Qin Ning regarded the obstinate old fogies before her, choosing not to argue. Some things would not change until they encountered the wall themselves. Regardless of how many devices they employed, none could detect that it was a mutant. How could this be? Exasperated, Qin Ning sat down in a chair, munching on a cucumber. It's the apocalypse. Perhaps we should embrace a bit more imagination. Suzhou's heart was already enlightened as he approached swiftly, taking a seat before Qin Ning. Your yellow light edible? Are there any side effects? Without warning, she slapped a cucumber against his head, asserting, "These are all ordinary vegetables. Why can't they be consumed?" This sparked a glimmer of hope within Suzhou. "Qin Ning, have you ever considered collaborating with our District 3 to restore greenery to the earth?" He prepared a lengthy discourse to persuade her, knowing full well that this technology was solely hers. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, individuals often prioritized self-preservation. However, he was utterly unprepared for Qin Ning's brisk agreement. Sure, this simple affirmation left Suzhou momentarily speechless, unable to utter a word for quite some time. "You agree just like that? I haven't even laid out my conditions." He was bemused. She had spent so long conversing with him solely to advance her plan for ecological restoration. "Why is my understanding so lacking?" She retrieved a substantial bag of seeds from her space, pushing it toward Suzhou. "You provide the seeds, and I will supply the technology. Once I have modified the seeds, you may take them from me. This bag of seeds is a gift for you, a demonstration of my sincerity. You're not the head of District 3, but you need tangible items to persuade the leadership." She urged him to select a seed carefully, to nurture it diligently, watering and fertilizing it regularly to cultivate a bond. Her progress in greening the environment had stagnated, subtly indicating the limitations of her solitary efforts. She then handed Suzhou an extraction pill, explaining, "The corpses of zombies serve as fertilizer for these plants. This extraction pill will facilitate the disposal of zombie bodies, making it easier for you to provide nutrients to the plants." In less than 10 minutes, the once tidy table was now cluttered with various items Qin Ning had produced from her space. Suzhou gazed at the abundant supplies, astonished. Qin Ning was far too generous. Beside him, Aho lay awkwardly as he wore an embarrassed yet polite smile. "You are incredibly hospitable. Rest assured, my intentions align with yours. We both desire the restoration of Earth and the return of greenery. District 3 has long harbored this ambition, but we have been unable to implement it until now. Thanks to you," he added. "If the leaders of District 3 were aware of this, they would surely be eager to proceed. I wonder if Qin Ning would be interested in visiting our District 3. We possess the most advanced technology." Before Qin Ning could respond, a voice interrupted. "Are you here to poach talent from our District 10? Colonel Qin jested. Chapter 154. The Implementation of the Plan. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, the smile on Qin Ning's face vanished in an instant. "Haven't they investigated yet? Here we go again." Suzhou understood Qin Yuan's purpose and proactively gathered his belongings. Retreating to his room to leave the courtyard to the Ning, she ignored him, engrossed in trimming a potted plant, clearly treating Qin Yuan as if he were invisible. He was unfazed by her demeanor. Having grown accustomed to her temperament, he pushed a box forward. You may be clever, but you also underestimate others. Qin Ning, however, feigned ignorance that I know you don't wish to acknowledge us. That's fine as long as you are safe and healthy. Your recognition of us is inconsequential. Your grandfather, like you, possesses a stubborn disposition, but he harbors no ill intentions. She had no desire to entertain such trivialities. Huanxi, how about I take you to build with Legos? All right. Huanxi extended her hand, and Qin Ning scooped her up to head indoors. Ning, do you need the support of the Qin family for the green restoration plan? Qin Ning halted, setting Huanxi down to play on her own. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Are you threatening me? Qin Yuan shook his head. No, your idea is excellent, and I fully support it, but you must understand that the Qin family's backing is crucial for implementation. The patriarch holds the final say. If you wish to see the green restoration plan come to fruition, I hope you can attend the family banquet in 3 days. It's merely a meal. Nothing more. The chill in her gaze deepened. If District 10 is unwilling, it will be your loss, not mine. With so many bases, she had no reason to remain tethered to District 10. She could collaborate with District 7. 9 or 3. Qin Yuan was acutely aware of her intentions. It seems you are still unaware. Among the 4 districts, District 10 leads. If District 10 does not give its approval, which district would dare to take the risk? The green restoration plan is appealing, but it also involves considerable risk. Yes, greenery should return, but who is willing to expend significant resources to cultivate and plant, given the current erratic climate and extreme weather? Will these plants even survive? With zombies lurking, survival is already a challenge. No one has the luxury to ponder trivial matters. Hence, if the esteemed District 10 does not take the lead, who among the remaining 3 districts would dare to venture forth? In this apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, and who will tend to these plants meticulously? Regardless of their potential benefits, no one will consider them. The green restoration plan is not a novel idea, as early as the first year of the apocalypse. District 3 recognized that the decline of vegetation was degrading air quality, threatening human survival on the surface. The proposal was made then, but ultimately abandoned for various reasons, resorting instead to the concept of underground cities. Naturally, he did not advocate for underground cities due to prolonged construction, limited space, and time constraints. Once established, over half of humanity would be forsaken. That was not a scenario he wished to witness. Qin Ning's hands tightened slightly. She did not respond, but retreated to her room, fully aware of Qin Yuan's words. Shuzhou glanced at the despondent figure of Qin Yuan and murmured, If I were you, I would agree. It's just a meal. It signifies nothing. However, I wonder if Qin Ning can find a way to bring Miss Yu out. We could have a proper discussion. She waved her hand dismissively. You can figure out yourself. Shuzhou was left in despair. What now? Su Bo if Yulan did not accompany them. Many initiatives would be impossible to carry out. Su Bo sighed helplessly. Perhaps we were simply untrustworthy. I heard that Yulan was rescued by Li Su. She seems to trust him greatly. When he returns, let him persuade her. That was their only option for now. Remaining here offered no alternatives. Su Bo regarded the seeds in his hand. Since Yulan was unlikely to cooperate for the time being, he would delve deeper into the seeds Qin Ning had given him. Understanding their contents could lead to a significant breakthrough. Elder Qin observed the potted plant Li Su had brought, his eyes glimmering with amazement. He was aware that Qin Ning could cultivate plants in soil, attributing it to her unique abilities, which could not be widely replicated. However, Li Su's comments during today's meeting instilled new hope regarding the green restoration plan. These plants appeared indistinguishable from ordinary ones, and it was rumored that their fruits were edible and devoid of side effects, which would greatly aid in addressing food shortages if these plants could thrive without strict soil and climate requirements. Widespread cultivation could resolve both environmental and food crises. Nevertheless, the necessity for water and other nutrients posed a significant challenge. Moreover, the current mentality of the populace did not favor planting. Their primary concern was survival in the face of zombie threats. Of course, if District 10 could serve as a pioneering experimental site, and if successful, it would represent an inspiring milestone at Li Su. I will discuss this matter thoroughly with Elder Qin and the others. You may have Qin Ning initiate small-scale experiments at the base that if they yield positive results, there's a good chance of persuading the traditionalists. I shared this sentiment. As long as the small-scale trial succeeded, people would see hope, and the traditionalists would refrain from interference. By the way, I heard you plan to involve Qin Ning in the ability fusion experiment. You need not. Anticipated Elder Chen's concerns. No, I am volunteering. With the rapid evolution of zombies, the dangers they faced were increasing. Humanity needed strength. Nothing. Elder Chen did not pursue the matter further, recognizing that Li Su understood his own desires. He retrieved a letter from a folder and slid it towards Li Su. This is news from District 9 that our personnel lost contact while investigating Baima Town, and, alarmingly, a substantial release of energy was detected there during District 3's calculations. This is not a favorable sign. The higher-ups have decided that once the ability fusion experiment succeeds, a vanguard team will be dispatched to Baima Town that I hope you can lead your squad. He spoke with a heavy tone. Having watched Li Su grow up, he wished to shield him from harm. Yet District 10 required capable individuals. Su could sense the turmoil in Elder Chen's heart. He merely nodded. I understand he had to confront numerous perilous tasks, so distancing himself from Qin Ning was a form of protection for her. Fortunately, he had already come to terms with this. Chapter 155. The Commencement of Action. After receiving news from Shuzhou, Li Su knocked on Yulan's door, but no response came. Puzzled, he glanced back at Wan, signaling her to open the door. Wan gently tapped on the door. Having locked herself inside since hearing that Su Bo had arrived. Why Yulan? It is I, Wan. We harbor no ill intentions. We simply wish to understand your thoughts. If you have any concerns, please feel free to share them with me. Cowering under the bed, Yulan's eyes were filled with terror, her mind consumed by regret. She should never have agreed to Mu Zhe. No, she should never have offered her blood so joyfully. What would she do now that her secrets were laid bare? Would they cast her into a horde of zombies, or use her as a laboratory guinea pig? Wan glanced at Li Su, understanding flashing her mind, and she retrieved the key, upon hearing the sound of the key turning in the lock. Yulan screamed in despair. Don't come any closer. Such a reaction startled both Wan and Li Su, rendering them motionless. Yet, this impasse could not persist. Communication with Yulan was imperative for the research to continue. Brother, sister, what are you doing here? Huanxi inquired, clutching a lollipop, her head tilted in confusion. They had yet to finish their sentences when the door swung open abruptly, and Yulan bolted out, seizing Huanxi's hand and pulling her back inside. Locking the door tightly once more. Why Yulan? Huanxi's voice trailed off. It's all right, Sister Wan. She might have something important to say to me. Wan wished to interject further, but Li Su raised a hand to stop her. Since Yulan was willing to confide in Huanxi, it was best to let them converse privately. Why Yulan fixed her gaze on Huanxi. I know your secret. You cannot refuse to assist me. Huanxi shrugged off Yulan's grip, climbing onto the bed to play with a nearby toy. With innocent naivety, she replied, What secret do you know? I can't help you, but Brother Li Su will. Yulan, incensed by Huanxi's pretense, snatched the toy from her hands and hurled it to the ground. Her crimson eyes were rife with anxiety and confusion. She dared not shout, forcing her voice down to a whisper. Stop pretending. Yang Zipa. You surely wouldn't want them to discover your trip to Yang. See, the glimmer of golden light flickered in Huanxi's eyes, momentarily masking her youthful innocence with a sharp gaze fixed on Yulan. The latter felt a chill run down her spine, paralyzing her with fear. You? Huanxi observed her quietly, realizing she had underestimated this woman before her, who still retained fragments of memory. Yet she remained indifferent. What do you want? Yulan inhaled deeply, seeking to calm her tumultuous emotions. That I need your help. You have known all along that I lack the antibodies. You are the one who possesses them. Therefore, you must assist me in resolving my current predicament. That if you refuse, I will reveal everything about you, branding you as a monster for experimentation. She had thought it through clearly. If worse came to worst, they would both perish together. Who was afraid of whom? Huanxi exhibited no sign of anxiety, a faint smile gracing her lips. Such a demeanor from Huanxi was chilling, leaving others at a loss. I told you, the only one who can help you is Brother Li Su. Since you refuse to leave, why not let them come? Her laughter rang like silver bells, sending shivers down spines. Sister Yulan, your joke is truly amusing. I quite enjoy it. She stepped forward, patting Yulan's shoulder. I will help you, don't tremble. Outside, Chi-Wan felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Huan Shi's words. She had not anticipated that Yulan would trust Huan Shi to such a degree, perhaps due to the frequent absence of others, leaving only Huan Shi to keep her company. As Chi-Wan descended the stairs, she encountered Qin Ning and Mo.E tidying up. What are you up to? Mo.E replied while inspecting a potted plant on the table. The captain has brought news that we can initiate the green restoration plan on a small scale. To gauge public response, Sister Ning insists we expedite this matter. Qin Ning surveyed the prepared items on the table and instructed Mo.E to load them into the vehicle. She had specifically chosen the southern part of the city, where both superpowered individuals and ordinary people coexisted comfortably. Only those with their basic needs met could consider other aspects of life, allowing her to implement her plan more effectively. I'll join you. After all, Mo.E and I are partners. Count me in. He Shuang chimed in, eager to learn how Qin Ning accomplished her feats. Sure, the more the merrier. Let's go. With Qin Ning's command, the group set off towards the southern district. Upon arrival, Qin Ning arranged the supplies, having instructed Mo.E to find a location with high foot traffic and some wasteland. Fortunately, with Yishuang's assistance, they could bypass the land-clearing step. Qin Ning distributed seeds, with each person assigned a task, one sowing, another watering, and yet another fertilizing. Releasing the spiritual butterfly from her forehead, Qin Ning absorbed the impurities from the air, promoting rapid plant growth. Although she could utilize the technique of 1,000 branches from one tree, ordinary individuals could not replicate this. She had to show them the most authentic scenario. Curious onlookers initially cast a few glances before moving on, but as more people gathered, many began to stop and watch. Within half an hour, the plants had sprouted from the soil, maturing rapidly. How is this possible? Someone boldly inquired. The moment had arrived, and Qin Ning was ready. These are newly developed seeds from District 10, capable of thriving in contaminated soil, and the fruits they bear are edible. The first grapevines planted were already bearing fruit. Qin Ning plucked a fresh grape and distributed it to those present. They gazed at the grapes in their hands, exchanging glances, hesitant to take a bite. In this apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity. Qin Ning bit into the grape, and, as the juice burst forth, she savored its sweet flavor. She then peeled another grape before their eyes, revealing its plump flesh. It had been ages since they had seen fruit, let alone something so fresh. A bolder individual took a bite, and the familiar, blissful sensation ignited excitement among the crowd. It's so sweet. His exclamation prompted others to follow suit, eagerly sampling the grapes, their faces alight with delight. As Qin Ning prepared to speak, a voice interrupted. What are you doing? Chapter 156. The best promotion. What brings you here? Mo.E glared at Ji Duo, recalling how he had nearly endangered District 3 and Captain Jiang Su by collaborating with Yang Zipa. You dare speak to me in such a manner? Ji Duo lunged at Mo.E with a claw. Qin Ning, quick on her feet, pulled Mo.E back, her face betraying a hint of anger. Ji Duo's strike cleaved through a newly grown apple tree, electricity crackling as the scent of chard would fill the air. Ji Duo reveled in the destruction, smugly declaring, "This is what Li Su proposed. Plants capable of attacking zombies. And even I can destroy them effortlessly. Truly pathetic." His mocking gaze fell on Qin Ning, who, undeterred, raised her hand to claim the grapes he had just seized. Keep your toys. Don't embarrass yourself with them. Just as Ji Duo grasped the grapes, Qin Ning snapped her fingers. A deafening explosion resonated, followed by his pained outcry. What is this? His entire right arm suffered injury, and the crowd watched in trepidation. Unwilling to intervene, enraged, Ji Duo lunged at Qin Ning, but Mo.E's vines ensnared his right arm, attempting to restrain him. In his fury, Ji Duo's arm crackled with electricity, revealing the power disparity between him and Mo.E. The vines charred under the electric current, even as Mo.E attempted to withdraw, but the electricity continued to surge, injuring her arm. Tishuang gasped, and a wall of earth separated the two. Captain G. This is the base, and it is strictly prohibited to engage in personal combat. Get away from me. Ji Duo's arrogance had never been challenged. His anger unleashed a torrent of electricity, with catastrophic consequences looming. Qin Ning, disinterested in further dialogue, let a green light flicker in her eyes. The vine she had just planted swiftly wound around Ji Duo's limbs, lifting him high into the air. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines constricted. His electricity surged, intent on incinerating the vines, yet he underestimated his opponent. Qin Ning's vines contained a trace of paralyzing toxin, and the more he exerted his powers, the faster the poison would take effect. Moe, worried, urged Qin Ning to leave, but she simply patted her shoulder. 3, 2, 1. As confusion spread, Ji Duo suddenly lost all sensation, darkness enveloping him as he plummeted to the ground. Captain! Zhou Yang rushed forward to catch Ji Duo. What have you done to our captain? Qin Ning shrugged innocently. Shouldn't you hurry and take your captain for treatment? If you delay, I can't guarantee anything. Zhou Yang, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly loaded Ji Duo into the vehicle. Sister Ning, you were magnificent. How did you do that? Moe pushed Qin Ning's shoulder, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Had she truly defeated Ji Duo so effortlessly? Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all witnessed the recent events. The situation was indeed dire. The formidable Captain Ji Duo from District 10 has met his match against those very plants. This alone suffices to attest to the plant's extraordinary capabilities. Why not seize this opportunity for free promotion? Though there may be some exaggeration involved, isn't it customary for advertisements to embellish? Remarkably, upon hearing Qin Ning's words, the others quickly grasped the implication. Who would have thought that Ji Duo's commotion inadvertently served as their advertisement? What do you mean by that? One onlooker could not restrain his curiosity and inquired. Seizing the moment, Qin Ning presented the potted plants she had prepared in advance, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely." She gently tapped her fingertip on a leaf, causing it to sway in response. Those who had initially stood at a distance could not help but draw closer. With a sharp snap of her fingers, a vine suddenly surged forth, startling those at the forefront, causing one to tumble to the ground. These plants, if cultivated with care and affection by their growers, can offer a degree of protection to you all. Moreover, as the air quality deteriorates in this post-apocalyptic world, I trust you can sense it as well. The mist you observed at night harbors trace amounts of toxins, which these plants can help absorb, ensuring your safety. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion, clearly still skeptical of Qin Ning's claims. Why not give it a try? Someone shouted from the crowd. Among us, those who can sustain themselves are already fortunate. How can you expect us to nurture something whose usefulness is uncertain? Indeed, and besides, we cannot see the toxins you speak of. What does it matter? We are all destined for death regardless. Such pessimistic sentiments posed a challenge to her promotion, just as Qin Ning contemplated her next words. An individual emerged from the throng. Are you Qin Ning from Mummin Base? Surprised, she responded, yes. The person squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, wonderful. I've been searching for you ever since you left the base. You have no idea how much those plants you sold me have aided me. Were it not for them, I would have perished at the hands of zombies. By the way, are your potted plants still at the old price? I'd like to purchase 10 more. Qin Ning gazed at him in disbelief, her expression a mix of confusion, as you all can see. Previously, these were for sale, but in response to the call from District 10, these seeds are now distributed free of charge. If you cultivate them well, we may even offer rewards. The crowd immediately became animated, each vying to claim the seeds, eager to return home and plant them, as if the earlier concerns had vanished. Moy guided the crowd to form a line. Shuang distributed the seeds, and Qi Wan explained the necessary precautions. Ning Jie, stop dawdling. The spring water has run out. Do we have any seeds left? Moy nudged Qin Ning. Snapping back to reality, Qin Ning produced a large bag of seeds and bottled spring water from her space and handed them to Moy. You all stay here. I need to step away for a moment. She resolutely followed the man from Mummin Base as he turned into a narrow alley. Sir, I have completed the task you assigned. Li Su. Qin Ning exclaimed in surprise as she spotted Li Su in the alley. Aren't you supposed to be in training? After handing the man his payment, Li Su instructed him to leave. I didn't expect you to find me. I thought I was discreet. Qin Ning sighed softly, placing her hands on her hips. You think you can deceive me? Not in this lifetime. The potted plants I sold at Mom and Base were not imbued with natural power. They are merely ordinary plants that can absorb impurities from the air, lacking any offensive capabilities. Yet that individual claimed they helped him evade zombies, that IT is nothing but a fabrication. Chapter 157. Accompany me to the Qin family. Li Su's light-colored eyes brimmed with emotion as he gazed at Qin Ning, who was engrossed in her analysis. A gentle glow illuminated her figure, while vines in the corner continued to climb the walls, a purple flower resting near her.Alas. Qin Ning halted, meeting his gaze, the subtle emotions flowing between them. She was the first to avert her eyes, a blush creeping up her neck. What was happening? Instinctively, she covered her neck, wishing to conceal her feelings. That it seemed that ever since that kiss, everything had changed, spiraling beyond her control. Sensing her discomfort, he concealed his emotions, realizing he had no right to harbor feelings for her. As long as he remained by her side, danger would linger. He had long resolved to rein in his sentiments. Things should proceed smoothly. I have matters to attend to, Li Su said, nodding slightly as he prepared to leave. Qin Ning's hand tightened beneath her sleeve. She didn't dislike him. She merely felt uncertain about why she wished to preserve their friendship while simultaneously wanting to keep him close. She abhorred crossing the boundaries of their relationship, yet presently, she did not wish for him to leave. This conflicting emotion governed her actions. Wait! Qin Ning's rationality overtook her feelings, and she grasped his hand. Their gazes collided once more, but this time, it was Li Su who chose to release her grip. As Qin Ning processed her actions, regret washed over her. What's wrong? His tone remained unchanged, yet it felt starkly distant. This was not what she desired. She was uncertain about what she truly wanted. Accompany me to the Qin family. Is the Qin family causing you trouble? Emotion flickered in Li Su's deep-set eyes. He stepped forward, taking Qin Ning's hand, scrutinizing her closely. They haven't done anything to you, have they? Are you hurt? His concern felt familiar, the warmth of his palm gradually thawing her icy heart. She looked at Li Su, holding her hand. No. Even if I were, you mustn't forget that I possess healing abilities that I would recover swiftly. Their gazes met once more, and upon encountering her smile, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Damn you, Qin Ning. How dare you injure me? Jidwa shouted, kicking the trembling Xiaoxian, who was applying medicine to his wounds. You useless fool. If you had dealt with Qin Ning properly, would she be so audacious now? Captain, spare me. Captain, please. Jidwa glared at the quaking Xiaoxian on the ground. His rage intensifying, he kicked him again in frustration. Damn Qin Ning. Damn Li Su. How dare they oppose me and propose that ridiculous green reclamation plan? Captain, please, Xiaoxian begged, cradling his head, covered in numerous injuries, barely clinging to life. Zhou Yang coldly interjected, Captain, the green reclamation plan is of utmost importance. If implemented, the underground city plan will be shelved. Am I unaware of that? Jidwa, furious, kicked Xiaoxian again. He glanced at the barely conscious Xiaoxian, unable to vent his frustration, and sat down. What do you propose we do? Initially, he had dismissed this plan, having heard it before. However, this afternoon, while seeking trouble, he witnessed a barren land transformed into farmland, with vines containing trace amounts of paralyzing neurotoxins. Should that group of ordinary individuals gain access to these plants, their chances of survival would drastically increase. Thus, the useless imbeciles would squander the remaining resources. The reason he embraced the underground city plan was his desire to swiftly eliminate these good-for-nothings who wasted air and resources. That he envisioned a world where only the strong prevailed, a survival of the fittest, where those without abilities were destined for elimination. Zhou Yang's eyes glimmered with coldness. Captain, there is no need for such concern. The most critical aspect of the Green Reclamation Plan is resources. 60% of District 10, and even the world has been sweltering for 3 to 4 months without a single drop of rain. The riverbeds are cracked, and people lack water, let alone for those plants. As long as the water resources remain unresolved, this plan cannot succeed. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, a smile finally graced Jidwa's darkened countenance. Zhou Yang, you truly are my right-hand man, that he sneered, fixating on the photograph on the wall. After all, am a child of destiny. What are you, Li Su and Qin Ning? Furthermore, keep a close watch on every water-based ability user. Do not let them interfere. Rest assured, Captain, I will handle this matter. However, there's one more thing we must consider. What is it? The Qin family. Their vote is crucial. Moreover, Qin Ning appears to be the daughter that Qin Xian abandoned. They may very well cast their vote in her favor. Zhou Yang's words compelled Jidwa to take heed. He acknowledged the truth in his statement. Old Qin was a stubborn man, and he must be dealt with. We are heading to the Qin family now. Understood, Captain. The healer in the room gazed sympathetically at the injured Xiao Xian. The captain was known for his volatile temper, but he had never been so severe. Had it not been for Deputy Zhou's timely intervention, Xiao Xian would not have returned. Xiao Xian, during this time, focus on your recovery that I will take care of you. And avoid the captain for now. He was at a loss for words to comfort the young man. Xiao Xian remained silent, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. The healer, witnessing his state, refrained from saying more and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation before turning to leave. In the cramped room, he found himself alone. Xiao Xuan's eyes were filled with resentment as his hand reached beneath the pillow, revealing the seed he had extracted, now laid out before him. Once, he had been engulfed by fear and trepidation. Now, he clenched his hand tightly around the seed, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Elder Qin sat on the sofa, his expression calm, yet internally he was wrought with anxiety. His hand gripping the cane slick with perspiration, he occasionally glanced at the clock on the wall, calculating the passage of time. The girl had finally come to her senses, willing to show weakness and voluntarily approach the Qin household. Qin Yuan had spoken the truth. As long as she behaved today, he would act as if the past had never transpired. In the corner of the room, Qin Tan watched his anxious grandfather in the living room. His face etched with worry, uncertain if this time his grandfather and Qin Ning could coexist harmoniously. The father had exerted great effort to reconcile the two. If they were to quarrel again, it would all be in vain. You know how grandfather can be. It might be difficult to that point. You control grandfather, and I will handle Qin Ning. Qin Zhan nodded, raising her hand to high-five Qin Tan. Sealing their pact. No. How could I possibly control grandfather? Chapter 158. It was you who killed my mother. The dining table. No one dared to speak first. Elder Qin wore a serious expression, while Qin Ning remained silent. Her face cold. Qin Tan and Qin Zhan wanted to ease the tension, but no one summoned the courage to break the silence. Qin Xian placed the last dish on the table and sat beside Elder Qin. Her sweet voice filled with delight. Sister, you've finally returned. Without casting a glance at Qin Xian, Qin Ning thought to herself that had it not been for Qin Yuan threatening her with voting rights, she would never have come. Even now, she had no intention of feigning camaraderie with Qin Xian. Her silence only exacerbated the awkwardness, and Elder Qin's face darkened with anger. Qin Ning, your sister has been busy since mourning for your sake. What is this attitude? Elder Qin's reprimand caused two aggrieved parties to hold their breath, pushing each other, yet no one dared to alleviate the tension, just as it seemed they might erupt again. Their savior, Qin Yuan, returned home, but he glanced at Qin Ning, who was already seated at the table, a satisfied expression in his eyes. It appeared the family had finally gathered together in its entirety. Father Ning, he said, setting down his belongings and taking a seat beside Elder Qin. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters, and one spoke, and Qin Yuan quickly deduced that the atmosphere was far from pleasant. He decisively shifted the topic. Li Su, I didn't expect you to be here as well. That I must thank you. If not for you bringing Qin Ning back to Area 10, we might never have found her. Li Su's voice was nonchalant as he instinctively glanced at Qin Ning, regretting bringing her to Area 10, as it had led to so much distress. Just fate, was a succinct reply, effectively drowning the conversation. A glance from Qin Yuan startled Qin Zhan, nearly causing her to choke on her drink. She coughed awkwardly. Ha ha. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Tan kicked her under the table. However, Qin Zhan's laughter was particularly strained. Qin Ning, it's been so long since we last met. Who would have thought we would become family? This forced small talk was unbearable. Qin Tan kicked again, but Qin Zhan stepped on his foot in retaliation, causing him to yelp. Qin Zhan, are you trying to murder your brother? Are you out of your mind? What are you saying? Qin Zhan exclaimed in confusion. Qin Ning silently raised her hand. I stepped on you. I let it slide the first time, but you did it again. Qin Tan looked down at the table, a sheen of cold sweat on his brow, realizing they were in deep trouble. If there are no words to say, then don't force it. She could see they were all trying to ease the tension, but they perhaps misunderstood the situation. If the parties involved were unwilling to reconcile, no one could force it. What do you mean by finding something to say? That is your brother. If he could adopt a better attitude, would it have come to this? Father Qin Yuan attempted to interject. I don't see how my attitude is lacking. Qin Ning's anger flared. Elder Qin, you are the one who summoned me here. If you find me displeasing, you need not have called. Qin Ning. Qin Yuan observed the brewing conflict and quickly intervened. No. Let her speak. What do you mean by saying I called you here? Elder Qin's voice grew heavier with anger. Qin Ning, do you believe the Qin family is begging for your presence? Do you think you're the only one who is clever, coming to deceive us with your bloodline? Having someone like you in the Qin family is truly a calamity. She abruptly stood, and Li Su grasped her hand, attempting to quell her fury. If it weren't for you threatening me with voting rights, do you think I would have returned? If you hadn't clung so stubbornly, would I have resorted to such measures? Listen well, I want nothing to do with the Qin family. She tightly held on Li Su's hand, fully aware that this meal was destined to end in failure. Elder Qin trembled with rage, while Qin Xin spoke reproachfully. Sister, how could you? Don't call me sister. I am not your sister, Qin Ning retorted, cutting off Qin Xin's words. Elder Qin, pained, grasped Qin Xin's hand. What right do you have to say such things? Has the Qin family ever wronged you? We went to great lengths to arrange for your mother to marry your father. Yet she refused, even leaving home to marry him, that we have no obligation to seek you out or care for you. The Qin family owes you nothing. Father, as Elder Qin calmed down, he felt regret, realizing he hadn't meant it that way. Meeting Qin Ning's gaze, his softened heart hardened once more, his hand trembling around the cane. Isu could clearly sense the shift in Qin Ning's emotions. He reached out to intertwine his fingers with hers, gently soothing her distress. She scoffed, her eyes reddening as she glared at the defiant Elder Qin. You owe me nothing? You are indeed heartless. Let me tell you. You should be grateful that I have refrained from taking action against you. The grudge for killing my mother is irreconcilable. You forced my mother into this situation, did you not? To humiliate her, to bring about her demise, and now to feign innocence. It is truly revolting. Drawing a tang-hung knife from her space, she struck the dining table, severing it in two with a resounding crash. Scattering dishes across the floor, do not seek me out again. Next time, I cannot guarantee where my knife will land. She pulled Li Su along as she stormed out. With every step, her longing for her mother deepened. Her mother must have been heartbroken, driven to despair by her own father. That kind of hopelessness must have compelled her mother to leave her alone in this world. Elder Qin gazed in disbelief at Qin Ning's retreating figure. His voice trembling. What did she say? That I killed Xin'er, that I forced her to death. For the first time, Qin Yuan heard such word from Qin Ning's lips. Father, this isn't. Elder Qin coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious into his chair. Father, grandfather, grandpa. In an instant, the entire Qin family was thrown into chaos. Qin Ning's grip on Li Su tightened, her body trembling, while he enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back. Let out if you need to cry, but he understood that Qin Ning was deeply troubled and needed to vent her feelings. Li Su, how desperate must my mother have been before she died? Her biological father forced her to her end, and the knife she used to end her life was handed to her by him. He held her close, gradually infusing his spiritual energy into her, helping her find calm. Qin Ning, I am here for you, he whispered softly, lowering his gaze to the now sleeping Qin Ning on his shoulder. Do not be afraid. You are weary. Rest early. He lifted Qin Ning into his arms, carrying her home. Chapter 159. I understand what I must do. Grandfather, how is he? Do not worry. Grandfather is stabilized and is now resting. Upon hearing this, Qin Tan felt a weight lift from his heart. Today had been perilous, and his mind was still in a muddle. Why did Qin Ning claim that his aunt was forced to her death by grandfather? He stroked his chin, confusion etched on his face. Yet, it was clear that his aunt had been driven to death by the Tang family. Was there some misunderstanding? Qin Zhan knew Qin Ning well. She wouldn't speak without reason. There must be a rationale behind her words. Could it be that Qin Ning had received inaccurate information? Is that why she had harbored resentment towards the Qin family all these years? Qin Xian's gaze fell, a flicker of barely perceptible displeasure flashing in her eyes. We should all go back. Too many people might disturb grandfather. Qin Tan and the others turned to leave, determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. She watched their retreating figures, malice swirling in her gaze. Her clenched fist hidden beneath her sleeve, that it seemed Qin Ning remained oblivious to everything. And oh wonder, she harbored animosity towards the Qin family. She had never exposed herself in front of others. However, once she unveiled her lineage, the consequences would be dire. Thus, she must eliminate Qin Ning swiftly. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, shrouded in mist, as if the light itself was obstructed, under the orange glow of the streetlights. The scene grew increasingly desolate. Her hand gripped the window's railing, the sharp wire cutting into her palm. Blood dripped from her hand onto the ground below, where a tendril emerged from the corner. Licking at the crimson stains, that it seemed insufficient. It raised its antennae, gazing towards the blood's origin. Fixating on Qin Xian above, taking advantage of the moonlight, the tendril began to creep up the wall. Qin Xian, having heard that Qin Lao was infuriated by Qin Ning, made a point to rush over. This abrupt voice interrupted her contemplation, and upon turning back, she met Ji Duo's gaze, one that was unabashedly triumphant and laden with ulterior motives. A sight that was difficult to bear and even more repugnant. This was precisely why, when faced with the choice between Ji Duo and Li Su, she had initially opted for the latter, who was accompanied by women rather than him. Just as she was about to turn away, Ji Duo caught sight of her injured hand, and a smirk of satisfaction flickered across his features. I have long heard that Qin Ning is a person devoid of upbringing. After all, Qin Lao is her elder. Yet she is capable of such behavior. I have heard that her willingness to come was merely to deceive Qin Lao into securing his vote. What on earth are she and Li Su concocting with that green return plan? Survival is already a challenge, yet they dare to pursue material and spiritual needs. It is nothing short of ludicrous. I firmly believe that after this incident, both Qin Lao and Miss Qin will see things clearly. Originally intent on leaving, Qin Xian's thoughts shifted upon hearing Ji Duo's words. Since Ji Duo harbors such resentment towards Qin Ning and Li Su, why not leverage his hand to eradicate this calamity? A worried expression crossed her face. I cannot fathom what my sister is truly thinking, but this time she has gone too far. How can she treat our grandfather in such a manner? For her visit, he has prepared tirelessly from dawn till dusk, and her actions have indeed wounded his heart. As for Captain G's mention of the Green Return Plan and the Underground City Project, I do not fully grasp their implications. Only that grandfather seems to favor the Underground City Project, yet appears troubled due to my sister's influence. Feigning concern, she let out a sigh. Forget it. Grandfather needs rest. So I shall not see him off. The implication of her words was clear to Ji Duo, whose smug expression could hardly be contained. Miss Qin's hand is injured. Allow me to arrange for someone to treat it. It was only then that Qin Xian realized her hand was cut. No, thank you for your kind offer, Captain, but it seems you have forgotten that I am a healer myself. She raised her hand, and the wound visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Ji Duo turned away, striding back. Zhou Yang, you are indeed astute. If you had not brought me here, how could I have acquired such crucial information? I have comprehended Qin Xian's words. Qin Lao must have abandoned Qin Ning, and coupled with his initial bias toward the Underground City Project, resolving the issue with Qin Ning will streamline everything. Zhou Yang remained silent, his eyes clouded with uncertainty, his brows furrowed. He had an inkling that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He glanced back toward the hospital ward and spoke softly. Captain, should we wait for Qin Lao to awaken before probing further? I interrupted. Zhou Yang, you are remarkable in many respects, but your one flaw is your indecisiveness, constantly overthinking. Qin Xian is Qin Lao's favorite granddaughter. Her words are tantamount to his, and her stance naturally mirrors his. Is that so? Zhou Yang hesitated to agree, recalling her earlier impatience. What had prompted Qin Xian to change her stance? Was it because of Qin Ning? Yet the Qin family is known for its protectiveness. Since Qin Ning is her sister, no matter the grievances, she would not voice such sentiments. Although unspoken, It seemed as though her words subtly hinted that the captain should eliminate Qin Ning. What was her purpose in doing so? It defied explanation. A bold idea struck him. Qin Ning holds leverage over Qin Ning, and this leverage pertains to her very existence or reputation, a secret that the rest of the Qin family must remain oblivious to. Qin Xian had 2 daughters. The elder had passed away early. If Qin Ning is indeed that elder daughter, then Qin Ning is the usurper, which explains her urgency to eliminate Qin Ning. Once this thought took root in Zhou Yang's mind, it began to flourish unchecked. If this were true, they could effectively manipulate the Qin family. A SG duo got into the car. An unforeseen tendril launched an attack. "Captain, watch out," Zhou Yang exclaimed, shoving G Duo aside. The tendril piercing through his shoulder, blood staining half of his body. Upon contact with the blood, the tendril grew even more frenzied. G Duo, regaining his senses, swiftly severed the tendril. "Zhou Yang, are you all right?" G Duo supported him. And upon seeing his injuries, an unmistakable murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. He entrusted Zhou Yang to a nearby ally and unleashed his dragon claws, attacking the tendril. The tendril, sensing G Duo's strength after losing a segment, hastily retreated into the shadows. Furious, G Duo would not allow it to escape. Gathering the power of thunder, he struck the ground, electricity surging through the earth, ensnaring the tendril within a lightning array, severing its escape route. "You think you can run?" G Duo bellowed, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the tendril, which was soon charred black, resembling a pile of overcooked meat. The acrid stench deterred any approach. Reckless creature, G Duo retracted the lightning power and hastily entered the vehicle. "Zhou Yang, how are you?" "Captain, rest assured, the deputy is fine now." "That is a relief. Let us depart." After G Duo left, the tendril, now a charred mass within the lightning array, began to writhe and stealthily retreated into the darkness. Chapter 160. Towards the water source. Have you heard? Yesterday, the Qin family invited Qin Ning for dinner, and she managed to infuriate Qin Lao to the point of unconsciousness. He is still lying in the hospital. What on earth is this girl thinking? This is the Qin family, a massive tree that one should cling to tightly. I heard the reason is that Qin Lao caused her mother's death. This is a blood feud. That's so? Luo Hao glanced at the 2 departing figures, his lowered gaze darkening with malice. Leaning against the wall, he dug his fingers into his palm, the black markings on his neck reappearing. He collapsed to the ground in pain, suppressing his lips to avoid making a sound. The episodes have become increasingly severe, and time is running out for him. However, Qin Ning remains vigilant against him. If she continues to stay close to Li Su and the others, he will have no opportunity to act. He must find a breakthrough. From the conversation he overheard, it seems there is a vendetta between Qin Ning and Qin Lao. Yet, from his observations, the old man seems to dote on his deceased daughter. He does not appear to harbor the sentiments she describes, and if he were indeed the one responsible for Qin Xian's death, he would not treat Qin Xin well. There must be something hidden beneath the surface that he needs to recollect any information pertaining to Qin Ning. He vaguely remembered that during their school days, Qin Ning was quite reserved and solitary. He recalled that she had taken a leave of absence for a while, during which he had curiously sought out Suya for information. From her, he learned that Suya was the mastermind, yet it seemed she was acting under someone else's instructions. Who that person was, Suya did not disclose, but he inadvertently noticed the individual wearing a distinctive bracelet, a pattern he felt he had seen before. Yet he could not recall where he pained himself, tapping his head in an attempt to jog his memory. This was crucial to him. "Luo Hao, what are you doing here?" A woman approached, curiosity etched on her face. Upon seeing his pale and sweaty visage, she paused for a moment, asking, "Are you unwell?" She kindly moved to assist him. In a moment of panic, Luo Hao raised his arm and shoved her to the ground. The jewelry box in her hand fell, revealing a familiar bracelet that caught his eye. Instinctively, he picked it up and examined it closely. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The woman climbed back up, confusion evident on her face as she noticed him fixated on the bracelet. She explained, "Isn't it beautiful? This belongs to Miss Qin Xin. Was a coming-of-age gift from Qin Lao when she turned 18. Uniquely customized and one-of-a-kind. This belongs to Qin Xin." Could it be that the person he saw years ago was indeed Qin Ning? No wonder Suya had been reluctant to reveal the identity of that individual. Yet, back then, Qin Ning was already acquainted with Qin Ning, that if they harbored animosity, why did Qin Ning act as if she did not recognize Qin Ning upon seeing her? There must be an unspoken secret hidden within. It seems he must delve into the secrets of the eldest daughter of the Qin family. What is happening? He returned the bracelet, apologizing. I'm sorry, I was feeling unwell just now. You weren't hurt, were you? The woman shook her head, accepting the bracelet. It's broken. Miss Qin Ning asked me to find someone to repair it. That I'm fine, but you seem unwell. Would you like me to get someone to take you to the hospital? Luo Hao shook his head. It's an old ailment. Besides, we people like us should consider it a blessing to be alive. That I know a metal-type ability user. Perhaps he can fix it. Allow me to help you deliver it. The woman hesitated slightly, but upon meeting Luo Hao's earnest gaze, she relented. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. That he took the bracelet and they set off. What is going on? Qin Ning finished packing and prepared to leave. As she stepped out of her room, the living room was bustling with people and various instruments. With so many individuals crammed into the small 3-story building, the addition of numerous items made the living room feel particularly cramped and congested. Considering Miss Yulan's fear of unfamiliar environments, it was collectively decided to move everything here for convenience in conducting research. Suzhou smiled at Qin Ning. One of the reasons he had agreed to this arrangement was to observe Qin Ning up close. Ever since he obtained the seeds, he had been researching tirelessly, eager to unravel the secrets within, yet he had gleaned no clues. Now that he had moved in, perhaps he could learn a thing or two. Qin Ning surveyed the crowd, feeling overwhelmed. Whatever arrangements these people made for sleeping were not her concern. As long as she had her own room, that was sufficient. Suzhou observed Qin Ning preparing to depart. He hurriedly stepped forward and grasped her hand, inquiring, "Where are you headed, Qin Ning?" His gaze fell upon her baseball cap, the casual t-shirt paired with denim shorts, and the backpack slung over her shoulder. Accompanied by a map in her hand, it was evident she was on the brink of a significant endeavor, perhaps even uncovering the secret of the seeds. I'm off to locate a water source. Why is Subo also so intrigued? A water source. Interested. Of course I'm interested. Shall we go together? Just as he finished speaking, a researcher behind him caught his arm, urging, Subo, we must prioritize our main task. Aren't you all here? I have important matters to attend to. Qin Ning immediately discerned Suzhou's intentions. She had long heard Qin Yin mention that Suzhou had been persistently researching the seed she had given him, even secretly probing Qin Yin for information. However, with 2 psychics accompanying them, their chances of locating the underground water veins would surely increase. She hoped to resolve the issue of the water source swiftly. Otherwise, the green revival plan would face yet another interruption. All right then. The vehicle in the courtyard had been awaiting them, and Qin Ning opened the front passenger door and settled in, closing her eyes to rest. As Suzhou climbed in, he noticed Moi poking his head out, pulling him over with a grin. I must say, Subo, you do enjoy the spotlight, don't you? Huh. He managed an awkward smile, surprised by the unexpectedly large company. Qin Yin, you're here too, Li Su. Didn't you say you had pressing matters and missed training? Was it just for this? Qin Ning furrowed her brows, turning her head. How can this not be considered significant? Ah, of course it is. According to the map Qin Yin had deduced, heading north for 20 kilometers would lead them to a mountain named Sun Nanshan, a region abundant in mutated flora and fauna. Based on his hypothesis and the soil samples previously collected, it was highly likely that a water source lay hidden there. Once found, it could alleviate the water crisis plaguing the populace, allowing the green revival plan to continue. As the vehicle journeyed towards Sun Nanshan, the toxic fog thickened the closer they approached. Fortunately, with Qin Ning present, Ling Dai led the way, absorbing the noxious gas. Upon entering the mountain, they disembarked. The vehicle could not traverse further, and they would have to rely on their own strength to ascend. The temperature here was about 10 degrees lower than outside, and the path was lined with mutated plants, all seemingly in slumber, gentle and devoid of aggression. It was remarkable that these mutants could thrive in such an arid climate, indicating the presence of water. As they advanced, the mutated plants on either side raised their heads to observe the group. The sound of their footsteps crunching on fallen leaves echoing in the air. Suddenly, Li Su's eyes flickered, Be careful. Chapter 161. The six-eyed spider vines surged towards them, but thankfully, Li Su managed to immobilize them mid-air. Just as they began to relax, an enormous web descended upon them. Qin Ning drew her Tang Hung sword, using Mua's strength to leap and slice through the web. However, she soon discovered the webbing of the mutated spider was incredibly adhesive. As she attempted to retract her sword, it became ensnared even tighter. The spider, alerted by the noise, approached with a menacing glint in its 6 eyes, oozing purple venom as it lunged at Qin Ning. With no choice, Qin Ning relinquished her sword and retreated, but the six-eyed spider would not easily relent. It spewed webbing, severing her escape route. Observing her feet trapped in the web, she attempted to pull away, only to be rebounded and find herself seated within the webbing, rendering her immobile. The spider, sensing its prey ensnared, lunged toward Qin Ning. Su locked onto the creature mentally, while Qin Ning's sword pierced its abdomen, purple venom gushing forth. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, wrapping herself in vines to shield against the corrosive substance. The spider lay slain, yet the web clinging to Qin Ning remained stubbornly intact, no matter how much she struggled. It clung to her like superglue. Su moved forward to assist, but in the next moment, countless smaller spiders emerged from all directions, spitting silk at them. Moi, gazing at the swarm, felt a shiver run down her spine. Did we disturb a spider's nest? These tiny spiders advanced aggressively, their silk covering the path before them. Su's psychic field encased them, preventing the spiders from drawing nearer, yet they too found themselves unable to escape. The surroundings were laden with sticky webs, and one misstep could ensnare them. Qin Ning had yet to extricate herself from the previous web, lamenting that if Gu Lin were present, a simple fire could incinerate the entire nest. Qin Yin approached, using tweezers to extract a small piece of the web, noting its strong adhesive properties. If utilized properly, it could serve as an excellent material. That Su Zhou decisively took action, though the web clinging to the tweezers could not be removed easily. He stored it directly in a containment unit. Qin Ning was momentarily a loss for words, perplexed by their actions. Not worry. Li Su's mental strength is sufficient to handle this bunch. He understood the unspoken words in her gaze and guessed her thoughts. Am I unaware of this? It's truly frustrating. I can't get down. The spiders, exhibiting intelligence, seemed to sense danger by advancing further and remained stationary, intent on waiting them out. You two, stop studying them. Think of a way to get me down, Qin Ning implored. Exasperated, Qin Yin adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed. I thought you were merely enjoying the shade, which is why you haven't moved. While she appeared formidable, she was not omnipotent. Enough talk. Hurry. Qin Yin shook his head, scanning the vicinity. Nature follows a cycle of balance. There must be something nearby to counteract the spider-esque web. According to natural laws, upon uttering this, he indeed spotted a tree not far away, its berry juice dripping onto the web, successfully penetrating it and allowing a mutated butterfly to take flight. That he used tweezers to collect the fruit, crushing it to extract the juice, which he then applied to the At long last, Qin Ning was saved. Su, do not kill them all. Just incapacitate them. She wiped the juice that had stained her. Recalling Qin Yin's words, the ecological balance here must not be easily disrupted, especially since they had more pressing matters to attend to. Wait. Qin Yin and Su Zhou interrupted. Such valuable material should be properly collected. The spiders won't be able to enter for a while. We might as well gather what we can. Indeed, these individuals. Li Su remained silent, merely patting Qin Ning's shoulder and quietly asking, are you hurt? Rest assured, take a break if you need to. Qin Ning reached out to grasp Li Su's hand, who looked back at her in surprise. Turn away. She lowered her voice, suppressing her gaze, feigning calmness as she spoke. A warm current surged into Li Su's being, replenishing his energy. She was reluctant to let Li Su encroach upon her safe space, yet she did not wish for him to drift away from her protective circle. Li Su remained silent, savoring the tranquility. As time wore on, it became evident that the small spider's patience was wearing thin, with their legs poised and ready, as Li Su withdrew some of his psychic energy. They sensed his fatigue. The lead spider, noticing this, issued a command for a full-on assault. All the little spiders surged forward, attempting to ensnare Qin Ning and her companions. However, as they advanced, they found themselves caught in a trap. Li Su's psychic cage enveloped them entirely. With a sharp crack, the neurons in their minds exploded, and all the spiders fell unconscious. The captain truly lived up to the title. One strike spoke volumes of his prowess. Moi observed the fainted spiders, their 6 eyes still wide open, creating a rather eerie sight. I say, "Deputy, Subo, are you certain you want to bring a spider back with you?" Enough chatter. Sujo opened the cage, prompting Moi to use vines to secure the spider within. Qin Yin contemplated the mutated berry tree before him, then turned to Qin Ning. "Are you confident in obtaining seeds from this tree to cultivate?" Qin Ning regarded the tree, uncertain herself. Her seeds were all normal, untainted by viruses. Spring water had purifying properties that, if used to promote the growth of mutated seeds, wouldn't that be akin to administering poison? Moreover, the nutrients for these seeds derived from the corpses of zombies. If utilized here, wouldn't they go berserk? Additionally, she had no means of taming these mutated plants. Not quite feasible. The controllability of these mutated plants is uncertain. It's best to abandon this notion. As they ventured deeper, the mutated flora and fauna around them grew, increasingly restless and agitated. They were equally perplexed, suppressing their own sharp auras. According to intelligence from District 10, the mutated beings on this mountain did not typically display aggression towards humans. Yet their current state was decidedly abnormal. Could something have transpired here, causing this group to be so on edge? After exchanging glances, Moi's vines coiled around their waist to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed through the air. The entire mountain trembled, the booming sound overwhelming, forcing Qin Ning and her companions to cover their ears. "What is happening?" Moi felt dizzy, her senses muddled. Qin Ning swiftly intervened, alleviating her symptoms. However, the roar ceased, only for another to follow. The surrounding mutated plants and animals began to flee in all directions, in an instant. They understood. This was a territory that could not accommodate 2 tigers. Chapter 162. "Are you Qin Ning's grandmother? Release me. Let me go. Can you hear me? I must find my granddaughter. You know who my granddaughter is? How dare you stop me?" The old woman exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. "Elder, you really cannot enter here," the guard implored, struggling to restrain her, but oblivious to her stubbornness. "You insolent lackey, get away from me." The elderly lady slapped the guard across the face, escalating the situation. The guards hurried forward, attempting to pull the disruptive old woman away. Before they could act, she plopped down on the ground, wailing, "They're hitting people in District 10. Help!" The guards exchanged glances, none daring to approach. They were bound by regulations and wanted no part of this troublesome situation. "What is happening?" Luo Hao furrowed his brow, noting that someone dared to cause a ruckus at the gates of District 10 during the apocalypse. Such audacity! "Lord Luo, you've arrived just in time. This old woman insists on entering," a guard reported. "This is a military-restricted area. Outsiders are not permitted." Luo Hao glanced at the defiant old lady and whispered in her ear. "Those of high status care for the outcome, not the process." He patted her shoulder. "Guards, escort her away." Understanding Luo Hao's intent, the guards swiftly moved to handle the old woman. Realizing they were serious, she scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am Qin Xion's grandmother. To offend me is to offend the Qin family." Qin Xion's grandmother. Luo Hao halted, raising a hand for the guards to stand down. "Are you claiming to be Miss Qin Xion's grandmother?" The old woman straightened, pushing the guards aside. "Now, do you understand fear?" Luo Hao's brows knitted together as he scrutinized the ragged old woman, doubting her connection to the Qin family. "You assert this, yet I warn you, if you intentionally stir trouble in District 10, do you wish for your life to be cut short?" The old woman seemed momentarily intimidated by Luo Hao's words. Her voice faltering, but her pride remained intact. "I am indeed Qin Xion's grandmother. Her father is Tangwen. Tangwen. How is Qin Ning related to you?" The old woman hesitated upon hearing Qin Ning's name, then replied, "You mean that wasteful girl? I am her grandmother." And no wonder the name Tangwen sounded familiar. After whispering to his guards for a brief moment, he addressed her, "Greetings, grandmother." This is an important location. Ordinary people cannot enter. If you wish to see Qin Ning, perhaps you should accompany me that I will take you to her." The old woman paused, her gaze scrutinizing Luo Hao, her tone haughty. "And who are you?" "I'm a member of the Qin family. Rest assured, I will take you to her," he assured her. Upon hearing this, her demeanor shifted, intrigued by the notion of a Qin family lackey. "What is your name?" Luo Hao's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly masked his emotions with a smile. "You may call me Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, you must take me to enjoy a fine meal. After wandering for days, I have finally arrived at District 10th." The old woman acted with an air of superiority. Dismissing the guards, suppressing his displeasure, he maintained his smile. "Of course, grandmother." After ensuring the old woman was settled and tea was served, he inquired, "Since you're the grandmother of both Qin Ning and Miss Qin Ning, why is one child in the Qin family while the other is not?" It appears the Qin family is unaware of Qin Ning's existence. After feasting, the old woman felt buoyed, looking down on everyone around her. "That Qin Ning girl is a disgrace. As for Qin Ning, had it not been for my cleverness back then, What happened?" Luo Hao felt a jolt as the old woman fixed her gaze on him. "What business is it of yours, you gatekeeper? Go fetch Qin Ning to see me." She berated him, and although he was displeased, he discerned that there must be a hidden secret in this matter. With a forced smile, he replied, "You are right, grandmother. I shall go find Miss Qin Ning at once." After speaking, he discreetly placed a listening device under the table and closed the door. Sun Nanshan. "Two mutated tigers are vying for dominance. We should steer clear or risk being dragged into their conflict." Just as Qin Yin finished speaking, the entire mountain began to tremble violently. There was no time to react. One mutated tiger tumbled down the slope, its back raked by a claw, exposing boned it lay in a haystack, gasping heavily. Another mutated tiger charged down the hill towards the injured one. The wounded tiger quickly regained its footing, and upon seeing Qin Ning and the others, its green eyes turned red with rage. After evading an attack, it approached them. Meanwhile, the other tiger, which had been fighting, swiftly redirected its aggression towards Qin Ning's group. "Wait, they were just battling. Why are they now united against us?" Moa's vines pulled the group closer. "Because we are outsiders, a perceived threat, they have ceased their infighting to deal with us first." Qin Ning retrieved seeds from her space, and Li Su's psychic domain began to scout ahead. The two tigers exchanged glances and roared angrily as they charged at Qin Ning's group. A spring breeze carries countless branches. Qin Ning flung the seeds into the two tigers, and plants grew from within, causing them to howl in agony as they clawed at their bodies to remove the invasive flora. Just then, Moa's vines surged in from all directions, forming a massive net that ensnared them. As the tigers struggled, they fell into Li Su's psychic domain, where escape was nearly impossible. Just as Li Su prepared to incapacitate them, a fireball suddenly approached from behind. Qin Ning yanked Li Su aside as the fireball hurtled towards the mutated tigers, incinerating the vines that held them. The two tigers were freed. Suddenly, a group of masked individuals in black appeared among the trees, evidently approaching them. Qin Ning retrieved Tang Heng's blade from her space and whispered to Li Su, "You handle the tigers, I'll confront the intruders." She leapt up, glancing down at the black-clad figures. The fireball had proven effective, indicating the enemy was well-informed. Qin Ning maneuvered through the vines, leveraging the advantageous terrain of the mountain. Swiftly circling behind the enemy, that be why the time they noticed her, Li Su had already locked onto them with his psychic power. Her Tang Heng sword pierced towards the intruder's abdomen. A wind blade intercepted her strike, leading the attacker to rush forward. In her eagerness to save her comrade, she fell into Qin Ning's trap. As she drew near, her limbs were ensnared by Moa's vines. Attempting to break free with her wind blade, she was suddenly ensnared by a massive spider web, the previously gathered webbing now proving useful. Chapter 163. An Unexpected Discovery. Upon witnessing their companion trapped, the others launched a fireball towards the web. However, at that moment, Qin Ning lifted the ensnared individual with vines and hurled her towards the flames. A piercing scream erupted as water cascaded down upon the individual, and with a loud thud, the burned figure crashed to the ground. The tigers, perceptive creatures, retreated into the dense jungle, their green eyes fixed intently on the unfolding chaos. Su's psychic energy scanned the area, sensing their presence. The intruders retaliated by throwing fireballs towards Qin Ning and the others. Su was compelled to divide his psychic energy to counter the assault. Amidst the turmoil, the intruders seized the opportunity to escape. Moi and Qin Ning attempted to pursue, but Qin Yin's cold voice stopped them. "Do not follow." He stepped forward, using his blade to pry open the charred remains of a corpse. But alas, the face was disfigured beyond recognition, leaving no clue to the identity of the attackers. Clearly, someone was targeting them. They would have to proceed with caution. "Deputy, be careful," Moi warned, hastening forward to ensnare an advancing mutated tiger with her vines. Another tiger charged from the opposite side, but Su seized control with his psychic force, stunning it in its moment of vulnerability. "They're quite clever," Suzhou exhaled in relief, grateful for Su's presence. Otherwise, they would have faced a fierce battle. Qin Yin, with a sharp gaze, stepped forward and pried open the tiger's claws. "Indeed, I have deduced the location of the water source." He carefully removed the moss from the tiger's paw, noting that this type of moss only flourished in water, indicating that the tiger had recently visited the source. Following the tiger's tracks should lead them to the water source quickly. Suzhou couldn't help but admire Qin Yin's keen observation under such dire circumstances, a feat he himself could not accomplish. "Now that we have a direction, let us move out. This place is not safe," Su declared, prompting the group to hasten their steps, despite the numerous signs of battle. Their team boasted 2 psychics, making such a straightforward deduction a mere task for them. The sound of dripping water echoed against the stone walls, punctuated by the crisp sound of bubbles bursting, resonating distinctly throughout the secluded forest. Qin Ning parted a thicket of grass nearly a meter high. A beam of light caught her eye, illuminating the lake's surface and reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Various animals gathered by the water's edge, drinking, while the air was perfumed with floral scents. The massive waterfall cascaded into the lake, creating a breathtaking scene. How beautiful! How could such a lovely place exist here? Reminiscent of the Butterfly Valley in Yangtze Po? Moi's sudden remark stirred memories of Yangtze Po within Qin Ning. They navigated through the underbrush, and the drinking animals regarded them with wide, fearful eyes, retreating until Qin Ning and her group sheathed their hostile energy and reined in their powers. The little ones finally set aside their grievances and resumed drinking water. The mutated flora and fauna here lack any offensive capabilities and exhibit a gentle demeanor, a rarity in a post-apocalyptic world. Qin Yin and Suzhou approached, utilizing instruments to assess the water quality. Su stood at the highest vantage point, surveying the entire scene to avert any potential danger. Moi looked around, her face brimming with curiosity. "Sister Ning, how do you suppose this place came to be?" The high temperatures that persisted for 3 to 4 months had dried up all the lakes, exposing the riverbeds. Yet here, the river water seemed unchanged, with not even a slight drop in the water level. Qin Ning, uncertain herself, raised her gaze. The mutated trees surrounding them towered at least several dozen meters high, their tops obscured from view, while sunlight effortlessly filtered through the gaps in the leaves. She walked along the lake's surface when suddenly a mutated squirrel fell from a tree, its leg impaled by a branch, letting out a pained cry. Upon noticing Qin Ning's approach, its entire body trembled, while the other mutated squirrels in the tree fixed their gaze on her, as if ready to leap down and defend their companion at any cost should she attempt to cause harm. Qin Ning unleashed her abilities, and the surrounding mutated plants and animals instantly sensed the anomaly, their eyes filled with wariness. Nevertheless, she meticulously tended to the squirrel's wound, which healed at a visibly rapid pace. The injured squirrel, now exhilarated, hopped over to lick Qin Ning's fingertips before scurrying back up the tree. The other animals, witnessing the entire scene, relaxed their vigilant stares and resumed their activities. Qin Ning lifted her gaze towards the waterfall, where, to her astonishment, a butterfly emerged, filling her with wonder. Curiously, she approached, and the butterfly alighted on her fingertip, revealing grains of sand upon its wings. The bold thought flashed through her mind regarding what lay behind the waterfall. Su, sensing something amiss with Qin Ning, hurried to her side and grasped her hand. "Qin Ning, what are you planning to do?" She resolutely shared her thoughts with him. Sister Ning, that is quite an imaginative idea. The Butterfly Valley is in Yangtze Pa, while this is Sunan Mountain. One is in the north and the other in the south. It's impossible. But how can we know unless we try? Qin Ning retrieved a water-repelling pearl from her spatial pocket and urged them to consume it. Several individuals plunged into the lake, with moist vines binding their ways to prevent any accidents. The lake was tranquil, but the mutated fish sensed their presence and began to encircle them. Suddenly, the primordial zombie opened its eyes wide, its golden pupils flashing as it furrowed its brow. It's them. The once calm waters of the lake erupted violently, forming a massive whirlpool. What's happening? Moi clutched the vines tightly to keep them from being separated. Su attempted to exert control over the situation with his mental domain. Just then, stones from the lake's bottom surged upwards, hurtling towards their heads. With several loud thuds, the group instantly fell unconscious, collapsing into the water, where the whirlpool swept them away. The vanished figures in black followed their trail. And upon witnessing the ethereal scene, their expressions were filled with astonishment, disbelief evident in their eyes as they rubbed them. Is this truly real? Li Su and the others have disappeared. What do we do now? The leader remained silent, pondering for a moment before responding. No matter. Although we failed to eliminate Li Su and his companions, we are not without our gains. The captain will not be displeased. Let us return now and report. The two tigers, previously unconscious, opened their eyes a quarter of an hour later, baring their fangs. Just as they prepared to attack, they sensed three figures approaching and quickly reconciled. Racing towards them, one tiger pounced on a member of the black-clad group, with a paw weighing approximately 6 tons. The impact causing severe internal injuries. Those who regained their senses retaliated with fireballs aimed at the tiger, while another tiger approached from behind, striking down the fire-type mutant. The remaining avian mutants spread their wings. But before they could take flight, they received a blow, blood dripping profusely. Chapter 164. You shall be my stepping stone. What brings you to me? Luo Hao presented a bracelet. Qin Ning glanced at it without speaking, preoccupied with her grooming, a smile adorning her features. With her conversation with Ji Duo, she was confident he would handle Qin Ning, which filled her with delight. Why haven't you left yet? Is there something you need? Her gaze, laced with curiosity, fell upon Luo. How did he spoke softly? Miss Ixon, someone claiming to be your grandmother has come to see you. Grandmother? What nonsense! Suddenly recalling something, her expression darkened, her eyes radiating a cold intensity. Where is she? Luo Hao, perceptive to her emotional shift, assured her, rest assured, Miss Ixon, I have handled this matter with utmost caution to avoid any unnecessary trouble. She has been arranged in a room. Qin Ning regarded Luo Hao with newfound respect. He was clever. Take me to her. Before they reached the room, the sound of the old woman's curses echoed. What are you? Do you know who I am? I am Qin Ning's grandmother. How dare you attempt to deceive me with these trinkets? The old woman slapped the face of the woman delivering the items, seemingly unsatisfied, and raised her foot to kick again. What are you doing? Qin Ning's furious shout startled the old woman, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Miss Ixon, the woman who had been struck bore a face full of grievance. Qin Ning patted her shoulder, using her powers to heal her wounds. You've suffered. It's nothing, Miss Ixon. The woman understood Qin Ning's intent and turned to leave the room. Luo Hao, being astute, said, Miss Ixon, you two carry on. He exited the room, leaving the space to the two women in the quiet chamber. Neither spoke first. The old woman, startled by the shout, sat anxiously in a chair, feigning composure as if to confront Qin Ning head-on. You unfilial child! How dare you shout at me? Qin Ning's expression soured, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. What brings you here? What? Am I not allowed? The old woman grew furious. Had it not been for me switching you and Qin Ning, would you have enjoyed so many years of good fortune? Why is it that you now wish to avoid seeing this old woman? Surely, you must want me to perish amidst the zombies, so that no one learns your secret. Qin Ning, struck by her words, raised her hand and grasped the old woman's throat, speaking menacingly. You had better behave yourself. Don't think I'm unaware that it was you who accepted money from my mother, and fearing that Qin Ning would return for revenge, you had me replace her in the Qin family. Haven't you benefited from this arrangement over the years? You old hag, how dare you threaten me? The old woman, taken aback by Qin Ning's sudden aggression, turned pale, struggling for breath. Qin Ning released her. Wiping her hands clean with a handkerchief, I suggest you keep your mouth shut, that I end this apocalypse. Death is a daily occurrence. Who lives and who dies is of no concern to anyone. The old woman, terrified, collapsed onto the floor, her spirit crushed under Qin Ning's cold gaze, too frightened to utter a word. Qin Ning coldly regarded the old woman, knowing that with outsiders present, she could not act violently here. She was the only one aware of the truth, and thus the old woman had to die. She pushed the door open and descended the stairs. Spotting Luo Hao waiting outside, she composed her expression. I've had some trouble with the person upstairs. She is merely a distant relative. Grandfather disapproves, as do the people from my father's side. Her words conveyed to Luo Hao that he need not inform the Qin family of the old woman's presence. Understood. Miss Xin. As Luo Hao watched Qin Ning walk away, a subtle smile graced his lips. It all made sense now, and no wonder she had always been at odds with Qin Ning. She was merely an impostor. It was time for Qin Ning to meet him. His gaze shifted to the old woman upstairs, a smirk playing on his lips as he retrieved a dagger from his pocket. This old hag had unwittingly provided him with a key to pry open the Qin family's doors. The old woman, still shaken, rose from the floor. How dare that wretched girl treat her this way after merely a few years in the Qin household? She should have never agreed to Wei Fang's request to send her daughter back in place of Qin Ning. It was a self-inflicted misfortune. No, she could not allow this. She must seek out the Qin family. If that girl intended to kill her, all her efforts would be in vain. With that thought, the old woman hurriedly left, opening the door only to find herself face-to-face with Luo Hao. Grandmother, where are you headed? Feigning calm, the old woman retorted, You, a mere lackey, dare to question me. She swung her cane at Luo Hao, attempting to escape. Grandmother, Miss Qin Ning said to take good care of you. He calmly grasped her hand, forcibly pulling her back into the room. What do you intend to do? The old woman felt a wave of fear wash over her as she tried to flee, only to be subdued by Luo Hao's cloth covering her mouth and nose. That he raised a dagger, plunging it into the old woman's artery, blood splattering across Luo Hao's face as he smiled. I must thank you, grandmother. Had you not come, how would I have discovered such a grand secret? He tossed her aside, wiping the blade clean, and took her cane to the Qin family's annex. While Qin Ning contemplated how to deal with the old woman, a maid entered. Miss Ning, this is from Lord Luo, sent for you. Curiosity danced on her face as she accepted the package. Gesturing for the maid to leave, Qin Ning scrutinized the gift box, untying the ribbon, only to be met with the sight of a bloodied cane, causing her to gasp in shock. Miss, are you all right? Qin Ning inhaled deeply and quickly replied, I am unscathed, merely startled by an insect. She retrieved the cane with her handkerchief, examining it closely, and could ascertain that this indeed belonged to the elderly woman. What had Luo Hao discovered? Or was he here to offer allegiance? Regardless of his intentions, he had inadvertently alleviated a significant burden for her. With the old woman now deceased, there was no one left in the world who could unveil her secret. At this moment, it was imperative to ascertain Luo Hao's true purpose. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Water droplets fell upon Qin Ning's face as she lifted her hand to wipe away the moisture, slowly opening her eyes. What is this? She recalled the events that transpired in the lake, and quickly scanned her surroundings. Upon seeing them beside her, she felt a sense of relief. Lisu. Wake up. Lisu rubbed his head, which had been injured by a rock. Qin Ning, are you all right? I am fine. I have a problem. Mo quietly interjected. Captain, you are pressing down on my leg. Lisu hastily withdrew his leg, exclaiming, This place feels so familiar. Qin Yin silently brushed the leaves off his body, surveying the area. This is Butterfly Valley. Chapter 165. The ancestor zombie reappears upon Qin Yin's pronouncement. Everyone turned to look at him. He kicked away the vegetation clinging to the stone tablet, revealing the words Butterfly Valley inscribed prominently. 3 years prior, he had visited Butterfly Valley to collect samples. It appeared unchanged since the apocalypse, as if it had been isolated from the world. It seemed so surreal. How is this possible? Mo-E could hardly believe it, rubbing her eyes. Could it be that Butterfly Valley has grown legs and walked here by itself? No. Suzhou lifted the communication device before them that we experienced this kind of magnetic interference back at Yangtze Slope. And it is present here as well. I wonder if you all remember the ancestor zombie we encountered at Yangtze Slope. Its abilities seem to allow it to shift through space. I now have a bold hypothesis. We are currently within a certain space controlled by the ancestor zombie. This space can be traversed, or rather, there exists a passage that enables us to teleport from one location to another. Qin Ning immediately grasped his implication. You mean the waterfall serves as the interface for two passages? One leading to the northernmost Butterfly Valley and the other to the southern Sunnan Mountain. Suzhou nodded. If his conjecture were accurate, they were in grave danger. We are standing on the edge of a knife. Any misstep, and the ancestor zombie could detect us. Mo's words jolted Qin Ning into awareness. She must not release her natural powers, lest the enemy track her by scent into Butterfly Valley. It was unsafe here. They needed to depart swiftly. They were acutely aware of the ancestor zombie's formidable nature, and the current situation left them ill-equipped to confront it. Resolutely, they turned across the waterfall, but a sweep of their surroundings revealed no trace of the waterfall. Mo-E, feeling overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Captain, there's no sign of a waterfall in Butterfly Valley." Lisu released a faint amount of mental energy to probe the area, wary of alarming any lurking threats. His mental energy spread, encompassing every blade of grass and tree in sight. Qin Ning could have easily resolved this with her communication ability, yet she dared not take that risk, fully aware of the zombie's sensitivity to natural energy. Caution is the mother of safety. Suddenly, Lisu pushed Qin Ning aside, and the group dispersed as a mutated spider leg, oozing toxic pus, landed where Qin Ning had just stood. Everyone fell into a state of alertness, with Lisu's mental domain expanding fully. The ground trembled, something burrowing rapidly towards them from the earth, too swift for Lisu to pinpoint. Emerging just a meter away was a third-tier zombie. Mo-E gasped in shock, quickly ensnaring it with her vines. Lisu's mental energy locked onto the creature. Break! The third-tier zombie exploded instantly. Suzhou felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. A month ago, Lisu had struggled against third-tier zombies, yet now he dispatched them effortlessly. Truly the foremost among District 10, such progress was remarkable and enviable. However, this was merely the beginning, as more and more third-tier zombies charged towards them. The trio formed a protective triangle around Suzhou and Qin Ning. As they faced the onslaught of third-tier zombies, Qin Ning refrained from unleashing her internal natural powers, instead tossing seeds at the advancing zombies to direct the growth of vines, restraining their assault and using her Tang Hung knife to sever the zombies' heads. Now was not the time for prolonged battles. She crouched down, her hand brushing over the grass, sensing their strength, employing her communication ability to ascertain the location of the exit. The flora of Butterfly Valley differed from that of Sunnan Mountain, being entirely untainted by infection, allowing Qin Ning to communicate with them. Once she learned the exit's location, she released her spiritual butterflies. "I know where the exit is. Follow me." Leading the way, Qin Ning forged ahead while Lisu brought up the rear. The third-tier zombies, overwhelmed by the dense natural energy, became increasingly frenzied, unwilling to let their prey escape. They began communicating through sound. Qin Ning, keenly perceptive, noticed their abnormal behavior, raising his weapon to shoot the zombies in the throat. Silencing them, Mo-E retrieved a storage ball from her pocket and hurled it at the zombies. The glass orb shattered, unleashing countless pine needles toward the zombies' throats, thwarting their attempts to call for help. Waterfall. They heard the sound of flowing water, quickening their pace, just as they were about to leap into the lake. The entire Butterfly Valley began to quake violently. Qin Ning was the first to spot the black hole above. Not good, the ancestor zombie is coming. A tremendous pressure bore down upon them, rendering them immobile, forcing their heads to bow as if they were crushed beneath colossal stones. Breathing became a laborious task. Suzhou and Qin Ning, both mental ability users, were the first to crack under the pressure. Collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, Lisu released a mental cage to confine them within his mental realm. attempting to alleviate the strain inflicted by the ancestor zombie. While this provided some relief, Li Su could not sustain it for long. It was not a solution. The dark figure emerged gradually from the black hole. Its form became increasingly distinct, and the pressure they felt intensified. The weight of this force was beyond their capacity to bear. Li Su too could no longer hold on, coughing up blood, kneeling on one knee, pallid. Qin Ning unleashed her abilities, attempting to heal Li Su. But it was a mere drop in the bucket. She too could not endure. The silhouette of the ancestor zombie came fully into view, its murky eyes fixated upon Qin Ning and the others. Suddenly, Qin Ning felt an unfamiliar force at her waist, and in the next moment, she was yanked away forcefully. The ancestor zombie surveyed the empty expanse of Butterfly Valley, furrowing its brow. It had sensed her presence. Where had she gone? How could she have escaped its oppressive grip? Clearly, it had underestimated this group. It had promised Huanqi not to harm them at Yangtze Slope, but this was no longer Yangtze Slope. They had delivered themselves right to its doorstep. Why would it not feast on the food presented? It unleashed countless black holes, employing them for instantaneous teleportation. Even if they fled Butterfly Valley, escape from Sunan Mountain would not be so easily achieved. What? You are the only one who returned. Ji Duo glared at the severely injured avian mutant. Fury etched across his features. A bunch of useless fools. How could you let Li Su and his group injure you so gravely? The avian mutant's voice was low and feeble as it begged for mercy. Captain, it wasn't Li Su. We were attacked by mutants in the mountains. The more it spoke, the weaker its breath became. The healer incessantly treated it, but to no avail that we discovered a water source. Li Su and his team may likely exploit it to execute their plans. A water source? Where is it located? As soon as Ji Duo barked his command, the avian mutant breathed its last. Chapter 166. Perhaps this will present a favorable opportunity. Ji Duo regarded the avian mutant's lifeless form before him with no semblance of sorrow. Instead, his rage only intensified. He kicked the healer aside, exclaiming, "Damn useless! I am giving you two choices. Either make him divulge the location of the water source, or you go find it yourself." After finally acquiring a lead, the worthless lot could not even manage this simple task. And oh wonder Li Su had them under his thumb. It was all because of these incompetent fools dragging him down. Yes, he brooded. Ji Duo's agitation mounted, and he raised his foot to deliver another kick, frightening the healer into a defensive posture. "Captain, I was wrong." Zhou Yang glanced over, remarking, "Captain, he deserves to die, but the most pressing issue is the information regarding the water source." He spoke soothingly, attempting to calm Ji Duo's anger, giving the healer a look that urged him to leave swiftly. Seething, Ji Duo sat down, gripping the teacup in his hand, forcing himself to regain composure. "What do you propose we do now?" Zhou Yang reassured him. "Captain, concerning the water source, Li Su cannot make decisions alone. It is high time to utilize those around Old Chun. With a solution in sight." Ji Duo's ire subsided. "Zhou Yang, I will rely on you. That group of fools is utterly useless." Once Qin Ning saw the ancestor zombie depart, she turned around and pressed the Tang Hung knife against the neck of the figure before her, demanding, "How did you end up here?" "You are Li Su." She recognized the individual before her, who was none other than Dr. Zheng Jian, an associate of Chun Tian. Zheng Jian did not conceal his presence. He merely spoke in a hushed tone, asking, "How did you come to be here? Answer me first." Qin Ning found it hard to believe the person before her, for he had been complicit in the heart-excising deed from long ago. Killing him would not be unwarranted. The information flowed like a torrent. "The moment I departed from the base, your people descended upon me like hounds sensing a meal." Qin Ning's words dripped with murderous intent and frigidness. Zheng Jian lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. "No, I am alone here." Qin Yin caught sight of the basket beside him, his brows furrowing slightly. "What brings you here?" Zheng Jian fell silent, and as Qin Ning pressed the knife closer, slicing at his neck, blood trickled onto the silvery blade. Feeling the sting, Zheng Jian frowned and coldly replied, "I was merely curious why the flora here remains unscathed by infection." His fist clenched slightly as he met Qin Ning's gaze. His voice low, "I am deeply sorry for what transpired. I only wish to save my daughter Ta." Qin Ning could not suppress a derisive laugh. You stab someone and then seek forgiveness as if it were unintentional. You wish to save your daughter, yet that gives you the right to harm others. Am I not my mother's daughter? Shouldn't she too have the right to save me, even if it meant extracting your daughter's heart? Zhang Jian remained silent, unable to offer a rebuttal. Isu quietly grasped Qin Ning's hand, soothing her turmoil and fury. You seek to uncover a means to save your daughter through these plants? Qin Yin discerned his true intentions. Indeed, he did not wish to harm others, to save Tian. Su Zhou clenched his fist before relaxing, beginning to understand why Yulan feared departing with him to the laboratory. I am curious. How did you manage to evade detection by the progenitor zombie? This progenitor zombie has the ability to create spatial rifts through magnetic fields. Each space is linked, and when they overlap, a portion becomes imperceptible to it. This was an unintentional discovery. He sought the secret of these plants, hoping to save Tian, yet had made little tangible progress. Furthermore, the exchange of human blood by the healer had shown the most evident benefits for Tian's condition. This urgency is why Huixin was so anxious, unwilling to wait. Those who see hope and those who do not know how to choose, that I ask you. Do you know what Tian has been up to lately? What are his plans? She had been preoccupied with the Green Restoration Project and had no time to concern herself with Tian, but that did not mean she would let him off the hook. In either life, she would not easily forgive him. Zhang Jian did not respond. He disapproved of Tian's actions, but felt powerless to intervene. However, he understood that Huixin could not afford to lose hope. Tian's condition worsened, and the few samples left by Qin Ning were dwindling. Tian was now doing everything in his power to capture her. He knew that capturing Qin Ning would give his daughter a glimmer of hope. Yet he could not overcome his own conscience. Thus, he would neither inform Qin Ning of Tian's intentions, nor disclose to Tian that he had encountered her here, seeing his silence. Qin Ning prepared to strike. Zhang Jian shut his eyes, offering no resistance nor escape. Isu grasped the knife in Qin Ning's hand, calming the resentment within her, but he pulled her into his embrace. Aware that Zhang Jian still possessed a shred of conscience, perhaps by acting against him, they could uncover Tian's whereabouts. Since departing from Yangzipo, they had lost track of them, and numerous individuals from District 10 had been sent to re-enter Yangzipo in search of their trail. Regrettably, they were too cunning, and their location remained undiscovered. This Zhang Jian could be a significant breakthrough. Return and tell Tian that District 10 will not spare him. Let him abandon his unrealistic notions. Miss Xan, you were looking for me. Xan had just exited old Qin's hospital room when she cast a glance at Luo Hao, her eyes betraying a barely perceptible anger, yet she remained silent. Luo Hao also refrained from speaking, silently trailing behind her until they reached the end of the hospital corridor. Xan halted abruptly and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Luo Hao dared not resist. He knelt, lowering his head, acknowledging his mistake. You have quite the audacity to... It was indeed Luo Hao's recklessness, yet he did not regret it. Someone as unruly as her should not exist in this world. Miss, your kindness and concern for familial ties are commendable. Rest assured, I have handled this matter discreetly. No one is aware, and should it come to light in the future, it will solely be my doing. With no connection to you. Xan laughed coldly, fixing her gaze upon him. You admit to it rather readily. Why did you do this? A flicker of cold amusement crossed Luo Hao's eyes as he raised his head. I merely wish to lend my humble assistance to Miss Xan. He sought to use this incident as a stepping stone, perhaps underestimating the Qin family's complexities. That's so. Indeed, she scoffed, since you wish to serve the Qin family. Cast aside such ulterior motives and focus on tangible actions. Given the perilous state of District 10, which do you believe is more suitable, the Green Restoration Project or the Underground City Project? Following their return from Sun Nanshan, Li Su had informed Old Chun of the water source situation. Although they had located a source, it lay within the territory of the progenitor zombies, making access to potable water a daunting task. Yet, it offered a glimmer of hope. Upon returning home, Qin Ning was joyfully greeted by Huanqi, who climbed on her lap, only to furrow her brow upon detecting an unpleasant odor. Sister, what is that smell? It is quite awful. After sniffing the air, she seemed to understand and remarked, You little girl, your nose is quite discerning. After handing Huanqi to Qi Wan, she retreated to the bathroom for a bath. Huanqi's face displayed displeasure. Qin Ning carried the sin of that man. Daring to defy her orders, Su Bo, you've finally returned. The others in District 3 pulled the yet unrest Su Zhou into a room. They had recently made a significant breakthrough. Through bone marrow punctures and comparative analysis among ordinary individuals, ability users, and Yulan's genetic sequences, they discovered a marked mutation in the 303rd gene sequence. Both the ability users and Yulan's genetic sequences had been infected, yet the mutation's direction differed, that if they could replicate this gene sequence and implant it into a human body, they too could acquire antibodies, potentially eradicating the zombie virus. This was indeed a monumental breakthrough. However, the conditions here were too rudimentary to conduct thorough experiments. They should escort Yulan to District 3, where they could resolve matters more efficiently. Su Zhou, our priority now is to persuade Yulan to accompany us to District 3. That is of utmost importance. One cannot simply douse cold water on this. She is reluctant to even enter the experimental base of District 10. Would she accompany us to District 3? Perhaps it would be better for Captain Li Su and the others to take Yulan to District 3. Su Zhou shook his head. They are unlikely to depart from District 10 anytime soon. At present, it was a critical juncture for the Green Restoration Project and the Underground City Project. He could see that Li Su and the others were eager for the Green Restoration Project to commence. And at this moment, they could not easily leave for District 3. Difficulties can be overcome. Su Zhou patted his colleague's shoulder, asserting that persuading Yulan to join them at the District 10 experimental base was more reliable than heading to District 3. After finishing her bath, Qin Ning placed her newly potted flower in Cheng Yi's room, routinely tending to the crystal wound. As her skills improved, the cracks in the crystal steadily mended, and after 1 or 2 more sessions, he should be fully recovered. Presently, Cheng Yi could manage a few steps with assistance, which marked a positive development. Xiao Jiu returned from outside, drenched in sweat, while Xiao Si promptly offered him a water cup. He gulped down the water, exclaiming, "It's scorching today. I can't take it anymore. I must bathe. Thank goodness for you, fourth brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have water to drink." Xiao Si chuckled, patting his shoulder. "If it doesn't rain soon, I, a water element ability user, will become an ordinary person." Upon mentioning this, a shadow of gloom fell over everyone's faces. While elemental ability users draw their powers from crystals, if these crystals do not encounter the corresponding elements in nature for restoration, once their innate abilities deplete, they too would become useless. Xiao Jiu gazed at the potted plant Qin Ning had brought, curiosity filling his eyes. "Qin Ning, I remember you had no water element ability users around you. Yet you managed to water the plants in the yard daily and bathe every day. It feels as if we live in entirely different realms. Qin Ning, do you possess some secret weapon?" This remark jolted Qin Ning awake. She abruptly stood, hastening towards Xiao Jiu, clapping him on the shoulder. "Thanks to you. I'll treat you to watermelon later." Xiao Jiu stared wide-eyed at Qin Ning's departing figure. "Major, what just happened to Qin Ning? Did I say something wrong?" Cheng Yi chuckled softly. "Did she not mention she would treat you to watermelon? Just wait." Qin Ning rushed back to her room in a flurry. Swiftly entering her space, gazing at the spring water within, she recalled your words, that this space would continuously evolve and upgrade in accordance with the progress of the greening initiative. As long as the greening progress bar did not reset, it would be an inexhaustible resource. If I were to take the spring water from this space and channel it into the riverbed, surrounding it with lush vegetation to shield against the sun's direct rays, we could then dispatch ice elemental users to cool the lake. Even if the riverbed were to recede, I could simply refill it. Should this plan prove feasible, the Green Restoration Project would surely commence, and the greening progress bar would perpetually increase, leading to an upgrade of her space. This could establish a virtuous cycle. Gigi, observing the excitement on Qin Ning's face, could not help but douse her enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Indeed, the spring water could be relocated, but how would you explain its origin? To do so would be to place oneself in peril. You not grasp the principle that fortune should remain concealed? How filthy and despicable humans can be. Are you not aware? Your extraordinary healing abilities have already drawn attention. Do you wish to attract further scrutiny due to the treasures within your space? Gigi's words jolted her back to reality. While she yearned for the green restoration project to materialize, it did not mean she wished to plunge herself into danger that I understand. Gigi watched her retreating figure and murmured, "Do you truly comprehend? Things that are easily obtained are seldom cherished. Now that a water source has been discovered, despite the presence of the ancestral zombies, as long as we tread carefully, even in the fringes, they should remain oblivious to our presence. Sister Ning, someone is looking for you." He knocked on Qin Ning's door, holding a watermelon. "Who is it?" Qin Ning, having composed herself, stepped out and met Luo Hao's gaze. He had come to her, seemingly eager to resolve the grievances between them, which needed to be addressed quickly, lest he continue to vex her. "Long time no see, Ning." Luo Hao wore a sincere expression. Qin Ning, however, responded coolly, her voice tinted with displeasure. "What is it? I recently encountered an old acquaintance who goes by Zhaohua." Zhaohua, that would be Tang Yu's grandmother. Remarkably, she is still alive. What a stroke of luck. She shared some intriguing tidbits that I believe might pique your interest. Qin Ning discerned the underlying implication in his words. Since he had come to her, retreat was not an option. "I am indeed curious about what she confided in you. Shall we take a stroll elsewhere?" "Certainly, Mo." He sensed an unusual atmosphere and wished to intervene, but Qin Ning reassured her with a glance and followed Luo Hao away. Chapter 168. The locator Luo Hao led Qin Ning toward the northernmost part of base. As evening descended, although the sun had set, the oppressive heat in the air remained unbearable. He guided her to a sheltered area, gesturing toward a chair beneath the eaves, which glistened with a thin layer of moisture. It was strange that he possessed abilities in this life. It seemed she had not been observant enough to realize it until now. The two sat on the chair, facing a desolate expanse. An electrified barrier separating two worlds, inside the city and beyond. The earth was cracked, not a blade of grass in sight, and even mutated creatures were reluctant to linger. The toxic mist in the air grew increasingly palpable. Time was not on her side. Remnants of zombies lay carelessly strewn along the roadside, bloodstains dried on walls and pavement, the stench rendering it intolerable. She swiftly donned a mask, unprepared to engage in idle chatter with him. "Where is she? Dead?" Qin Ning was taken aback, spinning around to face him. "You?" Luo Hao's expression remained unchanged. "Surprised? I thought you would be pleased, given how she treated you. As I have heard, she was indifferent to Zhaohua's fate. What is your purpose in telling me this?" Luo Hao rubbed his palms together. "I am merely curious about the secrets you harbor that have drawn so many to seek you out." The moment he spoke, black patterns emerged on his neck, his body racked with pain as he gasped for breath. Collapsing to the ground, his agonized groans reached her ears. She regarded Luo Hao with a mix of surprise and indifference. Arms crossed, coldly observing his suffering. "What is happening to you?" A silver, icy blade sliced through Luo Hao's neck, the black patterns evoking a sense of familiarity within her. He reached out in agony, grasping at Qin Ning's sleeve. "Save me, and I will reveal who Qin Ning truly is." Yet the excruciating pain rendered him speechless. Initially, she had intended to remain an observer, but upon hearing his desperate plea, Qin Ning resolved that he could not simply perish before she uncovered the truth. The moment her hand brushed against Luo Hao's body, he seized her arm. "Let go." She narrowed her eyes, and the tormented Luo Hao clung to her like a lifeline, unwilling to relinquish his grasp on salvation. His grip tightened painfully around her wrist. "Release me." Qin Ning forcefully shoved him away, her face contorted with disdain. "That if you wish to live, you had better divulge everything you know." She pressed the blade against his throat. As Luo Hao regained some composure, his pallor remained, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. His raspy voice carried a hint of amusement. "Qin Ning, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, but you consistently wear such a cold demeanor. One must look out for oneself. Otherwise, they will perish." That moment, Qin Ning sensed an anomaly in her body. The world around her appeared to spin. And even her hand, which clutched the knife, lacked the strength to lift it. With a resounding thud, it fell to the ground. She attempted to harness her abilities to recover, only to discover that her powers had been suppressed. "You!" She opened her palm, observing the additional needle marks. That it dawned on her that the earlier surge of pain was not due to his grasp, but rather the effects of the suppressants coursing through her body. You are Chun Tian's infiltrator in District 10. She had been so preoccupied these past days that she had neglected to heed Jiang Su's warnings. He had been waiting for her here. As she attempted to leave, her body felt weak, collapsing to the ground. Luo Hao swiftly snatched the communicator from her hand. Apologies, but I cannot allow this to happen. You have been unfortunate since childhood. She failed to comprehend Luo Hao's words, consumed by a desire to kill him, recalling how she had been sold to Chun Tian in her past life, and now found herself ensnared by him once more. What a disgrace! Had she known, she would have dispatched him without hesitation. Luo Hao kicked the knife away from her reach. Qin Ning, if you wish to kill me, you will have to wait until you return safely from his clutches. My medicine. Luo Hao's gaze shifted to the figure of Chun Tian appearing before him. He gestured, and his accomplices carried the unconscious Qin Ning away. You truly possess such abilities. He was about to toss something to Luo Hao when he vanished from sight. As Luo Hao prepared to consume it, a surge of blood roiled within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of dark, toxic blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, he focused on the locator in his palm. A smirk of satisfaction appearing on his face, Su returned from the military district, scanning the room for Qin Ning's presence, but found none. He scooped up Huanqi. Where is Sister Ninian? Huanqi shook her head. A man came looking for Sister just now, and then she left with him. A man? Mo interjected. It's Luo. How'd I wonder what he wants with Sister Ning? It wouldn't be the Qin family causing trouble again. Would it? His words sent a chill down Li Su's spine, a sense of unease washing over him. Just as he was about to rush out, Suwen opened the door. This is bad. Suwen supported the bloodied Luo Hao as he entered. Captain, Chun Tian's men have taken Sister Ning. What? Luo Hao, gravely injured, spoke in broken sentences. I'm sorry. Captain Li, I had no choice. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up blood. Fetch a healer. Luo Hao grasped Li Su's hand, pressing the locator into his palm. Captain Li, hurry. Su Zhou stepped forward, patting Li Su's shoulder. I've got this. He gestured for the healers from Area 3 to assist Luo Hao into a nearby room for treatment. Captain, I'll accompany you. O.E. and Chi-Wan spoke in unison. Su-Wan, possessing mutant abilities, led the group as they mounted their vehicles, following the locator's signal in haste. Qin Ning, wait for me. This is bad. Chenbo, someone is pursuing us. Chun Tian narrowed his eyes at the approaching Li Su, his brow furrowing in concern. Their response was indeed swift. Jiang Su, the co-pilot, Jiang Su, scratched his head, stretching his waist. You've disrupted my good dream. He kicked open the car door, leaped out, and unfurled his wings, downing a vial of blood. Jiang Su resolutely patted Suwen's shoulder, urging him to retreat, expanding his psychic domain, if you wish to escape. It is impossible. Chun Tian's vehicle crashed against Li Su's psychic barrier, rendering it immobile. Jiang Su attempted to release Chun Tian and his group, but Li Su's mental blade surged forward, forcing him to withdraw his hand. Li Su, your abilities have advanced again. Release Qin Ning. Jiang Su spread his hands in resignation. You know, I'm just a hired hand. Chi-Wan leaped down, maneuvering through the barrier to seize the opportunity to rescue Qin Ning. However, a fiery blast surged toward them, compelling Chi-Wan to retreat. Li Su clenched his fists, the barrier constricting further, the immense pressure making it hard for those trapped to breathe. Jiang Su furrowed his brow. Appearing next to Li Su, seizing his waist, and leaping down from Suwen's back. They attempted to approach but were ensnared by Jiang Su's psychic control. Chapter 169. Peril lurking. Li Su raised his hand, intending to push Jiang Su away from him, yet the figure clung tightly to him, refusing to let go. You feast on the king's bounty, serve the king's affairs, he thought, feeling helpless in this circumstance. As he noticed Jiang Su's refusal to release his grip, a mental blade surged towards him. No, Li Su, are you willing to risk your life? Suddenly, he relinquished his hold and rolled to the side. The transforming blade halted just an inch away from him. With a flick of his wrist, it redirected towards Jiang Su, ensnaring him firmly. Due to Jiang Su's earlier interference, Chun Tian and the others had their targeting disrupted, allowing them to flee. Just as Li Su was about to make his exit, he found himself ensnared within the mental cage Jiang Su had meticulously set. You. Jiang Su waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, you are so eager to save someone that you fail to notice such a trivial trap. Now, Li Su, we are both bound, so let us rest. Jiang Su smirked. Do you think you can contain me? He reached out to touch the forbidden, but as he attempted to break free, his mental essence suffered a fierce backlash, causing him to stagger back, kneeling in pain, clutching his head. Indeed, I cannot contain you. Jiang Su retorted, lounging nonchalantly on the ground, unfurling an umbrella, casually nibbling on a sausage, as if he were on vacation, completely unfazed by the encroaching blades. Yet, restraining you for a moment is still a victory. Do not exert yourself. This is your ability. Attack it, and it will accurately retaliate against your mental essence. Moe hastened forward, ensnaring Chun Tian's vehicle with vines. Flames erupted from within, targeting Moe with precision. Suwon extended his claws to pull him up, just as Chun Tian thought he could escape. Another vine lunged at him from the front, blocking his path. Chun Tian attempted to burn the vine in retaliation. But the flames extinguished, only for the vine to grow even more resilient, firmly welding itself to the wheels. How is this possible? Why is it not possible? Chi-Wan's face bore indifference, a glimmer of light flashing on her ear bone. She violently tore open the car door, vines coiling around Qin Ning's waist and yanking her out. Just when Chi-Wan believed it was over, gunfire erupted from behind, bullets whizzing towards her vital spot. Be careful! Chi-Wan tossed Qin Ning to Su-Won and sidestepped to evade, but the bullets seemed equipped with a tracking system, relentlessly pursuing her every move. With no other option, Chi-Wan ensnared the bullets with vines. But she had not anticipated the bullet's strength, which shattered her vines and hurtled towards her heart. Chi-Wan, Li Su, disregarding his restraints, attempted to control the bullet, but he was ultimately a moment too late. The bullet struck, a powerful gust of wind swirling, raising dust and obscuring the truth. Chenbo, move. As long as we have the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Someone grasped Qin Tian's arm, pulling him back, vanishing into the storm. Everyone surged forward, and Chi-Wan. Golden light pierced through the sandstorm, blinding all with its brilliance. Through the gaps between their fingers, a phantom figure shielded Chi-Wan beneath him. Ian, Chi-Wan's nose tinged with sorrow. Upon seeing the apparition once more, tears brimmed in her eyes. I miss you so much. She reached out, only to pass through the illusion as the light faded. Song Ian's figure dissipating from view. The luster of her ear studs dimmed. Su-Won handed Qin Ning to Li Su. Captain, I don't know what they injected her with. She's been unconscious. Moe, with concern. Approached, steadying Chi-Wan. Chi-Wan, are you all right? She feigned nonchalance, waving her hand. Don't worry, it's been a while. What about Ning? Li Su's gaze fell upon Qin Ning's face, brushing away the dust that marred her features. Go, bring him to me. Jiang Su's drug had worn off. He could not escape, trapped by Li Su's mental force. However, Qin Tian had left without a thought for him. How disheartening. Let us go. Moe, filled with emotion, grasped his hand, pulling him along. Wait, be gentle. In his frustration, Moe unceremoniously tossed him before Li Su. Whenever his replicated powers faded, he would revert to being an ordinary person for over an hour. At this moment, he was akin to a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. Su remained silent, fully aware of what he intended to say. As the saying goes, when one is under the eaves, one must bow their head. He decisively retrieved the antidote from his pocket. Captain Li, I am sincerely earnest, treating prisoners well. He seized the serum and injected it into Qin Ning. After about 15 minutes, the inhibitor within Qin Ning dissolved. Her internal crystals began to activate, and she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Li Su's concerned gaze. You're awake. The tremor coursed through Li Su, his voice filled with excitement. Are you all right? Qin Ning rubbed her head, whispering, I'm fine. Don't worry. That damned Luo Hao. He will pay for this. Upon awakening, Jiang Su pleaded. Now that she is awake, can you let me go? Jiang Su's eyes glimmered with a flattering light. Moe kicked him, but Jiang Su deftly dodged. Well, since you've captured Qin Tian, can't you spare me? Tell me where Qin Tian's base is. Qin Ning's eyes glinted with frost. Now that she was free, it was time to resolve matters thoroughly. Jiang Su attempted to stall, but Qin Ning's blade was already pressed against his throat. "Don't be so violent." "Fine, I'll tell you." Jiangsu, resigned, was about to speak when a fierce wind swept across the horizon. Dark holes appearing around them, a tremendous pressure engulfed them, the sudden assault causing them to cough up blood. Not good. It's the ancestor zombie. The timing couldn't be worse. Lisu forcefully utilized his mental power to break through the oppressive force, urging them to hurry into the vehicle. Su when slammed the accelerator to the floor, but they had not traveled far when the zombie's pressure surged once more. Lisu coughed up more blood. Qin Ning, her heart jolted, extended her hand, using her powers to restore him. Jiangsu. Lisu flung the blood he had coughed up at him. "Don't just stand there. Alone, his mental strength could not withstand the ancestor zombie's assault. No, my crystals have yet to recover." Qin Ning yanked Jiangsu over, channeling her powers into him. The fusion of their mental forces formed a natural barrier, momentarily concealing them from the ancestor zombie's perception. The ancestor zombie, observing the barrier before him, smirked. "So you wish to escape?" Countless black holes surrounded them, skeletal hands reaching out from within, attempting to ensnare their vehicle in a deadly embrace. Chapter 170. A deadly cycle. The skeletal hands unleashed a torrent of green vines, entwining and firmly grasping them. As the vines absorbed the H3O3 virus from the sand, they blossomed into vibrant buds. The drained skeletal hands crashed to the ground, while the plants, sensing the earth, swiftly took root, anchoring themselves firmly. Amidst the storm, countless spirit butterflies burst through the dust, creating a massive wave of counter-energy that dissipated the power unleashed by the ancestor zombie. Qin Ning leapt forward, tossing the seeds from her hand. With a surge of energy, the seeds rapidly took root and sprouted, transforming the barren desert into an oasis. The more pressure the ancestor zombie exerted, the faster these plants grew. This was the essence of restraint. The ancestor zombie craved the power of nature, yet feared the vegetation that had absorbed such energy, as it would continuously devour the zombie's strength, a cycle of mutual dependence. The ancestor zombie glared at the hands, fury flashing in its eyes. This woman was squandering the power of nature on these plants. Truly a waste, it traversed the black holes, utilizing spatial transfer to reach Qin Ning, extending its hand just before seizing her. Lisu leapt forward, kicking it into a mental prison. Su and floored the accelerator, refusing to pause. The ensnared ancestor zombie snapped its fingers, summoning a black hole before it, diving into it. The next moment, the hole appeared before their vehicle. It extended its hand, forcefully slamming down on the hood, lifting the entire vehicle and hurling it towards a sand dune. Before the occupants could react, it reappeared, lifting the wrecked vehicle once more, hurling it at another dune. The ancestor zombie toyed with them as if they were a ball, displaying an insurmountable gap in strength that if this continued, they would all perish here. Qin Ning exchanged a glance with Lisu, both instantly comprehending each other's intentions. Vines intertwined around their waist, as their vehicle was lifted again. Lisu seized the moment, throwing Qin Ning from the cabin, but a figure swiftly descended to the ground. Cloaked in Lisu's mental energy, capable of momentarily deceiving the ancestor zombie. Disregarding her injuries, Qin Ning sprang upwards, climbing onto its back, a myriad of branches in the spring breeze. Qin Ning employed her Tang Hung knife to carve into the back of the ancestor zombie, inflicting a massive wound directly aligned with its heart. The ancestor zombie roared in rage, claws outstretched to snatch the assailant from its back, but Lisu's mental force locked onto it first. Just 3 seconds were sufficient. Qin Ning quickly buried the seeds deep within the wound, leaping down, her amber eyes reflecting green leaves. As the seeds sensed the ancestor zombie's flesh and blood, they sprouted instantly. Green shoots emerging. The energy waned, and it screamed in agony as a tremendous surge of power erupted, sending them flying. Qin Ning fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of fresh blood coughed out. The ancestral zombie attempted to extend its hand to extract her, but the plant, fueled by its power, continuously expanded its roots downward, soon enveloping its heart. Lisu used his psychic energy to safeguard the interior of the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity as the ancestral zombie writhed in agony to rush to Qin Ning's side. "Qin Ning, are you all right?" His gaze was laced with anxiety and concern. "It's nothing," she replied, casting her eyes upon the ancestral zombie's torment. Her heart filled with trepidation. Fortunately, the location where the seed was sown was exceptional. Otherwise, they would have had no respite. "We must leave." Su when immediately transformed into a mutant, and they swiftly ascended his form, taking a step ahead before the ancestral zombie could react. Qin Ning gazed at the figure of the ancestral zombie on the ground, its wounds unhealable due to the growth of the seed. Brown blood dripped onto the earth, and she could distinctly perceive the fluctuations of vitality. That parched land began to revive. She was certain it was not due to her own influence. While her natural power could indeed cause vegetation to sprout in contaminated soil, it could not restore vitality to the infected ground. At that moment, a bold hypothesis emerged within her mind that humanity's destruction of nature had generated miasma, disrupting the ecological balance. The impact of a meteorite brought the H3O3 virus to Earth, ushering in the apocalypse, where zombies evolved by absorbing the miasma. Her seed, imbued with natural power, required the zombies as sustenance. Pure natural energy had a lethal allure for the zombies, while the pure blood of H3O3 infected beings, namely the ancestral zombie, could restore the planet's vitality. It formed a closed loop. Thus, relying solely on her own strength, there was no way to achieve 100% progress in greening as long as these ancestral zombies existed. The vitality on the surface would be continuously drained by them. That, if her conjecture was correct, the ancestral zombie represented the Earth. As long as it remained, the soil of the entire planet would not return to normal. It had to die. The ancestral zombie, bloodied yet unable to remove the plants from its back, stared at the land revitalized by its own blood, a chill manifesting on its face. Cursed humans that it summoned zombies. And countless third-tier zombies crawled out of a black hole, each displaying a fierce countenance. The ancestral zombie bit off one of the zombie's arms, blood dripping on the ground, emitting a charred scent. The once living land was reinfected, and the ancestral zombie's face finally regained vitality. Nevertheless, the plants on its back remained firmly attached. The stronger it became, the more power the plants could absorb, and at that point, it would require even greater strength to sustain its form. This would spiral into a vicious cycle that present. It had to eliminate Qin Ning. Only with her death would the plant that relied on her natural power as a shield perish. Currently bound by the Earth's restrictions, it could not leave this place. Only by destroying it could it break free from the constraints. "Captain, that person has sent a message. It is said that Li Su only confided in Old Chun regarding the water source. And Old Chun was particularly cautious, telling no one else that present. The only ones who know the location are the first squad and Suzhou. Useless." Duo hurled the cup in his hand. Incompetent fools. He had sent numerous people to find the so-called water source, but to no avail. Where could that place possibly be? What scheme was Li Su concocting? The surrounding people refrained from uttering a sound, fearful that calamity would befall them at any moment. Suddenly, someone rushed in. "Captain, here is a letter addressed to you." In a fit of rage, Duo intended to discard it, but upon seeing the Qin family seal on the envelope, he raised his hand and took it. "Useless. Get out of my sight." With a single command, those around him dared not linger. Chapter 171. "By what right do you presume to challenge me, sister?" Huanqi leaped down from Kai-Tu, dashing towards her and tightly embracing her. Upon catching a whiff of her familiar scent, she became even more anxious, clinging desperately. "Cursed individual, how dare you disregard my orders?" Qin Ning lifted Huanqi, gently patting her shoulder, and soothingly spoke, "Do not be afraid. It is I who have caused you worry." She caressed Huanqi's soft hair, burying her face in her neck. "I heard you recently created an underwater world, that I came to see it." She coaxed Huanqi back to her room. After lulling Huanqi to sleep, she finally retracted the smile from her face. It was time to address certain individuals and matters. She retrieved Tang Heng's knife from her space and descended the stairs. Chi-Wan approached her quickly. "No, Ning, what are you planning to do?" "Personal vendetta." Just as she finished explaining, the door was thrust open. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. You dare come?" Luo Hao, confronted by the murderous intent etched on Qin Ning's face, felt a wave of dread wash over him but gritted his teeth. wearing an apologetic expression that I am sorry. I know that nothing I say can atone for my mistakes. Qin Ning raised her sword, poised to strike Luo. How? Wait. Qin Xin stepped forward, grabbing her hand. Sister, your actions are biased. What are you doing here? Encountering two loathsome individuals at once was genuinely unbearable. Qin Xin shielded Luo Hao behind her. Sister, it is true that Luo Hao handed you over to Chen Tian's group, but he had his reasons. After sending you away, he immediately informed Li Su of your capture and even placed a tracking device on you to ensure Li Su could find you promptly. Qin Ning's brows knitted slightly. Upon meeting Li Su's gaze, she understood. Qin Xion's words held merit, but she knew better than anyone that Luo Hao was no good. Every action he took was undoubtedly self-serving. So what? I will not allow this scourge to remain. Who knows what kind of disaster he would unleash next? This incident taught her that one must act decisively when it comes to eliminating threats. Without hesitation, Qin Xin was taken aback by Qin Ning's forthrightness, momentarily at a loss. What did you say? You don't understand. She slashed the knife across Qin Xion's arm. Hiss! Qin Xin winced, a look of terror crossing her face as blood trickled down her arm. What do you intend to do? Her voice was laced with anger, momentarily forgetting her facade. Qin Ning chuckled lightly, advancing swiftly to seize her wrist, causing Qin Xin to recoil in fear. Yet, Qin Ning would not permit her to retreat. Firmly grasping her hand and using her powers to heal the wound on her arm.my apologies. You are not angry, are you? Such trivial banter instantly infuriated Qin Xin. She violently shook off Qin Ning's hand. Qin Ning, is this amusing to you? Why have you stopped calling me sister? Regaining her composure, Qin Xin took a deep breath, calming herself. This is entirely different. You are being unreasonable. I it? Qin Ning smiled lightly. But I feel it is the same. She advanced swiftly, aiming her sword at Luo Hao's vitals. Just then, the blade met the dragon claw, and a surge of thunderous power surged through the blade towards Qin Ning. Li Su rushed forward, swiftly pulling Qin Ning back, raising his hand to extinguish the oncoming lightning. Ji Duo. Li Su's voice, filled with an unyielding authority, instilled fear in those around. However, Ji Duo remained unfazed. What, Li Su? Is this how you condone your subordinates' indiscriminate slaughter? It seems the men under Old Chun are no better. He shielded Luo Hao behind him, a provocative expression on his face. Captain Li, are you prepared to act out of rage for a fair maiden? Breaking your own rules? He mockingly taunted Li Su, genuinely wishing to see Li Su uphold his principles while engaging in a battle that he aimed to showcase to the entire District 10 who was truly the mightiest. Qin Ning grasped Li Su's hand, urging him to remain composed. Ultimately, it was her own recklessness that had led to this moment. She had not anticipated that Luo Hao could sway Ji Duo to his side. He must possess something Ji Duo coveted. Otherwise, Ji Duo would never offer his assistance. What, Li Su, are you backing down? Ji Duo relished watching Li Su falter, his glee apparent to Ji Duo. Su Zhou emerged from the room. Having overheard Ji Duo's arrogant voice that you've not changed a bit over the years, Su Zhou. Ji Duo's fists tightened in fury. It was truly vexing that he had not perished at Yangtze Slope. Don't you think hiding here will keep you safe? His dragon claw was itching to strike. If looks could kill, Su Zhou would have perished countless times. In their school days, Su Zhou had often toyed with him. Leveraging his intelligence, had they not been assigned to different regions later on, Ji Duo would have undoubtedly met his end multiple times. What, Ji Duo, are you threatening me? Su Zhou approached swiftly, wearing a look that begged for a fight. Ji Duo, being exceptionally stubborn and hot-tempered, could not remain still in the face of such provocation. He lunged toward Su Zhou, his claw crackling with electricity. Should it strike Su Zhou, he would likely perish on the spot. Just as Li Su was about to intervene, Su Zhou blocked him, drawing a gun from his waist and aiming it at Ji Duo. Do you think bullets can deal with me? How naive. Without hesitation, Ji Duo raised his arm towards Su Zhou. Just as his claw was about to reach Su Zhou, what erupted from the gun was not a bullet, but a massive web, instantly ensnaring Ji Duo against the wall. And no matter how he struggled, it was futile. The more he fought, the tighter it became. Su Zhou, you despicable coward. Release me at once. Su Zhou gazed at Ji Duo, now ensnared in the web. A satisfied smile gracing his features, it seemed that this direction was indeed correct. The journey to find Inshan had yielded considerable rewards. He raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Qin Ning, remarking, "How do you find my design?" "Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" His excitement was palpable as he admired the firearm in his hands, envisioning the prospect of mass production in the face of the impending battles against the zombies. Their chances of victory would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Qin Ning adjusted his glasses, offering a slight, albeit reluctant, nod. Reluctantly so, Ji Duo's irritation flared as he observed the two engrossed in conversation, an immense surge of electricity coursing through the web of connections. Culminating in a violent explosion that shattered the entire web, he leaped forward, launching an assault towards Su Zhou. Observing this, Li Su swiftly reached out to pull Su Zhou back, delivering a swift kick that ensnared him within the confines of the psychic domain. "Did you see that?" Qin Ning inquired nonchalantly. Su Zhou, startled, patted his chest. "You were right." Ji Duo's fury intensified as he prepared to break free from the constraints of the psychic field when a voice suddenly interjected. "Enough." Chapter 172. What is the truth behind the matter? Qin Yuan, what brings you here? He wondered. Hadn't she made herself clear before? Was he planning to switch to a new scapegoat for the hospital? No one dared to speak further, except for Qin Ning, who sat on the sofa, unperturbed, raising an eyebrow at Qin Yuan. "Well, today is quite lively. Uncle, what brings you here?" Qin Exin had not anticipated Qin Yuan's arrival. "Exiner, you should return home. Your grandfather will worry about you." He gently patted her shoulder, casting a cold, angry glance at Luo Hao, causing him to lower his gaze, fearful of uttering a word. "Wait for me to dismiss you." Luo Hao, not daring to linger, quickly followed behind Qin Exin. Despite being halted, Ji Duo felt aggrieved but dared not act recklessly. He shot a fierce glare at Li Su and Su Zhou before turning to leave. "I hope I'm not too late." Qing Yi, leaning on his cane and accompanied by Xiao Jiao, entered the room. The crystal within him had fully repaired, and once his body returned to normal, he would head to Zone 9, where he had matters to attend to. However, before departing, he needed to accomplish one task. Otherwise, he feared he could not return to Zone 9 in peace. Upon seeing Qin Ning immediately understood. He was likely the person he had summoned. "It seems you have some free time." Qin Yi chuckled, aware that Qin Ning's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, he was taking advantage of the last remnants of free time to undertake something meaningful. Qin Ning could not help but roll her eyes, finding his so-called meaningful endeavors utterly tedious. She stood to leave. "I have something to discuss with you." Qin Yuan obstructed her path. He had refrained from seeking her out in recent days, not out of resentment, but rather in pursuit of evidence. He hoped they could take a moment to calm down and discuss the events of years past, convinced that misunderstandings lay at the heart of it all. Yet, Qin Ning was disinclined to engage with him. Ning, some matters deserve resolution, do they not? Qin Yi gently interjected, as if a murderer knew how to allow others to die with clarity. Indeed, she chuckled lightly. "I am right here today. Let us see what you can articulate." Qin Xin raised her hand, instructing the driver to halt. A sense of unease washed over her. Qin Yuan's sudden appearance signaled that matters would not be simple. For reasons she could not quite grasp, she felt an unsettling foreboding, as though something was spiraling out of control. Before things escalated into greater danger, she needed to act. "Return and inform my grandfather. I must see someone. I'll be back later, so he need not worry." The driver nodded, cautioning the young lady to ensure her safety before departing for the Qin residence. Qin Xin quickened her pace. "You claim my father drove your mother to her demise. I cannot fathom where you and Ning heard such a tale, but it is most certainly untrue." He sighed deeply. In those days, father was indeed furious. Your mother left home for another man. Yet, he later regretted it. Father was proud and obstinate, unwilling to concede, but he secretly dispatched individuals to inquire about your mother's well-being. Initially, upon learning she was faring well and had a child, his worry subsided. However, he never anticipated the subsequent events. When father discovered the truth, he sought your mother immediately, but she refused to see us, and it was your father who sent us away. We were unwilling to accept this, and When we attempted to visit her again, your family had moved without leaving a trace. Later, upon finding your mother in G City, she had already taken her own life, leaving Exiner alone, that we believed you had perished. So we returned to the Qin family with only Exiner as he recalled those past events. The sorrow within him surged uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. They ought to have arrived sooner to prevent the ensuing tragedies. Qin Ning listened quietly, her expression impassive as she regarded him. Oh, you truly believe your words would convince me? While I may not discern the veracity of your claims, I find it laughable. If what you say holds any truth, a mere inquiry would reveal whether I am alive or dead, or who she truly was. I shall never forget the day my mother died. She stepped forward, retrieving a dagger from his waist. Initially, she had not comprehended the significance of this blade, but it was only upon encountering them that the truth dawned on her. Her mother had perished by this very knife. The bathroom had been awash with blood, the very blade used by her mother to take her own life. You used me to coerce my mother, who was already unraveling after my sister's death. She had placed her last hopes in you, unaware that you would deliver the final blow. Qin Yuan abruptly rose, disbelief etched across his features. What are you saying? It is difficult to comprehend. You told my mother that if she wished to accept me, she must die, thus attempting to cleanse the Qin family's disgrace. Only in that way would you accept me. Why then, my mother was powerless to protect me. She accepted the knife your father offered her, dying in our own home's bathroom. As for the Qin Exine you speak of, I do not know her. I presume my mother did not know her either. You need not invoke her name to cast a facade of kindness. She scoffed, discarding the dagger onto the ground before turning to ascend the stairs. Qin Yuan felt as if struck by a hammer, lost in confusion. I sensed Qin Ning's unease and coldly commanded. Returned, he hurried to catch up with her. Suddenly, a glass pane in the courtyard shattered, an arrow soaring toward Qin Ning. Fortunately, Li Su pulled her into his embrace just in time, the arrow embedding itself in the wall. He examined the fabric tied to the arrow, deciphering the message before locking eyes with Qin Ning. This is bad. He activated his psychic domain, trapping the informant. Su Wan, bring him in. Understood, Captain. Su Wan swiftly dashed from the courtyard, apprehending the person who had not yet managed to escape. Let me go. You work for G Duo. What are you planning? Su Wan kicked the person to the ground. The individual, trembling with fear, recognized Qin Ning and exclaimed, Qin Ning, it's me. Only then did Qin Ning recognize the captured individual. Given the gravity of the situation, despite her sorrow, she had to suppress her emotions. ITSU. Xiao Xian exhaled deeply. Captain Li Su. You must believe me. If we don't act soon, it will be too late. Everything will be lost. Chapter 173. Wildfire. This matter is one I would rather believe exists than dismiss. Inside the vehicle, Li Su expressed curiosity. Qin Ning, how do you know him? She had never mentioned him before, and despite the oddity of the situation, both he and Qin Ning felt compelled to investigate. The location of the water source was known only to a select few, and he had specifically instructed Old Chun not to divulge any information until a viable plan was in place. Yet, Xiao Xian could accurately state the water source's location, raising their suspicions, even knowing the risks. They dared not gamble with the water source. It was their only chance. It happened a long time ago. Qin Ning tightened her grip on the Tanghung knife, her brow furrowed as she closed her eyes. Feeling increasingly agitated as all her worries surged forth, Li Su, perceptive to her distress, gently grasped her hand. Their eyes met, yet neither chose to speak as the vehicle entered the territory of Sun Nan Mountain. They sensed something amiss. The mutated flora and fauna within the forest had become exceedingly aggressive, launching attacks upon sensing human presence. Li Su released his psychic domain, while Qin Ning infused her abilities into him. The approaching mutated creatures were subdued by Li Su's psychic force. Rendered unconscious, they continued along the mountain path, surrounded by signs of devastation. The depths of the forest bore the scars of fire. And such rampant destruction not only cornered the mutated beings, but also pushed humanity towards an endless abyss. The air grew increasingly foul, signaling the imminent arrival of zombies drawn by the scent. They dared not pause, sprinting forward with Li Su's psychic domain leading the way. Su Wan, returning from scouting ahead, bore urgent news. This is bad. That deranged G duo has set a massive fire, and with the current heat wave. The flames are spreading rapidly. The path up the mountain is blocked. Has he lost his mind? Qin Ning could not help but exclaim in alarm. This is dire. Su instantly sensed danger. He patted Su-Wen on the shoulder, seized Qin Ning, and leaped away to Su-Wen soared into the sky. And in the next moment, a ferocious tiger, accompanied by a horde of mutated flora and fauna, charged toward them. The lead tiger bore singed fur and numerous wounds. The entire mountaintop began to tremble. Countless fleeing creatures hastily made their way down the mountain, a dire situation unfolding. Kai-Tu pointed at the escaping flora and fauna below. That was the direction of District 11. Should this horde of mutated beings reach District 11, the consequences would be catastrophic. A true calamity for the district. The glint of cold light flickered in Li Su's eyes. Did Ji Duo truly comprehend the ramifications of his actions? Time was of the essence. He immediately transmitted news of the situation at Sunnan Mountain to District 11, hoping the leadership could manage the crisis effectively. The immediate priority was the raging inferno. Qin Ning furrowed her brow, her body feeling as though it were being seared by fire. She understood that this was the backlash of nature's forces against her body due to their disruption. Qin Ning, what's wrong? Li Su swiftly grasped her form. Qin Ning's face flushed crimson, her body trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Before she could finish her words, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qin Ning, Li Su held her tightly, urging, "We must return to District 11. You need treatment." That no. She grasped his hand, patting Su-Wen's shoulder. "We must go down." Su-Wen's face bore a mixture of concern and confusion. But upon seeing Li Su nod in agreement, he dared not hesitate any longer and descended. The smoke billowed towards them, causing them to cough incessantly. "Qin Ning, what has happened to you?" He had never witnessed her in such a peculiar state. "We must extinguish the fire." She clasped Li Su's hand, once more entering her spatial realm. Upon seeing the spring water within, Li Su instantly comprehended her intention. She wanted him to harness his mental energy to draw forth the spring water to douse the flames of Sunnan Mountain. Indeed, Li Su was the sole individual allowed into her space besides herself and Huanqi. Given the circumstances, the spring water had to be enveloped within his mental energy. With Su-Wen's strength, they would ascend to the skies and release the water. This required a profound connection between the two, free from any external disturbances. Otherwise, Li Su's mental energy could potentially devastate her space. Yet, in this critical moment, there was no time for such considerations. She placed her trust in Li Su, as well as in herself. The two emerged from her space, startling Su-Wen and Kai-Tu. "Captain, Sister Ning, where have you two just gone?" To cut a long story short, Su-Wen, take us up. Kai-Tu, keep an eye on our surroundings. Qin Ning, and I must not be interrupted. Understood. Captain. Li Su held Qin Ning's hand as they stood at the threshold between illusion and reality, gradually releasing his mental energy into her space. A colossal cage formed in the air, encapsulating the spring water within. "Captain, it's not merely about extinguishing the water source. This fire has engulfed the entire Sunnan Mountain. The higher-ups in District 11 will surely have a hard time explaining this." They trembled as they gazed at the raging flames below. "Damn it, why must you utter such disheartening words at this moment?" He kicked out, sending his adversary tumbling. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, they would have fallen from the mutated birds. "Captain, I was wrong. I was wrong." Zhou Yang coldly regarded the inferno, his brow furrowing. While this action was indeed questionable, failing to eradicate the root would yield dire consequences. Only by doing so could they fully sever Li Su and his companions' unrealistic aspirations. The scouts ahead, upon perceiving their path, swiftly turned back. "Captain, trouble is brewing. Li Su and his people are in pursuit." "What?" He was taken aback. How could they have learned of this? He had disclosed nothing to anyone but his own team in such a brief span. Their knowledge of the situation indicated a traitor among his ranks. "Let them come. What's there to panic about?" Ji Duo snarled, swiping at his opponent, his face ablaze with fury. Useless fools. He was eager to see what capabilities Li Su possessed to address this predicament. "Go. Confront them at his command." The avian mutants began to soar toward Li Su's group. "They're coming." Kaito lowered his voice, raising his sniper rifle, aiming at the approaching foes as the bullet was discharged. It formed a massive web mid-air, ensnaring their bodies and rendering them immobile, crashing to the ground. Having witnessed the web, G-Duo sidestepped, unleashing a bolt of lightning upon it. Upon contact, a tremendous explosion erupted. Chapter 174. Retribution from them. The Lego in Huanqi's hand fell to the ground, her eyes flashing with alarm. Not good. As she attempted to rise, dizziness overcame her, her strength seemingly sealed, causing her to collapse. Huanqi, Qiwan, delivering supplies, was jolted by the sight of Huanqi suddenly collapsing. She rushed forward, cradling Huanqi. Huanqi, Huanqi! She patted Huanqi's shoulder, attempting to awaken her consciousness. Receiving no response, she hastily carried Huanqi downstairs, Su Bo, emerging from the laboratory. Su Zhou's face contorted with worry at the sight of the unconscious Huanqi. What is happening? I don't know. Huanqi just fainted. I tried to call her, but she showed no awareness that Su Zhou promptly took Huanqi, delivering her to the healer. This is bad. The captain has relayed news. G-Duo has set fire to the entire Sunnan Mountain, and now the mutated flora and fauna are heading toward District 11. Upon receiving the news, Moy swiftly returned. What? Su Zhou's fury ignited. Has G-Duo lost his mind? Sunnan Mountain is the last bastion of intact ecology. Its destruction will doom humanity to disregard others for his own gain. G-Duo. He truly deserves to pay. Before they could ponder further, the communication device crackled with alarming news that it's bad. They're already approaching. Many ordinary citizens have likely been harmed. Elder Chun has ordered us to immediately head to the base entrance to intercept this horde of mutated beings to prevent greater devastation. Huanqi is in your care. Su Bo, after Qiwan's instructions, they bolted out of the courtyard. Major Chung Da Qinyan recalled the message relayed by Li Su. Major Chung, I require your assistance. Upon their arrival at the base entrance, the outermost electric fence had already been breached, with mutants ensnared in the web. Unable to escape, their bodies charred from electric shocks. The seed scattered by the dandelion mutants detonated upon impact, injuring numerous individuals. Qin Yin, you've arrived. Just as Yin Shu began to speak, dandelion bombs landed beside them. Fortunately, He Shuang erected an earthen wall for their protection. A violent explosion resounded. A massive pit formed in the ground, causing surrounding mutants to plummet into it. Moy and Qiwan quickly extended their vines to ensnare their wastes, pulling them to safety, narrowly escaping disaster. The crowd had scarcely a moment to catch their breath when another wave of mutants surged forward. Qin Yin distributed adhesive to the combatants to prevent them from being ensnared again. Qin Zhan emerged from the command camp. Qin Yin, Elder Chun is looking for you. Just as she approached, the ground suddenly collapsed. Catching everyone off guard, Qiwan used her vines to secure a nearby high-rise, stabilizing their positions. However, the next moment, a gigantic worm erupted from the earth, its mouth lined with serrated teeth, angrily lunging at them. Just as it seemed poised to swallow them whole, Gu Lin and Qin Zhan joined forces, conjuring a massive fireball and thrusting it into the worm's belly. With the explosion of the fireball, the worm was obliterated, showering them with a grotesque spray of viscera, the foul odor prompting involuntary retching. Yet the danger was not over. Another worm appeared from behind them, with the collapsing high-rise behind them threatening to crush them. As the buildings supporting Qiwan's vines crumbled, the group began to descend into the pit. Fortunately, at a critical moment, He Shuang filled the entire pit, averting tragedy, just as Qin Zhan was about to escort Qin Yin into the command center. The sky suddenly darkened, and a cacophony of buzzing filled their ears. Everyone looked up to see countless flying ants blotting out the sky, descending upon them in an assault. Fire element mutants quickly took to the air atop the avian mutants, gathering a massive fireball to strike against the swarm of flying ants. As the scorched ants plummeted to the ground, just when everyone thought they were safe, they realized they were enveloped in a raging inferno. This horde of mutated beings was cunning. It was their retribution for humanity's destruction of their habitat. All water element mutants gathered in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames, yet they seemed to forget that the rapid depletion of water resources rendered their powers increasingly ineffective. Meanwhile, the mutated beings continuously threw themselves into the fiery abyss, unafraid of death, determined to keep the flames ablaze. Sun Nan Mountain. Breaking free from Kai Tu's attack range, Ji Duo coldly regarded Li Su. I never anticipated a traitor would emerge so close to me. Li Su. Now that we are no longer in District 11, it is time to settle our scores. This time, you shall undoubtedly perish. He lunged at Li Su with a claw. Kai Tu's bullet flew toward Ji Duo, forcing him to evade. Annoying pest. Zhou Yang. At his command, Zhou Yang swiftly appeared at his side, kicking the gun from his hand. The metallic blade closing in menacingly. Kai Tu found himself entangled with Zhou Yang, unable to break free, as Ji Duo relentlessly advanced toward him. Su Wen had no choice but to draw out his eagle claw and hasten forward to thwart his actions. Yet, how could Su Wen possibly stand as a match against Ji Duo? As he watched Ji Duo's dragon claw approach him, a surge of mental energy split off, binding Ji Duo in place. Li Su, at long last, you are willing to engage me in battle. He appeared particularly exhilarated. With a single claw, he broke free from his confinement and lunged toward Li Su. This was indeed the crucial moment to extract the spring water. However, Li Su was compelled to divide his focus, making it difficult for him to entrap Ji Duo. Just as he surged forward, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted abruptly, ice encasing Ji Duo's feet. As he struggled to break free, a bolt of lightning struck towards him. Major Cheng. Su Wen gazed in astonishment at the arrival of Cheng. Ji Duo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at Cheng Yi. Why are you meddling in my affairs instead of recuperating in Sector 11? Cheng Yi's expression turned frigid, his words laced with menace. Ji Duo, do you realize the extent of your actions? Your raging inferno has engulfed all flora and fauna within Sector 11. Plunging the entire base into chaos. Ji Duo remained unfazed, asserting humans will eventually abandon the surface. This is merely a swift resolution of some useless beings. What is the fuss about? Qin Ning infused her abilities into Li Su, hastening the extraction of the spring water. The flames grew fiercer, threatening to blot out the sky. The fire surged forth like a ferocious beast, its searing heat overwhelming even the adept. Ji Duo's expression darkened. Decisive action was imperative. Just as he prepared to unleash a storm of lightning, Li Su opened his eyes, a vast mental space unfurling as countless streams of spring water cascaded down upon the raging fire. Chapter 175. Today, it is either you or me who will perish. Ji Duo stared in disbelief at the descending spring water. This is impossible. Even if Li Su possesses a hidden ability, he could not summon such an abundance of water. The wildfire raged fiercely, waves of heat assaulting them as the water surged toward the fire's core, extinguishing the flames at their source. Gradually, the fire diminished under the relentless onslaught of the spring water. Thick smoke billowing upwards, leaving the entire Xuanan mountain charred black, droplets of moisture pattering onto the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. Qin Ning gazed at the devastated Xuanan mountain, her pale face etched with murderous intent, gripping the Tang horizontal blade tightly. Her gaze fixed upon Ji Duo, her voice low yet imbued with a terrifying aura. Do you have any idea what you've done? Who informed you of the water source? Enraged, Qin Ning advanced without hesitation, no one daring to intervene. Ji Duo, however, remained unconcerned. Even with the fire extinguished, his objectives had been achieved. Li Su, you believe you can challenge me? I know exactly what I'm doing. Unfortunately for you, your plan shall come to naught. I warned you against crossing me. There are no favorable outcomes. Point one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, now that neither of us is in Sector 11. Let us settle this once and for all. Today, it is either you or me who will perish. His dragon claw manifested, half of his form transforming into that of a dragon. He beheld the half-human, half-dragon Ji Duo. He finally comprehended the audacity of Ji Duo's arrogance. A Ning that he stepped forward, intending to pull Qin Ning back. Yet in her fury, she was determined to slay this thoughtless fool herself. Qin Ning forcefully shoved Li Su aside, brandishing the Tang horizontal blade as she charged forward, seeds falling like dandelions onto the charred earth. nourished by the spring water and her innate natural powers. The seeds grew at an astonishing pace. Vines ensnaring Ji Duo's limbs, Ji Duo had never regarded Qin Ning as a threat. Channeling the power of lightning, he lunged toward her, the potent electric current leaving a trail of charred destruction in its wake. The ground beneath him was electrified, and any who dared tread upon it would find the current coursing through them. Even an adept could not withstand Ji Duo's lightning. Isu furrowed his brow, releasing his mental domain, pulling Cheng Yi behind him. Be careful, Major Cheng. Are you not worried about a Ning? Cheng Yi inquired, his expression tense yet curious that a Ning has her own plans if she wishes to handle this herself. The vines snaked around Ji Duo's limbs from behind, but he dismissed them, channeling all of his electric energy into the vines, seeking to incinerate them. However, Qin Ning's plants, being a special variant, connected to the earth, extending from the other end to bind his other arm, forming a closed loop. When the electric current formed this loop, Ji Duo attempted to withdraw, but found the current within him reversing. Fool! She leaped into the air, her tang horizontal blade aimed at his vital point. You should read more. Zhou Yang trembled, utilizing an insulating metal to sever the vines, ensnaring Ji Duo, forcibly dragging him away from Qin Ning. Otherwise, her blade would have struck far more than just his shoulder. Zhou Yang's hand shook from the impact, taken aback by Qin Ning's profound strength at Ji Duo, incensed, shoved Zhou Yang aside, humiliated to be injured by a woman. His fury reached its zenith as the sky darkened ominously. Lightning cracked through the heavens, a multitude of violet bolts slashing across the sky toward Qin Ning and the others. This charge was even more terrifying than during his previous battle against Mu Zhe. Such an attack could potentially harm both the enemy and himself. Lisu and Cheng Yi instantly recognized that Ji Duo had lost all reason, his mental energy surging forth at a Ning, come back. He reeled Qin Ning close, keeping her by his side. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. The thunderous bolts descended, and he sought victory. Victory that belonged solely to him. Isu erected a mental barrier to shield the three of them, while Cheng Yi raised his hand to unleash lightning, attempting to counter Ji Duo's storm. Qin Ning's vines formed an encirclement within, releasing her abilities to bolster their strength. As the bolts of lightning struck them, the two forces clashed violently, their bodies unable to bear the strain, both spitting blood. Zhou Yang understood that Ji Duo, consumed by rage, had lost his sanity. The only resolution he sought was to annihilate Li Su and his companions. With no means to reign in this power, his metallic blade advanced toward Li Su and the others, employing metal's conductivity to augment Ji Duo's strength. Lisu grasped that Ji Duo was intent on a fight to the death. He needed greater power to absorb this lightning energy that he required explosive crystals to push his capabilities to their peak, thus granting him the ability to consume all. Qin Ning discerned Li Su's intentions in an instant. She had yet to voice her thoughts. Fear not. I can manage it well. He had already replicated 3 crystals within him, enabling him to control his power adeptly. She remained silent, the vines binding their wrists. With the slightest misstep, she would be there to heal him. In the realm. The skies churned, and the speed of transformation around them began to slow, gradually coming to a halt. The lightning hung suspended in the air as Li Su shattered the crystals. Leaping forth, emanating a dazzling golden radiance, that he advanced step by step toward the heart of the lightning storm, gesturing to materialize the lightning, packing it into the space formed by his mental power. At that moment, the two forces unleashed their utmost impact. Ji Duo could scarcely believe that Li Su possessed such a rare power, his unwillingness to concede evident. Grabbing hold of a healer beside him, he extracted their crystal, forcing their power into his own body, causing his lightning energy to surge to unprecedented heights. Be careful. The two forces erupted violently, shaking the entire Xuanan mountain, cleaving in two and forming a vast chasm. In the dark chasm, black mist emanated from the depths. The air permeated with an unbearable stench. Those nearby were overwhelmed by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. The progenitor zombie, sensing this disturbance, bore a mocking glint in its blood-red eyes. Foolish humans, seeking their own demise, that I can finally leave this place. Even you can make mistakes. Without the constraints of the Shuanan Mountains ley lines, I shall see what you can use to thwart me. The progenitor zombie commanded the zombies before it to mobilize fully, intent on exterminating all humans. Humanity had long been due for extinction. Chapter 176. The Fall of Sector 11. A beam of light illuminated Qin Ning's cheek as she slowly opened her eyes, startled by the sudden appearance of a face, instinctively slapping it. Ouch! Jiangsu whimpered, clutching his face. Is this how good deeds are rewarded? Qin Ning, on high alert, scanned her surroundings. Li Su. She attempted to rise, but the pain in her ankle caused her to collapse once more. With a fractured leg, she summoned her powers to mend her injuries and hastened to Li Su's side. The explosion of the crystals indeed unleashed immense power, but the toll on her body was equally significant. How did you end up here? Qin Ning asked, healing Li Su's internal injuries while locking eyes with Jiangsu. I let you go as per our agreement. I never expected you to dare return. Did you truly think we wouldn't kill you? Sensing Qin Ning's displeasure, Jiangsu hastily replied, Wait, I know you want to kill me, but please hold on. I didn't T-overstep. It was you who came to Yangtze Slope. I was merely trying to help you leave. Otherwise, you would have been dealt with by the zombies outside. Qin Ning paused. You say this is Yangtze Slope? Jiangsu regarded her, as if she were a fool. What else could it be? At this moment, she finally discerned her current predicament. The ground was strewn with yellow sand, a remnant of the Sunnan Mountain. Could it be that the recent explosion of energy had ruptured the spatial passage left by the progenitor zombie? Coughing, Qin Ning glanced at the awakened Li Su and hurriedly assisted him to his feet. Li Su, how do you feel? Li Su rubbed his head, reporting no significant pain aside from an overwhelming fatigue. I'm fine, Jiangsu. He was taken aback to see Jiangsu before him, his expression one of astonishment. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively behind Qin Ning. This provoked an eye roll from Jiangsu, who exclaimed, Please, I saved you both. Otherwise, you would have met the same fate as those in District 10, long since devoured by zombies. What do you mean? Qin Yi, massaging his throbbing head, grasped the crux of Jiangsu's statement in an instant. What happened in District 10? Oh, it seems you are unaware. Jiangsu remarked knowingly. He deliberately released his psychic domain, revealing outside the confines, waves of zombies emerged from the sand, their faces alight with excitement, incessantly traversing towards Yangtze Slope. Originally, the zombies here were unable to leave Yangtze Slope. However, at noon today, a tremendous explosion reverberated from the southernmost point, causing the entire geological matrix to tremble violently, which we all sensed at Yangtze Slope. Initially, we remained unresponsive until Sweet, who had been calm in the laboratory, suddenly went berserk. Even the special serum made from your blood failed to subdue her. She broke free from her restraints, slaughtering numerous people in the lab before escaping. Upon our pursuit, we discovered that chaos had completely engulfed Yangtze Slope, that it appeared that the earthquake had shattered the barriers that confined the zombies, and under the summoning of the progenitor zombie, they relentlessly advanced towards District 10. Moreover, the situation was dire, as the beast tide had yet to be resolved, and the ability users in District 10 were already in a state of exhaustion. Reports from our spies embedded in District 10, sent an hour ago, yielded no responses. Everyone fell into a profound silence, realizing that the recent surge of energy had brought calamity upon District 10. No, I must return, Li Su lamented, consumed with guilt. Feeling the urgent need to support District 10, and upon seeing his intent to leave, Jiangsu quickly interjected, I advise you all to stay put. District 10 is beyond salvation. Over an hour ago, they sent out a distress signal for assistance, and dozens of aircraft have since been swallowed by the progenitor zombie's spatial rift. Here is the only safe haven. Qin Ning surveyed her surroundings, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over her. The spiritual butterfly at her forehead took flight, swirling through the grove. Suddenly, it dawned on her that this was the small forest she had left behind while evading the sandstorms and Tier 3 zombies. Are you saying this is a safe zone? Jiangsu nodded, explaining that he had stumbled upon it while fleeing from a horde of zombies. Here, he concealed his presence using Li Su's psychic domain, rendering him undetectable to the zombies, which he had observed would not enter this grove. Although the reason remained unknown, it was certain that this was the last bastion of safety. Ning, do you know something? Li Su discerned the implication in her words. Qin Ning slightly nodded, revealing, I left this grove when I first came to Yangtze Slope to find you. She produced seeds from her spatial pocket, stating, my seeds grow using zombies as a medium. Hence from the start, I hoped you could facilitate the green restoration project. However, given the current developments, my natural energy is limited and I cannot expedite the growth of these seeds in a short span. A bitter expression crossed Qin Ning's face as she lamented. If it weren't for the incessant obstructions from these individuals, matters would not have escalated to this extent. Li Su, perceiving her anguish, understood her concerns. He too was troubled about District 10 and felt that as a resident of District 10, he could not abandon it. Yet, a Ning was not one of them. She should not be embroiled in such peril. A Ning, please prioritize your safety. Seizing the moment, he struck her neck with a swift motion. Captain, Su-Wen was taken aback, clutching Qin Ning tightly. He held her hand firmly. Jiang Su, let's strike a deal. He produced a syringe, and before her eyes, drew his own blood. Take good care of her, that he thrust the vial into Jiang Su's hands, knowing that despite Jiang Su's seemingly unreliable demeanor, he would fulfill any promise made. Jiang Su regarded Li Su with a sigh. Are you certain about this? Even if you entrust Qin Ning to me, she will inevitably seek you out upon awakening. She dared to venture into Yangtze Slope alone before. Do you really think she won't return? Li Su paused momentarily before responding with quiet resolve. Thus, I shall pay for services rendered. Keep an eye on her. If we can safeguard District 10, I will come back for her. If not, take her to District 3. He removed the pendant from his neck and tossed it to Jiang Su. District 3 was the farthest from District 10, and its inhabitants had long sought to initiate the Green Restoration Project, making it the ideal refuge for Qin Ning. Should the Green Restoration Project succeed, she would receive greater protection. Jiang Su watched their retreating figures, feeling the heavy burden of responsibility settle upon him. If Qin Ning awakened, how could he possibly restrain her? Chapter 177. The only path to survival lay in heading towards District 3. He froze momentarily, cursing his misfortune when one is down on their luck. Even drinking water can become a struggle. Qin Ning, Chen Tian could hardly believe the serendipity of the moment. A stroke of luck that required no effort, he reached out, intent on seizing Qin Ning. Jiang Su grasped his hand, immobilizing him. Anger flared on Chen Tian's face as he hissed, Jiang Su, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Su pulled him aside, away from Qin Ning, his tone lighthearted. Chen Bo, you know me that I work for a price. Sorry, but someone entrusted me with her safety. He flashed a bright smile. Fury burned in Chen Tian's eyes. Jiang Su, don't forget whom you belong to. Cross me, and you will regret it. Jiang Su silently retreated. Chen Bo, perhaps you should take a moment to assess the current situation. He pointed towards the nearby zombies. The entire District 10 is in disarray. If we don't wish to be bitten, we should temporarily cease hostilities. If the scent of blood reaches them, we could find ourselves in grave danger. Chen Tian's gaze was greedily fixed on Qin Ning, while the distant cries of zombies echoed in his ears. He understood Jiang Su's words held truth. Now was not the time for contention. With the zombie horde launching a full-scale assault, they could not remain here. Heading north was imperative, and District 3 was their best refuge. District 3 housed the greatest number of psychic ability users, and if things went as planned, he could easily persuade them to ally with him. With Qin Ning in his grasp, he envisioned a future where he could dominate all. Yet, it was a pity that he had heard of Li Su's possession of an antibody, and it seemed unlikely that the man would survive. He had failed to acquire the genetic samples, which left him feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, he needed to convince Jiang Su. This fellow would be essential for reaching District 3 safely. Without Jiang Su, he would struggle to navigate the perils ahead. You have made many valid points. But remaining here is not a sustainable option. District 3 is our best alternative. If you escort us there, I assure you I can provide whatever you desire. His proposition sounded enticing, and Jiang Su recognized that Chen Tian would likely follow through on his word. Furthermore, he had promised Li Su he would escort Qin Ning to District 3. Once there, if Chen Tian attempted anything against her, Jiang Su would no longer be obliged to protect her. Dr. Chen, you are indeed astute. I share your intention. Chen Tian's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Confident that his terms would be accepted, In the research facility at Yangtze Slope, there exists an underground passage leading to the junction between City S and City A. I have arranged for a vehicle filled with fuel along National Route 654, that, if we proceed along this route, we can reach City X at the northwestern border in approximately 3 days. There, we can rest easy, as I have people arranged to safely guide us into District 3. The priority now was to return to the research facility. That location had been overrun by zombies, making entry exceedingly difficult. With the number of zombies only increasing along the way, extreme caution was imperative. Chun Tian handed over a supply of blood he had prepared for Jiang Su, stating, "This is the blood of ability users I have reserved for you." Jiang Su's skin prickled as he observed the horde of zombies beyond the grove. He had not anticipated that Yangtze Slope harbored such a multitude of them. No, he should have foreseen this. Previously, these individuals had disposed of failed experiments into the zombie den, relying on the progenitor zombies for sustenance. This had led to a significant increase in zombie numbers. Ultimately, the current chaos stemmed from humanity's own actions. Qin Tian sought to take Qin Ning from him, but Jiang Su was acutely aware of his intentions. That, Dr. Chun, let us not dwell on that right now. I will ensure your safety. With that, he lifted the unconscious Qin Ning into his arms. After consuming Li Su's blood, he unleashed his psychic energy, believing that with careful vigilance, they should be able to enter the research facility unscathed. As they journeyed, yellow sand swirled around them, and the sky was filled with countless black holes through which zombies emerged, leaving no one to ascertain where they would be transported next. The sky was shrouded in yellow dust, obscuring the view above, yet amidst the haze, one could faintly hear the sound of aircraft circling overhead. Likely en route to aid District 10.Alas, they had chosen the wrong place. Coming here might mean a one-way trip. This was not the time for sorrow. The priority was to leave this place. He held on to Qin Ning, fortunate enough not to have been detected by the zombies. That it seemed that the horde had other targets, each zombie moving with a swift, almost frantic pace, as if under some command, exuding an unusual excitement. If his conjecture was correct, there were likely very few survivors left in District 10, rendering it a veritable paradise for the undead. He wondered about Li Su and the others. Were they alive? Or had they managed to return to District 10? But what could they accomplish by going back, except for a needless sacrifice? He couldn't quite grasp it. Perhaps his understanding was lacking, revealing the stark difference between them. Jiang Su gazed at the unconscious Qin Ning in his arms, letting out a soft sigh, uncertain whether she would be able to accept the harsh reality upon waking. The glass doors of the laboratory were smeared with blood, and another door lay shattered, its fragments buried beneath the swirling sand. His mental energy probed inside, revealing that the laboratory was devoid of any zombies, leaving Jiang Su in disbelief. Could it be that all the zombies from Yangtze Slope had ventured to District 10? Upon seeing the empty laboratory, Chun Tian felt an immense weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, the zombies had vanished. Jiang Su, let's go. At that moment, exhilaration surged within him as he urged Jiang Su onward. Passing through the courtyard, Jiang Su spotted Zheng Jian's plants. Zheng Bo was indeed meticulous. His flowers thrived even amidst the chaos of a zombie uprising, standing as the only glimmer of hope amid the ruins. Hurry up, it's just ahead, Qin Tian urged Jiang Su to quicken his pace, knowing that every extra minute could mean heightened danger. As Jiang Su prepared to move, a thought struck him, prompting him to halt abruptly. He gazed at the intact flora in the courtyard. Chun Bo, with the destructive capabilities of zombies, why had these plants remained unharmed? It seemed utterly illogical. He was lost in contemplation, recalling how the zombies in the forest had not pursued them either. If these zombies held a fear of flora and fauna, it would explain everything. When the apocalypse first struck, acid rain had obliterated all life on Earth, marking the day greenery vanished as humanity's calamity began. Could it be inferred that if greenery were to return, the apocalypse might cease to exist? Chapter 178. The Truth Unveiled. Just as he lowered his guard, a fireball hurtled towards Jiang Su and the others. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, pivoting out of harm's way and locking onto the source with his mental energy. Just as he was about to retaliate, a voice called out, "Su Ge!" The shout made Jiang Su pause. Recognizing the voice, it was Li Wan, who hurried toward him, eager to embrace his hand. Jiangsu sidestepped, narrowing his eyes. What are you doing here? Li Wen awkwardly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Su Ge, it's really you. I thought you were gone. Recalling the traumatic events from mere hours ago, he couldn't contain himself. Su Ge, where have you been? Don't you know how terrified we were? The zombies erupted, and everyone died. All gone. Jiangsu kicked out in frustration. Enough! Stop crying! His agitation was palpable. Is it just you left? Li Wen shook his head, sobbing. There's still Zheng Bo and his wife. He led Jiangsu and the others to the underground laboratory. In the cramped space, Zheng Jian cradled the unconscious Yang Huixin, visibly taken aback upon seeing Chen Tian and Jiangsu appear before him. Upon noticing Qin Ning in Jiangsu's arms, he sprang to his feet. At this point, Chen Tian, are you still going to continue your inhumane experiments? Anger was written all over Zheng Jian's face. Having experienced the chaotic demise of Tian Tian, he now understood that the lives lost were far less significant than those present. Tian Tian was no longer there. She was merely a shell of her former self. They had committed too many wrongs and should not persist further. He had something vital to protect. Qin Tian, however, remained unfazed. Zheng Jian, great inventions require sacrifices. They died for a worthy cause. He had always disdained Zheng Jian's indecisiveness and compassion. Pressing a button, a passageway appeared before everyone. Given our years of collaboration, I advise you not to meddle. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, a foul stench wafted from within, followed by the roars of zombies. Before anyone could react, a claw lunged and grabbed Chen Tian's arm. Jiangsu. Help! Chen Tian's desperate cry echoed as he was dragged into the passage. The sound of tearing flesh reached their ears. The air thick with the scent of blood. One after another, zombies emerged from the tunnel. They're the healers we captured. Li Wen recognized them instantly. How could they be hiding in the tunnel? He turned to flee. The scent of humans ignited a frenzy among the zombies, surging toward them. Fortunately, Jiangsu used his mental energy to lock them all down, and with a command, they exploded into oblivion that we can't stay here any longer. None could guarantee how many zombies remained inside, or how many had emerged from the tunnel into the laboratory. Zheng Jian scooped up Yang Huixin, hastening his steps. Follow me. Jiangsu took up the rear, ensuring their safe passage. Zheng Jian led them into his greenhouse, with the zombies trailing closely behind. I went blocked the only exit. Shouting in despair, Zheng Bo, what have you brought us to? This is a dead end. Overwhelmed by thoughts of his grim fate, he couldn't help but cry out, I've never truly lived, never even loved. Is this how it ends? Shut up. Jiangsu kicked him in irritation that he was certain that Zheng Jian had not led them here without reason. Moreover, if he was correct, this place was filled with plants, and the zombies outside should not attack. Zheng Bo set down his wife and moved to one side, pulling aside a curtain to reveal a small spring. How could there be a spring here? No wonder the doctor's plants never lacked water. Li Wen wiped his tears, astonished by the sight before him. Follow me. He lifted his wife, and before their eyes, leaped into the spring, splashing water everywhere. Where is he? Li Wen gasped, eyes wide. Su Ge, is Zheng Bo out of his mind? Jiangsu felt exasperated. Conversing with a fool was exhausting. He cradled Qin Ning and jumped in, leaving Li Wen dumbfounded. The door was pounded by the zombies, and Li Wen, reaching the peak of his terror, felt trapped that it's better to die than be caught. He followed suit and leaped in. When he opened his eyes again, Jiangsu had pulled him up. Where is this? Li Wen looked bewildered. Jiangsu frowned, detecting the acrid smell of charred flesh. This place seemed to be Sun Nan Mountain, but how had it been reduced to this state? Zheng Jian, gazing at the ravaged Sun Nan Mountain, finally comprehended why the zombie horde had been able to escape Yangtze Slope. Someone had destroyed the only barrier. Humanity was digging its own grave, reaping what it sowed. Zheng Bo seemed to know something. His curiosity about Zheng Jian piqued. He must have some insight. Zheng Jian sighed deeply at the sight of the devastated Sun Nan Mountain. Take your people and leave immediately. He retrieved tools from beside him. Regardless of the difficulty, he would rectify the mistakes made. He intended to use his abilities to restore Sun Nan Mountain, no matter how long it took. To once again confine the progenitor zombies. Are you insane? Li Wen watched as Zheng Jian meticulously planted flowers and plants, nearing a breakdown. Yet, Jiangsu was resolute that the destruction of Sunnan Mountain was indeed linked to the departure of the progenitor zombies. Zhang Jian nodded. Indeed, everything in the world is interconnected. Sunnan Mountain is the tool that locks the progenitor zombies. As long as it exists, they cannot leave. Thus, upon learning this, he planned to transport the plants from Sunnan Mountain for careful cultivation. Fearing that human greed would lead to its destruction, that he endeavored to plant these cultivated specimens in Butterfly Valley, hoping the overlap of spaces would allow Butterfly Valley to become a second Sunnan Mountain. However, before success could be achieved, Butterfly Valley was devastated by the arrival of Lucid and his group, that if it remained unrevived and Sunnan Mountain were also destroyed by humanity, it would be too late to remedy. The zombies had emerged en masse, causing untold casualties. The mountains were charred. To restore Sunnan Mountain's vitality would take an unknown amount of time. Thus, Jiangsu finally pieced together the entire situation. It all stemmed from humanity's greed. Cough, cough. Qin Ning opened her eyes in pain, staring in disbelief at Jiangsu. You're awake. Jiangsu took a deep breath, placing Qin Ning down. Well, it seems no one can leave now. What about Lucid? Chapter 179. As long as there is hope, one must not give up. Once again, how could he abandon her? Did he truly perceive her as merely a cowardly individual? Qin Ning's features hardened. Her fists clenched tightly. She produced an off-road vehicle from her space. Jiangsu was momentarily stunned, but he quickly comprehended her intentions, using his mental energy to restrain her. You cannot go. Jiangsu was well aware of her fiery temper. Yet he adhered to his professional ethics, taking money to do a job. Release. Jiangsu met the piercing gaze of Qin Ning, swallowing hard. Qin Ning, Lucid entrusted you to me to ensure your safety. District 11 has now fallen. I ask you, even if you go, what can you achieve? Lucid hopes you can venture to District 3 and showcase your talents that I know all along you have yearned for the return of greenery. Haven to you, District 3 is the place most capable of helping you realize that dream, that be why keeping you here. Lucid treats you as his last glimmer of hope. Would you dare to let him down? Jiangsu poured out his thoughts, understanding the mutual concern between Qin Ning and Lucid. But as Lucid said, he kept Qin Ning to ensure her safety. It was a selfish act. Yet he placed all his hopes upon her. Qin Ning's hands gradually relaxed, the light in her eyes dimming as she collapsed to the ground. Just as Jiangsu had stated, even if she went, she might not be able to confront the progenitor zombies. All calamities stem from human greed. She gazed upon Shuanan Mountain, desolate and reeking of charred remnants. Jiangsu's eyes suddenly gleamed as he noticed the seeds beside Qin Ning. Qin Ning, there is still a way to save the people of District 11. He hurried forward, grasping her hand and lifting the seeds. Dr. Zhang Jian mentioned that Shuanan Mountain is bound by a seal to contain the progenitor zombies. If we can restore the vitality of Shuanan Mountain, hope may yet linger. Zhang Jian furrowed his brow. He knew Jiangsu was merely trying to comfort Qin Ning. However, he had to speak up. It takes at least half a month for a seed to grow from planting to maturity. Even if we were to plant the seeds all over Shuanan Mountain, given the current soil conditions and the nutrients and water the plants require, we simply do not possess the necessary resources. To restore a mountain that has been completely burned, it would require at least 3 years. He did not finish his thought. The people in District 11 would undoubtedly face a dead end. What they could do now was prevent those outside District 11 from being disturbed by the progenitor zombies in 3 years. They needed to regain control of the progenitor zombies Dr. Zhang. Don't you have a room full of flowers and plants? Move them here now. Zhang Jian shook his head. That's impossible. Even if we could transplant all the flowers and plants in the shortest time, the ecological environment here is not suitable for their survival, let alone providing the power to reseal the progenitor zombies at Yangtze Slope. Unless Butterfly Valley remains intact, it would be a complete ecosystem. Unfortunately, Butterfly Valley is buried beneath the sands, and the plants have long since decayed. Qin Ning suddenly stood up. You know where Butterfly Valley vanished. What do you intend to do? Qin Ning extended her hand, planting the seeds in the soil as a green light flickered in her eyes. The seeds grew at an astonishing speed, and within less than a minute, a towering tree appeared before everyone. It has only been a month since Butterfly Valley collapsed. I am confident I can revive the flora and fauna within. This would create a new natural system. Zhang Jian was momentarily stunned, surprise flashing his eyes. He had not expected Qin Ning to possess such miraculous powers. If you can truly achieve this, theoretically, it is possible. However, even if Butterfly Valley regains its vitality, Xuanan Mountain and Butterfly Valley need a connecting point. This means that the Silver Moon Lake you see must also be revived to serve as a central link. Only then can the power of Butterfly Valley be transmitted to Xuanan Mountain, restoring its seal to confine the progenitor zombies. Qin Ning furrowed her brow as she gazed at the parched lake bed. Touching the damp soil, the spirit butterfly emerged from her forehead. She suddenly stood up. I have a way to extinguish the great fire of Xuanan Mountain. She and Li Su once diverted spring water from their space. Now, the entirety of Xuanan Mountain has been washed by the spring water. Although the previous life forms have been destroyed, the soil still possesses vitality. Dr. Zheng, don't you have a room full of flowers and plants? Yes. Zheng Jian was somewhat confused by her excitement. From now on, we must all expedite our efforts. Time is of the essence. This is not just for me, but for everyone living on Earth. Dr. Zheng, I will find a way to fill the lake bed with water, and you only need to transplant all the flowers and plants around it that I can use my power to allow them to take root deep within the soil and grow rapidly. I believe the plants in your house should be able to activate the connection. Jiangsu, I now request a change in our mission. You and I will seek out Butterfly Valley together. As long as you can achieve this, I will provide you with as much of my blood as you desire. No, are you being too fantastical? Liwen could hardly believe that a healer like her could fill the lake with water. Even if she had space, the water within it was not inexhaustible. Zheng Jian saw sincerity and excitement in Qin Ning's eyes. He felt as if he were witnessing his former self. Even the slightest glimmer of hope warranted a fight to the end. Less talk, more action. Jiangsu kicked forward, believing in Qin Ning's power. Although Liwen was filled with doubt, he naturally followed Jiangsu's lead. He wanted to live. Qin Ning approached the lake bed, her gaze resolute. Ji, are you sure you want to do this? Once you expose the secret of the spring water, you will be like Tang Seng's flesh, under the watchful eyes of various powers. Yes, regardless of the consequences, she could accept at point one could never think only of oneself. She placed her hand on the green progress bar, closed her eyes, and re-entered the space, feeling the residual mental energy of Li Su. Her fingertips grazed the water surface, and in the rippling waves, she became certain that it was indeed the mental energy left by Li Su. Thus, she opened her eyes and looked at Jiangsu. Quickly approaching him, you can still replicate Li Su's supernatural mental energy, right? Jiangsu nodded slightly. What do you want to do? Come with me. Qin Ning grasped his hand, pulling him to the lakeside. Listen carefully. Whatever you see later, do not be astonished. Follow my instructions. Though Jiangsu was filled with questions, he nodded in agreement, reassured. She took a deep breath, slowly closed her eyes. Jiangsu bore Li Su's aura. So theoretically, he could also enter her space. Chapter 180. Searching for the traces of Butterfly Valley. When Jiangsu opened his eyes to the scene before him, he couldn't help but be astonished. This was no ordinary supernatural space. It was akin to a miniature Earth. Before he could process it, he was pulled forward by Qin Ning. That I need you to envelop the spring water with your mental energy and draw it out of my space. Rest assured, the spring water contains Li Su's mental energy. As long as you are a bit cautious, you will manage. Jiangsu was acutely aware that this was not the time for astonishment. He drank a vial of Li Su's blood, his eyes shimmering with golden light. The moment his mental energy was released, he felt a kinship with the same force, even though he was the one wielding the power now. He could vaguely sense the true controller was Li Su. Such control from merely residual power left him in awe of Li Su's abilities. Genius is genius. It is not something ordinary people can compare to. Dr. Zheng and Li Wen were too astonished to articulate their thoughts. Pointing at the colossal water prison forming in the sky, as soon as he finished speaking, the mental prison opened, and the spring water surged forth, continuously pouring into the lake. The lake was filling at an astonishing rate. Zheng Jian withdrew his gaze. At that moment, he truly understood where Qin Ning's confidence stemmed from, since she was so assured. They naturally could not lag behind, stop staring. Help me move things, he grasped Li Wen's hand, traversing the spatial rift to retrieve items hidden in the laboratory. Qin Ning emerged with Jiang Su from the space. And upon seeing the relocated flowers and plants, a joyful expression graced her face. Li Su, wait a moment, will you have any way to ascertain the precise location of Butterfly Valley? Zheng Jian pointed to where the waterfall used to be, which had been split open during the battle between Li Su and Ji Duo, forming a massive canyon. The abyss of several thousand feet now lay hidden from sight. Find the location of Butterfly Valley swiftly. This was the best approach. It was once the most crucial territory connecting Butterfly Valley and Xuanan Mountain. You should have seen it. That place once hosted the butterflies of Butterfly Valley, meaning it should be possible to locate Butterfly Valley there. Zheng Jian's words suddenly triggered a memory in Qin Ning. Thus, no matter what, they must find the waterfall entrance to seek the existence of Butterfly Valley. Qin Ning lowered her brows, continuously releasing spirit butterflies to absorb the surrounding impurities and accelerate the recovery of Xuanan Mountain's vitality. The progenitor zombies suddenly trembled, locked by Li Su's mental energy, as the powerful mental force attempted to seize its mental essence. The progenitor zombies did not expect that this human possessed such remarkable intelligence. Locking onto its mental essence, it prepared to break free. An invisible force from heaven and earth bound it, sending a tremor of unease through its heart. In the next moment, a massive explosion erupted around it. The dust from the explosion obscured the scene, causing the supernatural beings to cautiously approach. However, in the next second, a black hole appeared beside them, countless hands grasping their throats. Help! As Li Su attempted to rush forward to save them, it was already too late. Qin Tan yanked Li Su back, pulling him away forcefully. The smoke dissipated. Only a pool of blood remained on the ground, while the colossal figure of the progenitor zombie merely sustained minor injuries on its arm. Their attacks were nothing more than a tickle to the progenitor zombie. This cannot continue. We absolutely have no chance of winning. Qin Xian harnessed the power of flames, igniting the ground to obstruct the advance of the zombies. In the sky, the progenitor zombie revealed a fierce expression, its gaze fixed on the south, incensed that someone dared to disturb its possessions. Displeased, it murmured lowly, issuing commands to the zombies beneath it. The commanded zombies traversed through the black void. Qin Ning gazed at the vast abyss before her, her brow furrowed. It was unfathomably deep, and no one could discern what lay below. If only Li Su were here. The thought of him darkened her expression. Her palms instinctively clenched. Li Su, wait for me. Fear gripped her. It was not fear that would cause her to retreat. She cast the seed into the depths, and the moment it took root in the soil, it began to grow rapidly, bursting forth from the earth. The situation was now entrusted to them. She entwined herself with the vines and prepared to delve deeper. A pungent stench suddenly permeated the air. Zombies. She was the first to react. How could they appear here? Jiang Su utilized his mental prowess to encircle them, and with a snap of his fingers, the zombies exploded, just as they breathed a sigh of relief. A black void appeared in the sky, from which countless zombies poured forth. This was dire. The progenitor zombie had discovered their efforts to restore Sun Nan Mountain and had sent zombies to thwart them. Zheng Jian was the first to perceive their sinister intent. As the number of zombies multiplied, continuing to be entangled with them would only exacerbate the plight of District 11. With this realization, Qin Ning made a resolute decision. The vines ensnared the zombies' waists, forcibly pulling them to her side. For now, they would descend together. The zombies sensed Qin Ning's intent to flee and lunged toward them. Without hesitation, Qin Ning leapt from the cliff, the sound of the wind rushing past her ears creating a sensation of weightlessness, leading to a ringing in their ears. Both body and mind suffered varying degrees of trauma. Li Wen fainted from fright. Qin Ning retrieved Tang Heng's knife from her spatial storage and plunged it into the trunk of a large tree to slow her descent. She tossed a flashlight to her companions. The others clung to the vines, sliding down into the depths of the canyon. The light dispelled the darkness at the canyon's bottom, revealing an astonishing array of mutated flora and fauna hidden within. How had they managed to conceal themselves here? It was known that this canyon did not exist before the onset of the Great War, though they did not comprehend how this had come to be. Qin Ning and her companions tacitly agreed not to disturb the unfortunate creatures. Had it not been for their selfish desires, they might have thrived in Sun Nan Mountain. Just as Qin Ning was about to proceed, a mutated hedgehog grabbed at her pant. Jiang Su prepared to intervene. Qin Ning raised her hand to signal him to withdraw. It bore no ill intent. Gently, she touched the mutated hedgehog, which was damp from spring water. Tea that moment, she understood that these little creatures had escaped the inferno thanks to the water. The little hedgehog chattered excitedly, and utilizing her ability to communicate, Qin Ning instantly grasped its message, a smile of joy blossoming on her face. That I believe I now know where Butterfly Valley lies. Qin Ning couldn't help but quicken her pace, and her companions behind her wore smiles. At last, they were on the cusp of hope. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a temporal black hole emerged behind them. Chapter 181. The predicament of District 11. Li Su beheld the relentless tide of zombies, his eyes burning crimson as he struggled to remain half-kneeling on the ground. Qin Yuan approached to assist him. "It's all right." Li Su shook his head, his complexion pale, cracks appearing on the bracelet around his wrist. He understood all too well that if this continued, District 11 would truly be lost. He cast a glance at the panicked masses fleeing amidst the ruins, a profound sorrow swelling within him. Humanity was destined to meet its end here. As dusk descended, the flames of war illuminated the sky. The spatial black hole above continued to funnel countless zombies into District 11, an unending wave of combatants. Surging forward relentlessly, District 11 had already sent out distress signals to the other districts. Yet thus far, no response had been received. They were unlikely to come to their aid. The people had no opportunity to catch their breath as another fierce assault approached. The zombies traversed the outermost line of fire with astonishing speed, seizing the limbs of the ability users and dragging them away forcefully. Kaitu occupied the high ground, aiming at the zombies below. As they lunged at the ability users, he fired, ensnaring them in webs, and followed up with fireballs that ignited the entire web, releasing toxins that felled the zombies, ultimately incinerating them alive. The progenitor zombie quickly discerned Kaitu's position. A spatial black hole appearing behind him, massive black hands reaching out to attack. Be careful. Chi Wan's vines ensnared Kaitu's waist, pulling him back just as the giant hand was about to grasp him. Kaitu hurled a grenade at the giant hand. With a resounding explosion, the entire building began to tremble violently. As the structure collapsed, dust enveloped everyone's vision that a colossal hand burst through the smoke. Lunging directly at Chi Wan and the others, catching them off guard, Isu swiftly targeted the progenitor zombie's massive hand, and Wa's vines pulled them back. In the next moment, the giant hand shattered Li Su's mental force. The overwhelming backlash, sending him flying, crashing heavily against the skyscraper, causing several other buildings to tremble and collapse. Debris from the fallen structures rained down upon Li Su. Captain Su Wu dashed through the horde of zombies, reaching the ruins to pull Li Su out. Amidst the collapsing rubble, Li Su suffered severe injuries, fractured bones in his legs and chest, a mouthful of blood spilling forth as he appeared dazed. Captain Su Wu grasped Li Su's hand tightly, fears surging within him as he lifted Li Su into his arms. Yin Shu, accompanied by the healer, swiftly arrived at Li Su's side, upon seeing his grave injuries. Her brow furrowed deeper. This could not continue. Had the underground city of District 11 not yet activated, they had to find a way to preserve District 11. The only option was to forcefully activate the underground city. Though it was still incomplete, activating the underground city required time. For now, they could only delay, preserving the strength of District 11, lest the consequences be dire. However, in the next moment, a massive hand mercilessly swept toward them, unrelentingly devouring the ability users on the ground. The progenitor zombie. These beings were mere ants, easily manipulated. Isu slowly opened his eyes. Although his wounds had healed, the energy within the crystals remained depleted. He patted the healer's hand, signaling that there was no need to heal his wounds. Compared to him, many others required this power more. In the command room, Qin Yin surveyed the battlefield, gripping his hands tightly. Anxiety etched across his face. It would take another half hour to open the gates of the underground city. Yet with the zombies attacking, The frontline troops were unlikely to hold out much longer. Su Zhou clenched his fists, staring at the communication device in his hand. 3 hours prior, all magnetic field signals had been disrupted, though he had been working tirelessly to repair it in an attempt to send messages to the outside. He had received no response. Just as Su Zhou prepared to continue trying to reach out, the door to the command room swung open. What on earth is happening? However, the figure that entered was bloodied and staggering. Extending a hand, their hoarse voice rasping out a single word. Run. Just as they finished speaking, the person collapsed to the ground, and in the next moment, a horde of zombies surged in behind them. Not good. Quickly, shut the door. The ability users guarding the command room rushed forward to block the zombies. The third-tier zombies were not so easily deterred, as one claw swiped at them. The vines of the ability user snapped like fragile ropes in its grasp. Just as the ability user prepared to retaliate, the zombie lunged, its gaping maw sinking into the user's neck. With a sickening crunch, the user's neck was bitten clean through, while the zombie's other claw plunged into the user's abdomen. Extracting their innards, devouring them voraciously before the eyes of the other ability users. The command room was engulfed in a stench of blood and an overwhelming sense of terror. Su Bo, Deputy Qi. You must flee. The captain of the ability user squad urged them to escape first, for they must preserve the intellect of District 11. The last hope for their survival. At all costs, Su Bo grabbed the research materials and stuffed them into a briefcase. Yulan, we cannot allow humanity's only hope to perish in this disaster. He scanned the room, finally spotting Yulan trembling in a corner. A picture of disarray, cradling the unconscious Huan 11. Why Yulan shook with fear, yet refused to abandon Huanxi. In her eyes, she could forsake anyone in this world, but not Huanxi. She firmly believed that Huanxi was the sole person capable of helping her escape this predicament. Go. Su Zhou urged Yulan. In the next second, the scent of the zombies drew them nearer. Yulan gasped in terror. Qin Ning swung his weapon, striking the zombie's head, firing bullets that ensnared it in webs. Hurry! Yulan gasped for breath. Her legs weakening, and she fell to the ground. Qin Ning hurried forward, attempting to take Huanxi from her arms. Yet Yulan refused to let go. No. In the struggle, another zombie lunged at them. For Yulan's safety, he had no choice but to push her away, and in the next moment, the zombie clamped its jaws on Qin Ning's arm. Qin Ning. Su Zhou froze, wanting to rush forward. Qin Ning gripped the zombie's arm tightly, restraining its movements. Go! He shouted fiercely. Su Zhou's eyes brimmed with tears. Qin Ning, take care. He hurriedly stepped forward and seized Yulan. Let us go. The zombie bared its fangs, intent on sinking its teeth into Qin Ning's neck. He struggled, kicking fiercely, retrieved the gun that had been knocked away, and fired a shot that pierced through the zombie's abdomen. Chapter 182. A desperate struggle. The zombie was propelled backward by the force of the bullet, a gaping hole appearing in its midsection, its decayed organs shattered, blood splattering across Qin Ning's face. His eyes turned crimson, his complexion pale, and he instinctively licked the bloodstains from his cheek, his body and mind consumed by a thirst for blood. Black veins began to crawl up his arms, his limbs gradually stiffening. The approaching zombie ceased its assault, and Qin Ning understood that he would soon lose consciousness and become a zombie. He would not allow himself to exist in such a state. Su Wen received orders to assist Su Zhou and the others, whereas deputy team leader Su Zhou, under the weight of Su Wen's concerned gaze, lacked the courage to divulge the truth. Why are you silent? Where is the deputy team leader? An unsettling feeling surged within Su Wen as he stared into Su Zhou's eyes. Just as he was about to enter, a gunshot rang out. Deputy team leader. He froze, as if struck by lightning. Su Zhou, suppressing his sorrow, pulled him along. Su Wen, we must go. Do not let Qin Ning's sacrifice be in vain. Su Wen wiped away his tears as a zombie burst through the door. Charging towards them, he swiftly severed its head with a knife, transforming into a mutant, and led Su Zhou and the others towards the entrance of the underground city. There were still 20 minutes until the gate opened. In the sky, the progenitor zombie spotted Huanxi's figure, a smile curling at its lips. You think you can stop me this time? It surged towards Huanxi, its invisible hands ready to ensnare them. Li Su, noticing immediately, patted Qi Wan's shoulder, urging her to elevate him as he climbed the ever-present vines. Harnessing their strength, He leaped upwards, striking at the giant hand. The massive appendage was severed, and in the next instant, countless black holes appeared before them, threatening to swallow them whole. With golden light shimmering in his eyes, Li Su summoned all his mental energy to form a colossal cage, trapping those within while preventing any from entering. The progenitor zombie, sensing Li Su's intention to isolate its power, mirrored him with golden glints in its eyes, summoning numerous black holes that blotted out the sun. Beneath the shroud of night, an overwhelming wave of fear engulfed the hearts of the people, this pressure awakening the deepest dread within them. The despairing force caused many to falter, some even discarding their weapons, seemingly awaiting the arrival of death. No, this cannot continue. Isu gazed upon his fallen comrades, his eyes burning red, veins bulging at his neck. The pressure on his body intensified, his mental energy waning. He knew he had reached his limits. Qin Ning, take care. There were only 10 minutes until the gate opened. Observing the disarray of the ability users from District 10, he realized he had to fight with all his might. Qi Wan, he commanded, extricating himself from the protective shield. Following his lead, Qi Wan used the vines to send him next to the progenitor zombie. The progenitor zombie eyed the fatigued Li Su with contempt, dispersing the surrounding black holes to facilitate his entry into its domain. It was eager to see what this fool intended to do. Li Su was acutely aware of the chasm separating him from it. If he wished to kill it, his only chance lay in close combat, using the explosive crystals to ensure mutual destruction. This was the only way. His body contained 4 crystals. He had previously detonated one to face G-Duo, and now, to successfully turn the tables, he needed a single, decisive strike. The progenitor zombie, oblivious to his intent, unleashed its invisible hands towards Li Su. His mental energy sensed the danger immediately, allowing him to evade just in time. Initially believing he would flee, the progenitor zombie was taken aback when Li Su charged directly at it. A foolhardy endeavor. Isu summoned all his strength, dashing forward, binding himself to the progenitor zombie with the vines. Witnessing this foolish act, the progenitor zombie couldn't help but laugh, preparing to shake him off, only to realize it was ensnared within Li Su's mental domain. As it attempted to extricate itself, a powerful force pressed down upon it, rendering it unable to escape. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing the progenitor zombie's voice, Li Su's lips curled into a faint smile. I'll kill you. With the explosion of a crystal, power surged forth, overwhelming the progenitor zombie with a sense of peril. It sought to flee, but it was too late. Another crystal detonated, unleashing tremendous pressure that caused the surrounding black holes to erupt one after another. I soon knew the progenitor zombie was attempting to reclaim its strength, but he would not allow it. With yet another crystal's explosion, all power surged towards the progenitor zombie. Captain, Qi Wan was the first to realize the captain's intention, but by the time she sought to intervene, it was too late. The night was illuminated by the brilliance of the explosion, sending everyone reeling from the immense force, shaking the very city. Light and shadow materialized in that moment, soft radiance cascading like gentle rain upon the people. This power encircled them, shielding them from the devastating blast. Captain, cracks appeared in the ground, swallowing people whole. There was no time for sorrow. Qi Wan's vines swiftly grasped them, pulling them from the crevices. Moi and Qi Wan clasped hands, their energies intertwining as colossal vines erupted from the earth, forming a towering tree at the center. He swung, disregarding her own safety, clutched her sister's hand, striving to mend the fissures as the winds and sands dispersed. A passive presence materialized in the sky, the severely wounded progenitor zombie emerging from the chaos. Anger etched across its face. It had never anticipated such a humiliating defeat. With a roar, the remaining zombie army, responding to the progenitor zombie's command, launched a full-scale assault. Only 5 minutes remained until the underground city was opened. Qin Yuan gazed resolutely at the advancing horde of zombies. Qin Xian, lead them away. He yanked Qin Xian back from the front lines. Father, what are you doing? It is time for the younger generation to witness the prowess of their predecessors. He surveyed his comrades, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Each individual emanated tremendous, thunderous power, striking down towards the ground. Long before the establishment of District 10, they had prepared for this day. Utilizing the bodies of their 11 members, they would summon the thunder, creating a massive lightning array to ensnare all the zombies within. Father, Qin Ning attempted to intervene, only to be restrained. Chapter 183. The Sharing of Power. The little hedgehog led the way, and in an instant, the ground trembled violently, causing Qin Ning and the others to lose their balance and fall to the ground. As they looked up, the entire sky was aglow. A gentle starry light descended upon Qin Ning's hand, and in that moment, an overwhelming sorrow surged within her, a familiar aura enveloping her heart. "Alas." Qin Ning refused to believe it, her eyes reddening as her blood seemed to freeze. She trembled uncontrollably, her fingers pale as she clutched the scorched earth tightly. Jiangsu looked up, sensing something amiss, but only vaguely understood the turmoil. "Qin Ning, what is wrong?" Li Su. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. At this moment, she truly felt her heart shatter. Fear enveloped her, a palpable sense of dread shadowing her thoughts. She felt she had made a mistake regarding Li Su. Jiangsu, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale and sweat beading on his forehead. In that moment, he comprehended why Qin Ning was in such despair. He sensed Li Su's death. "Qin Ning, this is not the time for sorrow." He understood that if Li Su had fallen, the situation in District 10 was dire. They had to locate Butterfly Spring and seal the progenitor zombie without delay. Struggling to rise, he attempted to lift Qin Ning. Li Wen shouted in anger, a flare of fire erupting towards the advancing zombies, nearly causing him to tumble back to the ground. Jiangsu, witnessing the pursuing zombies, felt an even greater urgency. The progenitor zombie had discovered them, and they needed to hasten their escape, or they would perish here. "Qin Ning, pull yourself together. Do you wish to see Li Su's sacrifice be in vain?" He had just been stripped of his powers and was incapable of replicating anyone else's abilities in the short term. For now, escape was their only option. Qin Ning rose from the ground, casting a glance back at Jiangsu, her eyes filled with lethal intent. She yanked Jiangsu behind her, tossing the gun to the others, and dashed toward the zombies. The seeds infiltrated the zombies, rapidly devouring their powers as they attempted to extract the plants. Qin Ning leaped up, wielding her Tang Hung knife, beheading one zombie after another. Every inch of this land had been cleansed by the spring, and in such a suitable environment, the seeds accelerated their nutrient absorption. Each seed voraciously absorbed the nutrients from within the zombies, their roots deeply embedding in the soil, relentlessly burrowing down, compelling the zombies to struggle in vain. The heads of the zombies rolled away like deflated balls, and Jiangsu kicked Li Wen, who cowered in the corner, ordering, "Get to work. The third-tier zombies, as long as their crystal cores remain intact, will revive after absorbing a certain amount of murky energy." Iwan promptly sprang to his feet, wielding his blade to extract the crystal cores from the zombies' skulls with precision. In the canyon, the natural energy grew increasingly potent, speckled with starlight, illuminating the dim gorge. Zheng Jian beheld the butterfly resting in his palm, his heart swelling with joy. The Butterfly Valley lay just ahead. He crouched against the cliff wall, and upon noticing the green moss clinging to the rocks, he recognized that a turning point had arrived. He was now utterly convinced that Qin Ning possessed the ability to revitalize all living things. The butterflies, sensing the benevolent natural energy, emerged from the darkness and fluttered towards them, enveloping Qin Ning within their delicate embrace. The ethereal butterfly on her forehead manifested as well, and with the merging of their powers, the murky energy within the canyon was steadily absorbed. The zombies' movements began to slow, and flora sprouted across their bodies, creeping over them until they were entirely engulfed. One point flickered to life. Countless others followed suit, casting a cerulean glow throughout the canyon. Qin Ning gazed at the ominous black hole on the horizon, her voice laced with defiance. "Get the hell away from me." She leapt, landing firmly atop a zombie, and summoned seeds from the void, hurling them into the black abyss. As the seeds penetrated the darkness, the black hole trembled violently before vanishing from the sky. Exhausted, Qin Ning plummeted from the heights, but Jiangsu was swift to catch her. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Qin Ning's complexion was pale, her lips pressed tightly together as she gestured dismissively towards her companions behind her. She scrutinized the greening progress indicator in her hand, which had plummeted from 60 to 50. Each use depleted her vitality, yet she disregarded the cost. She needed to make the ancestral zombie aware that this was its true battlefield. Li Su, you wish to protect District 10? Very well, I shall fulfill that for you. You claim to know the location of the Butterfly Valley? Zheng Jian observed her pallor with concern. Your health? No worries. She interjected. Zheng Jian ceased to waste time, guiding them deeper into the canyon, where the butterflies multiplied in abundance. The dawn's light streamed into the gorge, revealing the state of the valley. Although the Butterfly Valley had once been buried beneath sand, and much of its vegetation lay withered, a considerable number had survived. Yet this was far from sufficient. They required more greenery to restore vitality to the entire Shunan Mountain. As Qin Ning beheld the Butterfly Valley before her, she extended her hand, and in that moment, the butterflies seemed to sense something, alighting gently upon her palm. She understood that these little creatures were attuned to the natural energy emanating from her. Had humanity not wrought such wanton destruction, they would have thrived in this splendid realm. The root cause of all calamity lay in human greed. Humanity had already paid a price for its actions. Now it was time to effect change and harness their strength to embrace the Earth's beauty. She turned to Jiang Su, knowing he possessed the ability to replicate. Perhaps meeting him was fated. Jiang Su looked at her, bewildered. What are you planning? She grasped his hand. I propose a trade. You will share your power with me, and in turn, you will help me accomplish what I could not, restoring greenery to the earth. No, Qin Ning, what nonsense are you speaking? She sliced open her palm, and at the moment her blood dripped, she gripped Jiang Su's hand tightly. His crystal could replicate others' abilities through blood. Likewise, if she infused her natural energy in her blood, he could replicate that too. Green tendrils crawled from her arm to his, and as the energy transferred, Jiang Su let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground as lily of the valley patterns emerged on his neck. Qin Ning released his hand, collapsing in exhaustion. She glanced at the greening progress indicator in her palm, now dwindled to 40. When Jiang Su opened his eyes again, everything around him appeared exceptionally clear. And he felt lighter, as if he could hear the faintest of sounds. Friendly green vines climbed onto his palm. What are you planning? He asked, regaining his senses just as Qin Ning rose from the ground. Chapter 184. The final battle against the ancestral zombie Qin Ning did not answer his question, but took determined steps towards the center of the lake. Given her current abilities, restoring the Butterfly Valley in a short time was a daunting task. So she had no choice but to place all her hopes on this gamble. Jiang Su, I hope you will wield the power within you wisely. If greenery cannot return, no one will escape. Your power will grow stronger with the increase of greenery. She paused, her hand clenched tightly. If you encounter Li Su, I hope you can bestow a fragment of my strength upon him. It seemed that only in this moment did one truly comprehend what they desired. In the past, she had been engulfed by fear and trepidation. Reflecting now, she recognized how cowardly she had once been, regrettably realizing this too late. Qin Ning, Jiang Su attempted to step forward to stop her. But suddenly, towering trees erupted from the ground, obstructing his path and encircling the entire lake. Ji, it appears I cannot fulfill your task. However, I trust Jiang Su will continue in my stead, though he may not seem reliable. He is a partner of great sincerity. Have you thought this through? Nian, to live again, is this truly your wish? She did not respond to Gigi's query, for she was unwilling, yet at this moment, it was all she could do. Upon her return, she had only sought survival and vengeance against those who had wronged her. But now, everything had changed. She had formed a bond with a group of companions, and they needed to survive together. She was no longer alone. Without hesitation, she slashed her wrist, closing her eyes. The lake enveloped her entirely, and as the water wrapped around Qin Ning, she felt energy surge from her body, returning the strength she had drawn from nature back to the earth. Everything was returning to its origin. Jiang Su gazed at the swarm of butterflies. He sensed the ebbing energy orbs cascading to the ground. Drifting away with the wind, in their wake, tender green shoots broke through the surface. What had once been an unfathomable gorge now basked in the sunlight, teeming with verdant life, gentle rays washing over every inch of land. The murky air was entirely absorbed, and all vegetation burgeoned forth. The green progress indicator on her wrist dwindled further, and as it reached 0, her heart ceased to beat. In that instant, verdancy exploded forth. Enveloping the entire butterfly valley, the energy transformed. The spatial connection brimmed with natural power, and the charred mountaintops began to sprout green flora. A gentle breeze kissed her face, bringing a refreshing coolness. The sky darkened, thunder rumbling, and the parched earth welcomed the much-needed rain. The ancestral zombie glared at the descending rain, its fury ignited. The flora on its back, nourished by the newfound moisture, surged with unrestrained growth. Climbing over its entire form, it sought to flee, but found itself ensnared within humanity's storm of lightning. As the rain fell, the electric power within the storm intensified. It's raining. It's raining. The surviving ability users. Witnessing the downpour, felt a glimmer of hope. The seeds once sown in the base sprang to life, thriving upon the rain's touch. They surged forth, enveloping the zombies and voraciously siphoning their power. The ancestral zombie realized the barriers of Shuanon Mountain were being restored. It thrashed wildly, attempting to escape through the black hole. However, the plants behind it grew increasingly rampant, their roots firmly gripping the ground, extending further with each raindrop. The ancestral zombie's desire to flee was thwarted. Previously, it had expended too much energy to evade Li Su's mental assault, and its wounds had yet to heal. Now, the agony brought on by the barriers caused fissures to appear on its body, its power relentlessly drained by the encroaching plants. At this rate, it would surely perish here. No, it would not concede. With a commanding roar, it ordered countless zombies to charge towards the storm, heedless of their own safety, clawing at the roots to facilitate its escape. Elder Chun observed the scene unfold and immediately commanded the ability users to thwart their advance. With a deafening explosion, the ancestral zombie severed its tail to escape. It bore the broken limbs of its confinement, devouring the other zombies to mend its injuries, and with a powerful strike, broke through the storm, opening the black hole to flee. Qin Xian's eyes blazed crimson as she shouted hoarsely, "We cannot allow it to escape. Not while others have sacrificed so much." Qin Xian unleashed a fiery blast to obstruct its path, leaving no opportunity for retreat. The ancestral zombie, incensed, thought that if it were not for the barriers, it would surely annihilate this audacious fool. Seizing a zombie's corpse, it hurled it towards the wall of flames. Propelling itself through the inferno, 1 foot poised upon the black hole, it was on the verge of escape when a foot from the black hole kicked back, sending it tumbling. The ancestral zombie crashed heavily to the ground, and vines erupted from the black hole, ensnaring its limbs. As the vegetation on its back sensed the natural energy, it grew wildly, burrowing into the earth. Taking root with fervor, the ancestral zombie struggled to rise, but its entire body was pinned down, the plants voraciously siphoning its energy. This is a Ning's power. Qi Wan laboriously rose from the ground, hope flickering in her eyes. From the depths of the black hole, a figure emerged. Jiangsu grasped a blade forged from the combined power of Qin Ning, stepping closer to the ancestral zombie with resolute intent. "Humanity, in our collaboration, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power." The progenitor zombie, in a moment of desperation, entices mankind, fully aware of humanity's selfishness and insatiable desires, rendering them foolish beings. Jiangsu gazes at the fallen progenitor zombie, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "Indeed, I am inclined to acquiesce to your proposal. Yet one must adhere to the principle of precedence. I must first fulfill the commission of my previous partner before I can accept yours." Without hesitation, he plunges the knife into his own flesh. With the progenitor zombie's anguished roar, its body begins to shatter, radiating a brilliant light. The progenitor zombie transforms into countless spheres of energy, scattering across the earth. Jiangsu retrieves the seeds bestowed upon him by Qin Ning and casts them upon the ground. For having pledged, he must see it through. The moment the seeds penetrate the soil, they absorb the nourishment from the energy spheres and the rain. Growing wildly, birthing a verdant expanse upon the parched land. Amidst the dazzling greenery, the spirit butterflies, symbols of life, dance in the air, and wherever they alight, the deceased feel a surge of vitality. Qin Ning's transformed hand stirs as dissipating spiritual energy converges, landing upon a giant water lily, and Li Su's figure reappears before the crowd. Chapter 185. There is still hope. Within the interplay of light and shadow, everyone returns to normal, as if the previous death were merely a dream. Yet, each individual present knows this was no dream, for the pain coursing through their bodies serves as a poignant reminder. Li Su rises from the mire, rainwater cascading down his face, and an overwhelming sorrow floods his heart. With muddy hands, he wipes the rain from his face, staring vacantly at District 10. Tender green grass sprouts from the earth, that vibrant hue seemingly embodying the hope of life. He gazes at the seed in his palm and suddenly stands, the sounds of victory ringing in his ears as countless figures rush toward him, eager to embrace him. Yet his mind is consumed by a singular thought. Qin Ning, that I in the throng. Li Su's eyes lock onto Jiang Su. He strides forward, gripping him tightly, his voice laced with cold intensity, the force of his hand terrifying. Where is Qin Ning? He senses her presence within this warm glow. Fear courses through him. Captain, what is wrong? Qiwan steps forward, the first to notice Li Su's distress. Is something amiss? The others hasten to join. Jiang Su is at a loss for how to respond. Yet his silence only deepens Li Su's fear and trepidation. I ask you, where is Qin Ning? The silence at this moment serves only to affirm Li Su's worst fears. He shoves Jiang Su aside, determined to find Qin Ning. He must locate her. Jiang Su observes Li Su, whose eyes are filled with terror, his body trembling. This is a side of Li Su he has never witnessed. Li Su. Qin Ning. She sacrificed herself, reviving the entirety of Sunnan Mountain and trapping the progenitor zombie. Li Su halts, his fists swinging, landing heavily upon Jiang Su's nose. Did I not instruct you to take her away? This is what you promised me. Jiang Su wipes away the blood streaming from his nose, feeling a sense of unjust grievance. You truly not understand Qin Ning. Could she bear to watch you throw your life away? Jiang Su's words leave Li Su feeling utterly defeated, tears he had suppressed now streaming forth. He knew Qin Ning would never abandon him, which is why he urged Jiang Su to take her safety. Ultimately, events unfolded in a manner he had feared most. Where is Sister Tian? Upon awakening, Huaishi breaks free from her restraints and rushes toward Li Su, her heart racing with panic. The barrier suppressing the progenitor zombie has been compromised, leading to a severe backlash that caused her to faint. The fact that she has awakened signifies the restoration of that barrier. Yet, this knowledge only heightens her anxiety, for she understands that only Sister Tian could achieve such a feat. She gazes into Li Su's eyes. And in that moment, everything becomes clear. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washes over her. Qiwan, suppressing her own sorrow, embraces Huaishi. Sister Tian had to leave us for a time. As she speaks, tears flow uncontrollably, and she forcibly turns her head away, unwilling for Huaishi to witness her current state. Huaishi shakes her head repeatedly, her eyes brimming with grief and disbelief. Qin Ning's final wish was for the return of greenery. He presses the seed in his hand into Li Su's palm. Initially, his contact with them was motivated solely by a desire to acquire their extraordinary abilities. Yet as interactions continued, he found himself increasingly intrigued. However, Qin Ning's ultimate choice fills him with immeasurable sorrow. Perhaps he does not possess the fortitude she believed him to have. Yet, the image of Qin Ning's final departure remains etched in his mind. It was perhaps from that moment that he resolved to fulfill her last request. Upon recognizing the familiar seed, Huaishi abruptly turns to Jiang Su, gripping his hand tightly. Sister Tian entrusted her natural powers to you. Did she not? Her eyes radiate determination, her grip tightening. Such fervor in her gaze momentarily stuns Jiang Su, and he instinctively responds, yes, indeed. At that moment, Huaishi finally exhales in relief. Sister Tian is still alive. 3 months later, the reconstruction of District 10 has concluded, following a cataclysmic disaster that nearly obliterated it. For the sake of their cherished home, everyone has begun to toil diligently. the leadership of District 10. After this incident, finally acknowledges their past mistakes and initiates a plan for the return of greenery, seeking redemption for their previous transgressions. Jiangsu does not disappoint Qin Ning's hopes. Utilizing the powers of nature, he continuously purifies the seeds, allowing more greenery to return to a house is erected upon Sunnan Mountain, where Dr. Zheng Jian, in an effort to atone for his past errors, vows never to leave Sunnan Mountain and to protect its safety with his life. Su Bo departs District 10 with Yulan and Huai Shi, heading toward District 3 in a one-comprehender insistence on bringing Huai Shi along. Despite their reluctance for Huai Shi to accompany them, she chooses to agree. After recovering, Chang'e opts to return to District 9. Qin Exine and Luo Hao vanished amidst this calamity, their whereabouts unknown. Furthermore, Qin Lao learns from Xiao Xian that the entire scheme was orchestrated by Qin Exine and Ji Duo, triggering the disaster. The truth of events from that year is revealed through Qin Yuan's investigation. Yet, the moment that should have celebrated universal joy is marked by the absence of one person. Another winter solstice arrives, bringing with it a rare tranquility following the disaster. District 10 distributes dumplings, and each individual at the base receives steaming dumplings, a luxury once unimaginable. Yet now, as the earth regains its verdant vitality, everything appears imbued with hope. Moe, stop dawdling. Come serve the dumplings. He Shuang tugs at Moe's arm, pulling him inside. I haven't watered yet. Moe nearly drops the watering can in his hands. In the dead of winter, why would you water? What if you freeze to death? Moe retorts nonchalantly. Do you think this is an ordinary grapevine? That's my Ning GS grapevine. It bears fruit even in winter. As he speaks, a shadow of sorrow crosses the faces of those inside. Qi Wan gazes at the grapevine in the yard, recalling how Qin Ning loved to set up a reclining chair beneath it. She is gone now, and the chair has been put away. Even the grapevine has ceased to bear fruit. One wonders if the captain has awaited Ning Jia Su when emerges carrying steaming dumplings. Hope. Qin Yin's single word of hope intensifies the shared longing in everyone's hearts. When Huai Shi claimed Qin Ning was still alive, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Su remains uncertain of the truth behind his claim. Yet he is willing to wait, no matter how long it takes. In the past, he had made Qin Ning wait for him. Now, it is his turn to wait for her to G City. The villa in the suburbs is adorned with vibrant red roses. A cherry tree standing tall in the yard. Amidst the endless expanse of white, this yard stands out prominently. Chapter 186, the grand finale. Qin Ning, it snowed. Li Su gazes at the yard filled with roses. Each day since her departure, he has planted a rose for Qin Ning, hoping that when she awakens, she will see all that she loves. Snow blankets the vivid roses, enhancing their beauty. He waits here for her return. Ning, please come back. The act of waiting proves to be a tormenting ordeal, for he is perpetually longing for her return. As the snowfall intensifies and the temperature drops, Li Su gradually withdraws his gaze. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, a flicker of light shines within those quiet eyes. I at you. Ning, ignoring the wind and snow, he rushes out of the house. Beyond the courtyard, a vast expanse of white stretches before him, with nothing but roses visible. Suddenly, a zombie leaps from the snow, a Tier 4 zombie that moves swiftly and stealthily, able to mask its presence. No wonder it dared breach the plant-covered ground. The zombie lunges toward Li Su, who attempts to lock onto it, but clearly, it has come prepared, effortlessly evading his grasp and splitting into 4 zombies. 5 zombies charge toward Li Su. A golden light flashes in Li Su's eyes, and with a surge of power, the 5 zombies are immobilized in midair. With a snap of his fingers, they burst apart in an explosion. He retracts his psychic field, a faint sadness etched on his face. It matters not, for he has endured this cycle of hope, disappointment, and hope again for an entire year. This moment, he finds himself indifferent to it all. Li Su. A familiar voice calls from behind, and he stands frozen in place, hesitant to turn around. Li Su. At the moment he heard that familiar voice once more, the longing in his heart surged to an infinite extent, his eyes gradually turning a fiery red. He turned around, and upon seeing the face he had yearned for incessantly, his rationality crumbled in an instant. Qin Ning stood amidst the rose bushes, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she waved at him. Her figure was strikingly vivid. Isu dashed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, and it was only when he felt Qin Ning's warmth that he truly confirmed her return. Isu, do you miss me? Li Su's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he spoke in a husky voice. I do, Ning. I miss you so much. Truly, I miss you. Qin Ning gazed at the tearful Li Su, her eyes filled with tenderness. She cupped his face in her hands and whispered softly in his ear, Isu, I'm sorry for worrying you. Rising on her tiptoes, she pressed her lips against his eye in that fleeting moment of life. She realized how foolish her past self had been. Her kiss was gentle, each caress of her lips tenderly conveying her yearning. She clung tightly to Li Su's neck. Although it was winter, the temperature around them seemed to rise steadily. Their lips intertwined, brimming with emotion. Qin Ning involuntarily let out a soft moan. Isu lifted his hand to cradle her legs, pulling her firmly into his embrace. The air was thick with confusion, an atmosphere heavy with intimacy. Qin Ning, observing his reddening earlobes, smiled with her eyes, her lips now irresistibly luscious. Isu's gaze was aflame, desire magnified to its utmost, his voice hoarse and sticky as he murmured, Ning, let us go home. Yet Qin Ning mischievously whispered in his ear, Isu, I like you, I truly like you. She extended her tongue to tease his earlobe, a wave of inexplicable tingles coursed through his body, rendering him immobile. Stop it. His neck muscles tensed, his eyes aflame, glistening with moisture, his body unmistakably responding. Stiffening against his will, he struggled to restrain himself, but the person in his arms seemed utterly unconcerned, continuously enticing him. Ning, Qin Ning raised an eyebrow, chuckling as she once again cradled his face to Isu. I miss you. She captured his lips with hers. This action shattered the remnants of Li Su's reason. He turned and kicked the courtyard door open, carrying her upstairs and depositing her onto the soft bed. Gritting his teeth, he looked down at the alluring Qin Ning, suppressing his voice as he said, Ning, are you certain about this? Qin Ning smiled coyly, reaching for his neck as she turned to straddle him. Her delicate fingers unbuttoned his shirt, the skin she touched becoming increasingly heated. I want it. This single declaration stripped Li Su of all pretense. Flipping her onto her back and claiming his territory, his large, defined hands grasped her soft ones, their fingers interlocking, crashing down onto the pillow. Outside, snow fell softly, roses thrived unabated, and a beam of moonlight cascaded down, droplets dancing upon the surface of water, creating ripples. The first light of dawn filtered through the curtains, illuminating the bed where Qin Ning lay, her long, curled lashes adorned with tears, her exposed skin marked with love bites. Especially the evident one on her shoulder, a constant testament to the previous night's fervor. She murmured softly, gradually opening her eyes to Ning. You're awake. Upon seeing Li Su's face, she smiled knowingly, extending her arms to pull him into her embrace. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, Isu. He held her tightly, as if fearing she might vanish to Ning. Where have you been this year? Qin Ning whispered, I've been searching for you. Her soul drifted aimlessly, seeking the direction of home. As the greenery flourished around her, her body gradually regained its vitality, yet she could not find her way home, as if something was obstructing her path. Until she encountered the roses blooming everywhere. She realized they were planted by Li Su, prompting her to follow their trail to Ning. It is I who failed to protect you. His words were laden with profound sorrow. Yet, Qin Ning comforted him. Isu, I have returned. She cupped his face playfully, adding, Isu, I'm hungry. He smiled indulgently at her words. All right, I'll go make you breakfast. As Qin Ning watched Li Su's departing figure, her eyes sparkled with excitement. How wonderful. After freshening up, she went downstairs, where Li Su had already prepared breakfast. Just as she was about to take a seat, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Who could that be? Li Su stepped forward to open the door, revealing a magnificent rose. Surprise. Moe burst in, and upon seeing Qin Ning, her smile instantly brightened. She rushed forward and enveloped Qin Ning in a tight embrace. Sister Ning, You really came back to— I could hardly believe it when I heard the news. What brings you here? Li Su asked curiously as he looked at Qin Yin and the others. Regardless, congratulations. Qin Yin patted his shoulder. We must come, as there's no good news. The situation in Beima town is unclear. We need to head there. Qin Ning observed the reunited group, her smile radiant. Welcome back. Qi Wan embraced Qin Ning tightly. Beima town. Qin Xing glanced at the message in her hand, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Qin Ning, I eagerly await the day we meet again. She coldly regarded the direction of G City.